This guy was just a jobless loser in the 21st century, spending his days sucking on lollipops and scrolling the web for job openings. One ordinary day. Just like any other, he accidentally clicked on a sketchy ad website, and just like that, as if it was all preordained, it sucked him into a whole new world. No matter how much he screamed and kicked. This place was Earth, year 2696. At the Stellar Academy, in the year 2696 on Earth, aliens invaded, causing catastrophic destruction. Eventually, humanity banded together and used nuclear weapons to wipe out the extraterrestrial threats, but they left behind the X virus, which mutated the planet, leading to monstrous creatures rampaging while the survivors evolved, paving the way for martial artists. From that point on, Earth's martial artists were hailed as kings. As Lin Tu found himself in this strange new world, he was still dazed and confused, when suddenly his roommate, a wannabe martial artist from Class 29 of Stellar Academy, started throwing punches at him like it was a rite of passage. With no talent for training, he was often seen as a useless burden by his friends, forced to act like a housekeeper cooking, doing laundry, and handling all the daily chores. After taking a beating and feeling sore all over, Lin Tu finally realized he was, in fact, stuck in a damn isekai. He thought, what the hell? Is there anyone who has had as bad luck as I have? A flood of memories from the original host hit him, filled with insults and relentless beatings, which led him to wonder if he even wanted to keep living. As a result, Lin Tu found himself taking the hits, enduring this miserable mess. But now that he had regained some composure, he remembered that giving in was not in his vocabulary. Even if he got beaten to a pulp, he would not bow down to some lowly bullies. But the stronger he fought back, the harder he got hit. Furious and wild like a cornered beast, he charged in, ready to deliver a finishing blow. However, he was in for a rude awakening. This body was not the Lin Tu of old, but the Lin Tu with the aura of a main character. So there was no way he would be bullied anymore. Just when he was hanging by a thread, the damn system that dragged him into this world popped up, announcing it had completed the anger assessment for its master and asked if he wanted to unleash a stored power. With no time to waste, Lin Tu immediately agreed. Boom. The two fists collided, and his opponent's arm shattered into 100 pieces, making him scream in agony while Lin Tu felt his spirit about to escape his body. His lackeys panicked and hurriedly carried their leader to the school's infirmary for surgery. Compared to that attack, his own condition was not looking too hot either. He was just slightly more aware than that guy. Once the system finished processing, another notification appeared, informing him he had won a chance to draw a prize. Despite the pain all over his body, Lin Tu's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly pressed the button to spin the wheel, hoping to score some alliance credits. And just like that, he had a whopping 10,000 credits in his pocket. After the spinning was done, he dragged his battered body to the infirmary to treat his injuries. The nurse greeted him warmly, as if she recognized him. Maybe he was a regular here. He glanced around before ordering you to strip down and lie on the table, leaving the little bird feeling a bit panicked. But just a few minutes later, she started to get serious. As requested, Lin Tu used a recovery potion worth 1,800 alliance coins. The young man began to slip into a coma, with his injuries assessed and a recovery time estimated at 5 hours. Meanwhile, Lin Tu clenched his fists, thinking about the original owner of this body. Senza had lived a life far from his imagination, probably bullied and beaten up on the regular. But from this moment on, he would no longer tolerate anyone pushing him around. 5 hours later, it would be a completely new Lin Tu. In Class 29 at the Stellar Academy, the homeroom teacher was laying out plans for a field combat exercise in Area A20. With 20 participants allowed, he looked around the class and, noticing a few absences, asked about the whereabouts of Okong. After hearing from a student that he had been crippled by Lin Tu and was undergoing surgery in Area C, the teacher was taken aback. Even the other classmates could not believe what they were hearing. How could a waste like him have taken out someone? Just then, Lin Tu walked in, looking cooler than ever. The teacher exclaimed, "Can he even walk?" The crowd below started buzzing, whispering about Lin Tu. Why does he seem so different from before? That is right. It is like he has become a whole new person. Am I seeing things? When the teacher heard the student say this, he quickly advised Lin Tu, "You do not need to get too excited. Area 20 is quite dangerous. You should first focus on the beginner martial artist stage before thinking about that." One of Mekong's lackeys chimed in, mocking Lin, thinking he would be scared. But unexpectedly, he challenged him to a duel on the condition that if he wins, he gets to join the training session. From the system's analytical perspective, this guy was Hirotune at the beginner martial artist level. His strength was not anything to write home about, even a bit weaker than Mekong. As long as Lin Tu stayed cautious, he could handle it. After his anger level peaked, he could deliver a single powerful punch straight to his mouth. With that careful plan in mind, Lin Tu arranged to meet Mai Tun at the martial arts arena after class to determine who was stronger. A few hours later, at the martial arts arena, news of the waste from Class 29 challenging a beginner martial artist spread like wildfire. Countless people showed up, eager to see a good show. Before stepping onto the stage, a few friends tried to talk the young man out of it, but he remained confident and replied with conviction, "Don't worry. I have been wanting to take him down for a while now." As soon as he saw Lin Tu, Ma-tun rushed into attack, jabbering as he hit, "A waste like you dares to act tough. Let me teach you how to be a person." Lin Tu dodged the blows. His injuries had healed, but one punch still left him in pain all over. Ignoring the crowd's encouragement to fight back, he did not retaliate at all, sticking to his plan. The teacher observing felt that even though he was just dodging, it was not pathetic at all. "I have never seen that guy's gaze so steady before." Finally, the moment has come. The anger meter is at 100%. All the humiliation he has endured is about to explode. Ma-zun made a final decision, charging in to attack the target. But Lin Tu was not backing down either. Holding off his opponent with one hand, the clash was brutal, echoing with Ma-zun's screams and the sight of blood splattered on the floor, leaving witnesses in shock. Lin Tu looked at him with arrogant confidence. Mocking him being defeated by a loser meant he was just a loser among losers. The instructor, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, quickly sent someone to take him away for treatment to avoid disrupting the combat training in Area 20. The teacher did not forget to praise Lin Tu, making others green with envy, by defeating the so-called strong guy in class. Lin Tu smoothly earned a spot in the practical training. Area 20, located in the north of the city, is plagued by nuclear contamination and a rampant mutated virus. Filled with zombies and mutated beasts, extremely dangerous. But with danger comes opportunity. Many parts of the mutated beasts are highly sought-after materials. The bizarre energy in their brains could be a special crystallized energy that helps martial artists train, making it invaluable. This time, the academy provided uniforms and combat gear to tackle the usual zombies and mutated beasts, ramping up the thrill before the battle. While the instructor issued a dangerous warning, however, unlike previous training, you must conquer the fear within when facing zombies and mutated beasts. Last year's practical combat training saw several students succumb to fear in the face of zombies, resulting in them being ripped apart and killed. Only real combat can truly test everyone's abilities and strengthen their minds. After explaining the rules, the teacher revealed there would be 20 participants, grouped into teams of 4, free to roam but not allowed deep into Area 20. The strength of the mutated beasts and zombies in there is beyond what you can handle. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. Let us move out. Some students showed signs of panic and fear, but Lin Tu saw those creatures as nothing more than valuable experience points to level up. Before long, the group of students split up, each heading into Area 20 with their teams. Lin Tu's group encountered a level 1 zombie, sharp teeth glistening, carrying a viral infection, with a combat power of 300 and 8100 levels higher than Lin Tu. But no matter the level, he only needed experience points, so he charged forward, easily slicing the monster in half and successfully leveling up to level 2. Just as the young man was celebrating, a horde of other zombies came rushing in. Caught off guard, they were swiftly cut down by Zhang Yai, leaving Lin Tu bitterly watching as someone else scooped up the experience points. The group pressed deeper, and ahead lay a level 1 zombie leader, quick on its feet with sharp claws, capable of summoning other zombies with combined combat power. The confident guy with the flashy hair rushed in, but with that speed, he was just waiting to meet his end. Luckily, Chengai stepped in to save the day, reminding Lam Tu that this was the leader of the zombie horde, and they had to take it out in one hit. Otherwise, it would summon a whole bunch of first-level zombies, and that would be a huge mess. Of course, Chengai did not take that advice well. Feeling humiliated to let a useless guy teach him how to fight monsters, he intended to slice with his knife like usual. But things went sideways as the zombie dodged skillfully and started howling for backup. Just as expected, this once peaceful sky was now filled with the undead. The flashy-haired guy and Chengai were scared out of their wits, scrambling to grab their shoes and run for it. The chubby guy urged Lam Tu to get out of there fast, but he came here to grind for experience, not to run away. If he could take down all these zombies, he could level up multiple times. So he decided to charge in, ready for whatever came next. Seeing his friend acting like he was possessed, completely different from the Lam Tu he once knew, the chubby guy did not hesitate to jump into the fray. Both of them fought fiercely, slicing through zombie after zombie. But in the heat of battle, Lam Tu got caught by the zombie leader. Thinking he was done for, who would have thought that this guy would strike gold? The quick-thinking youth combined all his points in the system, boosting his strength instantly, using his bare hands to spin the zombie leader 360 degrees, and defeating the enemy effortlessly, leveling up to level 6 and unlocking the system's gene potential. According to few books Lam Tu had read, a large part of human genes remained unused. The so-called gene unlock was the most basic potential within the body. Legend has it that if you unlock it to the highest level, you could become a godlike existence. Driven by curiosity, the young man decided to hit the first gene unlock to see just how strong he could get, but to his utter disappointment, A bright red notification popped up, warning him he still had not reached level 15. Lamb 2 was like, "What the heck is this? Isn't he at just level 15? I just need to grind some monsters to level up. I can totally hit that unlock condition soon. Just you wait," he thought, after taking care of all the zombies. The chubby guy walked over to his friend with a suspicious look and asked, "Lamb 2, are you still the same Lamb 2 I knew?" Seemed like he had suddenly become incredibly strong. He had wiped out the zombie leader all by himself. The young man could not just say no, so he played it cool, saying, "I just got unlucky and ended up in this place. So I am just trying to act like everything is fine." Then, the two of them continued deeper into the area, soon reaching the restricted zone their teacher had warned them about. Lamb 2 felt a pang of regret for not encountering a single zombie along the way. There was hardly any chance to snag some experience points. Just as he was about to take a risk and sneak inside to check it out, his buddy suddenly started shaking and pointed behind him. "Look, there is a massive snake by that tree." Lamb 2 instinctively turned around, only to see a huge, monstrous python with a terrifying level 3 aura. The young man's face went pale, drained of all color, and he quickly bolted. He yelled out, "Damn it. Why is it always chasing me? It should be going after that chubby guy instead." Meanwhile, the chubby guy was running out of breath, and when he looked back, oh boy, my friend had already dashed deep into the abandoned area. Lamb 2 kept running, finally shaking off that snake. But he could not let his guard down. It could camouflage with the surroundings and chase him down. So better safe than sorry. Just as he was scanning around for a way out, suddenly a sharp arrow was pointed right at his head, accompanied by a warning, "Do not move. What are you sneaking around here for?" At this moment, the young man's heart was racing. He realized he was in deep trouble. These guys were a squad of hunters, slaying monsters and mutated beasts for materials and rare items. They were seasoned fighters, and there was no way he could handle them. But Lamb 2 forced a smile, acting like nothing was wrong, and replied succinctly, "Hey, guys, I am just passing through." Seeing his outfit, they quickly recognized him as a student from the Mystic Academy. One guy stepped forward, brandishing a combat knife, threatening him, "Leave the knife behind, and maybe you can get out alive." Lamb 2 heard this and replied smoothly, "Dude, without a combat knife in a place like this, where ambush is a real threat, are not you just asking me to die? Then you should go die first." Just as he finished speaking, that snake-like monster from earlier attacked, and with one bite, it swallowed him whole. The members of the hunter squad began to panic. The leader tried to keep everyone calm, saying, "Don't freak out. Guys, this is a level 3 mutated beast. The materials and rare item from it could sell for a fortune." Amid the chaos, Lamb 2 slipped away to observe the situation, thinking to himself how foolish these level 1 fighters were to provoke a level 3 mutated beast. It is true that people die for money are just plain stupid. Better for me to stay here and wait for a chance to snag that combat knife back. The snake was under constant attack, swinging its tail and leaving a few people in pretty bad shape. Finally, after a tough fight, the hunters managed to deal with the beast. But who would actually enjoy the spoils was still up in the air. The leader stood tall, ordering Lamb 2 to skin the snake and collect the rare item for him, or else he would better watch his back. Just as he was getting angry and ready to charge, a guy whose strength was already drained could not do much. Moments later, Lamb 2 sent him off to meet his ancestors in the most peaceful way possible. Thanks to this, he leveled up to level 7 and got another chance at a prize draw. Plus, Lamb 2 managed to snag a bunch of rare loot from the snake and stuffed it into the backpacks of his fellow hunters. The situation was getting quite dangerous. He could not stick around for long, so he quickly packed up and left. However, no matter which way he turned, he still found himself lost in a perilous area. Just when he did not know which way to go, birds were flying everywhere in the sky, and something formidable appeared. Turning around, he saw a level 4 lightning-fast mutated leopard, its combat power and characteristics impossible to analyze right away. At that moment, Lamb 2 just wanted to run for his life. But then another surprise hit him. Following the leopard was a super cool blonde girl named Lakangayat, a level 4 fighter charging in, and then a fierce battle erupted between the human and the leopard, like a storm tearing through the skies, with the leopard getting knocked down flat on the ground. Just when it seemed like the fight was over, it turned out to be playing dead. As soon as the girl approached, it sprang back up and launched a deadly attack, sending her plummeting off the cliff, leaving her fate uncertain. Lamb 2, witnessing the whole scene, felt something was off. This was not just playing dead, it was more like a temporary death. He tiptoed over with the intent of delivering a final blow, aiming to become the boss slayer, snatching the rare essence from the mutated beast to strike it rich. With that in mind, the young man crept closer, wearing a sinister grin. But before he could make his move, another female leopard appeared behind him. That is when Lamb 2 remembered that leopards often hunt in pairs, one male and one female, out searching for food. Suddenly, Lamb 2 had no time to think and quickly turned on his heels to run. pleading. Sister Leopard. I did not kill your husband. He ran until he hit a dead end. A sheer cliff right in front of him. With the leopard barreling down towards him, with no other options left, he decided to take the plunge. Rather not get fried by electric shocks. Besides, he would become a delicious barbecue for the leopard. He shut his eyes and jumped off the edge, hoping for the best, whether it was luck or not. Right below the cliff was a lake, with some wooden logs that cushioned his fall, allowing him to survive. Even more surprisingly, the blonde girl had fallen down here too, as per the usual plot twist. Of course, the young man would rescue her and take care of her with utmost dedication, holding the little girl in his arms. Lam-Tu thought to himself, how could someone so beautiful exist? She looked around 17 or 18. But already a level 4 fighter, definitely a prodigy from some powerful clan. Just then, his growling stomach interrupted his thoughts. Luckily, there were some delicious fish swimming in the lake. What could be better? The young man got to work, starting a fire, drying out his clothes, and grilling the fish until it smelled heavenly, then devoured it like it was a feast. Just as he took a mouthful, the blonde girl sprang up, glaring at him and demanding, "Why are you dressed like that? What did you do to me?" Lam-Tu froze for 5 seconds. Panicking, "What did I do? I pulled you out of the water. If it were not for me, you would have drowned." After he explained, he even offered her some of the freshly cooked fish. And she finally calmed down enough to introduce herself. "My name is Lepli Guide. Now tell me what you want. I do not want to owe anyone anything. Just say what you want, and I will give it to you. And then we will be even. Or else you will regret it. I have never seen anyone treat their lifesaver so coldly." And with a smirk, Lam-Tu replied that he wanted to become powerful like her. Lepli Guide realized she might have been wrong, thinking maybe it was still not too late to turn back. It would be easier to ask for gold and jewels than to acquire that kind of talent. As for Lam, he sat quietly in a corner, watching over the girl while grinning from ear to ear as he opened the system to draw his rewards. As he spun the wheel, he secretly prayed for some kind of weapon. But as the wheel slowed down, it landed on 1,000 alliance coins, definitely not what he was hoping for. But just when he thought all hope was lost, a gust of wind nudged the needle a little further, and the system immediately announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have won the Phoenix Feather." Lam-Tu was as thrilled as a flower blooming in spring, and he even got a martial arts card. A card that could only be crafted by a master martial artist. They are categorized by levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond. The higher the level, the more powerful it becomes. Holding the card in his hand, Min could not contain his excitement. Practically vibrating with joy, this was a matured martial artist card. This type of card was even more valuable than a diamond card, because it evolves with the growth of the practitioner. Lepli Guide, standing behind, was jolted awake by the silly laughter of the boy. With her heightened senses, sharper than a dog's, she picked up on something strange in the air. Min suddenly began to realize, could it be the group of adventurers they had just encountered? No way. He quickly urged Lepli Guide to run, but due to her injuries, she could not move. The boy had no choice but to carry her on his back, pretending to care for her safety, which was why they had to flee. They had not gone far when a small team of adventurers approached, concluding that the duo could not have gotten too far. If they found them, they would deal with them mercilessly. Meanwhile, Lam-Tu, carrying Lepli Guide on his back, felt her weight grow heavier with each step. According to her, it was because of the sword on his back, not because he was out of shape, though he did not quite buy that excuse. While they were caught up in their argument, something blocked their path ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a long, pink viper that preferred to hunt at night, with venomous fangs and a threat level of 670 points. Lepli Guide knew men could not fight, so she handed over his sword to the boy to deal with the serpent. Just as she said, it was indeed heavy. Min struggled to hold it with both hands. Yet here they were, a guy who could not move and a total rookie, swiftly taking down the pink viper. Lam-Tu confidently pointed a finger at it, taunting, "Come on. Bite me. I am not just going to kill you. I will take your rare essence and sell it for cash. Isn't he that infuriating?" But out of nowhere, even after having its head chopped off, the snake lunged to bite the boy's hand wildly, catching him off guard. Lepli Guide stifled a laugh beside him, her expression saying, "Well, who told you to mess with me?" Just when she thought she could laugh, her teammates began to yell in panic, their bodies covered in rashes, feeling hot all over, itching uncontrollably. It was at that moment she realized the snake had a kind of depraved toxin, causing those infected to burn with fever. It was trouble for sure. Unsure how to handle the situation, Lam-Tu was already losing control, eyes glazed over, drooling, unable to restrain himself as he lunged towards her, trying to pull her down with him. No matter how much Lepli Guide threatened, He was beyond saving and moved closer to kiss her. Just as his hands and feet were about to wander off, she quickly bid him to regain control, then shoved him straight toward the water hole to cool off and calm down. The young man ran off, hands over his mouth, not forgetting to apologize to her. Thankfully, after soaking in the cold water, he returned to normal, though his mind was still wandering back to those soft, fragrant lips. While he relaxed, Leffingweit was facing a significant dilemma. The adventurers from earlier had arrived, closing in with greedy, shameless expressions. The girl, still weak and helpless, found herself completely at their mercy. Just when those guys were gearing up to make their move, Lam 2 had already made it back in time. With his ability to see everyone's unique characteristics, he confidently pointed them out like he was some kind of deity. Zhang Liang, a second-tier martial artist, specializes in using a dagger. Overall strategy level 1540. Lai Huang, a first-tier martial artist, specializes in sword fighting. Breba, faced with someone whose divine identity he could not quite pin down, and without a combat power calculator, they were able to accurately gauge their battle stats. They seemed a bit shaken and decided to hightail it out of there. Even Lachngayat was taken aback by his special abilities. The two young men quickly packed up and bolted. If they waited for their reactions to kick in before chasing them down, it would have been a whole mess. Sure enough, just after running a short distance, they realized they would just been played. The leader, feeling frustrated, ordered his minions to keep a close watch on the outskirts. He wanted to capture both of them alive to vent his anger on. Lam 2 was not naive either. He knew they would send someone to block their way, so he decided to stay put in the Forbidden Zone. After waiting a few days for Lachngayat to recover her strength, it would not be too late to head out. The next day, he woke up in a panic after a long sleep, and looking at the situation, he found himself cuddling the girl soundly, feeling a bit uneasy, not wanting to give himself away. He could only pretend like everything was normal and gently called out to her. As soon as Lachngayat opened her eyes, she coolly said she just caught a whiff of a mutant beast and was gearing up to go out and fight. This sniffer ability was on another level. She even added that she still was not fully recovered and needed another 2 days. But she would hand her long sword over to him for the fight. Lam 2 looked a bit scared. The lowest level mutant beasts here were at least second tier, and with his current level, he would only be a cent to them. However, she said something that left him speechless. Too afraid to say a word, with his power, how could he expect to improve if he did not seek out strong enemies to battle? Don't worry. I won't let you die just yet. And so, the following days under Lachngayat's leadership, a talented young woman knowledgeable about survival tactics and how to exploit mutant beast weaknesses, his level rose to 9, allowing him to take on 2 third-tier mutant beasts at once. The young man gathered a ton of rare crystals he wanted to share with her, but she flat out refused. By now, she had fully recovered and had no reason to stay there any longer, so they reluctantly went their separate ways. Even though he was not thrilled about it, it was not because he missed her or anything. He was just worried that those guys might still be lying in wait, and if caught, it would be game over. But Lachngayat did not care about that. All she wanted was to find the Thunder Beast for another showdown. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind him, if we meet again and your power has not surpassed mine, I will take care of you. Lam 2 broke into a cold sweat after hearing that, calling out, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to take revenge for a favor? Right. Where did you come from? After that question, all that could be heard was Lachngayat's voice echoing back, the Holy Realm. But the person had vanished without a trace. A few hours later, after they parted ways, each going their own direction, he finally found his way to the edge of the forbidden area. But just as he stepped in, before he could even take a good look around, he was ambushed by those guys. Luckily, there was only one of them for now. If he could strike quickly before the others showed up, he might have a chance to escape. Lam 2 dodged the attack with his sword, but the overwhelming force left him no opportunity to strike back. The opponent charged at him like a bullet, shouting confidently, let us see if I can pierce your heart. Lam was putting up all his strength to defend himself, and just when it felt like he could not hold on any longer, the system finally gathered enough power for an attack. With no time to think, the young man unleashed a powerful kick, channeling all his strength straight into the opponent's family jewels. He thought it was just a trivial move, but when he tried to block it, his bones shattered, and all he could do was clutch his groin in agony. However, Lam was a really kind-hearted guy. It is quicker to end things swiftly than to let the enemy suffer a slow, painful death. Rage was an active skill. After using it for 10 minutes, his strength and physique would increase. But once it ended, he would be left exhausted for 5 minutes. Just as the young man was about to feel triumphant, the guy's buddies showed up. The leader stared dumbfounded at his fallen comrade and asked, Kid, you dared to kill one of my men? Lam replied honestly, Me. Why would I just stand there and wait for him to kill me? Furious from being blindsided, the leader ordered his crew to rush in, not caring if it was 2 against 1 or 5 against 1. As long as they could get revenge, Lamb found himself in a tight spot. 4 first-rate fighters and 1 second-rate fighter. He had basically no chance of winning. So he would just have to see what skills he had just acquired. Rage activated, and in an instant, his speed and physique surged significantly. In the blink of an eye, the young man vanished from the sight of the fighters and snuck off to a safe spot. However, this skill only lasted 5 minutes, after which he would be exhausted and left to the mercy of others. He had to find a way to strike fast and win. 2 guys below armed with long spears were perfect for his combat style. Lamb 2 then launched a surprise attack, swiftly disarming one of them. At this point, the young man was overflowing with confidence, easily wielding the spear with skill, combining it with an overwhelming barrage that quickly sent several of them to their eternal rest. However, the more powerful his moves became, the more energy they consumed, and being surrounded and attacked by 3 others took a heavy toll on him. To effectively use the skill of capturing thieves, you first need to take out the leader. Just lock onto him and go for it. They also realized that the secret technique this young guy was using has a short duration and side effects. So if they just surround him, he will definitely have to give in and surrender. But before they could celebrate, fueled by rage and power, Lamb 2 had to spring into action immediately, charging in like a god, ready to skewer the leader. However, as the saying goes, things can always go south just when it mattered most. Disaster struck. Under the pressure, his weapon shattered, along with the side effects of his rage. The young man was now out of steam and could not even fight back. Indeed, when the tide turns, the leader was laughing like a maniac, ready to stab his opponent with his spear. But it seems the tables were about to turn. This game was not over yet. From behind, a warning shot rang out, accompanied by threats. Just a small team of B-grade hunter warriors daring to mess with a student from the elite academy. Who gave you guys the guts to do that? Turns out, it is the doctor, the formidable Utu Nisithe, a B-grade warrior. Luckily, the timely appearance of the badass girl saved his life. Lamb 2 was pretty surprised to see her. He did not think a doctor could wield such power. After some casual chit-chat and patching him up, Ninja Sithi got serious and helped him get out of there. Back at the assembly point, the teacher was calling out names and checking on the trophies the students had collected. Glancing around, he realized someone was missing. When he asked the chubby guy Dong Thin, he learned that their clueless classmate had accidentally wandered into the forbidden zone. The other group members could not help but mock him. A loser is a loser. And wandering into a forbidden area probably meant he would have been devoured by a beast or something worse. Daedrin Thin could not take the insults anymore and felt like punching the guy. Even though the teacher advised him to hold off for a bit longer, they insisted on making things difficult, thinking it would be better to head back, because Lamb 2 was probably dead by now. However, right after that remark, reality slapped him in the face when a familiar voice rang out. Who is messing with my waist? That is right. It was none other than Lamb 2. Back safely and strutting in like a boss, Daehang then lit up when he saw his friend and welcomed him with open arms. While Hevertoon and the others were still in shock and ridicule. Lamb 2. Have you really been hiding all this time? Can't even handle a single evolved beast. Lamb 2 just pretended to be humble and shot back. Looks like you guys have taken down quite a few evolved beasts yourself. They responded with smug expressions, puffing their chests out and declaring, of course. Changing none, and I took down 8 of those long-evolved beasts. The people around chimed in with praises, making the class leader blush with frustration. They thought they were so cool. But then Lamb 2 flipped his backpack upside down, spilling a pile of bizarre crystals, including 3 high-grade ones that made everyone gasp in shock. Chang Yen was not having it, claiming the young man must have cheated. But before he could finish, the teacher called him out. Well, show me your cheating. A single high-grade crystal is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000. Who has got over $1 million to buy 3 stones for cheating? The outcome of this real fight caught me off guard. Let us head back to the hotel and rest first. Well, we can't sell the rare stones through the Martial Artist Alliance website, but the hotel owner buys them. We can sell them to him. This news had the young guys buzzing like it was New Year's, their eyes filled with dollar signs. The hotel owner was buying rare stones like he was picking up scraps. A first-grade stone for 1,000 Alliance credits. A third-grade stone for 500,000, totaling nearly 2 million for us. This is a jackpot. We are going to strike it big. After a long wait, it was finally our turn. The owner's eyes lit up like stars as he looked at the loot, urging us to hand over the Alliance cards so he could transfer the money. Just as things were going smoothly, someone barged in, trying to show off. They pulled out 10 second-grade rare stones and handed them over to the owner, flexing on Class 29. From the system's perspective, one was Toon Tram, a top 108 martial artist on the Academy's strategy leaderboard. and the other was Lo Gain, a novice martial artist. These two seemed to be itching for a fight, mocking the whole class and even targeting Lum Tang. They say you do not know pain until you face it. And here they were, right in front of me. I do not care who they are. First, I am gonna trash talk and get under their skin. Yep. I am the trash you are talking about. What is the matter? You want to meet the boss that badly? If you are not gonna wait in line, then at least keep your mouth shut and stop causing trouble for others. Apologize now, or I will show you what it feels like to be taken down by a nobody. Furious, Atun Charm lunged forward, ready to teach me a lesson with a punch. But to his surprise, Lum Ija blocked the attack with one hand, leaving him reeling in pain. When Teen Trum switched to kicks, it was no better. He ended up eating a fist to the face, blood flying everywhere. Completely enraged, Atun Trum unleashed all his strength to attack. Lum Ta kept using light dodges, driving him even crazier. The classmates watching could not stop cheering. They felt somewhat stunned. They never expected Lam T to get this strong in just 3 days. But the guys from class 29 were not pushovers either. It felt like a cat and mouse game. And after plenty of back and forth, Atun Charm gathered his strength for a final blow. But Lam Teti blocked with one hand and parried with the other. Just when it seemed like Lam Aja was being overwhelmed, he suddenly flipped the script. The system conveniently suggested a powerful attack to use. However, with his current abilities, Lum T was confident he could take on Toon Trum barehanded. 3. He spun around, and Toon Trum's arm twisted painfully, his bones snapping like brittle sticks. Class 1 was left in shock. They wanted to jump in to restore their dignity but were terrified of Lum Tichi's strength. As the argument escalated, the hotel owner interrupted, saying, "Wait, Lum T, the money for those 3 third-grade rare stones has been transferred to your account. Check it out." The news of the useless guy from class 29 handling the third-grade rare beasts left them in disbelief. Who would be thought a nobody could be this strong? The young guys were determined to take him down to secure a spot in the top 108 leaderboard. But no matter how much they stirred things up, they did not dare to step forward. Just then, the 2 teachers from both classes walked in, making a beeline for the commotion. The first graders quickly started gossiping about how the 29th class broke Tun Chum Chum's arm. Tomorrow, when the teacher from class 29 demands a full recount of the incident, Lum Tu won't be in hot water. But the teacher still had to pretend to be strict, making Ku apologize, even though inside, he was secretly pleased, thinking the kid fought really well. It is about time those arrogant fools in class TMT learned some respect, especially since even the regular teachers barely acknowledged them. Lum Tu had no choice but to pretend to apologize, saying, "I am really sorry. I should not have hit you so hard, but do not worry, I will cover your medical expenses. After all, we are not short on cash these days." It feels a bit off though. This kid really does seem sincere in his apology. The injury was not serious, but the humiliation was intense, making all the other students around struggle to hold back their laughter. Before being taken away for treatment, Tun and Chum turned back with a defiant look, challenging Lum Tu to a rematch in the final battle of the term. After the first graders left, the teacher did not let the 29th class off the hook and rounded them up for a combat strength test. Curious to see if anyone leveled up after their real-world training, one by one, they stepped onto the scale, and the results showed that they had reached the standard of a martial artist, with an impressive combined score of 675. Leaving everyone stunned, the teacher praised him, saying he could start practicing cultivation techniques tomorrow. According to the ranks, a score of 300-600 is for beginner martial artists, 600-800 is standard, and 800-1500 is for elite martial artists. Becoming such a strong martial artist is thanks to martial arts cultivation. In this universe, there are tons of energy sources beneficial to humans, and these energies are known as sources. Martial artists absorb these energy sources from the air through cultivation techniques, enhancing their cell activity, muscles, and even bones, thereby strengthening their bodies. Most of the class had been tested, leaving only Lam Tu as the final participant. Some had witnessed him break Toon Cham's arm, but they still pretended to look down on him as he stepped up. However, just a few seconds later, the information screen flashed in front of them, leaving them speechless. Lum Tu was a standard martial artist with a combined score of 676, even higher than Chen Ainya's. That night, the teacher called the 2 students in for a private chat to discuss their future development. Since they are both standard martial artists, they need to consider what weapons suit them best. As the teacher explained, mutated beasts on the battlefield have completely adapted. Bullets and even laser guns can pierce through them. But through human effort, they managed to obtain special metals from other planets, using these to create new weapons that can actually hurt mutated beasts. It is crucial to choose the right martial arts techniques and coordinate them with their respective weapons to truly showcase a martial artist's strength. After hearing the explanation, Lum Tu quickly raised his hand, saying he had thought it through and chosen a spear as his weapon. Nen even pulled out the global top 10 martial artists ranking for comparison, noting that there was still one spot missing for a spear user, and he intended to fill that role. After saying that, he bolted away before the teacher could even respond. I have got the foundational methods and martial arts cards for my training, but I am still missing the last piece. The weapon. Since I am not an official martial artist yet, I can't shop on the Martial Artist Union's website. I had to head over to the school's martial arts shop in search of some luck. It seems like this place does not get many visitors. The teacher has a guest, and the shop owner greets me with a warm welcome, showing off all the weapons he has. But every weapon I pick up, I just can't seem to find one that I like. Too light. Too flimsy. Does not this guy have anything better? The old man reluctantly pulls out a 65 kilograms spear from the corner, covered in dust since nobody's bought it since it was made, and begins his pitch. This spear is crafted from the essence of crystallized energy. Not only heavy but also sharper and sturdier than ordinary weapons made from standard materials. It is called the Silver Soul. Holding that spear in my hands, it felt like it was truly made for me. However, the price tag is a hefty 1.2 million. Hearing that price sent a chill down my spine. I had barely managed to sell over 2 million in rare gems, and now a spear was draining half my funds. Training really does burn cash like crazy. I knew the cost was steep, but there was no other option. With a heavy heart, I pulled out my wallet to pay, becoming a martial artist. At last, I could use cultivation techniques. Energy exists everywhere on Earth, something martial artists call the source, but the average person can't sense it. Only martial artists can feel it and absorb it into their bodies to refine themselves. After just a bit of training, I was already curious if I would notice any changes. I pulled up the system to check it out, and while I was focused, it suddenly sent me a notification. A chance to enter a lottery. Did I want to proceed? Turns out, aside from rewards, there is a monthly lottery. And guess what? Today is the 1st of August. As I spun around, I prayed that the prize would not be another weapon. If I would be in deep trouble. But why the heck did I end up getting a rapid growth kit? Following the system's suggestion, I immediately used the kit. But what the heck? It weighed a ridiculous 130 kilograms in total. I was furious and wanted to take it off. But since I had not completed the rapid growth process, I just heard a warning beep. The system advised me to adapt tonight, or I would be skipping school tomorrow. Plus, once I finished the rapid growth process, I would earn 25 potential points. Hearing potential points made my eyes light up like stars. It was just a little sacrifice. Right. I could totally handle that. After a whole night, I finally managed to stand up and walk about 19 laps. But my progress was still lacking just 1,000 out of 10,000. As I stumbled my way to class, someone suddenly hit me from behind, sending me crashing to the ground. I was furious and turned around to see what was up, only to find my lively neighbor since childhood, the girl from the rainy days, smiling me. I could not help but laugh it off. She was preparing for college entrance exams, so the teacher was taking her and some kids on a school tour to help them choose a school. I was daydreaming, thinking she wanted to enroll in the Crystal Academy because I was here. While we were chatting, her fan club popped out of nowhere to tease her. Is this the Lam 2 who used to live next door? I heard that the strongest guy at the Crystal Academy is also named Lime 2. Could they be the same person? Seeing my brother being teased, she was ready to jump in and defend him. But that guy ignored her and set his sights on me instead, wanting to embarrass me. Unfortunately for him, I was now the main character, the star of my own story, and I was not intimidated by some punk. If he wanted to beat me up, I would help him fulfill that wish. Even though I was struggling under the weight of over 100 kilograms and felt utterly exhausted, dealing with a wannabe was no sweat. And just like that, the confident street punk charged in, relentlessly attacking our main character. Normally, he would have dodged those hits with ease, but right now, there was no way out. However, just then, he quickly turned the tables, grabbing his opponent's hand and squeezing it tightly, then launching a kick straight to the face, sending him flying 3 meters back, clutching his face and screaming in pain. Just when it seemed like it was over, out of nowhere came his older brother, a seasoned fighter with a combat power of 752, sneaking up from behind to strike. This guy was a junior, ranked in the top 100 of the school's leaderboard, and the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Caught off guard, Min could not dodge in time and took a nasty hit from this brute. He was furious for his younger brother, treating Lam 2 like a punching bag. But when Song Nahai saw her brother getting beaten to a pulp, she jumped in to intervene, only for this guy to completely disregard her and throw a powerful punch anyway. Luckily, Lam 2 reacted just in time, pushing Song Hai aside. Otherwise, she would have been knocked out too. But the downside was that he took the full force of that punch, collapsing to the ground. Paralyzed, Lam Thien was still not satisfied, bullying the weak and wanting to turn the young man into a cripple. Just then, an older student from class 29 rushed over to intervene. However, Lam Thien pretended not to hear and continued his assault. The situation grew dire. But just in time, the teacher arrived and ended the fight with a powerful strike. Despite the clear evidence in front of him, Lam Thien stubbornly argued that Mun had attacked his younger brother first, so he was just getting revenge. The teacher, knowing the truth, stated that the school would handle the matter. Before leaving, Lam Tu challenged him to a duel 3 days later, despite the protests from the older student and Song Nai. Soon enough, the news of the underdog wanting to fight the top-ranked fighter spread like wildfire across the school. Everyone believed the young man would be beaten to a pulp. Yet, both he and Song Nai seemed incredibly confident as they made their way to the infirmary to treat his injuries. There, Sister Tu Nuok Thai had some kind of miracle medicine that quickly healed his broken arm. According to her, it was a healing drug with top-notch properties, capable of rapidly regenerating bones and muscles, and it was extremely expensive on the market. Nuok Thai also warned him that it is best not to mess with the Duong family because they hold significant power. But since they were already attacked right at their doorstep, fighting back was only natural. Being Lam Tu so determined, she decided not to hold him back any longer and gave him a pretty big surprise. It was a rare martial arts card, the Than Dong Bao Lich Qian, which was a pricey training card that could unleash shockwaves powerful enough to cause explosions in close combat, making it one of the deadliest techniques. But if your body is not strong enough, it could lead to broken bones and muscle damage, which is why no one really trained with it. However, to help him out, Nuok Thoi included a healing potion with the card to ensure that any injuries would not be an issue. Armed with this new martial arts skill, Lam Tu wasted no time, training day and night without rest. However, at his current level, he could only manage to injure his opponents outside. Thanks to his relentless training, he managed to level up to 11, but the rapid growth system still had not kicked in fully, so he could only unleash about 80% of his potential. Finally, the match between Men and Duong Thien has arrived. Not only was Lam Thien humiliated, but Teacher Lei in the stands was also looked down upon by the teachers from class 253. Even so, the teacher still had unwavering faith in his student. Showing no signs of doubt, the official match began, and with his trademark arrogance, Duong Thien charged in wielding a massive sword. As soon as he made his move, he closed in with a quick strike using the Blood Wind Hound technique, catching his opponent off guard before they could even react. Thankfully, Men managed to block it with a spear, but he still got a little injured. With the sword energy in hand, Duong Thien continuously attacked, sending Lam Tu flying away in just a few blows. The young supporters in the audience were extremely worried. But luckily, he stayed focused and stood up to reassure everyone. Just then, the system announced that the rapid growth progress had reached 100%. Congratulating the host on acquiring 25 potential points, Lam Tu did not hesitate to spend all kinds of points to level up. Shaking off the burden he had been carrying, Duong Thien boldly declared that what just happened was only a warm-up. The real fight was about to begin. He was pretty ticked off after getting hit hard, and lunged at the young man as if he wanted to devour him whole. But now it was Men's time to shine. His speed and strength surged, transforming him into a different person. He soared through the air, combining a powerful strike with the phoenix tail technique, piercing straight toward his opponent and breaking his sword in half, leaving him severely injured. Not willing to be defeated by a nobody, Duong Thien pulled a vial from his pocket, something that looked like a growth hormone, and chugged it down in one go. His body transformed dramatically, turning him into a giant with bulging muscles. Little did anyone know, he used out a banned substance designed to boost physical strength in a short time. However, the forced absorption of energy to enhance his physique would damage his tendons and muscles. The mild side effect could lead to a sharp decline in ability, while severe cases could leave him incapacitated, since he was using banned drugs. Teacher La wanted to stop the match, but the class 253 teacher shrugged it off, saying the school had not prohibited anything. Moreover, the head of the Duong Mu Bach family was present at this match. He was one of the investors in the academy, so the school had to be on his good side. Thus, the fight continued, and Lam Tu was taking hits continuously, feeling numb all over, lying face down on the arena floor. However, at noon, it had to be the new year, and the young man quickly wiped the blood from his mouth, stood up, and activated his rage skill combined with the Fury Fist technique. As they faced off, even though Duong Thien had taken drugs, he was not at a complete disadvantage. Another deadly blow was unleashed, and Lam Tu attacked directly into Duong Thien's internal structure, causing him to lose the use of one arm. Duong Thien still refused to give up, charging in with a spear, intent on finishing off the young man. But with the aura of a protagonist, Lam Tu easily dodged just as he was about to retaliate. The head of the Duong Mu Bach family intervened to stop him. This way, his beloved son was able to keep his life. Before disappearing, Duong Mu Bach gave Men a fond look and left him with a parting line. "Kid, I will be keeping an eye on you." In the end, The result of this martial arts match was that Lam 2 from Class 29, Year 2, defeated Duong Thian on the Beichuang rankings of the academy. Next day, while the young man was in the recovery room, Teacher Lo was outside knocking on the door frantically. After seeing Ku, he said he had good news and bad news for him, so which do you want to hear first? Lum 2, still half asleep, wanted to hear the bad news first. After all, it is better to get a rough start and be compensated than to enjoy the moment before facing the consequences. According to Teacher Law, the academy had decided to impose a punishment on him. Before the teacher could finish, the young man burst out shouting, "What? Punishment? On what grounds?" The teacher calmly sat down and explained in detail for this clueless brat that the Young family was one of the academy's major stakeholders. This time, Vipeng Bun had his arm broken, and Apeng Thin almost got killed. For people like them, this was a massive humiliation because Apeng Thin had used forbidden drugs during the match. The Young family had no choice but to write an essay about the battle. They even deliberately mentioned that Dean Peng Boon was just a high school student to pressure the academy into sending him to the Bright Point for training. The good news, however, was that he had been promoted to the Bach 6 Yvon list, with the prize being the martial skill silver-type spear. Violent dance of the harmony. Teacher Le even said this was the technique created long ago by the Grand Master of Spear Arts. Bushialo. It could stab 100 times in a second. But the number of people who could actually master it was incredibly small. Lum 2 held the certificate in his hands. Overjoyed, imagining the day he could also unleash 100 stabs and grinning from ear to ear, he promised to train hard so as not to disappoint and vowed to return alive. After all, his previous combat suit had been ripped to shreds. Forcing Meng to buy a new one while happily shopping, he was ambushed. Luckily, he reacted quickly and managed to dodge just in time. Looking at their appearances, they were all first-class martial artists, definitely here to gift him some experience points. Even in the city, these guys dared to make a move. But with their strength, they were just punching bags for Mengma. Before long, the first guy's head went flying, landing lifelessly on the ground. A first-class martial artist could easily handle a first-tier fighter. And the quick takedown left the remaining guys a bit rattled. However, they still were not scared and charged in, looking for trouble only to become experience points for Lam 2. The two remaining guys saw this and took off, scooting away without daring to look back. Watching them flee, Lum 2 quickly realized these guys were sent by the Ying family to deal with him. His hunch was spot on. After they scurried away to report back, those two ended up getting another beating from Madame Vipe Evung. Meanwhile, Vizimai Bech had no idea about any of this. As soon as he found out, he rushed to lecture his wife and sent people to clean up the mess quickly, to avoid any investigation from the Federation. Even so, she still believed she was in the right, thinking Lum 2 had led her son down a path of death through training after her husband said he had pressured the academy to punish him by sending him to the Bright Point for a mission with a death rate of up to 70%. She fell silent, no longer needing to say anything. A few days later, Lum 2 packed up his gear and joined the military as the punishment had dictated. First up, Captain Tang Quan, a second-rate fighter, gathers everyone to take attendance. Right off the bat, he starts threatening, "I want all of you to give me 120% effort. I hope you all make it back alive from this mission." A few people notice Lin 2 is just a high school student and not an official fighter yet, so they start teasing him. "Hey kid, did you grab the wrong script? You lost on your way to the set." The captain quickly shuts them down, telling them to pipe down, but that guy just won Taekwondo, trying to throw in a few more jabs until he is punished with push-ups, learning the hard way that silence is golden. Tan Kwong reminds Lin 2 that even though he is a student, once he is on this mission, he is just like everyone else. Death could strike at any moment. 15 minutes later, the group of 40 sets off. In the cargo hold of the transport plane, everyone is pushing themselves to train hard, building their strength, while Lin 2 is sitting quietly. A young man claiming to be Lai Ditch, also a former student from the academy, approaches to chat. He seems friendly enough, asking the reason why Lin 2 is here. Lin 2 sighs and says it is just because the school played him. Just then, that Kim Hai who mocked Lin 2 earlier struts over, acting like a rookie bullying an old-timer, wanting to see what is inside the box Lin 2 brought. But since he already disliked him, Lin 2 was not about to let him touch it. He coldly replies, "Didn't your elders teach you not to mess with other people's stuff? Curiosity kills the cat. Have not you heard that before?" Despite the warning, he ignores it and grabs the box, only to end up falling backward. The spear lands firmly in Lin 2's grip, the tip aimed right at his neck, and he taunts, "This so-called first-rate fighter. Just look at you." Enraged, Kim Hai clutches his neck and questions, "What did you just say, punk?" Lin 2 confidently replies, articulating every word, "I said you are a joke." Kim Hai lunges at him, but unlucky for him, before he can do anything, Lin 2 lands a punch square in his face, sending his front teeth flying. Not willing to back down, he quickly gets up, ready to attack, but just then, Captain Tan Kong strides over to intervene. He thought he would be defended. But instead, he is met with a reprimand from the captain. Getting taken down by a high school student who is not even an official fighter. Yet how much more embarrassing could it get with all that energy wasted on petty squabbles? Maybe he should think about how to survive at the upcoming Guangming base. After a flight, the team finally arrives at the Guangming base before heading to the central area to deal with the evolved beasts, which pose a significant threat. Tan Kong directs everyone to split into 4 squads of 10, led by squad leaders, entering the Guangming base through the south gate. But somehow, Lin Tu and Kim Hai end up in the same team. Even more interesting, their team leader is a super charismatic girl named Tu Van. The 10 of them are tasked with taking down evolved beasts and helping the smaller squad near the Guangming base. The high-level evolved beasts are deep within the town. Outside, it is just a few tiny second-rate creatures. Kim Hai excitedly charges ahead first, but overestimating himself, he does not react in time and gets bitten. Luckily, Lin Tu steps in to help. The experience points from these creepy doppelgangers are no joke. This gutsy young man took on the whole team by himself, leaving his stunned allies in awe. But things got intense when the doppelganger leader started howling for reinforcements. It was like facing an endless horde no matter how many you cut down. They just keep coming, layer upon layer. The team leader ordered everyone to stay calm and attack from a distance for now. Lam Tu took down countless doppelgangers, racking up a solid amount of experience points. He combined all his system points and leveled up to 12. Boosting his combat power to 800 and earning the title of top fighter. The catch: his rage power could only be used 3 times a day, with a recovery time of 8 hours, so no upgrading anytime soon. As the doppelgangers closed, everyone started fighting up close. Looking anxious, while Meng grinned like a sunflower, his eyes gleaming with experience points. The enemy numbers kept rising. They could not afford to be surrounded. Zhu Van ordered everyone to fall back temporarily into an abandoned house nearby, with the doppelgangers hot on their heels. They needed someone to hold the line to slam the door shut. Now, it was just Lam Tu and Su Van outside. The brave captain could not leave her comrades behind, so she urged Meng to get inside first. But the kid pushed her aside and replied coolly, "Sorry, miss. I do not let girls help me." He thought he was being clever, worried about losing experience points. But come on, he could not pass up a chance like this. After a fierce battle, Lam Tu finally dashed into the building. The others quickly secured the door, but it did not seem too sturdy, so they had to rush upstairs. Lai Di saw the corpses around him and the chaotic scene, surprised and wondering if they were dealing with mutated spiders. Just as he said that, something fell on his back. But luckily, Jin Hai reacted quickly and took it out. It was indeed a mutated spider. This guy probably had not brushed his teeth this morning, or stepped in something nasty. It looked like they had stumbled right into their nest, with spiders crawling everywhere now. Zhu Van quickly ordered everyone to head to the 3rd floor. But it did not seem feasible. They were swarmed with these mutated leg creatures. Just when it seemed like they were hanging by a thread, Lam Tu noticed the building had 4 floors, and the next staircase likely led to the rooftop. So he urged everyone to hold on and push up. Luckily, no one had freaked out yet, allowing them to catch their breath. The situation stabilized a bit, and the captain let everyone rest and recharge, because the doppelgangers on the 1st floor would not leave unless they spotted them. Lam Tu observed below and noticed something strange. A level 2 fang dog appeared, with a large head, quick movements, keen senses, sharp teeth, and a combined strategy level of 712. What was even more surprising was that the fang dog was fighting the doppelgangers. This could be their chance to escape. Zhu Van quickly got everyone ready to head downstairs, first to break free from the encirclement. Once they regrouped, they would continue the mission. Following orders, they took out a few doppelgangers and made their way outside. I thought it would be an easy meal, but before I even had a chance to run, those toothy dogs caught my scent. Thankfully, they were weak, so a few hits took them all down. However, they say bad luck often comes all at once. Just as we got through the small fry, their leader showed up, an enormous level 3 toothy dog with a speed that was nothing like the previous pack. It charged into attack. We fought back quickly, but it seemed futile since its hide was incredibly tough. Before we knew it, a few of our guys were left mangled. Blood everywhere. I swung at the beast with all my might, but my attack could not even graze it. Instead, I ended up getting bitten. But thankfully, my buddy lunged in just in time to save me. Then, one of the guys mustered all his strength, bracing his muscles, and delivered a powerful blow that sent the beast flying several meters away. We thought we might have a shot, but the system had not given us any notifications yet, so we just had to wait and see. Turns out, The creature was not down for the count. It actually got even crazier. Its body was engulfed in a furious aura, and it looked even bigger than before. It let out a fierce roar, followed by a massive explosion, even though everyone had managed to escape. We were all pretty banged up, and just when we thought it was over, the toothy dog charged again, as if it wanted to tear us all apart. Injured but determined, I struggled to my feet. One guy spun his spear and unleashed an awe-inspiring strike infused with incredible power toward the enemy, that resulted in a massive explosion, sending him flying quite a distance. But thankfully, he took down the lead dog, but the situation was still dire. One problem after another kept cropping up, a loud growl echoed, and a level 2 demon wolf leader appeared. Its roar summoned the pack to surround and attack us just moments ago. Even more terrifying, this leader ripped out a special core from the toothy dog and swallowed it whole. Everyone was in complete shock. Could it be that demon wolves could use special cores to evolve too? From the system's analytical eye, I saw it was indeed evolving into a level 3 leader. I charged forward, telling everyone to hold the minions back while I dealt with the leader. If it completed its evolution, we would all be toast. I charged in alone with my stick, but its skin was even tougher than the previous toothy dog. Even with a powerful strike combined with my best technique, it barely made a dent. In that moment of life and death, I remembered I was already a skilled martial artist. Maybe I could quickly grasp the technique from the card the demon had given me. Ignoring the danger, I pulled it out and started to learn. Indeed, the universe rewards those who try, and I was able to grasp quite a bit. I unleashed 3 powerful strikes in one go, and after some effort, I managed to get 4 strikes off. The other team members were shocked to see me not only mastering martial techniques in battle but also learning at an insane speed. Kim Hai could not help but exclaim in shock. Maybe it was because he was so reckless, but at such a young age, his skills were already astonishing. Tivan did not think much of it. To keep everyone focused, she urged her brothers on, saying, "We can't let a high school kid outshine us." Moving forward, even though Lum 2 had repeatedly unleashed his stormy combo, he could only manage a low-level attack. But hey, something's better than nothing, right? The problem was that the leader had fully evolved, so basic attacks barely scratched him. If they did not handle this quickly, more zombies would swarm in, making things even messier. With no other options left, he resorted to his ultimate move, the Furious Storm combo, version go big or go home. When he unleashed it, it felt like the spear and him were one, delivering a powerful strike that wiped out the enemy flawlessly, all while leveling up to a level 10 demon. With his current abilities, the young man felt confident enough to take them all out in one breath. After a whole lot of crawling and giving it their all, they finally cleaned up the zombie mess. They were all incredibly grateful to Lum 2 for taking down that leader. Tivan wondered if that sudden power boost had anything to do with some kind of battery or something. The young man was a bit taken aback by her question, waving his hands dismissively, saying it was just his own martial arts skills. She pressed on, asking why. During the fight, after his power surged, he could only use a basic attack. Yet earlier, the same technique had been so powerful. Her question left Mun stumped. He honestly did not know the answer either. He just felt like he had fused with his spear in that moment. T. Vevanen speculated that maybe he had grasped the essence of martial arts, which meant that when a fighter reaches a certain level of understanding, they can unleash the full potential of their skills, the lowest level martial arts. If you can comprehend it, you could unleash power comparable to higher levels. However, grasping that essence is not easy. It requires deep understanding and a bit of luck. It is said that out of 1,000 practitioners of a martial art, only a few can reach that level of understanding. After hearing her sister elaborate, Lum 2 felt a bit overwhelmed. If that were true, would not that mean he could potentially unleash the power of high-level martial arts? After the sisters finished their discussion, T. Van had everyone pack up and head back to the building to rest for the night. It was Lundrum 2's first time tasting the chewy meat of a wild beast, and he could not stop gushing about how good it was. While everyone sat together, the young man asked about the Sacred Domain. Based on what he knew, the captain explained that it was the Sacred Domain Academy, one of the 5 major academies, known for housing the most powerful martial artists. Every martial artist there was on par with the geniuses from other academies, and the minimum requirement for admission was a level 2 martial artist. With such high requirements, it was tough for regular folks to get in. Nevertheless, the young man secretly dreamed of becoming a high-level martial artist so he could stand before that little lady without feeling out of place. The next day, the team continued deeper into Area A20 to tackle the zombie and beast problems in the central region. Lai suddenly pointed towards the tall buildings above, where something was lurking ominously. According to the system, this was a level 2 reptile. Incredibly fast, skilled at climbing with sharp claws, and a single bite would infect a person with a virus, turning them into a reptilian zombie. When Kim Hai saw them, he thought they were as slow as snails. So he raised his gun and fired without a second thought, not even giving anyone a chance to stop him. However, contrary to his expectations, the creatures dodged the lethal shot in the blink of an eye. Feeling something was off, they began to analyze the situation. Perhaps they were deliberately luring prey, pretending to be harmless while actually hunting. The earlier gunshot had provoked the reptiles, and they charged forward to attack with astonishing speed. One member of the group was bitten before they could react. In a critical situation, Lam 2 suggested retreating to a more open area to avoid being ambushed from above. Under T-Ven's command, everyone quickly covered each other as they ran towards the park, surrounded on all sides. There was no choice left but to fight for their lives against these creatures. After a brutal battle, barely escaping with their lives, they managed to deal with the reptilian zombies without any further casualties. Just when they finally sat down to catch their breath, Lam 2 was ambushed again. Luckily, he reacted in time to dodge the attack. The assassin then revealed himself. He was a level 3 shadow warrior, adept at using throwing knives and evasion techniques. Among other skills, Lam 2 threatened to reveal who he was, but the assassin scornfully replied that someone about to die did not need to know his name. Seeing an enemy attacking a soldier of the Federation, T-Ven stepped up to clarify the situation. However, the assassin dismissed the Federation as irrelevant and struck, sending her flying a considerable distance. When the team saw their captain attacked, they erupted in anger and charged in together. Lam 2 realized this guy was after him, and not wanting his teammates to get caught in the crossfire, he pretended to flee to lead the assassin away. After running for a while, he finally found a suitable spot to confront his enemy head-on. He made a show of acting tough and powerful, trying to intimidate his opponent. "Let us see how you run." "Who said I wanted to flee? I just wanted to find a place without interruptions to take you down. You little punk, I will chop you into 8 pieces. Is this your way of coming to kill me?" So what if it is? And if it is not? A guy about to die still wants to come after me for revenge. That is true. I actually did plan that. But first, I need to deal with you. And so, the two young men engaged in a chaotic melee. Lam 2's strikes came so fast that his opponent was taken aback. Thinking this kid had just unleashed a deadly aura, it made him sluggish, and his dodging felt peculiar. Could it be a rare martial arts skill? That feeling was unsettling. He continued to rush in, attacking while dodging the spear thrusts from Lam 2. Then, he soared into the sky, unleashing a flurry of blades like a shower of petals in a storm. However, not all of these blades were real attacks. Some were just feints. The young man watched his opponent attack, his face lighting up with admiration and excitement, ready to show him what a real killer move looks like. Both sides were equally matched, and the opponent claimed he had studied these moves, while the guy was dealing with the undead. So this was child's play. All those cheap tricks are useless. He confidently closed in, wielding his 2 blades to easily subdue Lin 2, saying, "I have got this in the bag." But men just smirked back with a sly grin. Not so. It was then he glanced upward and realized, oh no, he would been hit without even knowing it. This is unreal. I totally dodged all those cheap shots. So how did this happen? I can't believe it. Lin 2 was worried that Ku would not rest in peace without knowing why. So he sat there in shock for a moment. Turns out he had noticed someone watching him early on. So during the fight, he only used cheap tricks to surprise his opponent now. But honestly, when someone got close, the system instantly revealed their attributes. He could not ignore it even if he wanted to. Since he was not just some rookie with a blind spot, his observation skills were on another level. Just as he figured it all out, the guy collapsed right away, becoming experience points for men, helping him level up to 14. But Lin 2 was not in great shape either. Leveling up restored his stamina and health points. But the wounds from those 2 blades kept bleeding. As his teammates rushed over to help, he felt a flicker of joy for not being left behind, then promptly blacked out. When he finally woke up, it was midnight, and everyone had brought him back to a safe place to recover. Seeing him okay, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Ai and Kim Hai informed him that the guy he took down was one of the assassins from the Stellar City, and they were definitely in for a big reward this time. But the downside was, both of Lin 2's arms were injured. Although he had applied medicine, it would still take time to move normally again. So the team leader decided to stay here for one more day to rest up and recover before continuing their mission. A month later, the team finally dealt with all the undead and strange beasts, ready to escape this hellhole. Thanks to Lin 2, the mission was a complete success, and everyone saw him as a brother, even Kim Hai, who initially had his doubts. 180-degree turned and treated him like true family now. Just as they were celebrating, a group of people blocked their path, looking all high and mighty, strutting over to poke fun at them. Turns out, they were soldiers from the Federation. The haul is not too shabby. Do you guys need our help to collect the loot? T-Ven glared at them, irritated, and coldly shot back, If you knew they were Federation soldiers, why would you even dare to step in? Who gave you the guts? Lin Tu observed for a moment before warning her. Be careful. There is a 3-star fighter in this group. As soon as he finished speaking, that guy lunged at them, aiming his blade at Lin Tu, boldly declaring, I just need this kid. Z Van immediately recognized him as the infamous Wolf of the Lurking Shadows, a guy who once wiped out an entire camp. She had always hated him because her teammates had sacrificed their lives because of this guy, and this time, she was determined to kill him without mercy. Just as the captain was about to take action, the kid suddenly stepped in and said to leave this one to him. Before going in for the fight, he even took a moment to ask if the guy was on the same team as the one he had just taken down. But when he heard that name, he seemed to explode with rage and charged forward, saying, do not you dare lump me in with that idiot. Sure, we are both from the same family, but there is a world of difference between his strength and mine. Honestly, what the master said was spot on. The power and might from that giant sword swing were definitely stronger than Lin Tu's silver soul. This guy might actually be someone to watch out for. While the young warrior was fighting, his teammates were not slacking off either. Following Ziyun's orders, they all dove in to handle the little minions first. Then they would back him up. However, it seemed like this time, Ming was up against a pretty tough opponent. It was more like trying to crack a rock with an egg. The master was directly opening the young man's eyes to what real martial arts looked like. He swung his blade with such ferocity that the young man could not even put up a fight. Luckily, he activated his rage in time, only getting bruised in a few places and his clothes all torn up. But he was not sliced in half. Seeing that his opponent was still standing, he charged in again. The battle was getting more intense, and Lin Tu was completely overwhelmed. The master grinned savagely as he unleashed a devastating strike, shattering even Lin Tu's silver soul made from martial stone, a truly overwhelming move. Facing such a ferocious enemy, Ming had no choice but to pull out his ultimate move. After a month of relentless real combat, he had successfully developed the 100-direction wind strike. Just like he did with the white-silver martial script, if combined with the rage lethal blossom, it would create an unbelievably powerful counterattack. However, even though this was his strongest move, the master was still able to withstand it and came out unscathed. He unleashed the 3rd strike with the intention of ending the fight quickly and painlessly for Lin Tu. It was a blow so strong that all the young man could think about was death. All he could do was create an illusion before he went down, or maybe it was due to the rage, which enhanced his body's attributes, allowing him to merge with the spear. There was not much time to think. Lin Tu executed his decisive move to show him what real rage lethal blossom looked like. The master took a direct hit right in the chest, collapsing to the ground, only to wonder if that last attack was truly a blessing or a curse. After dealing with the enemy, Lin Tu's power surged to a new level, but his body could no longer take it and he fainted. The next day, when Ming woke up, everything had been tidied up. The mission was complete, and they were on the spaceship heading home. Ziyun had surprisingly taken great care of him, monitoring the young man so closely that she had not slept a wink. She pulled out a card containing 3 million yuan as a reward for taking down the Phantom. Ming's eyes lit up like stars when he saw the money, showering her with thanks. But the older sister acted all pouty, scolding him, saying that she did not help him just to hear a simple thank you in return. It was totally ungrateful. The young man rubbed his head and chuckled, asking her how he should express his gratitude properly. Scratching the right itch, the officer slowly moved in, whispering sweet nothings to the guy. Or should he just repay with his body? After hearing that, I was totally taken aback, and all I could do was make up an excuse about being a student and not wanting to rush into love. Then quickly changed the subject by asking what date it was today. But today is actually the 20th, the day of the final exams for the guy. If he does not head back soon, he will miss it for sure. Seeing him in a rush, the older sister just waved her hand tiredly, saying it was only 4 a.m. and in 2 hours they would be back in the city, so he did not need to worry. Before everyone left the base, the commander conducted a roll call and handed out rewards to the survivors. Lam Tu watched the soldiers receive their medals, drooling with envy, because each medal had a unique code that granted the recipients numerous perks. Even the guards would not dare mess with them. When it was the young man's turn, the commander approached, proudly showcasing the achievements he would earned and presenting him with a prestigious medal that represented his victory. Lam Tu was pretty surprised to receive such a big reward, but he figured it would be a waste not to accept it, so he took it. Over at the academy, the final exams had officially begun. Everyone was shouting and cheering loudly in anticipation of the intense showdowns between the students. Teacher Lo waited anxiously, still not seeing Lam Tu anywhere. Where the heck is that kid? He already missed the written test, and if he did not show up soon, he would get expelled. By the timeline, the Federation soldiers should have returned yesterday. So did that kid really bite the dust? No way. That kid is definitely coming back alive. Yang Chan, standing nearby, Excitedly asked Teacher La where exactly Lam 2 had gone for his experience. It has been a whole month and he has not returned yet. A question without an answer. The two teachers could only sit in silence and wait down in the arena. Tang Chan, having just returned from the deadly path known as the Life or Death Road, had significantly upped his game, easily defeating an opponent ranked 98 on the strategy board. Next up was the showdown between Lam 2 and Tran Tiu. But the teacher kept calling the young man's name repeatedly. Yet there was still no response. After 3 rounds of shouting, the teacher had to resort to a 10-second countdown. If Lam 2 did not show up, it would be considered a forfeit. Just as he finished speaking, the young man burst onto the scene. No need for the countdown. Everyone was taken aback when they saw him. Some were happy, others skeptical of his power. But Tang Qian was filled with resentment. Lam 2, he is still alive at that beacon outpost, but it is all good. This time, I am definitely going to crush him myself. On the stage, the young man was once again looked down upon by his opponent, but it seemed he was used to it by now. Min did not seem the least bit angry, raising his finger in a challenge. Noting that his rank in the strategic board at school was only in the low hundreds. This level of skill was not anything to him. Driven to madness, as soon as the shout to start was heard, Tran Tiu rushed in, fresh from the underworld, dealing with a weakling like this. Min did not even bother pulling out his weapon, opting to go barehanded instead. After delivering a kick, the opponent took a nasty fall. It was painful, but he got back up, ready for more. However, he continued to be overwhelmed, unable to let a loser defeat him. Tran Tiu unleashed his secret technique. He had let his opponent run their mouth long enough. It was time for him to show some flair. With a powerful punch, he sent Tran Tiu crashing to the ground in an instant. Without breaking a sweat, the match ended so quickly that the teacher and Duong Thian barely had time to blink in astonishment. The chubby guy joyfully welcomed his friend back, giving him a playful head rub like he was a pet. While waiting for the next round, Lam 2 opened the system to check his stats. Surprisingly, in addition to leveling up to 15, he also earned a chance for a reward draw and a new disguise skill. This skill allows him to conceal his strength, making him appear like a regular person. Unless the opponent is 2 levels higher, they won't even notice. This is wild. It is like the system watched too many martial arts movies and came up with this trick. On top of that, he qualifies to unlock his first gene, but the risks are pretty high. With a 10% chance of death, a 20% chance of coma, and a 30% chance of unpredictable situations. Seriously, it is just a coin flip at 50-50. This is a scam. I will just hold off on that for now and add those 15 potential points to my strength first. Just then, an announcement blared, inviting him to the 13th arena for the next match. The Academy's director, Truong Lan, had been watching closely, feeling both frustrated and worried that Lam Tui was able to complete the mission at the light point. He had returned alive and even gotten much stronger. Now, he was stuck figuring out how to explain this to the higher-ups. After thinking it over, an idea struck him. Just have him fight the strongest opponent and knock him out in the arena to wrap this up. And then, the random draw for the final, something everyone thought was just fate's luck, turned out to be a mess. Lam 2 was just hoping he would not face any of the top 10 in the strategy rankings. That would be enough for him to feel grateful. But just as those words left his lips, bad luck came crashing in. 2 massive names lit up the board. Number 1024, Lam 2, against number 8, Duko, number 1023, Truong Nini, against number 208, Duong Thian. It felt like a thunderclap. This was pure madness. Trong Ninghe was utterly blindsided. Who would V thought he would face Divrin, Thian right off the bat. He figured he would have to go home and sacrifice a chicken to break the curse. As for Min's opponent, word was that he was a high schooler, ranked 4th in the strategy standings, frequently venturing into dangerous zones filled with all sorts of spirits and evolved monsters for training, boasting rich combat experience and ruthless tactics. Seeing how strong the opponents of his 2 prize students were this time, Master La could do nothing but offer words of encouragement, reminding the boys to be extra careful. Meanwhile, among the senior teachers, a figure known as Deepitine Sun appeared. Clearly someone with a lot of clout given the way everyone treated him. The principal, upon seeing him, hurriedly scrambled to provide him with the student's background info to review. But DP Tin Sin simply told him to chill and watch the finals first. On the stage, Trun Ong Yun and Ao Vin squared off. Knowing their opponent was from class 29, a guy named Heng Hech Tiva Vung, with a face that looked like a mess, he issued a defiant challenge, saying that he did not need to admit defeat because with him around, class 29 was toast. A Trung Un did not waste time talking. He ignored the guy's bluster and launched a direct attack. But with such a huge gap in strength, he was quickly dominated as soon as he made his move. ZB Vivin, with a sadistic grin, tightened his grip, twisting Trung Nus' arm back like he was ready to tear him apart. And he was not done there, he was aiming to break Trenjing Nungas's legs next. Sensing things were about to go south, Lum Tu did not hesitate to leap in from the sidelines to intervene. ZB Vivin. If you have got a beef, come at me. Do not hurt my friend. Two sides were like oil and water, ready to clash in a fiery showdown. Just then, the referee finally emerged from the shadows, asking, "Which class are you from? Are you kidding me? You can just jump into a fight during the competition." Lep was seething, glaring back at him and snapping. "You want to watch students get beaten to a pulp in the ring?" Left speechless, the teacher had no choice but to end the match, declaring the winner and calling for the doctor to rush in. But wait, why was the doctor a cute girl? After all this time apart, Lup was getting a chance to reunite with her in this awkward situation, but the girl could not resist teasing him, making his face turn beet red. A Trung Yen lay on the stretcher, tears streaming down his face. Frustrated that he could not land even a single blow, he reminded Lum Tu to be cautious when facing that ruthless guy. To reassure his friend, MV quickly comforted him, promising he would definitely get revenge. Next up was Lum Tu's turn to step into the ring, facing off against De Kazam, who was just 18 but already a second-tier soldier, boasting a strategy score of 1847, far superior to the third-tier soldier. And Xiuling. No wonder he was hailed as a genius, ranked 4th in the Academy's strategy chart, and known as the Tiger of the Elite. The referee just signaled the start, and DDP Tu Lam immediately swung his massive hammer down hard onto the ground. Even though it was made from a special stone as tough as steel, one hit created a significant hole. Lucky for Long, he managed to dodge, or he would be ended up as a pancake on the stone floor. The hand guy looked down on the smaller youth with a sneer, thinking he was quick. But do not worry. No matter how nimble you are, I will still smash your skull. It does not hurt at all. Lum Tu's haters in the stands were buzzing, convinced that the young man was done for and had no hope against such a strong opponent. Nun Iat Thai and Ding Then could not take it anymore and shouted at him to shut up and pay attention. The outcome was not decided yet, but this guy arrogantly insisted that Lam Tu would lose, claiming if he won, he would take over this fighting stage. The doctor sister just smirked condescendingly, promising to watch the live stream of the hand guy eating dirt. With the strength of a beast, Da Tu Lum was dominating, relentlessly attacking. Lum Tu intended to unleash his rage, but it seemed impossible since the cooldown for that skill was too long. He had to save it for the ace in the hole. So instead, the young man used the storm dance to catch his opponent off guard and landed a hit. Although he was stabbed, it barely phased Deepasu Lum, who was a force to be reckoned with. The Ngai was furious and gathered all his strength for the next attack. The energy surge from the beastly attack left Min paralyzed, unable to move. But no worries. There is still a chance. If I can dodge, I will just fight, combining the 100 Earth's Phoenix and Storm Dance into one. The young man countered, leaving the judges utterly shocked. This kid is actually pulling off some moves. It is not New Year's yet. Just when he blocked that hit, Dipsy Alum landed another blow, using his special skill to launch an attack. Nuttlethi and the teacher were up in the stands, panicking and warning him to jump off the stage, or he would be minced meat. But he did not have time. Lum Tu took the brunt of the earlier attack, and Dip Tsu Lam arrogantly assumed the kid was out of the game. But hey, when you are a hero, you do not go down that easily. He just could not activate his rage skill after taking a beating. It was time to retaliate. Lum Tu suddenly powered up, like an axe catching the wind, and swiftly took down his high-level opponent. Da Pu Lam was about to learn what losing felt like. Unwilling to accept defeat, he quickly grabbed a bomb and threw it at Lam Tu. In that surprising moment, Lum could only shove his buddy, who just congratulated him, out of the way without a second thought. Luckily, at that moment, Tepi Tencent flew down from the stage, using a high-level application of the elemental energy skill to block the attack and save the young man's life. This skill is only available to soldiers level 6 and above. It releases energy from the body, forming a barrier to stop all attacks. After rescuing Lum Tu, DP Teen Sign encouraged him to keep fighting and praised the young man for his potential. He did not forget to lecture Deep Sur Lum, saying that while wanting to win is great for a young person, resorting to dirty tricks and unethical behavior to help a classmate is just outrageous. The principal, seeing this, hurriedly rushed over to assess the situation, but as soon as he saw Dip, he immediately spat out. "Is this the beloved student you all introduced to me?" The principal was left speechless and could only bow in apology, promising to deal sternly with this cruel behavior. Seeing the teacher looking like a dog that just ate poison, Lum Tu was super curious about this mysterious teacher and asked the staff. However, Teacher La did not know who he was either, only guessing that he might be someone from one of the 5 major academies visiting for an inspection. Due to the earlier incident, the competition was temporarily postponed, and the students were allowed to return to the dorm to rest, recover, and recharge for the afternoon battles. excited, opened the system to handle the lottery rewards as he leveled up to level 15, along with this month's bonus. With 2 spins in hand, Lam to pray to the heavens for a big prize. But luck was not on his side. He ended up with a measly silver skill card that was totally useless. However, this quirky system always kept the owner on their toes, sending another surprise notification. Ding. Noticing that the host had plenty of excess skill cards, it announced that he could use 3 cards of the same rank to merge into 1 card of that rank. Well, better than nothing. Lum 2 decided to use his last draw, hoping this time he would hit the jackpot. But luck was still not in his favor. Opening the box revealed a heap of skill cards, none of which stood out. At this moment, the young man felt a rush of inspiration. He had 3 silver cards, so why not try out the system's new merging feature? Sacrificing the old for the new, Lum 2 immediately got a new skill card. Counterattack. It sounded pretty cool and seemed quite powerful, so he decided to learn it right away. Counterattack can reflect the enemy's attack skills back at them, with the power of the skill determined by the strength of the reflected attack. It consumes a lot of the user's energy and has strict timing requirements. If the opponent's rank is too high, it won't be able to reflect. With his new skill, the young man was overjoyed, feeling like he had just escaped the single life. That afternoon, the competition resumed, and Lum 2's opponent was Fifi, a girl with a figure that screamed parental support. While he was still pondering how to make his move, she, with cold, sharp eyes like daggers, controlled him and planted a kiss on his cheek, declaring her defeat to the shock of the onlookers. Lum 2 stood there dazed for a few seconds, completely bewildered by what just happened. Who? Did she just kiss me? His sister Nez Thai was seething with jealousy, even cursing the girl for daring to charm her precious little brother. But how did she then run up to drag him back and steal a kiss from him, leaving Lum 2 once again in a state of confusion and panic? In one day, he got kissed twice. Talk about bad luck for Lum 2, as they say. Getting involved with girls is a recipe for disaster. The competition continues with a round of 15 participants. But since it is a one-on-one battle, there will be one left over, meaning there will be a 2-on-1 match. They say what goes around comes around, and right now, our guy is the one being targeted, thrown straight into this brutal fight. His opponents are Tifeng Zio, ranked 10th, and Shivu, ranked 12th. These two have a solid relationship and are likely to team up, which means our guy is about to face some serious beatdowns. Lum 2 racked his brain, trying to figure out how to deal with them. But with time running out, he had no choice but to drag himself to the ring first and think later. Just as the teacher warned, these two are indeed working together. Having studied every one of Lum 2's moves and countering them perfectly, they know that Laho's violent attacks can only be dealt with one at a time, so they are attacking in perfect sync. They keep launching relentless attacks, showcasing their most powerful and vicious techniques, as if they want to take him out right away. But little do these unfortunate guys know, Lum 2 just learned a new shield technique and charges in like a bull. The climax is always at the end. Just when it seemed bleak, Lum 2 begins to fight back, combining his newly learned techniques with his old skills to send one opponent flying, leaving them flailing like deflated balloons on the ground, unable to get up. In the end, the referee declares Lum 2 the winner, turning a 2-on-1 into a stunning 1-on-2 comeback. Watching Lum 2 in the ring, the headmaster of the academy, overwhelmed with anger, did not know where to vent his frustration, just grinding his teeth in silence. At that moment, Igang Thiven approached, suggesting they arrange the next top 12 battle, so he and Lum 2 could be in the same group, clearly wanting to make their enemies suffer the way he did. And just like that, the top 12 battle officially kicks off, with Lum 2 facing Viao first. Given that Lum 2 previously defeated Then, and now both have powered up, predicting the outcome of this match is nearly impossible. Besides, Zedong Then seems to have leveled up his second-tier soldier powers. His younger brother is also there cheering him on, saying, "You really think you can beat my brother in your dreams? This time, Lam 2 is definitely going to go down hard." That loser sees the kid and mocks him, saying, "Look who showed up, here to watch your brother get wrecked by Lam 2. This just leaves the poor guy fuming silently, unable to find the words, as he watches in frustration, on the battlefield. After exchanging some flashy moves and challenging each other to taste the pain, the two young men get ready to give the audience an epic combat show. Duong Thien wields a bloodthirsty sword he splurged nearly 100 million on, crafted from a crimson star, and charges in with fierce attacks. Swinging his blade like he wants it to savor his opponent's blood, Lam 2 counters with spear strikes, but he can T-land a hit. His agility is outmatched by Duong Thien's swift movements. Teacher La and the spectators outside are stunned because this skill requires soldiers to reach level 3 to even learn it. How can a level 2 like Duong Thien have it? This is totally unreal. And it does not stop there. Duong Thien then delivers a brutal punch that sends men flying several meters, leaving him spitting blood continuously at a disadvantage. Lam 2 struggles to keep up, unable to rely on rage. He resorts to his phoenix tail technique. But even that gets countered. Then, countless low blows rain down from Duong Thien, which men can dodge. Not even his evasive skills can change the tide. His spear shatters into pieces. With no chance for a comeback, Men becomes a punching bag for his opponent. Like Duong Thien has been itching to unleash this pent-up anger for ages. Teacher Lai and Duong Thien are worried for Lam Tu's life, shouting for him to just give up before he gets killed. But for someone who has been taking hits since childhood, this is just another day he is still hanging in there. Yelling, "No way. I won't lose." However, as the fight gets more intense and the punches keep coming, Duong Thien is like a starving wolf, ready to send his opponent to the afterlife, sitting at a table feasting on a naked chicken. Luckily, the referee steps in just in time, or Lam Tu's family would be calling for a coffin. Lam Tu is seriously injured, barely able to stand, and his body is slipping into unconsciousness. In his dreams, he receives a system notification about unlocking level 1 genes, with a 10% death rate and a 20-30% chance of entering an unpredictable state. Determined to win this fight, Lam Tu throws caution to the wind and agrees to unlock the gene right away. But seriously, what a joke. He should have just done this from the start. Lam Tu successfully unlocks level 2 genes, boosting his strength, physique, and speed rapidly, feeling like he has been supercharged to the max. Plus, he gets 3 lucky draw chances, and becomes a level 2 soldier. Talk about hitting the jackpot. In the ring, the referee was about to announce the winner when suddenly, Lam Tu's body began to stir and stand up in a shocking moment, sending everyone into a panic as if they would encountered a ghost in real life. It was an unbelievable turn of events. Even Deep Defengson found this guy fascinating. He did not use any banned substances, yet he suddenly became stronger. Just a few months ago, he was a weakling, but now he could fight against a body that was almost at the level of a third-tier martial artist. It was hard to comprehend. It felt like every cell in his body was charged with explosive power as Lam Tu charged forward, leaving his opponent clueless about what was happening. Li Huangthin tried to block the attack, but he underestimated his opponent and ended up with a broken arm, revealing his true nature as a robotic limb. This guy was furious, blaming Lam Tu for turning him into this half-human, half-machine monster. To enhance his fighting skills, I ventured down a deadly training path, but the monsters there left me crippled, forcing me to accept this half-human, half-machine transformation just to survive. This kind of modification made my skills comparable to a third-tier martial artist, but that is where my limits lie. I can never upgrade again in this lifetime. Everything I have is thanks to you. Go die, as he shouted. Agung Thiven charged in with bloodshot eyes and a deadly intent, determined to end his opponent's life, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He was just a guy with limited charm but infinite cunning. However, he was still inexperienced, and did not realize he had just been through hell and back. Lam Tu quickly turned the tables, showing him that raw skill can't beat martial arts. 1 kick, 2 punches, and a barrage of strikes followed. A spectacular attack sent his opponent flying into the air before crashing back down, leaving him unconscious. The referee saw the young man in a precarious situation and thought, if I do not stop this, I am going to get slammed for it. Rushed in to call off the match and declared Lam Tu the winner. The outcome of men defeating Fido Thien twice in the ring left everyone in shock. Seeing his brother defeated, could not help but exclaim how truly strong Lam Tu was. Just when everyone thought Othaldarin had passed out, he suddenly jolted awake, pulling out a prepped syringe and lunging towards men. Lam Tu, with a deadly intent. This is a special gift I brought back from the deadly Path Am's poison. Just 1 dose can turn you into a living corpse. He continued to thrust the syringe towards his opponent, ignoring the referee's frantic shouts to stop, despite the match already being over. However, in this moment, rage consumed it, leaving him unable to think clearly, his face twisted into a terrifying mask. Mumbling incoherently, I want you to turn into a living corpse, to become a monster." Faced with his opponent's madness, Lam Tu merely smiled lightly and whispered, "You are forcing my hand here." And with that, the syringe slowly turned around, plunging directly into his throat. Xing Thin did not even have time to protest. His body mutated, sprouting spikes, truly becoming a living corpse. Lam Tu did not think much. For a monster, death was just part of the deal. Then Nian quickly used a knife to send him off on his final journey. All that was left was blood splattered across the arena, and the heart-wrenching cries of his allies. Along with that were shouts of revenge. "Return my son to me," followed by a powerful attack from the head of the Duong family, Dumuba. They disregarded the competition rules and charged at Lam Tu, demanding justice for their fallen child. Dai Thien Sin saw the escalating situation and dashed down to intercept the blows, saving Van Nian's life once more. Facing the 6th-rank fighter from the Duong family, even Dong Mubak had to bow his head and speak softly to Thien Sin. "Lam Tu killed my son. I must take him to the police. I hope Thien Sun won't get in my way." To his unreasonable justification, Dai Thien Sun replied bluntly, "But I see Lam Tu acting for the safety of the academy. Killing a mutated undead does not make him a criminal. Does it? Dongmu Bach no longer insisted on taking his son's body back but seemed to underestimate the rules. Thinking that having money meant he could do whatever he wanted, Dai Thian Sign continued to intervene to prevent the virus from spreading before the police confirmed that the corpse had turned into an undead and could not be handled arbitrarily. This time, Dongmu Bach had no choice but to accept the principal's arrangements in silence. At the same time, in the dormitory of the Federation Military Academy, everyone was showering Lam Tu with praise for his achievements. He truly was a powerhouse, returning just in time to take down the heir of the Duong family. However, despite all the compliments, they knew that with the Duong family's power, Lam Tu would certainly face serious trouble after this. Just then, as the young men were worrying, their commanding sister entered to announce, "I just received news that mutated undead have appeared at the academy. Our superiors have ordered us to set out early tomorrow to investigate this matter." What great news! Meeting up with the troops again at this moment was just perfect, and the young men were all eagerly looking forward to it. The next morning, while groggy in his polka-dot pajamas, Lam Tu was jolted awake by his teacher, informed that he was linked to a murder case and needed to accompany the police. Spotting his teacher, the young man rubbed his eyes. Incredulous. "Did you really come for me this fast? Was sending me to the Light Fortress to meet my end you're doing?" Offended by the student's mockery, the teacher pointed at him in fury. "How dare you talk to me like that? You are a student. You think you can speak to a teacher this way? You should be locked up." These people did not care about reason. They ordered the student to be handcuffed and taken away. But Lam Tu was not stupid. He confidently said, "I have a 1-star medal, and no one has the right to arrest me. If you want to take me, it must be the Federation military that does it." Hearing about the medal, they thought he was bluffing, growing even angrier, pointing fingers at him shamelessly. Just then, from outside, a military tank rolled up right in front of the door. A stern officer stepped out. "Warning. How dare you lay hands on a 1-star medalist from the Federation? Take them all in." Zhang Li felt like he had been slapped across the face, panicking and not understanding what was happening. Despite trying to explain, in the end, it was their entire group that got shackled and dragged away in an instant. After a long time, they finally had the chance to meet again. Lo Dutch and Kim Hai bombarded the young man with questions, leaving him struggling to keep up with their rapid-fire inquiries. But the fun did not last long, as suddenly, the teacher rushed in with news that the kid had been punished by the school. Under pressure from the Zhang family, they had just made their decision, and with that, the teacher handed Lam Tu the notification. Men was like, "What the heck? What is going on here? A punishment? This situation looks too real to be fake." The teacher continued explaining that the school believed the student knew the syringe was poisonous but still deliberately injected Zine They Thin, causing him to mutate. While it was not intentional murder, it was still considered malicious harm that directly led to Yepen Thin's death. Therefore, the school decided to expel the student. Lam Tu listened to the news, fuming, cursing under his breath at those damn bastards. Although he felt sorry, the teacher had to clarify things for the kid and apologized for his limited ability to prevent this from happening. Additionally, the teacher promised to use his connections to help him transfer schools, not wanting to cause trouble for anyone. Lam Tu thanked him but bluntly declined the offer, knowing that for an expelled student, transferring to another school would be nearly impossible. Standing by and observing the situation, Tevin chimed in, saying it was fine, that if he could not be here, he could be somewhere else. "The teacher sent us here to officially invite you to join the Martial Federation." Lam Tu thought about what she said and realized it made sense. If he could not finish high school, he could not apply for college. So why not join the Martial Federation and team up with the bras to take down the teachers? God never closes a door without opening a window. Opportunities are always available for those who know how to seize them, not just one, but several chances right in front of you. Just then, Ditin's sign approached from afar, vying for a spot with Sister Devanes' crew. He said that Lam Tu could come to their academy to study, pulling out an invitation letter to hand to him. When Menon read it, he freaked out like a pig being slaughtered. It was the Holy Domain Academy. The young guy standing nearby echoed in disbelief. "What? The Holy Domain Academy?" Ditin's sign did not let them down and confirmed. "That is right. It is the Holy Domain Academy. I am the admissions officer responsible for special recruitments at the Holy Domain Academy. Every year around this time, academies are on the lookout for talented students to offer special admissions. After observing you for a while, I can see that your talents align perfectly with the admissions criteria of the Holy Domain Academy." Lundrum too felt a bit confused. Could a guy who just got expelled really have a shot at getting into a prestigious academy? He was completely taken aback. Ditin's son kept trying to convince him, emphasizing that he just needed to show up on September 1st to register. Hearing his teacher's reassuring words, Lundrum too finally believed this was real and promised he would definitely be there. At that moment, he could not help but think about the chance to see the beautiful Lefine guide again. and he felt a thrill of excitement. However, the problem was that even though he received the notification, there was no address on it. Even his previous online searches yielded no information. So he had to ask the teacher. Date T and Sun coldly replied that he should just head down the death road, and someone would be there to welcome him to the academy. The guys around were even more shocked than a drunk. Like, what? The path of death? As they know it, it is not just a road, but an entire area where loads of ghosts roam. High-level spirit gathering going down. Dubbed one of the most dangerous spots on Earth, rumor has it that there is some seriously powerful spirit gathering reaching level 10. Along with mysterious lab ruins left over from the war. You would think Lamb 2 would be scared. But nope. He is even more pumped. More ghosts and spirit gathering means more XP. What is not to love? It is like a paradise. Haha. The young guy told the master that first he would head to Hahai to take the certification test to become a martial artist before officially signing up. Deep thought that was great. It would be good for his future development. Before he left, he congratulated the young man and encouraged him to keep pushing forward. The good news hit like a surprise party, and everyone felt Lamb 2 was super lucky. His buddies could not stop praising his good fortune and invited him and Master La to go out for a drink. No cars. No way back. To keep things safe, Master La suggested calling a few more friends along. The more, the merrier. But who knows how fun that'll be. Because Lamb 2 felt like he would stumbled into a monster nest, surrounded by all these beauties. In front of him were the twin charms of the water maidens. Behind him were the seductive sisters. And right in his face was the captivating Zi Yun. He could hardly breathe. Has anyone ever freaked out over girls like this? Especially with the propositions coming from those ladies. The young guy did not even think twice before turning them down, claiming he needed to focus on leveling up on his journey. A few days later, Lamb 2 was all alone heading to the border area of the Star City. Armed with a brand new long gun he just bought after his soul fragment was shattered while fighting Tang Qian. He told himself that once he gets that martial artist certification, he would instantly log onto the Alliance website to buy the strongest weapon available just to flex. While lost in thought, he sensed a martial artist's presence nearby and had no choice but to keep quiet and observe who was about to gift him some XP. Just as he turned to throw a punch, the guy behind him flew back several meters. Turns out, they were just some stray dogs sent to take revenge. But these guys were way too weak. He dispatched them with just a couple of basic moves. As Lamb 2 carried his spear, he pondered why a real master had not shown up yet after taking care of the underlings. Just then, the infamous Doong Mu Bak made his move, demanding revenge for his son. Facing an opponent way stronger than him, Lamb 2 showed no fear and kept his bravado. Old man, if you are worried about Tangshan being lonely, I do not mind sending you down with him. And just like that, both sides charged into battle, with Lamb 2's defense. The old man realized this kid was no ordinary opponent. Each thrust of his spear contained the high-level power of a second-tier martial artist. Doong Mu Bak kept pushing the attack, and with more than 3 minutes left on his rage cooldown, he had to hold out until then. If he could not fight back, he would just have to dodge. But running forever is not an option. Taking risks. Even if he blocked the attack, his weapon shattered. Just as the rage cooldown was up, the young man tensed his muscles and unleashed a powerful strike before the old man could react. At this moment, the Gravewalker finally knows fear, trembling as he pleads. You can't kill me. I am the head of the Grave family. If you kill me, they won't let you off the hook. But now, men is different from the men of the past. No longer afraid of anyone. It is time for revenge. And with the target right in front of him, he won't let this opportunity slip away. The cool young man responds. The Grave family. Honestly, I never cared much about you guys. Do you even know why I left the Glittering City? Because I got accepted into the Holy Realm Academy. Now I am a student there. My future self is beyond the reach of a mediocre clan like yours. Go die. With that, the young man swings his fist, sending the Gravewalker back to his son. He talked big earlier. But now, after dealing with the Gravewalker, Lin 2 finally dares to take a deep breath. If he had not used his rage, it might have been him lying dead instead. Though he took down the old man, Men's condition is not much better. He needs to find a place to rest and recover. The young man glances at the system interface, reassuring himself that just a bit more to hit 2,000 points will let him become a Tier 3 martial artist. With only 4 lottery draws accumulated, what is he waiting for? He might as well go for it. But it seems like the system loves to throw surprises at him this time, with all those question marks popping up. Plus, there is a notification saying that if he spins today, he could win even more prizes, piquing people's curiosity. In the first draw, Lin 2 scored a massive haul of different crystals. They might not be super useful, but they can still fetch a good price. Continuing to test his luck, the young man receives a legendary item, the Crimson Moon boxing gloves, perfect for him. With such a sweet find, Lin 2 decides to take another shot, but with the good comes the bad. If you are in the game, you gotta play by the rules. This time, he gets a large batch of martial techniques that have nothing to do with combat skills. and they are pretty much useless. In a moment of brilliance, Men decides to merge all of them together, hoping to create the technique he needs. 3 silver techniques can combine into 1 gold. And with that fierce belief, Lintu keeps praying to the gods for a miracle, but the cruel system sends him a rather snarky notification. Congratulations, Master. Your technique fusion has failed. As the saying goes, the 3rd time's the charm. So all he can do is hold his breath and wait for the last attempt. Miraculously, after a heartfelt prayer and some tears, the system finally grants him success, merging into the galaxy technique, a golden martial skill. Lintu really snatched all the luck today he deserves to get bitten by a dog or 2. 1 more lottery draw left, and the young man does not hesitate to hit the spin button. How on earth did he end up with a growth phase boost? Last time, he got a 100 kilograms outfit. He was a bit nervous, but with gold and silver blinding him, the urge for more potential points has him swallowing his fears and taking the leap. After a good rest, Lintu continues his journey. On the way, he accidentally saves a young man named Luolaying, who was being chased by a mutated 2-headed beast. Knowing that the dude was heading to Black Sea to participate in the martial arts exam, he invited him along to repay the favor and introduced his team to the young man. But, on their way, Lo Ying's group picked up a new member, beautiful and adorable, though Lo Li's behavior was a bit strange, claiming to be the little princess of the dark faction. Bushialo. Ko Lin rushed over to him as soon as she spotted him, saying his strength was impressive enough to make him her disciple. And then she laughed out loud, asking if he wanted to be her student. Lo Loi Ying, standing nearby, was not surprised at all and whispered to the young man that the first time she met them, she said the same thing, asking if they were willing to be her disciples. At this point, Lum Tu was like, what is up with this girl? Is she out of her mind? He did not want to waste time with her anymore. He just left a remark and kept walking. Sorry, I am not looking for a Lolita as my master. On their journey, the group stumbled upon an area filled with monsters, and judging by the signs, they realized it was due to the flesh-eating beasts that lived in packs. The guy with the shaved head in the group was shocked when he heard the explanation, doubting it and arguing that it could be due to giant flesh-eating beasts. But as soon as he finished speaking, reality slapped him in the face. A massive bird swooped down from the sky to attack. Lum Tu did not give him a chance to celebrate and quickly responded, the danger has just begun. And boy, was that true. A horde of monstrous beasts, big as craters, charged at them with the speed of lightning and eyes like an owl. The team barely managed to hold them off with their bare hands, but their numbers kept increasing, making it quite a challenge. Bichula Ho Lin, full of excitement, praised their skills, saying they were increasingly suited for her conditions to become her disciples. Lum Tu was getting a headache from all the talk about disciples and whatnot, thinking, little lady, if you want to take on disciples, show your strength first. And oh, she suddenly charged in, flaunting her skills, proving she was more than worthy to be a true master. In just a blink, with 2 swords in hand and a powerful aura, she took down all the flesh-eating birds, leaving the guys in awe with their mouths agape. The shaved head guy then asked where she got the sword Heiko Lin used, wanting the address so he could get one too. She replied that it could not be bought, even with money, because it was made by her mother. After praising the sword, the 2 guys started to compliment her parent for creating such a powerful weapon. Lum Tu, observing from the side, secretly cursed the 2 fools, realizing it was not just because of the pain but rather because of Beach Lilo, Heiko Lin's strength that made it easy for her to cut through those monsters. Another guy was curious about where all the monster cores from the flesh-eating birds had gone, looking around but not finding any. Ho Lin then pulled a bag from her pocket, pointed at it, and said, it is right here, handing it to Lum Tu and asking if he wanted it. It was like a meeting gift from a master to her disciple. Lum Tu's mind was spinning at that moment, wondering how she could do that, killing monsters while collecting monster cores. Moreover, she was not even detected, and this girl was crazy enough to want others to see her as a master to that extent. Seriously, selling these rare gems could rake in a fortune, and you just want to give them away. Addiction is real, but even in the face of wealth and fame, I can't just sell myself short like that. Lam Tu looked at Haling and bluntly turned her down, saying, I do not need it. I have not agreed to be your disciple. Getting rejected again felt like a dagger to the heart for Haling. Pouting, she shrugged. Fine. If you do not want it, I will just absorb it myself. Meng watched the girl, questioning life itself. What the heck? How can she absorb those gems so quickly? In no time, she would gobbled up a dozen rare gems. Besides her insane power, had she mastered the art of cultivation to this level, you really can't judge a book by its cover. You have to peel back the layers to see the truth. It is such a rookie mistake. The others sat there, staring at the empty shells of the gems that had lost their power, lamenting their wasted potential. I arrived to find the whole team gathered around a fire, grilling meat by the tree for a break. Ling was tearing into her skewers like she had not eaten in days. Lam Tu could not help but compliment her eating style. It was quite a sight. The others were grilling meat while stealing glances at them, urging Ling to eat more, assuring her there was plenty to go around. Meng used her system eyes to check out Ling's info, but only found out she was a fake tier 4. Everything else was just a big question mark. Just as Lam Tu was about to ask if she was from the wine city, Ling suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Utterly drained, Meng rushed over, worried, thinking maybe she ate too much and was being chased by the Grim Reaper. But soon after, the young man beside her also slumped down, completely out of energy. At that moment, both of them realized they had been poisoned. The others quickly revealed their true colors, claiming it was not poison, just a little Aisling, a colorless, odorless liquid. It just zaps the strength of tier 1 fakes in no time. We only need cash. We do not play with deadly stuff. Lam Tu weakly tried to reason with them, saying Aisling might be low-key, but it only affects fakes of tier 2 or lower, and you can only get it at the night market for a pretty penny. Are you really going to spend that much? Humiliated. But they showed no shame, bluntly admitting that if they wanted to achieve their goals, they had to pay a hefty price. Their strength was limited, but their tricks were limitless since they could not reach the higher tiers. They only targeted the low-hanging fruit. This road sees plenty of tier 1 fakes coming to the Sea of Hack each year for exams. Just snagging a couple of fat sheep means you can live off that for the year. One of them held a knife to Meng's throat, demanding she hand over the rare gloves he would been eyeing since morning, along with that bulging backpack. He even lovingly stroked Ling's cheek, instructing her to take out 2 swords and some gear, then suggested they all have a little fun. But these guys were clueless, only good at being dumb. The aroma of grilled meat had drawn a few uninvited guests. Just as I turned to look, one guy got a nasty bite from a red-eyed beast and was launched off the planet. The remaining 3 struggled to hold their ground while attacking, but their weak power did not stand a chance against it. The best plan was to run. The wolf pack lured the little lambs, planning to wait until they finished their meal and left before coming back to snatch whatever gear was left behind. But no way. Wolf buddy, they're still too young and naive. There is plenty to do back home, so do not get too cozy here. Lam Tu sprang up and landed a punch with a fierce strike, making his head spin. The group hiding behind the tree were totally baffled to see him standing up so casually. They could not help but blurt out why he was not hurt at all. Lam Tu played it cool, claiming he was just a level 2 fighter. But since he was broke, he had not been able to compete yet. The more they listened, the more their heads spun. They felt like they were losing their grip on reality. What kind of mess had they gotten themselves into? The wolf kept attacking, and while he tried to counter with his gloves, the weight on him made it impossible to unleash his full power. He had no choice but to call out to Lin, saying if she did not come to help, he would be dead before she knew it. The girl, who had been lying still on the ground without so much as a peep, finally stirred when her name was mentioned. The wolf pack stared at this unfazed Lolita girl. Feeling utterly defeated, there was nothing that could surprise them anymore, and a chill ran down their spines. Unable to hold back, they questioned why she was fine too. Could it be she was also a level 2 fighter who had not competed due to being broke? Lin dusted off her clothes, not wanting to disappoint them, and replied, "Looks like you guys misunderstood. I did not come to Haching to compete. I am here to be a judge." After saying this, not only did the wolf gang drop their jaws, but even Lam Tu was taken aback, while the wolf's eyes went wide in shock. Then, in a swift motion, Lin split her energy between 2 blades in her legs, boosting her speed, and with the power of the 2 blades, she sliced off the monster's tail and dispatched it in the blink of an eye. After dealing with the mutt, she shot a cold glare at the wolf pack, ready to deal with them next. They were now trembling, drenched in cold sweat, begging her, "Miss, we just need the money, please do not kill us." "Yeah, miss, we won't dare again. We will be good from now on." Faced with their desperate pleas, she felt a pang of softness, raised her blade, and then it was blood everywhere as the wolf pack lay still, no longer making a sound. Indeed, the wheels of fate wait for no one. Just a moment ago, they were calling her all sorts of names, and now they were on a funeral altar, staring at their lifeless buddy, seeing their comrade escorted to the afterlife in an instant. The last 2 remaining felt their hearts shatter, tears streaming down their faces as they cried out for their lives. "Miss, please spare us. I do not want to die. I swear I will turn over a new leaf and be a good person." Lin, fed up with their ear-piercing wails, brushed them off, saying, "Just get lost already." She lectured them about how that jerk repaid kindness with malice. "My disciple saved him, yet he intentionally led wolves to harm my disciple. That is why I am after him. I do not want to get my hands dirty, and you guys better scram. Do not let me catch you on this road again, given a second chance." They quickly turned tail and ran, not daring to utter another word. Talk about the old folks carrying the burden. They are going to have to eat vegetarian for a month. Looking at the little punk in front of him, Meng felt a real sense of regret. Lin started to lecture again, saying that a killer would eventually be killed, and as a martial artist, he should not be too merciful. But hey, you have got it all wrong. This kid's just grinding for experience points, not playing with someone's life. Once the issue was settled, only the two of them were left. Lin stretched and told the kid to spill the tea on their conversation. Lam too, looking all serious, whispered, "What is there to talk about between us? Just a guy and a girl. You want to chat about love, of course." It turned into a love story. This dude, single for nearly 20 years, trying to flirt with a girl, ends up faceplanting hard after beating his disciple. Lin got curious about the technique he was using to suppress his powers, feeling like Lam 2's true strength was way more than that. The guy, who has been getting wrecked, only dared to mumble that his strength was just like that, nothing to suppress. The girl noticed he was reluctant to share, so she did not push it, suggesting that if he had any questions, she would happily answer. With the girl hitting the sweet spot, he immediately fired off a series of questions. Why are you a third-level martial artist? Are you really a judge for the singing competition? How old are you? Lin felt a bit annoyed by the barrage of questions, but still tried to answer all of them. I am a third-level martial artist. I really am a judge for the singing competition. But do not expect me to go easy on you in the martial arts qualification test. Also, age is a girl's secret, so you should not ask. But if you become my disciple, do not worry about the singing competition. I will teach you everything. When you get there, you will definitely secure your martial artist qualification. Lam 2 is already a seasoned martial artist, so not getting the qualification is not an option, which is why he outright refused to be her disciple. Lin kept trying to convince him, but he just would not budge. Frustrated, she challenged him to a duel. She would suppress her strength to that of a first-level martial artist, and would not use any weapons. If he lost, he would have to accept being her disciple. Lam 2 agreed immediately. He felt confident in this decision, thinking it would be an easy way to charm the girl a little. You want to be my master? Not a chance. But I might consider you as my girlfriend. And with that, the young man donned his top-notch gloves and unleashed a strike. Lin, with a steely gaze, braced herself with her bare hands. She thought that with the might of her system, she could easily show off, but to her surprise, before she could even react, she was sent flying several dozen meters away. Too embarrassed to say a word. Watching this girl who seemed younger but was so capable shook Min's confidence. He realized he was not on her level, and thought maybe calling her master would not be so bad after all, especially if he could learn her techniques. At this moment, Lam 2 was completely convinced, and he could not help but call her master. With the kid on her side, Lin could not help but smile widely, explaining why his last punch was so far off from hers. According to her, it was all about using the wrong method of energy manipulation. The cultivation technique allows martial artists to absorb energy from the universe and gather it in their bodies, enhancing their muscles, organs, and even their cells. The remaining energy will accumulate, and the energy stored in the body is called the essence. When a martial artist channels this essence into a weapon, the weapon's quality changes, becoming tougher and sharper. But no matter how tough it gets, it can't escape its true nature. However, when the essence envelopes the weapon, the stronger the essence, the greater the weapon's power will be unleashed. Always listen carefully to understand. After the explanation, Lam 2 still seemed a bit skeptical. He looked at the sword, feeling like nothing had changed. It just looked like it was covered in a faint layer of essence. Lin saw that his disciple was still a bit clueless, so he told him to focus the essence into his eyes for a clearer view, continuing his role as a meticulous teacher. Only by concentrating the essence in his eyes could he better see others' essence. Before, all he could see with the naked eye was a faint glow. When the essence erupted, a martial artist at levels 1-3 has blue essence, levels 4-6 have purple, levels 7-9 have orange, and level 9 and above have yellow. Use this to gauge and judge the strength of your opponent. Saying this, she swung her sword around to demonstrate for the kid. Even though the sword was made of ordinary materials, worth about 10-20,000 in the market, when covered with essence, its sharpness rivaled that of weapons worth millions. However, just channeling the essence can easily lead to damage. Lam 2 nodded along, pretending to understand, but still questioned why martial artists used high-grade weapons if they already had essence. Would not that cost a fortune? Lin was fed up but still tried to stay calm and explain further. He realized that this was a misunderstanding. It is not just about covering the weapon with essence. You have to channel it into the weapon as well, balancing both inside and out. Each type has different qualities. Even if the outside is wrapped in essence, the impact from clashes can damage the inside. Low-grade weapons have poor internal quality. Once wrapped, they may match high-grade weapons in sharpness, but they are more prone to damage from collisions. I have been racking my brain this whole time. And finally, it is starting to click. My blood pressure is back to normal. He realized he had been tricked. Even though she had suppressed her strength to the peak of level 1, the essence in her punch was not the same. Lam Tu pointed at her, demanding an explanation, wanting to nullify the bet because she had cheated truly. 1 tolerance leads to 9 climbing over you. Helin got called out, awkwardly scratching his head, but confidently asserted that the young man would not let it slide. To help him forget his embarrassment, she suggested he try covering the sword with essence for her to evaluate. Lam Tu clenched his muscles, strained as if trying to push out his insides, panting like a dog, but could only manage to cover a fifth of the weapon, holding the sword in his hand. He could not help but think this method was really tough. Helin watched closely and added, "This is not easy to learn at all. Even a level 3 martial artist would struggle to evenly cover a weapon with essence." She thought to herself, "This kid managed to do this on his first try. He truly is a talent. Once is not enough, so twice it is. If twice does not work, then 3 times." Lam Tu was determined to train until he succeeded. But training like that, he ended up sleeping like a log, and when he woke up, he found the little Lolita perched on him, with a mischievous look in her eyes like she was up to no good, and she is still just a student. In a pen, I yelled, "What are you doing?" while trying to keep my cool. "What does she want? I am not just some random person." Helin was furious, thinking the worst, and punched the guy a few times, leaving him dazed. Turns out she was just curious about the outfit she was wearing and wanted to check it out. Not that she had any intentions toward a guy like him. After clearing up the misunderstanding and shedding the label of a creep, Helin quickly took on the role of a teacher, ready to kick off her first day of training. Her goal: to reach that distant mountain before nightfall. Lam Tu was weighed down by a heavy outfit, staring at her like she was nuts. That mountain was about 100 kilometers away on the map. Run all the way there. Is she trying to kill him? But before he could even react, she took off like a rocket, leaving him shouting after her. This time, though, Lam Tu did not seem to have the upper hand. He had to climb up using his own strength instead of relying on luck. Behind him was a pack of flesh-eating birds hot on his tail. Still, Helin made sure he kept running. No stopping. While having to deal with them too, she commanded him to handle them over the next 10 kilometers, calling it a test of speed, accuracy, and reaction. He needed to locate the special essence, slice it out precisely, and retrieve it. Lam Tu was panting like he was about to collapse, angrily questioning his esteemed master. "Run and kill these flesh-eating birds. And I have to slice out their essence accurately too. How is that even possible?" he thought. But after his question, he did not get a reply. Instead, he saw her slicing through the birds, and the special essences were all neatly in Howlin's hands. After taking a painful smack to the face, Lam Tu went on a wild rampage, swinging his weapon like a madman. Finally, after what felt like forever, they covered at least 50 kilometers. He was so exhausted he could barely breathe. So he asked the girl for a few minutes to catch his breath, even though she was the teacher. Howlin had a heart and agreed to give him a 10-minute break. The young man felt something was off and questioned her. "Why are those flesh-eating birds only attacking me when there are 2 of us here?" At that moment, her face was as cold as ice, and she bluntly admitted that while he was still out of it, she had smeared something on his clothes to attract them. Hearing that left him fuming. How could he not realize he smelled weird? Helin was proud of her little scheme, ignoring her disciple's indignation, and pressed her knife to his throat, saying his 10 minutes were up, and he had to keep running without another break. Furious but unable to do anything, he thought to himself, "Just wait till I get stronger. I will get my revenge." Meanwhile, the system announced that his mission progress had accelerated to 6,020, 1 out of 50,000. Lam Tu looked at the progress and felt confident that before reaching H2, the mission would definitely be completed. Although Lolita's method was a bit inconvenient, it proved to be incredibly useful. His speed, accuracy, and reaction force were all on the rise. Now, they could easily extract the rare essence as quickly as possible. Finally, after relentless efforts driven by necessity, they both dashed to the finish line. Exhausted, he plopped down on the ground, grumbling, "Damn. Finally finished. I carried heavy loads while fighting and running, making me sprint over 100 kilometers. And Heiko Lin does not seem to feel a shred of sympathy, flat out denying Ku's efforts. Is this really how it goes? Back then, I had to run over 1,000 kilometers. Up ahead, there is a pile of rubble. Let us crash there for the night." Just then, out of nowhere, an arrow shot straight toward Lam Tu's head, catching the young man off guard. Luckily, his master reacted in time and saved his life. Following the arrow were 2 guys hiding in the shadows. Ho Lin, clearly knowing who they were, challenged them. "You have been tailing us since 5 m. Can T hold back any longer?" The long-haired guy boldly retorted. Guess you caught on. I was planning to strike when the kid was at his weakest, 1 hit to take him down. Then deal with you." Lam Tu was on edge, silently thanking Bachal. If Heiko Lin had not come to the rescue, he would be toast. He used the system's eye to observe and discovered that both of them were 4th-tier martial artists. Incredibly strong. Meanwhile, they only had the lowly girl on their side as a 4th tier. How were they supposed to handle this? Plus, according to her, they were the Yin and Yang brothers, notorious for ambushing and killing martial artists in the mountain region to rob their assets. Not only that, but these two were also wanted by the Federation, with a bounty of 50 million alliance credits on their heads. But before Lam Tu could even worry, the girl had already drawn her sword and confidently shouted to him, "Disciple, keep your eyes wide open and watch this. Watch how I use my elemental energy to attack them." The Yin and Yang brothers unleashed a flurry of arrows with impressive force. However, Ako Lin felt no fear at all. She used her defensive techniques to counter them, and despite the barrage of arrows and attacks, she remained unfazed. Lam Tu stood back, observing and feeling something was off. Could it be that this girl was a 6th-tier martial artist? They say some high-level martial artists can force their bodies to shrink down to achieve an effect that defies aging. Could it be that Bech La Ho Lin was actually a fake version of Bech La Ho Lin? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine and raised goosebumps all over. The Yin and Yang brothers, caught off guard by the blocked attack, were completely stunned. What? How is this possible? Aren't they just rookies on their way to the Black Sea City for a martial arts competition? Why did a 6th-tier master suddenly appear? Before they could even wonder, they took a fatal blow, split in half in an instant, with not a single chance to leave behind some last words. Thought they could show off early on, only to end up face first in the dirt. Seriously. They were just asking for trouble. As the saying goes, never mess with women. Especially ugly ones, they are the most dangerous of all. And they did not listen. Looking at those two idiots lying there in agony like fish out of water, I can't help but wonder, if I stab one more time, will that count as experience points? And just like that, I raised my sword, feeling like a total weirdo with a bizarre hobby. But I waited and waited, and the system still did not give me any points. Just when I was about to give up, I suddenly got a notification that I had taken down a tier 4 fighter. And guess what? I scored 300,000 experience points and even leveled up, hitting 16 potential points. Talk about a sweet deal. Just sitting back and reaping the rewards. It is like the fisherman catching the fish. Nothing beats this. Ho Lin watched her crazy disciple and worried. Did he run so hard that he fried his brain? Lam Tu, clever as a dog, whispered, "Next time I encounter a fighter this strong, I want need to kill them. Just beat them to a pulp. Then I can stab one more time. How about that?" Ako Lin rolled her eyes. "Like, I spoil you too much. And now look at you," she shot back. "Dream on, buddy. No way. If you want to earn some cash, go kill someone yourself. I just happened to come across a few criminals with bounties from the government. Took care of them to make some cash for myself. You think you are going to share that with me?" How did this turn into a misunderstanding about prize money? Sorry, girl. Money is not everything. There is also gold and diamonds in the world. What I really need are experience points, which are worth way more than cash. While this young man was busy hatching his scheme, the system sent another notification. Warning. Warning. The North system is undergoing repairs. If the North is fixed, and the host causes less than 40% damage to the tier 4 fighter, the experience reward will be adjusted. The level dropped to 15, and potential points were deducted. Lam Tu could not hold back his fury any longer and started cursing loudly. "Are you kidding me? This is not my fault. Why are you taking it all back?" 5 seconds later, as if knowing it was getting cursed out, the system sent another notification. Host detected the North, now rewarding the host with a 3-fold bonus, keeping the LUV at 16. The system still has some conscience. I thought it was just gonna let me go, but guess not. Ho Lin noticed Lajam Tu's weird mood and reached over to feel his forehead, checking if he was actually sick. Once she confirmed that her disciple was not running a fever, she felt relieved and ordered him to keep running, making the most of their time to quickly get to Hai Thun. That night, they cozied up together, starting a fire, roasting meat, and chilling in the wilderness. Still the same messy eater, the little Lolita could not hide her food chaos, which made Lam Tu caution her to slow down before she choked. The kids just laughed, but in response to Mevina's kindness, Ako Lin devoured even faster. As if someone was about to steal her tasty morsel, she kept eating while urging him to hurry up so they could resume training. Tomorrow they would be in Hai Thun. What if they did not get their fighter certification? Upon hearing this, Lam Tu immediately fell backward, sputtering in protest. "No way. We still need to go to the district. I already have the strength of a tier 2 fighter. Why would not I get the certification? Unless I am mistaken, you are claiming to be the judge. You are not seriously going to hold me back from getting through, are you?" Just as Menon finished saying that, Hyo Lin suddenly stood up with a strange expression, like she just finished playing a prank, and then punched the tree with all her might. Out of nowhere, "I got..." Min clutched her stomach, bleeding a bit, and asked, "Why did you suddenly attack me? Are you trying to kill me?" But she did not answer. Instead, she shot back. "Can't you feel your defense getting stronger?" At that moment, Men realized it was true. She really did not feel it. The force of that girl's attack was huge. Logically, Van Nien should be injured. But all he felt was a slight soreness in his muscles. Ho Lin, seeing that her disciple still looked confused, started explaining, "Your energy is really weak right now. As your energy increases, it surrounds your body, making your defense stronger. Alright. Today's special training is all about taking hits." Before Lum Tu could wrap his head around what was happening, he got smacked right in the face, followed by a series of brutal beatings from the little girl. By the next morning, his not-so-handsome face was so swollen it looked like he got stung by a bee. Ko Lin bit her lip, promising she would compensate him properly. As soon as she mentioned compensation, Mem's eyes widened, sparkling brighter than the stars, and she whispered, "What kind of compensation are we talking about? Is it a compensation of beauty? But that is just a stretch. It is like a brand new mattress that has not been used yet." And she just loves to throw tantrums looking for a fight. To make up for the damage, Ho Lin decided to have Van Nien run to Fa High City before evening. If she caught up to him, he would definitely take a beating with the motivation to run for his life. The two young men quickly reached Xia High City earlier than expected. First, Ho Lin was thrilled to show Lam to the treasure trove of products here, which included all kinds of martial arts techniques, rare minerals, weapons, and even battle gear. The vendor, seeing customers arrive, warmly welcomed them and showcased everything from this to that. After browsing for a while, Ho Lin decided to pick out a few martial arts techniques for her disciple to train with. But looking around, it was all just the basic stuff. What she wanted were diamond-level martial arts techniques. The saleswoman shyly said that type of martial arts technique was not available anywhere in FC High City. A few loudmouths came over to buy stuff and overheard the conversation, chiming in with mockery. "How? You can tell this stuff is just rural trash from the mountains. What even is a diamond-level martial arts technique? I have lived this long and never seen one." Exactly. Without a 6th-level warrior or higher, even having a diamond-level martial arts technique would not do much. That is a treasured relic of a family clan, with no diamond techniques available. Ho Lin told Lam Tu to just pick whatever he liked. But since he used a spear, he kept struggling to find something that fit. She was pretty surprised because she had seen him carrying a knife all day yet opting for a spear. So she curiously asked where he kept his spear. Lam Tu did not hide it and openly said that it got broken when he fought someone in Tin Daidu City. Once he got his fighter's certificate, he planned to buy one from the Fighter Alliance website. That made sense. And she quickly pointed and swiped her card for the martial arts techniques right in front of the manager, telling him to wrap everything up as a welcome gift from the master to the disciple. Looking at a bunch of cards in my hand, I felt overwhelmed. There were just too many. And they were not even as good as the ones I had before. Ho Lin casually suggested I just stash them away for now. If they did not work out, I could sell them whenever I wanted. Then she mentioned that none of the weapons here would catch our eye, and that once I officially earned my fighter's certificate, she would prepare a huge surprise for me. Watching the back of that girl I just called Country Bumpkin, I could not help but notice the group of losers from earlier crying like babies. Over 2 million alliance coins just given away like it was nothing. How heartless is that? I wondered if she still needed a disciple. I would not mind having a beautiful master like her. That night, since we were in the city, we did not have to camp in the woods anymore. Ho Lin generously dropped a few 100,000 coins to book us 2 luxurious rooms at a fancy inn to relax. Riding on the coattails of a gorgeous girl, I could not help but wonder about her background. Was she really some ancient witch who had reincarnated, then pretended to be young again? I mean, come on. But enough daydreaming first. I had to master these martial arts techniques, and as for the other regular ones, I could always integrate them later since I would already receive them as gifts while I was training hard. Someone knocked on the door. The hopeful guy thought it was that Lolita girl coming to work on her physique with me, so I eagerly opened the door. But instead of a girl, it was a server bringing late-night food. Though it was strange. Just a bunch of experience points. They were sent by the Tang family to take revenge for Tang Mubai and Tang Shan. With my improved reflexes, I easily dodged their surprise attack. Before long, I dispatched one of them back to Mother Earth, reunited with his ancestors. The other guy was hurt but did not back down. His intel had led to my early troubles. I was not about to let him off the hook, so I turned my attention to the last guy standing, not giving him a chance to wonder why I did not use a spear like the intel suggested. I dealt him a solid blow that left a significant hole in his chest. As he was about to go, he shouted that he was from the Flower God Temple and could not be killed. Then he went silent along with his buddy as they exited this world. After taking care of them, I could not help but marvel at how effective my camouflage skill was in boosting my strength, making it easy to defeat my enemies who underestimated me. At this point, Ho Lin, sipping tea and enjoying the show from behind, chimed in with praise. You handled that pretty quickly. No wonder you are my disciple. I could wrap my energy around weaker opponents, making it impossible for them to stab through. It looks like my training these past few days really paid off. After finding out that she was there when I got stabbed, I angrily shouted at her, pointing my finger and unleashing a stream of complaints. What kind of master are you? You just sat there watching as two guys tried to kill your disciple. Ignoring my outburst, Ho Lin calmly finished her tea and said she had confidence in her disciple, which is why she did not step in. Then she told me to clean up and switch to another room. Someone would come to handle the bodies. The next day, the two of us set off together to the venue for the fighter qualification test, where they announced the exam would begin at 9 a.m. The registered fighters were called aside to check their competition cards before heading to the North Hall for a combat strength test. Aiko Lin reminded the kid to be good and line up while she went to report to the judges, but just as she left, Lum 2 ran straight into trouble, like dodging a watermelon only to hit another one. A huge, beefy guy swaggered over, shoving others aside to get to the front. Word has it he is a wannabe fighter who is always trying to pick fights, which is why he gets disqualified every year. And this year was no different. He ended up facing Lime 2, not even caring about the consequences. Big head but small brain. This chubby guy pounded his chest, trying to act tough, shouting, "Hey, kid. Are you diff?" I said, "Move aside." Lum 2 saw him getting ready to throw down and quickly intervened. "What is the rush? Line up properly." But he had not seen the worst of it, yet this guy's eyes rolled back in his head as he retorted, "Every year I run into punks like you. Guess my chances of passing this year just got shot down, but that is okay. I love smashing idiots like you. You are dead meat." The crowd around them started whispering, thinking Lum 2 was really asking for it. However, as soon as he finished his trash talk, they had to swallow their words because the real one in trouble was not Lum 2, but the big guy who was now writhing on the ground in pain, under the young man's cold glare. The onlookers could only nervously laugh and wave their hands, trying to show they were above such childish antics. After a bit of waiting, it was finally time for the combat strength test. The fighters here usually had around 800 combat power, just hitting the first tier. Lum 2 had used a disguise skill to hide his true strength. Thankfully, he was not detected. If his combat power went over 1500, he would be labeled a second-tier fighter. And a second-tier fighter without a certification would just become a laughingstock. The next part of the test was to check strength. The judge for this section was none other than the girl Lolita Beach. Aiko Lin. Seeing her took me by surprise. At first, I thought it was a joke. But nope, it was real. Aiko Lin asked everyone to line up properly and began explaining the rules. The strength must reach 1,000 kilograms to pass. The big-headed guys seemed to doubt that this girl was the judge. They laughed like idiots, mocking her. "Come on. A little Lolita is the judge. I bet she can even lift 100 kilograms. The others chimed in. Seriously. What is up with the Fighter Alliance? Why would they send a kid like her to be a judge? She probably has not even reached first-tier level yet." Without wasting time, Aiko Lin showed them what respect looks like, easily hitting a full strength of 9,999 kilograms, leaving them gaping in shock, unable to say a word. However, someone from the back still did not believe it and stepped up to try. His strength barely reached 895 kilograms. Not enough to pass the round, so this guy thinks he can just rush in and throw punches at the judge. Furious, he charges at her, ready to swing. But Aiko Lin is not having any of it. She effortlessly dodges and flips him in a matter of seconds, then shoots him a chilling glare. "You have got 30 seconds to scram, or you will be stuck here forever." The guy is so scared, he has gone pale as a ghost, looking like a sickly frog, desperately clutching his arm while running and stammering apologies. The others watching her epic arm twist just choose to stay silent, not daring to utter a word, obediently keeping their heads down like it is the most normal thing in the world. After waiting for what feels like forever, it is finally Lum 2's turn to check in. She sees her eager little disciple, Ho Lin, grinning from ear to ear. Since Ku still doubts her, she boldly claims to be a 3-star member of the Martial Alliance, often invited to oversee competitions and battles. Ku's jaw drops even further. What kind of monster is this girl? The Martial Alliance has 5 membership ranks. 5-star members are basically the elite brains of the organization. 4-star members are top fighters from various nations or have made major contributions, while 3-star members are already incredibly skilled with some serious power. It is hard to believe. Lum 2 is being hit with one surprise after another, leaving him questioning everything. What on earth is she really capable of? With all his questions answered, the young man quickly steps up to test his strength. He throws a light punch, and the result flashes on screen. 1,999. The crowd below can't help but murmur, "Dude, that light punch is like 3 of ours combined. Didn't you hear?" That young guy seems to be the disciple of the impressive Judge Lolita. No wonder it is like that. Both of them are so young. Could this be some special school of theirs? At this moment, Lum Tu just wants to jump in and clarify that she is definitely not anyone's master. And as for the school, she has only known the girl for a few days. Looking at the results flashing on the screen, Aiko Lin feels a sting of disappointment about her little disciple hiding his true potential. She urges him to quickly check his 100m sprint and endurance for 50 kilometers, reminding him not to embarrass her. After a few rounds of tests, Lum Tu successfully becomes a part of the Martial Alliance, and the instructor hands her the membership card, introducing it with enthusiasm. Here's your fighter card. The number is printed on the back, and the first password is the last number of your ID. With this card, you can log into the Martial Alliance's system on your phone and computer, check weapon trading info, or take on various missions. Just as the young man is happily holding the card, Aiko Lin suddenly appears out of nowhere like a ghost, pulling him outside. As they walk, she says, "My judging duties here are done. I just got a new mission from the Alliance, so I have to head back quickly. I won't be training with you anymore." Hearing this, Lum Tu feels like a weight has been lifted off her shoulders, secretly thanking the heavens that she is finally free from this annoying old lady. However, to show some courtesy, she still has to say a few words. "Come on. Can't you stay a bit longer and keep training with me? Please do not go. Just for a little while longer." With a serious attitude and no hint of mercy, the young man gets smacked down by her. After some pointless bickering, Ho Lin pulls out a box and hands it to him, as promised. "Once you earn your fighter's certificate, there is a major gift waiting for you." And this is what she brought. It is a spear that she cleverly snagged from the head of the Fighter Alliance's branch, in Black Sea City. She looked incredibly proud of her achievement, confidently bragging about it. She said that while you can maximize your abilities by channeling energy through a weapon, having a high-grade weapon like this could significantly boost your combat power. This spear, called Black Mang, is a legendary weapon left behind by the master of spear techniques, Baolu. As Lam Tu gawked at the dazzling high-grade weapon in front of him, he turned to his master with a look of disbelief. After a few moments of processing, he suddenly shouted, "Wait! You are telling me that the head of the Fighter Alliance branch in Black Sea City is him? I get it now. You are Balai Ruai's daughter, and he gave it to your boss, who then gave it back to you." Hearing his speculation, she thought he should write novels instead. Seriously? Was she really that old to be called a daughter? Talk about asking for a smackdown. Furious, Halin punched him and shouted for him to try out the spear right away. Gathering all his strength, he strained to lift the spear off the ground and awkwardly asked her how much it weighed. When he heard her casually say it was 500 pounds, and the only spear in the world made from black meteorite, Lam Tu was left speechless, taking a few seconds to recover. The black meteorite fell to Earth 100 years ago, destroying an entire city. But thankfully it only hit a cursed area filled with mutated animals, so there were no human casualties. After the meteorite crashed, it contained a massive black stone inside it. Some people took that stone back and, using advanced tools, crafted 12 unique weapons from it. Although those weapons may not be the sharpest, their durability is world-class, each one worth a fortune. Holding this precious weapon in his hands, Meng felt emotional and could not believe she was giving it to him, asking again as if afraid she would snatch it back the moment he let go. After gifting her favorite disciple, Haolin hurriedly said her goodbyes and left. She advised him to keep working hard, if he ever had the chance, to come visit her in Chenkong City for a chat. Watching her walk away, his mind felt like it was turning to mush, spinning like a drum as he wondered if he had misheard. Kong City, the largest city in the world, utilizes the most advanced levitation technology, allowing the entire city to float in the sky. It is not a place everyone can just waltz into. You need to be at least a 5th-level fighter, or have outstanding achievements in scientific fields. He could not help but marvel at how Ho Lin was truly a rich lady. Should he consider riding her coattails? Just joking. He knew better than to rely on others' best to keep hustling, even if it felt like crawling through the dirt. The path to certain doom was still the most honest one to take. Lam Tu brushed off those thoughts, dragging his heavy body to the train station. Unfortunately for him, the train to the path of doom had already left because it was too dangerous and not many people went there. Operational costs could not support 3 trains a day, so now it was down to just one. Well, I guess I am in too deep. Might as well throw in the towel and shell out for a ticket first thing tomorrow morning. Lam Tu's wandering around, searching for a place to crash, planning to head back to the Warrior Hotel he stayed at last time. It might be a bit pricey, but it is super comfy. Just then, he realizes he is being watched. Probably some goons from the Flower God sect. Without wasting a second, the young man decides it is time to use the old 36 stratagems to make a quick getaway. But it seems they already know what is up and have surrounded him, blocking every escape route, ready to strut out and face him. Just then, the system chimes in with a notification that the rapid growth mission has been completed. Lam Tu chuckles lightly, shedding his heavy outfit for some skill and power points, ready to take on the few thugs in front of him. The first guy charges in to attack, but gets sent flying with a swift kick. The rest of the crew, seeing their buddy get wrecked, rush in demanding justice. They confidently swing their weak punches around, only to end up as punching bags for Lamb 2's pent-up frustration. The remaining guys watch their friends get knocked out in just a few minutes and start to panic, thinking, is this really the power of a second-tier warrior? This is terrifying. How can he be this strong? If I had not upgraded my defensive skills, that last punch could have shattered my spine. However, even knowing they are heading straight into danger, the temptation of money and the orders from their gang push them to charge in and keep fighting. Lamb 2 finds himself surrounded by enemies. Unleashing a powerful strike right at Fuang Tran, Lamb 2 clenches his fist. Sparks flying, his eyes gleam with astonishment, almost like he is in a different realm. Suddenly, Fuang Tran attacks Lamb 2 from behind, catching him off guard. With a swift slash, Lamb 2 does not have time to dodge and takes a hit from Fuang Tran. Fuang Tran's eyes blaze with anger. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 is clutching his injured shoulder, grimacing in silence. Lamb 2 looks up as Fuang Tran leaps into the air. Fuang Tran wields his sword, ready to unleash a golden martial arts move, Heavenly Slash. Fuang Tran splits into multiple versions of himself. With a smug grin, he declares he will chop Lamb 2 into 1,000 pieces. Lamb 2 appears unfazed, letting out a smirk. Easy peasy. Multiple Fuang Tran clones charge at him, ready to take him down. Lamb 2's eyes shine with confidence. He is the master of clones. Both sides plunge into a fierce battle. Lamb 2 easily spots the real Fuang Tran among the clones, mocking him. Hey there, big brother Fuang Tran. Fuang Tran can't believe it, his face filled with shock. You think you can break through the golden martial arts heavenly illusion slash just by looking? No way. How did you pinpoint my location among all these clones? Plus, how do you even know my name? Lamb 2 clenches his fist and responds, because I am the real deal, baby. With that, he unleashes his ultimate move, the Tiger's Eye Fist. A powerful punch lands squarely in Fuang Tran's gut. Fuang Tran can't even hope to withstand this blow, his eyes filled with rage. He screams, damn it, even if I die, I will drag a piece of you down with me. Fuang Tran reached out with his power, and a purple orb appeared right in front of him. Watching the person before him struggling to unleash his power to kill him, Lamb 2 sighed in annoyance, rolling his eyes, and thought, can we please come up with a new idea instead of self-destructing again? Fuang Tran's gaze intensified, and red threads appeared around him. He poured all his strength into the purple orb, shattering it into pieces. The blast sent Lamb 2 flying far away, crashing into the wall. With his face bruised and bloodied, Lamb 2 assessed the pain within, cursing under his breath. Damn it. If only I had learned how to wrap my entire body in energy to boost my defense from that convenient spot. This time, I am definitely going to get blown up, because I tried to wrap my whole body in energy in the blink of an eye. I feel so weak right now. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching. Danger looming. Thank goodness we managed to hide. And she looked at Lamb 2, who was battered and bruised, clutching his injured arm, and smirked mockingly. Although Fuang Tran's self-detonation did not kill you, looking at your current state, I bet you can't even throw a punch. Can you? And she strutted with arrogance. But do not worry. We will take our time to deal with you. Avenging Fuang Tran. Lamb 2 smirked back. How do you know I can throw a punch? A real man never admits defeat. Lamb 2's eyes ignited with fierce determination, and a wave of rage surged within him. His subordinates gasped in shock. What the heck is happening? This guy just suddenly powered up. One of the remaining teammates looked equally stunned. Just moments ago, Lamb 2 seemed weak, and now he is transformed into a powerhouse. Suddenly, Lamb 2's sword swung towards them, and they were left scrambling, shouting, oh crap, do not come near us. The notification system was blaring continuously. Experience gained. Experience gained. Experience gained. Back to reality. Night fell over the Shaho mansion. Lamb 2's face was haggard as he clicked away at his computer screen, feeling exhausted, groaning about using his rage. After enjoying his skill for a moment, he felt drained. At this point, he could barely hold the mouse. Lamb 2 quickly searched online, knowing he had to prepare for the death road tomorrow and gather some intel first. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen, stating that viewing this post required a membership fee. Would you like to continue? Choose to proceed or cancel. Lamb 2 angrily clicked on continue, cursing. Seriously? I have to pay to see this shabby website, and it is 10,000 membership coins. But then he thought it over and compromised, transferring the money on his phone. After all, with a few 100,000 membership coins left, spending 10,000 to get the info I need is not such a loss. The screen displayed images of mutated beasts, surrounded by a wasteland of black volcanic rock. Not a blade of grass in sight. Looking incredibly eerie mutated beasts of the 3rd degree, typically hiding beneath the magma. They possess a paralyzing toxin. If bitten by a 3rd degree beast, one would instantly fall into a state of local paralysis. The 4th-degree mutated beasts are massive, with their enormous bodies often using 2 pairs of wings to conceal themselves. Blending in with the black rock, they are vicious and attack anyone who approaches. Lamb 2 gasped in disbelief. Wait, there are so many types of transformation beasts. From tiny insects to colossal monsters. The images of the transformation beasts kept appearing. The 5-star transformation beast from Asia was in action, radiating an aura of vengeance, while the 5-star transformation beast known as the Demon Horse was equipped with circular weapons for attack. Lamb 2 shouted as loudly as possible. No way. 5-star transformation beasts. Just looking at the images gives me chills from their overwhelming power. He pressed the button to close the website, sighing and thinking, I will just leave it to fate. With eager anticipation, Lamb 2 smiled. I wonder how much my teacher's gift is worth. To his surprise, 2 crossed swords appeared on the screen, crafted from high-grade materials. With a starting bid of 1 billion, Lamb 2 was stunned. A billion? Just for me? Remembering what Heling had said, Lamb 2 realized this was only the starting price for the auction. He stared at the screen seriously, shocked that his generous teacher would give him such a massive gift. Could she really be watching us? Wanting to make me tear up with gratitude. Over on the side, Bichul Heling snorted, suspiciously asking, what the heck is going on? Why does it keep making those weird noises? Meanwhile, in another building, lights flickered on as someone screamed. What? Fang Zhen was killed. The leader, cloaked in shadows, seethed with anger, cursing, what a useless bunch. Truly pathetic. This is not just a family issue anymore. Killing multiple members of our flower god temple. We won't let that slide. The leader ordered his minions to spread the word online, offering a bounty of 10 million alliance coins for the culprit's information. One of the lackeys hesitantly questioned. We do not need to take action ourselves. The leader, exhausted and frustrated, replied, if the headquarters finds out our Black Sea branch can't even handle one guy and has lost so many people, we will be completely humiliated. Elsewhere, the sun had risen, casting golden rays over a high-speed train racing across the desert. Passengers mingled as Lamb 2 focused intently on his phone, a smile spreading across his face as he received a system notification. Thompson? Level 16. Strength 320. Constitution 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Total combat power 1935-1980. Martial artist title level 3. Plus 20 points to Constitution. Rage meter at 0 out of 100. With the skill analysis eye activated. Suddenly, a message popped up. Lamb 2 was thrilled. I finally got a new phone. I sent my number to a few friends. And someone's already calling me. It is Teacher La. He picked up the phone. Hello. Teacher La. Where are you? Teacher La responded seriously. Lamb 2. Where are you right now? Lamb 2 replied. Teacher La. I am on a train heading to Deadly Road. Is there something up? Teacher La said with a grave tone. I saw that there is a bounty on you. Lamb 2 frowned in confusion. A bounty? On me? Teacher Lee explained. Yep. It is a website dedicated to posting bounties for killing. No one knows who created it or where the servers are located. Plus, the site's security is incredibly high. Even the best hackers, can't breach it. Our federal authorities are basically powerless against it. Now you have to be more careful. I think there will be quite a few people looking for you to cause trouble. Lamb 2 replied. I know. I will be careful. You just searched on your phone. Wondering. Who announced the bounty? And why? On the bulletin board. There is a bounty for Lamb 2. A second-tier martial artist with skills in both fists and feet, wielding a weapon. A bounty of 10 million alliance coins. Lamb 2 read it and felt furious. What? Am I only worth 10 million alliance coins? A second-tier martial artist. This is hilarious. Lamb 2 thought this paltry sum would not even catch the attention of high-level martial artists. Only low-level ones would be interested. But now I am a third-tier martial artist. Just waiting for some greedy fools to come and hand me experience points. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, causing the cup of water on the table to wobble. Lamb 2's body shook too. Puzzled. Why is this high-tech ship shaking? Lamb 2 leaned to look out into the corridor, hearing loud noises behind the door. What is going on out there that is so noisy? Suddenly, someone kicked the ship's door open. A thug rushed in and kicked Lamb 2, who dodged the attack while shouting, Who the heck are you? Lamb 2 threw a punch back at the thug, but the guy quickly ducked and dodged. Lamb 2 swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Lamb 2 made the thug double over in pain, clutching his stomach, gasping for air. Trembling and whining, Lamb 2 glanced down the corridor and saw more of the thug's buddies approaching, looking ready for a fight. Lamb 2 wondered. Could it be that someone wants to hijack the ship? Both sides charged at each other, and chaos erupted. Lamb 2 assessed the situation. The space on the ship was cramped, and large weapons could not be effectively utilized, putting them at a disadvantage. Suddenly, A plane swooped down from the sky. Lam 2 realized at that moment, exclaiming, "These guys came prepared." Suddenly, the thug he had just knocked down attacked him from behind. Lam 2 noticed and quickly turned to grab the thug's hand. Lam 2 held his arm tight and unleashed a fiery strike. The thug's hand burst into flames, and he screamed in pain. But he could not pull away. Lam 2's powerful fist came right at his face. Lam 2 kicked the thug, sending him crashing into the wall. The thug collapsed to the ground, dust swirling around. Lam 2 glanced back and witnessed a thug grabbing a passenger, ready to kill him. No money. Then die. At that moment, Lam 2 quickly charged in and unleashed a brutal punch straight to the thug's face. He asked the passenger who had just been bullied, "Are you okay?" The sweating passenger, trembling, replied, "Thank you." Lam 2 crossed his arms, surveying the scene. "Who the hell are these guys?" The passenger said. "It is the Black Tiger Gang, notorious for robbery. I can't believe they dare to hijack a ship like this. The Alliance troops in Hackhay City must have gotten the news." The Black Tiger thugs kept charging forward, and the passenger continued, "We just need to hold out until the Alliance troops arrive, and we will be fine." "Brother, you stand back. Let me take the lead." Before he could finish, Lam 2 sprinted forward, and the passenger could only shout, "Be careful." Lam 2 kicked two opponents who did not have time to react. The passenger with wide eyes and an open mouth exclaimed, "Damn. Are all the young people this strong these days?" Suddenly, more fighter jets appeared in the sky, closing in on the ship. Suddenly, the FCH pirates shouted, "The Alliance troops are here. Everyone, get out. Get out now." The FCA crew kept shouting as they charged forward. The planes were hit and exploded, smoke billowing as they fell to the ground. The passenger cheered, "This is great." The Alliance arrived just in time. He saw Lum 2 chasing after the pirates and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Lum 2 shouted while running, "Don't run away from my XP." He chased after the Hefsida pirates, seeing them as nothing less than gold experience points. Experience points. Lum 2 caught the pirates with a gleam in his eyes as they screamed in despair. The Alliance troops boarded the ship, guns drawn, announcing, "This is the Alliance. Everyone freeze and put your hands up." The passenger shouted, "Don't shoot. We are just passengers." He pointed at Lam 2 with a big grin. "But you guys are a bit late. The pirates in this car had already been dealt with by that strong brother over there." The Alliance aimed their guns at the two and said, "Please show us your tickets." When Lam 2 presented his passenger card, they finally believed him. "You really are a passenger." The female officer apologized. "Sorry for scaring you." Passengers. The FGA pirates tried to hijack the ship, but the Alliance handled them. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, and the company will send compensation to all passengers." The passenger rebutted, "What about the martial artists who died because of your negligence?" The female Alliance officer bowed sincerely and said, "The company will send compensation to their families. Please rest assured." Suddenly, Lum 2 spoke up. "If you have chosen to go to the death road, you better be mentally prepared to die at any moment." The passenger asked in surprise, "Young man, are you from the death route?" "My name is Dian, and I am also going to the death route. Can we team up? Let us look out for each other." Lum 2 turned around and introduced himself. "I am. What do you have to offer for our partnership?" Zine scratched his head and explained, "My grandmother went to the death route with a group of adventurers and knows about the first half of the journey. If I am there, you can avoid a lot of hidden dangers. This is probably your first time on the death route. Right, the death road has many paths that all lead to death, and it is hard to navigate without guidance." Lum 2 thought for a moment and agreed. "Well, if that is the case, we can team up." "What are you doing on the death route?" "Just like everyone else. Hunting monsters for cash," Zine replied. "I am looking for a specific plant on the death route, but is likely guarded by powerful monsters. If possible, I would like to ask for your help." Lum 2 walked to the door and said, "Sure. Just come find me when we reach the port." Under the gloomy sky, a few scattered houses appeared in the desert. Zian said, "This is the starting point of the death route. The only place with people Hatthetchtron." The two of them carried their weapons and chatted when suddenly a huge hand reached out. A stranger appeared. "Hold on. The death route is not a place for little guys like you. You gotta be careful here, or you will end up 6 feet under. Why do not you just hand over everything valuable you have got on you to me? I will keep you safe." Long 2 chuckled, thinking to himself, "Is this what a street brawl has come to?" Someone's already racking up experience points. Suddenly, a monstrous beast charged at the two of them. The screams echoed. That is the sound of a second-tier transformation beast, barreling straight towards them. The beast opened its mouth, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. One bite, and it already had that punk who threatened them sky high. Long 2 stood there with his arms crossed, smirking. Turns out, the warning about being careful was aimed at himself. Suddenly, the beast turned its head back. its mouth dripping with blood, growling at Long Tu. Long Tu scoffed, saying, "Good thing I am not the one looking like a snack. Watch out," Jianzi shouted. As the beast charged towards Long Tu at breakneck speed, Long Tu calmly replied, "Is this beast really weaker than that loser?" As he spoke, he unleashed a fierce kick, smashing it right into the beast's head, sending it reeling. Just like that, Long Tu took the beast down in one hit. Jianzi stood there, jaw dropped in shock, staring at the colossal beast sprawled out on the ground. Long Tu wondered aloud, why did a transformation beast suddenly show up? Jianzi rushed in, saying, "This area. It happens sometimes. Transformation beasts break through the walls and come into the village. But the villagers have been prepared for it." Long Tu was taken aback, asking, "So there are always transformation beasts running in here? And yet the villagers in this tiny place dare to stick around?" He stood up, telling Jianzi. Jianzi responded, "Got it." The crowd around them buzzed with chatter, with one of the martial artists who had witnessed everything chiming in. "That guy only exudes the aura of a first-tier martial artist. How on earth can he take down a second-tier transformation beast with just one punch? He looks so young. He must be come from the Holy Academy at the end of the Death Road." A teammate next to him nodded in agreement. "Yeah. Every year, there are plenty of talented teens who get accepted into the Holy Academy, traveling through the Death Road to get there." The woman in the group smiled, saying, "Who would be thought there'd be a kid that tough? People are going to want to team up with him." An old man sitting in a corner looked on with a wary expression, sighing, "I just do not get it. Why do young folks today risk their lives over a fight?" The bald guy in the martial artist group turned around, irritated. "Old man, what did you just say? Are you talking about us? I want to know. What kinds of transformation beasts are lurking around the Death Road?" The old man, still fiddling with his herbal concoction, replied, "Transformation beasts. There are way too many types. My old brain is not what it used to be. I can't remember them all." Not happy with the answer, the bald guy stepped forward and snatched the cigarette from the old man's hand, saying, "I am asking you. Do not beat around the bush. Over here." The team led by Lin Tu observed the situation, and Tenji said, "Those guys are asking for trouble. That old man is not as easy to mess with as he looks." Lin Tu thought to himself, just judging by his aura, he is definitely a powerful martial artist. Who would be guessed that a villager from such a small town could be so strong? But it makes sense. If he were not that strong, he would have been devoured by a transformation beast ages ago. Meanwhile, the old man slowly picked his cigarette back up without saying a word. The bald guy was getting angrier, raising his leg, ready to kick him, thinking, "How dare you look down on me? You are asking for it." Suddenly, Lam Tu appeared from behind and kicked him in the back, saying, "You are all grown up and still do not know to respect the elderly and love the young." The bald guy turned around. "Hey kid. Looking for trouble?" Lam Tu smirked, raising two fingers. "Isn't he at you guys looking for trouble? You have two choices. Either you leave on your own, or I send you to the other side." The martial artists were so furious they could barely speak. The martial artists left, but not without throwing threats. They turned away, saying, "We are leaving. But watch your back, kid." Lam Tu, worried, asked the old man, "Are you okay, sir?" The old man replied, "Thanks, young lad." At that moment, Lam Tu smiled and said as he turned away, "Glad to hear that. We will take off now. Goodbye, sir." Suddenly, the old man called Lam Tu back, and the young man turned around. The old man took a puff from his cigarette, letting out a cloud of smoke. "You know, there are not many young folks like you who respect their elders and love the young these days. The old man could not bear to see someone as young as you die early, after you walk about 500 meters. Remember to take the detour. There is danger ahead." Lam Tu smiled. "Got it. Thanks, old man." Deep down, he thought, "This guy has seen through my strength already, has not he?" Just now, he deliberately made a move. What a sly one. In front of him, monstrous beasts were climbing over the mountains. A huge dark shadow with two sharp horns appeared right behind the mountain. A gigantic monster emerged, looking like a super-evolved grasshopper that had been magnified. And it was not just one, but a whole swarm was flying in. The martial artists gasped in horror. "It is an evolved beast. The Black Monarch." A horde of black monarchs charged straight toward one of the martial artists, who screamed in terror. In the end, all that was left was a pile of bones. Not a shred of flesh left. The remaining martial artists quickly fled, yelling, "Run for your lives." Then the black monarchs swarmed and devoured another person. "Help me." The person cried out in despair. In the mountains, these beasts always appeared in groups, and they were terrifying. Dian Tri looked toward where the beasts had appeared, his eyes filled with worry. He felt relieved, thinking, "Thank goodness we listened to that old man, or we would be done for." Lam Tu smiled with satisfaction, So you can just bully those who seem small and weak. Dian Tri and Lam Tu continued on their journey. Lam Tu glanced at the twisted stone pillars before him, realizing there was no clear path. Dian Tri, walking ahead, raised his hand and said, "It is. There should be traces left by those who passed through here. Let me check." Behind them, two others hurriedly approached. They were the ones Lam Tu had easily dealt with for being rude to the old man. The woman among them looked ragged, her hair a mess. She shouted at Lam Tu and Dian Tri, "Hey, do you two know that path is full of evolved beasts? Why did not you warn us?" Lam Tu, hands on his hips, looked unimpressed. "You are nothing to me. Why should I care about your lives?" The girl was left speechless, her brows furrowed in frustration. Dian Tri called out from the other side, "Found it. This way." They stood there in stunned silence, watching Lam Tu and Dian Tri walk away. That girl said to her teammate, "Let us follow them. They seem pretty familiar with this area." Her messy-haired teammate nodded in agreement. Among the towering stone pillars, Lam Tu grasped the massive columns with both hands and stepped into another place. Lam Tu trailed behind Dian Tri, really glad to have him around. "Without him, we would not have made it out so easily." Dian Tri chuckled modestly. "Come on, that is too much praise. Luckily, there are traces left by those who came before us." In front of them lay a patch of dense green forest. Lam Tu wondered, "What is that forest up ahead?" Dian Tri explained, "That is Yalam Chi Shen. The name comes from the fact that all the trees there are green, but it is crawling with mutated beasts. So we need to be careful." Lam Tu noticed sounds behind them. Those people from earlier were back, but Lam Tu felt something else. His eyes caught a glimpse of a shadow, accompanied by a noise. Another group of mutated beasts appeared, and Dian Tri was stunned. "Oh man, why are there more black hornets? Are they chasing those guys here?" Meanwhile, Lam Tu felt a thrill in his heart. It was the perfect moment to score some experience points. The black hornets were after the people from before, who were now sprinting away, screaming, "Ah, it is the black hornets. The black hornets." Lam Tu smiled inwardly. Those fighters were terrified out of their minds. Lam Tu began to peel off some skins, but he could not blame them. Those pests were small, numerous, and aggressive, making them tough to handle. He unsheathed his spear, ready to face the challenge. Lam Tu unleashed his technique, Bia Chu Chu Fang, and a wave of fire erupted. The fierce flames rushed toward the black hornets, incinerating them one by one. While the system chimed in, "Ding, killed a black hornet level 2, earned 5,000 experience points." Lam Tu continued his assault on the black hornets with his spear, feeling joy bubble up inside him. While the experience points were not huge, the quantity made up for it. The burning black hornets fell like rain to the ground, and the system kept notifying him, "Ding, killed a black hornet level 2, earned 5,000 experience points." In no time, Lam Tu had wiped out all the black hornets. He knelt down, landing on the ground with a proud flourish. A pile of black hornets lay charred and defeated on the ground. Lam Tu held a cloth bag, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Having earned over 100 level 2 mutated crystals. No wonder they say that the path to death is a money-making venture. But dealing with thousands of black hornets was not easy at all. The others were left wide-eyed, and Dian Tri could only chuckle, thinking to himself, "This kid just casually took down over 100 black hornets. Impressive. Maybe this time I can finally get that item." Lam Tu brandished his spear and moved forward, saying, "We still do not know what monsters are waiting for us ahead." Dian Tri called out excitedly from behind, ready to continue. In the midst of the dim forest, where the trees were draped in a gloomy green, Lam Tu asked, "Is the item you are looking for in Yalam Chi Shen?" Dian Tri replied, "We need to get through this green forest first, then to the Black Flame Lake." At that moment, Lam Tu and Dian Tri sat resting against a tree, and Lam Tu glanced at his phone screen. Speaking up, according to a post on the Warrior Alliance website, moving forward, there might be a ton of mutated beasts ahead. The crazy doctor confirms it. That is right. Plus, these mutated beasts might be affected by the environment. Their fur is green, making it easy for them to hide in the trees. So we need to be super careful. Lin Tu is scrolling through his phone, revealing a list of missions. Collect soil from the Wulan Chi Ginseng. Reward: 100,000 union coins. Obtain the Lin D snake. Reward: 1,200,000 union coins. 3. Collect the Yan Tri crystal. Reward: 50 million union coins. Before getting to the fourth mission, Lin Tu pauses and asks, "What is this Yan Tri crystal? The reward is crazy high." The crazy doctor sitting next to him explains, "I remember that thing is found at the bottom of the Black Yan Lake every few decades. This kind of crystal appears at the bottom of the Black Yan Lake. It is super rare." Lin Tu's eyes light up as he asks, "So your goal is also at the Black Yan Lake?" "Right, yeah. Just a little luck. I will take this mission." Suddenly, Lin Tu senses something. Wait. There is a hostile presence. A beam of light strikes toward the spots where Jian Troffer and Lin Tu are sitting, and they quickly dodge. Lin Tu warned. Watch out. We have got an assassin. The beams of light multiply and keep attacking. Lin Tu takes off running. He looks up into the tall branches. I have spotted you. Lin Tu jumps up, kicks off the trunk, and nimbly climbs to the top of the tree. He has found the source of the attacks. The guy is startled. His face goes pale as Lin Tu appears out of nowhere. Lin Tu thrusts his spear straight into the guy's head. Blood splatters. He takes down a second-tier fighter and gains 1,500 experience points. Lin Tu grins. Looks like it is not just one of you. Come on. Give me all your experience points. Suddenly, more attacks come flying toward Dean Chur. He dodges, cursing. Damn it. These are the guys from the Tiger Bandit team. Are we in their territory? Zian Char pulls out his weapon, swinging his spear and unleashing his power. One of the Tiger Bandit guys gets knocked back from Dean Char's strike. Screaming. Watch out. The guy crashes to the ground, the earth smoking around him. And at the same time, a shout comes from behind Zian Char. Realizing the danger, he readies to attack. Zian Char is panting, drenched in sweat, gasping out. Watch out. His eyes widen in shock as he sees Lin Tu behind him. Zian Char is stunned, thinking, that kid is insane. I just took out one guy, and he has already wiped out 67 more. Lin Tu approaches, asking, are the Tiger Bandits holed up around here? Zian Char tilted his head and replied, I am not really sure either. But there are many fighters with hidden motives in I Lam Chi Sem. Those who specialize in attacking other fighters and stealing their treasures. Lum Tu wondered which way to go, feeling that the colors and types of trees here all look the same, making it hard to distinguish directions. Zian Char confidently pulled out his treasure, a locator device, saying, Don't worry. I have got this. Lum Tu was curious. What is that? Yin Trother showed the device, which had dots on the screen, explaining, Not here. It will be affected by the aura. Kim Tra Nam can't use it. It only works based on the strength of your aura, Zian Char pointed out. The deeper we go into the I Lam Chi Sem, the more dangerous it gets. But with this, we won't get lost. Let us head this way. The trees had a gloomy hue, surrounded by mist. Lum Tu sensed something ahead, like a high-level mutated beast. Zian Char replied, Let us go check it out. The two walked on the brown soil, with Lum Tu observing the ground. Noting it was a bit wet, this area must have just seen rain. Zian Char chimed in. Yeah. The path of death sometimes gets rain, but only in small areas. Lam Tu's gaze was serious. Ahead, there was a dark shadow, resembling a giant worm sprawled on the ground. It was the three-tailed water beast, the tyrant of the depths, a rare species existing within the Lam Chi Ginseng, measuring about 50 centimeters in length. Occasionally, there would be a mutated one, growing up to 1 meter tall, moving sluggishly and sounding like a dying creature. Both Lam Tu and Dine Tri turned pale. Dantry gasped, Oh my, and Lam Tu asked, Do we have any salt? Lam Tu remembered that water beasts were said to be afraid of salt. He wondered if this one would be scared too. Dine Tri pulled out a jar of salt, but there was barely any left at the bottom. Yes, but very little. Lam Tu opened the jar of salt, a sinister glint in his eye as he showered the salt all over the water beast, the grain sticking to its body. The beast opened its mouth wide, and both Lam Tu and Dine Tri staggered back in shock, its gaping maw large enough to swallow the whole planet. The giant water beast had a massive, round mouth with a jaw that twisted like its maw. It lunged at Lam Tu, but he dodged just in time, causing the beast to crash straight into a large tree behind it. The beast's mouth was smeared with a green substance, which splattered onto the tree. The massive trunk broke and fell, and the water beast was now furious. The water beast moved, charging at Lam Tu in its giant form. Lam Tu launched his spear, flames bursting forth as he executed his move. A wave of fire shot straight into the water beast's body, and Lam Tu thrust the spear into it. The beast, affected by the heat and the burning flames, opened its mouth wide in agony. Lam Tu and Dine Tri exchanged serious glances. Lam Tu calculated, Is it done for? By nature, the water beast would be terrified of losing the water inside it. With the flames from the Ba Chai O Chiu Feng technique, it might just get roasted. The flames still flickered on the water beast's body, its eyes gleaming, surrounded by swirling clouds of dust from its movements. Lam Tu was astonished. Damn. It is burrowing into the ground. The beast was diving deep into the earth. Dine Tri spoke up. I can't see it anymore. A figure emerged from the ground. Lam Tu warned. Be careful. It is still here. As the system displayed, three-tailed water beast, the tyrant of the depths, a rare species existing in the Lam Chi Ginseng, measuring about 50 centimeters in length. Occasionally there would be a mutated one, growing up to 1 meter tall, moving sluggishly and sounding like a dying creature. Lam Tu tilted his head toward the source of the sound. Hey, is there a new player in town? A newcomer appeared. It was the second prince, a three-tailed warrior. Dine Tri whispered to Lam Tu. It is a hunter, a specialist in ambushing warriors in the Lam Chi Ginseng. Dine Tri addressed the second prince. What do you want? The prince smirked, wielding a dagger wrapped in red silk. What do you think? You already know. Yet you still ask. If you know I am the hunter, then you obviously know I want to chop off your heads and take everything you have. The system displayed. Second prince. Three-tailed warrior. Along with the giant beast crawling beneath the ground, its massive body blending in with the earth. The three-tailed beast, the Aqua Emperor, a rare species found in the Ulamchi Sem, measures about 50 centimeters in size. Occasionally, a mutation occurs, growing up to 1 meter long, moving slowly and making sounds like a deep growl. Lam Tu looked at the creature before him and warned. Don't say I did not warn you. If you take one more step, you might lose your eyebrows. Wang Yi pointed at Lam Tu, saying, for the first time in years, I am being intimidated by prey.
Good.
You have got guts? Just wait. I will make your death quick and satisfying. Wang Yi confidently strode forward. But little did he know. The beast right in front of him was about to strike. Wang Yi was horrified. The Aqua Emperor. The beast clamped down on one of Wang Yi's legs, ripping his pants and oozing out green fluids. Wang Yi swung his arms to fend off the beast, cursing. Damn creature. Die already, Lam Tu questioned. How do we deal with this now? Suddenly, a swarm of tiny larvae appeared on the ground, surrounded by green gas. The system announced. Evolving three-tailed beast. Larva. Characteristics. The larvae of the Aqua Emperor moved quickly, with suckers on their heads, capable of attaching to a person to suck their blood. They had high nutritional value and were crunchy when eaten raw. Lam Tu gasped in shock. No way. They are spawning so many little ones. A swarm of larvae crawled up Wang Yi's legs. They clung to him, and Wang Yi frantically swatted them away, his horrified eyes wide as he yelled, get off. But the larvae kept sticking to Wang Yi's body, and he kept trying to shake them off. Get away from me. Wang Yi fell to the ground, screaming, as the larvae swarmed all over him, multiplying rapidly. In the end, all that was left of Wang Yi was a dried-up husk, his eyes nothing but deep black hollows. Seeing this, the girl exclaimed, Lam Tu, we need to run. Lam Tu rubbed his forehead, deep in thought. These little beasts may be small, but they are evolving three-tailed beasts, a goldmine for experience points. Ignoring the girl's pleas, Lam Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grinned. Experience points. Here I come. He charged in, wielding his spear like a whirlwind, aiming straight for the aqua larvae. With another move, he lunged forward, attacking the tiny beasts with precision. The larva flew off as the system chimed repeatedly. Ding. You have killed an Aqua Emperor larva, earning 1,500 experience points. Ding. You have killed an Aqua Emperor larva, earning 1,500 experience points. Lam Tu beamed with joy, never expecting that these little aqua larvae would yield so much experience. He unleashed a flurry of electrifying strikes, sending the larvae flying and dispatching them one after another. Finally, Lam Tu swung his weapon for a final dazzling blow, sending the larvae scattering amidst a cloud of dust. The system announced again. Ding. You have killed an Aqua Emperor larva, earning 1,500 experience points. Ding. You have killed an Aqua Emperor larva, earning 1,500 experience points. The attacked larvae twitched and died on the ground. Finally, as the smoke cleared, the larva lay scattered on the ground while Lam Tu stood tall, sword in hand, concluding the intense battle. The girl stared in astonishment at the mass of defeated larvae. In less than a minute, you wiped out all those little beasts. The electric fish lay scattered on the ground, torn to pieces. But Lam Tu was taken aback, raising an eyebrow, and thought, how are they still alive? A massive electric fish reappeared right in front of Lam Tu, its mouth wide open, ready to pounce. Lam Tu summoned his strength and unleashed a fiery attack. Determined to end it, the flame shot straight towards the gigantic electric fish. Lam Tu glanced back at the huge electric fish and the smaller one swarming behind it. He sprinted forward and yelled, here I come. Lam Tu hurled his spear, infused with fiery energy, charging ahead. He was ready to strike with all his might. Lam Tu planted the spear firmly into the ground, preparing to unleash his power. Fiery blasts erupted from the ground. The electric fish were scorched. A massive scream filled the air. The system activated. Ding. You have slain the Overlord Long Electric Fish. You have earned 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up successfully. Your current level is 17. The electric fish has been sliced in half. A red gem fell from the body of the electric fish. Lam Tu walked over the remnants of the small electric fish scattered on the ground. This is awesome. So many experience points. That gem could sell for over 1 million. The remains of the electric fish are also valuable materials. Lam Tu scrolled through his phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mission. Harvest the remains of the Overlord Long Electric Fish on the martial artist's website. Reward. 10 million. I am hitting the jackpot. I am hitting the jackpot. Lam Tu laughed joyfully. The system displayed a new interface. Player. Lam Tu. Level. 17. Strength. 320 to 337. Constitution. 107 plus 20. Speed. 80. Total combat power. 2102 to 2220. Title. 3rd tier martial artist. Grants an additional 20 points in physical attributes. Rage meter. 0 out of 100. Skills. Analytical eye. Stealth. Disguise. Lam2 looked at his status screen. Nice, I have leveled up to 17. I received 17 accumulation points. Lam2 spoke up. System, boost all my strength. Lam2 called out from a distance. Waving his hand, the healer replied. Up ahead is the Black Flame Lake. At Black Flame Lake, the forest still exuded a gloomy vibe along with the cold. Vast waters. Lam2 asked, this is Black Flame Lake. The healer responded. Looking ahead, right. Black Flame Lake. Lam2 reached out to touch the water. This lake is freezing to the bone. Something feels off. Suddenly, the healer dropped to his knees. Lam2 was shocked. Confused. Healer. What is wrong? The healer pulled out an image on his phone. His eyes filled with sincerity. Lam2, please. I need your help. The tree I mentioned before is the Black Flame Mountain. Please. They're in Black Flame Lake. The tears of healing will flow. His gaze was filled with pity. The healer explained. My daughter is infected with a virus. Her right eye is afflicted with a terminal illness, and her immunity is slowly fading. The condition of this illness is such that even a slight chill could take her life. Lin2 looked at the healer and the images on his phone. The healer recounted the story. For the past few years, I have been running all over the place, gathering information from everywhere. I just found out the Black Flame Mountain at the bottom of Black Flame Lake can cure my daughter's illness. The healer pressed his hands against the ground, bowing his head. Lin2, there must be powerful evolved beasts at the bottom of the lake, but their strength probably does not exceed your limits. Throughout this journey, I have seen your skills. If it is you, going down to the bottom of the lake to retrieve that tree should be no problem at all. Please. I need your help. Lin2 remained silent. His gaze still fixed on the healer. Lin2 knelt down, getting closer to the healer, smiling. Brother Dai, without you on this journey, I never could have made it here so easily. Don't worry. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Here are some goggles for you. They have small lights on them. They will help you see clearly underwater. Just a reminder. Lam2, but the crystallized flame, it is not something you can find easily. You can only encounter it by chance. Lam2 put on the goggles. Can you see? I am going to give it a try. Just relax. The thing you mentioned. I will definitely retrieve it for you. Lam2 jumped right into the water, leaving the reminder on the shore. Lam2 swam down, feeling the flow of the water. It is soap. Lam2 turned on the light to illuminate under the water. After wrapping himself in energy, it did not feel as bone-chilling. Lam2 continued to swim deeper. In such a big lake, how come there is not a single fish? It is so strange. Lam2 kept swimming down further. He dove deep down and saw the lake bed. No crystallized flame here. No black flame either. Suddenly, Lam2 discovered something unusual ahead. That white object is a crystallized flame. A black object was swimming towards Lam2. It is a money-hungry beast. A fierce fish appeared. That is the ancient white fish. A money-hungry beast. Lam2's light shone directly into the face of the ancient white fish. Lam2's body still showed signs of protective armor, but it did not let any water in. Lam2 struggled to see the ancient white fish. Lam2 grimaced as the ancient white fish charged at him. He observed its movements, feeling irritated. Damn it, too fast. This won't do. The surface of the water was still calm, but beneath, Lam2 was pouring all his strength into attacking the giant white crabfish. He activated his rage. Lam2 kicked straight into the giant claws of the crab. The giant white crabfish turned to look at Lam2 with a fierce gaze. Lam2 summoned his strength to unleash an attack. A powerful punch shot straight towards the crabfish. The crab struggled. Enduring the punch that struck Lam2's head, an explosion echoed, causing the giant white crabfish to seem like it exploded into 100 pieces. Lam2 thought. The rage fist must endure the pressure of the lake water. Couldn't unleash all his power. I wonder if that fish is dead yet. The system has not announced any kills either. Suddenly, Lam2 noticed something. Surrounding the mist was a glowing object. Lam2 exclaimed in joy. Wait! Is that the crystallized demon essence? Lam2 shone his light to the side, spotting the black demon essence too. Lam2 was thrilled, diving deeper into the image. This is great. I found the black demon essence too. But suddenly, the giant white crabfish lunged from behind to attack Lam2. It is not dead yet. Lam2 was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Damn. Rage fist is not effective underwater. Lam2 charged straight in, delivering a powerful punch to the crab's eye. But it did not budge. It swam around Lam2, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, it raised its large claw to grab Lam2. The claw shot forward at breakneck speed. Lam2 dodged it just in time. Damn it. The power of the rage fist is so weak in the water. It barely poses a threat to it. Moreover, I can't bring any weapons down here. Once the rage wears off, Lam2 quickly swam straight to the surface, needing to get to shore first. Then think of a plan. The giant white crabfish watched Lam2 with a fierce glare. It swam straight towards Lam2, opening its wide, sharp-toothed mouth to swallow him whole. Lam2 tried to swim faster, but the fish was still hot on his tail. Lam2 pushed himself to swim up as quickly as possible. Suddenly, The giant white crabfish surged ahead, blocking his escape route. The giant white crabfish clamped its massive claw onto Lamb 2, but only managed to snag his clothes. Lamb 2 smirked, thinking, good luck getting my ass out of this. The combat gear cost millions in the Alliance. I hope it is durable enough. Lamb 2 used all his strength to pull the giant white crabfish onto the shore. Come on. Lamb 2 swam faster and faster, finally breaking the surface of the water. Lamb 2 was pumped, shouting, "Aye, bring it on." The female character stared at the fish, mouth agape, huge. Lamb 2 kicked towards the giant white crabfish. The giant white crabfish was dragged onto the shore, glaring at Lamb 2 with rage. Lamb 2 retorted, "Now that we are on land, you think you can take me on?" Just as he finished speaking, Lamb 2 kicked the giant white fish, killing it. A notification popped up on the screen. You have slain the evolved giant white fish, earning 350,000 experience points. The giant white fish rolled its eyes, struggling for life. It could not withstand this final blow from Lamb 2. Miss Dan rushed over, calling out, "Lamb 2, are you okay?" "I found the crystallized fire essence and black fire stone." He slowly walked up while holding the black fire stone. Lamb 2 asked Miss Dine, "Is this what you meant?" Tears of joy streamed down Miss Dine's face. Yep. "That is it. Thank you. Thank you." Miss Dine bowed in gratitude to Lamb 2. "Thank you. My daughter is saved this time." Lamb 2 replied, "No need for formalities," Miss Dine said. "Lamb 2, this is the martial arts technique card left by my ancestors. I can't practice it anymore." She handed it to Lamb 2, saying, "This is for you." Lamb 2 immediately refused. "The golden body technique is too precious. I can't accept it," Miss Dine insisted. "The value of the black fire stone is no less than the golden body technique. It is a lifesaver for me." "Lamb 2, you keep this golden body technique." At this point, Lamb 2 could not refuse the gift any longer. "All right, since you insist, I will accept it. Are you getting ready to head back now?" Miss Dane replied. "Yep. I need to hurry back and give the black fire stone to the doctor to save my daughter's life." Lamb 2 quickly asked, "Miss Dine, if we keep going forward, where will we end up?" Miss Dine answered, "If you go 50 kilometers further, it is the territory of the Ylamchi Ginseng. I am not sure, but 3 years ago, I and my team reached the edge of the Ylamchi Ginseng territory, but we were chased back by powerful evolved beasts." After saying that, Miss Dine waved goodbye to Lamb 2. "Lamb 2, goodbye for now. We will meet again if fate allows." Lamb 2 cheerfully replied, "We will meet again if fate allows." As night fell, Lamb 2 grilled the giant white fish, marveling, "I can't believe this weird fish tastes so good." Lamb 2 took a big bite of the meat and said, stepping into the snow, "This technique sounds incredible. I feel as light as a swallow. This martial arts technique is really powerful." Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt appeared in the sky, and Lamb 2 panicked. "What the heck is this weather? My clothes just got dried." He quickly ducked into a nearby cave, nibbling on fish while watching the rain, thinking, better avoid the rain for now. Suddenly, a girl rushed in from afar, shouting, "Help! Save me. There is an evolved beast over there." This girl was Wang Xiaohua, a third-level martial artist. Lamb 2 quickly stood up to support Wang Xiaohua. "Get up first." Before she could say thank you, Lamb 2 kicked towards her, delivering a powerful strike. Wang Xiaohua was a bit taken aback but quickly dodged Lamb 2's attack. She stood behind him, puzzled. "Why did you suddenly attack me?" Lamb 2 narrowed his eyes at the girl behind him. "Wang Xiaohua, third-level martial artist. You are also a hunter of the Ylamchi Ginseng. Right. Your performance was pretty clumsy, and the aura around you is completely unmissable." The little flower is astonished, somehow knowing my name. Under the rain, the little flower smiles, casually putting one hand behind her back. "But it is fine. That little mouse with a difficulty level on the hunting network, a tiny chick like you, can be crushed without a second thought." The little flower raises an arm to signal and attacks. And from within the forest, others emerge, ready to strike. Those guys rush forward to attack Lamb 2, one wielding a sword with a fierce intent, ready to meet their end. The guy swings his sword straight at Lamb 2, but with amazing agility, Lamb 2 easily dodges. He lowers his body, his sharp gaze observing the situation. Lamb 2 unleashes his spear without hesitation, a storm of petals erupting, leaving that guy stunned. What the heck? In a split second, that guy is sent flying, accompanied by a loud scream and a system notification. Ding. Killed a second-rank martial artist. Earned 16,000 experience points. The remaining guys refused to back down, charging at Lamb 2, vowing to take him down. Each one uses a different technique. One reaches out, preparing a 5-element cannon. Another one also shows a move, the Wind Dog Fist. The last one launches an attack, executing a bone-crushing kick. Lamb 2's eyes focus on the ones trying to kill him. He thrusts his spear forward, delivering a powerful kick full of light. Decisive. Those guys turn pale, being knocked away. Lamb 2 grips his spear tightly, continuously unleashing his moves. Lamb 2 launches his ultimate move, Storm of Petals. The spears multiply, piercing through those guys. their screams echoing in the air. The system pops up. Ding. Killed a second-rank martial artist. Earned 16,000 experience points. The little flower watches in disbelief, wondering why. Clearly he only has the strength of a first-rank martial artist. Yet he can effortlessly handle a bunch of second-rank fighters. Little flower's gaze turns dangerous, smiling with excitement. But this only makes it more thrilling. She gleefully unleashes a terrifying power, decapitating a powerful foe, leaving her exhilarated. The little flower stands at a distance but quickly vanishes. She appears right in front of Lamb 2 in a flash. Lamb 2 braces himself against the little flower's attacking force, evaluating in his mind. Her speed is unreal. It is the art of martial agility. The little flower prepares her ultimate move aimed at Lamb 2. Lamb 2 swiftly dodges those attacks. He continues to strike back with his own move. The Hellish Dragon Slayer. A powerful strike erupts. A massive snake seemingly materializes, charging forward with ferocity. Lamb 2 tilts his head back to avoid its attack. Lamb 2 smiles, raising his chin, while behind him, the little flower's weapons come hurtling toward him. Lamb 2 is shocked. Somehow they have returned. Two of the little flower's darts are flying back toward Lamb 2, who counters with his spear. The darts fly off into the distance. But more darts follow. A relentless barrage attacks Lamb 2, who uses his spear to block them. Lamb 2 grits his teeth, stretching to hold them off, wondering why he can push them away. The little flower's eyes sparkle with delight, laughing heartily. The more you struggle, the faster its elasticity becomes. If you do not slice yourself into tiny pieces, they want to stop. The darts keep coming, leaving Lamb 2 covered in scratches. He swings his spear and charges straight at the little flower. Damn it. I will kill you first. Lamb 2 shouted loudly and rushed in, his spear thrown, but the little flower quickly dodged. Little flower was stunned. This kid really knows how to play around. Little flower gathered her darts back. Seems like I underestimated you. Little flower unleashed her move, Moon Slash, while Lamb 2 was completely unfazed and excited. Bring it on. Lamb 2 also launched his attack, a powerful strike, and the battle erupted in a shocking explosion. Little flower's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? The speed and strength suddenly skyrocketed. In the midst of the smoke explosion, little flower cried out loudly, and the system announced. Ding. Killed a third-grade martial artist. Received 300,000 experience points. Then, in a vast desert, on the other side were dense forests and a large lake. Lamb 2 emerged, trudging through the desert, looking like he was about to die of thirst. Lamb 2 walked, drenched in sweat, with a large piece of wood strapped to his back, tongue hanging out, holding a water bottle, looking like he was about to dry up. This place is so weird. One side is raining like crazy, thick forests. The other side is a scorching hot desert. Lamb 2 raised the water to drink. In this heat, without a water source, he would be dehydrated in no time. Luckily, he brought along a drink that could keep him hydrated all day. As he stepped on the sand, suddenly his foot sank into it. Lamb 2 was startled. Oh no. Did I just step into quicksand? In front of Lamb 2 was a mound of sand rising up. Lamb 2's eyes widened. No way. A mutated beast appeared. It was a sandworm. A fourth-grade mutated beast, living in the desert, and it was extremely agile, skilled at hiding in the sand and dealing lethal blows. The gigantic sandworm loomed in front of Lamb 2. Lamb 2 drew his spear, ready to strike at the sandworm, preparing for the attack. Just as the sandworm opened its mouth wide, a flame charged toward it. The fire struck the sandworm, causing it to topple over. In just a second, the sandworm collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, its body trembled, leaving only remnants behind. Lamb 2 smiled. Just like that. It is. Do you even deserve that body? A loud laughter echoed from behind, and Lamb 2 turned to look. A group of martial artists rushed over. It was the sandworm. A young man looked at Lamb 2 and asked, "Did you kill it?" Another guy scoffed as he examined the sandworm's body. I really overestimated him. A mere first-grade martial artist. How could he possibly handle a sandworm? He must have just stumbled across it and thought he got lucky. Lamb 2, holding his spear with confidence, admitted, "This is my kill." The guy did not believe him. Right. The one speaking was Tran Khan, who pointed and laughed. We need to extract the precious materials from this sandworm, even its teeth. They are top-notch for weapon crafting. But then a girl and her teammate appeared. The girl had coffee-colored skin and crossed her arms. Zhang Kun. Stop making a fuss about your own nose. Zhang Kun and a teammate ignored her and laughed mockingly. Dumb girl. Who is she even with? Is it because she saw that handsome kid and got smitten? The girl was furious. What did you just say? If you are brave, say it again. I have been watching you for a while now. Her teammate held her back. Chill out. Lamb 2 listened to their conversation, feeling annoyed. Are these people just here to fight? And what does my good looks have to do with this? Zhang Kun was tongue-tied, and his teammate fueled the fire. It is definitely like that. But these two still have not realized that the giant bug behind them was slowly getting up. The girl from Zhang Kun's team, Loki Alkai, shouted. Oh no. The giant bug is not dead. Get out of the way. Zhang Kun turned his head back just in time as the giant bug crushed him. His teammate yelled. Zhang Kun. The group shouted. Quick. Back up. Back up. Only Lam 2 stood there staring at the giant bug, feeling incredibly annoyed. That damn creature dared to swallow my experience points. Why did not anyone say anything? Lam 2 confidently replied. I told you already. That is my Trancon's teammate, furious, charged at Lam 2 with his sword. You bastard. Just die already. Lam 2 wielded his spear and struck him down, knowing this place was a death trap. So be ready to meet your end at any moment. System notification. Kill the 3rd tier warrior. Gain 300,000 experience points. Truong Dan and his teammates stared in shock. Lam 2 looked at the guy sprawled on the ground and tilted his head. Are not you guys on the same team as these two? Why are not you doing anything? Truong Dan replied nonchalantly. You have got it wrong. We are not a team. We just happened to cross paths. We decided to travel together for a bit. But with scum like this, if you do not take action, I can just let them off the hook either. Loi Loi exclaimed in panic. Bro, that big guy is coming over here. The giant insect warrior charged fiercely. But Lam 2 remained calm and scoffed. Ah, you little brat. Is a single chili pepper not spicy enough for you? The spear in Lam 2's hand unleashed its power. His eyes lit up, and he swung the spear, unleashing the 100 Flames Phoenix. Fiery blasts surged straight toward the giant insect warrior. The giant insect warrior writhed in agony as the flames scorched him. Loi Loi looked on in disbelief. What kind of martial arts was that? This guy's strength is terrifying, Truong Dan added. I have never seen a martial art like that either. The giant insect warrior's technique was designed to destroy from the inside out. The giant insect warrior opened its mouth wide. It is over now. Flames were still raging inside. System notification. Ding. You have killed the evolved 4th tier giant insect warrior. Gain 1,777,888 experience points. Lam 2 approached the fallen giant insect warrior. The unique features of the giant insect warrior made Lam 2 smile. Truong Dan, with his hands on his hips, assessed. This kid is really strange. He seems weak, but when he fights, he is incredibly strong. Truong Dan's teammates chimed in too. He can single-handedly take down a 3rd tier giant insect. Another teammate added. Truong Dan, the remains of the giant insect warrior are really valuable to us. Truong Dan looked at the person ahead. I am going to negotiate with him. As Truong Dan approached, Lam 2 asked, what is it? Truong Dan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Cough cough, you big guy. Since you have so many remains of the giant insect warrior, could you spare us a few? Truong Dan negotiated. It is not charity. We will trade you some other materials for it. Those remains are really important to us. Lam 2 waved his hand dismissively. These remains are useless to me. You all can take them. Consider it a thank you for what you said earlier. Truong Dan's eyes lit up. Really? That is great. Thanks a lot. Truong Dan called to his teammates. Hey. Everyone, come over and gather the remains. Loi smiled. I can believe he is just giving us all the remains of this giant insect. Truong Dan, you are not thinking of keeping some for yourself, are you? Truong Dan shot back. I am taking all of it. Just so you know, Truong Dan's group hurriedly gathered the remains of the giant insect warrior. Then, they peeked out, and Loi Loi said, Hey. It looks like that guy has already left. Lam 2 had begun to walk, his shadow fading away, his feet sinking into the sand. Suddenly, his foot sank deeper, and Lam 2 jumped into the air, shouting, Please, not another giant worm. Lam 2, spear in hand, stood ready for battle, gazing at the spot where he had just sunk. Smoke erupted from the sand, and Lam 2 was suddenly pulled down into the earth, his face paling as he screamed in panic. Finally, Lam 2 landed somewhere underground. He got up, rubbing his head and wailing, Ouch. It feels like I have fallen into a cave. Lam 2 looked at the strange place before him, puzzled. This looks like a secret passage. He mused as he touched the wall. Could this be a remnant from the war between humans and alien invaders? They say many places in the death zone are remnants of battles from long ago. Lam 2 traced the light illuminating the intricate patterns on the wall, noticing strange indentations. Is this some kind of mechanism? He wondered. Deep within the passage, he spotted red eyes staring back at him. Lam 2 squinted, sensing something approaching. A massive golden rat appeared. It was the Huangjing mouse, a 3-evolved beast. But it was not just one Huangjing mouse. There was a whole swarm of them. Lam 2 was horrified. You have got to be kidding me. Lam 2 got into a fighting stance. The horde of Huangjing mice charged at him, and he unleashed his spear with all his might. The strikes Lam 2 delivered lit up with power, taking out the Huangjing mice. The system chimed in. Ding. You killed a 3-evolved beast, Huangjing mouse, earning 180,000 experience points. Lam 2 kept attacking, and the system kept notifying him. Ding. You killed a 3-evolved beast, Huangjing Mouse, earning another 180,000 points. In no time, Lam Tu wiped out the whole swarm. The Huangjing mice lying in rows on the ground while he stood there, panting. Lam Tu sighed in relief. Although there was no real threat, the sheer number of them was exhausting. But he could not help but smile at the loot in his hands. Experience points and rare items were never a waste. Lam Tu ventured deeper. Seemed the Huangjing mice had been startled by someone else, which was why they had come to his area. As he walked, he speculated, could there be others in this passage? Lam Tu sensed someone attacking and quickly readied his spear, shouting, "Who goes there?" Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "Wait, is that you?" Lam Tu was surprised. "Wait, who are you guys?" he asked. "Did you scare off those Huangjing mice? What are you doing here?" Zhang Jian chuckled and explained. "We were traveling through the desert when the sand collapsed beneath us, and we fell in here. Those Huangjing mice. Yeah. We might have startled a whole pack of them." He grinned. "Looks like fate brought us together. I'm Zhang Jian, and this is my friend, Loli." The tall person next to her is her boyfriend, Kuang Lu, and the other guy is Bang Wu. Zhang Jian's teammates greeted Lam Tu warmly. "Hey there." Lam Tu smiled back, introducing himself. If we are all stuck here together, we might as well team up." As Lam Tu walked with Zhang Jian's group, he asked, "So how exactly did we end up in this secret passage? Why is not there a clear exit?" Lam Tu walked alongside and replied, "There must be a heap of junk left over from the year 2554 around here." Zhang Jian was astonished. 2554 was over a century ago. "How do you know that?" Lam Tu pointed behind him to explain. "I just saw the date carved into the wall." Lam Tu recalled the image etched into the wall when they first entered. Does anyone else feel like that indentation on the wall looks really familiar? Zhang Jian was confused. Familiar how? Suddenly enlightened, Lam Tu pulled out a strange crystal. Zhang Jian looked at the crystal and asked, "Which evolved beast does this crystal belong to?" Lam Tu replied, "It is from the golden rat. The one that got spooked by us earlier. The evolved beast ran off ahead. I managed to catch and kill a few." Lam Tu held the red crystal in his hand. "I was really curious why there was an evolved beast like that in this place until I killed them and took the crystal. It suddenly hit me. The golden rat is the key to this secret passage." Lam Tu placed the crystal into the centerpiece of the previously carved image. It fit perfectly and started to glow. The door swung open, and Lam Tu exclaimed, "Just as I guessed. I was right." Zhang Jian gasped. It really opened. They stepped through the door, and Lam Tu shared his knowledge. People from the last century used the crystals from evolved beasts as a new energy source. Back then, people did not just use crystals to enhance their own abilities. They utilized them in various other ways. This ancient ruin also used crystals as fuel. In front of Lam Tu's group lay a pile of rubble, and he muttered, "What in the world is all this?" Zhang Jian observed, "This is likely a laboratory from the last century." Lam Tu speculated, "This is," and everyone gasped. Mutants. Before them were images of mutants lying in testing tubes, as if they were being preserved. Mutants. Mutants. From the last century. To defeat the alien invaders, Earthlings fuse human bodies with the Na of evolved beasts to create a new kind of human. The head of a mutant became clearer. This new human was incredibly powerful but also bloodthirsty and brutal. In the end, the experiments had to be terminated, and all the mutants were destroyed. Their bodies were incredibly tough. Lam Tu frowned. Shocked. I can't believe it. A century has passed, and something this terrifying still has not been completely lost. Suddenly, black vines appeared around his feet. They are wrapping around my legs. Bang Wu. Help me. Help me. Bang Wu. Hang in there. What is this? You let me. The vines pulled Bang Wu down. Bang Wu. Lam Tu's group was caught off guard, as Bang Wu cried out desperately. Help. Help me. The vines were extremely dangerous, and Bang Wu reached out for help. Help. Save me. Then, the vines pulled Bang Wu deeper, leaving only his hopeless cries behind. Help me. Zhang Jian rushed in. Bang Wu. Hang in there. The vines coiled completely around Bang Wu, lifting him into the air. There was a sound of astonishment. What is this? Bang Wu shouted angrily. But the vines wrapped around Bang Wu's neck and began to crush him. Yet a surge of power rushed in. Kuang Li and Lulu stood frozen in shock. Zhang Jian's eyes widened with concern. Bang Wu. Lam Tu rushed in, using his strength to attack the vines. But Bang Wu's body was still pierced by the vines. Collapsing onto the ground, the teammate Bang Wu could only scream. Bang Wu. Bang Wu. Lam Tu looked at the vines and said, "We can't save him now. This place is really weird. We need to find a way out fast." Bang Wu's body started moving, and the teammates kept shouting his name. Bang Wu. Bang Wu. His face was covered in vines. His whole body was the same. As he sat up, the vines pierced through him. Looking horrifying, the teammates were stunned. Wondering what the heck was going on, Lam 2 realized. Damn it. That is the Ames virus. The monster just now had the Ames virus in it. The group quickly ran away, with Loi Loi in front. Brother Lam. Zhang Zhan. The exit is over here, Lam 2 shouted. Lam 2 grabbed Zhang Zhan's hand and they ran. The mutant beasts howled behind them. As they dashed through the flames, Lam 2's eyes widened in shock. Behind them, a pack of mutant beasts chased after them. Lam 2 yelled. They are right on our tails. Run. Bang Vu had turned into a zombie, fierce and relentless in pursuit. Bang Vu raised his veiny arm to attack. Lam 2 unleashed a powerful blast towards him. Lam 2's expression turned serious. This Ames virus is extremely potent. Warriors infected with it transform directly into zombies of the same level. Seeing Bang Vu's grotesque transformation, Lam 2 strategized. Even if you chop off their heads, their bodies can still move. If they bite you, you will be infected with the Ames virus immediately. Lam 2 unleashed his strength, realizing the only way to deal with them was to cut them in half, rendering them completely immobile. One of Lam 2's legs buckled as the vines coiled around him, forming a massive swirl. Lashed out with powerful vines to attack Lam 2. But he quickly dodged. Lam 2's eyes widened in disbelief as those vines successfully ensnared his body. The vines multiplied, twisting and writhing. Lam 2 observed them, realizing these were not just ordinary vines, but a type of non-evolving beast infused with the Ames virus. He warned Zhang Zhan's team. Everyone needs to be super careful. The vines kept appearing, relentlessly attacking. The vines launched another assault, while Lam 2 and his crew fought back. Zhang Zhan got wrapped up, and it did not look good. Lam 2 arrived just in time, severing the vines from Zhang Zhan. Watching the vines being cut and then healing, Lam 2 frowned, his seriousness deepening. These vines are tough to deal with. Lam 2 unleashed his power, launching a blazing fire to burn the vines. These might be plant-like. I wonder if they are afraid of fire. The vines twisted and squirmed in the flames, and Lam 2 smirked. Realizing they feared fire, Lam 2 continued unleashing flames, sending another wave of fire. The vines kept thrashing in the inferno. But in just a moment, the fire flickered out, and the vines remained unharmed. Not only that, the vines began spiraling in a snail-like pattern. Lam 2 was alarmed. This is not good. They are going to explode and release mutations. He shouted. Damn it. Whoever called out. Hope they get hit. All four Lam, Zhang Zhan, Loi Loi, and Kong struggled to chop down the vines. The vines wrapped around the mutated barrel before them, causing it to crack and splinter. And finally, the container shattered, launching the mutant out. The mutant fell to the ground with a thud. In an instant, not just one mutant was freed, but several others as well. The mutant opened its eyes, fully awakened, claws sharpened and ready. It had successfully gained its freedom and let out a roar. The system announced, Mutant Level 3. Lam 2 felt the tension rising, swearing. Damn it. They are all Level 3. Quick. Let us find a way out. The mutant's hand was almost touching Lam 2's face. It swung its arm to attack, but Lam 2 skillfully dodged. Bending down to evade the assassination attempt, Lam 2's body froze. Shit. That was close. He launched a counterattack. The mutant was aggressive, fighting with one hand. It swung its arm, sending Lam 2 flying across the room. Zhang Zhan was worried. Brother Lam. A bunch of mutants are coming at us. He also retaliated. Golden lights shot out, attacking the mutants. But it did not seem to faze them much. Zhang Zhan was astonished. Is this useless? The power still surged within me. Flames erupted, targeting the mutants, who roared and charged straight at Lam 2. Lam 2 called out. Zhang Zhan. You guys go ahead. I will follow. Zhang Zhan was anxious. Brother Lam. Lam 2 calculated. Knowing there were still many dangers lurking in this ruin, he needed to conserve his strength and could not use rage and power just yet. He summoned his spear, channeling his strength, thinking, looks like I will have to use that cheap trick my master taught me, sharp and deadly, plus my energy. Let us see how it goes. The power surged forth, delivering strong blows straight into the mutant's body. Lam 2 grinned. Clearly his power had increased significantly. With both hands full of strength gripping the spear, Lam 2 swept the mutant away. The system chimed. Ding. Kill a level 3 mutant. Earn 589,127 experience points. Lam 2 was overjoyed. Over 500,000 experience points. This is amazing. Facing the mutants before him, he got into a fighting stance. Thrilled. All of this is mine. Lam 2 charged in for the attack. The mutants were fierce, opening their mouths wide to strike at him. Lam 2 assessed. These mutants may be thick and tough, but they are tricky to deal with. The good news, they offer a lot of experience. With that, he effortlessly took down the mutants one by one. Lam 2 thought, this path is narrow, so it is hard to get surrounded. This is a great opportunity to take on multiple foes and rack up experience. The mutants kept falling to the ground, leaving his teammate Zhang Zhan quite surprised. Lam 2 announced, Ding. Kill a level 3 mutant. Earn 599,128 experience points. Lulu looked on, eyes full of admiration. This guy is way too strong. Then, Lamb 2 was hit back by the mutants. Lulu looked dumbfounded. Yeah. Just praised him and now, from a distance, Zhang Jian rushed over. Worried. Brother Lamb. Watch out. Zhang Jian managed to save Lamb 2 from the mutant's attack just in time. The mutant let out a growl. Lamb 2 stood behind the area of the anomaly, attacking the mutated beings. His eyes were cold. The system chimed continuously. Ding ding. Killed a level 3 mutant. Gained 577,771 experience points. Congratulations to the master for leveling up successfully. Current level 18. Ding. Gained 18 potential points. Lamb 2 strength chart appeared. Thompson. Level 18. Strength 337,349. Physique 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Total combat power 2250-2350. Title: Third-rate fighter. Rage control. Not above 100. Skills: Analytical eye. Fury. Camouflage. Lamb 2 looked at his hand. Smiling inside. Perfect. Leveled up again. System: Add 18 potential points. 12 strength points. 6 stamina point. Lamb 2 joyfully soared into the air, attacking the mutated beings. Feeling like his power had increased tremendously, his movements became even lighter. The system chimed again. Ding. Killed a level 3 mutant. Gained 599,000 experience points. Zhang Jian could not believe his eyes. What was up with this guy? It was like he was getting stronger with every hit. Just like a bloodthirsty beast, Lamb 2 stood before the mutated beings, ready for battle. A sound echoed from within. Lulu. Curious. What was that? Lamb 2 spoke. The booming noise came from the other end of the tunnel, along with a terrifying roar. Surely a gigantic evolved beast. The mutated beings all looked up and yelled. Suddenly, they began to flee. Zhang Jian was confused. Are they all running away? Lamb 2 guessed. Something must be summoning them. A monster that could command these level 3 mutants. Just how strong could it be? Lamb 2 walked on. Ignoring them, let us keep moving. Somewhere in the secret passage. Light shone through an opening. The shadows of 4 people were cast on the ground by the light, revealing a variety of weapons. Zhang Li was amazed. This is an armory, Zhang Jian assessed. These are all old-school laser guns, and even bombs. If we take all this, we could sell it for a fortune. Lamb 2 chimed in. First, we need to get everything out. We do not even know if we can take it outside yet. Lulu put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Everyone quiet. I think I hear fighting. All 4 of them leaned in, straining to listen. Lamb 2 caught sounds coming through the opening. Zhang Jian looked at the door in front of him. Other fighters must have rushed in too. Could this door lead to an exit? Zhang Li crossed his arms and spoke. The sounds are coming from behind the door. All 4 of them pushed against the door. Lamb 2 suggested. Let us try pulling it open. Zhang Jian assessed. This door is too heavy. The door swung open, revealing a blinding light. A massive explosion erupted behind the door. Lamb 2 was stunned. In front of him was a group of fighters battling against evolved beasts. Smoke billowing everywhere. Zhang Jian was astonished. What is happening? Lamb 2 responded. I did not expect so many fighters and mutants to be here. Zhang Jian wondered why they were fighting in this place. Lamb 2 looked at the mutants in the distance and finally understood. Those mutants we encountered earlier had all been drawn here by that evolved beast. One fighter from the group was flung towards Lamb 2 and his friends. Lamb 2 caught him, and the fighter wiped his face, thanking him. Are you new here? Zhang Jian and the others were shocked. It is Feng. Tanfeng dusts himself off, realizing it is a person. He looks at the chaos around him and asks, what the heck happened here? Why are there so many martial artists and mutants? Tanfeng points at the martial artists over there, explaining, my friends and I got lost here, but some special martial artists came here to hunt. Deep in the hall is the exit, but a level 6 mutant beast is blocking the way, making it impossible to pass. The 4 of them, led by Lamp, look like they have just seen a house on fire, surprised and talking over each other. What? Maxine Glofi chimes in, as Lamb 2 continues, a level 6 mutant beast. Tanfeng recounts, the green tentacle beast is a colossal creature, 10 meters long, resembling a sea anemone. Its body is covered in long, vine-like tentacles that are extremely tough and can easily pierce through steel. A level 6 mutant beast. Tanfeng, you mean to tell me, you guys dared to mess with that? Lamb 2 asks in disbelief as he gazes at the martial artists fiercely battling over there. We have more than 100 level 3 and level 4 martial artists here, plus a level 5 named Lu Kang who is holding the fort. We can definitely take down that beast. Plus, it is blocking our escape route if we do not kill it. We are just waiting to die here. Lamb 2 speaks up. Still, we are up against a level 6 beast. Charging in recklessly like this is not exactly smart, he thinks to himself. Noticing something's off with the way those guys are fighting. They look like they are in a chaotic frenzy. Come on, guys. Tanfeng urges Lam 2 and the others. Instead of waiting here to die, let us take down that green tentacle beast. The rare essence in its body is worth a fortune. Tanfeng watches the fighters with excitement, and he adds, plus, Liu Kang has 2 of the latest Il-2 bombs. Those should have already hurt the beast. The bomb is thrown, exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. The tentacles start to writhe, and someone shouts, the green tentacle beast is out. Everyone, be careful. It looks like it has been injured. Liu Kang's artillery is really effective. Lam deduces. Those tentacles in the laboratory were definitely this monster. It can reach out that far. In other words, the entire ruins below ground are under its control. Liu Kang announces. All right. Everyone. The green tentacle beast has shown itself. Let us split into 2 groups. Some of you hold off the mutants, while the rest follow me to take down the beast. The martial artists enthusiastically attack the tentacles of the green tentacle beast. Shouting and rallying as they charge into battle, they coordinate to take down the mutated foes. Lam 2 stops the group led by Zhang Zhan, saying, everyone be cautious. These mutants are already under the beast's control. Lam 2 observes intently, wondering why he feels so eager to fight. This feeling is strange. Suddenly, a mutant spots something and charges aggressively toward Lam 2. Lam 2 thrusts his spear through the mutant, while Zhang Zhan slashes at it with his sword. Lam 2 continues to watch, analyzing the martial artists battling over there. Then Lam 2 notices the joyous expressions on Zhang Zhan and Conranglet's faces. He thinks. The energy of Zhang Zhan's team feels just like the others in the hall. Lam 2 just watches. They are all so pumped up, fighting harder and getting stronger. Every spear pulled from a mutant is just fueling their excitement. Lam 2 looks back at the scene, and all the mutants have been wiped out. Zhang Zhan, beaming with joy, says, Brother Lam, look over there. The 6-legged beast seems to be in trouble. The 6-legged beast roars, tilting its head back, its tentacles flailing wildly. And the eager fighters are ready. The beast really looks like it has lost its edge. Victory is right in front of us. We are about to win. The fighters are bursting with joy, eager to take down this evolved beast and claim their rewards. That mutant treasure. It is all mine. No one else can dream of snatching it from me. Zhang Zhan chimes in. Brother Lam, let us go join the fun. Lam 2 stops him, gripping Zhang Zhan's shoulder. Hold on. Do not you notice something's off? Zhang Zhan innocently asks. Off? Like what? Lam 2 explains. Ever since we stepped into this hall, we have felt this unexplainable thrill. All the fighters here, except for Liu Kang, are hyped up. If I am guessing right, that bomb Liu Kang threw must have something potent in it, like adrenaline gas. Just look at those fighters going all out against the 6-legged beast. Lam 2 continues. This stuff pumps up your adrenaline, sure. It boosts fighting effectiveness temporarily, but it is bad for the body. That is why these fighters are risking everything to attack. That beast Liu Kang is treating everyone like cannon fodder. Zhang Zhan catches on. Furious. What the hell? The jerk thinks we are just meat shields. Lam 2. Plus, he is using the 6-legged beast to wear us down, trying to play us for fools. The beast lashes out with its long tentacles. Injured fighters shout out. One says, this is not good. The evolved beast is playing dead. Another fighter responds. No way. It is definitely going to counterattack before it goes down. Keep hitting it. The tentacles of the 6-legged beast strike out, hitting fighters, who scream in pain. Other fighters worryingly ask, hey, are you okay? Brother. Suddenly, the fighter who was just hit by a tentacle convulses, his body tense, face pale, eyes bloodshot, growling like a monster. Those fighters have turned into zombies, mindlessly attacking their comrades. The unaffected fighters are horrified. They have mutated it as a virus. An auris. Everyone. Watch out. A zombie lunges at a regular fighter, who screams in terror. It is me, I am the Leaf Wolf God. The zombies keep attacking, and the fighters scream, run. Get out of here. Zhang Zhan and his team watch in horror, realizing how quickly things turned. Thank goodness they did not rush in earlier. We got rid of the mutants. But this evolved beast lured the fighters in close, turning them into its puppets. Says, but looking at its state, probably won't last much longer. Liu Kang yells. They are no longer our allies. Take them down. The fighters heed his command, shouting, kill, kill. Liu Kang unleashes his weapons with full force. Liu Kang's attack charged straight at the 6-legged beast. The beast fell, its body exposed, revealing something inside. The martial artists gasped in shock. It is a rare gem, a 6-colored rare gem. They were thrilled, laughing joyfully, and scrambling. It is. Back off. That is mine. Liu Kang's eyes were full of greed. This is mine. He unleashed his weapons to take down the martial artists. You all just die for me. The martial artists were caught off guard and could only scream. Brother Kang, Zhang Zhan asked. Brother Lam, what do we do now? Are we robbing? Lam Tu smiled. Of course we are robbing. That bastard does not deserve to have that rare gem. Liu Kang grinned wickedly. It is. Do not even think about taking it from me. While Liu Kang was reveling in his triumph, marking his territory, Lam Tu was charging from behind, his eyes sharp, ready to attack the gleeful Liu Kang. Liu Kang quickly noticed. Kid. You dare challenge me? He retaliated against Lam Tu. Lam Tu sneered. You put stimulants in the bomb, making everyone else your human shields while you profit. What a lowlife. The other martial artists were stunned. What? What is going on with Liu Kang? Once the martial artists learned the truth, they were furious. Damn it. That sneaky little rat. Kill him. That gem is ours. They charged at Liu Kang, shouting. Kill him. Kill him. Liu Kang's eyes lit up, gripping his weapon menacingly. You little brat. You do not know your own strength. Just die already. Lam Tu remained calm. Assessing. Knowing he could not withstand a blow from a 5th-tier martial artist since he just killed the 6-legged beast, he must have consumed a lot of energy. He can't be that strong. Liu Kang launched an attack on Lam Tu, their powers clashing, but then Liu Kang was knocked back, and another explosion erupted. The martial artist charged at Liu Kang, cursing. You bastard. We will take your life while you are down. The martial artists were extremely furious. You tricked us into being your shields. Kill him. Kill him. They rushed to chop Liu Kang down, and he fought back fiercely. The martial artists yelled at Lam Tu. Kid. Get out of the way. That gem is mine. You are stealing our gem. Go die. Lam Tu struck towards them. The 6-legged beast on the ground stirred, and he sensed it looking at the 6-legged beast lying on the ground. This 6-legged beast is not dead yet. His eyes gleamed with cunning. Perfect. I just found a prize. Lam Tu unleashed his power to kill the 6-legged beast. The system chimed. You have killed the 6-legged beast of the 6th tier, receiving 8,888,888 experience points. The 6-legged beast lay lifeless on the ground from the final blow. Lam Tu's eyes were full of disappointment. A 6th-tier evolved beast gave just over 1,000,000 experience points. That is just pathetic. Lam Tu approached the 6-legged beast, realizing, wait, maybe my damage to it was under 40%. So I only got a fraction of the experience. Liu Kang rushed over from behind, yelling, get your hands off. That is my. Lam Tu stands up, ready to make his move. Liu Kang throws a strike, threatening. Go die. Liu Kang swings his weapon to attack Lam Tu, who uses his spear as a shield. The clash of their weapons creating bursts of light. Seeing Liu Kang fiercely intent on obliterating him, Lam Tu thinks to himself, just as I thought, a level 5 fighter is no joke. At this rate, I won't last much longer. I have to find a way out. Lam Tu. Let us see how this goes. He lunges forward with his spear. Liu Kang dodges but is taken aback. What the hell? How did this kid get so strong all of a sudden? I thought he was just a low-level fighter. Lam Tu smirked. A level 5 fighter is nothing special after all. Lam Tu's entire body radiates power, ready to unleash another blow, his strongest technique. Liu Kang grimaces. Damn. That last hit was not even his strongest move. Lam Tu shouts loudly, building up his momentum, and then bolts away, not forgetting to taunt. You idiot. Liu Kang boils with rage. Damn it. You think you can get away from me? I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. Watching Lam Tu's retreating figure, he rushes towards the door, reaching out to open it. Liu Kang is hot on his heels. You think escaping is that easy? Kid. Lam Tu grits his teeth, struggling to push the door open. Come on. Finally, with a last effort, the door creaks open just a bit. But Liu Kang is right there, weapon raised. You little brat. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupts behind Lam Tu, propelling him forward. The system chimes in. Ding. Killed a level 5 fighter. Gained 12,000,000 experience points. Lam Tu looks on in amazement as the system announces. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up to level 19. You have received 19 potential points. Lam Tu went, rubbing his head. Ouch. It feels like every bone in my body is about to shatter. If I had not gone to that weapons cache and grabbed a bomb, I would have had no chance against that level 5 fighter. He checks his personal strength stats. Host. Lam Tu. Level 19. Strength 349, 359. Constitution 113. 20. 120. 20. Speed 80, 82. Total combat power 23, 50, 25, 20. Title. Level 3 fighter. Rage accumulation 0 per 100. Skills. Analyzing eye. Rage. Disguise. Lam Tu speaks up. System. Allocate 10 points to strength, 7 to constitution, and 2 to speed. The team rushes over. Brother Lamb, are you okay? Lamb 2 wipes his mouth and smiles. The team member asks, what about that level 5 fighter? I saw him chasing you here. Lamb 2 proudly recounts his victory. I tricked him into the weapons cache and blew him to bits. Tan Feng is shocked. No way. That was a level 5 fighter. And you just handled him like that. Meanwhile, the team member beams with pride. Brother Lamb, you are incredible. The group moves on, and Lamb 2 says, the demon beast has been slain. We can finally get out of this hellhole. On the ground lie the bodies of the fallen mutants and zombies. Lamb 2 observes. Looks like it is just the few of us left. Lamb 2 takes a break with the team. He advises, let us tend to our wounds first. Rest. Then we will head out. Holding a water bottle, he gazes over at the wreckage of the demon beast. The corpse of the 6-legged demon beast must have a ton of useful materials. And those soldiers' bodies should have something we can use too, after an hour. Lamb 2 asked the team if they were done, saying, let us head out. With Loi Loi eagerly raising her hand, the group walked away from the place. And Lamb 2 wondered if they could get out of the ruins by heading straight ahead. Tan Feng, with one arm bandaged, spoke up, maybe we can't. Back when I was with those guys, we caused chaos all over the ruins before we got to this spot. Other areas are completely blocked off. Lamb 2 was taken aback. Seriously? Is it really designed like this? Can't they come up with something more stylish? Together, Zhang Jian, Lamb 2, Kuang Luk, and Loi Loi put their strength into pushing the iron door open. Lamb 2 cheered. Come on, let us open this iron door. While Tan Feng stood by, unable to help with his injured arm, Lamb 2 managed to open the door, his eyes widening in surprise. This place is inside. There is a lot of machinery. I recognize it. It is a control room. Zhang Jian looked at the machines inside and asked, Tan Feng, I remember you studied a lot about technology back in the day. Can you start this control panel? Tan Feng replied, these are older model control panels. I am basically not familiar with them. Plus, we first need to figure out how to turn this machine on. Lamb 2 thought, this underground ruin probably uses alien crystals as a power source. So let us look for any equipment that can hold alien crystals. He spotted a power box and opened it. This is probably just a power box. Right, inside the power box were small squares that looked like something needed to be installed in them. Lamb 2 fitted an alien crystal snugly in place, continuing to insert one crystal after another. Finally, Lamb 2 lost his cool. Seriously? Do you need this many? He kept placing crystal after crystal. And finally, only 2 more were needed to finish. The power box was finally filled with alien crystals, but 3 dots blinked across the screen. Totally silent, Lamb 2 felt frustrated, banging on the power box while cursing. I just wasted 20 alien crystals, and there is still no response. The power box seemed to demand a thump to get started, and the alien crystals began to glow and connect with each other. Watching the power box come to life, Lamb 2 was left speechless. It is working now. Seriously, it needed a hit. Zhang Zhen on the other side saw that Lamb 2 had found it, and was excited. Hey Lamb, did you find the power source? Lamb 2 replied glumly, I found a power box, but it took 20 alien crystals just to activate this control room. Tan Feng became enthusiastic. This is the teleportation center. We can finally get out. Lamb 2 looked at him with wide eyes like a knave deer. You know how to use it. Tan Feng, full of confidence, replied, I do not think it will be a problem. Tan Feng prepared to start it. Flipping the control lever, a beam of light appeared in the center of the room, and he smiled, feeling cocky. Alright, I really am a genius. Looking at the light in the center, Tan Feng explained that this teleportation platform can take us to the surface. Tan Feng and Lin Tu's group rushed to the glowing platform. But perhaps the anomaly could not hold out for long. Everyone quickly got onto the teleportation platform. Lin Tu's group stood on the platform under the light. In an instant, all of them vanished. And then all 5 were thrown out, sand flying everywhere. Everyone was screaming. Lin Tu landed with style, while Tan Feng groaned in pain. Ouch. That hurts. Tan Feng smiled. We made it out. Finally, we can leave that hellhole behind. Kuang was just as happy, feeling like he got his life back. Lin Tu spoke up. Alright everyone. This is where we part ways. If fate allows, we will meet again. Truong Jian asked. Brother Lin, where are you headed? Lin Tu smiled. Straight ahead. Truong Jian watched the figure of the young man fading into the distance, thinking. Straight ahead. Could it be that Brother Lin wants to go there? Meanwhile, Lolo, standing beside him, pinched Truong Jian's arm. Aren't you going to stop him? You really care, do not you? Truong Jian retorted. Shut it. You are the only one babbling. Lolo grinned, sealing her lips with a smile. In the night, Lin Tu was sitting next to a small fire he had lit. He set his luggage down. Surprised at how cold the desert nights could be, Lintu rummaged through his bag, realizing he had rushed earlier and had not carefully examined the evolved beast's crystal. Inside was a crystal that was devouring other crystals. Caught in the act, the little beast froze in place. Lintu stared wide-eyed. What the heck is this? Has the evolved beast really become sentient? The little evolved beast quickly hid the crystal behind its back, pretending like it had not done anything at all. Lintu was baffled. What did I just see? This little guy is actually shy and scared. It really has become sentient. Lamtu grabbed the green crystal creature and demanded, "What the heck are you? Did you sneak into my bag and steal my precious crystal?" His eyes burned with rage. "I will chop you open and get my crystal back." The green crystal creature panicked, waving its hands in protest, signaling him to stop. Pleading not to do this, Lamtu smirked. "So you can understand me." Lamtu snapped a picture of the green crystal creature and hit the internet to figure out what this thing really was. To his surprise, he could not find any info. Could it actually be an alien that looks like a crystal? Lamtu poked the green crystal creature, making it giggle and squirm. It looked tough on the outside, but felt soft and squishy. "Forget it. I want to kill you. But you better not munch on my crystal. And do not even think about running away." Lamtu watched the green crystal creature sitting on the ground chatting away. Since he was bored, he decided to keep it as a pet. "I will call you Kinsen." "All right." Days later, Lamtu started taking down evolved beasts and got a system notification he killed a pink desert snake and earned 150,000 XP. Meanwhile, Kin hurried over to the evolved beast to grab some crystals, and Kin handed the crystals to Lamtu, who smiled and said, "You have helped me collect quite a few crystals. Consider this your reward." Watching Kin happily munching on the gems, Lamtu thought to himself, "This little creature is so fast. When I take down evolved beasts, it can dig out the gems for me, which saves me a ton of trouble. Plus, it seems to really enjoy eating those gems." Under the bright blue sky, surrounded by lush green trees, there is even a lake in the middle. Lamtu excitedly called out, "Keen Tian, look over there. It is in Azis?" The clear water has shimmering bubbles. Lamtu tilted his head back, splashed by droplets of water, his expression pure bliss, feeling incredibly relaxed. Both he and Kenfen felt refreshed like flowers in bloom. Lamtu laughed joyfully, feeling truly happy. Suddenly, Lamtu sensed an attack coming. He felt a blade nearing him. He quickly countered and shouted, "Who is there?" The attacker was incredibly skilled, knocking both Lamtu and Tunsun far away. Lamtu thought to himself, "That blade is so sharp. This must be a master." But Lamtu was stunned when he saw the girl appear before him. "You," Lagayat exclaimed in surprise. "You," Lamtu replied. Longayat suddenly dropped her sword and fell, prompting Lamtu to rush forward to catch her. Lamtu looked worried. "Are you okay?" He noticed her hand covered in red blood. She was hurt. Lamtu quickly grabbed his backpack. "I have medicine. Let me help you." He saw a large gash on Longayat's back, blood spreading everywhere, and her body was trembling. Longayat stubbornly protested, You let me. But Lamtu was serious. "If you tell me to let go, do you really think I will?" "No way. You would bite me. I am giving you the most valuable healing medicine," Lamtu urged as he applied the medicine to Longayat. The drops of liquid trickled down, soaking into the wound on her back. Lamtu asked, "Who hurt you?" But before he could get an answer, Longayat had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Lamtu draped his jacket over Longayat, thinking about how he had not realized her level before. He had underestimated her. Unexpectedly, she was a 4th-tier martial artist, and her skills were far superior to those of others at the same level. Longayat is now a 4th-tier martial artist. Blinking her eyes, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Lamtu crossed his arms, acting all mysterious. "Guess. If you get it right, there is a reward." But Longayat was not interested in his games, turning away dismissively. "If you want to talk, talk. I am not interested." Lamtu thought to himself, "This girl is really a bore." He decided to clarify. "Actually, I am here because I got accepted into the Holy City Academy." Longayat recalled their previous conversation. Lamtu asked, "By the way, where are you from?" Back then, Longayat had flown away, leaving behind just 2 words. "Holy City." Now, she sat up in shock. "You really got accepted into the Holy City Academy?" Lamtu replied casually. "Yeah. But do not get it twisted. I am not here for you." Longayat did not care, lying down and turning away. "You think too much." Lamtu only knows ellipses. The two sensed something off. Longayat sat up, while Lamtu was about to stand. "Whoa. Looks like someone's coming. And not just one." Longayat frowned. "They are looking for me. You should hurry." Lamtu grabbed the luggage in front of him, bent down, and said, "How can I leave a woman behind and run? I want to slow down." Longayat climbed onto Lamtu's back, and he took off at full speed, reminding her, "Hang on tight." The portal in the luggage appeared, and he handed her a pill. "Take this. It will speed up your recovery. Lakangayat was surprised. What is this? A mystical beast's essence. Lamb 2 introduced. This is my patch. Do not get any ideas about the essence inside it. Lakangayat held the pill. Unimpressed. It is just some mystical essence. Lamb 2 continued. I forgot to mention. I have taken that potion in your hand before. Lakangayat did not think it was important, so she shrugged. So what is next? Lamb 2 sighed. You are really not cute at all. Lakangayat spoke up. Hurry up. You are not running fast enough. Behind them, a group was chasing. She is right here. Lamb 2 remained calm. They are closing in. The leader shouted. You killed over 100 members of my Black Tiger gang. And you think you can run? Another guy with a spear yelled. Stay from. The spear flew over Lamb 2 and Lakangayat. But he kept running. The spear landed right in front of them. And the others caught up to Lamb 2 and Lakangayat. The Black Tigers were fierce. Let us see where you can run. Lamb 2 looked at the newcomers. Surprised to see they were all peak-level 3rd-tier fighters. Then he glanced at Lakangayat on his back. You are surrounded by these guys. And you managed to take out over 100 of their gang members and escape. That is insane. The leader stroked his goatee. Sister, stop wasting your energy. You can escape. But Lakangayat's gaze was icy. You all will die, the leader said. Sister, when I attacked you before, you were already badly injured. You think we are still scared of you? He chuckled. I do not know where you found this weakling. But he is not worth anything. Lamb 2 looked confused. The leader licked his lips, his eyes glinting with malice. Come here. Let Big Brother take care of you. Lakangayat said to Lamb 2. Put me down. Lamb 2 chuckled behind her. Looks like I am just a side character now. The leader shouted. Brothers. They turned toward Lamb 2 and Lakangayat. Kill the guy. Keep the girl. It would be a shame to waste such a pretty thing. We will enjoy her later. They laughed viciously, full of malice. Lamb 2 remained calm, watching as one rushed in to attack him. Good. The guy swung his sword. Threatening. You are finished. A surge of energy erupted as Lamb 2 threw his spear, striking a heroic pose. Smirking confidently, Lamb 2 wields a spear infused with fire power, unleashing a fierce attack. The white owl strikes. The attacker stares in shock. What type of martial arts is this? The fiery assault from Lamb 2 charges right at him, making him scream. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lakangayat is fighting off the remaining thugs all on her own. The leader evaluates the situation internally. This girl is clearly seriously injured. Yet she fights like a beast. One of his lackeys grins. Your sister is here. That guy's got a spear. As he reaches Lakangayat, she catches sight of him. But Lamb 2's spear blocks the attack just in time. Lamb 2 stands guard for Lakangayat, asking if she is alright. With their backs against each other, Lakangayat replies. But can you handle this? Lamb 2 smirk. Come on. A man can say he can handle it. The two split up to fight, with Lamb 2 feeling pumped, going for a quick victory. He takes on the thugs with fierce determination. The spear-wielding thug grins, excitedly charging in. You little brat. You use a spear too? Let me show you how it is done. Lamb 2's eyes are serious. The thug lunges forward, executing a move. The shooting star strike. Lamb 2 twirls his spear. Chuckling. You crybaby do not even know how to be embarrassed. I am the real spear master here. Lamb 2 counters with his own move. The white owl strikes, sending out a powerful blast that lights up the area. The spear wielder steps back, but his expression reveals he is intrigued. This kid's got skills. Lamb 2, still smiling, boasts. I'm only using a fraction of my power. Behind Lamb 2, more thugs come charging in, intent on taking him down. Lamb 2 glances at them, then unleashes a powerful burst of light that sends them flying. The spear-wielding thug attacks furiously. You brat. He charges in, but suddenly his expression shifts. Turns out, Lamb 2 easily dodges and brings his spear crashing down on him. But the thug quickly manages to block it. The thug grits his teeth, struggling to hold on. What the hell? What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so heavy? Then he suddenly remembers something. Wait a minute. Taking a closer look at the spear, he realizes. A black spear. Heavy. Could it be that your spear is a hack mang? Lamb 2's eyes sparkle with excitement. So you know about it. The thug continues to hold his spear, unaware of his good fortune. I can't believe I found such a top-tier weapon. Once I kill you, the hack mang will be mine. Lamb 2 sends out a blast of light and responds. You like it? Then consider it a gift from me. Lamb 2 throws the spear. Here. Catch. The thug manages to catch it with one hand. But then he stumbles forward, his arm straining under the weight. Damn. It is so heavy. Lamb 2's eyes light up with stars. Stupid. He delivers a rapid series of kicks to the thug's stomach, sending him flying. Lamb 2 charges in with the spear. People like you do not deserve to wield it. Another thug quickly rushes in to block him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader is utterly exhausted. Damn it. This woman is terrifying. His underlings still charge forward. Lakangayat's gaze remains as cold as ice. Lakangayat dodges the attack and now charges into a counterattack, leaving the henchman terrified. With one swing, Lakangayat slices the guy in half. Lamtu shouts loudly, "Watch out behind you." The boss is sneaking up on Lakangayat. Lamtu is furious. "Wait. This is not how you fight. You can't mess up that pretty face." Lakangayat shrugs it off. "Shut up and mind your own business. Don't let anyone else get cut in half." Over there, Lamtu is battling two other guys. Lamtu is struggling with these guys too. One throws a punch, but Lamtu manages to dodge, wiping his chunk. He assesses. These three work well together. They have got both short and long weapons. This is going to be tough. The guy with the spear comes charging in. Time to get serious. He splits into multiple shadows, sending them flying straight toward Lamtu, who looks ready to face his fate. Lamtu's eyes widen in shock as the spears come rushing at him, surrounded by enemies. He thinks, "Damn it. There is no way out now." Lamtu scans the faces around him, plotting his next move. The only option left is to unleash his rage. His whole body lights up as he shouts, "Rage." The spear wielder is horrified, thinking, "What the heck?" His power just spiked. Lamtu, glowing with energy, charges in, unleashing a fierce attack. Lamtu's spears split off and charge at the guy, who can't believe his eyes. The spears pierce him, and the system chimes. Ding. Killed a third-level martial artist. Gained 302,300 experience points. The remaining guys are stunned. What the hell? How did this kid get so strong all of a sudden? Stop holding back and use your strongest skills. One of them launches an attack. Crimson Lotus. He sends two glowing swords flying, shouting, "Wrath of Fire." Lamtu's gaze remains calm. Fire skill. I know that one. He counters with a similar yet more terrifying move. White Phoenix descends. A massive, fiery phoenix appears, and the guy is terrified, thinking, "Oh crap." He gets engulfed in flames as the system chimes again. Ding. Killed a third-level martial artist. Gained 306,500 experience points. Another one launches an attack. Ice Mountain Explosion. His attacks are unleashed. You are dead. But Lamtu spins his spear, using it as a shield. Lamtu strikes fiercely. The guy's eyes are filled with fear. Lamtu pierces through him, and the system announces, "Ding. Killed a third-level martial artist. Gained 301,100 experience points." Lamtu feels satisfied, having cleaned up the mess. On the other side, the boss is still battling Lakangayat. The boss smirks. "Little beauty. You are holding your own. But just wait until my guys finish off that pathetic loser. You won't stand a chance." Lamtu drops in from above, and the boss looks up. Lamtu strikes down at the boss, who quickly dodges. Lamtu stands protectively in front of Lakangayat. "Old man, open those dog eyes wide and look carefully. Where are your buddies?" The boss is furious. "Damn it. Three useless fools." He channels his rage. "I will go all out against you." The boss's eyes are sharp. "You are dead." He leaps into the air to attack with the thunder strike of 10,000 troops. Lamtu smiles, saying, "I am all about saving you. You know. Now it is your turn to return the favor." In the air, one person wielded a sword while another brandished a spear, charging straight into battle, their weapons clashing together. But the leader was on the back foot. Lamtu managed to stab him. The system chimed in. Kill the third-rate martial artist. Gain 301,110 experience points. After the battle, Lamtu slung a wooden staff over his shoulder and walked away with a spear in hand. He sat down next to Lakangayat, panting heavily, asking if she was okay. Lakangayat hugged herself and replied. Lamtu handed her a potion. "Here. Drink this. Don't worry. I have not touched it." Lakangayat drank the potion, surprised by how quickly his strength had surged. Lamtu, full of himself, chuckled. "Of course. I am a prodigy with extraordinary talent." Lakangayat stood up. "Yam?" Confused, asked. "Wait. Where are you going?" Lakangayat replied. "To the holy city." Lamtu exclaimed. "You are heading there too." Lamtu grabbed his baggage and stood up. "Great. Wait for me. I am running low on energy from helping you. So let us take a breather." "Okay." Lakangayat ignored him and kept walking. Lamtu hurried after her. Wait up. Don't go so fast. You trying to tire me out." In the woods, the trees were lush, and he spotted a chameleon. Lamtu thought to himself. Finally, a normal-looking forest. Following her, Lamtu did not forget to enjoy the scenery, realizing they were nearing the Holy City Academy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "We want to let you guys waltz into the Holy City Academy." Lamtu and Lakangayat turned to see where the voice came from. Over there, Zaiyan was talking with some team. "Kong Han, what is your deal?" Kong Haotain smirked. "I heard the Holy City Academy is having an entrance test for new students, to make sure my buddies pass smoothly. Why not eliminate the competition first? Zhang Zhan grasped his intention. So you want to kill us? Hao Tian casually defended himself. Come on. We are all classmates. Killing sounds too harsh. I just hope you know when to back off. Xin Feng had the guts to respond. You know how dangerous this path is. Do you think it is any different from killing us? Lacking Gaiet. Watching from a distance.
Asked him.
Do you know them? Lam Tu replied. I do. Lam Tu walked up to Lacking Gaiet. Waving hello, surprised by how lively it was here. Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up. It is brother Lam Tu. Lam Tu looked at Hao Tan. Hey man, I am a new student at the Holy City Academy too. Shouldn't we be getting along? Zhang Zhan was shocked. Brother Lam, you are really a new student at the Holy City Academy. Zhang Zhan sighed. We are new students too. But there is a big difference between us. Hao Tan eyed Lam. Grinning. Little bro, you should know. That beauty next to you is quite a catch. Hao Tan reached out to touch Lacking Gaiet's face. I could let you guys off the hook. Just as long as those two beauties agree to be my girlfriends. What do you say? Lacking Gaiet brandished her sword. Hao Tian laughed. Come on now. Little sister. But Lacking Gaiet coldly swung her sword. The tip brushing past Hao Tian's fingers. Ho Thin pulls his hand back. Eyes wide with shock. Whoa, this crazy girl almost cut off my finger. The little thug whispers. Boss. It seems she is a 4th-tier fighter. Ho Thin smirks. Looking at Lefty Guite calmly in front of him. So what if she is a 4th-tier fighter? Did not you see she is all banged up? A girl like that is not going to go easy on you. Lam Tu chimes in.
Hey,
Lam Tu. Do you know the Tiger Bandit crew? Ho Thin replies. So what if I do? They are just over 100 folks. And not even that many 3rd-tier fighters. What is it? You got connections with the Tiger Bandits or something? You think I am scared? Lam Tu crosses his arms. His expression darkening. We actually do have connections with them. And because they messed with us. They have been wiped off the map. The thug looks taken aback, as if he just heard shocking news. What? Over 100 people. And at least 5 peak 3rd-tier fighters. You mean they were all killed by you guys? Another thug pipes up. Those guys. Even we would not dare to mess with them. Ho Thin interrupts. Yeah. So you say you killed them. You think we are going to believe that? Lam Tu smiled. Do not believe it. You can give it a try. Ho Thin responds. Look at this kid. He's got guts. Ho Thin prepares to strike, sword in hand, pointing it at Lam Tu. Go ahead and try. Why not? Lam Tu flexes his muscles. After you try. You are going to be dead. Lam Tu throws a powerful punch, hitting Ho Thin's arm. Ho Thin's thugs rush in, wanting to take him down. Ho Thin shouts. Get in there. Kill that punk. The blade is pressed against Ho Thin's neck, and he stands still. Leffing Guide has the sword aimed at him. If you dare to move, I will kill you. The thug points and orders. Let go. Lam Tu holds up 3 fingers. You get 3 kicks. With a smirk in his eyes. It is either walk away or die. Truong Dan and his team are ready too. Tin Fong and Keegloff look serious. And there is a tense silence. Ho Thin raises his shoulder. Speaking up. All right. We will leave. After that, Ho Thin and his crew walk away. Truong Dan beams. Thanks, big brother Lam Tu. That guy. Ho Thin is a strong fighter from another academy in our city, but he is really arrogant. If it were not for you two, we would not have known what to do. Trunhung Den scratches his head and smiles at Lefningite, thanking her as well. Lam Tu. Lefningite. Are we heading towards the end of the deadly path? Lefningite replies. That is right. Truong Den reaches up to scratch his head. Big brother Lam Tu. Can we tag along with you too? Lam Tu agrees. Sure. We could use some backup on the way. Truong Dan is excited. Thanks, big brother Lam Tu. There are other fighters sitting around a fire. Chatting casually, Lam Tu, munching on some meat, looks at them and asks. Those guys seem to be from the Saint Academy. Quite a few of them. Lam Tu. Do you know how many new students enroll in the Saint Academy each year? Truong Den thinks for a moment. I do not really know, but in our academy, only 5 are selected. And there are also 5 from the Heiko family. Lam Tu is surprised. So your city picks out 10 new students. In his heart, Lam Tu thought. In Tindiu City, I am the only one. It looks like Tindiu is still just a small town. Zhang Zhan chuckled. What do many people really get? Like us. We have 5 people here. But none can hold a candle to Big Brother Lam Tu. I heard there is a guy from the Sky Academy this year. Only 18 years old and already a 5-star martial artist. Lakangayat spoke up. That guy is Zhuo Kaixing. He is from my academy. Everyone in Zhang Zhan's team was stunned. Wait. You two know each other? Zhang Zhan asked. She is also a student at the Sky Academy. Lulu's eyes sparkled with admiration. You are amazing. That is the most prestigious academy in Tindiu City. Regular folks can't even get into Tindiu City. And getting praise made Lakangayat blush. She shyly fell silent, but did not forget to keep up a cool demeanor. The sky was blue, and the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. A group of martial artists stood on a towering cliff. Lam Tu was taken aback, never expecting that a new student could be among thousands. These people were all at least entry-level 3-star martial artists. Most around 17 to 18 years old, Zhang Zhan replied. But the end of the path of death is a cliff? Where's the Holy Academy? Lam Tu speculated. Maybe there is a mechanism like in traditional formation. Lam Tu smiled. Looks like we guessed wrong. A massive airship appeared. A real spaceship. Landing right on the cliff, Sima Cheng stepped forward and introduced himself. Everyone. Quiet down. I am Sima Cheng, the top male instructor at the Holy Academy. Here to welcome you all, Sima Cheng added. However, there is something I need to tell you. As you all have seen, the Holy Academy is not at the end of the path of death. This requirement is just to eliminate the weak. The angry martial artist shouted. What the hell? I have fought to the death for your meaningless lies. Another chimed in. Yeah, you are right. You better pay for my brother's life. Sima Cheng's gaze was sharp. The Holy Academy does not take the weak. Those who can't keep up will be eliminated. A few did not understand the situation and charged straight at Sima Cheng. You are the weak one. I am done playing nice. Let us kill this scumbag and avenge my dead brother. Lam Tu stood off to the side, speechless, watching a bunch of idiots. One of them brandished a weapon in front of Sima Cheng. Time to meet your maker. A flash of light erupted, launching an attack at him in an instant. That guy crumpled to the ground and died on the spot. The others were horrified. What? Sima Cheng raised his hand, and a special elite squad appeared. Guns ready. Tu Cheng commanded. Fire. Those load mouths from before fell under gunfire, screaming in terror. Sima Cheng remained calm amidst the corpses. Those who do not follow the rules will meet such a fate. He continued. Now, please take out your enrollment papers. Lam Tu and the others pulled out their enrollment papers. Sima Cheng instructed. Take the paper from behind and tear it up. Then Sima Cheng continued. Stick the enrollment notice on yourselves. He smiled. The final test you all will face is. Lam Tu had a hunch. Could it be? Sima Cheng shouted. Only those with the enrollment papers of 3 people can board the spaceship. Just as Lam Tu guessed. It was indeed the case. Ma Cheng? The training begins. Ma Cheng smirks wickedly. Wishing everyone good luck, a tall fighter stands in front of Lakangayat. The beauty. Handing her the enrollment notice. Lakangayat looks down on him, not knowing his own limits. He has no idea he is walking straight into a fire pit as he teases Lakangayat by reaching out. Come here. Little Sis. Suddenly, a group of people gets sent flying, shocking the other fighters. Lakangayat remains icy, but fiercely strong like a proud rose in the blinding sunlight. The other fighters frown and squint. Lakangayat hands a stack of enrollment papers to Lam Tu, but he turns it down, saying he does not need it. Then Lakangayat gives it to Loi Loi, who takes it eagerly. Loi Loi's eyes sparkle, thanking her sister. Over here, Zhang Zhan is fighting, and a tall fighter kicks him, saying, hand it over. Zhang Zhan, boiling with anger, curses under his breath. Loi Loi rushes to where Zhang Zhan has fallen. Zhang Zhan looks and says, that is enough for 3 people. He glances at the stack of enrollment papers in Loi Loi's hand and asks, hey, where did you get that? Loi replies, Lakangayat just gave it to me. Zhang Zhan wipes his face and says, I do not need it. Give it to Chen Feng and kindly instead. I will get mine. Loi Loi's Hao Tan and his crew appear, chuckling. Looks like you guys have a lot to play with. Hao Tian charges in to attack. Hand it over to me, and you can die afterwards. Zhang Zhan braces himself against the attack, hearing footsteps approaching. Ma Cheng greets the 2 in front of him. Pretty quick. If I get the enrollment notices for all 3 of you, we can board the spaceship. Ma Cheng reaches out to grab the enrollment papers. Kai Tin. Long time no see. Lakangayat. But Lakangayat coldly ignores him, leaving Kai Tin with a helpless smile. He walks inside, realizing she still is not one for chit-chat. Alright. See you at the Holy Academy, Ma Cheng announces. Lakangayat. You can head up now. Lakangayat replies, I will wait for you. Meanwhile, Loi Loi gets attacked by Hao Chan, dropping the enrollment papers everywhere. Kong yells from the side. Loi Loi. Lam Tu charges in from behind. White umbrella. Protect me. Hao Tian is stunned by Lam Tu's fierce power, thinking, whoa, what a move. In an instant, all of Hao Tian's enrollment papers are snatched away, thanks to Lam Tu using the law tower to stomp the snow. Lam Tu hands the enrollment papers to Zhang Zhan's group, saying, take it, plus Lakangayat's. This should be enough for everyone. Zhang Zhan chimes in. And my enrollment notice that got stolen is back too. Thanks, Big Bro Lam. Hao Tian's crew is not backing down. Damn it. Pretending to be cool in front of the girls, are you loving this? Just wait. There will be a price to pay, brothers. Kill them and get our enrollment papers back. Lam to smirk. I have been itching for a fight with you guys since yesterday in the woods. One guy. Tung Chiu. The death sword. Meanwhile, Lamtu's Tung Chiu. The violent rain. And before the guy can finish his sentence, he is, and to make it worse, he is getting mocked. System notification. Ding. Kill a third stage fighter. Receive 350,000 experience points. How Tyne is not happy inside. Thinking. He actually took me out with one swing. This kid's skills are insane. Another guy named Tung has not shown up yet. Bro. This kid is on me. I am gonna take him down. Lum-Tu effortlessly snatches the weapon from the guy. Like seriously. You think you can wield a sword with that kind of strength? Lum-Tu reveals his spear. Saying. Come on. Take a look at my spear. The guy is shocked. No way. You can actually catch my sword. Lum-Tu coldly pierces through the collarbone of the unsuspecting opponent. What a fool. He takes out a third-rate martial artist. Gaining 350,000 experience points. Lum-Tu unleashes a fierce strike, sending the spear flying from the opponent's grip, leaving them utterly stunned. Kining Heko Thin watches this unfold with a serious expression. It is getting intense. And everyone rushes in. He charges alongside two others, unleashing their unique skills, turning their weapons into a flurry of deadly energy. Lum-Tu slightly lowers his head, a disdainful look in his eyes. No matter how trashy, they are all the same. Then, he unleashes a decisive blow, a wave of green energy crashing like an unstoppable wall, shattering every attack from Kai Kokothian's group, forcing them to retreat. From the thick white mist, Lum-Tu leaps forward, chasing after Kai Hothivan, who gasps. What? Lum-Tu chuckles, reminding him kindly. Better watch out in your next life. King Hothin, terrified, raises his hands defensively, his expression shrinking in fear. He shouts urgently. Wait. I have something to say. We do not need backup. Just let us go. But before he can finish, Lum-Tu sweeps them all away with a devastating thrust, sending them flying. Utterly defeated, Lum-Tu spins his spear, calmly standing amidst the billowing smoke, the system notifications ringing out. Taking out a third-rate martial artist grants 360,000 experience points. Taking out a third-rate martial artist grants 371,000 experience points. Taking out a third-rate martial artist grants 399,900 experience points. After witnessing Lum-Tu's rapid and overwhelming attacks, everyone watching is left in shock. A guy with hair like seaweed shouts. That dude is terrifying. He took out those 5 guys like it was nothing. Another guy behind him nervously sweats, saying, he is a ruthless one. We can't mess with him. We can't mess with him. His voice filled with dread. Trotongdan and Lilikai rush up to him, wielding their massive swords. Tronkadan says, Lum-Tu. Big bro, thanks a lot. All Lai happily chimes in. Lum-Tu. Big bro. Over here, a strong guy with a stone hammer also approaches, saying, thanks, brother. Receiving so much gratitude makes Lum-Tu a bit shy. He responds modestly. No worries. We are all in this together. Suddenly, Lum-Tu's eyes widen in surprise as he spots Leffingite standing nearby with her hands on her hips, cheerfully saying, Leffingite, were you waiting for me? Leffingite does not reply, turns away with a huff. Lum-Tu, confused, sighs softly as he watches her walk away. Talk about a proud personality. Moments later, aboard the magnificent mech spaceship under the dazzling sunlight, the guide's voice booms clearly, congratulating everyone for passing the final test and officially qualifying to study at Thanthan Academy. Tatima Thin beams with joy, spreading his arms wide, saying, from now on, we are classmates. And remember, the rules of Thanthan Academy strictly forbid violence against classmates. Cold and aloof, Lu Loki just had us slaughtering each other, and now suddenly he is the good guy. Though Truntring Dun was clearly dissatisfied, he kept his mouth shut. Lum-Tu could not help but click his tongue at such behavior. Tiamo Thin seemed blissfully unaware of any of the grievances or frustrations being voiced. Continuing happily. With about 3 hours left until we reach Thanthan Academy, everyone can relax and enjoy the ride on the airship. There was not a single window on the airship, probably to keep us in the dark about the exact location of Thanthan Academy. Lum-Tu glanced around, looking at the girl in front of him. Leffingite, he asked. Do you know anything about Thanthan Academy? Hearing her name, Leffingite shot him a side eye. She crossed her arms and walked past him, gazing outside. The 4 major academies in the north and south are the top ones in the country, but in reality, this mysterious Thanthan Academy is the highest ranked, with a faculty, research power, and martial artists that are second to none, considering the extraordinary martial artists and the tremendous scientific research happening at the academy. Leffingite continued. It could easily compete with the strongest academies in the world. Yeah. Just look at how they treat the new students. Lum-Tu chuckled softly with his eyes closed. saying that the so-called geniuses from the average academies here are nothing but trash. Easily disposable with such a massive elimination. It is uncertain if the martial artists who lost their admission notices can return alive. Remembering how everyone was fighting over just that piece of paper, Lum Tu's tone could not help but reveal a sense of pain and helplessness. Time flew by quickly, and in just 3 hours, the enormous airship was approaching a floating island along with the magnificent architecture of Lelf. As the airship landed on a clearing, Tidamia then looked at the students with a gentle expression and announced, "Everyone, we have arrived." Standing before the impressive gate of Wainai Academy, Tatimi Then proudly addressed the students. "Welcome to Then Academy." Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the sky as a massive black bird soared out from the academy. One startled person shouted, "Look, it is a fire spirit beast." Lum Tu's eyes widened in awe. At that moment, he finally saw its true colors, not just black due to the dim light, but now it appeared as if it were dipped in an unquenchable flame. TMO then explained while watching it, "This spirit beast is a companion of Then Academy, so there is no need to worry." Lum Tu was shaken, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear as he thought, "A fire spirit beast. It is one of the 12 most terrifying spirit beasts left on Earth. To think there is one here." Then Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the most powerful and mysterious institution. Tatima Thin led everyone up the stairs, calling out, "All right, everyone, let us head over here to begin collecting data." In front of them was a low platform with a small electronic screen in the center. On top of the platform was a cube with glowing striped patterns on its surface. Next to it stood a kind-looking professor with long hair, welcoming the new students from the south. "Please line up here and proceed to scan at this machine." A figure steps forward, and a glowing cube projects a beam of light from head to toe. After finishing the scan, the pedestal immediately splits open, revealing a card emblazoned with the school's emblem and the number 6 from the opening. The professor raises a card and begins to introduce it, smiling as he says, "This card is your pass here at the Holy Academy, and it also serves as a points card. You can't use currency within the academy. Only points earned here can be used to purchase items. You will be granted 500 points each month, so make sure to use them wisely." The first student stares blankly at the card in his hand, while another student behind him raises a hand to speak. "Sir, you mentioned we are the new students from the south. So are there new students coming from other places too?" The professor hands the card to the coordinator and replies with a chuckle, "That is right. We also have new students coming from the north, totaling 641 of them. Their trials took place in the frigid north, and they have passed their assessments in front of everyone. Soon, you will all get to meet them." Moments later, everyone is equipped with their own pass. Lum Tu looks at the card in his hand, lost in thought. He glances at Leffy Guide and curiously asks, "Leffing Guide, do you know what the number on your card means?" Leffing Guide turns to look at him. She reveals her card, which has the number 1 on it, standing in stark contrast to his number 10. Leffy Guide nonchalantly replies, "Class. So you are in class 1, and I am in class 10. He responds. Lum Tu scratches his chin, thinking, "So it is because of my disguise skills. The system scanned me into class 10. While Lefangai's strength got her placed in class 1. Tiamathin raises his arm with a big smile and calls out, "New students, gather around me with your passes. The number on your card indicates your assigned class. And soon, teachers from each class will come to guide you." Before he could even step away, a group led by Trungdan approached him. Trungdan exclaimed, "So this number actually represents your class." Lum Tu, "What class are you in?" Lum Tu lifts his card, nonchalantly answering, "I am in class 10. Kakin Drung you'll see. Tenan Fong, Lao Kui, and Trungdan all light up with excitement upon hearing his answer. Turzing Dun joyfully says, "Really? That is awesome. Lum Tu, we are classmates now." Luluki chimes in, "Lum Tu, Tranang de Dayan. Kakin Drung you'll see. And in Fong, we are all in class 10. Lum Tu is also surprised and mutters, "What a coincidence." Watching them chat and laugh like they have forgotten the world, Leffing Guide stands beside them, arms crossed, staring silently. Then Amthen gestures towards the open door, where a group of teachers emerges, saying, "These are your teachers. Please follow your assigned numbers." As one of the teachers steps forward with their badge number displayed, Tintimathan continues, "Please follow your respective teachers." Lum Tu turns to the girl next to him and sighs softly, saying, "Looks like we are stuck here for a while." But Leffing Guide unexpectedly replies, "The academy is not that big." Watching her silhouette fade away, Lum Tu pondered, quietly speculating in his mind, "The academy is not that big, which means either I will run into her again, or it is small enough that I should find time to search for her." Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang turned around after taking a few steps, calling out to him, Lum 2. Let us get going. Lum 2 snapped back to reality, quickly nodding and saying, got it. I am on my way. He stepped towards his class professor. The man had long black hair braided and draped across his chest, and he was checking the time on a watch that read 10 of the clock. The teacher smiled and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Nam Chun Hai. Starting today, I will be your teacher. As he spoke, a system panel appeared, but aside from his name, everything else attributes, strategies was displayed as question marks, indicating it was beyond comprehension. Thoughts raced in Lum 2's mind. His analytical eyes struggled to gauge the teacher's strength. His expression turned serious as he concluded, this guy is really strong. Approaching the 10-story teaching building for Class 10, Nam Chun Hai introduced, this building is for our Class 10. Peeking into the neatly furnished classroom, the teacher continued, as long as you swipe your head on the device at your desk, you will be linked to your chair. He led the students through the gym, adding, daily lessons will include not just basic theoretical knowledge, there will also be mock exercises, hands-on mechanical training, and special drills for martial artists. Back in the classroom, Nam Chun Hai stood at the podium, smiling as he said, starting now, we will elect a class leader to help out. Do you all want to vote? From across the room, Lum 2 raised his hand and asked, what is the benefit of being the class leader? Nam Chun Hai replied, the class leader is responsible for the key to the training room on the 3rd floor and maintaining the equipment inside. Plus, it allows that person to practice anytime they want. The school also rewards an extra 500 points each month as a bonus. The students gasped in surprise, excitement bubbling over. Getting an extra 500 points each month on top of what everyone else gets. And we can use the training room whenever. This is amazing, Nam Chun Hai calmly said. All right. Everyone, take your seats. The students began to shuffle into their spots, and Lum 2 quickly found his. Nam Chun Hai stood at the podium, swiftly operating the teacher's desk. An orange electronic screen lit up. He said, looks like no one has anyone to vote for, so let us get to it. The one with the most votes will be our Class 10 leader. A system panel appeared in front of Lum 2, listing all the names of the students in Class 10. With this kind of opportunity, of course I am picking myself, Lam 2 thought as he raised his hand to touch his name on the system board. Another student, eager to compete, chimed in, if it is this good, then I pick me. A student sitting next to him nodded in agreement, saying, exactly. We can't let anyone else take the prize. After a few seconds, Teacher Nam announced, the results are in. Lam 2 gets 5 votes and becomes the class president of Class 10. System board displayed the results, showing that most people only voted for themselves, so they each had just 1 vote. The group of 4, however, voted for Lam, leading to a total of 2 votes for Fie with 3 votes and Lam Taiyu with 2 votes. But some people were dissatisfied. A student who looked muscular pointed angrily at Lam 2, exclaiming, that is not fair. They all know each other. Not fair, echoed the crowd, with others chiming in. The student next to him pounded the table, saying, right. Teacher Nam, it is totally unfair. Labin immediately flexed his solid muscles, confidently declaring, I am ready to fight for the title of class president. Strength must be the best among us. Another voice quickly added in agreement. Yep. Strength should come first. Teacher Nam, clearly unfazed, replied, all right, but we are a bit short on time for a fight. Let us decide the winner with this. The teacher said as he pressed a button on the teacher's panel. A power measuring device rose from the floor. The teacher asked in a steady voice, what do you think? Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Labin stepped forward, his hair shifting from blue to bright brown. Full of confidence, he pointed at himself and said, Teacher Nam, let me go first. He smirked, radiating arrogance, and readied his elbow and shoulder for the challenge. Gathering all his strength, he leaps up and lands a punch on the force measurement machine, causing a loud bang. The students below erupt in excitement, cheering and admiring him, going wild over the fact that he hit 9,822 kilograms. Oh my. I would be exhausted just trying to hit that number. No surprise here. It is Li Ben absolutely killer. One guy even gives him a thumbs up. But in stark contrast to the students' explosive reactions, Lam 2 remains unfazed, even a bit bored. The male lead looks at the number on the measuring device, smiles with squinty eyes, and says, yeah, not bad. Strong boy. As Li Ben turns to head down, he crosses paths with Lam 2 and can't he help but scoff, showing off his muscles and saying, Lam 2, if you want to be class president, you have got a long way to go. Lam 2, walking and replying, I will definitely take that class president spot. He strides up to the force measurement machine, points at it, and asks, I want to know, if I break this, Do I have to pay for it? Namhai responds. No need. Just give it your all. Leben laughs widely at the students behind him, chuckling. This idiot is seriously worried he might break this with a punch. Talk about overconfidence. Lam2 rolls up his right sleeve and steps up to the force measurement machine. He smirks confidently, channels his energy into his right arm, and unleashes a punch that is a perfect combination of a strike and tiger fist technique. With a thunderous crash, Lam2's punch meets the machine, creating a powerful shockwave. Namhai is stunned, watching pieces of the machine fly out in all directions. Namhai looks at Lam2's almost prescient smile and can't help but feel a shock inside. This kid is secretly using martial arts techniques, but even using skills. That force measuring device should not break so easily. He pauses for a moment, then concludes. This kid's strength is truly not to be underestimated. The students below burst into cheers. Lam2 is definitely number one. Lam2 smiles, his handsome face practically glowing. Namhai's steady voice rings out. Unless anyone has objections, Lam2 will be the class president for class 10. Also, you can scan your ID with your phone to access the school network. If there is nothing else, we will wrap up here for today. Tomorrow at 6 am, everyone should be in class. A student in the audience suddenly raises his hand. Wait. I want to ask, where's our dorm? Namhai cheerfully replies. Holy Academy does not provide housing. Students have to use points like rent money to choose their preferred rooms. You can go to the housing registration office to find a place you like and rent it. The group of students is left wide-eyed, all exclaiming, wait, we have to rent it ourselves. Nam's cheerful expression can't be hidden as he quickly says, that is right, you are dismissed. Outside the housing registration office, people bustle about, and Lam2's group stands in the large hall, watching the images being displayed and chatting comfortably. Regular apartments. 50 square meters for a rent of 50 points. While a furnished training room with complete facilities goes for 500 points. A spacious, beautiful house appears on the screen with a note stating that the rent for that villa is 500 points. Lukulai excitedly gazes at the house, her eyes sparkling, thinking, if I am going to live somewhere, it better be the best. This villa is not too shabby. But Lam2 quickly crashes that dream, spreading his hand and narrowing his eyes, saying, rent is 500 points a month. If you run out of points, how will you even eat? The school cafeteria serves breakfast for 5 points, lunch and dinner for 10 points each. And after a month, the food alone costs 500 points. Just insane. Lin too is such a fool for spending 500 points to live in a fancy place like this. But he has not realized there is a twisted arm behind his head yet. With a loud crack, Lin too gasps as pain hits him like a wave. He clutches his throbbing head, turning around in a panic, stammering, who hit me? Just then, Lakangayat shows up, unfazed, and asks, who are you calling a fool? Lin too is instantly shocked, stumbling over his words as he points at her. You did not really spend 500 points to rent a villa, did you? Lakangayat, uninterested in his question, fires back. Have you even chosen your place yet? Lin too blinks and replies, not yet. Lakangayat raises her hand, saying, give me your ed. Lin too hands it over, sweating nervously as he asks her, standing at the counter, what are you doing with my ed? Lakangayat replies, the villa I rented has 2 floors. You send me 250 points. And you get the first floor. I will take the second floor. As she looks at the screen needing a fingerprint confirmation, Lakangayat calls Lin too over. Confirm your fingerprint. Lin too puts his finger on the confirmation screen, awkwardly smiling. Well, I guess that means we are roommates. Before he can finish, the aura around Lakangayat turns dark and ominous. Arms crossed, frowning as she warns, say one more word, and I swear I will end you. Lin too jumps, immediately backing down. Moments later, in a bright yellow villa, Lin too lounges on the sofa with his legs crossed, letting his thoughts wander around the house. He chuckles. This villa is definitely something else. These points are totally worth it. He checks the Academy's website, reading about the tasks, shopping center, and combat power rankings. Whoa, there are even point-earning missions. He sits up, eyes widening at the list of tasks. Get beaten in training for 1 hour daily, 150 points. Clean the women's restroom for half an hour daily, 100 points. Play the game Glory of the Dead for 5 hours daily, 250 points. And earn good evaluations for half an hour daily, 120 points. Lin too sprays some hairspray, eyeing the tasks, unable to hold back. What kind of missions are these? Then he notices something. Feeling excited. There is an exchange system. I can trade items for points. Remembering what he has encountered, Lin too feels lucky. Awesome. I have snagged quite a few materials from the progressing beast, he says, his reflection in the screen shining brightly. feeling invigorated as he grabs his backpack and heads to the exchange station. Inside, many upperclassmen are chatting animatedly. It looks like there is something off about the 5-4 match. They whisper, covering their mouths. Some of them glancing over. At that moment, gossip starts swirling. Targeting him. Look, that is this year's new student. Has not even picked up his uniform yet. T-Stask. He looks so clueless. This year's new kids are not anything special. What is this kid doing here? What could a new student even have to trade? The noise is overwhelming. But Lintu brushes it off calmly. He approaches the teacher at the exchange station and asks, "Excuse me, I would like to trade some items." The professor, with white hair and no hidden motives, simply looks at him with curiosity, asking the tough question straight up. When you have not even picked up your uniform yet, what do you want to trade? Items here can only be exchanged for loyalty points, not cash. Of course, Lamtu understood. He replied, "Yeah, I know that," pulling out a hide from a legendary long shui beast and continued, "How many points can I get for this?" The professor was so shocked he looked like he could not believe his own eyes. Holding the hide with both hands to assess it. A rare and valuable beast hide from the legendary long shui. This can be exchanged for 10,000 loyalty points. A male student next to him was eavesdropping, practically drooling. No way. Is that really a hide from a legendary long shui beast? The student behind him narrowed his eyes and said, "He probably found it on the death road. This kid has some serious luck. 10,000 loyalty points. Not bad at all." After saying that, he pulled out a glowing ice block and added, "Also, there is this." The old professor adjusted his glasses, looked serious as he examined it, and said, "A crystallized fire essence. This is something you can't just ask for. I will give you 100,000 loyalty points for it." The buzz of chatter erupted again. This crystallized fire essence was incredible. And to get so much in one go. Its quality was top-notch too. This clueless kid really hit the jackpot. Haha. 100,000 points. How many missions would he need to complete to earn that? Ignoring the chatter around him, Lam too kept smiling and brought out the last item, saying, "Teacher, there is a bit more here. Could you take a look?" The professor was taken aback, stammering, This is a hide from a legendary six-tailed beast. Oh my. How could you possibly have this? Did you kill a legendary six-tailed beast? I can't be hearing this wrong. Can I?" Everyone there was wide-eyed. A senior female student spoke up, and soon after, another student chimed in. Their words were a bit hesitant. What kind of power does this new student have? Is he a genius from some powerful family, with a bunch of secrets to handle a legendary six-tailed beast? But there were still arrogant ones who dismissed it, sneering, "Ah, that kid does not look like a rich hare. He probably just found that somewhere." As someone behind him commented, "The lineage of the overlord Long the Dit too. Yum Triketin. The family of the lurking beast. Hey. Did you pick some up too?" The professor took Lam2's card, slotted it into the point exchange machine, and said, "The lineage of the lurking beast is quite valuable. But with the amount you have, it is not much. So I will give you 500,000 accumulated points. Plus 2 more from earlier. That totals to 610,000 accumulated points." "All right. Thank you," Lam2 replied. But he had other plans. "I also want to ask if I can exchange for a martial arts card." The professor shook his finger dismissively, explaining that martial arts cards, weapons, and battle gear were abundant at the Holy City Academy, so they would not exchange for those. "Okay, also, I want to use my accumulated points to get a lurking beast crystal. I can't find anything else worth trading." Lam2's face showed clear disappointment. He thought to himself, before coming here, he had used the system's accumulated point drawer times and got a diamond martial arts card for knife skills. He thought he could trade it, and a diamond martial arts card would at least bring in 1 million accumulated points. Right. The professor placed the item in his palm and said, "A lurking beast crystal costs 80,000 accumulated points each. I have deducted that from your points." Lam2 nodded easily. "Got it." Under the warm sun, the sky had turned to an orange hue, and the green leaves looked like they were wilting, turning slightly yellow. Lam2, rubbing his temples with a sigh, lamenting, "Why is it always the same old stuff?" He turned back, irritated. "You guys, come out. There is no one here. Perfect for a little robbery." 3 second-year students stepped out in uniforms, and the leader arrogantly said, "Hey newbie, let us get acquainted. I am Trung Dai Chuan, and I just saw you snag some points at the exchange station." He frowned, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, then continued with a smirk, "I am here to borrow 10,000 accumulated points for something urgent." The 3 surrounded him, and Lam2 calmly asked, "But there is no point exchange machine here. How am I supposed to transfer points to you guys?" The Trung Dao De Tuong raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "Are all new students this clueless? The point card has a transfer function." Lam2 innocently pulled out his card, eyes widening. It has that function too, then he praised. That is pretty cool. But immediately after, his expression changed, and with a smirk, he said, in that case, why do not you transfer your points to me? Trung Dao Daiquang rolled up his sleeves, frustration bubbling over, and angrily shouted, you little brat. You have got some guts. We are here to rob you, and you want to take our accumulated points. Lam Tu looked at the gritting teeth of his opponent, smiled casually, and said, if you can rob me, then why can't you? Trung Do Wei Tipao opened his eyes wide and shouted, that damn kid. Hunandring threw a punch toward An, yelling, bring it on. Lum Tu's eyes instantly turned a deep shade of blue, unleashing his martial skills as he gracefully glided through the snow. In an instant, Lum Tu vanished from sight, a flash of green light darting past, causing several male senior brothers to shout in surprise. As the dust settled, they were all stunned to find Lum Tu calmly appearing behind them. Taking slow steps, Zong Dao Daituan turned back, surprise and fear evident on his face. He stuttered. That is, martial arts movement technique. Lam Tu shot him a knowing glance, then smirked and asked, how's my little brother's skills? With that, he jumped into action, launching himself at one of the three. He delivered a rapid series of kicks straight to the guy's face, causing him to scream in agony. Then he leaped to the side, employing a fiery palm strike to crush his opponent at lightning speed. Zong Dao Daituan watched in fury as his companions fell one by one without any chance to fight back. He roared. Damn it. He charged at Lam Tu with all the fury of a raging bull, using his martial arts technique. Lam Tu was taken aback, and before he could react, it hit him hard. Lam Tu let out a yelp, stumbling back. Lam Tu wiped the corner of his mouth. Zong Dao Daituan scoffed and said, kid, you want a drink but you won't take the shot. Keep pushing me to fight. That was just a warm-up. Now, hand over all your experience points, or you will be spending a month in the infirmary. Lam Tu shot him a glance, casually retorting, you guys should be grateful you are at the Holy City Academy. If this were outside. Zong Dao Daituan's eyes turned icy as he interrupted. What if it is outside? You three are about to become my experience points. Lam Tu shouted, channeling his energy into his right hand, where 5 glowing blue flames flared up, ready for a devastating punch. You are just a first-year student, and you dare challenge me. Let us see how I break your hands. He shouted fiercely, activating the giant snake technique, wrapping his arm in a massive serpent-like energy. Boom! The two fists collided, creating a massive shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Zong Daituan let out a long, pained scream as his flesh, and even his arm felt like they were being crushed together. He stared in horror at his own arm. His companions quickly rushed to him. Zong Dao. Your arm. I think it is broken. Their voices trembled with panic. Ignoring them, Zong Dao Daituan clutched his arm and screamed, it hurts so much. Hurry. Get me to the infirmary. But how could Lam Tu let them go that easily? He stepped in front of them and coldly declared, did I say you could leave? You challenged me first. Now you want to run. Not happening. Zong Dao Daituan gritted his teeth. Seething, Lam Tu, however, wore a cheerful smile. He raised a finger and said, each of you owes me 10,000 experience points. Consider this settled. The long-haired guy helping him gasped, 10,000 experience points. Do you even know how many tasks that takes to earn? The Great Central Island is live. And there is no way you are getting away with this. Lam Tu leaned in with a sinister grin, his voice dripping with a hellish tone. If you want tea handed over, I guess I will just have to break your wings. The Great Central Island's eyes widened in disbelief. He was genuinely terrified. Panic-stricken, he blurted out, wait, can't I just give you my 10,000 accumulated points? His two allies looked just as shocked, with a buzz-cut guy nervously chiming in, stop hitting us. We will pay up. Lam Tu crossed his arms, unfazed. Looks like you guys are finally waking up. How do we transfer the points? The Great Central Island held up his pass, a hint of moisture in the corner of his eye, and hurriedly said, just press the button on the side. The main screen for the accumulated points will pop up. He continued, what is your ed? Once I enter that, we can transfer the points. Lam Tu rattled off, 9814126. The Great Central Island grit his teeth and pressed hard on the pass, still looking defiant as he said, it is. Lam Tu stood there, hands on his hips, flashing a smug smile, his attitude oozing arrogance as he said, haha, I just received 30,000 points. Then he turned and walked away, waving at the three of them. Thanks for the points. See ya. Damn it. That little bastard. I swear I won't let him off easy. The Great Central Island seethed, grinding his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he fixated on Lam Tu's retreating back. That kid seemed so weak at first. But how is he this strong? Is he just pretending to be weak to lure us in? The buzz-cut guy questioned. Puzzled, the long-haired guy in their group rolled his eyes, deep in thought. He was also confused. The aura that kid had just displayed was terrifying. Is he a new student? The great central island scoffed coldly. I will burn through 5,000 points to hire a senior to take out that kid's arms. He glared at Lam 2's disappearing figure, clutching his own arms. Is Gacy? His buddies chimed in with their own suggestions, each one more ridiculous than the last. Just taking out his arms would be too easy on him. The two of us can scrape together 5,000 points and take out his legs too. Back at the villa, Lam 2 called out. Lefeningite, let us train. Then we can go grab some food. In the training room, Lefeningite sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, a faint aura enveloping her. After a while, she finally came out, taking a few deep breaths. The second she stepped out, she pointed in a direction, eyes still closed. The screen in the living room has a service for fast food. Lam 2 grabbed the remote and aimed it at the TV, glancing over at her. Lefeningite, go take your shower first. I will order. By the way, what do you want to eat? Meat is on. After a while, Lefeningite emerged from the bathroom, steam wafting off her, hair neatly tied up. She looked up and asked, You are done already? She was immediately taken aback. In front of her was a lavish spread of 8 main dishes and 2 soups. Lam 2 was already seated at the table, digging in with joy, happily telling her, Come on. Eat up. Coming back from the brink of death. Every day I either ate bland food or tough mutant meat that almost made me hurl. Lefeningite's eyes widened in surprise as she calculated. This spread must cost at least 100 accumulated points. Right. Where on earth did you get so many points? Lam 2 just shrugged. He quickly adjusted his emotions to look cheerful. Pointing at his own cheek, Lam 2's face turned a bit red. The corners of his mouth lifted up as he smugly said, Just tell me one thing, and I will spill the tea. Lefeningite immediately drew her sword, pressing it against Lam 2's neck, coldly saying, If you are so brave, say that again. Lam 2 instantly panicked, looking like he was about to burst. He was sweating buckets, his voice trembling as he stammered. Come on. Sister. I was just joking. Why do you carry a sword even while eating? Lefeningite frowned, her expression darkening as she asked in a dangerous tone. Who are you calling sister? Lam 2 jumped out of his seat, kneeling down and clutching Lefeningite's leg, crying and begging. Okay. I won't call you sister anymore. How about I call you little Guyet Nugayet? After all, to outsiders, we can be seen as starting to be housemates. Lefeningite listened to him, her patience wearing thin, and shouted, Get lost. A moment later, in the training room, Lefeningite held her sword while Lam 2 faced her with a spear. Lefeningite swayed the tip of her sword, saying, All right, let us spar for a bit, so I can see your current skills. Lam 2 took his stance and wondered aloud. Did you just take a shower? Why do you still want to practice sword fighting? He faintly recalled some not-so-great memories about Cam and thought, This girl is not like that violent Lalita. Is she planning to use this spar to beat me up? Why are all the beautiful girls around me so aggressive? Lefeningite's cold glare snapped him back to reality, daring him to get distracted during their spar. She lunged forward with her sword, striking lightly yet precisely, delivering a sharp blow. Lam 2 was not prepared, especially since he had sustained injuries earlier. Lefeningite's strike landed directly, causing him to cough violently, spitting out blood. Lefeningite stopped, startled, watching him clutching his chest and breathing heavily. She looked a bit flustered and asked, When did you get hurt? Lam 2 leaned on his spear, forcing a smile as he said, I just got some materials from mutated beasts to trade for points at the exchange station. Ended up getting into a scuffle with some 2,000 students. Got a little hurt, but they were nice enough to give me 30,000 points for my troubles. He even managed to laugh, getting beaten up like that. What is there to be proud of? Lefeningite turned to leave, tossing him a vial of medicine while saying, This is a healing potion. Take 2 pills twice a day. Lam 2 picked up the vial, squinting as he said, I am not even that hurt. Do I really need this? Lefeningite insisted. Yep. You do. You have an injury. Tapping her finger on his forehead, adding, Right here. Lam 2 felt embarrassed. She walked away without looking back, coldly stating, No more training today. You need to rest. Lam 2 watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself, Does this girl really like me? She is worried about me when I am hurt. Back in his dim room, a gem like a pink stone emitted a faint blue flame in the darkness. The gem floated in front of his chest, as Lam 2 sat cross-legged to meditate. The aura surrounding the strange gem enveloped his body as well. Lam 2 quietly assessed in his mind, feeling the incredible power flowing into him. And with this absorption, it felt amazing. My experience points are skyrocketing. What a shocking discovery. I really need to absorb a ton of rare energy gems to level up. But these energy gems have such overwhelming power. It feels like they are tearing my body apart. The gem shattered, breaking into various uneven pieces. Lin 2 firmly believes that a warrior's body is a vessel. Only when it grows can it hold more primal energy. making its strength increasingly formidable. With a loud crash, the energy gems fell, and the aura surrounding him slowly dissipated. Lintu went to refine himself, reminding himself that he must continuously forge his body. Lintu suddenly opened his eyes. He walked to the window and saw the silhouette of Lakangayat in her long dress, sneaking out at this late hour. He thought, what on earth is she doing sneaking out now? Is she going on a date? That can't be right, she is with me. Forget it. Stop overthinking it. Training is what really matters. In a distant place, Zhongdao's face twisted with anger as he clenched his plaster-covered hands, unable to contain his emotions. He glared at the people around him and asked, can the Huangbanhai Duel Academy help us vent some frustration? He inquired. The guy with his arms crossed against the wall replied, I have already sent Xiaoxuan to contact Huangbanhai Duel Academy. With 1,000 points at stake, he will surely agree to step in. Just then, at the doorway, another person abruptly entered. Xiaoxuan, with a flushed face, tightened his fists and exclaimed, Zhongdao, I managed to get in touch with Huangbanhai Duel Academy. Hearing this, Zhongdao's expression brightened with a grin. A heavy grunt echoed as a figure stepped halfway through the door, saying, I can't believe a first-year student took me down like that. Pathetic. Huangbanhai Duel's face turned green with annoyance, furious and ready to retaliate. He was abruptly interrupted by a sudden appearance. Someone who sounded quite familiar shouted, Don't you dare block my way. Huangbanhai Duel crashed to the floor with a thud, his weapon slipping from his grip. He turned his face, glaring wide-eyed. Who the hell are you, punk? Lakangayat calmly looked down at the hefty guy and coldly replied, Just a new student. Huangbanhai Duel was taken aback, shouting in disbelief, A new student? How can it be a new student? Gripping his massive weapon, he charged at her, angrily declaring, I do not care if you are a new student or an old one. You dared to sneak attack me. And now I am going to take you down. Lakangayat drew her sword, unleashing a gust of wind that knocked the hefty guy's weapon away. She said, You clueless fool. Aiming her sword at him, Huangbanhai Duel froze in place. Lakangayat's gaze turned icy as she threatened, Move, and you are dead. Zhongdao, witnessing this scene, could not help but laugh as he chimed in, Dead. Ha. Beautiful girl. Are you joking? Killing is strictly forbidden at the Holy City Academy. Lakangayat looked at him, raising an eyebrow. You can try and see if I am bluffing. Suddenly, Huangbanhai Duel was startled, stammering as he pointed at her. You are Lakangayat, this year's talented new student at the academy. The guy opened his eyes wide, sweat suddenly trickling down his cheeks, horrified as he repeated her name. Lefeningait. Trung Dio Zit Pelvin looked at the senior brother he had invited, filled with doubt as he saw her again. Lefeningait. It was unclear who shouted first. Lecky's here. Everyone's eyes turned to Lefeningait, but she showed no sign of fear. Still holding the sword to the fat guy's neck, Trung Vo Zit Peng stammered. Lecky's here. Even Huangbanhai Zaiju had to pull back, unable to hold his ground, trembling as he fell to his knees. Trung Lo Wei Tito knelt down, his body shaking, his eyes red, gritting his teeth as he thought, this girl truly belongs to the Lefik family. She really came here to kill in the Holy City Academy. Trung Zio Zit Peng trembled, struggling to breathe as he said, Miss Lux, our ancestors did not see the mountain. We offended your friend. I hope you can forgive us. We won't dare to cross your friend again. Lefeningait looked at him trembling on his knees, just watching silently without a word. Lefeningait scoffed. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Behind her, Huangbanhai Zayu seemed to have lost all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Alongside Trung Ozi Tavidavan, watching her figure gradually disappear, he sighed in relief. Phew, she is finally gone. That girl was seriously terrifying. Suddenly, he turned to scold the one who invited him. You idiots. Why did you mess with her? Trung Lo Wei Titong stammered an explanation. How were we supposed to know? Just blocking a new student's path. Who would have thought she was connected to that powerful figure? Regardless of everything, darkness quickly fell. The soft morning sun shining down on a corner of the villa's roof. At this moment, the male student named Lam Tu finally got his uniform. He put it on, yawning as he called out, Lefeningait. When he did not see her respond, he was startled, noticing only a small portion of breakfast that had been prepared on the table. Bit surprised. He thought, she even prepared breakfast for me. Lam Tu picked up the food with his bare hands, his gaze directed towards her room, mumbling as he chewed. Has that girl really gone to school this early? Then he pondered. It seems like she is like a massive iceberg, but deep down she really cares about me. Lam Tu stepped outside to find a group waiting for him, 2 girls waving, calling out, Lam Zia. Xing Gualxi and Tenumfeng suddenly ambushed him, using a teasing tone to ask, Class president. Did you sleep well last night? Lum Tu just felt annoyed and waved them off. Get lost. Arriving at the classroom building for the 10th grade. The teacher's voice rang out monotonously. And that concludes today's theory class. Now it is time for free study and training. The atmosphere at the Holy City Academy was very relaxed. Nam Chun Hai leaned on the table, saying, "You all come to theory class if you want. If you do not, I won't care about attendance." The students immediately cheered, as if they had struck gold, with some even speaking up. "Is it really that easy?" Teacher Nam Chun Hai grinned wickedly and said, "But I have to warn you. The Holy City Academy has a small test every month. If you fail, do not blame me for the harsh consequences." The students groaned in despair. "There is a test too. I knew there was no way it could be that good. There is a training room and a gravity room on the upper floor, ready to meet everyone's daily training needs." The main character held a card in his hand and continued, "Lam 2. This access card is for you." The teacher handed him the card and said calmly, "The gym is open from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. daily. Remember to clean up after using it." Lam 2 accepted the card and replied, "Yep." Teacher Nam. But teacher was not letting him leave just yet. Nam Chain Hai suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, give me your ID number. I will send you 500 reward points." Teacher Nam took the card and slid it into a slot on the desk. Instantly, a bright orange screen appeared before him, displaying numbers on it. Nam Chain Hai was astonished, his voice rising in disbelief. 640,200 reward points. The teacher looked at him, genuinely struggling to believe it, and asked, "Lam 2, how do you have so many points?" His voice was so loud that the entire class erupted like a beehive, with one student exclaiming in shock, "Teacher Nam, you can be serious. 640,200 reward points." Another student chimed in, unable to hold back their disbelief. "Oh my, the class president is actually loaded." Lam 2 watched them in silence. Meanwhile, Labin looked ready to pop a vein, furiously questioning, "How is this even possible? Teacher Nam, last night, he had the same points as us. How could he suddenly have over 640,000 today? Did he hack the school system for points or something?" A few others jumped in, agreeing, "Yeah, right. Teacher Nam, you need to investigate this thoroughly." Nam Chin Hai's expression darkened, and he snapped, "Everyone, shut it. What do you think this is? The Holy Academy? Do you think the school's system is that easy to hack?" He glared at them. "Those points are all from Lam 2 exchanging materials at the school's evolution item exchange station." Labin looked dumbfounded, stammering, "There is an exchange station. How come I did not know about this?" He continued excitedly, "I have some items I could trade too." Another student chimed in, "Me too. Let us go exchange together." Lam 2 looked at the crowd laughing like they were clueless, muttering under his breath, "Bunch of idiots," his tone dripping with disdain. Teacher Nam Chin Hai examined the transaction history, unable to hide his praise. "Good. You have got some serious skills. You managed to gather that much stuff from the death road." Suddenly, the teacher noticed something odd, his eyes narrowing. "Wait. This transfer is from a male friend of yours at the Holy Academy." Lam 2 awkwardly scratched his chin. He ruffled his hair and chuckled. "Oh right. Last night when I came back from the exchange station, I ran into 3 familiar faces. I was worried you had just arrived at the academy, and would not have enough reward points. So they generously gave you some," he said casually. "I told them I did not want any, but they insisted." Lam 2 spoke without a hint of shame. While elsewhere in the academy, a group from the central island was sneezing continuously. Nam Chin Hai knew this kid was lying, but the teacher just smiled and privately advised him, "Less talk, more action. Good. Be careful." Then he let him go, turning to say, "All right. I need to head to class now. In a week, we will have the freshman tournament. So everyone better train hard. By then, I will select the top 5 fighters to compete against other classes for the #1 spot in the freshman tournament." The students banged on the tables and cheered, with Li Ben shouting, "Don't worry, teacher. We will definitely train seriously." The people next to him said, "That is right. We won't let our 10th grade class down." The 10th grade students stood in the training room, each practicing on their own. Lam 2 was gripping a spear, focusing intently on his training. Suddenly, Labin approached him, carrying a wooden sword over his shoulder, with a slightly smug grin, saying, "Hey Lam, how about we spar a little?" Before Lam 2 could respond, Zhang Dan chimed in, her expression serious as she asked, "Labin, what do you mean?" Labin raised an eyebrow, his face dripping with arrogance as he replied, "Nothing much. Just looking to have a little fun with the class leader." "What? Scared to take me on?" He furrowed his brow, thinking, "This kid smashed the strength measuring device with 1 punch yesterday. There must be some mistake. His aura feels so weak. How could he break that device with just 1 hit?" Lam 2 smirked, saying, "You are so weak." "Of course. I would not dare go up against you. I would be worried about accidentally bruising you." This comment made Li Bin's veins pop out in anger. He snapped, "You asking for a fight?" With that, he lunged forward. The clash of their weapons echoed as Lam 2 deftly parried his attacks. Thinking to himself, "You are so done for, just watch me." Lam 2 unleashed his skills. The spear in his hand became a torrential downpour. Countless afterimages piercing towards Li Bin. Li Bin gritted his teeth, struggling to fend off the hundreds of spear thrusts. In the end, he could not hold on, and Lam 2 sent him flying backward with a brutal strike, causing him to yelp out in pain. Some of Li Bin's junior classmates rushed over, shouting, "Brother Bin, we are coming to help." Lam 2 just chuckled mockingly. Zhang Dan tilted her head, indignantly exclaiming, "Seriously, relying on numbers to take one on? How shameless." Turning to Kuang Luk, she urged, "Let us go help Lamj." Kuang Luk took his stance, and Tan Feng, not wanting to sit idly by, replied, "All right." Suddenly, Lam 2 spoke up to stop them. "Zhang Dan, you guys do not need to come over here. I can handle these rookies. I am good on my own." He thought to himself that using these guys could strengthen his position as class leader. Li Bin and his crew charged in unison, his anger boiling as he growled, "You little punk, you will regret this." He bared his teeth and lunged. Out of nowhere, a barrage of strikes knocked him back, causing his group to shout in panic. Then, Lam 2 rushed in, executing a flurry of kicks straight to Li Bin's face, sending him crashing down. Crying out in agony, Lam 2 smiled brightly as he dragged Li Bin's spear across the ground, asking, "What is up now?" Meanwhile, Li Bin remained silent. Li Bin's frustration was palpable. His jaw clenched tight, his eyes cold as he stood up to face Lam 2, who simply looked at him without saying a word. Finally giving in, Li Bin extended his hand for a handshake, his voice softening, "Sorry, class leader, I admit defeat." Zhang Dan smirked to herself, thinking, "I knew Lamji could handle this alone." While Tanfeng sighed, "You were the one I was most worried about." Lam 2 spoke up again, scanning the crowd. "Is there anyone else?" Standing at the center, surrounded by 10th grade students, he maintained a serious demeanor. "Because we have been the weakest in the entrance exam. Do you care to change that? If you do not want to embarrass yourselves at the freshman tournament, then you better start training hard." Next, moving to the gravity room, Trapping started to suspect this was indeed the gravity chamber. She fiddled a bit and said, "Looks like we need to swipe our cards." Lumen 2 stared at the gravity room with a slightly skeptical expression. Quietly assessing it, he thought to himself, although martial arts training can make a person's body stronger, there is only so much the internal organs can handle efficiently. But training in the gravity room is a different story. The body's cells would be in a state of intense depletion, putting a heavy load on the internal organs and other systems. Therefore, using cultivation techniques in the gravity room to absorb elemental energy or engage in other training exercises is incredibly beneficial for body enhancement. With that thought, he stepped forward to open the door. Everyone inside the room gasped in surprise. Is this really the gravity chamber? As Tan Feng entered, unable to hide her astonishment, she exclaimed, "This is the first time I have seen it. It is like I have discovered something amazing." She pointed, shouting, "Guys, check this out." She was in awe. And then she noticed that using the gravity room required points. The display screen clearly showed the details. Double gravity costs 2 points per minute. Triple gravity costs 3 points per minute. Tan Feng panicked, raising her hand to calculate. Double gravity for 1 hour is 120 points. We only have 500 points for the month, and we still have to pay for rent and food. There is barely enough for training. Just then, Lum Tu chimed in unexpectedly. "Wait, do not you guys have those Lassi Tongku Thu family tokens? Those things are worth a lot." Tan Feng suddenly remembered that he exchanged points. Excitedly cheering, "That is right." Lum Tu, with one hand in his pocket, turned to them and said, "Besides the exchange station where you can trade points, there are also plenty of missions available online, and the rewards are all points." He waved his card in his hand and continued, "Today's on me. Anyone who wants to train in the gravity room can stick around. Let us try the easiest one. Double gravity." Hearing this, everyone jumped for joy, shouting, "Thank you, Lum Tu." Lum Tu is written. Long Lump. The card was swiped, and the gravity system immediately lit up, while the cold mechanical voice announced, "Double gravity training has begun." On the floor, a massive machine began to operate, accompanied by the roar of engines, making everyone look up in amazement. Within a minute, Tan Feng was already on one knee, shocked. "Whoa, I can't believe this. This is double gravity." Lum Tu felt a bit uneasy. He narrowed one eye, contemplating, in this gravity state, The body's cells seem to be continuously depleting. Yet at the same time, they are exhausting and splitting to create stronger new cells. He held a strange green crystal in his hand, silently resolving that using his cultivation technique to absorb the elemental energy within would be much more effective now. Time passed, and all the students in the class managed to stabilize and sit down to meditate. After an hour, some began to complain. I can't take it anymore. I can't handle this. Labine also felt a bit fatigued. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he turned to see Lum-Tu still calmly meditating, unable to contain his astonishment. Thinking, it has been an hour already, but Lum-Tu is still so relaxed. Is his strength really that incredible? People are starting to leave, and Tin Hun Feng follows them, complaining that he can't take it anymore, feeling like he is about to burst. Meanwhile, a Trong Dun watches him, still looking relaxed. She envies him for being so at ease, sighing softly as she continues. We are both new students, so why is there such a big difference? After 2 hours, Lum-Tu finally opens his eyes, looking around in shock. Wait, am I the only one left? If it is just me, I might as well crank up the gravity to 3 times. With that, he swipes the interface again, and the mechanical voice announces that the 3 times gravity training is starting. Instantly, Lum-Tu feels like he has been knocked out. He crashes to the ground, screaming, oh my. Struggling to get up, he grits his teeth, muttering, damn, this is intense. He sits cross-legged, a grin on his face as he pulls out a strange green crystal. In his mind, he is thinking how much it hurts. It feels like all his organs and bones are about to collapse and explode. But the system shows his experience points skyrocketing, way faster than what he got from defeating monsters. In the training room, everyone else is training comfortably, gathering in small groups. Tranchanuan feels a bit anxious, thinking Lum-Tu has been in the gravity room for 5 hours now. He is not in trouble, is he? He was in there for an hour earlier, feeling like she can't breathe. Her brain is starved for oxygen. Lukuyoki whispers beside her, if you are so worried about Lam-Ji, why not go check on him? Don't worry. The gravity room has a smart system. If anyone can handle it anymore, it will automatically shut off and release them early. Just then, a new student walks in and drops a bombshell on everyone. The class leader is currently training under 3 times gravity. Traveling Dan gasps in shock. 3 times gravity. Ten Feng is not far behind him. He panics. 3 times gravity. It has been 5 hours now. Is he even human? Or is he some kind of beast? Back in the gravity room, Lum-Tu seems pretty chill. He glances at the green crystal in his hand, now turned a dull gray. Luma murmurs. The energy in this crystal is being absorbed way too fast. I will have to hit the exchange station for more after class. He punches his palm, thinking, under 3 times gravity, my reflexes and speed are sluggish, and my explosive punches are weak. But if I can throw a full power punch under 3 times gravity, would not that triple the power of my explosive punch? He glances at the system display, noting that the gravity training system allows difficulty levels from 1 to 99. Lum-Tu seems to be deep in thought. What does the gravity training system really mean? He does not fully understand, but he wants to take a small risk and selects difficulty level 1 to see what happens. The cold mechanical voice says just 2 words. Start. Immediately, a small slot in the gravity room opens, revealing a machine gun. With a whoosh, a laser shot whizzes through the air. Lum-Tu instinctively dodges, stunned. Whoa, it is that strong. I am not even in my combat uniform. If this laser hits me, I could be toast. This is unexpected. I should not have activated the training. The laser gun fired rapid beams, and Lam-Tu quickly ducked to avoid them. The laser shot out like phantoms, 4 to 5 beams hitting him at once, forcing Lam-Tu to use his martial arts skills to dodge the attacks. After a while, the cold machinery noise echoed again. It had been 30 minutes, signaling the end of training. At this point, Lam-Tu was so exhausted he was on his knees, panting like a dog, while he caught his breath and thought. 3 hours of double gravity earned him 360 points. 2 hours of triple gravity earned another 360 points. And level 1 reaction speed training got him 100 points. Quickly regaining his composure, Lam-Tu stepped out of the gravity room with his body still buzzing, thinking, it is not even 6 of the clock yet. He had spent 820 accumulated points. But this 6-hour training felt like a self-training session that would be taken him over 10 days. He concluded, indeed, having money is the best. Just as he stepped outside, Zhang Zhan approached him, looking like she had been waiting forever. A bit anxious, Zhang Zhan asked him, Big brother Lam-Tu, you finally made it out. Are you okay? You were in there for 5 straight hours. Lam-Tu slung his gear over his shoulder and smiled at them, reassuring. Don't worry. You guys keep training. I have a little errand to run. As he walked away, Tan Feng could only stare in disbelief, giving a thumbs up, saying, the class president was in that gravity room for 5 hours. No harm done outside. That is impressive. Zhang Zhan praised. Big brother Lam-Tu never disappoints. After leaving the exchange station, Lam 2 sighed with a hint of frustration. 80,000 accumulated points for a single rare crystal. And over 600,000 points barely gets me a handful, he thought for a moment. Realizing he could not wait around hoping for good fortune. He needed to find a way to earn some points quickly. Looking at the tall tower before him, Lam 2 had a sudden idea. The tallest building was the competition tower highlighted on the school map. This meant he could enter the competition rankings in the tower and earn accumulated points each day. He chuckled softly. This is definitely a great place to rack up some points. Let us check it out. Under the dazzling lights, the tower seemed even more magnificent. The competition tower had a total of 100 floors, and the academy ranked students based on their strength, selecting the top 100 to claim their corresponding floors. If he could defeat the floor master on the first competition level, it would mean he would made it into the academy's top 100. The academy ranked challenges weekly based on the competition tower's trials, and each match would be broadcasted on the big screen in the lobby to encourage challengers. The academy offered varying point rewards depending on the floors. The rankings for first-year challenges were: first place, a rare crystal on floor 20. Second place, a stellar crystal on floor 19. Third place, a lightning crystal on floor 18. Fourth place, a moon crystal on floor 17. For challengers across all ranks, there would also be a weekly challenge leaderboard, with the top contenders receiving accumulated points. Lam 2 looked at the leaderboard in awe. No way. The moon crystal contender was here too, and he even defeated the floor master on floor 17. While right in front of him stood two students. A guy with wine-colored hair and wide eyes exclaimed, "This year's freshmen are no joke." On the very first day, someone challenged floor 20. The guy with the blindfold chimed in, "I heard some of this year's students are academy prodigies from big families, easily among the top 100 in strength." But when they saw Lam 2 approaching the registration desk, they did not think much of him. The guy with the golden hair was the first to notice and said, "Look, another newbie's here." The guy with the blindfold immediately judged, "That kid does not know his limits," thinking he can challenge the top 100 of the academy so easily. The golden-haired guy replied, "I do not see anything special about him. Maybe the first floor has already been cleared." The blindfolded guy sighed and said, "It is the same every year. A few new students come in without a care in the world. It is just the usual fresh meat." The battleground opened up. Yam, ignoring the two irrelevant people, stepped in as the battle reached its climax. After a heavy sound, the challenger was knocked off the arena, and the referee announced, "Second-year lap wins." The other guy looked at the tablet, continuing to read the announcement. Lam 2. First year. Battle lap. Second year. Next match. Everyone prepare. Lam 2 on the stage was taken aback. "It is my turn already. Wasn't there anyone else challenging before me?" He stepped onto the stage, and the sound of someone calling for a challenge rang out again. The challenger laughed loudly, mockingly saying, "I wonder if you will cry after getting beaten." The referee suddenly answered that challenge with a quip. "You will definitely be crying after this." The information displayed that this newbie was only a third-tier fighter, while the one who just lost was already a tough opponent. Suddenly, the challenger hesitated, glancing at the computer in his hand, bit confused. "That is odd. Why does my assessment of your combat level show that you do not even reach third-tier fighter status?" Ulap was a tall young man with very dark blue hair, rocking in het style. He stepped up to Lam 2, his voice dripping with condescension. "Newbie, are you planning to use a weapon? Or are you just going to throw punches at me?" Lam 2 smirked and replied, "It is just the first floor of the competition tower. No need for weapons." Ulap was furious at his words, glaring at him. "You cocky little brat." Ulap unleashed a fierce barrage of punches straight at Lam 2's face. Roaring, "You wanna die?" Lam 2 tilted to the side, watching Ulap's punch. Slightly surprised, thinking, he actually knows how to throw a fierce punch. Ulap grinned, his face twisted in a fierce expression. "Well, not bad for a newbie. But how about this?" Immediately, Ulap launched a flurry of snow-foot martial arts, unleashing a storm of punches that rained down like bullets, creating powerful afterimages that shot toward Lam 2. At the same time, Lam 2 activated his own speed technique, vanishing snow, quickly dodging the incoming barrage. Ulap was shocked. How can someone carrying a frame like that move so quickly? Damn it, he thought. But it is just a fluke. Ulap continued to throw punches while taunting. "If you are tough, then do not run away." Lam 2 chuckled casually. "Running? Not a chance. Besides, I also know how to throw a fierce punch." With that, he unleashed his own fierce punch technique, enveloping his fist in a deep blue aura, proud smile spreading across Lam 2's face. The students watching the match could not help but gasp in surprise. Some exclaimed, "Whoa, this newbie also practices fierce punch techniques." Others scoffed. "One's a third tier. The other's a fourth tier. Who is stronger?" Just look at their skin. Only the referee, wearing analytical glasses, noticed something and exclaimed in shock. Wait. That newbie's fierce punch technique is different. But it was too late. Lam too, with a fierce glint in his eyes, added the tiger's crushing punch to his technique, flames erupting swiftly in his hands. Two powers clash. The fiery aura of the tiger-like stance surged around him. Ulap cried out in pain, his arm feeling like it was being crushed by a gravitational force. As the announcement boomed, Lum Tu went. Ulap was sent flying off the stage. Lum Tu looked at the defeated opponent, casually flexed his hand, and smirked. You are really weak. The audience erupted in disbelief, gasping at how he managed to knock Ulap out with just his bare hands. Even the referee was stunned, adjusting his glasses and exclaiming, no way. Is this rookie really that strong? Could my grading equipment be malfunctioning? But Lam Tu was not stopping there. He kept going. With one punch on the second floor, Lum Tu went. And he did the same on the third floor. With a kick, the announcement echoed again. Lum Tu went. Viewers watching the live stream could only exclaim in shock. That kid actually made it to the fourth floor with just his fists. The referee, looking panicked, stared at him, realizing there must be something wrong with the grading system. For the fifth floor, Lum Tu was ready to go. His opponent was a sturdy girl, who laughed and said, "Hey, little bro. You think you can take me on in a fair fight? What are you hiding behind your back? Put it down, or you won't stand a chance against me." Lum Tu obediently lowered his head, pulled out a spear, and grinned. I am using a spear. Just a heads up. My weapon is pretty deadly. With that, he lunged forward. Check this out. Lum Tu unleashed his ultimate move, the 100 Phoenix Strike. With fiery energy bursting forth from the spear's tip with one strike, the girl was sent flying, screaming, "Oh my god." That kicked off a streak of victories. Sixth floor, Lum Tu went. Seventh floor, Lum Tu went. He leaped back, retreating momentarily. A male student acting as the referee was so furious he nearly smashed the computer in his hands, shouting, "What the heck? Is this rookie really climbing to the 20th floor?" The people around him quickly held him back, panicking. Whoa. Calm down. That grading machine is worth 1,000 points. If you break it, you are on your own. Next up, everyone was prepped as the referee announced. Get ready. It is Lundrum 2 versus Bikes. Both fighters faced off. Lum Tu quietly assessed the opponent before him, realizing he was up against a 5th-tier martial artist. It looked like this would be a tough battle. On the leaderboard, the name that had been causing a stir from the academy was now facing defeat at his hands. Bakaik narrowed his eyes at him, gripping his sword tightly. It is surprising how a 3rd-tier fighter can make it all the way to the 20th floor. This rookie is definitely not to be underestimated. Today I just beat a rookie who is supposedly the prodigy of the academy. He put up a decent fight, but he could not last 10 minutes before I took him down. He drew his sword, his dark expression now laced with a twisted excitement. I wonder how long you can hold out. Lum Tu chuckled. I've got plenty of time to spare. With a bang, their weapons clashed, sending shockwaves through the arena. Meanwhile, at a mansion, a young man's straightforward voice rang out. Hey. Tune into the live stream of this competition tower. There is a kid making it all the way to the 20th floor. A truck hi-fi typed furiously on his keyboard and asked, "Is that one of our first-year students?" The teenager next to him retorted, "It is grade 10. Tractor Haitin was stunned. Grade 10? No way. Seeing the person on the screen, Truck Haitin could not help but raise his voice a bit, thinking to himself, it is. He got placed in grade 10. Comparing with others in school, he might be the weakest. How could he possibly defeat someone on the 20th floor on just the second day? Meanwhile, the person beside him quietly asked, "Do you know him?" Tractor Haitin's face darkened, recalling the interaction between Luffy Guyot and him. He lowered his voice and said, "A friend of a friend." Back at the arena, Lum Tu wiped the sweat streaming down his chin, breathing heavily as he thought, is it really true that a 5th-tier martial artist is someone I can't challenge? That guy looks so at ease while I am struggling just to keep up, but I have figured out his movement patterns. Lum Tu charged forward again, activating his wind-catching bird technique. But the other guy seemed to split into clones, continuing to employ his evasive skills, coldly saying, "It is useless? Your attacks can't touch me." Just as expected, Lum Tu immediately used the snow-treading technique to stay on the tail of his original form. He laughed and said, "Don't think you are the only one with evasive skills." The other guy's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? How could he predict my hiding spot? Before he could react, a spear imbued with fiery energy was already inches away from his bicep, causing him to gasp in surprise. He quickly fell back, a heavy sound escaping his throat as a gash tore open on his right arm, exposing flesh. The guy grimaced, cursing under his breath. Damn it. A 5th-tier martial artist like me got injured by a mere 3rd-tier rookie, and in front of so many people. He raised his sword, gathering a fierce wave of killing intent. You bastard. You want to die. With that, he charged madly forward. Lum Tu crossed his spear in front to block the attack, gritting his teeth, but he could not hold out for long. Lum Tu was pushed backward. He lowered himself to brace against the ground, sighing. This power. It is too strong. Below the stands, everyone was glued to the fight, and a question echoed out twice. Am I seeing this right? He actually managed to hit that guy. Another person chimed in. I can't believe a peak 5th tier martial artist like him got injured by a newbie 3rd tier. The guy stepped forward, his sword emanating a menacing aura as he growled. What is wrong with you today? Did your techniques fail? Rookie, you have really made me lose my cool. Now, I am going to get serious with you, he said. And suddenly countless sword intents surged forward like a torrent, attacking Lum Tu relentlessly. Facing such a frenzied onslaught, Lum Tu could only grit his teeth and defend passively. The attacks kept coming, thicker and faster, as he clenched his jaw, as if trying to crush it into dust. The guy's expression was vicious, with a single thought directed at Lum Tu. I am going to make 5 bloody holes in you. Lum Tu's face tightened. Only now did he see clearly, thinking to himself, so strong. This is what a 5th tier martial artist is like. The power of wielding a weapon can indeed hurt others. The glare from Bakak is filled with resentment, and with each swing of his sword, he becomes even stronger. He silently curses, you can only dodge for so long. On the flip side, Lam Tu feels a surge of excitement, despite the dire situation. He chuckles softly. It has been ages since he faced a worthy opponent like this. Clash of swords creates a symphony of sound, each blade slicing through the air. The battle is intense. This is a fight for the strong, a true cinematic experience for the audience. Lam Tu fights defensively, his mind racing faster than the wind. The thrill of risking it all to fight is exhilarating. Bakak has his own thoughts. Clearly, this kid is much weaker than him. Yet why does he fight with such fearless determination? He narrows his eyes at Lam Tu, feeling increasingly annoyed. Moreover, he senses that Lam Tu is getting more fired up with every blow. This is becoming a tricky situation. At this point, Bakak activates his golden martial technique, ice ceiling 3 inches. Countless shards of ice burst forth like arrows, all aimed at Lam Tu. Meanwhile, Lam Tu boldly shouts, watch me break this, as he activates 100 Phoenix Rising on his spear, fiery energy exploding around him. But to Lam Tu's surprise, 100 Phoenix Rising can't counter Bakak's ice ceiling 3 inches. Hundreds of ice spears rush towards him like a storm of blades. Lam Tu gasps and stumbles back. This is not good. He can't block this attack. With a deafening crash, a cloud of white frost engulfs half of the arena, Lam Tu instantly encased in ice. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupts in loud chatter. He actually froze a person solid. Incredible. This is the power of a 5th stage martial artist. It seems the newcomer has lost. Inside the ice, Lam Tu's eyes flicker with determination. He has to make a decision. It is too cold. He can't stay frozen like this. It is time to play his trump card. At that moment, Bakak turns to the referee and asks, "Hey, why have not you declared me the winner yet?" The referee replies, "If he can't fight back or leaves the arena in 10 seconds, then you win." Hearing this, Bakak's eyes light up as he heads toward Lam Tu, saying, "This is easy. I will just throw that ice block off the stage." Suddenly, a cracking sound echoes, startling back. The fiery image of the phoenix bursts into life, and 100 Phoenix Rising lights up the arena once more. This time, the flames are even more powerful. The crowd is shaken. How can he still use martial skills while encased in ice? Look at that. He is using his martial skill to melt the ice off himself. Seriously. Can martial skills be used like that? After successfully breaking free from the ice, Lam Tu stands tall, a grin spreading across his face. He thinks to himself, what a stroke of luck. Right when I was frozen, I unleashed my fury skill combined with the flames of 100 Phoenix Rising, allowing me to escape the ice easily. Now, it is time to strike him down. Lam Tu twirls his spear and unleashes 300 Phoenix Rising attacks. 3 fiery blades shooting toward Bakak. Bakak grits his teeth and fights back in a frenzy, unable to contain himself. What the heck? That kid seriously that out that quickly? In the blink of an eye, Lam Tu leaps right in front of him, smiling, gathering strength in his spear and saying, "See you again, Bakak." All Bakak could manage was a stunned. Lam Tu thrusts his spear forward. Bakak blocks the strike with his sword. Gritting his teeth, Lam Tu's gaze sharpens. He channels his strength for a single powerful blow, sending Bakak flying off the arena. The referee's voice booms. Lam Tu? He retracts his sword intent, resting the long spear on his shoulder, as the audience erupts with emotion. Oh man. I can't even find the words. The 3rd year challenged the 5th year, and yet he won. This freshman is on fire, each one stronger than the last. As Lam Tu walks down, the senior referee asks, "Hey, freshman, do you want to challenge level 21 next?" Lam Tu does not look back, just waves his hand, saying, "No. I will come back to challenge tomorrow." Before he leaves, He glances at the ranking board for the male challenges, noticing that all the initial positions have dropped a rank, with Lam 2 now sitting at number 1. He is a bit surprised ranked number 1 because he defeated the master of level 20. That is how you move up to level 21. It seems like Juting did not beat Bakak. It looks like the top spot in the challenge ranking gets a bonus of 1,000 points every day. Lam to smirk. Haha, this is great. Back at Juting's villa, his friend's expression is filled with disbelief. What the hell? That 5th-year martial artist got taken down by this guy. How did he end up in the 2nd-year class? Juting, your ranking is above his. Juting, with his arms crossed, stares at the computer, seriously saying, this guy is getting interesting. Looks like I need to keep a close eye on him. Meanwhile, Lam 2 is walking back, panting heavily, looking like he is about to freeze in this cold wind. He can't help but curse. Damn aftereffects of that rage. Why am I still not home? I can barely take it anymore. Haha. Looks like your stamina is running low. A voice suddenly chimes from behind. Lam 2 clings to a lamppost, turning around in exhaustion. It is 3 second-year students. The one in front with blonde hair says, you were so impressive up there. But now you look like a zombie. He snorts and continues. A 3rd-year martial artist going head-to-head with a 5th year. It is a miracle you are not dead. Bakak fought 2 freshmen back-to-back, and he used up a lot of energy. Winning was a lucky break. Lam 2 looks at them, breathing heavily, and replies, if I am not mistaken, Bakak is also out of juice. You guys came to find me after the battle, right? He adds, what is up with you? This year's students are something else on just the 2nd day. Someone's already challenging level 20. As a scene, I have got to put you guys in your place. The blonde guy, sounding all high and mighty, continues, I have done my research. There are some students on the ranking with backgrounds. But you are from some random academy. Lam 2 needs to cut in. Just because I do not have a background, I am your punching bag. Come on. How do you know I do not have one? The black-haired guy next to the blonde grabs Lam 2 by the collar, threateningly shaking his fist. Why are you even talking to him? After we beat you, then we will talk. I was rooting for Bakak, and you made me lose 5,000 points. But before he could bring his fist down, it froze mid-air. The black-haired guy glares and yells, whoever you are, Laknayat cuts him off, his face stern and icy. Leko. Lam looked like a starved victim from a disaster, but still managed to joke around. Look at that. Mentioning me. And here comes the backdrop for my grand entrance. Leffen Guide angrily repeated, Leko, as she twisted her opponent's arm with a loud crack. The other 2 immediately jumped in. That blonde punk. You little brat. You want to die. You guys are the ones who should be worried about dying. With that, Leffengite kicked the black guy hard, sending his teeth flying. Watching Leffengite throw punches and kicks, Lam could not help but shiver. He thought to himself, I can't believe Leffengite fights this well without a weapon. She activated her Boluch Quan, sending both guys flying like they just called for their mommies. Lam's eyes widened in shock, thunder rumbling in his heart. He murmured, so this girl knows Boluch Quan too, and her version is even stronger than mine. In a split second, Leffengite stood confidently, watching the 2 guys flee in panic. Then she shot him a sideways glance. Lam quickly flashed a sheepish smile. Thanks. How did you know I was here? I saw you in that video at the competition tower, so I came to find you. Leffengite explained, letting out a soft snort after spending 5 hours in the gravity room and then rushing to the competition tower. Are not you afraid of getting beaten up? Leffengite asked softly. Can you walk on your own? Lam was startled. Thinking he must have misheard, he quickly raised a weak hand to his forehead, saying, I am completely out of energy. But if I can just rest for a bit, I will be fine. After saying that, Lam thought to himself, this girl, acting tough on the outside but actually caring about me inside. No worries. I will carry you, Leffengite said. And before he could even respond, she had him on her back. Lam was taken aback. Wait, how can a guy like me let a girl carry me? Leffengite shot him a look. She was unfazed, saying, don't think too much about it. This is a debt I owe you. Lam felt a bit dazed, recalling the time he carried her, his cheeks turning a shade of pink. As they walked down the road, everyone turned to stare at them, whispering, look at that. That pretty girl is actually carrying a guy. Are they a couple? Someone exclaimed. Leffengite marched through the crowd, ignoring their chatter, while Lam's cheeks burned. The whispers grew louder. That guy is so lucky. I can't believe he let a girl carry him. So admirable. Why is not she carrying me instead? A jealous voice chimed in. Leffengite confidently held Lam on her back as they made their way home. The streets were now quiet, devoid of teasing voices. Only then did Lam lift his head, and as he did, he froze. Left and Guite's face caught his attention, and he thought, this girl has such a beautiful profile, and she smells so nice. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed her cheek, instantly jolted back to reality. Lam felt the world spinning. His face turned pale as panic set in. Oh my, what did I just do? Why could not I control myself and kissed her? This is it. I am definitely doomed now. Lam wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, I am sorry. I did not mean to. But all he heard was Left and Guite calmly say, you dare. Then she turned and shouted, kiss me. The air was thick with tension as Left and Guite marched forward. Lam-tu quickly stumbled to his feet, stammering, Left and Guite. Little Nu Guite and Guite. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Time flew by after that embarrassing incident. At the dinner table, Lam-tu kept glancing at Left and Guite, thinking, what is up with her? I messed up big time, and yet, she did not hit me. I thought I was a goner. Could it be she actually likes me? The thought made Lam-tu's face burn with unexpected heat. Left and Guite noticed and, wiping her mouth with a napkin, asked, feeling any better yet? Lam-tu, caught off guard, replied, yeah, a bit. Left and Guite immediately set the agenda. No more eating. Let us go train. Lam-tu was shocked. Wait, we just ate. I will get a stomachach. Watching her walk away, he thought, great. She is looking for a chance to beat me up. Clearly, she still harbors some resentment. In the training room, the two of them started sparring. Left and Guite was serious, evaluating his skills. Realizing this guy was actually stronger than he was yesterday, she thrust her sword. Determined. The higher the level of a martial artist, the harder the training gets. But this guy seemed to have no trouble at all. His progress was a bit absurd. Lam-tu parried her strikes, and she thought, how the heck did he train? Lam-tu quickly created some distance. Panicking. Whoa. Whoa. Calm down. Are you trying to kill me? Left and Guite swung her sword and snapped. Shut up. Her spear was knocked away, and Lam-tu immediately raised his empty hands in surrender. Left and Guite praised him. Your spear skills are getting better. Lam-tu grinned. Of course. Have you seen who you are dealing with? Suddenly, Left and Guite put her sword down and said, I remember you practiced the explosive fist technique before. Let us see how we match up. She clenched her fists, confidently declaring, let us see whose explosive fist is stronger. With that, Left and Guite unleashed a powerful strike. Lam-tu, startled, dodged. Wait. You can't just say you are going to hit me, and then do it. Just as he evaded, Left and Guite's figure vanished. Left and Guite had disappeared, and Lam-tu could not help but think, she is too fast. Suddenly, she reappeared behind him, delivering a fierce blow. Lam-tu was sent flying. Left and Guite's voice rang out from behind. Don't be fooled by what you see. Release your energy to feel it. Lam-tu struggled to get up, groaning in pain. The two continued to exchange blows. Lam-tu thought, is this really how a girl fights? She hits like a brick wall. I need to feel her energy. Lam-tu executed his snow step technique, skillfully dodging her attacks. Left and Guite stared in shock, thinking, this guy is smarter than I thought. No wonder he is improving so fast. When I first met him in Area 20, he had not even reached the lowest level of martial artist. Just a few months later, he has become a third-tier fighter and successfully entered the Holy City Academy. On the second day of training, he defeated a fifth-tier fighter in the competition tower. Lam-tu spotted an opening and thought, it is my turn to attack. Lam-tu crouched low and advanced, saying, check out my explosive fist technique. But it seemed Left and Guite was distracted, and Lam-tu was caught off guard. Why is she letting people in at a time like this? What is she thinking? He is panicking like crazy. And what is wrong with that girl? She better watch out or I might just punch her. Lam-tu gritted his teeth and slammed the brakes, holding on tightly, shouting, squeak. Luckily, he still had a little distance before he hit. This is getting out of hand. His hands are still stuck. The atmosphere suddenly feels like it is caught in a storm, and his hand accidentally brushes against her back. Lam-tu recoiled in panic, yelling, I did not mean to. Why did not you move? Then chaos erupted, as she started swinging her arms, ready to take him down. Lam-tu's screams echoed. I did not mean it. Don't hit me. Someone. Please. Do not punch my face. Help. Domestic violence. Domestic violence. The next morning, in the 10th grade classroom, Zhang looked at his bruised face, concerned, asking, Lam-tu, what happened to you? Loi Loi looked at him, guessing, did a girl beat you up? Were you two fighting? Kuang Lai whispered wickedly from beside him. Wait. You can use your strength against a girl. You need me to give you some tips. Loi Loi playfully nudged Kuang, laughing. You ask a lot of questions. Kuang Lai quickly backpedaled, feigning innocence. I was just joking with the class president. Suddenly, Labin excitedly congratulated him. Class president. Congrats on ranking first in the competition tower. You are really strong. How did I not see that before? Some gasped. Is that the competition tower at the Holy Academy? Someone replied. Yeah. The class president went straight to the 21st floor. While the top talent from class 1 is still stuck on the 20th, compliments and admiration flooded in. And the center of attention was him. Class president. You are amazing. You have got the whole thing on lock. This is too impressive. Class president. How do you train? Teach us. Please. Lam2 held his scorecard. Casually agreeing. Alright. First, we will hit the gravity room for 5 hours at double gravity. And I will let you guys in on my secrets. The gravity room was where all the 10th graders trained. Sitting upright but their bodies kept shaking like they had Parkinson's. Labin gritted his teeth, barely managing to speak. Even talking is tough. This double gravity is crushing me. How does the class president handle this? Then, when he looked up, he saw Lam2 breezing through it. And Labin was shocked. How can he make it look so easy? That is the real difference. After 5 grueling hours, everyone collectively groaned. I can't take it anymore. 5 hours is up. Lam2 listened to their complaints, thinking it was too tough. Then he walked over to the control panel and said, next up is triple gravity. Who wants to keep going? At that moment, Lu Tao exclaimed, my stomach hurt. I'm out. Lu Tao. My mom is calling me home for dinner. I need to go to the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, only Lam2 was left. He turned back, bored, deciding, these guys can really run like the wind. They must not be tired at all. Tomorrow, we absolutely have to make them train under 3 times the gravity. No wonder they are so weak. At that moment, Kuong returned, bringing a girl with him. He announced, Lo Ti Tuaning. This is the breathtaking beauty here to see you. Lam2 turned around. Lefeningite. What brings you here? Lefeningite calmly replied. My card has run out of likes. Lam2 fell silent, his gaze assessing her. Thinking, you come to me because your card is empty. I am not your husband or anything. Suddenly, a few people peeked through the door, and the boys chimed in. Lo Ti Tuaning, is this your wife? That question was followed by a burst of laughter. Lam2 shot them a serious look and said, shut it. Are you guys that bored? Or do you want to train under 3 times the gravity too? We won't bother you two any longer, they quickly said. Darting away, slamming the door behind them, Lam2 felt exhausted, letting out a sigh. These guys. Suddenly, an announcement startled him. Time to train under 5 times the gravity. What the hell? 5 times the gravity. Lefeningite. Are you trying to kill me? With that, he face planted right into the ground. Lefeningite stood firm, arms crossed, looking down at him sternly. It is just 5 times the gravity. Can't you handle that? Inside the room, the first class student sat up straight. Trakisi Tin suddenly asked, Lefty with it? Have you seen Luffy Guy? Lefty with that replied. She seems to have gone to class 10. Trakisi Tin raised an eyebrow. Class 10. Is she really going to find that little brat? Lefty with added. A Trucky tu. Should I help you teach that kid a lesson? Let us not deal with that kid first. Trakisi Tin said. Look for an opportunity to gather some people and teach those slackers in class 10 a lesson. Back in the gravity room, Lam2 was down on the floor. Breathing hard, he said. 4 times the gravity is just right. 5 times will push me over the edge. Lefeningite responded. Too weak. The system announced. 10,000 volts training begins. As 2 high-pressure chains appeared from the ceiling, Lam2's face went pale as he screamed. What the hell? 4 times the gravity. And now you add 2 chains with 10,000 volts. Are you even human? Lefeningite grabbed the 2 chains, dragging them across the floor toward him. This kind of gravity room is also in my house. I have been promised to train like this since I was a kid. Suddenly, her expression darkened. Earlier, did not you say I am not human? Lam2 shrank back, stammering. I did not mean that. Lefeningite's face turned serious as she swung the chains toward him. Lam2 dodged, but the 2 chains wrapped around him, and the high-pressure current surged through him. Lam2 screamed like crazy. Outside, Trondhong Den looked at the gravity room and said, they are at it again in there. Kumulchi felt scared, saying, that scream sounds too tragic. It is. The prettier the woman, the scarier she is. Lukuli beside him, her eyes glinting with mischief, asked, am I? Kumulchi jumped, quickly replying, you are. Not scary at all. That is just a question. Lukuakoi pulled Konglox's hand back with a fierce grip. What? Are you saying I am not beautiful? Kuomosa groaned. I was wrong. Where are you, scary? Kuomosa was left speechless this time. He can't escape this press anymore. All he can do is scream. Even the 10th graders are terrified by the situation. In the gravity chamber, Lamtu finally breaks free from this torture. Whispering weakly, I am fried like an egg. I can smell the burnt flesh coming from me. Again, Lakangayat chimes in, calling him weak. She scoffs and continues. It is just a little shock. Lamtu lies down painfully, thinking to himself, I feel so drained. There is no way I am training to dodge laser beams today. However, that electric shock has boosted my internal experience significantly. While it is not as good as absorbing alien essence, it is definitely better than hunting exotic beasts. Looks like getting shocked is not such a bad deal after all. Suddenly, Lakangayat said, this one's for you. Consider it a reward for using your accumulated info. With that, she tosses him a version of it. Lamtu immediately perks up, saying, why would I hesitate? My Nagayat uses my points every month. No need to mention it. I can't just take such a precious gift from you. Lakangayat extends her hand coolly, saying, if you do not want it, just give it back. Lamtu quickly pockets it. Grinning, of course I want it. How could I refuse a gift from Ngayat and Ngayat? Hearing his words, Lakangayat can only fall silent. After 2 hours in the chamber, Lamtu takes 2 high-voltage wires to train himself. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up to 20 and earned 20 accumulation points. Congratulations on acquiring a new skill. Divar, you can absorb all energy and convert it into experience. Congratulations, Master, on becoming a 4th grade martial artist and earning the title of 4th grade martial artist. A flurry of system notifications follows. Lamtu is overjoyed. A 4th grade martial artist title. Physical attributes increased by 50 points. This is incredible. Finally, I am level 20. No wonder I have been getting zapped every day. Lamtu clenches his fist, cheering himself on. Every day, I absorb 6th grade alien essence under 4 times gravity, with just 10,000 volts. And now my experience is at 666. System. Allocate 20 potential points to physical attributes. Changing the title to 4th grade martial artist. That means my physical attribute will increase to 228. System summary. Host. Lam2. Level. 20. Strength. 400. Physical. 158 plus 20 equals sign 178 plus 50. Speed. 101. Overall combat power. 4020 to 4520. The 4th grade martial artist title grants me 50 additional physical points, along with skills like analytical eye, electromagnetic field, disguise, and Divar. Lamtu thinks to himself, stepping out of the gravity chamber. He ponders. The freshman tournament is coming up. I need to prepare fully tonight. I must learn the galaxy martial technique, and then check the exchange station for any rights or golden treasures. Meanwhile, in another place, under the setting sun, cries of despair echo. Labin, covered in wounds, shouts angrily, stop hitting me. Fok Thaewon. What is your deal? Fok Thaewon responds casually. No deal. Just letting you know that from today on, the 10th graders are not allowed on this road. Labin wiped his cheek wound and said, this road is not yours. So why do we have to stay out? It is the path to the exchange station. We need to trade too. Fok Thaewon smirked condescendingly, pointing beneath his legs. You can pass. Just crawl through my legs, and from now on, the 10th graders will use this route. His buddies erupted in laughter as he spoke. I will walk right through, he declared. And before Fok Thaewon could say another word, he was met with a decisive kick. Fok Thaewon yelped as his eggs got smashed. Lam2 chuckled and added, you did not see that coming, did you? The feeling of that blow was intense. Fok Thaewon was left reeling from the sharp pain. Shouts for the class president rang out, all from the 10th grade. Lam2 stood still, staring down at Fok Thaewon writhing on the ground. A cocky guy charged at him. You wanna die? That guy just revealed his name. Oh, Kim. The delusional one. Lam2 smiled. You are just here to take a beating. The clash of their fists created a ripple of shockwaves not too big, but definitely impactful. The loudmouth cried out in pain. Pulling back to clutch his arm, he shouted angrily. What the hell is your punch? Ah. Lam2 raised his fist, grinning. This is my copper fist technique, pretty solid. Right. Want to give it a go? The last syllable hung in the air. Wait. Fok Thaewon suddenly raised his hand in an attempt to stop him, and Lam2 stared wide-eyed at him. Fok Thaewon struggled to speak. I am the ace of class 3. We just had a little misunderstanding. Can we just leave it here? He looked at Lam2, thinking to himself that although this guy seemed weak, his punch technique was incredibly strong. Just getting into a school with a decent fighting technique is no small feat, so it is best not to drag this out. Lam Tu did not care what was going on in his head. He cheerfully agreed. Sure. Lam Tu smiled. Just have your crew kneel down and leave it here. And we will call it a day. While pointing at Li Bun, the crowd erupted in chaos, all berating Lam Tu. You little punk. That is crossing the line. Lam Tu did not waste words. He unleashed a full kick and fire claw technique to teach these moral kidnappers a lesson. Fok Thai Tuan appeared behind Lam Tu at lightning speed, grinning wickedly. Not drinking the good stuff. Time for a penalty shot. Just as that piercing scream echoed, Fok Thai Tuan unleashed his copper fist technique on Lam Tu. A surge of energy jolting through him. Fok Thai Tuan laughed maniacally. This punch could take out a level 3 mutated beast. Enjoy. Contrary to Fok Thai Tuan's expectations, Lam Tu felt great with this energy source. He was pleasantly surprised. This feels amazing. At that moment, the system interface detected the attacking energy, prompting him to use the Devar skill. Lam Tu quickly agreed, ready to roll. As he began to absorb the energy, he received 1,000 experience points, and his system experience bar jumped by 10%. Lam Tu's eyes nearly popped out. Wait, that is it. This Devar skill barely got me any points. The system chimed in. Master, it is not the Devar skill that is weak, it is your opponent who is trash. Lam Tu calmly turned to face the person behind him. The old lady's voice chimed in. What are you doing? Fat Thai Tuan's jaw dropped in shock. He shouted. How are you not hurt? Because your skills are trash. Then he punched the guy right in the face. Fat Thai Tuan stumbled backward, crashing down like a sack of potatoes. Just as Lam Tu was about to deal with Fat Thai Tuan further, a stern voice suddenly cut in. Stop. No fighting in the academy. Fat Thai Tuan's face swelled as he saw who it was and shouted joyfully. Teacher. Class 3 stood among the students and said seriously. I know you started the trouble. And it looks like you have already paid the price. Let us stop this here. All right. With the teacher saying that, Lam Tu did not want to escalate things further. He stood up and stepped back, while Class 3 students rushed to help Fat Thai Tuan. Then the homeroom teacher of Class 3 pointed at them and said, hurry and take them to the infirmary. The Class 3 students quickly responded. Yep. Teacher. Lam Tu watched them as Li Bun stepped closer and said gratefully. Thanks. Class monitor. Lam Tu looked at him, arms crossed, puzzled, asking, how did you guys get caught up in this? Li Bin, with one cheek swollen, stammered a bit. I do not really know either. We just wanted to switch centers and then ran into them. And out of nowhere, we got jumped. Lam Tu grimaced at that, lost in thought and saying nothing. In the infirmary, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 watched as the doctor bandaged Fat Thai Tuan's arm on the bed, grinding his teeth in frustration. He asked, who let you provoke a Class 10 student? Fat Thai Tuan glanced sideways, hesitating before saying, I just could not stand the sight of them. The teacher did not buy it, but he could not dig too deep either. He simply said, you have got someone keeping an eye on you now. The kid you just fought is Lam Tu, even though he is in Class 10. He is one of the top freshmen. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Fat Thai Tuan panicked, his voice rising uncontrollably. His body felt like it was about to crumble. To use Lam, breaking through to level 21, ranked above some real stars. Fat Thai Tuan gritted his teeth in resentment. His hands clenched tightly as he cursed silently. That little punk tricked me into messing with someone like him. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 only had that to say. He turned to leave, but paused before stepping out to remind them. In 2 days, it is the freshmen's competition. Remember to sign up. You are Class 3. If you lose to Class 10, be ready for the consequences. Meanwhile, in another place, the exchange area was buzzing with people. The professor in charge of the exchange spoke up first. Here comes the little brother again. The professor leaned on the table and asked directly, what do you want to exchange this time? Lam Tu boldly stated his goal. This time I want to buy the golden skill cards. Sword techniques, martial arts, and foot techniques. The professor manipulated the screen a bit and pointed, saying, they are all here. Take a look and see if any are good for you. Then the professor was somewhat surprised. Showing the screen with the golden skill card, the Stormbreaker, the professor asked seriously, you want this one? This skill is really hard to learn. From what I know, those who've tried it often ended up seriously injured. The old man made it clear. There is a very powerful technique from the bronze martial arts called the Fierce Strike. The first step of the Fierce Strike is self-harm, and only after mastering that can one learn to injure others. The professor continued. And the Silver Lightning Strike is an upgraded version of the Fierce Strike. Besides its sheer force, it can also harness elemental energy to generate electric currents, amplifying the power of the technique. But it is not just about brute strength. While practicing, one must withstand immense electrical flows to avoid harming oneself. The professor explained. Lin Tu chuckled, snapping his fingers confidently. I will take that, he added, and give me that wind god kick too. As he picked another card, Professor said nothing, Turning his back to prepare the cards for him, Lintu was in an exceptionally good mood. Happily pondering. Recently, he had been training with electric shocks daily, and knowing the fierce strike made him sure this technique was a perfect fit for him. Stepping out of the exchange station, the sun was just peeking over the mountains, casting a warm glow over the academy. Lintu looked at the card in his hand, unable to suppress his smile as he thought, in just 2 days, the freshman competition would be here. Tonight, he had to master the Silver Lightning Fierce Strike, the Wind God Kick, and the Silver Galaxy Technique. Are you Lin? Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was the Cold Star standing on the wall, hands in pocket, as if he had been waiting a long time. Lintu was not interested, asking, "What do you want?" The Cold Star replied blandly, "Defeating 3 others shows you are not weak. But that does not mean you can be with Levitine Gait. You two belong to different worlds. If you understand that," he said seriously, "I advise you to back off." Lintu felt like he heard a joke, smirking as he replied, "Are you threatening me? That talented guy I beat up must have been sent by you." The Cold Star calmly rebutted, "It is not a threat, just a little negotiation. I have looked into your background. With dead parents and a poor background, unless you reach level 9 in martial arts, you will never be worthy of Levitine Gait." Lintu brushed him off. Thinking this guy was not even remotely connected to Levitine Gait, he walked away, saying, "Mind your own business. You should focus on your own issues." Another student following the Cold Star was left speechless. Track. He is hitting below the belt. The expression on the Cold Star's face darkened under the shade of the tree. His once gentle demeanor evaporated, replaced by a fierce arrogance. The Cold Star took a few deep breaths, clenching his fists as the fiery energy of the fierce strike surged. "In just a few days, at the freshman tournament, I will make you regret it," he said. Lintu strolled home leisurely, lost in thought, hands in his pockets. A clan capable of nurturing such powerful martial artists is definitely not made up of ordinary folks. Levitine Gait. What kind of status does her family hold in the martial world? But then again, Lintu thought, why should he worry about that? He shrugged it off, muttering to himself, "Why am I overthinking this? I am not proposing or anything." His eyes caught sight of the delicious food laid out on the table, instantly drawing his attention. Just then, Levitine Gait stepped out of her room, looking like she had just finished training, still holding a small sword. Seeing Lintu return, she said, "I already ate. Your portion is on the table." Lintu sat down last night and casually asked another question. "That is right. 2 days from now is the freshman ceremony. I heard they might allow choosing training areas between 2 zones." While chewing on a snack, Lintu asked, "Have you chosen your area yet?" Lintu headed straight to her room, not wanting to chat with him. When he asked that, she turned her head, gave a knowing smile. Her words were vague, but he would find out soon enough. Lintu was probably starving. With a mouthful of food, she silently cursed in her head. This girl. When did she learn how to fish in troubled waters like this? Tick-tock. 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 2 days later, the highly anticipated freshman ceremony had arrived. In the massive stadium, laughter and chatter filled the air. Announcements echoed like a giant's wings, making the atmosphere lively and chaotic. After a round of free greetings, the announcement rang out, and everyone focused their attention. The freshman ceremony was about to begin, and students lined up to enter the venue orderly. The teacher raised his hand, calling out loudly, "Lam 2. Over here." Lam 2 politely responded with a gentle smile and raised her hand to signal she saw him. She was preoccupied looking for something, glancing this way and that, scratching her head, wondering why she could not spot her. Where did that girl run off to? It was early morning, and Levitine Gait had already disappeared without a trace. Turns out, he was looking for an escape route. Just then, Namchin Hai's voice rang out, and everyone's gaze immediately shifted to him. "All right, let me introduce someone." Namchin Hai smiled, gestured to the class, and announced, "This is Levitine Gait, who just transferred to our class." He was about to say more when Levitine Gait interrupted, reminding him, "Teacher, there is no need to introduce my transfer." Namchin Hai got the hint and nodded in agreement. Then, Namchin Hai turned to the class, smiling, and advised them. "In short, everyone needs to be friendly. Don't bully her." All right. But little did he know, no one in the class was a stranger to her. Lam 2 snickered, while Levitine Gait was immediately followed by cheers. "Sister Levitine Gait. Sister Levitine Gait." Lam 2 scratched her head, puzzled, wondering why she was here. Levitine Gait only replied with a soft smile. Namchin Hai suddenly realized, everyone already knew each other. Kakin Drung you'll see. Next to Lam. Seized the moment to tease. "Sister Levitine Gait is our class's sweetheart, our sister-in-law. How could you not know?" Lam 2. Probably embarrassed, quickly interrupted Kaijalal Say with another question. "Aren't you from class 1? Why did you suddenly transfer to my class? King Golsis was not done yet, continuing to poke fun. That line was even more shocking than the last one. Of course. Sister Lucky transferred for love. Lefangite kept quiet against Kai Golisi's teasing. And then, both of them kicked Kunlal C in the rear, telling him to scram. Lefangite finally responded coldly, her tone snarky. Because you guys are too weak. If you are pressured by other classes, it won't be easy. Lam2 was left speechless by her transfer. After hearing that, her expression fell. Could she not talk without throwing shade at someone? But saying that, deep down, Lam2 was secretly thrilled. He gazed at Lakangayat with a gentle look, a soft smile gracing his face. Watching her laugh and chat carefree with her classmates filled his heart with warmth. He had thought that this freshman competition would be a tough battle against Lakangayat. But now, he felt completely at ease. Lam2's cheeks flushed suddenly as a thought jumped into his mind. This girl actually does not like me. But honestly, that is kind of nice. After joking around for a few minutes, the principal on stage began his speech, welcoming everyone to the new student initiation. As we step into the Holy Domain Academy, I believe by now, everyone has gotten a good grasp of what this place is all about. After the greetings, he introduced himself, saying, my last name is Bachelet, but you can call me Principal Bachelet. Today, no need for long speeches. Following the tradition of the Holy Domain Academy, we must hold the freshman initiation, which you could also call the freshman test. Just looking at him gives off an intimidating seriousness. With his reddish-brown hair, glasses perched on his nose, and a stern gaze, his bushy beard obscures his mouth, making it hard to tell if he is smiling or frowning. Lam2 looked at him and suddenly recalled. Bachelet. Is not he from the same faction as that master of mine? Feeling the invisible pressure radiating from Bachelet, Lam2 could not help but sigh, even from a distance. He could still sense the oppressive aura of a level 9 martial artist. Bachelet snapped his fingers, inviting everyone to look at the big screen. 2 different scenes appeared on the screen, and he explained in detail that this initiation would allow them to choose between 2 battlefields. The team that collects the most rare items will win this test. The winner not only receives accumulation points, but also gets exclusive martial arts techniques that can be bought on the market. Bachelet pointed to the left screen, revealing an image of a lush green forest, vibrant and inviting, showcasing the verdant jungle. In the southern area of the Holy Domain Academy, there are indeed high-level beasts. But the danger level is not too high. All students can venture into this area. However, when he switched to the second image, Bachelet's expression suddenly became much more serious. His explanation sounded more like a warning. The second location is the G17 ruins located north of the Holy Domain Academy, a deserted city overrun by high-level zombies and horrifying mutated beasts. This place is extremely dangerous. Not everyone needs to go to the G17 ruins, but each class must send a few representatives inside. Upon hearing this, Labin jolted awake, sweat pouring down his face. His eyebrows furrowed as he exclaimed, wait, the G17 ruins. People could die there. Lam2 crossed his arms, observing the expression on his classmate's face, and asked cautiously, you know about that place? Labin immediately responded, his eyes filled with confusion and fear as images of terrifying zombies flashed through his mind. That land had once been the outbreak site of a monstrous virus. Some martial artists had gone there on missions to eliminate everything, but they all got infected and turned into high-level zombies. Plus, the mutated beasts there are mostly level 4 or higher. I have even heard rumors of a level 7 beast. The classmates nearby, who had been eavesdropping, were also scared out of their wits, gasping, wait, what? A level 7 mutated beast. The main character calmly reminded. Lam2. You should assign people to the G17 ruins, and let the rest go to the lush jungle. He replied. Got it. Lam2 stood in the center, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Then said, everyone, quiet down. I am going to divide the teams. Looking at Lakangayat's expression, he had an inkling. You want to go to the G17 ruins too? Lakangayat closed her eyes, shrugged, and replied, do I even need to ask? Always up for a challenge. And now with a beautiful companion by his side, Lam2 quickly adds his name to the list, asking, who else wants to join me? Lakangayat. Seeing everyone's hesitant expressions, he encourages them, saying, sure, the G17 ruins are dangerous, but danger often leads to fortune. I am not forcing anyone. If you want to come, step forward. The atmosphere is electric as the students raise their hands eagerly. Lam2. Keen Longlos glances over at the girl next to him. Loki Alkai. Looking calm and gentle. A stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Without hesitation, Akinolsi takes Lucky Lucky's hand and announces. Dungfong. Class President. I am go. His petite girlfriend nods in agreement. Dungfong. I am going with Kongles. And Tunfong is not one to be left out either. Declaring. Well, our group of 4 is already 3 strong. I am definitely in. Lam2 counts again and says. That is 6 of us. We are still missing one. Someone's hand trembles. Clearly caught in a moment of indecision, it is Lom. After a mental struggle, he finally steps up. Class president. I'm go. Lam2 beams with pride and nods. Great. Finally. It is time to choose the team members. Lam2 grips his fist, rallying the class with enthusiasm. Proving to be an exemplary and kind-hearted class president. All right. Everyone. The 7 of us are heading to the G17 ruins. The rest of you head to the lush green forest. I need everyone to bring their A game. This time. We must achieve a great result. Let us show our support. The classmates cheer. Don't you worry. Class president. We will be careful. And just like that, the voting concludes. And everyone heads to their chosen locations. Planes soar through the sky above. On the plane, Lam2 crosses his arms. And Trum looks over at Abine, asking, "What is wrong with you? You seem scared." He replies with a shaky voice, "Ain." The other students poke fun at him. "Come on. If you are scared, just stay back. Your life is precious. Haha. Freshman. If you are not weak, then you are just a coward." Chorjanan mocks. "What are you guys talking about? You looking for a fight?" Labine stutters, hesitating before finally admitting, "Actually, I have been to the G17 ruins before." Everyone's eyes widen in shock, and Trondongdian exclaims, "Wait, what? You have been there?" Laboon recalls the painful memory, lowering his gaze and cradling his head in his hands. "I have a bit of a temper. Once, I made a bet with my classmates that I would not dare go to the G17 ruins." His expression turns somber as he continues. "In the end, I went there with some friends. And suddenly, it all hit me like a ton of bricks, filling me with sorrow. The horrifying memories flood back to Lalibine, hundreds of zombies swarming, attacking his friends." Lobon's voice carries a bittersweet tone as he recounts. "On our first day in the G17 ruins, my friends got bitten by those mutated beasts and turned. In the end, Labinishare, I was the only one who made it back. That is what haunts me the most." Lam2 carefully probes. "So your friends were bitten and mutated. Those mutated beasts carry the virus." Lufanum confirmed. "Absolutely. If you get bitten by those mutated beasts, you will turn into a zombie within 24 hours. A heavy silence falls over them as they ponder what dangers lie ahead. The planes are soaring over a lush forest, flowers blooming in vibrant colors, as if wishing them good luck for the upcoming battle. It is a forest draped in green. A truly delightful sight. Finally, they have landed. The announcement from the mentors echoes. "Dear friends, you have arrived at the G17 ruins. Please gather below the spaceship." The 7 of them calmly step down, but worry is etched on each of their faces. A mentor with bright orange hair tied up high reminds everyone before they set off. "There are a few things you need to be aware of. Besides the mutated creatures in Area G17, the beasts also carry a virus." He is giving detailed instructions. "If bitten by a mutated beast, you must receive treatment here within 24 hours. Otherwise, you might not make it." Over there, a large snake is peeking out. Curious more than scary when you look closely. The mentor concludes with a chilling remark. "If you do not get treated in time, you will just have to rely on your ancestors." After hearing this, everyone groans. Seriously, the mutated beasts carry a virus too. That 10th grader was right. What a mouthful of doom. Lin2 points in one direction and announces, "We are heading that way." Lefon Guide immediately agrees. "Got it." Tunfonga's eyes are filled with deep thoughts. Each of them is flooded with unease. Kandra walks closely beside her, unable to take his eyes off her. Levenbine, who knows the situation in the G17 ruins well, is also feeling restless. They slowly venture deeper into the G17 ruins, moving in group. Time drags on as they gradually delve into the forest. Ahead lies an abandoned house, cloaked in vines and adorned with flowers of all colors, but those bright hues often hide many dangers. Lin2's group walks past the house, their expressions serious. From within the foliage, an entity emerges, rustling through the leaves. It seems something is about to go down. This entity is a level 4 mutated beast, characterized by being a martial artist who has undergone a terrifying transformation. Agile and immensely strong. If bitten by it, you will be infected and become one of them. As it leaps out suddenly, Lugula screams. Lefangite reacts in a flash, her eyes sparking with electric energy, sharp and swift, ready to slice the beast in half. Just as predicted, with swift movements and decisive strikes, Lefangite successfully takes down the mutated beast in the blink of an eye, saving the Loqui from a real scare. Once safe, Lugula sits down, patting herself to calm her nerves. "You scared me to death. Thanks." Lefangite Aksung immediately checks in on her. Though he could not protect her in time, his heart races with fear. He grabs her hand gently, asking, "Are you okay?" Loki Alkai. Troning Dinen, known for his straightforward nature, exclaims, Did that thing actually hide in the bushes and ambush us? Lin Tu silently speculates, a level 4 mutated beast. I wonder how many experience points it will give me. Outside, he nods in agreement with charging Dian. Right. That is just unethical for a fight. Lost in thought, Lin Tu suddenly smiles shyly, as if reminiscing about a loved one. Left Nguyen turned around, coldly warning him. Be careful. After taking down one of them, the group continued deeper into the ruins. Fully alert after that last encounter with the gull, eyes scanning the surroundings, and there it was. Another gull sprang out from the bushes, its greedy expression looking downright silly. Look at Lumtu. He is clearly not scared, but he is acting like he is on the verge of tears. The system announced. Ding. Killed a level 4 gull. Earned 150,000 experience points. Classic Lum. Swift and decisive. Looking at the gull sprawled out on the ground, Lumtu felt a bit let down. Damn. A level 4 gull, and that is all the experience I get. Plus, this one was hiding around here to ambush us. I wonder if my master needs to grind for levels or what. One gull after another. Since the last one failed to surprise us from below, this one decided to drop in from above. Lumtu sighed, slapping his face in frustration. Not again. Doesn't this ever get old? Just like earlier, he dispatched the zombie in one swift move. Lumtu seemed to be toying with it. Not killing it outright but making it shake back and forth. It looked so dazed, tongue lolling out, as Lumtu controlled its head, making it wobble like it was dancing. Labine rushed over. Panicking. Lumtu. Why are not you just killing it? You can let it scream like that. It will attract more gulls. Lumtu had a plan in mind. Contrary to Li Bai's unease after witnessing the horrifying scene with these creatures, Lumtu was calm and collected, saying, I wanted to scream, to lure all the other gulls out. If they are hiding and springing out to ambush us, it is going to be a hassle. Better to deal with them all at once. Just as he expected, the gulls followed the sounds made by this zombie, rushing in like a horde. Each one looked different. But really, they all fit into just two types. Standing there, they all looked scruffy. Not just in front but from all around them. Ghouls were appearing in droves. Labine shouted, Whoa, there are so many. This is bad. Real bad. Class president, we need to run. But for Lumtu, running was not on the agenda. He sprinted forward, looking like he was ready for a fight. Come on. Class president, jump. Don't joke around. These are all experience points for me. Leffing Guite quickly caught up, keeping pace with Lumtu. Seeing her so pumped up surprised him. Hey. Leffing Guite, why are you so eager? I seriously do not get why you always dive headfirst into danger like this at this point. Still joking around. My dear little Luguiten Guite is worried about me. Leffing Guite rolled her eyes, wiping her mouth, seeing both of them so ready for action. The rest of the group could not just stand by and wait. They readied their weapons, with Kunhul He speaking up first. Brothers. Lukulai is chiming in too. These two are absolutely nuts. And Tenkan Fong is even funnier, casually sticking his hands in his pockets. Seriously. Class rep and sister-in-law. It is like a dude he sings. She praises, just be careful, or Lufflying Nungite will hear you, and you will end up with your mouth soon shut. Lumentu was using the white dew technique, while Leffin Nungite on the other side was harnessing her internal power. The alerts were ringing non-stop. Boom. You have defeated a level 4 demon and earned 150,000 experience points. Chindian observed from a distance, amazed. Looks like Big Brother Lam Tu has really stepped up his game. Tun Fong nodded in agreement. For real. The first time I saw the class rep use that move, it was not nearly this impressive. He has definitely reached golden martial skills now. Left Nguite was zooming around like a shooting star, and King Gol Si wore a face of admiration. But honestly, I think sister-in-law is even stronger than the class rep. What kind of divine couple are these two? Their strength is just insane. At that moment, Lobon was attacked by a zombie charging toward him. Yet he did not even flinch, completely oblivious to the danger. As it lunged right in front of him, Lubon finally shouted, and immediately got his face smashed in. Lumtu rushed in just in time to save him, scolding, If you want to get yourself killed, go ahead. I do not need a useless teammate dragging me down. He fell silent, feeling embarrassed and blaming himself for being such a coward. He motivated himself and charged forward, thinking, Lobon won't let anyone look down on him anymore. After wiping out the zombies, the group moved to another location, feeling curious and anxious about the eerie silence around them. This does not feel right. According to the info online, this area should be swarming with mutated beasts. Yet there is not a single one in sight. Lum Tu subtly realized that there was only one possibility. He focused his eyes on a large dent in the stone wall and commented, There is a powerful mutated beast here, which is why the others do not dare to invade this territory. Lum Tu then glanced in another direction and calmly announced, Look, it is coming. The ground suddenly trembled, and birds scattered in fear, the air becoming thick with tension. Leffingwhite dashed ahead, saying urgently, "It is right up ahead." Lum Tu eagerly followed her. "Let us go check it out." That roar sounded powerful. "It is probably a level 4 mutated beast," Taching Den guessed. Then shouted, Wait for it." It was a monstrous creature with long horns like a chamois. Its thick fur glistening black, and a patch of golden hair running from its head to its tail, along its spine. Its cloudy eyes and protruding fangs looked terrifying. Every monster here has a unique name. This one is known as the Golden Horned Chamois, a level 5 mutated beast with distinct features. Once infected, the ordinary Chu transformed into a raging golden horned beast, its body resembling a towering figure, with golden fur on its back and a defense as solid as metal. At this moment, Lum Tu was shocked. This was a 5-star beast transformation. Lefningite. Be careful. Lefnongite had suddenly leaped onto the back of the golden horned beast. Its rock-hard skin blocked Lufgite's sword strike, leaving her stunned. Why could not she cut through? Not only was she unable to cut it, but the beast also kicked her away with one powerful leg. Lum Tu rushed over in panic, calling out her name. Lefningite. At that moment, Lum Tu was carrying Lefningite and sprinting away like a bullet. He asked her, "Lefningite, are you okay?" Lefningite calmly replied, "I have already used 90% of my energy to move." From a distance, an enraged beast appeared. Suddenly, the beast charged at the two of them with incredible speed. Instantly, Lefningite pushed Lum Tu away to another spot, drew her sword, and shouted, "Get out of the way, do not block me." The crazed beast was about to attack Lefningite, who had already taken a fighting stance, replacing Lum Tu as she shouted, "Be careful." Lefningite's gaze sharpened as she prepared to act, with no wasted movements. Lefningite swiftly delivered a fatal strike to the beast. Her slash caused black blood to ooze from its eyes. Seeing this, Lum Tu exclaimed with admiration, "That is amazing. Our little Lefningite is so formidable." The beast was now staggering. The two people standing behind Lum Tu were also surprised. The dark-skinned guy said, "Lefningite is really impressive, but now it is in a furious state. How can we get close?" Lum Tu smiled and replied, "No need to get close. Everyone attack from a distance." Immediately, he unleashed his power, the Phoenix all-directional might, and said, Watch me roast this beast for everyone." The others were thrilled and cheered. "Nice." Without hesitation, the dark-skinned guy jumped in and said, "Then watch." The others quickly unleashed their strength's mountain collapse, Moon Slayer, 5 link slashes, and Firestorm. These powers hit the beast repeatedly, causing it immense pain. The attacks kept striking it, leaving its body covered in scratches. Suddenly, the beast's eyes glowed ominously, and it charged frantically at them. Lum Tu shouted to everyone, "Be careful. This creature is coming for us. It wants to fight to the death." Immediately, he leaped into the air, shouting, "Your back is too tough to pierce. I will smash you down." With one strike, he decapitated the beast. Witnessing this, Lum Tu was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "How did you do that? Just a moment ago, I was yelling about this beast being a fatty, and you just chopped its head off. Isn't that a slap in my face?" Hearing this, Lefningite sheathed her sword and explained, "Didn't you see? The skin on its neck was already roasted crispy." Upon hearing this, he felt embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "So it was already nicely roasted." Suddenly, someone approached and said, "I can't believe it." It turned out to be Jiang Hoi and his gang. At this moment, Jiang Hoi continued, "The monster we tracked down has already been killed by you guys." After that, he glanced at Lam and Tu and introduced himself. "I am Jiang Hoi from Class 4 Bovine, and this golden-backed deer was chased here by us." He ran his hand over the deer's fur, a sinister look on his face as he said, "Thank you all for your help. We owe you one. The other parts of this golden-backed deer belong to you guys. Its tough back can be forged into some great weapons." Hearing this nonsense, the dark-haired guy got really angry. "What are you saying? Isn't this just robbery?" Seeing this, Jiang Hoi shamelessly replied, "We are just taking back our spoils of war. This was originally our hunted prey." And upon hearing this, the dark-haired guy insisted, "How can you prove this is your hunted prey?" Jiang Hoi quickly interjected, "We fought this golden-backed deer for quite a while. Look, it is missing a chunk from its hoof. That was done by my friend Ahokoha using a kite." At this moment, the guy with the crazy hair, Linkimbi, said, "Yeah, a bunch of trash from Namvine." His words made Lum to speak up. 6 level 4 martial artists surrounding and attacking one golden-backed deer. And you only managed to break this much. Anyone who did not know would think you were just giving it a manicure." Lum Tu continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "So who is the real trash here? I bet even if you died in Area 17, The Holy Academy would not even bother to ask about it. Just then, Lefingite drew her sword, aiming it straight at Jiang Hai. Seeing this, Jiang Hai quickly dodged and shouted, "What do you want to do? Do you dare to attack us?" Lum Tu swiftly replied, holding his spear towards Jiang Hoi. "This is not the Holy Academy. What is stopping us from taking out a few bandits?" You quickly launched an attack. But luckily, Jiang Hoi blocked it with his sword. This made Lum Tu furious as he cursed. "Damn it." Lum Tu's, including the red-haired guy and the black-skinned dude, charged at them, yelling, "Kill!" Seeing Lum Tu show no signs of stopping, Jiang Hoi panicked and said, "You crazy bunch, how dare you rob us?" Hearing this, Lum Tu frowned and said mockingly, "You really know how to twist the truth around, do not you? If you put it that way, then just leave all the rare items and the information fragments you have behind." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Damn it. I thought they were just a bunch of trash from class 15, but unexpectedly, their skills were not only decent but also strong." Lum Tu kept attacking, leaving Jiang Hoi only able to defend. Suddenly, Jiang Hoi unleashed his golden power, a wicked grin on his face as he said, "It won't be that easy to kill me." Lum Tu was momentarily stunned and could not see him anywhere. "What? Where'd he go?" From behind, Jiang Hoi lunged at him, shouting, "You little brat, you are right. Those trash who died during training 1T be pursued by the academy. Go die." At that moment, Lum Tu turned around and said to him, "Your speed is way weaker than a laser gun in the gravity room." This left Jiang Hoi dizzy. Exclaiming, "Oh crap." Lum Tu immediately dashed toward him, leaving Jiang Hoi baffled. "Whoa. How did you know I was behind you?" Right at this moment, Lam Tu unleashed his electric strike fist and said, "There is so much you do not know. Just try to handle this new trick of mine." This left Jiang Hoi dumbfounded, shouting, "What the heck?" In an instant, he felt the full force of Lam Tu's punch and was sent flying into the rafters. Lam Tu could not help but laugh. "Haha, the paralyzing effect is pretty impressive. Now, I am the Electric Law King." Meanwhile, over there, Lackingite is going wild taking down those two guys. One of them was sent sprawling and yelled, "Ouch!" While Jiang, trying to get up, murmured, "Man, this girl is way too strong." Just then, he felt the cold steel of a sword against his neck and calmly said, "Try to move." I did. Her expression was icy as she said, "You are done." Meanwhile, the battle raged fiercely on the other side. Hudak was furious, drawing his sword and shouting, "A level 3 fighter against level 4. That is like throwing eggs at a rock." He swung his sword while laughing loudly. "You dare mock my skills? I will slice you right through the brain." Just then, a flying dagger came rushing at him, knocking Hodak back. In the chaos, he dropped his hammer, and it fell right on Hodak's foot, making him scream, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Lam Tu stood before his red-haired buddy and casually said, "Looks like my hammer's gonna help you with that pedicure." Lam Tu looked at him provocatively and asked, "How does it feel?" The other guy glared back with a terrifying expression and retorted, "You asking for death?" Without hesitation, he unleashed his power and charged at Lam Tu. Elash. Lam Tu activated his silver earth electric strike fist and declared, "You want to trade blows with me? You must really want to die." The two of them collided with powerful punches. But with Lam Tu's strength, Hudak was sent flying and cried out, "Ouch!" Jiang Hoi's crew was in a panic. The pink-haired guy nervously exclaimed, "No way. Jiang Nahai. Our boss Huhai just got knocked down." Next to him, and Jiang scoffed, "What a pain." At that moment, the guy in black shouted, "This is our chance." Immediately, he set off a series of explosions that caught the others off guard, making them scream, "Ouch! Ouch!" Jiang Hoi's crew was now battered and bruised, slumped on the ground, groaning, "Oh, ouch." Lam Tu stood right in front of Jiang Hoi, who trembled and pleaded, "We were wrong. Please, just let us go." Lam Tu looked at him with utter disdain and said, "I might let you go, but only if you hand over all the rare crystals on you, plus the intel on the energy sources." Hearing this, Jiang Hoi grew terrified and stammered, "We can give you the intel, but if we hand over the crystals, we will be left with nothing." Seeing his reaction, Lam Tu's expression turned ominous. "Not giving them up? Then I will just kill all of you and take them myself." As he drew his spear, Jiang Hoi's crew was petrified, stuttering, Okay. We will give them to you. Please do not kill us." A moment later, the guy in black chimed in, "I can't believe these level 4 guys from North Vietnam have 2 level 5 crystals. Haha. Now we have got 3 level 5 crystals. We are definitely not losing." Hearing this, Lackingite replied, "Not so. If you dare step into the G17 wasteland, you won't find any fuel-saving lights there." At this moment, Lam Tu continued, "We have just one more week. We can slack off. We need to put all our effort into collecting the strange minerals. He turned to look at Lakangayat and asked, Lakangayat, what is up with you? She replied, I just feel like someone's watching us. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the abandoned building. Lakangayat immediately shouted, Scatter. That purple beam is shooting out with insane power. It zipped past Lam2, tearing his pants in the process. The system then displayed a notification. External energy detected. Assimilation skill activated. Energy absorbed. 2%. Gain 2,000 experience points. Seeing this, Lam2 panicked and exclaimed, What the hell kind of skill is this? How did I absorb so much energy in one go? Thank goodness my uniform is combat gear. Otherwise, I would be limping around. Without wasting a moment, he activated his martial arts agility, using the snow step technique to protect everyone. At that moment, Lakangayat dashed into the building and said, There are snipers in there. We need to go take them out. Lam2 shouted back. Lakangayat. Be careful. The sniper, noticing her entry, alerted his team. Heads up. Someone's breaching the building. Team 1. Prepare for engagement. Team 2. Keep attacking the target. At that moment, the worried black guy turned to Lam2 and asked, Brother Lam, are you okay? Lam2 replied. Without hesitation, he grabbed his rifle and told his teammates, You guys stay here. I am going to help Lakangayat, as he dodged sniper fire. He exclaimed, Whoa, there are snipers on the building next door too. He then sprinted towards the building's entrance and shouted, Damn it. I'm going to take these guys out first. Seeing this, his teammates remarked, Those two are quite the pair, are not they? Just charging in like that. The guy beside him added, So what do we do now? Should we go help? Hearing this, the black guy said, Brother Lam2 can still use evasive maneuvers to dodge bullets under triple gravity, but we do not have those skills. Going out there would be like signing our death warrants. The black team member cursed. Damn it. Why are there people sneaking up on us? The black guy explained. You think only the Holy Academy's elite are out here? This place has all kinds of folks, including those who kill and rob women. Meanwhile, the group in blue was hiding out here. Hearing a noise, the black guy turned and shouted, Who is there? The short-haired guy in blue stood up in fear and explained, We are from Class 10 North Academy. You guys are from the Male Academy. Right. Upon hearing this, the black team member sighed. Class 10 North Academy. We are Class 10 Male Academy. Haha. Why do I suddenly feel like I just fell from the sky? At that moment, the black guy looked at them and asked, How did you guys end up here? The short-haired guy, trembling with fear, replied, We just got here too. We saw someone shooting lasers everywhere, so we rushed to hide here. I just saw 2 people run into the building. They must be on your team. Right. Hearing this, the black team member confirmed, Yeah. It is our class president and his girlfriend going in to teach those ambushers a lesson. The short-haired guy was shocked and shouted, What? Just those 2 are going to take on a whole group armed with lasers. At that moment, the short-haired guy was shoved down, causing him to yelp, Whoa. It turned out to be the sniper falling down. Seeing this, the short-haired guy shouted, It is that sniper from earlier. Seeing this, the black guy said, Yeah, our Male Academy team is that strong. That tough? On the other side, the green-haired guy, with a fierce expression, crazily squeezed his gun, shooting beams of light. Meanwhile, she dashed through the deadly rain of bullets with her face set in determination. The sniper was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it. Why can't I hit anything? Lakangayat leaped right next to him, wielding her sword, the blade radiating a fierce energy like a hellfire that had burned for 1,000 years. A flash of movement. The green-haired guy was sent flying, screeching in surprise. Lam2, perched on the roof of another building, could not help but admire another one bites the dust. Our little Nguiten is a powerhouse. With a whoosh of wind, Lam2 narrowly dodged a laser bullet zipping towards him. Thinking, Not again. The barrage of bullets poured down like rain. Lam2 ducked left, jumped right, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He had wanted to play it cool, but did not expect so many people to team up and shoot at him all at once, leaving him with no options. Looking up at the 4 or 5 figures high above, aiming down at him, Lam2 had to ponder these guys are well equipped and trained, probably bounty hunters. He thought, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. Are they here to kill me? I've got a plan now. He punched forward, bolts of electricity shooting from his hand, activating his martial arts technique, the thunderclap fist, gripping the reinforced steel in his hand. The high-voltage energy surged like a fish back in water, spreading rapidly to the electrified objects around him. The snipers on the scaffolding were caught off guard, startled cries ringing out. What is happening? The screams echoed long and loud. Lam2 seemed to teleport right in front of them, spear in hand, channeling his inner energy into the weapon. Grinning. My thunderstorm lightning technique truly lives up to its reputation, launching a devastating strike. The fiery phoenix illusion swooped down on the snipers, sending them flying. Some even tumbling off the rooftop to the ground below. Thud. A young man in a hospital uniform hiding nearby gasped, wide-eyed, saying, This is the power of Class 16. It is terrifying. The sniper collapsed, eyes wide with terror, begging, do not kill me. I have rare crystals in my bag. Please do not kill me. Lum-Tu did not respond, thrusting the spear, and with that, the sniper's life was snuffed out. Glancing at the sniper's expression frozen in fear, Lum-Tu sneered. Killing you means all those rare crystals are mine to keep. Trading my life for yours. How stupid. Noticing the half-inked phone screen of the sniper, he realized he was right. These guys were indeed online bounty hunters. Lum-Tu crouched in front of the sniper's black backpack, rummaging through it, and exclaimed joyfully. 2 level 5 rare crystals, 3 level 4, and a dozen level 3. This is great. Just what I need to soothe my wounded soul. After a moment, Lum-Tu finally found Leftingite, running over to her and asking. All sorted. Leftingite replied softly with a hum. She handed him a blue backpack, saying, These guys' loot has 2 level 5 rare crystals, a few level 4 and level 3 ones. Lum-Tu was shocked. Oh damn. This guy is loaded. 2 level 5 crystals. Haha. Now we have got a total of 8 level 5 rare crystals. We are totally golden for the next trial. Just then, a group led by Trong Dan approached, and he asked, Hey, Lum-Tu, are you two okay? Lam-Tu beamed, proudly flaunting his haul to everyone, saying, No worries. It is all sorted out now. Plus, I have snagged quite a bit of rare essence. And there are even a few grade 5 gems in here. Then Lam-Tu squints playfully, and the guys behind him, those cheeky ones, chime in with laughter. Hey, Lam-Tu, we are from 10th grade. North Institute. Lam-Tu raises an eyebrow, his tone cool and casual. So you are from class 10, One of them hesitates, then says, Can we make a trade? The guy known as Nam leans in and asks. Lam-Tu narrows his eyes slightly, feigning curiosity. Trade? What kind of trade? Nam replies. I want to exchange some important news for your rare essence. Lam-Tu perks up, intrigued. Oh really? Let us hear it. What kind of news is worth that kind of trade? Nam scratches the back of his head, trying to stay calm as he says, A spatial rift. I know the location of one. Just give us 2 grade 5 gems, and I will tell you where it is. Lam-Tu is taken aback, repeating skeptically, A spatial rift? He continues. That is a good find. Who knows? You might even encounter some rare creatures or treasures down there. But then his eyes sharpen, and he asks, How can I trust you? Although Nam looks a bit nervous, he seems honest. He offers, I will give you my info card. Once you find the rift and confirm what I said is true, you can return it to me. He lays the card out in front of Lam-Tu, adding sheepishly, We are all in 10th grade. But you guys are so strong. We do not want to be at a disadvantage. We have got to ace this training and prove ourselves. Plus, I think with your strength, you could totally reach that rift. Lam-Tu stares wide-eyed at the card while listening to him. If you guys can get stronger, we would be proud to call you our peers. What a line. That relatable vibe hits him hard. And Lam-Tu suddenly gives the guy a friendly pat on the back, asking, So you are the class president of 10th grade North Institute? Right, he replies. Yeah, that is. Lam-Tu smirked, saying, No need to give me the info card. I will just give you 3 grade 5 gems instead. The guy is so shocked he can barely contain himself. Wait, you are really giving me 3 grade 5 gems? You actually trust me? His voice rises in disbelief, a bit stammering. Yeah. Because you are also in 10th grade, and just another newbie like the rest of us. Lam-Tu laughed, a hint of pride on his face as he tosses a bag of rare essence towards the other guy. If you are the class president, then let us work together to make 10th grade stronger, and show all those who underestimate you. The guy is genuinely overjoyed, catching the bag with both hands. Thank you. I really appreciate your trust. I will do my best to follow your example. Lead 10th grade to greater heights. By the way, share your info card with me. I will send you the location of that spatial rift now. The North Institute group quickly heads out, waving goodbye to everyone. Lam squints slightly as he watches them leave, worriedly asking, Hey, Lam-Tu, can we really trust those guys? Lam-Tu raises an eyebrow, crossing his arms with a smile. Yeah, I believe them. Looking at the smiles on the faces of those leaving, he confidently declared, Because of their eyes, those though fierce and unyielding gazes, stronger than ever, people like that won't deceive us. Then he led the group back along their path, excitedly exclaiming, Come on. Let us see what treasures that space crack holds. Before the massive city is completely swallowed by the overgrown vines, the group led by Lamb 2 arrived at its base. He said, according to the marked position on the map, the space crack should be right here. Truong glanced around suspiciously and asked, Big Brother Lamb 2, there are not any evolved beasts around here. Could it be that there is a terrifying spatial anomaly in the market? Lamb 2 did not argue. He observed and replied, it is very possible. Which is why a chance meeting can also bring danger. Lam Vu took the lead and suddenly Lai Fingguai asked him, do you sense anything? He responded, I do. There is a heavy presence of primal energy here. Only in places with a space crack can the surrounding energy reach such a density. He thought, we are in the right spot. Entering the city, Lam Tu studied the map and said seriously, the space crack is located in the center of the square. Everyone stay alert. With such dense energy, there are definitely powerful beings around. Suddenly, he was startled, looking up to see webs and strange translucent substances everywhere. Lukule hesitantly said, these webs and slimy stuff are disgusting. It feels like we just walked into a bug's lair. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lukiluki's ankle, causing her to scream. There is a zombie. King Honglos quickly shielded her from behind, smashing it with a hammer and cursing. Damn it. How dare you sneak attack? Once he calmed down, he realized it was just a corpse and said, a bit reproachfully, really? It is just a mummy. And you are freaking out like that? But Lukiloki seemed to see the body twitching, and the girl quickly exclaimed, wait. Everyone look. That corpse is moving. The wrinkled skin was writhing, and Lucky Lucky said, it looks like there is something underneath it. Suddenly, a strange creature burst out, and Lu Lucky screamed, it is a larva. There is a larva inside the corpse. The creature that just emerged was a level 2 armored beetle larva. Its characteristics. A creature from a different dimension with strong reproductive abilities. It infests the bodies of living beings, feeding off their flesh and blood. But looking at the bodies not far away, Kabie spoke up. There can't just be these disgusting larvae and all these corpses lying around. Right, this must be a parasitic larva. Everyone needs to be careful. Do not step on these corpses. Saying that, Lam Tu lifted his spear and pierced the armored beetle larva. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations. You have killed a level 2 armored beetle larva, earning 10,000 experience points. Lam Tu could not help but sigh internally. Too little experience. This is not worth it. The group continued moving forward, with Loi Loi clinging tightly to Kwang Luk's arm, unable to hold back her complaints. This is so nauseating. Lam Tu walked ahead, observing and thinking. If there are larvae around, there must be mature ones nearby too. Could it be that the mature armored insects are what is keeping the mutant beasts from entering here? They finally arrived at a spot where there was a large, torn water stain on the ceiling, with waves of energy, resembling auroras, swirling around it. And within that stain was the breathtaking view of thousands of stars in the universe. Loi Loi's eyes widened in awe. It is so beautiful. But Lam Tu's expression was a mix of concern and gloom as he looked up at the ceiling. Sensing something lurking inside, Lam Tu remained silent, calmly activating his analysis system in his eyes. It revealed the form of a giant armored insect. Displaying mature green armored insect. Level 6. Characteristics. Creature from another dimension. Terrifying biting power. Capable of easily tearing apart an adult human. Lam Tu felt a chill run down his spine. A mature green armored insect. And at level 6 no less, it was truly frightening. However, it seemed to be deeply asleep. Unaware of their presence, he did not dare to disturb it any further. Changing the subject. It seems that the one in our imagination is not here for now. Let us keep our voices down, scout the area, and then get out of here quickly. Pointing at the object in front of them, Zhang Zhan said, everyone, come look at this stone. It is so strange. Could it have fallen from a spatial rift? Lakangayat skeptically replied. It must be a type of metal. Plus, it is incredibly hard. She then took a swing at it. Lam Tu also poked at the stone, adding, it has got some serious elasticity too. If we take it back to craft weapons, it could work out pretty well. Zhang Zhan glanced around and speculated. This stone must have fallen from a spatial rift. Lam Tu pointed to one side and suggested, let us check over there. My fire elemental energy is sensing some intense heat coming from that direction. The group moved closer to the rock wall. Puzzled. Why is it suddenly so hot? There is definitely something there. Everyone looked down to the bottom. Astonished it was a flower made entirely of fire. Lakangite excitedly exclaimed. Fire lotus. It is the fire lotus. Lam Tu stood there blankly, not understanding. But he looked at her and asked, what is the fire lotus? Lakangite frowned in protest, explaining it is a kind of energy that is extremely rare, resembling a fiery lotus, with power that far exceeds ordinary rare crystals. Lam Tu scratched his chin and asked, can this toy be absorbed? He thought to himself, this energy seems really powerful. If we could use the absorption technique on it, that would be something. But Lakangite quickly squashed that idea in his mind. seriously saying, "This is very dangerous. Although its fire attribute would benefit you, the energy is too strong and ferocious. One wrong move, and you would be reduced to dust." Lam-tu looked at it, tentatively suggesting, "So can we just capture it then? Let us bring it back first, and think of a way to absorb it later." Lakangayat countered, "That is fine. But we need special tools and equipment for that." Lam-tu felt overwhelmed, thinking, "This is not allowed. That is not allowed. Are we just going to leave empty-handed? Such a good treasure. If we wait to gather our stuff, it will surely be taken by someone else." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "We found it. Over here." Lam-tu glanced back, seeing a group in North Academy uniforms. Looking astonished, "Oh, someone beat us to it. How did they find this place?" Everyone turned to look. Zhang Zhan reminded him, "It is Class 2 from North Academy." And the guy leading them seems totally oblivious to Lam-tu's group, casually laughing and saying, "Awesome. It is still here," and waved his hand, commanding, "Li Mak, Ho Ming, get the tools ready. Let us grab it." Lam-tu eyed the equipment they brought and thought, "These guys even brought tools with them." He raised his hand to stop them, saying sternly, "Hold on. We discovered this first." The leader looked at him with a smirk, saying, "Ridiculous. You see our tools. We came prepared. And even if I let you have some, would you even know how to carry it?" And arrogantly laughed. "Ah, a bunch of useless 10th grade boys. Right. Well, I will even throw you some level 4 rare crystals. That way, your discussion ranking 1 TB too low." Instantly, Han's crew burst into uncontrollable laughter. Someone even patted Han on the back, saying, "Our class leader is such a nice guy." Lam-tu closed his eyes and chuckled softly, saying, "You think you can scare us off with just a few level 4 rare crystals? Looks like you are trying to pull a haste here." The class leader leaned in close, boasting, "I am stealing it. What are you going to do about it? Then kill them all." Lakangayat suddenly appeared, her sword charged with intense energy. Lunging forward, the class leader, with an angry expression, blocked her strike with his sword and exclaimed, "Why is this crazy girl so ruthless?" He then shouted furiously, "If that is how it is going to be, brothers, take them all out." Zhang Zhan saw that group advancing, gripping his sword tightly, saying, "I will chop all of you up. You bastards." Meanwhile, the class leader was engaged in combat with Lakangayat, who kept launching relentless attacks at him. Surprised by her strength, he thought, "She looks beautiful, but she hits like a truck. Can it be that she is this powerful?" Han stepped forward and asked, "You are Lakangayat, right? Aren't you from Class 1 of the Boys' Academy? What are you doing with those 10th grade losers?" When the opponent would not stop talking, Lakangayat swung a punch straight at him, shouting for him to shut up, and sent him flying. The class leader's gaze shifted to someone engaged in battle, thinking to himself, "That guy is pretty strong." Wrong calculation. If we go head-to-head with them, even if we manage to kill one, we won't come out any better. The class leader turned to his teammates and yelled, "Ho Min, you go hold down Lahamesai's opponent. Loa Max, hurry up and grab the red lotus fire." Hearing the command, the two fighters responded, "Got it, class leader." "Okay." A flame appeared right in front of Lamax, catching him off guard. Longtu suddenly appeared, shouting, "You idiot. If I were you, I would definitely steer clear of the red lotus fire." As he spoke, he thought, "Are not those green armored bugs guarding the red lotus fire going to attack anyone who tries to take it?" Hearing him, the red-haired guy smirked and extended his claws, saying, "Hey, you think we are fools? We are here for the red lotus fire. Right?" Lomek approached the red lotus fire, opened a box, and smugly declared, "All right. This time I hit the jackpot." Above the house, more and more green light appeared, and Loma Fei's expression turned smug as he lifted the metal box in his hands. Seeing this, Longtu panicked, thinking, "This is not good. The green armored bugs are definitely waking up now." Loma Fei excitedly shouted towards the class leader, "We have got it." Class leader. Just as he finished, a green armored bug swooped down towards him from above. Loa Max. What the hell is that monster? Could it be a spatial beast emerging from a time rift? It could kill a mech, a level 4 fighter, in just 1 second. Is this monster really level 6? Damn. There are so many. The monsters charged rapidly towards everyone present. The class leader felt a wave of fear wash over him, sweating as he thought, 5 or 6 level 6 spatial beasts. Even if we all team up, we won't stand a chance. We might just have to give up the red lotus fire. Our lives are more important. He turned and ran, yelling, "Run. We can't handle these spatial beasts. We need to get out of here. Forget the red lotus fire." His teammates immediately fled the scene, each of them shouting in panic, "Run. Get out of here." Meanwhile, Long Tu stood frozen in place. He turned to face the green-armored bugs and said seriously, "We need to go. It is too dangerous here." Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as massive boulders fell, blocking their path and trapping Long Tu's group inside. The class leader, Lean, burst out laughing. "Those useless 10th grade guys think they can take us down. I am using you to lure the armored bugs." Haha. Watching the chaos unfold, Chang felt like she was frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell? They blocked our exit, cutting off our chance to escape." Seeing this, Loi Loi anxiously said, "What are we going to do? Are we going to die here?" Long Tu and Laknagayat could only remain silent. Not knowing what to say, he immediately ran in one direction and shouted, "I will lead those bugs away. You guys keep track of the time to find the way out." Seeing him run like that, the crowd of Luffengite worriedly exclaimed, "Lum Tu, watch out. Big brother." The monsters from the ceiling suddenly dove toward Lum Tu, who quickly jumped up to dodge their attacks. They chased after him relentlessly. He held the Crimson Lotus fire close to his chest, running while glancing back at the monsters barreling towards him. Worry filled his mind as he thought, "These beetles are guarding the Crimson Lotus fire. I can use this to lure them away." Lum Tu instantly executed the snowless step technique to move swiftly, charging forward like a rocket, shouting loudly, "Come on, you beasts. Follow me." Suddenly, one burst up from the ground, catching Lum Tu off guard as he yelled, "There is still one here." Clang! It snapped its enormous pincers fiercely toward him. But he quickly jumped up high. The blow from the green beetle sent his weapon flying from his grasp. A red flame erupted in front of Lum Tu, and he panicked, realizing, oh no, the scorching fire rapidly consumed his armor. It enveloped Lam Tu's entire body as he struggled to believe what was happening before him. A scream echoed. "Ah!" The crowd from Luffy Guide rushed towards him. They worriedly shouted, "Lum Tu, big brother Lum Tu." The fierce flame surrounded Lum Tu's body. The system announced, "Ding. Detecting external abilities. Activating Devar skill. Absorption at 1%. 2%. 3%. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Lum Tu cried out in pain. Ah! Leffingite swung her sword to slash at the monsters in front of her. She turned to Lum Tu and asked, "Lum Tu, are you okay?" Lum Tu, in agony amidst the sea of flames, shouted loudly, "It is too hot. Too hot. I feel like I am about to explode." Leffingite immediately ran to him, hugging him tightly as they were engulfed in the vast flames. Leffingite spoke up, "My lunar power is ice attribute. I can help you suppress it a bit." Seeing her action, Lum Tu was startled and yelled, "Leffingite. Wait!" Everyone around them shouted in concern. Class President, Sister Leffingite. Leffingite held Lum Tu tightly in the flames and resolutely said, "Lum Tu, I am using my ice attribute energy to help you suppress it, so it is working. 10%. 15%. 20%. He thought happily. Under the suppression of Leffingite's ice energy, the devouring speed increased even more. Ching Dunan stood on the battlefield, glancing back with a sigh, thinking, Leffingite does not even care about the fire on Lum Tu big brother. She is rushing to help him. She decisively charged toward the monsters. Leffingite, do not think you are the only one who can sacrifice yourself for Lum Tu big brother. She swung fiercely at the back of a colossal bug, and deep down, she had already accepted that Brother Lamb had saved her multiple times. Her life was his. She fought through the pain, managed to take down several monsters surrounding her, and then quickly ran off, ready to sacrifice herself to buy time for Brother Lamb. Zhang Zhan sprinted ahead, luring the relentless monsters chasing her, shouting provocations. "Come on, you filthy beasts. Catch me if you can." Bahu, sweating and bewildered, asked the person next to him, "What the heck is Zhang Zhan doing?" Tanfeng replied casually, "Looks like he is drawing the ire of those green beetles. He is buying time for the class leader." Tanfeng decided to rush in and assist. He called out to his teammates, "Come on. We need to back him up. Zhang Zhan can't handle this alone." Bahu hesitated for a moment. "Those are level 6 space beasts." Tanfeng replied quickly, "I know. That is why we need to go together. If not, we are definitely toast here." Meanwhile, the progress bar was nearing completion, absorbing 85%, 90%, 95%. Lam Tu's eyes widened as the orange light surged in, veins popping around his eyes. He thought in agony, almost done absorbing. But the Crimson Lotus fire is wreaking havoc on my body. His organs and bones were fine only because the system was frantically restoring them, along with the frost energy from Lechengite. His body felt like a weapon that had been reforged multiple times, and his physical strength was gradually increasing. Soon, The system displayed a notification. Devoured successfully. Gained 310 million experience points. Congratulations, Master. You have leveled up to level 21, earning 21 potential points. In the fiery glow, Lamb 2 moved his hands, feeling a surge of power rising. Damn. I just racked up 310 million experience points. How many evolved beasts did I have to take down to earn this much? He read the virtual screen, silently commanding the system. System. Allocate all 21 potential points to strength. Lamb 2, level 21. Strength 400 plus 21. Physique 178 plus 50. Speed 101. The total combat power rose from 4,520 to 4,650, earning him the title of level 4 martial artist, with physical attributes increasing by 50 points. Lefeningite. Drained. Collapsed into Lamb 2's arms. Worried. He asked. Lefeningite, are you okay? Lefeningite weakly replied. I just overexerted my energy. Lamb 2 handed her a small dark vial. Drink this nutrient solution to replenish your strength. Then quickly absorb the energy from the 5th level crystal. I am going to help Zhang Jian. Lefeningite could not help but worry. You can't go alone. That is a level whatever space beast. The chaotic sounds from the fierce battle nearby echoed. Zhang Jian. Get out of there. Stop it. Lamb 2 calmly observed the fight and said. Although I temporarily absorbed the power of the Crimson Lotus fire, I still can't completely digest it. He felt like he could explode at any moment from the power surging in his body. So he needed to expend some energy through combat. After a long fight, Zhang Jian began to wear down. Stumbling and sitting down on the ground, the swarm of green bugs closed in around her, eyeing her like a juicy target, as her teammates shouted anxiously from outside. Zhang Jian, run. Get out of there. But it seemed she could not hear them at all. Lamb 2 stood ready to fight in front of his teammates, anxiously asking, Are you guys okay? The classmate he just saved quickly replied, Big brother Lamb 2. Are you alright? Lamb 2 did not turn around, responding, You all step back. I will handle these beetles. Flame surged deep within him, engulfing his entire body. He struggled to adapt to this strange yet exhilarating feeling. Whoosh! The fiery power of the Crimson Lotus flame was fierce and rebellious, almost impossible to contain. The giant green beetles swarmed towards him, and his teammates called out in worry, Big brother Lamb 2. Be careful. Class leader. Watch out. Despite being attacked, Lamb 2 steadfastly locked eyes with his opponent. He swung the stick in his hand, creating a massive orange whirlwind. Confidently thinking, this flame can almost scorch their spirits. I call this move Flame Forged in the Void. A powerful burst of orange light shot straight up into the sky, with him suspended inside the beam. Below him, the swirling force took on a sharp, arrow-like shape. The green beetles, unable to dodge in time, were quickly hit by his attack. Each beetle that was destroyed created an intense flash of light, and the system continually announced, 6th-level green beetle exterminated. Earned 10 million experience points. Tan Feng stared in shock. What kind of martial skill was that? I remember the class leader's fire attribute martial skill is a fire flame grand conflagration. Right? Zhang gradually stammered, raising his voice in confirmation. One move took out 2 6th-level monsters. That is insane. Class leader. Are you planning to let anyone else live? You are too much. Lamb 2 jumped lightly to dodge an attack from a green beetle. He quickly assessed the situation, realizing that the flash of light earlier was a spontaneous use of the fierce power of the Crimson Lotus flame combined with his own flame forged in the void technique, similar to a skill with hidden meanings. It was hard to use twice in quick succession. He would have to wait until he got used to it to master it fully. Lamb 2 swept his stick to create a purple arc, facing the relentless attacks of countless monsters. Frantically thinking, he could only use 100 moves Phoenix to stabilize the situation first. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, with dust flying everywhere, indicating that a few beetles had been hit. He continued to use 100 moves Phoenix, telling himself it was drawing out the energy within him. While 100 moves Phoenix could not finish them off, it could sever their wings and diminish their aerial advantage. He decisively launched an attack on the swarm of monsters, satisfied with his actions. After using Flame Forged in the Void, he followed up with 100 moves Phoenix repeatedly. The ferocity within him had lessened, proving that only by continuously fighting and releasing energy could he quickly digest it. He relentlessly struck at the monster's wings with his stick, but they only showed signs of injury, not breaking apart. Unable to hold back, he shouted in frustration, Damn. These shells are tough. The flames from 100 moves Phoenix caused some damage to their shells. But even with his spear, he could only pierce a small hole. Lamb 2, unfazed, wiped his mouth and laughed loudly. If that is the case, I will turn you all into a sieve. After all, I have got energy for days. He relentlessly unleashed attacks on the monstrous horde, executing his signature move twice, followed by a second round of his deadly barrage. Tan Feng watched in awe, thinking, the class leader is insane. Taking on so many level 6 beasts all by himself? Even Bahom was left speechless. This is the strategy a top level 6 fighter should have. Trung Dondin started to sense something was off. Lama-Tu's state did not seem quite right. She calmly analyzed the situation. Realizing that Lama-Tu was not defending himself at all, he was just recklessly attacking. As if he had been injected with adrenaline. Completely hyped up, Lakangayat stood beside him, cradling one arm behind his back. And she noticed flames flickering around him. They were not his own energy. But Trung Don was taken aback by Lakangayat's sudden appearance. What? Class leader. He could be in danger at any moment. What should we do? Lakangayat. Do you have a plan? Lakangayat shifted her focus, channeling soft pink energy into her sword. Needing to take down a few beasts before they could strategize further, she leaped up, sweeping her sword to freeze the monster. Lum-Tu swiftly moved in to attack it. He used his staff to shatter the ice. And the system chimed in, announcing he would just killed a level 6 green beetle, earning him 10 million experience points. He could not help but shout in surprise. I pierced through it. I found its weak spot. Now I am even more fired up. Lakangayat stood beside him, explaining. You burned through the beetle's shell. And then I froze it. So it is vulnerable now. Lum-Tu finally understood, so that is how it works. Lum-Tu excitedly turned his back to Lakangayat and shouted. Alright then. Let us combine our powers and wipe out their lair. Lakangayat rolled her eyes and playfully tapped the back of Lum-Tu's head, causing him to whine. Wait. Come on. She sternly warned. Keep talking nonsense. And I will sew your mouth shut. Tanfeng admired and yelled. Class leader. You are so cool. Even in a moment like this. You are still flirting. While Trondevdig stood silently, jealousy written all over his face, Lum-Tu dashed forward, using his signature move again. One of the green beetles was hit square in the belly and flipped backward. Lakangayat was not idle either. Slashing a few times to freeze the monsters in front of her, the monster she froze could not move. Still in a position to attack, he expertly jabbed his staff straight into the ice, unleashing his deadly barrage. And the system chimed in once more. Congratulations. You killed a level 6 green beetle, earning 10 million experience points. Countless tiny green beetles scurried out from the dead mother beetle. And the system explained. Level 2 green beetle larvae. Characteristics. A creature from another dimension. It has a strong reproductive ability, parasitizing other beings, sucking their blood and flesh. Lum-Tu looked at the swarm of beetles in fear and shouted. Oh no. That was just the mother. Everyone. Be careful. Even though these level 2 beetles are small, there are a lot of them. Atrundong quickly rallied his teammates. Lum-Tu. Leave this small fry to us. You and Lakangayat focus on the big ones. Lum-Tu nodded. Alright. We will handle the larger ones. Tanfeng, Trunken Digong, and the others gritted their teeth and charged toward the wriggling mass of level 2 beetles. Lum-Tu, while attacking the mother beetle, barely paid attention to his teammates. He shouted a warning. Levambine. Watch out. But by the time Labime stammered a response, it was already too late. Class leader, Lam-Tu quickly lunged forward with his spear, driving it straight into the gaping mouth of the monster. His whole body hung in midair as the spear was stuck deep inside the creature. Labin anxiously warned him. Oh. Class rep, you better let go of that spear. Lam-Tu was determined not to back down. As a martial artist, how could he just drop his weapon? Come on, bite down on my spear. But be careful not to stab into its mouth. He pushed his strength to the limit, his eyes turning bloodshot, with a fiery orange aura enveloping the spear as he unleashed a powerful thrust. The monster, in pain, opened its mouth wide, trying to rid itself of the spear. But it failed. Smoke billowed from its body as it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Lam-Tu laughed triumphantly. Who would have thought this would actually work? With a tough shell, I will roast you from the inside out. He pumped up his teammates. There are still 3 more adult beetles. Let us charge in and take them down. Zhangzhan raised his hand and shouted. Let us do this. After a while, the area was littered with the dead beetles. Zhangzhan panted heavily. Finally relieved. Phew. We have wiped them all out. Zhangzhan planted his dagger into the ground and sat on the remains of a monster, marveling at their survival against so many level 6 beasts. I can't believe we made it through. Thank goodness for our class rep and Lakangayat. Lam-Tu, feeling satisfied, called out. Wait. Why are you all backing away from me? I am not going to eat you. From a distance, Tanfeng was sweating profusely. Class rep, you are like a furnace. Being near you feels like we are getting roasted. Lam-Tu took a swig from his flask while teasing. Oh really? You did not mention that back when I was saving you. Lam-Tu lowered his flask, exhaling steam and heat. Lakangayat crossed her arms, reminding him, don't waste your healing potions. I will keep using my frost powers to help suppress that fire in you. We have rested enough. Let us keep moving. Lam-Tu stood up, resting his spear on his shoulder, flames flickering softly around him. Alright, let us head deeper into the city. I need to fight stronger enemies. The whole group stared at him like he would lost his mind. The group moved towards Sala City. And someone asked, "Why is the fog so thick here?" Lam-Tu raised his guard and reminded everyone, "Stay alert. There might be mutated beasts hiding in the fog." As soon as he finished speaking, a red tentacle suddenly emerged from the fog, silently creeping closer and wrapping around Zhang Zhan's leg. She paused. Zhang Zhan was tightly ensnared by the tentacle, lifted high off the ground. "What the heck is this? Help!" Lam-Tu shouted in concern for Zhang Zhan. They quickly grabbed each other's hands, and Lam-Tu jumped up. Slicing the tentacle clean off, he asked worriedly, "Zhang Zhan, are you okay?" She seemed still dazed as she replied, "But what is this disgusting thing?" Lulu shouted. "Gross." The severed tentacle lay on the ground, oozing a greenish liquid. The thick shadows and eerie sounds caught his attention. Lam-Tu looked at the horde of zombies approaching. "Are they all zombies? So many of them?" He warned. "These are level 4 tentacle zombies. Everyone, be careful." The system chimed in, explaining, "Level 4 tentacle zombies. Characteristics include adjustable tentacle length and size, capable of entangling prey." The zombies stretched out their tentacles, attacking Lam-Tu's group. He shouted loudly to remind his teammates, "Be careful. Do not scatter." He jumped high, using his spear to sweep across, striking down the horde of monsters charging towards them. 100 moves in a single stroke. Flames, heat, and thick clouds of dust seemed to halt the advance of this swarm of zombies, which were as numerous as ants. Lam-Tu was frustrated, complaining, "How many zombies are there? Seriously, damn. Are we done yet?" He turned to ask his teammates, "Hey, Lefeningite, how's everyone doing?" He froze, staring at the empty space behind him. "Wait, where is everyone?" Called out in every direction. Lefeningite. Troning Dadan. Kakindrung you'll see. As the monsters took advantage of his distraction, he struggled to dodge their attacks, cursing, "Damn it. The fog is messing with us. This is splitting us up when we least expect it. If everyone is off on their own, we are in serious trouble." He then gathered his strength to unleash a powerful attack, flames incinerating everything around him, rocks and undead bodies collapsing to the ground. His face gradually calmed down, the flames around him quickly dying out. He grimaced, pursing his lips as he scanned the area. Then he looked at the dead monsters sprawled on the ground amid the dust and assessed. Finally took care of those last ones. Lam-Tu calmly pulled out his phone. As he pressed the buttons, he realized there was no signal. His expression turned serious, his brows furrowing as he walked. He still had his weapon slung over his shoulder, muttering, "Even though I saved a map of the G17 area earlier, I can pinpoint my location now." After realizing his phone was useless, he stuffed it back into his pocket, gripping his weapon tightly while glancing around at the swirling dust. Frowning, "Guess I will have to find my own way." Suddenly, a surge of electric power shot towards him, and Lam-Tu felt it but stood still. As the energy struck down where he stood, he jumped back, dodging while shouting, "Who is there?" On the other side, a guy with his face covered in bandages, wielding twin swords, smirked at him through the dust. "Look who it is. The loser from Class 10 of the Male Institute." He taunted, adding, "I can't believe you guys survived the spatial beasts." Lam-Tu saw him smirking and disdainfully extended his hand forward, scoffing. "So it is just the second-rate dogs from the North Institute. I was actually planning to hunt you down for revenge, but here you are, delivering yourselves to me." After hearing this, the guy grinned, placing a hand on his forehead while glancing around Lam-Tu, asking, "Hey, why are you all alone? Where are your buddies?" He added with a sneer, "They did not all die, did they?" Lam-Tu, holding his spear and with one hand casually stuffed in his pocket, looked at him. The blonde guy with messy hair lamented, "What a shame. I thought there were 3 beautiful people with you." Upon hearing this, Lam-Tu could not hold back any longer and frowned, glaring at the long-haired guy, mockingly laughing, "Sorry to disappoint you. We are doing just fine. We are just temporarily scattered in the fog." He informed the guy with a smirk, "I took care of those spatial beasts, and I even scored a bunch of level 6 crystals." Hearing him say that, the crazy-haired guy did not believe it. His face darkened, eyes narrowed, and he pointed at him with a mocking laugh, asking, "What? You losers think you can take down a level 6 space beast? You are kidding, right?" Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, looking at him as if he realized something. Stammering, "The aura around you, your body is radiating a massive fiery energy, and you are still holding that spear." Confidently smiling, he looked toward him, while the greasy-haired guy was left stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "This is the aura of the Crimson Lotus Fire." His eyes filled with panic right after that. "This is not scientific." Seeing this, he glanced at them, smirking while mocking. "Don't you even think you can compare me to you worthless bunch?" he added. "Yeah, It is just a crimson lotus fire. What can you possibly do to me? On the other side, the group looked both shocked and furious. Their brows furrowed as they glared at him. The greasy-haired guy narrowed his eyes at him, grinding his teeth as he spoke each word with tension. This is... He looked at him, realizing something and stammering his question. This is... He looked at him, realizing something and stammering his question. The greasy-haired guy narrowed his eyes at him, grinding his teeth while speaking each word with intensity. Then they scattered, surrounding him from all sides. The greasy-haired leader stepped closer to him. The others pulled out their weapons. He brandished his dual swords, his face dark as he told him, I can sense it. You have not even digested the energy from the crimson lotus fire, right? Someone as useless as you could never digest it that quickly. He questioned mockingly. This is perfect. If I kill you, I can still absorb the undigested energy of the crimson lotus fire within you. So dream on. Hearing this, Lamatu smirked, darkly looking around. He sneered back at him. You think you can take me down? You can't even handle a level 6 space beast. And you think you can deal with me? A level 4. Hearing this, the guy charged at him with his dual blades. Then came the whole crowd, his face twisted in surprise. He looked at him, grinning widely in disbelief. There are a lot of us. Are you really scared? Then he ordered. Kill him. The group echoed in unison. Kill him. In the face of this situation, he remained calm. Surrounded in the middle, he expertly dodged the onslaught of attacks from the group. One guy swung his weapon at him. He stepped back, dodging with his spear. The guy shouted in surprise, damn it. This guy moves like an eel. A bulky guy jumped in, swinging his weapon toward him. Proud as he shouted, if you are so tough, do not run. Take my hit. Seeing this, he raised his head to look at him. Levener then brought his spear forward. Using the storm dance technique, he sneered, staring fiercely at him while lunging forward. Confirming, all right then, just as you wish. Right after that, his spear struck like a storm, leaving the fat guy no chance to react as he raised his sword to defend. His body was pushed back by the force. He screamed in desperation. The power is just too much. On the other side, his eyes flickered with fire. His body also began to emanate flames like a raging inferno. Don't rush. There is still much more fun to come. Next, he swung his spear, and a fiery phoenix appeared in the sky. He unleashed it, 100 directions. Phoenix, the blazing red bird, shot forward. Moments later, it struck the fat guy, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Beautiful. Then, his body was thrown back by the flames, letting out a cry. What the heck? He finally collapsed to the ground, twitching like a fish out of water. Seeing this, the onlookers panicked, all shouting in fear and disbelief. They had already taken down the big guy in just 2 moves. The temperature of this flame was so high, a blink was enough to turn someone to dust. The air around them was thick with smoke and ash. Witnessing this, the bald guy started to worry, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. His face was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, this is the power of the red lotus fire. Damn it, how much energy has he absorbed to make his skills this effective? In no time, he could not fight back. The guy began to panic, using a coward's tactic to call for reinforcements. Senior. The please help. Please come and deal with them. Senior. The please help. Hearing this, the people in the smoke stepped forward, shouting and screaming. How embarrassing. Then one of them mocked and asked, with so many of you, you can't even handle one guy. This newbie squad is truly pathetic. The guy commented. There were 2 more people beside him. He noticed them frowning in surprise, mumbling their assessment. Level 5 fighters. Those guys are from the Great Fourth. Even the Great Fourth students have to participate in the trial training. He wondered in confusion. Meanwhile, outside, the guy with the sweeping hairstyle laughed and answered him while picking his teeth. What? We are participating in the trial too. Just that. The guy interrupted. He is a level 5 fighter. Immediately, he looked at him with wild eyes, grinning madly and added, just that. Our mission is to hunt down a few of you. Huh. Seeing this, he remained calm, holding his spear, his other hand shoved in his pocket. He looked at the guy, stating his observation. The university forum said, every year during the new student trial, some students die from being killed by beast transformations or zombies. Everyone thinks these people died from battles among the new students or other dangers. Who would have thought it would be you guys? The so-called hunters who killed them. He questioned the guy. Hearing this, the guy remained silent, listening to him. The guy smirked at his question. Ino was biting on the grass while staring at his hands, feeling a rush of accomplishment and a thrill of victory. No doubt about it. Every year, this is the perfect chance to go hunting. He then added, testing the waters for potential risks. No one knows. The new students are the ones we took down. Actually, we are just calling the weaklings from the academy. Huh. Seeing this, he frowned, clearly annoyed, and called out to the swirling smoke around them. This fog was created by you guys. Hearing this, the guy just laughed mockingly. Ina kept chewing on the grass, raising a dirty finger and shaking it with his other hand on his hip. He responded, this fog is from a high-level beast sleeping in Sector 17. He chuckled, This situation is just perfect for hunting. Seeing this, Lemon too also frowned in discontent and spoke up to challenge the group. I can't believe the new students from the academy are teaming up with a bunch of thugs like this. Finally, he tightened his grip on the spear and confirmed with them, then I will eliminate the evil and cleanse the area. Hearing this, the chef's eyes widened in anger as he glared at him, shouting a warning, you are practically asking for death. Old man, there is something good in his bag for you. Just let him die the most painful way possible. At this point, the old man could not help but snicker, baring his teeth as he laughed. If you are that devoted, I will fulfill your request. Right after that, Lumso charged forward with his spear. Over here, the old man yelled at two of his underlings behind him, brothers, kill that brat and chop him into 8 pieces for me. He started drawing his sword. Meanwhile, in another part of the training area, thick smoke and dilapidated, moss-covered buildings surrounded Lavabound as he looked around. Feeling frustrated, where the hell is it? With both hands gripping his spear, he squinted through the dense fog, anxiously wondering to himself, is there a zombie creeping up behind me? Then Alumbone turned, swinging his spear toward the smoke, his face scrunching up as he shouted, you stinky zombies. Suddenly, a sword blocked his spear. They both recoiled. In the mist, a voice called out, Lovenbine, make sure you know who you are dealing with. Tratong Danan and his crew emerged from the fog. They frowned at Levaban, and Trying Don raised his sword in front of him, reminding him, you trying to stab us? Lovenbine, struggling, wiped the sweat off his forehead, then sighed, damn, you scared me. I thought there was a damn zombie around. You guys have no idea. I just took out a ton of zombies all by myself. There were so many. I could not finish them all. Hearing this, Trundring Den sheathed his sword and slung it over his shoulder, frowning seriously as he asked, just you. Have you seen Luffy Guide or Lam Tu anywhere? Hearing this, Leben's expression was completely calm as he confirmed. Right. After getting the answer, Truong Dan clenched his fists, slung his sword over his shoulder, and vented his dissatisfaction. Damn it. The phone has no signal, and this fog makes us feel blind. Next to her, someone crossed their arms and chimed in with agreement. There is no other way. We just have to search little by little. Everyone stick close together. For heaven's sake, do not let yourselves get separated. They stood in the thick fog, talking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lam Tu unleashed a technique, sending the women of the group flying away in pain, screaming out. Then he retracted his weapon, extending his hand forward, igniting flames in a fiery shield, and touching the head of one guy, making him spit out blood. Seeing this, the guy gritted his teeth, struggling as he shouted to the guy with messy hair, damn it, there are so many of us, and we let him kill 2 of our own. Realizing the situation was bad, he asked further, is it really level 4? Or are you lying to me? This strategy should be at least level 5. Seeing this, the guy with messy hair glanced over, both fierce and panicked. Hearing this, the messy-haired guy widened his eyes in shock, frozen in place, and confirmed, Senior, it really is level 4. It devoured the Scarlet Lotus fire, so that is why its fiery martial arts are so powerful. He added, the strength contained in the Scarlet Lotus fire is incredibly potent. It can't be digested in a short time. Upon hearing this, the guy with the sword could not help but smirk, his eyes narrowing with excitement as he grinned widely. So if we kill it now, we can still absorb the undigested energy in its body. Then, in the midst of the flames, one guy was engulfed in fire. Terrified, eyes wide as he reached out and cried for help. Save me. I do not want to die. After that, he collapsed in front of the messy-haired guy and the sword wielder, as the fire began to consume him. Seeing this, the sword wielder frowned, while the messy-haired guy looked on in utter shock and fear. Then he turned to his blindfolded teammate, eyes wide as he shouted to her, stop right there. This kid is fighting to exhaust the undigested energy of the Scarlet Lotus fire. We are actually helping it. Then he looked at the figure absorbing the power, radiating an aura while scanning the surroundings. The sword wielder gritted his teeth, frowning as he made his assessment. That kid is actually struggling too. He grits his teeth again and adds, with his current body, if he does not have external suppression or release energy through fighting, he will explode in no time. Finally, he charges towards Lin too, while Lin grits his teeth and thrusts his spear at him, and the guy leaps to evade the attack, ordering his lackeys around. Listen up, guys, stop hitting him from all sides. Let us just surround him without attacking. Wear him out, he adds, waiting for him to explode and die. The crowd around them falls silent in the thick smoke. Then, with an excited expression, he looks at Lin, grinning, and says, Then we can drain the energy from the Scarlet Lotus fire out of his body, following his orders. The remaining guys quickly surround Lin Tu, who scowls at them, holding his spear. Speechless. Surrounded by thick fog, he furrows his brow, biting his lip in annoyance, shouting in his mind. Damn it. They have figured out my situation. No way. My body can take this anymore. I have to strike fast and win. He thinks. Then I can find Leffy Guy to use her frost spirit energy to help suppress myself. Flames radiate from his body as he raises his spear to his side. Behind him, Azacher swings his sword, crackling with electricity, grinning with glee as he looks at Lin Tu, gearing up to attack while shouting. You fool. You think I want to attack for real? Then he adds, I am just surrounding you to make you let your guard down. Seeing his actions, Lin Tu pants. Looking up, sweat pouring down. Not ready for what is coming. Suddenly, an invisible hand pushes into his stomach, bringing with it a familiar green aura. It is Lekin Gait. She wraps her arms around his waist, pulling him away. Moving quickly. While behind him, a Ziek swings down hard at thin air. Realizing this, Lin Tu regains his composure and looks down at the girl hugging his waist, furrowing his brow, confusion etched on his sweaty face. Leffingguite's body still radiates a green aura. They stop shortly after. Leffingguite's arm still around his waist, the aura beginning to retract, while Lin has narrowly escaped danger, feeling a rush of relief as he closes his eyes. He then raises a hand to scratch his messy face and mutters, Damn. Why do I feel like a hero being saved by a beauty? Leffingguite looks at him through the fog and comments, You are not a hero. You are just a chicken. Hearing this, Lin Tu feels completely dumbfounded, unable to argue back. He then pouts, turns away, glancing at her with his hands on his hips, frowning, and complains. Why do you always poke fun at me? Do I really look that clueless? Behind, Lakangayat silently narrowed her eyes at the group in front. Silently agreeing. In front of them, Udak swaggered, one hand on his sword, the other casually in his pocket, marching toward the two while the others followed suit. He exclaimed, Looks like this guy's backup has arrived. And she is a real beauty too. The other two just stared at him in silence. Next to him, the guy with tangled long hair shot a serious look at Hodak, raising a brow as if to remind him to watch himself. Sorry, senior. But this girl is the one suppressing the energy of the Crimson Lotus flame. Hearing this, Hudak turned to the guy with the messy hair, then pulled a toothpick from his mouth, smirking as he retorted. Shut it, you blind fool. I saw it coming a mile away. He remarked with interest. Didn't expect a beauty who cultivates ice element energy, no wonder she is so cold. He could not hold back the laughter, quickly turning to Lam Tu and Lakangayat, adding, Wait, do not worry. I am just here to warm things up for this icy beauty. The other two looked at him like he was joking. Right after that, Hudak commanded his henchmen. Kill them. Instantly, the crazies charged through the mist toward them. Lam Tu struggled to hold his ground with his spear, his face scrunched up, while behind him, Lakangayat was not idle either, drawing her sword to cut them down. Next, Hudak's sword swung toward Lakangayat, but she blocked it with ease. He was knocked back, teeth clenched in frustration, eyes wide with anger as he thought. Damn it. All these freaks are the same. This girl's even tougher than that guy. Over here, Lakangayat shot forward, her expression resolute, swiftly cutting down one of Hudak's men, sending him flying. Seeing this, Hudak turned pale, halting mid-step, fear flashing in his eyes as he stared at Lakangayat. Lakangayat stepped over the fallen henchman effortlessly, startling him. His eyes squinted in disbelief, as he muttered, Wait. This girl's at least peak level 4. She is too strong, he ordered next. Gather your strength and take her down first, or we are dead for sure. Hearing this, the henchmen quickly surrounded Lakangayat, yelling, Kill her, take her out, but she remained calm. Charging ahead, then, one guy with an axe swung at Lakangayat, but she merely glanced and dodged effortlessly, not forgetting to taunt. Die already. Instantly, javelins were hurled toward them. Behind them, Lam Tu unleashed a flurry of strikes at the axe wielder aiming for Lakangayat, sending him flying. She looked up, fierce and ready. The two of them leaned back against each other in the mist. Expressions alert Lam Tu grinning as he twirled his spear while she gripped her sword tightly. They exchanged glances, one smirking playfully, the other frowning in calm. On the other side, Hudak watched them in shock, gritting his teeth on the toothpick, his brow furrowing, and panic clearly written across his face as he internally screamed, Damn it. This little brat just pretended to be weak to lead us to that guy. I can't believe they coordinated so well. Right after that, Lam Tu jumped up, spear in hand, roaring with the power of fire, reminding everyone that he just learned this weapon. So let us see how powerful it really is. Seeing this, Hudak was taken aback and looked up at him. Immediately, Lam-Tu thrust his spear forward, unleashing the stellar skill. Galaxy's leap. A smug grin plastered on his face as he laughed, and the tip of the spear shot down like a missile. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, sending smoke and shockwaves everywhere. Hudak's face turned pale, and he nearly dropped his jaw in shock, his expression transforming into sheer panic as he screamed. Is this explosive power really that enormous? Next to the guy with the messy hair, he looked just as shocked, squinting his eyes in doubt. Meanwhile, Lam-Tu bent down, springing up with a sneer, the spear raised behind him. Next up, it is your turn. And to think that with the boost from the Crimson Lotus Flame, the power of Galaxy's Leap would be this colossal. Right after that, he lunged forward, spear aimed at Hudak, unleashing a tremendous blow, the flames swirling around him and the spear. Hudak could only stand frozen in fear, his eyes widened. Teeth clenched. He reached out to brace himself, panicking inside, thinking, why is this move so much stronger than before? Next, Hudak grabbed the collar of the guy with the messy hair from behind and shoved him in front of himself. The guy glancing nervously at his subordinates, smirking and shouting, I am not ready to die yet. It all depends on you. The guy with the bandage on his head looked just as terrified, eyes wide with fear. Stammering. Senior. Then, Lam-Tu's spear lunged at him, sending him flying back in pain as he screamed. Hudak grimaced, sneering as he jumped aside to escape, glancing back as he did. Shortly after, Hudak dashed towards Luffinwhite, who was slicing at one of his lackeys with a cold expression, making him freeze in shock. In response to this scene, Hudak's expression was a mix of terror and desperation as he reached out, beads of sweat forming on his brow, thinking to himself, we are done for, with so many of us. And yet those two are wiping out our whole crew. Oh my. I do not want to die here yet, Hudak lamented. Behind him, Lam-Tu swiftly interrupted his thoughts, grinning with glee as he extended his fiery hand towards Hudak. Wielding the fire claw, he called out, Did I let you go yet? Hearing his voice, Hudak turned his head, face filled with panic, eyes wide as he gritted his teeth, unable to react in time. Then Lam-Tu touched Hudak's arm, causing him to tremble in pain, leaning back as Lam-Tu gripped tighter, laughing maniacally at him. Aren't you guys after my crimson flame energy? Here you go. Hee. I am giving you the chance. You do not need a woman. The guy with the sword was trembling and shouting. Ah! He yelled in pain, losing his composure. I am with the Moonwing Corps. The flames were still raging as Taihei Kuichi threatened him, his face twisted in fear. You dare to kill me, you all will die. Hearing this, his hand on the shoulder of Lam-Tu was still burning fiercely, and Lam-Tu squinted at him, smirking with a raised eyebrow. What is this Moonwing Legion? Never heard of it. Seeing this, Exake got angrier, pointing his sword at Lam-Tu's fiery arm gripping his shoulder, cursing him out. Are you stupid? Go die already. Even as he expressed his fear, Lam-Tu's grip stayed tight. Without hesitation, Exake swung down, severing his arm in one swift blow. Then, he bolted into the woods, disappearing in a flash. Lam-Tu stared at the severed arm he held, watching the fleeing figure. Utterly speechless, regaining his composure, Lam-Tu could not help but voice his thoughts. Sarcastically praising. You run fast. Claiming to be the strongest yet pulling the most cowardly stunt. All that is left is a cloud of dust behind me. Next, his eyes narrowed as he realized something, mumbling to himself. Wait, that is not just cowardly. This guy even chopped off his own arm. Ignoring Ake, Lam-Tu walked through the smoke and mist to where Lefingite was, casually asking her, Hey Lefingite, have you ever heard of the Moonherb Legion? Upon hearing this, she was sheathing her sword while standing over some fallen foe and replied, Yeah, I have heard of them. She went on to explain. The Moonherb Legion is one of the strongest armies in the world, taking on various missions, including assassinations and attacking smaller nations. Lam-Tu's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, Whoa, they even attack small nations. Just how strong are they? Sweat was pouring down his face in panic. Meanwhile, Lefingite calmly continued. They are not that strong. Really. Just have a level 9 martial artist as their leader. This legion has a rule about revenge. If one member is killed, they won't rest until they have avenged them. She added, I heard a king in a small African nation once killed a member of the Moonherb Legion. A war broke out, and bodies piled up in flames. Lefingite confirmed. In just a week, that small kingdom was obliterated. Hearing this, Lam-Tu grasped his head in shock. Wide-eyed. I just poked a level 9 martial artist. Man, I'm really not just unlucky but cursed. He squinted at Lefingite, questioning her. But seriously, Lefingite, Why are you so calm about all this? She maintained her composed expression, casting him a sidelong glance. Muttering, Navy is just Neve. But did not reply to him. Then she turned to him, her eyes flashing with disdain as she declared, if they dare to come, then just kill them. Her tone was completely nonchalant. Lamantu could not help but drop his hands from his head, gazing at her with a hint of admiration, asking, who is this little Luffine guy to have the guts to challenge a level 9 martial artist? Especially with that spear stuck in the ground. Hearing him ask that, she quickly changed the subject, saying, with your current state, you won't even wait for the Moonwing army to arrive before kicking the bucket. Hearing this, Lamantu glanced at his swollen, bloodied body, frowning in confusion. Then she reminded him, the energy from the red spirit fire is way stronger than I imagined. My ice energy is barely holding up now. After hearing this, Lamantu crumpled to the ground like a defeated girl, tears welling up in his eyes, sounding weak and vulnerable. He whined, asking Lacanet, so what do we do now? Am I really about to die here? Then she reached up to touch her chin, looking at him seriously as she pondered. Then she made a suggestion, saying if they could find a water or ice attribute beast, absorbing its energy might just help suppress it. Lamantu frowned, struggling to respond. I just heard that trash from the Moon Medicine Army mentioned this fog was created by a high-level mutated beast. A beast that can generate this fog must be either water or ice attribute. Right, surrounded by thick dust and fog, Lakangayat calmly confirmed. Then let us head into the center of the fog and check it out. Right after that, Lamantu sensed someone moving through the dense mist. Finally, he raised his spear, grimacing, and warned Lakangayat. Be careful. Something's coming. A pack of mutated red-eyed dogs, level 5 beast, approached them, their eyes glowing bright red. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes in caution and reminded them. Watch out. These are level 5 mutated beasts. Red-eyed dog. Lamantu and Lakangayat then rushed towards the long line of monsters in front of them, signaling an attack. Meanwhile, from a different corner of the forest, curses filled the air. Damn it. I can't believe that jerk is so strong. Hudak complained as he hid under a spaceship. Hudak clutched a vial of medicine, grimacing as he stared at his bandaged and bleeding arm. Muttering, looks like I will need to get a prosthetic arm after this. Then he tossed the vial into a patch of grass, shouting defiantly, you want to kill me? Not a chance. As he struggled to climb into the spaceship, he rummaged around, stating, just you wait. I've got a big surprise for you. Hudak mumbled to himself. As long as it wakes up. Suddenly, he shrank back, a smirk of delight on his face as he declared, everyone here is going to die. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the area. The spaceship then soared into the sky, controlled from within the forest. Below, he caught a glimpse of it flying past and jumped back, gasping, whoa. Then Lamantu turned around, still holding his spear, and asked Lakangayat, what was that? He questioned. It looks like some kind of small aircraft. While she held her sword, glancing at it in response to his question, Lamantu's expression turned perplexed as he exclaimed, that aircraft is attacking something in the center of the fog. Bright bullets from the aircraft rained down, hitting the ground and filling the area with smoke and flames. Soon after, embers began to flicker amidst the smoke and fire. Then came a massive explosion, and the ship, having completed its mission, turned around and took off. Finally, a blue wing appeared, followed by a sharp beak forming. At last, a gigantic blue bird spread its wings and let out a deafening cry amidst the dust, wind, and mist. This was an 8th level evolved beast, the Ice Spirit Beast. The bird kept screeching, surrounding itself with a pink aura, exuding a chilling presence. Meanwhile, Lamantu and Lakangayat struggled to brace themselves against the pressure from the creature. Next, he gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the bird as he struggled to comprehend. An 8th level evolved beast, the Ice Spirit. How could something so powerful be here? Lakangayat also looked around with a furrowed brow, noting that the mist had disappeared. The mist surrounding us was created when this Ice Spirit Beast was sleeping, and now it was clear. Someone deliberately attacked it to wake it up. She smirked and shot him an excited glance, confirming her conclusion. This is perfect. Its unique abilities are just what you need to counter him. Seeing this, his expression shifted to one of panic as he watched the bird flapping its wings and dispersing the mist in front of him. You are not actually planning to take down this 8th level evolved beast, are you? Meanwhile, another person stood atop a building, asking, what level is this evolved beast? From above the city of Kunshang, Hai Tin looked up and replied, 8th level evolved beast, the Ice Spirit. The crowd behind him also gazed up in disbelief, as soon as they heard his response. Chaos erupted. A blue-haired person shouted in panic, level 8. While another, with pale blue hair, nervously glanced ahead. Shouldn't we just run? The person closest to Hai-Tin still looked horrified, stating, an 8th level evolved beast is not something we can handle. On the other side, he stepped down from the city wall, then smiled, hands in his pockets, casually assessing the crowd around him. I have sent the news to the Hunters Guild. It won't be long before someone comes to hunt it down. By then, we still have a chance to profit from this. Below, the bird continued hunting the surrounding animals, causing chaos mixed with its furious cries and the frantic noises of the creatures. Lamb 2, seeing this, also panicked, furrowing her brow as she turned to remind Lakangayat. Damn it. It is an evolved beast. The zombies and the ice spirit evolved beasts are charging in fast. Despite this, she remained calm, glancing back at the creatures behind her, then frowned as she ran backward, confirming, there are too many. We can kill them all. We need to dodge first. The two of them fled toward a nearby building, with Lamb 2 confirming, get to higher ground, avoid the beasts. Behind them, the creatures followed in a chaotic stampede away from the bird's claws. Eventually, they reached the rooftop, where Lamb 2 leaned against her knees, gasping for breath, while Hai-Tin stood more composed, wiping sweat from his brow. Frowning slightly, right after that, Lamb 2 also gripped his spear. Looking down below, he hesitated before speaking. From what we can see now, his words trailed off. Next to Lakangayat slowly approached with her sword, gazing down at the monstrous water current and the giant creatures beneath the ground. Then, Lamb 2 regained his composure, furrowing his brows in confusion. The people in the center of that fog must be dead by now. He wondered aloud if those actors would survive this calamity. Below, houses were starting to collapse and sway dangerously. Suddenly, spaceships appeared in the sky. Lamb 2 looked up, unable to hide his admiration. They are here. This was too fast. Lakangayat, seeing this, calmly remarked, they must be here to hunt the ice beast. Then, one spaceship landed on the roof of the building they were standing on. A group of people stepped out, led by an old man. Behind him, a bearded man looked at them with furrowed brows and asked, are there students here? The situation looks dire. Further behind, a bald man squinted, looking rough around the edges, all of them well equipped with gear. Above them, the old man with silver hair calmly surveyed the two. Then he commented, what day is it? Are these students from the St. Kai-Luch Academy? The news of the Ice Beast awakening was because one student was online. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 and Takai-Tun looked back at him. The old man squinted, furrowing his brows, and remarked, it seems like this kid is in over his head. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 pointed at him, his brows knitted in shock as he stammered, this old man must be a level 7 martial artist. Inside, he was screaming, analyzing everything but could not quite figure it out. He had to be at least level 7. Lakangayat, on the other hand, had a worry expression, glaring at them. Noticing the hostility from the two, the old man quickly clasped his hands behind his back, smiling amiably as he spoke. You do not need to be on guard around me. He stepped closer to them and added, I am only after that white bird. I have no interest in you kids. I want to ask you something. How long has that ice beast been around? He then asked, has anyone fought it before? Behind him, the group continued to watch them. Hearing this, Lamb 2 lifted his spear onto his shoulder, eyeing the old man cautiously as he replied, it was mostly asleep. It only awakened when someone attacked it with an aircraft. Behind them, the bird was slowly flying toward them. The old man looked up at it and remarked, someone intentionally woke it up. Immediately, he clasped his hands and flew up, commanding his group to follow him. They all ascended toward the bird. The 5 of them faced the blue bird head-on, and Lamb 2 squinted, muttering, there are so many of us. The bird noticed them. Glancing over, it quickly turned and let out a powerful scream directed at them. The sound echoing in the air, ice shards began to fly toward the man in a frantic rush. Seeing this, the old man raised his hand in front of him, his expression serious as he shouted, light burst. Attack. Right after that, a gun was installed below, and its barrel began charging up energy bullets. Moments later, a shot fired straight at the bird's head, causing it to stagger. Below, Lamb 2 was observing with wide eyes, his brow furrowed in shock, his body flinching as he asked in disbelief, they really used the K-17 energy cannon from the Alliance military. What a show-off. Then, shots from all 4 sides rained down on the bird, creating a massive explosion in the sky. The old man, seeing this, also frowned and pointed at the bird, confirming what they all feared. The white bird is seriously injured now. Guys, next to the guy in sunglasses was equally excited, his brows knitted in concern. Immediately, Lamb 2 witnessed this in disbelief, his eyes wide in shock as he asked again, no way. An 8th level mythical beast could be taken down that easily. Beside him, lacking Guyot, holding her sword, explained. Only someone from the Alliance military could wield the K-17 energy cannon. They are just a bunch of tech junkies. And now they are facing a grand explosion of smoke and debris. The bird up there did not back down. It glared at the crowd as the smoke cleared. Moments later, it roared and shot ice shards in all directions. Instantly, the energy group sent 5 people spinning backward. One of them screamed, "Awa!" Another was hit by an electric shock, his face darkening. "Ah!" Finally, one more stood wide-eyed in disbelief, stammering, "How is this possible?" Up above, the old man fired an energy orb while muttering, "Those pesky creatures," pretending to be weak. Meanwhile, the guy in sunglasses, holding a long sword, grimaced as he looked down at the chaos below. Then he turned to the spaceship, his eyes narrowing as he barked an order, "K-17 cannon. Continue the attack." Hearing this, the gun's muzzle began to charge another round, and then it aimed up. The bird, on the other hand, quickly flapped its wings, creating whirlwinds heading toward them. Next, the whirlwinds directly attacked the surrounding infrastructure. Soon, buildings were demolished by the flapping winds, and the tops of towers were where the spaceship docked. Lacking Guyot, observing calmly, crossed her arms and assessed the situation. All the Alliance's weapons have been destroyed. The real show is just getting started. Seeing this, Lamtu frowned in confusion, asking her, "What about the military and the other fighters? Are they supposed to be this slow?" In another area, on a different rooftop, a guy jumped into the sky, full of self-satisfaction, shouting, "Haha! What a great opportunity!" A muscular butcher with a smug grin, sporting 3 tufts of hair and 3 patches of beard, leapt off the rooftop while yelling. Immediately, his team below sprang up after him. They soon stood before the fierce bird, flapping its wings, ready to unleash its wind powers. A guy holding a blade in front could not help but shout, "Whoa!" Just then, another guy wielding dual maces leapt up, laughing as he attacked from behind, shouting, "Don't be afraid, keep attacking. Then reinforce, just getting that feather is already a rare treasure." Right after, the bird twisted its head to glare at him, while the other guy swung down at its body. But it did not even flinch. Faced with the hostile attack, the bird was furious, baring its teeth and using its power. Another vortex formed, sending that twin blade guy flying. And finally, the whirlwind slammed him into the wall. On Lamtu's side, he was watching in awe, his eyes widening as he gasped. No wonder it is an 8th level evolved beast. That one hit was incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Luffingwhite sat down, placed her sword on the ground, and pulled out a spirit stone, calmly closing her eyes and saying, "We have plenty of time. Let us take a break," he added. An 8th level peak evolved beast can be massive. But even if they surround it, it will probably take over 3 days to finish. Surprised, he asked, "Really? It is going to take that long?" Up ahead, the battle raged on, filled with smoke and chaos. Hearing his question, Left Ungite recalled the battles of others while she casually snacked on popcorn. Sipping her drink, she closed her eyes, bowed her head calmly, and confirmed, "Yep. When I was 10, I faced a 9th level evolved beast with my family, and it took us a whole week to win." Lamtu stared at her, mouth agape, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What?" He pointed at her, incredulously asking, "You were already hunting 9th level evolved beasts at 10. Levwangite remained calm, confirming, "I was just a kid. It was my family fighting. I stood aside and observed to gain battle experience." Hearing this, Lamtu's expression settled a bit, with a spear slung over his shoulder. He squinted, mumbling to himself, "Hundreds of martial artists struggling to fight an 8th level evolved beast. Your family can attack a 9th level beast and still bring a kid like you to just spectate. What kind of divine family is that?" Then, he thought to himself, "Looks like I accidentally made friends with a little rich girl." Next, they placed colorful spirit stones on the ground. Lamtu stretched, yawning, closing his eyes as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he slumped down, watching the ongoing battle, muttering, "They have been fighting for a whole day and night." Next to Luffingwhite was still meditating. Below, the bird landed, scanning for fallen humans, while a voice called out urgently, "Hurry. Keep attacking. That ice-feathered beast is running out of steam." Meanwhile, he scratched his head, frowning as he looked at them and remarked, "They are really fighting tooth and nail." He then concluded, "Even a fool can see that ice-feathered beast is not losing strength." Suddenly, an energy projectile shot towards the bird's head. Along with that, a fleet of spaceships was approaching the battlefield. Lamtu looked up, frowning as he assessed the situation. "The Allied forces are here, and it looks like they brought a lot of heavy gear," he noted, Shortly after, the ships opened fire on the bird, causing an even bigger explosion. Meanwhile, up above, Lam 2 slouched back in his seat, his brow furrowed with boredom as he muttered to himself. Will high-tech weaponry collaborate with top-tier martial artists just to speed up the process of taking down this white creature? When are we going to strike? Next, Lakangayat reacted slightly but remained in meditation with her eyes closed. Finally, she opened her eyes slightly, calm and unhurried, stating, let us take our shot first. Next, she glanced toward a nearby building and confirmed. Let us wait for that shadowy figure to make the first move. The bird's body was screaming in agony. Moments later, it plummeted to the ground, creating a huge mist. Seeing this, the butchers rejoiced, their smug laughter echoing as they cheered. Ha! We finally took it down. One of them shouted while raising his weapon. This is incredible. We finally won. Another one chimed in. Ha! This is amazing. Soon after, everyone landed on the ground. The bird lay motionless, electricity coursing through its body. The three-headed butcher smirked as he turned to look at those below him, squinting his eyes and grinning as he made his assessment. As planned, I only want the special crystal. Everything else on this white crystal bird belongs to you guys. He then approached to behead the bird in front of everyone. Continuing, he sliced into the deep grooves, revealing an 8-pointed star-shaped special crystal inside the bird's body, causing an onlooker to shout in excitement. Special crystal. Level 8 special crystal. They shouted again. I have never seen a special crystal of this caliber in my life. Immediately, the three-headed butcher grinned widely, reaching for the special crystal. His followers behind him also laughed and cheered. With this special crystal, we can at least cut down a decade of hard work. Suddenly, a swordsman from the old man's group leaped forward, filled with resentment, shouting, my brothers are all dead. How dare you take the special crystal? It is. The three-headed butcher scoffed and raised an eyebrow. Just you. Just then, a loud crack echoed as a shot from the spaceship struck the man, killing him instantly. The three-headed butcher was taken aback. Staring up in shock, he gritted his teeth, eyes wide with alarm as he yelled, what? Then, from above, the spaceship announced, all martial artists attempting to steal property from the Alliance are to be killed on sight. Drop the special crystal now. Or else. The ship's guns quickly aimed down at the crowd near the fallen bird. The three-headed butcher was astounded. He tightened his grip on his weapon as the spaceship announced again, those who do not know their place, prepare to fire. Finally, it fired a barrage, causing a massive explosion with smoke and flames flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the three-headed butcher desperately swung his weapon, defending against the onslaught while shouting, damn Alliance soldiers. How dare you think about stealing my special crystal? Just die already. Soon, the spaceships continued to rain down fire, while those below retaliated, their battle cries echoing, kill, kill, kill. The fight erupted into chaos. Seeing this, Lam 2 up above was watching, one hand gripping a spear, the other casually tucked in his pocket, laughing heartily. Ha! Sure enough, a fight broke out, and beside Lakangayat, she was also armed. Looking down, ready to jump in at any moment, suddenly, a shout rang out. Lam 2. Big brother. Class president. Lakangayat. The two were still enjoying the aerial battle with the fire from the spaceship and the crowd below. Hearing the familiar call, Lam 2 turned and smiled, furrowing his brow. What a scene. Then he sighed in relief. Great. You guys are okay. As the others were also rushing back towards him, Labin looked up at Anne, his brow furrowed with worry as he said, we were looking for you all in the fog. Turns out we stumbled into the territory of a giant bird, just a glimpse, and we almost bit the dust. Beside him, she also smiled at Anne. Meanwhile, the others were wide-eyed and excited, looking up at Anne, eager to share their tale. Luckily, my sharp eyes spotted you all on the rooftop, and we came straight here. Seeing they were all fine, Anne squinted his eyes and smiled brightly, holding the spear over his shoulder. Confirming, as long as you are okay, that is all that matters. The other students from the Saint Domain Academy must have left by now. Right. You guys should head out too, Anne said, affirming their departure. Hearing him, the others looked at him in confusion. Big brother Lam 2. Are not you and Lakangayat leaving? Upon hearing this, he turned honestly, narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. Confirming. Yeah. We are not leaving just yet. At this, they could not help but question him again. You guys are not planning to snatch that grade 8 rare crystal, are you? The other two stayed silent, and with the dust still swirling, she added a reminder. Those guys are all level 6 and 7 experts. Next, Lakangayat looked at them with a calm expression, furrowing her brow as she confirmed. We will definitely get our hands on it. Otherwise, Lam 2 might not hold on until we get back to the Saint Domain Academy. That rare crystal has ice properties, which can merge with the energy of the Crimson Lotus fire in Lam 2's body. Hearing this, they looked concerned, with a furrowed brow as they hesitantly asked, Big Brother Lam 2, is this for real? Beside her, Loi Loi popped her head in. Also frowning, I thought the class president had already absorbed all the energy from the Crimson Lotus fire. Labin, seeing this, made a face, feeling helpless and a bit down. The class president got hit by the Crimson Lotus fire saving us, but we have not been able to give him anything in return. Seeing this, and waved his hand, smiling, and ordered, all right, you guys should quickly retreat, and do not affect our plan to steal the treasure from the beast. Upon hearing that, they quickly turned to leave, casting lingering glances back at him. Ching Dan frowned and called out, okay, we won't hold you back anymore. You all be careful. All right. Beside her, Loi Loi also looked worried, reminding them, Class President, Lacking Guyot, you two be careful. Lam 2 stood on the rooftop with Lacking Guyot, waving goodbye to the others. Just as they left, chaos erupted below. Remnants of the fierce battle bodies and wreckage piled high amidst the smoke and flames. Next, a massive hammer appears, wielded by a guy holding dual weapons, his eyes shining bright as he stands firm, while his crew lies scattered below him. On the other side, Heitan stands on the wall, weapon in hand, with his other hand holding a sword, confirming the situation with a nod. It is time for us to make our move. And below, his team is also looking down, ready for action. Moments later, Heitan pulls out a grenade, excitement lighting up his face as he grins and confirms, let us use this. Meanwhile, in another underground tunnel, Lam 2, wait, why are not those big shots coming after us? He then chuckles, eyes squinting with glee, raises his hand to his head, and confirms, lucky we had those unlucky guys throwing smoke bombs. Not only did they help create the atmosphere, but they also blocked the blades for us. Above, Lacking Guyot walks ahead, looking back at him with a smile of agreement. Then, Lam 2 rummages through his bag, his voice filled with joy as he closes his eyes and confirms, I can't believe this level 8 exotic gem came to me so easily. Lacking Guyot glances at him, intrigued. Finally, Lam 2's face drops in panic as he stares wide-eyed. Oh no. What is this? Where's my level 8 exotic gem? Seeing this, Lacking Guyot rolls his eyes in exasperation and sighs, asking him, are you blind? How did you mix up an ice gem with a common egg like that? Lam 2, still in shock, stares at the egg like a deer caught in headlights, confirming multiple times with his eyes, completely frozen for several seconds. Then, Lam 2 turns his head in a panic, shouting to Lacking Guyot, no way. I clearly mixed up an exotic gem. He looks at the egg in his hand and asks, what uses this? It is just an egg. Lacking Guyot, crossing his arms, leans closer and reminds him, that is a level 9 ice gem egg. It is highly possible it will hatch into an ice gem creature. Lam 2, slightly startled, begins to realize, his eyes lighting up as he looks at the egg, while Lacking Guyot adds, you could train it to be your mount. You know, Lam 2 starts imagining himself as a magnificent bird, so flexing his fingers while the bird below flaps its wings, rubbing his chin with a frown of interest and mumbling, yeah, that sounds right. It would look pretty cool. Meanwhile, Lacking Guyot quickly hands him the exotic gem, its dense energy radiating all around. She looks at him and urges, take it, absorb it now. Lam 2 stands there, staring in awe, still holding the egg. Then, his face turns goofy as he holds the exotic gem in his hand, grinning widely and asking her, haha, I can't believe you got it. When did you make your move? I did not know anything about it. Lacking Guyot, seeing him buttering her up, closes her eyes and urges, stop stalling, absorb it already. Meanwhile, outside, where the dust clouds lingered and the buildings lay in ruins, a voice rang out, did you get it? Hearing the question, Akae's face darkened, fists clenched, looking like he stepped in something nasty as he shouted in frustration, damn it, it got stolen from us. The guy with the messy hair and the earring in his mouth suddenly frowned and shouted back in disbelief, what? It got stolen. Immediately after, he regained his composure, opened his backpack, pulled something out, and smiled while saying, yeah, but finding them 1 TB hard. I have this. The person next to him raised an eyebrow and pointed, asking, what is that? He placed the electronic tablet in front of him and explained, this is the latest anomaly detection device. It can detect even within the bodies of mutated beasts or any anomalies that were stolen. Next up, it looks like Heitan is adding in some details. Look at those dense red clusters. Those are the strange essences right behind us. Remnants of the mutated beasts that used to roam here. As he draws his sword, he holds up the map, his brows furrowing into a smirk, while his buddy with the messy hair and lip ring eagerly peers at the map, excited to see what is going on. Suddenly, a red mark lights up on the map, and Kai Tian's face drops in shock as he shouts, I found it. The brightest red cluster is an 8th level essence. They have not run far at all. With a grimace, he grits his teeth and bolts ahead, yelling back to his teammates, let us move. Meanwhile, over with Lama. It feels like half of his face is on fire while the other half is frozen stiff. He can't help but shout in frustration. The insane hot and cold sensation is making him feel like he is about to explode, right then and there. His body is absorbing the essence, one side burning hot, the other freezing cold. Lum too, stuck in the middle, is struggling to hold on, grimacing as he grinds his teeth. His spear is still in front of him, and he is thinking, just hang in there. The energies of the Scarlet Lotus fire in his body are clashing with the icy essence of the 8th level mutation, which is actually speeding up his absorption rate. Suddenly, the system chimes in with an announcement. Congratulations, Master. You have leveled up successfully. You are now at level 22. Hearing this, Lum-Tu smirks with a satisfied frown. His body is still hot on one side and cold on the other. But inside he is thrilled. Wow, that was fast. He is leveled up again. Meanwhile, Leffing Guide outside seems to sense something and turns her head. Alert. Up front. He is still trying to balance the heat and cold. A group of undead monsters is blocking the entrance. And she can't help but yell. Oh, I hate these things. Damn it. Those undead are attracted by my rage. Just then, they charge at her. But Leffing Guide does not hesitate. She draws her sword and leaps at them, calling out to him. You just focus on absorbing the essence. I will handle these zombies. In no time, the undead are sliced into pieces, lying flat on the ground. Leffing Guide leans on her sword, closing her eyes and catching her breath. Phew. Finally took care of them all. She did not expect there to be so many. Every swing of her sword took down another zombie, while behind her, he is still busy absorbing the essence. She turns back to him, wiping the sweat from her brow, wondering just how much he has absorbed by now. It seems like the energy from the Scarlet Lotus fire inside him has stabilized. He is still seated there, absorbing. Suddenly, a Titan's voice rings out. I can't believe you guys stole the 8th level essence. Hearing this, Leffing Guide narrows her eyes and turns to look at him warily. Seeing them, she exclaims, a Titan. He and his teammates are approaching with the map in hand. Grinning, then he extends his hand, squints his eyes, and with a toothy grin says to Leffing Guide, hey, let us play nice. Just hand over that 8th level essence, and I will let you go. Behind the spiky-haired guy with lip piercings, someone was both panicking and frowning, pointing at him and announcing, Track, that kid is absorbing level 8 alien energy. Upon hearing this, Track Kathan frowned and shot a glance at the guy, listening intently. Then, he looked back at the guy who was absorbing the alien energy, shouting, What? He dares to absorb my level 8 alien energy. Beside him, Lacking Guyet bit her lip, filled with worry as she watched them. Next, he held up his hand to stop his teammate, squinting and smirking, drawing his sword with a bang to confirm, I am stopping you. Lacking Guyet. Lack to you that. You guys go and grab that level 8 alien energy. She still held her sword and looked at them. Lack to you that obediently confirmed. Got it. And then he and his teammates quickly slipped into the alley towards Lam 2. Seeing this, Lacking Guyet was a bit shocked as she raised her sword, while Kathan was probably already preparing for battle. Moments later, Lacking Guyet rushed to Lactiu, who was running and glancing back at her. Lacking Guyet shouted a threat at them. Anyone who touches him is dead. Noticing this, Kathan quickly dashed forward with his sword to block them. On the other side, Lactiu that also sped up, and Lacking Guyet yelled defiantly, How? With me here? You can't get past. He closed in on her with his sword, sneering and confirming, that level 8 alien energy. I am definitely taking it. The two underlings rushed toward him quickly, and Lactiu that sneered while shouting in disdain. How? You trash can't absorb level 8 alien energy. Give it back. His hand reached out forward, with a teammate behind him. Suddenly, one icy arm of his grabbed Lactiu that, while his fiery arm seized the other guy. Right after that, Lam2 opened his eyes, each glowing a different color as he pulled them in, his gaze resolute, flames blazing and freezing them as he declared, You think a few of you can steal my alien energy? Lactiu that quickly gritted his teeth, screaming in pain. My hand. The other guy screamed in agony too. My hand. My hands. One was frozen while the other was set ablaze. Both of them yanked their hands back and stumbled backward, struggling to stand. Continuing, he spun around, creating a vortex around Lam2, who stood in the center, using the wind of 1,000 directions. Moments later, a fiery phoenix shot forward. The other two quickly dodged, and Lactiu that, confused, asked, Why is this fire technique so hot? Then he advanced with a spear and sharp ice shards around him, swirling the spear in a circular motion, unleashing a storm of ice and fire. Finally, the spear pierced upward, cracking the ground open. He then grabbed his backpack and jumped across the fissure, shouting to her, "Leave those three behind in the tunnel." Shortly after, the two disappeared. Below, That and his teammates were left fuming, unable to react in time, their faces dark as they shouted, "Damn it, they got away." The guy beside him was just getting up, wiping his face. Next, Kathan opened the map again, gripping it with both hands, his face dark with anger as he yelled, "Damn it, why is there no level 8 alien energy? But that red dot is still glowing. Could it be because the level 8 exotic energy was absorbed? How could it be absorbed so quickly?" Next to Little Seven watched him with tears in her eyes, her brow furrowed in concern. Finally, his expression darkened as he turned to ask Chek Kai Tin in panic, "What the heck? The machine is lost. What are we going to do now?" He gritted his teeth, gripping the control panel tightly. He hurled the control panel to the ground, shattering it. Hekk Tun stormed toward the hole above them, teeth clenched in rage, fists balled up. Lefeningite. Lum Tu, just wait for me. In a wooden house deep in the forest, Lum Tu was meditating while absorbing the exotic energy in his hands. Surrounding him were glimmers of light. And then the system announced, "Congratulations, Master. Level up successful." His current level was 23, and the system reiterated the good news. Current level 24. "Congratulations, Master. Level up successful." Current level 25. "Congratulations, Master. You have won a total of 4 lottery draws." "Congratulations, Master. You have earned 94 potential points." Lum Tu opened his eyes in astonishment, glancing down at the exotic energy, contemplating the implications. "I never expected that absorbing the level 8 exotic energy and the red lotus fire would grant me so much experience, allowing me to level up 3 times in one night." System. Allocate 42 points to strength, 30 points to physique, and 22 points to speed. The stats board flashed back to life. Homsu. Level 25. Strength. 421 now 463. Physique. 178 plus 50. Now 208. Speed. 101 now 123. Total combat power. 4,650 now 5,124. Title. Level 4 martial artist. Plus 50 to physique attributes. Skills. Analytical eyes. Fury. Camouflage. Devar. Finally, the system's reward board appeared. "Congratulations, Master. You have entered the level 5 martial artist stage. You have earned the title of level 5 martial artist, which grants a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully unlocked level 2 genes and earned a new skill. Clone Scene. The clone can replicate 30% of the host's combat power for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Seeing this, Lum Tu could not help but be excited, stroking his chin, a smile creeping onto his face as he thought, "Finally, my total combat power is over 5,000. I am now a level 5 martial artist, and I have unlocked level 2 genes and a new skill." He continued to scroll through his personal stats, which displayed, Homsu, level 25. Strength, 463. Physique, 208. Speed, 123. Total combat power, 5,124. Title. Level 5 martial artist grants a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Skills. Analytical eyes. Fury. Camouflage. Devar. Clone Scene. His eyes sparkled with joy as he smiled inwardly, confirming his title as a level 5 martial artist, although he still needed 50 more points. That 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% was a game changer that could save his life. Then Lucky Guite's voice rang out. "Have you finished absorbing?" Hearing this, he slowly closed the window, stealing a glance at her, unsure how to respond. As for Lucky Guite, she was completely stunned and wide-eyed, staring at him in disbelief. It usually takes 3 days and nights to absorb an 8th level essence, but he managed to do it in just 1 day and night. Hearing her say that, he scrunched his nose and pointed his thumb at himself, puffing up his chest with a cocky grin, saying, That is just my extraordinary talent." Lefening Guite, however, rolled her eyes at his antics and calmly urged him to move on. "Wait, you have finished absorbing it, then let us go. Today's the last day." Feeling embarrassed, Lum Tu kept a stiff face for 5 seconds, frozen in place. Then, as they began to walk away, he followed her with a wounded expression, placing a hand on his chest and frowning as he asked her, "Liwun Guite and Guite, can't you give me a compliment? I worked really hard." Lefening Guite, not amused, frowned and told him to get lost. They stood at the foot of a city gate. A guy with a spear was arguing fiercely with some members of the Chairing Vian, fists clenched in anger. Seeing this, Lum Tu rushed over. Worry etched on his face as he reached out to ask, "What is going on?" Choosering dim, the crowd turned to look at him, grimacing, their bodies covered in wounds and shock. Then, she broke into a smile, clearly pleased to see him. Soon after, Changheung Gan pointed angrily at the spear-wielding guy blocking them, eyes wide as they complained to him. "Lum Tu, those guys from Class 1 are stealing our essence." The guy looked over at him as well. The moment he seemed to realize something, he looked startled, while Lum Tu and Luffingite calmly approached him, irritation showing on their faces. The guy crossed his arms, pulled back the spear, and smirked, asking him, "So you are Lum Tu, the top-ranked freshman in the male competition tower." He then introduced himself with a smug smile. "I am Wu Dejung Hung from Class 1 of the Northern Academy. And that is Zian Chine from the same class." He glanced at the short-haired girl next to him, who wore a displeased expression and held twin daggers. Lum Tu quickly began to sort things out in his mind. Second place was Trefi Kai Tin. Third was Zhu Detring Hung. And fourth was Lian Ti Chine. He then rubbed his chine, frowning as he recalled that he was ranked first. He mumbled, "I remember now. You guys were actually second and third in the freshman competition rankings." Lum Tu smirked, nodding at him, confirming, "And now, you are all under my feet." Yu Dunga Hung's face darkened, gritting his teeth in furious disbelief at Lum Tu's confidence. The guy pointed at Lum Tu provocatively, saying, "You only topped the list because of luck. Let us settle this in a match and see who is really on top." His face twisted like a sour lemon, confirming, "If you win, we will return the essence we stole from your friends." Xin and Ti-Chen beside him also frowned, looking less than friendly at the situation. Right after that, he exuded an intimidating aura. His face scrunched up in determination as he placed the spear in front of him, gripping it with both hands to confirm, "If he lost, all the precious gems from you guys would belong to us." The guy beside him did not say a word, just silently watched. Hearing that, he let out a confident chuckle. "If you look at them and confirm it, whether you win or lose, you won't lose a dime. You think I am an idiot?" He turned to them and said. Then he pulled out the spear while preparing his stance, saying, "Let us make a deal. If you lose, hand over the gems to us." Soon after, Lin Tu and the others began to draw a circle with their weapons. One wielded fire, the other ice, as they confidently declared to them that if they did not hand over their resources, he would have no choice but to kill and take what is mine. Hearing this, Yang Hang could no longer hold back his rage, charging at him with his spear and shouting, "You think you can kill me just because you are relying on him?" Next, the two spears collided, sending pressure radiating outward. Seeing this, Lin Tu grinned with excitement, also wielding a spear, saying, "Congrats. You have sparked my interest." Then, Chen Zizong quickly approached Lu Yu, confidently wielding his sword and asking her, "I heard you are in Class 1 of the Male Academy. Why are you coming over to the 10th class? Are you really that desperate to team up with these losers?" Meanwhile, Lu Yu calmly approached with her sword drawn. In an instant, she lunged forward, her face dark with fury as she swung her sword at her, yelling, "You are just trying to provoke me. You only have one way out, which is death." Over there, Chen Zizong raised his sword in a defensive position, ready to block. On the other side, he thrust forward like a storm toward Yang Hang, who did not have time to react. Seeing this, he pulled back his spear and yelled out his own conclusion. "I remember you were only at level 4 during the last competition. But why does it seem like your power is nearly at level 5 now?" Hearing this, he did not hide his smirk, looking at him while continuing his relentless assault, shouting, "Isn't he that right? How's the speed of your level up?" Lin Tu made another remark. "How could you trash ever catch up?" Provoked by his words, Yang Hang's face turned as dark as a banana leaf, filled with fury as he shouted, "Damn it." He gripped his spear and braced himself. Then he leaped, roaring and thrusting his spear at him, using his golden martial arts technique, Heavenly Stone Shatter. Meanwhile, Lin Tu watched him in silence. Moments later, he and the spear made contact, creating a massive surge of energy in the air. Lin Tu was sent flying back, crashing through several walls. Amidst the dust, Lin Tu's voice rang out, reminding, "If you are already a level 5 martial artist, the gap in power will be immense." He stood up from the smoke, spear in hand, tilting his head to glance at him, confirming, "This is your true strength, even given a chance. You still would not make it." Following that, he swung his spear forward, shouting, "It is my turn now." Instantly, a chilling wave of energy emanated from him as he unleashed his devastating technique. Before such overwhelming power, Yang Hang's face paled like a wilted leaf, his body recoiling, Disbelief etched across his features. Next, he quickly blocked the spear in front of him, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and screamed inside. How could he unleash so many spears in just a minute? Then the tip of his spear pierced his shoulder, releasing a cloud of icy smoke. Dong-Hang's face contorted in pain from the cold burn as he howled in agony. He lay helpless on the ground. Finally, he was so furious that his eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging, gritting his teeth and shouting in rage. Damn it. A waste of space like you dares to hurt me. Immediately, his body radiated a fierce golden light. Gripping the spear tightly, his face darkened as he yelled, I am sending you straight to hell. Then he accelerated, using the stone-breaking technique, charging forward with his spear. Over here, Lam 2 also launched an attack without hesitation, using the violent dance of the spear. He then spun his spear to deflect Lam 2's attack, his face tightening as he shouted in confirmation. Same technique. You can catch me off guard. Hearing this, Lam 2 smirked, eagerly watching him, while he raised an eyebrow and scoffed, still holding his spear. Then I will just switch up my moves for you. Then he thrust a massive spear forward, morphing it into a flower as he shouted the name of his technique, Frost Blossom Spear. Seeing this, Dong-Hang's face filled with dread, his hand clutching the spear jolting with electricity. He grimaced and shouted in his mind, Ice attribute energy. I remember he always used fire attributes. Right. Then the command started seeping into Dong-Hang's flesh, making him tremble in agony. Soon after, he collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in pain as his foot stiffened, screaming internally in confusion. The ice power was too strong. His right foot felt like it was frozen solid. On the other side, he chuckled mockingly, tilting his spear as he looked at him and asked, How does it feel? I will let you taste the dual threat of ice and fire. He swept his spear in a circle, creating a whirl of mist as he leaped into the air. Next, he grimaced, struggling to bear the pain, gritting his teeth while glaring up at Lam 2 and shouting in his mind, Damn it. My right foot is frozen. I can't dodge. Immediately, he slammed his spear down to the ground. His face twisted as he gripped it tightly and yelled, Damn it. This is all I have left. A wave of golden red energy quickly surged around him. Then a sphere enveloped Dong-Hang, while his phoenix and spear charged towards him fiercely. Behind, Lam 2 tilted his head, pointing at him with a smirk, affirming, Hee, you think wrapping yourself in that sphere can protect you from my flames? I am going to turn you into a roasted clay chicken. Then the technique dissipated, revealing Dong-Hang struggling. He grimaced, looking up at him with fury in his eyes, shouting defiantly, Lam 2. You bastard. I am going to chop you into 100 pieces. While Dong-Hang's body remained hot and steaming, his feet still frozen. Then he charged at him with his spear. His face twisted as he shouted in confirmation. This technique was originally meant to deal with the heavyweight champion of the first-year male academy, but testing it out on you will do just fine. Right after that, Aang Hangfei charged forward, shouting the name of his technique, Diamond Fire Slash. A massive fireball shot toward Lin Tu, who was taken aback. Then Lin Tu gritted his teeth and shouted inside, With this momentum, how could it be the diamond technique? And if I use my secret technique, I might not even be able to counter it. Finally, he confirmed in his mind that he could only use this technique. With that thought, he quickly sprang into action. He spun his spear and combined it with the fire, aiming it straight at Aang Hangfei's incoming attack, strategizing as he went. Let us see how powerful this becomes after absorbing the level 8 ice attribute and the Crimson Lotus fire. He shouted the name of his technique. Galaxy is the celestial movement. The two spear tips collided, unleashing tremendous force. In the end, a flash of fire erupted in the middle, one side red and blue, the other side golden, crashing violently into each other. Aang Hangfei then coughed up blood and fell backward, with Lin Tu also spitting blood from the impact. Aang Hangfei rolled on the ground as his classmates rushed over, shouting his name in panic. Teacher. Teacher. Meanwhile, Aang Hangfei struggled to sit up, his clothes soaked in blood, furrowing his brow in determination as he looked at Lin Tu and confirmed. The crowd behind him looked worried, their faces distorted in anxiety. Amidst the dust, Aang Hangfei assessed, This guy has some real strength. Next, he glanced at Dianzi Zun and Lefagite, who was relentlessly attacking while Dianzi Zhen could only defend and assess the situation. Dianzi Zun was no match for Lefagite. They were truly two tough opponents. Right after, Aang Hangfei pointed at the two of them and spoke urgently. You guys, ignore me. Go help Dianzi Zhen and take that girl down first. Following that, the group of students charged at Levitingite with their weapons, startling her. At this moment, Zhang Jian and his classmates also began arming themselves, looking furious as they advanced, wanting to take advantage of their numbers. No way that would work. Seeing those students from Class 1 still itching for a fight, so the scum from Class 10 shouted, You are asking for it. Just die already. Zhang Jian was not backing down either, charging in with a fierce shout. I will take you all on. Then Aang Hangfei took up a fighting stance, gritting his teeth and glaring at Lin Tu, ignoring everyone else. "We are not done fighting yet," he added. "I will make you regret it. Even without a weapon, a loser like you is not my match." Immediately, Aang Hangfei swung his fist with all his might. Delivering a blow with the golden no-skill stone fist, he lunged at Lin Tu, who raised his head to face him. Lin Tu also lifted his electrified fist, smirking at him. "Don't he think you are the only one with martial skills? I am using the silver lightning strike fist." Finally, their punches collided, shaking the heavens and earth, electricity crackling everywhere. At the moment of impact, a loud crackling sound echoed as Aang Hangfei quickly retracted his hand, feeling the pain surge through him. "My hand." His face scrunched up like a monkey's butt. Then, his body was jolted by the electric shock, soaring into the air while screaming in agony. "Ouch." Meanwhile, Lin Tu stood below, looking cool as he zipped past. In the end, Aang Hangfei lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dust, while Lin Tu stood tall, looking down at him. On the other side, the electronic shocker was stunned when Levichin Gait pressed her sword to his throat, and he looked down, shrinking back in fear. Leffingait's face remained cold as she looked at him, and he admitted defeat, begging, "Leffingait, please do not kill me. I give." Meanwhile, the group of students gathered around Ku Du Hung felt awkward while he lay motionless on the ground. Lum Tu glanced over at them with a raised eyebrow and a scoff, confirming, "You guys lost. Right in front of you is the shocker," with Leffingai's sword at his throat. Soon after, Du Kung Hung regained consciousness, struggling to stand up on one knee, his face twisted in despair and resignation. "We lost," he said, as the other students around him frowned with concern, helping him up. Then, he cheerfully gestured at them and reminded, "If you are gonna play, you gotta pay up. Bring all the rare stones here." His face crinkled with amusement as he grinned. Hearing this, Patung Hung glared back defiantly, furrowing his brow as he shouted at Lam Tu in frustration. "No way. We can only give you a third of the rare stones." At this, Lam Tu narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious as he confirmed, "If that is the case, I guess I will just have to wipe you all out." Ku Dung Hung then pushed himself up from the ground, taking a fighting stance and shouted back, "We can only give you a third. Or else, even if it costs us our lives, we will fight you to the end." The shocker and the first-class students glared at him, their faces dark with determination. Tung Hung added, "You and Leching Gait might be fine. But what about the others? Once the fighting starts, they are definitely going to die." After a moment of thought, the sun was already blazing overhead. Lum Tu reluctantly clutched his wounds and waved at them, conceding, "Okay, 1/3 it is." The others looked at him with displeasure. He stared intently at them, seriously contemplating his thoughts, realizing that these guys were not weak. If they truly fought for their lives, they would definitely be in serious trouble. After the agreement was reached, the shocker quickly tossed a backpack towards him, her face scrunching up as she shouted, "This is 1/3. Take it. Can we go now?" On this side, Tenfong received the backpack while seriously looking at them, not answering. Meanwhile, Lum Tu nodded and said with a furrowed brow, "Yeah. Just go." Once the injured group was escorted away, Lum Tu could not say anything more. Watching their figures fade, after confirming they had left, he quickly knelt on the ground, supporting himself on his weapon and coughed up dark blood. Cough asterisk. One sound. Then he shouted to himself, "Tu Hung Hung's strength is indeed impressive. No wonder he is a peak level 5 martial artist." Seeing his condition, Trutong Den rushed over, worried, asking, "Lum Tu, are you okay?" Lum Tu stood up, looking at them with a hand brushing across his face. With his other hand still holding the weapon, he pulled it to himself, anxiously glancing at him and shouted, "Class President." To the concerned inquiries, he simply confirmed, "Just a minor injury." Next, Lum Tu led the way, taking a sip of water and said, "We need to keep track of time." The others followed closely behind him. Outside the castle, the school speaker announced, "Class 1 North has collected a total of 208 level 5 rare stones and 10 level 6 rare stones, with a total score of 258 points." Inside, Lian Chananta waved his hand, calling a few people from behind to help saying, "You guys take the class president to the treatment cabin. I have got this covered. She can stand next to the examiner." Right after that, Kai Gai Tin swaggered in with a sack of loot on his back and 2 bags in hand, smirking at Dian Chai and T. "Whoa, the Ding Hung got wrecked this badly?" Zian Chinenti exclaimed. "Looks like you guys ran into some tough enemies," she added, her eyes widening as she glanced at him. He then tossed 3 bags down in front of the examiner, one hand on his hip, and with a cocky smile, he declared, "Only 258 points. Not exactly impressive." Hearing this, Zian Chinenti narrowed her eyes at him, while the examiner looked stunned at the sight of the 3 bags before him. Just then, an announcement rang out. Class 1 Boys Institute has secured a total of 222 level 5 stones and 12 level 6 spirit stones. The total score is 280 points. The examiner placed a spirit stone on the classification table, still holding a red stone in his hand. At this announcement, Kai-tin puffed out his chest and crossed his arms, sneering at the furious Dian Chen-ti. Sorry, but the top spot for this new student competition belongs to our Class 1 Boys Institute. He grinned smugly, while Dian and Chen-ti clenched her fists in anger. He thought to himself, I can't just let him take the number 1 spot. Frustrated, he muttered under his breath about how annoying it was. If it were not for having to give a third of our spirit stones to those losers, we should be in first place right now. He then shot a glance at the team of losers who were just entering. She turned to him, grinning with a mix of sarcasm and delight, hands on her hips, reminding Kai-tin, don't get too cocky just yet. You guys might not hold on to that first place. Seeing the losers made him cross his arms, frowning, while he strolled confidently toward them. Next, Kai-tin raised an eyebrow, smirking as he replied to Dian Chen-ti. Oh really? You do not think that the useless guys from Class 10 Boys Institute would score more spirit stones than us? He thought to himself. These punks just robbed us of those level 8 stones. If it comes down to it, they could win. He added. But no one is dumb enough to just hand over their spirit stones to the school. Soon after, the losers arrived at the examiner's table and dumped out their bags, leaving both the examiner and Kai-tin wide-eyed in shock. He stood there, arms crossed, eyes bulging, while Kai-tin snickered in delight, continuing to pour out their haul. Soon, the examiner looked at the measuring device, wide-eyed, while the crowd around them erupted in cheers. The quantity of spirit stones is unreal. The chatter grew louder, and it seemed like they had more spirit stones than Class 1 Boys Institute. Moments later, the system announcement echoed. Class 1 Boys Institute, 280 points ranked first. Class 10 Boys Institute, 280 points also ranked first. Class 1 North Institute, 258 points ranked second. And then another announcement followed. Class 15 Institute secured a total of 205 level 5 spirit stones and 15 level 6 spirit stones, with a combined score of 280 points. Hearing this, Kai-tin was completely stunned, shouting in disbelief, what the heck? 280 points with their skills. How could they possibly take down that many evolved beasts? He concluded they must have stumbled into some luck. That score definitely did not count. Seeing the opponent's embarrassing moment, the crazy guy casually put his hands on his hips and laughed at him. Why do not you guys give it a shot too? Noticing this, Kai-tin quickly made his way to the supervisor and asked, Sir, now that there are multiple first-place winners, how will the prize be divided? He was fuming inside. This is ridiculous. The first-place prize for the rookie competition this time is incredibly rich. And I thought I had victory in the bag. That class is such a pain. The teacher looked over at Kai-tin, who was trying to stay calm despite his frustration. Finally, the teacher rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow in deep thought. It has been years since there has been a tie for first place. He would have to consult the principal about this. Hearing this, Kai-tin's face darkened as he glared at the teacher, simmering with anger. If they did not bring out their level 8 mutant beasts, they would be on par with our scores. How did it come to this? In stark contrast to Kai-tin's fury, the members of the class were celebrating around Lam too, embracing the situation cheerfully. He was grinding his teeth, glaring fiercely as he shouted inside. Where are those level 8 mutants of theirs? They were supposed to be mine. And I will get them back. Meanwhile, he felt dejected, resting his hand on his forehead and sighing. Of all things, we ended up in first place. If I had known, I would not have absorbed so many mutants on the way back. Later, in a lush area with greenery, the school spaceship hovered above. Time passed, and in just a week, over 100 rookie students had trained in the abandoned Zone G17. With only around 60 left, the death rate was a staggering 40%. Lum 2 and his class of 10 stepped off the spaceship, beaming with confidence. In Class 10, the main character excitedly pointed at them with a smile. Great. They are all back. Seeing this, another classmate laughed and said, the class president is back. This is awesome. I was so worried. Another student chimed in. I told you, as long as the class president leads, we will be just fine. The main character, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to confirm, the G17 abandoned zone is super dangerous. Hunting mutated beasts for their essence is even tougher. Results do not matter. As long as we made it back alive, that is what counts. He added. This time, our class performed really well in the lush forest, and we ranked 16th. Everyone in the class will receive a reward of 10,000 points. Seeing his enthusiasm, the group around Lum 2 smiled confidently but remained silent. Feeling unsatisfied, he frowned and questioned the teacher. Sir, do you really think our strength is that lacking? You did not even ask about our scores. Next to Chung also looked displeased. And upon hearing this, the main character glanced at him. Intrigued, then the teacher, with a cheerful laugh, asked who? What did you guys rank? 10th or something? Hearing this, Lum-Tu closed his eyes proudly, smirking with self-satisfaction as he replied, 0. Sir. Take a wild guess. Hearing this, the main guy got even more excited. His cheeks flushed as he squinted at him with a mix of shock and joy. There is no way he made it into the top 10. Right. The more his teacher guessed, the more wrong he got. Lin-Tu raised his finger confidently to the sky, confirming with a grin. Number 1. A total of 280 points. Before she could even confirm this, the whole class felt like they had been struck by lightning. Everyone was wide-eyed and speechless. Especially the main guy, who stammered in disbelief. Number 1. Then his eyes lit up as he leaped to hug Lin-Tu, losing all composure. This is amazing. Number 1. Can you believe it? This achievement would go down in the history of the Sacred Academy, and the students erupted in cheers, creating a frenzy. Lin-Tu, feeling a bit awkward, smiled at him but let himself be embraced, so he scratched his face, a bit disappointed, and glanced away to add, that means we tied for first place. In the first class of the Northern Academy, with the same score as you guys. Not caring much for his comment, the main guy threw his arm around Lin-Tu, laughing with tears in his eyes, and shouted, "Woohoo, tied for first is still first. Haha." Seeing this, Lin-Tu leaned back, looking at him in astonishment. Later, at the stadium, Bailey stood on the podium to wrap up the training session, announcing that the results for the Thylux session were number 1, first class of the Northern Academy, with each person awarded 50,000 points, a Golden Warrior card for number 2, first class of the Southern Academy, each getting 40,000 points, a Golden Warrior card for number 3, in 16th place, class 10 of the Southern Academy, with each receiving 10,000 points, number 17. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd below was in shock, and they could not stop talking. This time, the Southern Academy's 10th class did not come in last. Weren't they supposed to be the worst? I heard their training results from the abandoned G17 area were actually pretty good. Then Bailey, up top with a sign, smiled broadly and said, "Interesting. This year's freshman competition seems to have a lot of talented individuals. Next, I will announce the training results from the G17 abandoned area." And then he commented, "How fascinating. This year's freshman competition has revealed many skilled talents. Number 1. First class of the Southern Academy and class 10 of the Southern Academy. Both scored points, tying for first." Hearing this, the students from class 10 of the Southern Academy raised their hands in excitement, celebrating. "Yeah, we are number 1, class 10 of the Southern Academy, led by Captain 1-2. With this result, the crowd buzzed with chatter, questioning how class 10 of the Southern Academy could possibly be number 1. Even claiming the 16th spot for training in the Thylux Forest was one thing, but to secure first place in the most dangerous area, G17. Then someone raised the question. 280 points. Just how many mutated beasts did they have to take down? Since when did level 5 mutated beasts become so easy to hunt? Faced with this situation, Bailey was at a loss and looked over at the academy head beside him, still holding the results board, and asked, "Originally, we prepared just one reward for first place. Now there are 2 tied for first. How do we split the prize?" He added with a sigh. "This is a headache." And the academy head frowned, clearly troubled. Suddenly, Zaka Ting stepped up from the crowd, furrowing his brow as he made a request. "Principal, I am Zaka Ting from class 1 of the Southern Academy, and I want to challenge Lin-Tu from class 10 of the Southern Academy to a duel." The guys around him crossed their arms, looking serious, cheering him on. Zaka Ting confirmed, "Only the winner can be the true number 1. Listening to him, the guys from class 1 were all in agreement, cheering for the duel. Yeah, they supported the class monitor. Honestly, the achievements of class 10 seemed kind of unreal. Support the class monitor, support the duel. Meanwhile, a Trikaitin smirked confidently, glancing at Lum-Tu across the way, and he noticed their excitement. "You want to fight? I am definitely in. I am not scared of you." The guys from class 10 were just as hyped, yelling back, "Class monitor, go get him. Those class 1 bullies are crossing the line. Take them down. We are rooting for you." Class monitor. Seeing this, B. Hall looked awkwardly at Lum-Tu and Trikaitin standing opposite each other. He thought to himself, this class 1 versus class 10 duel is a first since the school was established. Then, he looked down at the teachers from both classes and asked, "What do you guys think?" The teacher from class 1 quickly crossed his arms and closed his eyes, casually affirming, "I have no objections." Meanwhile, the main character was quietly observing. After that, he opened his eyes, stirring up excitement. Are you scared of losing? Teacher. With his arms still crossed. He chuckled. Don't he worry. I will tell Trukakai to go easy on Lum too. Hearing this, Ha just closed his eyes and smiled. Well, if Lum 2 is not worried, then I won't hold back either. It seemed like the teacher from class 1 was feeling pretty proud of himself. Then Hai pointed at Troxy Kai Tun in the ring, tilting his head with a confident grin. I will have Lum to give it his all to stomp on your class 1 geniuses. Right after getting the green light from both teachers, Beachall quickly confirmed. Alright, no better time than the present. I will hand this stage over to you guys. Who takes first place will depend on your skills. Next, a Trinkai Tin swiftly drew his sword, smirking as he glanced over at Lum 2. Come on. Lum 2. Hearing this, Lum 2 smiled back, asking with a playful tone. Hey. Little Nugwite. Do you think I can beat him? She closed her eyes, unbothered, and replied. If you can't even win after eating that level 8 essence, you might as well just go back to being a basic spirit. After hearing that, Lum 2 felt a bit hurt but still carried his spear to the ring, potting with a sulky face. Damn this arrogance. Can't anyone say something nice? Below. Cheers erupted. Go class monitor. You got this? Lum 2. Take down that punk. Behind them, Z and Chain N crossed his arms, squinting with a smirk as he commented. How? What a clueless fool. Daring to challenge Trick Hai Tin. Beside him, Yuding Hung, sporting a bandaged arm, chimed in seriously. This match is unpredictable. Who knows who will win? Moments later, the two faced off in the ring. Tri Tain, dissatisfied, glared at Lamet, saying, How? Stealing my level 8 essence. Planning to take me down. Are you? Just you wait. I will make you regret it in front of all the students this afternoon. Lum 2 swaggered forward, spear in hand. He scratched his head casually, leaning on his spear as he retorted. Hey. There were a lot of us grabbing it back then. How did it become yours? By the way, buddy. Even if it really was yours. Lum 2 cut him off. He glanced over at Jikakai with a devilish smirk, confirming with a cocked eyebrow that he had caught on. There is no way I could let this slide. Seeing this, the guy quickly wiped his sword and charged at him, swinging his blade while shouting. You and your net. Meanwhile, Lam 2 remained calm and composed. Jikaikai was now snarling and swinging his sword, gritting his teeth in disdain. A regular guy just leveled up to 5 his strength is nothing to write home about. He confidently declared, Think you can beat me? Not a chance. While Lam 2 stood firm, clutching his spear tightly without uttering a word. Then, Lam 2 stepped back and unleashed a sweeping arc of flames around him, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Jikaikai. The flames coalesced into a fiery phoenix charging at him. Jikaikai instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, stammering in confusion. Why is this fire so hot? Realizing this, Jikaikai snapped back to attention, his brows furrowing in surprise. He remembered that Lam 2 had used this technique before in the tower, but the heat was nothing like this. Jikaikai stumbled out of the flames, a puzzled expression on his face, with fire still wrapping around his body. Then, his clothes and hair started to catch fire. Jikaikai shouted in realization. If I get hit by these high temperatures, I am definitely going to get burned. Oh no. His face was now filled with panic. His hair was now singed and frizzed up like popcorn. Eyes wide with shock as smoke began to billow from his body. Lam 2 chimed in, taunting. How does roasted pork sound? Furious, Jikaikai glared back, raising his sword and shouting. You dare mess with me. You are going to regret it. He unleashed a swift sword strike, channeling his spell. Lam 2 furrowed his brows, surprised, exclaiming, how can he move so fast? There was no escaping this. He had no choice but to use this technique. Without hesitation, he swung his spear in a wide arc while Jikaikai rushed toward him at breakneck speed. Upon impact, a small explosion erupted. Both fighters were knocked back, engulfed in smoke as they hit the ground. Jikaikai looked up at him, eyes wide in awe, and asked, what kind of technique was that? How could it deflect my spell? His eyes narrowed, sword raised in caution. Then, brimming with confidence, he smirked and sneered, insisting, no way that is possible. You just got lucky blocking my attack. He retorted, once I use my movement technique, your little trick will be useless. Outside, Batchley observed the two, taking notes on their profiles. He noted that Jikaikai was born into a prestigious family, with plenty of resources, which is why he became such a talent. Then he added, but Lam 2's background is far too humble. Back at the academy, he was just another average student. He squinted as he observed the match, pondering how Lam 2 could become a class A martial artist in less than a year. He went on to clarify, without using forbidden drugs or leveling up through shortcuts, Lam 2 is genuinely relying on his own abilities to progress. Next, Bechley observed him fighting, his expression serious as he assessed. If that is the case, then this kid's talent is extraordinary. Nothing short of genius. But there is a catch. He needs special conditions to fully unleash his potential. Suddenly realizing something, he gasped and shouted, "Wait, that is a spear." Thinking about it made Bechley panic, his eyes widening as he imagined the spear and shouted internally, "Oh no." He then shouted out his confusion, wondering what the relationship was between this kid and Bechley. Howlin. Why did he give the kid a spear? Next, he aimed his spear at Chek's Hai Tin and unleashed a snowstorm spear technique aimed right at him. Meanwhile, the kid jumped and dodged, commenting, "Too slow. Your spear." Then he quickly drew his sword, furrowing his brow as he looked at him, opening his mouth wide to shout, "You did not even hit me." The sword in his hand glowed as he activated a light spell. Watching him, the guy frowned, retracting his spear, thinking to himself, what kind of agility does this kid have? There is no way I can hit him. He decided then that he could only slow him down. With that thought, his hands encased in ice. Right after that, Lum-Tu unleashed a freezing wind spear technique that caught Chaft Kai Tin off guard as he charged in. Outside, Bechley was left speechless, his face frozen in shock, eyes wide open as he shouted non-stop, "The kid can use ice elemental energy. What a talent." He thought. Inside the arena, Achei Kai Tin was equally stunned, pulling back as his feet became frozen. Yelling, "This is ice elemental energy." He landed heavily, panting and sweating, still gripping his sword tightly as he shouted at him, "Isn't your combat style fire-based?" Achei Kai Tin's legs were frozen, unable to move. Lum-Tu narrowed his eyes, surveying the area with a fiery spear ready. Next, he shouted the name of his technique, 100 Spear Technique, and swung his spear in a wide arc, creating a fiery phoenix that charged at Chei Chirai Tin. He quickly jumped to dodge the phoenix but still got hit a bit, curling up with his sword to defend himself against the burning bird. In the end, Achei Kai Tin was knocked back. Bracing himself on the ground, he was furious, his face darkening as he glared at him, grinding his teeth and muttering, "Ice elemental energy, you can't be." Before he could finish his sentence, Lum-Tu confirmed, "You are not wrong," raising a hand to wipe his lips with a smirk, adding, "Your level 8 elemental stone has been absorbed by me." Seeing this, Achei Kai Tin was furious, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth, mumbling, "A useless piece of trash like you dared to absorb a level 8 elemental stone. Unforgivable." Immediately, he entered a state of rage, his face darkening as he shouted, "You waste of heaven, I will kill you." His eyes blazing red, he tightened his grip on the sword, using a power boost technique. Lum-Tu had his combat style ready to unleash a berserk technique, and in front of him, the kid's body was still increasing in stats, glowing dark purple. Right after that, Lum-Tu figured it out, his face pale and thoughts racing in panic. This was the essence amplification technique. He imagined someone practicing this technique, their body turning a deep shade of purple, and realized the implications. It suppresses the essence force within, then unleashes it during battle, equating to a surge of power that far exceeds one's own strength. Lum-Tu continued, "The more essence force you suppress, the stronger the burst when you release it." Meanwhile, Track Hai Tin was still clutching a few arms that were smoking, one eye closed, the other half open. His body emanated a thick purple aura. Lum-Tu shouted his next observation, "This training method is incredibly brutal. Ordinary people could never master it." Who would have thought Track Hai Tin could actually pull it off? Then, Track Hai, now completely fired up, grabbed his sword and charged at him. Teeth gritted, yelling confidently, "Lum-Tu, this time you are definitely done for." He activated the Soul Strike technique. Initially, the battle between Track Hai Tin and Lum-Tu was evenly matched. But with this technique, his power skyrocketed. Track Hai Tin poured all his strength into the sword, delivering a brutal horizontal slash at Lum-Tu, sending him flying. Blood gushed from him as he collapsed on the spot. Everyone around gasped in horror when they saw Lum-Tu fall. Shouting frantically, "Brother Lam!" Class leader, Hyedit, lacking Gayet, watching the chaos unfold, furrowed her brows in anger and snapped, "What are you yelling about? Look closely, he is not dead." The crowd from Class 1, witnessing the battle, was also taken aback by what was happening, with a stunned voice wondering, "There is no way that guy is dead just like that. Right, Dong?" Clearly annoyed, said, "How could that be? Can't you feel that his presence is still very much here? What a tough nut to crack." Once Track Hai Tin thought he had knocked Lum-Tu out, he let out a sigh of relief, the surge of power dissipating a bit. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke rose, obscuring Track Hai Tin's vision and making him alert to his surroundings. When he finally got a clear view, Lum-Tu was nowhere to be found. Panicking, he searched around, but it turned out to be just a clone. At that moment, Lum-Tu thought to himself from behind, The clone technique really works. He leaped forward, channeling all his strength into his spear, executing the move. Raging storm of the spear. The speed and precision of the attack caught Track Hai Tin completely off guard. He turned pale and tried to lift his sword to block. But Lam Tu quickly thrust the spear straight into Track Tin Kai's shoulder. The pain made him wince. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The audience in the stands, watching the battle, chimed in. Track Hai Tin just got stabbed through the left shoulder. This time, victory was within Lam Tu's grasp. Who would have thought that the class president from the Male Academy's Class 10 could defeat the genius class president from Class 1? But saying that with certainty still felt a bit premature. It was just a shoulder wound. The outcome was still uncertain. Track Tun Kai gripped Lam Tu's spear tightly. A wave of toxic energy surged from his hand onto the spear. Lam Tu saw the poison spreading quickly and did not have time to react. Track Tun, with a sinister expression, laughed. Don't think for a second that you have won. Realizing that the toxic gas was spreading rapidly, Lam Tu panicked and shouted, "Poison! You dare to use poison!" Track Ten Kai tightened his grip on the spear as the toxic gas increased, then flashed a sinister smile. Thinking that as long as he could win, nothing else mattered. Lam Tu, having succumbed to the poison, lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. The spear was still embedded in Track Ten Kai's shoulder. Seeing Lam Tu fall, he forcefully drove the spear into the ground and pulled it out with all his might. He gritted his teeth and yanked hard, finally pulling the spear free, blood spraying out with it. Next, I will crush all your bones with my fists, Track Tun Kai declared, unleashing his ultimate move, the Black Dragon Destruction Fist. As he launched a punch that transformed into a powerful black dragon charging straight at Lam Tu. Lam Tu, poisoned and helpless, could only lie there and take the hits, enduring nearly a dozen life-threatening punches. As he took the blows, he thought to himself, damn it. The poison might not be lethal, but it is draining my energy and weakening me, making it harder to dodge his attacks. At that moment, Lam Tu resembled a fish flopping on a cutting board, and he coughed up a weak mouthful of blood in his struggle to hold on. Seeing Lam Tu on the brink of death, Lam Tin raised him high, wanting to deliver the final blow. He proclaimed confidently, "This punch will end you." Black Dragon Destruction Fist. Track Tai swung down his fist, transforming it into a massive black dragon that spiraled toward Lam Tu, the ground around them shattering into pieces. The 10th grade male classmates looked on in horror at the whirlwind, realizing the outcome. Is it over? What kind of martial arts is this? Why is it so powerful? They knew Track Tun Kai's swordplay was fierce, but they did not expect his fist techniques to be just as devastating. Track Tun Kai stood atop the rubble, looking down confidently, saying, "One punch from me will either kill him or leave him severely injured. He will probably be bedridden for half a year." Lam Tu struggled to breathe, recalling the faith his classmates had in him. He did not want to let them down like this. I can't lose. I represent the entire 10th grade class. If they will be laughed at and ridiculed as failures like before, Lam Tu made a desperate decision. Shouting, "Unlock Gene Level 2." The system immediately displayed a notification in front of him, asking if he wanted to unlock Gene Level 2. Lam Tu thought recklessly, even though there is a certain death risk during the unlocking process, I have to take the chance. He yelled, "Unlock." Instantly, a terrifying power surged through his body, causing immense pain as his muscles and veins bulged. But Lam Tu gritted his teeth and endured, in agony. He thought, the system said there is a death risk, and this kind of pain could definitely drive someone to death. Teacher Lam Tu cried out in pain, and Track Tin Kai looked puzzled. What is going on? He looks like he is going insane from the excruciating pain. How could my attack be that powerful? Outside the match, the homeroom teacher of the 10th grade boys quickly stood up, saying, "Principal, do we need to call for emergency help for Lam Tu?" The principal, observing the situation, quickly stopped him. "No need, he will be fine," he thought to himself. This pain is likely him breaking through some kind of blockage. This strange kid, what kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? No wonder even that girl gifted him her long spear. After a painful struggle, Lin Tu finally received the notification. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully unlocked level 2 genes. After upgrading his genes, Lin Tu felt a surge of energy swirling inside him, and his wounds were healed. With this newfound strength, he confidently approached Chaishi Hai Tin and said, "That was fun earlier. Right, now it is my turn." Now at 100% power after his gene transformation, Lin Tu quickly counterattacked Chek Hai Tin. He unleashed a devastating strike, the Silver Lightning Earth-Shattering Fist, and Xie Ting, enraged, shouted, pretending to be a god or a demon, "Check out my Dragon Roar Earth-Shattering Fist." He quickly retaliated with his own powerful punch. The two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave as they exchanged blows at a speed that the naked eye could not follow, resulting in countless explosions. But then, Chefty Hai Tin quickly found himself on the back foot, sent flying by Lin Tu's attack. The impact shattered the ground around him, and amidst the dust and debris, he bewilderingly exclaimed, "No way. How is this possible?" Cheshi Hai-tin scrambled back up, refusing to accept defeat, furiously declaring, "There is no way I can lose to you. Come on. Let us keep fighting. This battle is not over yet." Lin Tu charged in, saying, "You are right. This fight won't end until I turn you into a pig's head." Lin Tu leaped up, delivering a powerful blow to Chak Hai-tin's head, knocking him down. Before he could retaliate, he was pinned down by Lin Tu's fire claw technique, unable to resist. With one hand gripping Cha Zai-tang, Lin Tu unleashed a flurry of strikes into his stomach with the tiger fist technique. Standing proudly, Lin Tu exclaimed, "I have won." The audience was left stunned by Lin Tu's swift victory. But after a moment of silence, they erupted in joy, shouting, "He won! Lin Tu, you did it!" Everyone jumped up and danced, chanting, "The class president won. Class 15. We are number 1. Long live the class president." Even the homeroom teacher praised Lin Tu, saying, "Lin Tu, you are now the top student of the Sacred Aksu Academy's freshman class." Class 15. Dean Bichola stepped down from the stage, applauding. "Well done. Well done. This battle was truly spectacular. That girl is indeed, a hero among youths." Meanwhile, Chefty Hai-tin's classmates gritted their teeth in anger, rushing down to confront him. "Badino, I suspect Lin to use banned substances. This match does not count." He and the first-year boys rallied together to dispute the results. Exactly. He must have used banned drugs. Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat Chak Hai-tin? They grew angrier as they spoke, standing up in outrage. That is right. He was about to lose. How did he suddenly become so strong? The first-year boys demanded an inspection, insisting on checking Lin Tu. Lin Tu, seeing the first-year boys protesting loudly, crossed his arms and smirked. "What? A bunch of sore losers. I am fine with a check. Go ahead." Dean Bachel recalled the image of Chak Hai-tin unleashing her power and exclaimed, "So according to you all, what Chak Hai-tin used was not a concealment technique, but an illegal drug?" A leading student opposing the match result retorted, "A Chak Hai-tin used a concealment technique. We all know that, but honestly, I can't figure out how Lam Tu boosted his strength. I suspect he did not even use martial skills to enhance his abilities. He is just using drugs." Seeing him so arrogantly showing off in front of me, Dean Bachelet revealed his own level 9 power, leaving the student speechless. The world of martial arts is vast, and there are so many things we do not know. My inability to see through it just proves how lacking my knowledge is. The explosive power of a level 9 martial artist is like a beast, ready to crush him at any moment, making him feel like a mouse caught in a trap, too scared to say another word. As he walked through the male class 10 area, the students there did not hold back, throwing insults at him left and right. Here is a top student in the male academy, yet he can't handle a little defeat. Losing is losing. Stop acting like such a sore loser and go wipe your tears. He was fuming, his face dark with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He turned back to his own class and ordered everyone, All right. Stop arguing. Let us get Chak Hai-tin to the infirmary." Dean Bachelet announced, "I hereby declare, the Class 10 Male Academy has placed first in the trial mission at the abandoned area G17. Every student in Class 10 Male will receive 50,000 points. And the 7 students who participated in the trial will each get a golden martial arts card." The entire Class 10 Male erupted in cheers, while the homeroom teacher beamed with pride over their achievement. And to top it off, they received an extra 50,000 points and a golden martial arts card. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Meanwhile, the students from Class 1 Male just stood there, seething with anger as they watched their rivals claim their rewards. If looks could kill, the students from Class 10 Male would have been sliced to bits. In the martial arts hall, where countless cards were displayed, Lum Tu and his friends, having won, were allowed to choose their own golden card. Stepping inside, they could not help but marvel at the Academy's wealth. Countless martial arts cards were neatly arranged, their value incredible. Quick, look over there. There are so many diamond martial arts cards." Lavoon was puzzled. "Why are there so many golden and diamond cards just lying around? Aren't you worried someone might steal them?" Lum Tu simply replied, "Yeah, you do not see the guards protecting these martial arts cards. What level of power do you think they have? Who would dare to steal? Besides, it is all monitored and secured. The defenses are tight." Lefening Guide, losing patience, said, "Stop wasting time. The diamond martial arts cards have nothing to do with you guys. Hurry up and grab a golden card that suits you." While exploring the martial arts hall, Lum Tu suddenly spotted a golden card wrapped in spider webs and exclaimed, "Whoa, this golden card has spider webs on it. How neglected is this thing?" Lundrum Tu quickly brushed off the dust to see what technique it had that made it get left behind. After cleaning the card, It became clear. The celestial dragon breaks the city card. Featuring a dragon glowing with a vibrant blue light, Lakangayat approached from behind, startling Tulam. She stepped forward to explain about the card, saying it was quite unusual. Rumor has it that in the history of the academy, only 20 people have chosen this card for training, and none have succeeded. Tulam examined the card in his hand, wondering if it was really that hard. Lakangayat stood silently behind him, eventually pulling out another card and speaking up. To train with Celestial Dragon breaks the city. You need to pair it with this card to unleash its full power. Tulam closely examined the card Lakangayat handed him, his eyes widening in surprise. It is the Overlord's martial arts. Suddenly, a martial artist approached from afar, chuckling. This girl knows her stuff. The martial artist walked over and added, you are not wrong. A few years back, many students wanted to learn this martial arts card, but those kids could not even read the information on it. Hearing this, Tulam became curious. Wait, they could not read the info on this martial arts card. The martial artist replied seriously. If you can read the information on Celestial Dragon breaks the city, and train smoothly, combining these two cards could really unleash incredible power. The martial artist added with a hint of regret. However, today you can only choose one of the two cards. Tulam thought to himself. When I first picked the Reckless Strike, people said I could not learn it either, but I did. Just because others can't, does not mean I can T. I am a variable. After pondering, Tulam made his decision. He confidently grabbed the card and said, Teacher, I have thought it through. It is definitely the Celestial Dragon breaks the city card. After leaving the martial arts section, he returned to his rented house with Lakangayat. Entering his room, he excitedly looked at the martial arts card in his hand, saying, let us give it a shot. Maybe I can actually succeed. Suddenly, the room door swung open, and a golden martial arts card was thrown in, hitting Tulam on the head with a thud. Picking it up, he realized it was the Overlord's martial arts card. Surprised, he turned to Lakangayat and asked, what is this? Lakangayat stood at the door with her arms crossed, saying nonchalantly, that is for you. Tulam asked, you helped me choose this card. But what about you? Lakangayat turned away casually, saying, the martial arts cards in there are not suitable for me. I did not look at any of them. Tulam was left speechless by her bold attitude, thinking, what? Who is this person to look down on martial arts cards from the Sacred Academy? Noticing her indifference, Tulam felt at ease and happily accepted the card, saying, all right, thanks a lot. As Lakangayat prepared to leave, she could not resist throwing in a jab. Don't think too much of it. I just feel if you are too weak, it will make me look bad. Seeing Lakangayat so cold, Tulam thought, does this Ice Queen really think she can't attack me and survive? After she left, Tulam focused on studying martial arts. He picked Lakangayat's card and decided, I will learn this first. Tulam quickly placed the card against his forehead and entered a training illusion. In the illusion, he learned several new skills, the golden martial arts and the Overlord's martial techniques. After a short while, Tulam finished and was amazed at the power it provided. Those martial techniques were truly formidable, surpassing everything he had learned before. It is all about striking and blocking. But the Overlord spear technique is all about offense. There is no defense at all. It is all about the first strike. Lintu quickly seized his spear and began practicing the techniques he had learned, repeating them until they became second nature. Simply put, it is a fight where it is either you die or I die. Finally mastering the Overlord spear technique, Lintu glanced at the Heavenly Dragon breakthrough card on the table and said, Lakangayat said the Overlord spear technique can be combined with the Heavenly Dragon breakthrough. I just finished learning the Overlord spear technique. So now it is time to test the Heavenly Dragon breakthrough, and see if it is really as mysterious as the old man at the martial arts pavilion claimed. Lintu slapped the card against his forehead and shouted, Golden martial arts. Heavenly Dragon breakthrough. Activate. He held his hands over his forehead, staring up at the sky. 1 minute later, Lintu frowned and said, no reaction at all. 10 minutes later, he was completely out of energy and cursed. Damn it. Still no response. Lintu peered closely at the card, trying to see any reaction, but there was none. Did I open it incorrectly? He decided to do a handstand and placed the card on his forehead. Questioning himself, is this how it is done? The card still showed no signs of life, so he switched to another position, bending his legs or trying it this way. Finally, he changed to a position where he was kneeling before the card, telling himself, this should work. Right. Look how reverently I am positioned. Despite trying many poses, the card remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Lintu angrily slammed the card down on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it. This is ridiculous. I risked my life to earn the top spot, and I get this? The card, abandoned on the table, seemed to retort back in anger. Isn't this what you chose for yourself? Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. Detected unidentified energy. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Tu was about to give up when the system appeared. Surprised, he realized there was unknown energy within this card. Lin Tu placed the card on his forehead and said to the system, "Absorb it." The system began to activate. Ding. Absorption skill activated. Starting absorption. 1%. 10%. 45%. During the absorption process, Lin Tu fell into a trance. He found himself on a battlefield, surrounded by billowing smoke and piles of corpses. Lin Tu suddenly realized, this is... Just then, a powerful general on a warhorse appeared, holding a spear capable of massive destruction. Charging into battle and cutting through enemies, the general shouted, "Breakthrough!" And his horse and him worked in perfect harmony, smashing through the enemy ranks, sending them fleeing in terror. Lin Tu was jolted out of the illusion, drenched in sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had just experienced a vivid hallucination. Lin Tu unconsciously looked down at the martial arts card in his hand, noticing, the card has turned gray. That means I successfully absorbed the martial arts information from it. He joyfully grabbed the spear, feeling energized, and said, "This martial arts technique has mysterious energy. Even the diamond martial arts card can't compete. That illusion earlier must have been the essence of the martial arts technique." Lin Tu gathered his strength to practice the heavenly dragon breakthrough. The energy began to coalesce into the shape of a dragon. But the sheer power of this move caused Lin Tu to be thrown back. The spear shattered on impact, and he himself was gravely injured. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lam Tu struggles against the force of the whirlwind, thinking to himself, "This technique is intense. The red dragon has not even fully formed yet, and I feel like I am about to be yanked up into the sky." Just when he is about to give in, he hears a loud ringing from outside. Ding dong. Confused, Lam Tu stops his training and thinks, who could possibly be out there at this hour? Looking disheveled, with his clothes in tatters and a bit of blood on his lip, he opens the door and asks, "Who is there?" Mabao, who stands at the door with a serious look, arms crossed, and asks, "Are you Lam?" Before Lam Tu can respond, he notices the bruise on Lam Tu's face and immediately shows concern, saying, "You are hurt." He leans in, resting his chin on his hand, and seriously states, "Did you get into a domestic violence situation? I heard from someone in the first male dorm that although that girl is beautiful, she has a hot temper and hits people over the slightest thing." Lam Tu looks at this guy in front of him, who is jumping to conclusions, and thinks, what the hell? This lunatic shows up at midnight knocking on my door. Are you the neighborhood committee, here to mediate family disputes, or something? After a bit of rambling, Mabahu finally introduces himself. "I am Mabahu from the Great Second. I am ranked 25th in the competition tower. I heard you are the top freshman, so I came to ask if you are up for a one-on-one match in the tower." Lam Tu quickly rejects Mabahu, saying, "Are you out of your mind? Why would I go? You are ranked 25th. I see you more like rank 250. Mabahu then confidently lectures him, as a martial artist, and being the top freshman, you should not turn down a challenge, only the weak fear a fight. After Mabahu's impassioned speech, Lam Tu rolls his eyes and waves him off, tiredly saying, "All right, say whatever you want. I am just the sickly chicken from class 10 in Vietnam." Lam Tu thinks to himself, this kind of taunting does not work on me. Seeing that his words have no effect, Mabahu is slightly surprised but then grins slyly, saying, "You have no reason to refuse. If you beat me, this diamond martial technique will be yours." He pulls out a card showcasing the technique and holds it up in front of Lam Tu. Lam Tu's eyes light up at the sight of the diamond martial technique card. He talks a big game, but his eyes are glued to the card. As a martial artist, I should constantly challenge myself to hone my skills. I accept your challenge. But of course, this has nothing to do with that diamond technique card. Mabahu sees Lam Tu's eager expression and thinks, whoa, calm down there, buddy. Once Lam Tu finally agrees, he tucks the card away and cheerfully says, "All right. I will be waiting for you in the competition tower next Monday." Lam Tu watches as he walks away, feeling a mix of annoyance and intrigue. Just a few steps later, Mabahu turns back to remind Lam Tu, "By the way, I forgot to mention every week the competition tower resets. Your previous rank won't count anymore. Tomorrow, you will have to start from the first floor again. If you can climb up, you won't even catch a glimpse of me." After saying that, he casually headed home, leaving Lam Tu with a fierce glare. Recalling the words of Mabahu, Lam Tu thought to himself, so there is this mechanism too. Lam Tu turned around and stepped into the house, mumbling, "Whatever." Since the diamond body technique card was delivered to his doorstep, a little exhaustion was worth it. On the way back, Mabahu spotted Oh Yang Hang standing in a hidden corner and immediately called out, "Hey, Senior Mabahu, has that guy agreed yet?" Mabahu smugly replied. The moment he saw the diamond technique card, He was drooling and agreed right away. Young Hang, feeling frustrated, said, that country bumpkin, Senior Mabahu. When the time comes, do not hold back. If he dares to mess with Young Hang, I will make sure he wishes he was never born. In Lamtu's room, he opened the system to check and saw the notification. 5 spins left. Lamtu joyfully thought to himself. Previously, he had already gotten 2 golden technique cards. And now with another diamond card delivered to him. Haha, I have been so lucky lately. I need to give it a try. Lamtu started spinning and hit the jackpot. He could not help but cheer. The system announced. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a golden technique card. Lamtu happily exclaimed. Yep. A golden technique card. My luck has really been on fire these days. On the next spin, Lamtu drew a staff technique card. Another staff technique. Totally useless. The system notified him. 4 spins left. He muttered to himself. Alright. Even though I can't use it, at least I can sell it for some cash. He eagerly awaited the next spin. Shouting to the system continued spinning. Showing 3 spins left. At this moment, holding the card in his hand, Lamtu sighed. Another golden technique card that is useless for me. Continuing to spin. The system displayed 2 spins left. This time, when Lamtu saw the silver card, he was furious. He thought, what the hell? This card is worse than the last one. He angrily spun again, this time for 1 million Ming coins. And the system announced. 1 spin left. Lamtu was now completely losing it, cursing the system wildly. Damn the system. This is ridiculous. You keep giving me junk. This is my last spin. I better get something big. Something huge. This time, the system met his expectations. Displaying. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a mysterious gift bag. Would you like to open it? Lamtu yelled in excitement. Hell yes. A mysterious gift. I can't wait. Let us open it. The system activated, opening the mysterious gift bag and announced. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a healing potion. Lamtu held the 2 vials in his hands. Fuming. Speechless. A healing potion. What kind of big gift is this? He stomped around, yelling and crying, cursing the heartless system. A healing potion for a big gift. What the hell? System. Are you just gonna sit there and watch me get hurt? Not even a proper introduction. Just this 3-0 product. After a while of rolling around in frustration, Lamtu reluctantly accepted this so-called big gift. Curious. He opened one of the vials and thought. It smells nice. Let us try one since I am injured too. Lamtu casually popped the pill into his mouth. Thinking. Even though the system really screwed me over, it would not go that far to mess with the host. Right, as soon as he swallowed it, the effect kicked in immediately. All his injured organs started to recover rapidly. Lamtu felt a surge of energy, and his strength seemed to increase a bit after finishing his drink. Lamtu decided to give the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough another shot. Excited, he picked up the spear, exclaiming, here we go. The effects kicked in. The injuries from his earlier training were healing. And suddenly he felt great again. Time to keep practicing that Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough. Lamtu started channeling his strength to form a fire dragon from a whirlwind. But just as it was taking shape, he still failed. He could not hold it back and ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ouch. He sat down to catch his breath. Frustrated. Seriously. With so many healing potions around, there is no way I am not mastering the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough tonight. Lamtu pushed himself, getting hurt but downing another potion and pressing on with his training. Lakangayat stepped out of room 8 and saw Lamtu tirelessly training. Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough. Spit. Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough. Spit. As she dried her hair, she could not help but sigh. This guy just won't quit. Still, she listened to Lamtu keep going. Heavenly Dragon. Spit. Lakangayat decided to ignore him and walked straight past. But hey, the dude's really trying. Once inside her room, she noticed a new message pop up. Lakangayat stared at the ominous face in the photo and thought. Finally, I have found you. Early in the morning at the apartment, Lamtu groggily woke up, his face still covered in countless injuries, with a corner of his mouth stained with blood. He sighed. Damn. I overslept. Maybe it was because he trained too hard. Lamtu had fallen asleep right on the floor. With his spear and an empty potion bottle beside him, Lamtu sat up, stretching out a bit and yawning. I trained all night. I finished all the blue pills and coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. But finally, I learned the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough. Lamtu went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and splash some water on his face to wake up. He remembered the challenge from last night with Mabao Hack and said excitedly, Today, I am going to the competition tower. Perfect for training against Mabao Hack. Stepping into the dining area, Lamtu saw Lakangayat preparing a delicious and beautiful breakfast for him, and he could not help but smile to himself. Breakfast is ready. Having a wife is the best. Just as Lam Tu was basking in that warm feeling, he suddenly turned pale. Panicking. Crap. I just said that out loud. If that feisty girl hears me, I am done. He looked around frantically but did not see Lakan Gayat. So he sighed in relief. Maybe she went to school early. Like usual, at breakfast in the Sacred Domain Academy, in class 10 for boys. When Lam Tu walked into the classroom, everyone greeted him cheerfully. Hey. Class president. How's it going? Lam Tu, feeling a bit uneasy, asked his classmates. Have you seen Lakan Gayat? Then he started scanning the room, confusing everyone around him. Lam Tu poked his head into the classroom, but she was nowhere to be found. Guess she is not in class, he thought. Kuang Luk, teasing from the side, said. Class president, you two just parted ways for a moment, and you are already missing her. Lam Tu, feeling annoyed at Kuang Luk's teasing, punched him to shut him up. Shut it. Watching Kuang Luk clutch his head in pain, Zhang Zhan folded his arms menacingly. If Lakan Gayat hears you, you are dead for sure. Kuang Luk was more interested in his own well-being, saying, Yeah. If you want to die, count us out. After school that afternoon, Lam Tu scratched his head. Puzzled. Where did Lakan Gayat run off? I have not seen her all morning. Inside, Lam Tu felt uneasy and restless. After getting used to practicing with Lakan Gayat, being apart from her made him feel lost. This morning, Kuang Luk had just been beaten up and was still running over to tease him. Poor class president, with a sorrowful gaze after being ditched by his little wife. Before he could finish speaking, Lam Tu angrily pushed him away, telling him to scram. Lam Tu turned back to the group and said to Zhang Zhan, I need to head to the challenge tower now. Are you guys coming? They all cheered, excited to support Zhang Zhan as he jumped up and shouted. The class president was about to go beat someone up. Of course we are going. Kuang Luk's eyes lit up with excitement as he said. Class president, we will cheer for you. The whole gang headed to the competition tower of St. Akshu Academy together. When Lam Tu walked in, everyone stepped aside for him and whispered, Look, that is Lam Tu from class 10 male Viet. I heard he even beat Ji Kai Tine in the freshman training match. He is the top freshman now. Since when did class 10 get this strong? Today, he is here to challenge Mabao Hak, who is ranked 25th in the competition tower, even as the top freshman. Who knows if he has what it takes to challenge a second-year senior. This kid is way too cocky. Noticing the crowd gathering around the competition tower, Lam Tu asked, Why are there so many people here today? Labin pulled out his phone and checked the school forum, saying, Class president, I just saw on the forum that the whole school knows you want to challenge Mabao Hak, who is ranked 25th. Tanfeng angrily chimed in. Yeah. Some people are spreading rumors to blow this up. Lam Tu immediately realized someone was trying to sabotage him. He let out a cold laugh. So they want me to entertain others. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan behind him grumbled. Hey. Who is laughing at who is still up in the air? Lam Tu. Big bro. Will definitely win. The whole gang followed Lam Tu into the competition tower. First floor. At this point, the stands were packed with people eager to watch the show. When they saw Lam Tu enter, cheers erupted. Lam Tu is here. He actually showed up. A few people snickered in disgust. How far can he get today? I bet he won't even get to see Mabao Hak before getting knocked out. Lam Tu cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Last time he made it to the 20th floor, taking over 2 hours. This time, he wondered how long it would take to reach the 25th. The 15th year students below cheered enthusiastically. Class president, you got this? Big bro Lam. As soon as Lam Tu stepped onto the stage, he was like a fish in water, swiftly taking down his opponents in quick succession. First floor, Lam Tu. Second floor, Lam Tu. Third floor, Lam Tu. Fourth floor, Lam Tu. Fifth floor, Lam Tu. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tu had surpassed the 14th floor and was preparing to challenge the 15th. The crowd below gasped in amazement at his astonishing speed. Zhang Zhan exclaimed, Big bro Lam, at this speed, you are faster than a plane. Lam Tu turned around and replied nonchalantly. From the 15th floor down, all challengers are level 4. Since I am level 5 now, it is obviously going to be easier. As he approached, a guy from the 15th floor looked down on Lam Tu and scoffed. You are here to challenge the competition tower today. Look at that smug face. I can't stand people like you. He lunges at Lam Tu with his sword. But Lam Tu does not hesitate to counter with a devastating blow, the Silver Earth Explosion Fist. With a single punch, he sends that guy flying. And just like that, he collapses. Unable to get back up, Lam Tu strides over and casually leaves a boot print right on his face, then turns away, scoffing. Sorry, but my time is precious. The whole audience is stunned as they realize Lam 2 took down a fifth-year student with just one punch. The crowd is in shock. Did he really just defeat the class president of the fifth year? Below the observation deck, the spectators see Lam 2 easily take out his opponent, and one of them grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. What a bunch of useless idiots. Not one of them could stop him. Seriously. Letting a brand new freshman rocket through like that. It is so embarrassing. They have got to stop him. There is no way they can let that kid keep going. After finishing off the fifth-year student, Lam 2 runs into someone familiar, Bach, also a fifth year. He greets him with a wave. Hey, look who it is. Lam 2. Lam 2 smirks back. Yep. Here we are again, the loser of our last encounter. Hearing Lam 2 mock him, Bach loses, yelling. Hey. Do not think just because you beat that guy, you are some kind of champion. I have taken him down too. What do you want from me? Lam 2 smirk. You and I are not the same. You only beat that guy. But I have taken down both him and you. Bach, fuming, charges at Lam 2 with his sword, but Lam 2 quickly blocks the attack. Hey. Do not go picking on people too much. Bach thinks to himself, last time, my frost skill made him suffer quite a bit. This time, I will show him what it is like to be frozen solid. Bach unleashes his technique, the golden martial arts. Frost wind 3 increments. Lam 2. Another ice technique. I have got one too. Frost blossom explosion. The combination of frost and the speed of the swift blade creates a powerful ice vortex that shatters Bacchus' ice storm. The two ice energies clash, resulting in a massive explosion. And just like that, Lam 2 effortlessly neutralizes Bacchus' attack. Bach is stunned by Lam 2's technique. He exclaims, "This is frost. No way. Your martial arts should be fire-based." Lam 2 knows he has got the win in the bag and wants to show him what true power looks like. You mean this move? The 100-form Phoenix. A massive ring of fire surrounds Bach. Bach gets sent flying by the 100-form Phoenix, caught in a firestorm that lifts him high into the air, before crashing him down to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. Bach writhes in pain, struggling to sit up. Damn it. He can use both fire and ice at the same time. This is insane. Last time I could hold my own against him, but this time, I was defeated too quickly, the referee announces. Lam 2 Bacchus' classmates watching the match quickly cover for him. That was fast. You really blew it. Seeing his friends laugh, Bach gets furious, turning red with anger and shouts. Shut up. But then he thinks, I am only at level 20. To get to level 25, I still have to fight 4 more people. From level 20 onwards, every level is filled with masters. It is not that simple. As Lam 2 gets ready to challenge level 21, Bach confidently thinks that Lam 2 is definitely going to take a beating. The levels above are no joke. But just moments later, Lam 2 had quickly reached the 25th floor, leaving everyone in shock. Whoa. Did he really get to the 25th floor that fast? The key players from floors 21 to 24 were all guys. How could he possibly be that quick? His friends were gaping in disbelief, clearly annoyed, yet they had the audacity to criticize others. No matter how fast he was, he could never be as quick as Lam 2. At that moment, Lam 2 was facing Mabao Hoke, who looked at him and thought to himself, this guy has definitely gotten stronger overnight. Mabao Hoke tossed a diamond combat emblem to him and said, here, hold on to this for now. He tossed the emblem to the referee, causing a stir in the audience. Oh wow, that is a genuine diamond emblem. The referee held the emblem high in response. Alright then. The students below began to murmur, complaining about how this was an abuse of power. Pulling out a diamond emblem to gamble with, of course. Lam 2 would show up at the challenge tower. Who could resist the allure of a diamond emblem? Mabao Hoke shouted. Alright, let the games begin. Mabao Hoke lifted the hammer and rushed towards Lam 2, striking down with force. But Lam 2 quickly dodged, seeing Mabao Hoke's speed and reflexes. Lam 2 thought to himself, even though this guy is big and strong, his speed is insane. That hammer swing from Mabao Hoke packs a serious punch. The unpredictable nature of his moves made Lam 2 a bit anxious. His style was unpredictable, strong, and domineering. Mabao Hoke raised the hammer with a wicked grin. Heh. Do not even think about using your agility to escape my attacks. Lam 2 quickly launched a counterattack. Who says I want to run away? He executed his technique the Overlord's standard style. His moves transformed into an illusion, like thousands of spears charging at once. There was both offense and defense. Incredibly flexible, Mabao Hoke struggled to block the hits with his hammer. The spears shifted like a rain of arrows. Mabao Hoke had no choice but to defend. Lam 2's technique was getting faster and faster. Mabao Hoke thought to himself, I have observed him fight before. Previously, his spear techniques were not this overwhelming and fierce. This is an all-out battle with no holds barred. Suddenly, a spear sliced through the air towards Mabao Hoke. He dodged quickly but still got a cut on his face. He yelled in anger, damn it. You think you can match my dominance? Mabao Hoke swung his hammer powerfully, unleashing his ultimate technique, the golden combat technique. Then he declared, Let me show you what true dominance looks like. The shockwave strike unleashed a massive force that came crashing down. Lam Tu quickly dodged. He felt the sheer power from that last move, and it made him pale such terrifying might. Lam Tu hastily used his technique, the Overlord S spear technique, to counter Ma Bao Hoke's shockwave strike. As the spear collided fiercely with Ma Bao Hoke's hammer, it created a shocking explosion. The impact left everyone in the audience stunned. Unbelievable. Lam Tu is just a level 5 martial artist. But how can his explosive power be this intense? Thanks to blocking a blow from Ma Bao Hu, Lam Tu was pushed back a few steps, struggling to hold his ground. Everyone watching realized that if Lam Tu could withstand such a hit, he was truly impressive. A level 5 martial artist holding his own against a top-tier level 6. No wonder he is the top contender. Lam Tu grimaced as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his dark expression suddenly lighting up with laughter. Haha. This feels great. Bring it on. He secretly gathered his inner strength. He unleashed a devastating 100 birds facing the Phoenix technique, flames bursting forth and enveloping Ma Bao Hu. The intense heat hit Ma Bao Hu like a freight train, causing him to sweat profusely as he shouted, "What the heck? How can the temperature be this high?" Realizing he could not face the flames head-on, he quickly conjured a protective barrier around himself. As everyone watched the clash, they gasped at Ma Bao Hu's protective barrier. Stunned. What is that? Only a level 6 martial artist can use that kind of defense. Thanks to the protective barrier, Ma Bao Hu was virtually unscathed by Lam Tu's raging flames. The crowd was amazed he really did manage to shield himself from Lam Tu's Firebird attack. Lam Tu smirked mockingly. "Look at that defense, pretty solid." "Ah," Ma Bao Hu proudly retorted. "This is the difference between level 5 and level 6. If you can't defeat me, then let us see how you plan to beat me. Plus, I can compress my energy without it affecting my combat power." Ma Bao Hu activated his technique, wrapping himself in a barrier that looked like a suit of armor, even covering his weapons. Ma Bao Hu confidently declared, "You are definitely going to lose." Lam Tu, embodying a war general, charged forward with all his might. But the black tortoise shell consumed a massive amount of energy, especially under continuous assault. It is going to break soon if he can't sustain it. Lam Tu gripped his dagger tightly, refusing to back down. Lam Tu executed a flawless combination of his techniques, Overlord Spear technique and Blizzard Storm. The first technique delivered devastating strikes, while the second froze the enemy, slowing them down, with each strike freezing his opponent while delivering rapid jabs. Ma Bao Hu found himself struggling to hold on, even with the barrier. He was having a tough time, and parts of his body were already frozen, making him less agile. Ma Bao Hu thought to himself, "Damn it, this kid's fire is scorching hot, and his ice is freezing cold. Even with my defense, my speed is clearly slowing down." As Ma Bao Hu began to weaken and could no longer fight back, Lam Tu quickly gathered all his strength for one final blow. Blizzard Storm. The speed of his strikes, combined with the freezing force, caused the barrier to show signs of cracking, ultimately shattering it completely, leaving Ma Bao Hu in a panic. "Wait. I have broken my own barrier." With Ma Bao Hu's barrier finally shattered, Lam Tu decided to follow up. Ice Essence. Blizzard Storm. Break. A powerful surge of ice erupted, spiraling out in multiple directions like the tentacles of an octopus, lunging towards Ma Bao Hu. Ma Bao Hu's face turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. "Damn. Do you really want me to experience this blizzard storm that badly?" He was struck down by Lam Tu's finishing move, collapsing onto the ground, his weapon flying out of his grasp. The crowd gasped in fear. "Oh my. Lam Tu just broke through Ma Bao Hu's defense. Ma Bao Hu's weapon has fallen out of the arena. How are we going to play this off now? He is going to lose miserably this time. And he is going to lose that platinum card too." The first-class medical student, Zizi, watched the match unfold and, arms crossed and fuming, exclaimed, "What a bunch of idiots." Meanwhile, Yang Hang observed Ma Bao Hu's weapon drop without a hint of anger, confidently stating, "That big hammer is not Ma Bao Hu's real weapon." Lan Tu, seeing that Ma Bao Hu had lost his weapon, declared confidently, "You have no weapon left. You have lost." But to his shock, Ma Bao Hu stood up, grinning wickedly. "That big hammer is not even my main weapon." Lan Tu was taken aback and wary at his words. Ma Bao Hu turned around, pulling out a pair of shiny metal gloves, his face twisted with excitement. "Compared to that hammer, I prefer to use my fists way more." He slipped on the gloves, saying, "Now, the real game begins." He unleashed the fury of the primate, transforming into a raging gorilla, his power skyrocketing. Once his rage ignited, he could destroy everything in sight. Din Zizhen watched in awe, noting that this technique did not rely on external drugs, allowing for a rapid boost in personal strength. "I have never seen a martial art like this before," Yang Hang replied seriously. "That is because this type of martial art is extremely rare. You might encounter it, but you can just ask for it. The Ma family only passes down this particular technique." As Lan Tu saw Ma Bao Hu's sudden surge of power, he thought to himself, "This guy's martial art is quite similar to my rage. But I wonder if it has any time limits or drawbacks. In the midst of his thoughts, Mabao Hu charged at Lan Tu with a powerful punch, forcing Lan Tu to quickly pull out his spear in defense. Their blow met head-on, neither backing down. Their strength evenly matched. Lan Tu's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked that he could take on his spear with just a punch. It seemed Mabao Hu's fist had the upper hand, and Lan Tu was pushed back, not giving Lan Tu a chance to recover. Mabao Hu leaped high for momentum and came crashing down with a powerful punch that nearly pinned Lan Tu to the arena floor. Mabao Hu unleashed a flurry of punches, going wild and landing over a dozen hits on Lan Tu. Each punch drove Lan Tu deeper into the ground, causing rocks and dirt to shatter around him. Lan Tu's classmates watched in horror, screaming in fear at the scene unfolding before them. Lan Tu, Big Brother, Class President. Mabao Hu lifted Lan Tu as if he were a mere frog and tossed him far away. Lan Tu was now a mess, bloodied and bruised, with no part of him unscathed. Mabao Hu once again unleashed his technique, the Iron Fist of Fury, transforming into a powerful gorilla ready to deal a finishing blow that pierced through Lan Tu's chest, causing him to cough up blood and collapse right there, with a huge hole in his torso. Lebing screamed in horror. He was pierced through the chest. Big Brother Lan Tu. Zhang Zhan still had a shred of rationality left and firmly stated, "No way. Big Brother Lan Tu can't die like this." Then she suddenly remembered. "Did you forget he has that special martial art?" Just as Trung Dahunan finished speaking, Lam Tu's form on the arena faded away. Mabalo Hawk, furious that Lam Tu was nowhere to be seen, grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, he realized that the figure he saw earlier was just a clone. He can create clones. I have never seen a fighting style like this before. As he spoke, he swiftly dodged Lam Tu's attacks. Lam Tu thought to himself, with his current strength, he could not handle Mobile Hawk's full-on assault. He had no choice but to unleash a brutal, quick victory. Lam Tu quickly activated his rage skill, feeling his power surge. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Lian Ti, furious, turned to Deng Hung and exclaimed, "Didn't you say that there are techniques that can boost your power instantly? Where are they?" Deng Hung awkwardly replied. When did such rare techniques become so common? Lam Tu unleashed his move, Galaxy, a breathtaking technique that looked like a dazzling galaxy. Each spear darted down like a meteor shower crashing to the ground. Mabalo Hawk, hit by several spears, cried out in pain. But somehow, he managed to stand up. Mabalo Hawk shouted in praise. "Not bad. This kind of power makes the fight enjoyable." Mabalo Hawk roared. "Come on, let us go all out, blood and fury." His strength surged even higher, his muscles bulged, tearing through his shirt, and his eyes became bloodshot with a savage expression. Lam Tu, perplexed by the scene before him, thought, what kind of technique is this? He is clearly injured, yet his power keeps increasing. His rage would only last for a short time, and once it faded, he would be weak. Defeat was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Lam Tu thought, I have no choice but to use this technique. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. Mabalo Hawk was not about to hold back either. He launched into his attack, causing chaos. Mabalo Hawk caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past and tried to seize it, only to realize with a curse, it was just a clone. Suddenly, Mabalo Hawk found himself trapped in an illusion. He stood in the midst of a fiery battlefield, soldiers shouting everywhere, and flames raging all around. At that moment, a general wielding a long spear charged towards him on horseback. Mabalo Hawk quickly turned, only to see the general raising his spear high. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. The illusion crafted by Lam Tu jolted him awake. An illusion. How did I get caught in an illusion? The Mabalo Hawk suddenly realized that the bloody moves of the general were identical to the ones Lam Tu had just used. The earlier attack from Lam Tu and the clone was just a distraction. Now, this is the real technique. What kind of skill can make an opponent enter an illusion? Despite feeling bewildered by the sheer power of this technique, Mabalo Hawk made a quick decision for survival no matter what this technique was. He would not just sit back and take it. He gathered all his fury into his final move, the golden fighting technique, causing chaos. Mabalo Hawk's powerful fists clashed against Lam Tu's black spear, creating a collision of terrifying forces. At that moment, the arena erupted in a massive explosion, shattering the solid ground beneath them. The crowd gasped, struggling to brace themselves against the powerful blast. All they could do was scream as the force threatened to shatter the arena completely. After that massive explosion, a thick cloud of dust hung in the air. Lam Tu stood tall, spear in hand, while Mabalo Hawk could barely keep himself upright. He was trembling, clearly struggling, and no one expected he could fight like that. Finally, Mabalo Hawk admitted defeat, saying, I lost. And just like that, he collapsed to the ground. The referee declared, Lam Tu? The entire Class 15 erupted in cheers. Class President Wan Suya. Lam Tu's done it. He took down a level 6 fighter. Aoyang Hang, seeing Mabalo Hawk concede, punched the wall in frustration, grinding his teeth in rage. Useless. This loser. Ma Bao. After the match, the academy's doctor rushed in to treat Ma Bao Hoke, while Trong Don hurried over to check on Lam Tu. Lam Tu, are you okay? Lam Tu waved his hand dismissively. Just a bit dizzy. Help me out for a sec. The referee approached and handed Lam Tu the diamond combat card, saying, Here, this is yours. Lam Tu accepted it, the joy bubbling up to drown out his exhaustion. Oh man. This is a top 30 worldwide combat technique Shunbu. Lam Tu was ecstatic. Laughing. Huh, what a steal. I can't believe Ma Bao Hoke is loaded enough to just hand this over. Just as he was celebrating, Aoying Hang stormed over. Fuming. Lam Tu, do not get too cocky. He threatened. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Lam Tu provoked him further. I beat Ma Bao Hoke. What is your rush? Suddenly, Lam Tu seemed to understand something. He lifted the card, a smug grin on his face. You provided this combat card, did not you? Ma Bao Hoke could never be that generous. You used this card as bait for him to challenge me, thinking he could teach me a lesson. But look at me now. Lam Tu laughed. Teasing him. Huh. Aoyang Hang. Next time you want to give me a combat card, just say it outright. No need for this roundabout nonsense. Aoyang Hang, furious and speechless, turned to walk away. Lam Tu, just you wait. Later that evening, while Lam Tu strolled down a small path in the Sacred Domain Academy, he was suddenly approached by Tan Zi Zhen. Lam Tu was surprised, asking, What is it? He grinned. Is Aoyang Hang trying to give me another combat card to challenge me? Chen Zizhen smiled back, not angry, and gently replied, Lam Tu, you probably have not seen Lu Yu all day, right? Don't you know where she went? Lam Tu asked seriously. Do you know where she is? Zianzhen said. This morning, I went to the classroom to find our mentor. I overheard that Lu Yu is taking a break with teacher Nam Chine Quan. She is on a half-month leave. They say she is off to the Dark Abyss to rescue someone. Hearing that Lu Yu was going into the Dark Abyss alone sent a chill down Lam Tu's spine, his face darkening with worry. The Dark Abyss for a rescue. Tianzhen smiled and continued. Do you know about the Dark Abyss? It is a levels danger zone. Only fighters level 6 and above dare to enter. Lu Yu does not even seem to be level 6 yet. Do you think she will survive in there? Lam Tu snapped back. You are telling me this to push me to go to the Dark Abyss. Are not you? Is the best option for me and Lakangaya to die there together. Right. Lam Tu only said one sentence and immediately spilled all the wicked ideas of Dian Tu Chan. She did not even pretend to be nice anymore, showing her wicked face and saying, Aren't you going to save your beloved? Lam Tu firmly replied, I definitely will. But Lakangaya and I will survive together. The next morning at the teaching building, Lam Tu was on his way from the dorm to the lecture hall. As he walked, he thought to himself, it is time to hit up the Martial Arts Alliance website to gather intel on the Dark Wide Stop. The Dark Wide Stop was formed after a massive spatial rift unexpectedly appeared a century ago, causing a huge influx of plant life from another dimension. The Alliance had even posted some missions regarding the Dark Wide Stop, but they were snatched up immediately. At the main entrance of the teaching building, a group of 10th grade boys was arguing with a bunch of second-year seniors. Labin shouted, What do you want with our big brother Lam Tu? Is it because our class president defeated that stupid class got yesterday that you came to stir up trouble today? One second-year senior quickly interjected. Wait. Junior, you have got it all wrong. Lam Tu quickly approached and asked, Who is looking for me? Everyone turned to see Lam Tu slowly walking over. Labin joyfully called out. Class president. Zhang Zhan chimed in. Big brother Lam Tu. The second-year senior, seeing Lam, asked, Is that him? Suddenly, a girl dressed provocatively walked up, smiling warmly as she greeted. Day Lam. Lam Tu was shocked to see her. Tu Nuuk they rushed over to him. Day Lam. I have missed you so much. Lam Tu was pulled tightly into her embrace. Turning red with embarrassment and feeling awkward, the people around witnessed this scene. And it was nothing short of spectacular. Labin was blushing, muttering, What is going on here? Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan was seething with jealousy, smoke practically rising from his head. Who is that shameless girl? The second-year seniors exchanged awkward glances and said, We do not know either. Tu Nuuk though he just told us she knows Lam Tu. But we did not expect this. Looks like their relationship is anything but normal. Zhang Zhan was fuming with jealousy. Shut up. I saw it with my own eyes. The whole group, eavesdropping, was left speechless, eyes wide shut. Lam Tu finally escaped Tu Nuuk Thoi's embrace. He bashfully asked, Why are you here? And why are you wearing a second-year student uniform from the Holy Academy? To Tu Nuuk they shyly replied, Why can't I be here? I am actually a second-year student at the Holy Academy. You're senior, Lam Tu asked in confusion. Aren't you the school nurse at the Tine Diu Academy? Tu Nuuk they casually explained. The nurse at Tin Diu Academy is my brother. He left for family reasons. So I am temporarily covering for him. Lam 2 was alarmed. Covering for your brother? A nurse can just switch like that. Do you know anything about medicine? Tu Nuok they laughed. What is medicine? Nowadays, we have treatment machines. Just lie down. And all your ailments, light or heavy, will be resolved. Lam 2 retorted. Is there a nurse as irresponsible as you? Not treating someone and letting them die is truly a miracle. Tu Nuok they proudly draped her arm around Lam 2 and said, my brother is just too slow. He took forever to get back to Tin Du Academy. He just got back. And I rushed right over here. It has been a while since we last met. You missed me. Right. I heard about your incredible achievements top of the freshman competition in G17. Totally crushing Kai Ting to take first place. Twice you challenged the competition tower, and took down the second-year seniors, like they were nothing. Haha. No wonder that little buddy of Sao Ruo Shui's has his eye on you. But just as she was laughing, her expression flipped faster than a pancake, and she said, but I also heard that the little sweetheart from the male dorm moved to the 10th grade male dorm because of you. What is more, she is your housemate. How annoying. But when I am not around, you dare to steal my person. The more Tunek Thui spoke, the angrier she got. Lam 2 quickly explained. It is not what you think. It is just that the villa she rented is too big for just her, so we decided to share. Tihoon Thui scoffed. So having money makes you special. Today, I will swap my dorm for a villa. Then you can come live with me. Lai Bing looked up at Lam 2 with sparkling eyes and said, so lucky. Two beauties fighting over the class president's spot. Zhang Jian was fuming, crossing his arms, filled with jealousy. He grumbled. So having money makes you special. Ling Lingfei noticed Zhang Jian's expression and broke into a cold sweat. He reminded Tu Na Si Thai. Tu. Let us get back to the main topic. Tu Nanji Si Thai turned around and shot Ling Lingfei a sharp look. What? Talking about old times with Delam is not the main topic. Ling Lingfei quickly waved his hands. Yeah. Right. The main topic. You two go on. Tu Nansi Thi got serious again and said, okay. So there is something I want to talk to you about today. We would like to invite you to join us on a mission. The mission from the Holy Academy. Lam 2 pointed himself in surprise. But everyone else is a second-year student. And they are higher ranked than me. What mission do you need me for? Taeyu and Jasithai explained. We have taken on a rank mission to find a living black-toothed spider in the dark jungle. Although the beasts in the dark jungle are powerful, their weakness is fire. And your fire skills could counter them perfectly. Lam 2 chuckled. But if there is no benefit for me, what is the point? Tiunan Jasikli replied. So you are going to ask for benefits right off the bat? No way I'm letting you off easy. Completing the mission nets us 500,000 points. Besides you and me, there are 4 others joining. I will give you 200,000 points. Deal. Lam 2 thought to himself. 200,000 points is not a whole lot for me right now. But I do plan to go into the dark jungle anyway. I guess I will help Tiunati Sithai out. After all, she has helped me before. After thinking it over, Lam 2 made up his mind. Okay, I will join you. When do we leave? Tiunan Sithi joyfully hugged Lam 2 and said, haha, I need. As soon as I asked, you would agree. Tomorrow. Let us meet at the big gate of the Holy Academy. I am counting on you. Tiunanji Sithai and her senior guy turned their heads and walked away. But she looked back, blowing a kiss to Lam 2 with a seductive look, saying, we are going to prepare now. If we do not meet tomorrow, I want he come back. Changshunan hurried up to advise. Lam 2. Are you really going into the dark jungle? That isn't his rank area. It is super dangerous. Lam 2 replied seriously. Yeah. I have a solid reason to go. Loki Alkai. Standing aside. Laughed mysteriously. Class president. You have been enchanted by that older girl. Yeah. I need to report to Sister Left Ingite. Tulaman's face darkened. And he did not say anything more. Before leaving, Tulam turned back to remind them. I am giving the training room key to Changadayan. You all better train hard. No slacking off. When I get back, I will check your progress. And everyone better level up to rank 4 for me. The classmates shivered at Tulam's words. Oh man, we have to level up to rank 4. Class president. Just kill me now. At the instructor's building, Teacher Nam shouted in protest. What? Ants rank mission in the dark jungle. No way. That mission is way too dangerous. I can let you go. Lam 2 calmly replied. Do not worry. Teacher Nam. It will be fine. I am going with 5 senior guys from the 2nd year. They are all higher levels. Teacher Nam turned red with anger, saying, that still does not work. Do you even know where the dark jungle is? Even if I went, I would not dare say I could come back alive. Lam 2 asked. Teacher. Is not Lefeningite also going to the dark jungle? When Teacher Nam heard Lam 2's question, he froze. He sighed and said, Lefeningite's situation is special. She directly requested from the principal. I have no authority to stop her, Lam Tu said seriously. Teacher. I heard Luffy Guide is going to the dark jungle to rescue someone. She is in trouble, so I have to go. Please trust me. We will survive and come back. Seeing Lam Tu's determination, Teacher Nam sighed and said, All right, but you must be careful, Lam Tu replied. Thank you, teacher, and immediately left. The next morning, at the main gate of the Holy Domain Academy, a two nun Seathly waved and called, Vilalam. Over here. Bro Hawk also showed up. Politely greeting. Hello. Lam Tu. Looks like we meet again. Lam Tu was quite surprised and asked back, Why is it you? Two nun Seathly pinched his arm and laughed. I called this idiot. Did not expect him to mess with you just for a bronze martial arts pass. Don't he worry. I have taught him a lesson for you. And below Hockey yelped in pain from the pinch, saying, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Tu. Be gentle. Did not I already admit my mistake? Bo Hawk waved his hands in greeting. Lam Tu. I did not know you were an old friend of Sister Tu. If I had known, even with 100 lives, I would not dare mess with you. Let us just forget about it. Okay. Lam Tu extended his hand for a truce. Sure. It is all in the past. And thanks for gifting me that bronze martial arts pass, Mabauhak shyly said. That belongs to Ouyang Hanga. At this moment the spaceship has also arrived. And Tiao Ru Shui quickly called everyone. We will take the Academy's spaceship to Deep Blue City. And then walk from there to the Dark Stop in Deep Blue City. The spaceship landed at the airport. And Taru Shui led Lam Tu. Introducing as they walked. The Academy often has students assigned to missions at the Dark Stop. The Academy has its own spaceship flying directly to Deep Blue. Plus there is an office to handle paperwork and dorms for students. Deep Blue is the city closest to the Dark Stop. Its landscape is bizarre, gradually shifting from deep green to black until it reaches the Dark Stop. Tiao Ru Shui shouted, From now on, let us boost our spirits by 200% to survive and return for my sake. At the Tarot Airport, a group of black-clad subordinates were reporting to Han Jing, who said, the Academy's fortress. One of the black-clad men noticed Lam Tu and his group stepping out of the spaceship, and quickly reported, Young Master, I just saw them coming out of the Academy's spaceship. Han recalled his lost killer, angrily saying, That girl also comes from the Academy fortress, daring to kill our Hakswan Association member. This time I will take revenge. Tor angrily ordered his subordinates. Inform Maida to ambush them in the town outside the Dark Stop, and quickly gather the brothers in the city to support Maida. The subordinates hurriedly went to make arrangements. Young Master. Tora thought of the alluring figures of Tiao Ru Shui and Quach Lin and lecherously said, It would be a shame to kill those two beautiful girls. Tiao Ru Shui and her team entered the town she directed. In front was the town outside the Dark Stop. We will rest there for one night and set off the next day. Suddenly, the group was ambushed. A laser beam shot towards them, and Lam Tu quickly raised his guard. Be careful. Mabauhak immediately used a barrier to shield everyone. The dense laser beams shot from all directions, leaving Lam Tu confused. Damn it. Why are we being ambushed? Mabauhak, holding the protective circle, asked suspiciously. Who are these people? Tao Ru Shui pulled out her fan to command. With so many relentless laser attacks coming in, Mabauhak's barrier won't hold for long. Everyone aim at your targets. Use long-range attacks to take them down. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. And Tiao Ru Shui saw the right moment and shouted. Action. Tiao Ru Shui launched her move. Dance of the Butterflies. Her two fans transformed into swift darts flying toward the enemy. Lam Tu executed his ultimate technique. Phoenix S Flight. Shooting a fire phoenix aimed straight at the enemy. Guling also used the fire blade, while Go Tanshan used the crescent blade. Lang Langfa utilized the earth sword energy. After a few long-range attacks from Lam Tu's group, the enemy finally had to come out of hiding, with flames still flickering on the branches. Tu Nuuk Thoi retracted her two fans and said, They are coming out. Brothers, let us take them down. The group roared back. The enemy, dressed in black and armed with laser guns, started firing wildly. Furious as they shouted, You dare mess with me. Lam Tu dashed forward, dodging all the laser beams, and said, Compared to training with laser in a room with 6 times the gravity, your attacks are nothing. The guy in black panicked and dropped his gun. What the heck? He quickly unsheathed 2 daggers from his back. This dude was way too fast. Not a single shot landed. He swung both daggers fiercely at Lam Tu, but he dodged with incredible agility. Lam Tu unleashed the Overlord Spear technique, launching a barrage of spear thrusts that left his opponent no chance to defend and sent him flying. Lam Tu then finished him off with a devastating move, the Storm of Blossom Spear, sealing the deal. Single-handedly taking on 2 enemies. Could not help but praise. You are so powerful. I love it. Lam Tu, hearing her say that, was struck with a chill. Could she not say weird things in the middle of a fight? Meanwhile, Mabahu and the other brothers quickly took down the group of black-clad assassins. They were terrified, thinking, are these guys really that strong? The leader, Zenin, advised, don't fight too hard. Just hold them off until Tiaoji arrives. Hearing this, Xiao Rushui smirked and approached. So there is backup coming. But I bet they won't make it in time. The assassins, panicking, shouted, Dante, come here. Retreat. On the side of the Black Stream Society, Taro and his underlings were entering the town when one of them stepped up to report. Tioji Ameda has already clashed with the people from the Holy Academy. Taro confidently replied. What? No need for us to step in. Maeda can handle it. One of Taro's subordinates, looking pale, said. Tiaojia. Maeda said they are about to be overwhelmed. Tor exploded with rage. What? Useless idiots. You can even handle a few students. I do not care. Tell them to hold on for 3 more minutes. And we will be right there. The trembling subordinate stuttered. Tiaojia. Maeda said they can hold on for even a minute. Taro panicked, shouting. Bakaro. Hurry up. No time to waste. Full speed ahead. One of the underlings asked. Tiaojia. The vice president is pretty close to us. Should we go inform him? Tora yelled. Tell Oga-san. He thought to himself. She is definitely going to chew me out for being useless. But he shrugged it off, thinking, if things get bad, I will just call her. Fast. We need to hold those guys off. Wiping out the whole lot would be ideal. But if not, when Oga-san arrives, we will show them what it means to wish they were dead. Taro looked down at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. His face pale with fear. Taro fearfully exclaimed. They are all dead. Lam 2 and his teammates glanced at him. Bewildered, Taro pointed a finger accusingly. You fools. You dared to kill members of the Kurokawa gang. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Mabahu pointed behind him. Are you guys with those ambushers? Lam 2 declared. If they are with us, then let us take them all down. Taro sneered. The Holy Academy students are that good. Daring to challenge the Kurokawa gang. Taro pointed ahead. That ugly girl from 1,000 years ago is no exception. I will take you guys out first, then deal with her. Lam 2. Hearing this, raised an eyebrow. Ugly girl from 1,000 years. Lam 2 asked. Are you talking about the silver-haired girl with the sword on her back? Taro chuckled and said. So you know her? That girl looks like trouble. Totally clueless, Lam 2 brandished his weapon and said. Hurry up and spill what you know about her, and I might just spare your life. One of the lackeys angrily stepped forward and said. How dare a level 5 scrub talk back to the young master? Just a level 6 rookie against a level 5 loser. Let our Kurokawa gang take care of them. Taro said. He pointed ahead and shouted. Brothers, show them what Kurokawa is made of. The thugs behind him charged forward, ready to attack. The hidden white thug swung his weapon, sending sparks flying, but Lam 2 dodged effortlessly. Shouting. Wake up. Lam 2 unleashed his wrath with a flurry of strikes, each thrust faster than lightning. Raining down on that thug like a storm, Lam 2 spun his spear in a whirlwind. Softly muttering, embrace the meaning. Another fierce thrust of his spear shot toward the thug, who was helplessly suspended in the air. Each strike pierced through the thug's forehead in an instant, leaving him no time to even gasp. The thug collapsed to the ground, creating a small crater. Mabahu swung his fist, knocking one of the Kurokawa lackeys flying. Meanwhile, Nuukta waved his fans, sending a wave of red energy that knocked several others back. Taro was taken aback by the scene and exclaimed. What kind of freaks are these guys? Lam 2 glanced at Taro and said. It is your turn now. Lam 2 charged at Taro with his spear. At the same time, Nuukta unleashed his jewel fans, sending them spinning like saw blades right toward Taro. Taro's face turned pale as he ducked behind one of his lackeys when suddenly, a powerful voice boomed. Stop right there. The voice commanded, and a golden brown shield appeared, covering Taro and his crew. The attacks from Lam 2 and Nuukta were halted. A woman with green hair landed on the ground, her muscular frame exuding strength. Kurokawa Osadamiko was thrilled to see her and said, Kurokawa Osadamiko, you finally made it. One of the masked lackeys behind Taro exclaimed. Thank goodness. The vice leader is here. The woman had a sharp face, thick red lips like a cherry, and eyes as sharp as razors. Mabahu gasped and shouted. Orange energy. Level 7 martial artist. She must be a level 7 fighter. Kurokawa Osadamiko's face was filled with murderous intent. Daring to kill a member of the Kurokawa gang and even touching her son, she slammed her large sword into the ground and declared. You must be tired of living. Nuukta recognized Kurokawa Osadamiko's identity and exclaimed. You are Kurokawa Osadamiko, the level A wanted criminal of the Federation. Kurokawa Osatamiko smirked and said, I did not know this little academy girl knew my name. If you know who I am, then how can I let you go? Tu Nuakthoi showed no fear and replied, This place is close to the small dark forest, where the Alliance's patrol is stationed. Aren't you worried about catching their attention? Kurokawa Osatamiko laughed coldly and said, If I was worried, I would not have built the Kurokawa base here in the first place. Kurokawa Osatamiko, exhausted, scoffed. Killing you guys is as easy as squashing a bunch of ants, won't even scratch the Alliance's forces. With that, Kurokawa Osatamiko swung her sword fiercely, and Ting and Axie Thay quickly warned everyone to be careful. The three of them jumped to avoid Kurokawa Osatamiko's wave of energy attack. Unfazed, Kurokawa continued to slice through the air, unleashing countless sharp and powerful energy waves. Coldly laughing, you guys react quickly. This is going to be even more fun. Those energy waves shot towards them, weaving together like a net. Tingang Nach 3 raised her fan in front and commanded, I will hold her off with Lam Tuama below Hetch. Quechlin, you three take care of those Zikuldi over there. Quechlin nodded. Got it. The trio of Lam, below, and neatly surrounded Kurokawa Osatamiko, forming a triangular encirclement. Meanwhile, Quechlin and her team charged at the Taro group. Taro pulled something out of his inner pocket, chuckling as he stuffed it in his mouth. Kurokawa Osatamiko joined it, saying casually, No need to hold back. Just sit tight and wait for your doom. The small round object emitted waves of deep blue energy. Quechlin looked at the deep blue light with suspicion. The waves formed a protective barrier around Taro, and no matter how hard they attacked, Quechlin and her team could not break through. Taro pointed from inside the barrier. You fools. This defense is the latest tech, does not drain the user's energy at all. No matter how long you fight, it won't make a dent. Quechlin replied. If they want to hide like turtles, let them. We need to help Neathakely deal with that scary lady first. The other two agreed. Got it. On the other side, Kurokawa Osatamiko leaped up, sword raised to strike. The group led by Lamjum 2 and Bao Hoke struggled to hold their ground against the onslaught. Kurokawa Osatamiko remarked, If you all were peak level 6 fighters, you might actually put some pressure on Ems. Kurokawa Osatamiko sneered, mocking them. But you are not. Just a bunch of misfits. Some of you barely at level 5. She added with a grin. Imagine taking out so many talented students from the Holy Realm Academy in one go. Kurokawa Osatamiko cackled. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. She lunged towards Tu Knight 3 and declared, Starting with you. May loves to destroy the most beautiful things. Tu Knight 3 quickly raised 2 fans to shield herself. But Kurokawa Osatamiko sent her flying. With a fierce swing, she unleashed a barrage of deadly slashes that sliced through the air. Tu neatly shouted. Everyone, be careful. They all quickly activated their defensive formations, creating a shimmering purple energy shield. But those shields were like paper in front of Kurokawa Osatamiko as strikes one touch, and they shattered. Tu Knight 3 was sent reeling from the shockwave, while Lang Lang Fat fell to the ground. Tu Knight 3 and Lam Tu crashed into a tree. They propped each other up, and Lam Tu asked, Tu Knight 3, are you okay? She replied. Tu Knight 3 said, Just one attack, and she broke through all our defenses. Is this the difference in power? Lam Tu thought to himself, Rage could boost my strength to level 6, plus a charged attack. With the Heaven Dragon breaking strike, I could fight back against her. But Rage and charged attack can only be used once. Lam Tu considered. I need to save it for the perfect moment to maximize its effect. Lam Tu glanced over at Taro and his crew, pondering. That guy must be the son of that fierce woman, a pawn in her game that I can use. Tu Neathi urged. Quechlin, you attack from the outside while we deal with those turtle heads. Do not mess this up. Quechlin nodded in agreement. Tu Knight 3 raised the iron ball again and commanded. Let us go all out against this tough lady. I have sent out the message. We just need to hold on until the Alliance troops arrive, Lam Tu said. Got it. Lang Lang Fa charged forward, sword ready for battle, while Quech then Xham drew his blade, preparing to unleash a sweeping slash. Finally, Umobo Hockey charged in first, shouting, earth-shattering sword Kai. But really, he was just using his fists in a powerful punch. All 3 of their attacks were met with Kurokawa Osatamiko raising her sword to block. Lam Tu also launched an attack, thrusting his spear forward with the thunderstorm spear technique, each thrust swift and powerful, crackling with ominous purple lightning. Yet, Kurokawa Osatamiko parried it effortlessly, commenting, You have some interesting techniques there. Not bad. Kurokawa Osatamiko sneered coldly. Too bad your power is just too weak. Useless against me. Kurokawa Osatamiko quickly swung her sword and shouted, Go die. Seeing Lam Tu getting slashed by the pale green water, he shouted loudly, Lam Tu, But Lam 2's slashed body gradually faded to a purple color. Slowly vanishing, it was just an illusion. Kurokawa Osadamiko was taken aback, unable to believe it, while the pale green water also gasped in shock. Kurokawa Osadamiko scanned her surroundings cautiously. As a shadow suddenly appeared behind her, Lam 2 executed the Mist Storm Blossom Spear. The sharp tip of his spear carried shards of icy coldness and struck forward. Kurokawa Osadamiko turned around, incredulously saying, "How is it ice attributes?" The icy shards hit Kurokawa Osadamiko, freezing her movements. Kurokawa Osadamiko gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it. My movements are slowing down, ma." Seeing this, rushed forward and said, "What a great opportunity." Mabahu unleashed his Fury Fist, a powerful and solid punch that tore through the air towards Kurokawa Osadamiko, making a deafening sound. Carrying a weight like a mountain, Kurokawa Osadamiko was struck with a direct hit, her body flying high into the air. Mabahu triumphantly said, "Haha. I just knocked an old lady of level 7 away." Kurokawa Osadamiko sat up, her expression fierce as she said, "You little ants. You can actually hit me. You are pretty good. But that is just the beginning. I will shred you all to pieces." The group charged forward, ready to attack. Kurokawa Osadamiko swung her sword behind her. Preparing to counterattack, she used the violent dragon tail, the blade sweeping forward in a circular motion like a dragon's tail. Dismantling the attacks from the whole group, Mabahu and the pale green water were pushed back. Lam 2 thought to himself. Then he used his strength to swing the spear, executing the Storm Blossom Spear. Kurokawa Osadamiko laughed, mocking, "Ah. Even the meaning of martial arts can't do anything to me, let alone this ordinary technique." Suddenly feeling strange, Kurokawa Osadamiko turned her head back and shouted, "What?" It turned out there was another Lam 2 behind her. Kurokawa Osadamiko exclaimed in disbelief. Two of them. Kurokawa Osadamiko furiously shouted, "Is that damn clone technique again?" Kurokawa Osadamiko swung her sword forward, unleashing a wave of energy. Lam 2 kept charging towards her, thinking, "He did not even bother to dodge my attack. This guy must be fake." So Kurokawa Osadamiko turned around, saying, "This one is real. Let me split you in half." But as she swung, that body vanished again. Kurokawa Osadamiko shouted, "What the hell? Why is it fake? How did this brat split into so many?" A sense of unease suddenly arose in Kurokawa Osadamiko's heart, and she looked up in panic. All she could see was Lam 2's spear glowing with intense flames, a sea of fire erupting everywhere. Lam 2 used the fire refining void technique. The spear tip ignited with flames and thrust downward, powerful and violent, like a raging tide. Kurokawa Osadamiko exclaimed in confusion, "I thought this kid had ice attributes. Why is he using fire techniques?" The fire fell and exploded next to Kurokawa Osadamiko, gritting her teeth as she cursed. "Damn it. How can a 5-star ranked punk unleash a technique with such high temperatures?" Kurokawa Osadamiko thought. "There is no dodging this. I can only defend myself." Kurokawa Osadamiko raised her hand and shouted, "Shield." A thin barrier appeared. Forgetting about the water technique, she focused on defense. Knowing she had to stop this attack, Tiu Nuuk though immediately used the iron fan technique, hurling metal fans towards Kurokawa Osadamiko. Enraged, Kurokawa Osadamiko drew her sword to block the two fans, causing the barrier to vanish. Kurokawa Osadamiko, fuming, yelled, "Baka Yaro!" At that moment, more flames fell, triggering a series of explosions, the booming sound shaking the ground like the sky was collapsing. On the other side, Taro turned pale and shouted, "Oga-san." One of the subordinates called, "Vice President." As the dust cleared, a sword plunged deep into the ground. Kurokawa Osadamiko had only slightly shifted her body, her face flushed with anger, grinding her teeth as she said, "I can't believe a 5-star punk could make me feel this shaken." With both hands on her sword, she declared, "It is time to get serious." Taro let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank goodness. Kurokawa Osadamiko is okay. I told you. There is no way a 5-star punk could injure the great Kurokawa Osadamiko." One subordinate remarked, "The vice president is finally getting serious." Another added, "This guy is about to be chopped into pieces." Lam 2 suddenly chimed in. "Right," pointing at Kurokawa Osadamiko. "If you aren't a rank criminal, your bounty must be huge." "Ah," Taro replied. "Of course. The bounty for capturing Kurokawa Osadamiko is up to 100 million Ming coins." Lam 2 was taken aback, saying, 100 million Ming coins. Really? Turning to everyone, he urged, "Let us team up and take down this annoying fake. Split the 100 million bounty." Tiu Nuuk said. "Alright, everyone is busy picking weapons. But I am broke and can't afford any." Kurokawa Osadamiko scoffed. "You useless fools think you can kill me. Dream on." Lam 2, "Mabao?" And Tiu Nuuk jumped in, with Lam 2 saying, "How will we know unless we try?" Lam 2 swung his spear, executing the Phoenix dance technique. each thrust creating a curling flame. The flame danced past Kurokawa Osatomiko as she retorted. "Wait. Where are you throwing those? Is your aim really that bad? Are you out of breath already?" Lamtu laughed. "I am not even aiming for you." Kurokawa Osatomiko anxiously turned her head. She then saw the attack aimed at Taro's group and shouted in panic. "Tai Lang," but the others had formed a blockade around her, halting Kurokawa Osatomiko's advance. Lamtu leaped onto the protective barrier of Taro's group, turtle retreating into its shell. "Even if this shell can be broken, I bet I can roast it with my high temperatures." He plunged his spear down, the scorching flames pouring out, grilling the protective barrier. Inside, Taro cried out like a fish in a steamer. "It is too hot. Too hot. What kind of fire is this? Why is the temperature so high?" Blushing, Taro exclaimed. "I can't take it anymore. It is too hot." One subordinate suggested. "Boss, we are gonna get roasted alive. Should not we get out of here?" On the other side, Kurokawa Osatomiko was furious, swinging her fists and shouting. "Get lost, all of you. Get out." Tiununsi tried to shield herself with a fan, urging everyone. "Come on, let us keep pushing. Over there." Taro could not take it anymore and yelled. "Charge out. Hurry up." Quechlin turned back and said. The turtle has finally come out of its shell. The trio Quechlin, Lung Lang, and Quech then Exum charged at Taro's group, ready to fight. Taro, seeing this, panicked and shouted. "Wait, are not those guys supposed to be fighting Kurokawa Osatomiko?" Taro exclaimed. "Why are they suddenly rushing here to attack us?" With the three of Quechline launching their assault, Taro's black-clad subordinates fell like weeds. The three-armed fighters leaped toward Taro. Taro was struck with fear, paralyzed and unsure of where to run. On the other side, Kurokawa Osatomiko was going crazy, shouting, "Get out of my way." Lumtu saw this and smirked. "Looks like the old lady can't catch a breath anymore." Lumtu swung his arms, activating a power surge that sent energy rippling around him, surrounded by swirling purple mist. He shouted, "Now's the time. Mabelow Hawk, what are you waiting for?" Mabelow Hawky turned back and said. Then he unleashed his own explosive fury, his muscles bulging like a powerful beast. Kurokawa Osatomiko was taken aback, saying, "Why have these two suddenly grown so strong?" She shouted, "How do you guys know how to boost your power like that?" Lumtu brandished his spear and leaped forward. He unleashed a move called Galaxy Spear, with spear tips raining down like shooting stars, dense as a downpour. Kurokawa Osatomiko, panicking, exclaimed. He was only a level 5. How is his attack now level 6? She raised her hand, wiping sweat from her brow and said, "This is not right. This attack has reached level 7. How is that even possible?" Kurokawa Osatomiko struggled, saying, "My defense is about to collapse." A few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Finally, it shattered into pieces, the attack crashing directly into Kurokawa Osatomiko. Mabelow Hawk swung his fist, using a powerful punch that gathered energy around his fist, radiating immense power. Mabelow Hawk then sent Kurokawa Osatomiko flying. Lumtu placed a hand on Mabelow Hawk's shoulder, saying, "Mabelow Hawk, we just took down a level 7 beast." Mabelow Hawk replied, "Right, just for a small target." Suddenly, the world around them transformed into a shattered battlefield strewn with corpses. The sky turned bright red like blood. Kurokawa Osatomiko exclaimed, "What is this?" She looked around and said, "An illusion." Lumtu lowered his stance, raising his spear in a stance called Celestial Dragon breaks through, as bright red energy gathered around him. Mabelow Hawk raised his fist, preparing to unleash his might. Kurokawa Osatomiko, furious, yelled, "Damn it. I will fight you." She channeled her power, her energy exploding to its peak. Kurokawa Osatomiko swung her sword, clashing with the attacks from Mabelow Hawk and Lam Tu. The blade showed signs of damage, and eventually, it shattered, leaving her vulnerable to the attack. Kurokawa Osatomiko was knocked back, crashing into a rock, which shattered upon impact. She fell helplessly to the ground, leaving a trail of blood like a spider's web. Kurokawa Osatomiko was finished. Neat Thui turned around and asked, "Is it over?" "And there is Taro's corpse too," Lumtu reassured her. "Don't worry. It is all taken care of," Quechlin exclaimed. "I can't believe it. Did we really just kill a level 7? Quech then Essim remarked, "We just coordinated our attacks. Mostly. It was those two monsters. Me Nobo Hava and Tom. Who did the heavy lifting?" Night Thui puffed her cheeks, looking at Lumtu and the Bohaks, who were acting all buddy-buddy, saying, "You two really work well together after a fight. I am a bit jealous." You know, just then, a military spaceship arrived. Neatly looked up and shouted, "The Alliance troops are here." She sighed. They show up after the fight's already over. Classic. A man in combat gear with short blue hair and a piercing gaze approached and asked, Did you all call the cops? You faced off against the blazing lady and walked away without a scratch. This is not a fake report. Is it? Neethi replied. Not fake. Come and see for yourself. The blue-haired man moved closer to inspect the body. He gasped. It is really her, the blazing lady. The blue-haired man looked at Lam Tu and Mbabu Hechi and asked, You two killed her. Which organization do you belong to? Neethi answered. It is just us here, Quechlin said. No need to doubt. It was. We are students from the Holy Domain Academy here for training, the blue-haired, green-eyed guy with a sly grin said. Everyone talks about how the students of the Holy Academy are all kinds of freaks. Today I guess I am getting a lesson. And they actually took down a level 7 fighter. The blue-haired guy turned to a brown-haired dude and said, Hey, send the video of the body back to headquarters. The blue-haired, green-eyed guy asked, So who is giving me their card number? I am about to hand out a reward of 100 million to everyone. Tu Nathoi said. Lam Tu. You give them your card number. Once we get the money, we will split it based on everyone's contributions. Alright, my card number is on the screen. A notification popped up for the money received, and Lam Tu's eyes sparkled like currency signs as he laughed. Huh. I have hit my little target. Okay. The money's been transferred to you all. Lam Tu at. Let us get moving. The blue-haired, green-eyed guy pointed at the terror bodies and asked, Hey kid, what about these corpses? Lam Tu replied. Those bodies are for you guys. We have not touched their backpacks or weapons. That singing dude was probably some rich kid. The blue-haired, green-eyed guy chuckled. Hey. These kids know what is up. He continued. Do not worry about the bodies. The money monsters around here will clean up, confiscating all the valuable stuff on them and bringing it back to the team. A moment later, someone appeared and said, President. The bodies of the vice president and the young master are here. The tattooed man with ocean blue hair painfully called out Kurokawa Osaida Mayako Terret. That is Kubodeki, the president of the Kurokawa gang. Kubodeki said, Who dares to kill my wife and child? I want them to suffer 1,000 deaths. Find them for me. Kubodeki shouted. No matter who it is, we must track them down. His subordinates behind him replied. Yep. At the small village next to the dark forest, Tu Nathoi said, Everyone go check the hotels first. I will go with Lam 2 to Bar 3 to gather intel. Mbulo Bakro said. Got it. At Bar 3. The atmosphere was buzzing with lively music. And Lam 2 looked around, asking, Did not they say only level 6 fighters could enter the dark forest? Why do I see so many level 5 fighters here? Tu Nathoi replied. The dark forest did not have this many fighters before, but now it has increased several times. I just happened to overhear them mention something about the Fire Ice clan. Tu Nathoi suddenly exclaimed. Oh no. There is new news on the Martial Alliance forum about the dark forest. Tu Nathoi read. The forum says deep in the dark forest there is a chilling ice lake, and within it lies a fire ice, a form of fire that is extremely cold. Tu Nathoi explained. The formation of fire ice is linked to energy fluctuations in the other dimension. It is incredibly rare. A family of fighters is offering 100 billion alliance currency to get fire ice. Hearing this, Lam 2 thought, something that cold. That is perfect for little Gayat and Gayat. Lam 2 mused. Maybe I should try and get it. Either way, I have to go deep into the dark forest. Tu Nathoi said. So these folks are here for the fire ice. There is definitely going to be a bloody battle here. Tu Nathoi sighed. This trip to the dark forest is going to be anything but peaceful. A group from the Xjixwan High entered. Tu Nanji Thi noted. Looks like they are from the Hex X1 Hasai. Lam 2 observed. They seem to be searching for someone. I hope they are not looking for us. Tu Nanji Thi replied. Probably not. We did not leave anyone alive. Plus we took all the goods with us. So it is hard to pin it on us. Lam 2 agreed. You are right. This trip into the dark forest has been way too unstable. The next day, the village remained shrouded in darkness. Lum Sang weakly pushed through the leaves, revealing the way. Lum 2 and his crew, fully equipped, stood before the stone gate leading into the dark forest. A brown-haired man scoffed. Even stray cats and dogs can wander into the dark forest. Are they looking for the Flame Alliance? He chuckled. I bet they have not even stepped out of their territory before getting slaughtered. Lum 2 turned around, saying, Whether or not I get slaughtered by someone else, that is up in the air. But I do know that if you keep running your mouth, you will definitely die in your territory. The brown-haired man unleashed his energy, saying, A level 5 punk dares to talk to me like that. He lunged forward. The man shouted, You must be tired of living. His sharp spear lunged right at the brown-haired man's heart. The man froze, stammering. The brown-haired man thought in panic. Wait, he is only level 5. How can he be this fast? Lum 2 warned. If you dare to move, I will pierce your brain. The brown-haired man, terrified, exclaimed. Big bro, I was wrong. The brown-haired man pleaded. Please, let Annie go. I swear I won't bother you again. He shut his eyes tightly, thinking, those eyes are terrifying. I feel like if I look at him, I will die instantly. Lum Tu sheathed his weapon and commanded, get lost. The brown-haired man picked up his weapon, groveling. Yep. Thank you, big bro. We are leaving right now. Mbudo Hufti remarked. You were a bit too worked up there. Lum Tu asked. You think so? Tu Nexita explained. Lum Tu did that on purpose. Sometimes, dealing with stupid, reckless people requires talking with strength to avoid unnecessary complications. Mabeloharv nodded. Sister is right. Tu Nunchi Thi urged. All right. Enough dawdling. Let us move out. Inside a large house in the town, a voice reported. President. 3 teams entered the dark forest yesterday, and we have been tracking them. The subordinate handed over the documents and reported. Based on the injuries of the vice president and young master, we suspect these 3 teams pose the biggest threat. Kubo Deki ordered. Send more skilled people to track them down. The dark forest is vast, with no cell signal. Follow the clues they left behind. Kubo Deki said ominously. I have made contact. Let us see if we can get a description of the perpetrator from the allied forces. Once confirmed, I will quickly regroup with you all. Kubo Deki stood up, exuding a chilling aura. Then the scene shifted to the dark, expansive forest, where strange trees emerged, their trunks twisted with bizarre vines. The 3 of them were walking through the woods when suddenly, Mabao observed something strange around them. He raised his hand to his chin and said, these trees are weird. What in the world are they? As he spoke, he punched a tree nearby to examine it. Tu Nuuk they hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. You idiot. Do not touch those trees. But it was too late. The vines wrapped around the tree separated and intertwined to form a spiky whip that lunged out. Mabao grabbed it and could not help but grit his teeth. Damn. What the hell is this? Suddenly, countless other spikes launched an attack. They all aimed at Mabao to stab him. He quickly jumped back, his face pale with fright. Wait, these trees can move. Tu Nua quickly turned to Lam Tu and said, Lam Tu, these trees are afraid of fire. Use fire to burn them. He calmly replied. Got it. Then he began to use the Phoenix Flame technique, unleashing powerful flames that surged forward. The monstrous trees, now ablaze, started to panic, their mouths agape and eyes glowing red. Suddenly, at the base of one tree, the vines intertwined again, forming legs like a tripod, and it began to move. Moments later, they all started rushing away, puffing out smoke. Lam Tu and the little boy scratched their heads in confusion. Lam Tu asked, is this a real tree? How can it even run? The little boy was also skeptical, wondering about the life of a tree with legs. Tuo, hearing this, got angry and explained while cursing. You fool. The massive trees in the dark forest are one of the 5 mutated beast types that have taken on tree form. Mabahu quickly apologized. I was wrong. She reminded everyone. Remember, suppress your curiosity, and do not touch anything. The others all replied in unison. Yep. Then they continued moving forward. And Tu Nuuk Thai added. It is getting darker here. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, a gigantic spider appeared in front of them. It lunged up, causing Quach Lin to freeze in fear. The spider prepared to stab its sharp needle down onto Quach Lin's neck. Unexpectedly, a familiar spear whistled through the air, striking into the spider's upper body. At this moment, Quach Lin was so terrified that she closed her eyes, waiting for death. Lum Tu, although wounded, observed the spider above and raised a question. Is this the level 5 black iron spider everyone's been looking for? The system panel popped up, showing that killing a level 5 black iron spider would grant 2 million experience points. T9 Veeth, still holding her glowing fan, turned around to explain. We are here in the dark forest to hunt a mutated black-toothed spider, but everyone needed to be on high alert. These spiderlings appeared in swarms, and their fangs were highly venomous. And just as expected, a horde of gigantic spiders began crawling toward them. Tu Nunseethly shouted a warning. They are coming. Everyone, be careful. Then she turned to her teammates. Lum Tu, Quach Lin, you 2 have fire skills and will be our main attackers. The rest focus on defense. Both of them unleashed their fire abilities and responded in unison. Got it. All around them, countless spiders were bursting into flames. The system chimed in again. Kill a level 5 black iron spider. Earn 2 million experience points. Kill a level 5 black iron spider. Earn 2 million experience points. Seeing the points rack up like this, Lum Tu got even more fired up. Laughing. Haha. Nobody better mess with me. The system announced again. Kill a level 5 black iron spider. Earn 2 million experience points. He mentally calculated. 2 million experience points per spider. It is a bit low, but if I take down a bunch, it will add up. Even though I killed that raging dragon before, it was a group effort, so I did not get extra points from the health. This time, I need to make sure I earn enough. Soon after, the notifications kept coming in. Kill a level 5 black iron spider. Earn 2 million experience points. Watching this unfold, Tiunanja Sithai and the others were left speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. Miubo Hoch could not help but feel confused. Why was he suddenly so hyped up? It was like he had just been injected with adrenaline. Moments later, the spiders had been turned to ash by the duo, and he felt a bit unsatisfied, saying, "That is it already. I was not done yet." He thought to himself, "Wait, just a little more and I can level up. Come on, give me a few more." Quechlin stood by, her face pale with fear, thinking, this kid has lost it. Tiunanji Seethley was floating around with an idol-like expression, her cheeks flushed, praising, "Our Lum 2 is the best." There were still plenty of evolved beasts in front of them. Definitely enough for him to enjoy a good hunt. Lum 2 was surprised by this attitude. Then he quickly turned around and said, "All right, let us move out." At this moment, the forest was still shrouded in darkness. Minwo Hulk looked at his phone anxiously, saying, "It is getting dark too fast. And with all these trees, I can tell east from west. Plus, there was no signal on the phone. And the compass was dead. Fog was wrapping around everyone. And Taeyunja Seethly made the call. It is almost dark. Let us rest here for the night." Quechlin, upon hearing this, happily set her backpack down and said, "Finally, I'm exhausted." As she spoke, she sat down, leaning against a nearby rock, panting. Meanwhile, Lum 2 was reading the notification, looking extremely alarmed. He frowned, worried. The notification read, Level 6 Evolved Beast, Black Lava Behemoth. Characteristics: massive body, turtle-like form, shell-like hard stone, often camouflaged as a rock for ambush. He quickly raised his hand to warn his teammates. Quechlin, do not lean against that rock. It is a black lava behemoth. But it seemed too late. The rock behind Quechlin started to rise up on 4 legs, its head turning around, its red eyes locking onto her. Then, with no hesitation, it opened its massive mouth towards her. Quechlin, now trembling all over, could not move or dodge. In a panic, she flailed her arms and legs, screaming. Just then, Lum 2 quickly used his martial arts skills to dash in. With a swoop, Quechlin vanished from the black lava behemoth's sight. Lum 2 successfully pulled Quechlin away to safety. Using his snow leap technique, surrounded by clouds of white mist, he gently set Quechlin down, warning her, "Didn't I tell you? Don't touch anything in this dark forest." Quechlin blushed and looked up, saying, "Thank you." The black lava behemoth was furious now. Standing tall, roaring with its red eyes radiating overwhelming power, Tianunje Seethwy cautioned, "Everyone, be careful." Mabrohawks could not help but curse at the sight of this boss. Damn, why is it so huge? It opened its wide mouth even wider, and from within emerged a glowing round elixir, its power seemingly bursting forth. A surge of energy shot straight downward, attacking Lum 2's group, but they swiftly dodged the oncoming strike. But the sheer force of it split the earth and rocks, sending debris flying into the air. That beam of light seemed relentless, charging straight toward the forest ahead. When the attack finally subsided, it left a circular scar that pierced deep through the woods, revealing the sky beyond. A voice of astonishment rang out. Filled with excitement, "This beast's energy is terrifying. If we get hit, it is game over for us." Mobrohawk stood there, jaw dropped and pale-faced, equally shaken as Lum 2. But suddenly, a huge grin spread across his face, and he thought, "Oh man, I am loving this." Lum 2 was thrilled, thinking, "If I take it down, I am leveling up to 26 in no time." He raised his hand, ready to taunt the beast. "Hey little buddy, come on and jump into my bowl." Just then, a foot leaped up. It was Lang Langfight, brandishing his sword and swinging down with the might of the Earth Sword Kai. But Lang Langfoot's strike hit the beast like a mosquito bite, totally ineffective. He bounced back to the ground, utterly stunned, exclaiming, "This beast's shell is too hard. I can break through." At that moment, Lum 2 jumped up and said, "Let me handle this." He started using the Phoenix's whirlwind, unleashing a powerful blaze that flared up with his command. In the face of this raging fire, the beast opened its massive mouth wide, effortlessly swallowing the flames. Moments later, the Phoenix's whirlwind had vanished, leaving Lum 2 in shock. "It could absorb my fire." Suddenly, the beast spat out the flames back at Lum 2. He remained calm amidst the flames, intrigued, saying, "Oh really? Using my own fire against me?" After spewing fire, the beast began to advance toward him. Its gigantic foot slammed down where Lum 2 had been, creating a massive explosion. He quickly jumped up to dodge it. Then he started calculating, "If your mouth can absorb my fire, then I will just roast you from behind." Having made his plan, Lundrum 2 circled around behind the beast and unleashed the Phoenix's whirlwind again, a huge flame erupting once more. Meanwhile, the beast, with its rear on fire, panicked and looked back. Waterworks flowing as rocks began to ignite. Lum-Tu was ecstatic, laughing. Haha, you are gonna get burned to bits. The smaller rocks tumbled down, and Lum-Tu grew bewildered and alarmed, thinking, wait, what is happening? At that moment, the beast roared, its eyes glowing red, as debris rained down around them. Lum-Tu struggled to raise his hands to shield himself. Realizing this is its defense mechanism, quickly, he activated his split mirror technique, and moments later, his body dissipated into thin air. Then, a figure appeared in the sky, and Lum-Tu gripped his spear, diving down toward the giant beast, ready to blind it for good. With a fierce thrust, Lin-Tu drove his spear into the blazing red eye of the black rock beast. The creature howled in pain, raising its claws in agony. On the outside, Mabauhak could not help but feel excited watching this unfold. It was a stunning performance. Just then, the black rock beast suddenly opened its massive mouth wide, revealing a glowing orb of intense light. The power from that orb surged forth once again, and the two quickly dodged to the sides. She shouted, "It has gone insane. Everyone, be careful." The black rock beast was now howling at the sky, lightning crackling all around it, but Lin-Tu remained confident, still wielding his spear, saying, "It is just an eye. Right, let us blind the other one too." Without hesitation, he hurled his spear toward the remaining eye of the black rock beast. Once again, Lin-Tu's spear pierced its other eye. The beast seemed to go even crazier, starting to thrash about, trying to attack its tormentor. Lin-Tu quickly leaped over to the side of its head, rolling away. Seeing this, the two Nuthoi turned to Mabauhak, saying, "Lin-Tu is aiming to stab through its eye and into its brain." Mabauhak nodded, still holding two golden fans for protection. Mabauhak quickly jumped up in response. Got it. He immediately threw a powerful punch, causing a massive shockwave, creating a golden fist of energy. That punch went straight for the black rock beast's face. After taking two heavy hits from both of them, the beast quickly fell, its expression one of defeat. Lin-Tu bent down to inspect it. After that, Lin-Tu pulled his spear out of the beast's eye. While holding his weapon, he thought to himself, another collaborative kill, and my experience points just vanished. Tears streamed down his face in frustration. This is too unfair. It seemed Tu Nutha noticed his peculiar expression. She turned to Mabauhak and said, "Lin-Tu really deserves the core from this black rock beast. It should belong to him." He generously replied, "All right, I did not contribute much anyway." Tu Nu then turned to Lin-Tu, saying, "Did you hear that? The core is yours." Lin-Tu turned back, his eyes lighting up. He beamed at everyone around him. Thank you, seniors." Tu Nutha finally set down her backpack. She then sat down beside him and said, "Let us take a breather. There is no danger here. This beast's presence means this forest is safe from other mutated creatures." After a while, Lin-Tu and his team continued on, stopping before a deep chasm. Lin-Tu looked down and broke into a cold sweat. There was something lurking in the dense forest below. Is that a massive water pit? He thought, quickly stepping back. He assessed the depth and saw nothing at all. Suddenly, Tu Nutho handed him a flashlight, saying, "Here. Take this." Lin-Tu took it, looking a bit confused. A flashlight. Tu Nutho pulled out another flashlight, explaining, "Those creatures fear the light. Once they see it, they will come rushing like moths to a flame." She aimed the light down into the abyss. "Look over there. It is below us. Countless bright eyes are staring up, like they are eyeing their next meal. They are crawling up here." And a loud voice booms as those creatures below look like crabs trying to escape. Tiunanji Sithai hurriedly turned around to remind everyone, "Quick, grab your gear." While the others picked up flamethrowers, Lum-Tu scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What are we even using?" Tiunanji Thay explained, "High-precision flamethrowers are a must in this dark forest." Hearing this, Lum-Tu got so mad he almost breathed fire. "Seriously? You guys bring flamethrowers and still expect me to handle the fire?" Tiunanji Thay pouted and winked. "Of course. We are saving materials. Don't worry. These are just backups. You are my real treasure." Vilalayam. Lum-Tu blushed and stepped back, saying, "Come on. Can we stick to serious talk?" Mabalo Hawk, serious as ever, warned, "The black-toothed spiders are charging up here. Everyone, get ready." Tu and the others unleashed flames down below, incinerating the spiders. Lum-Tu also joined in, using his flame whip to scorch the spiders below. As the fire consumed them, a notification chimed in. "You have killed a level 5 black-toothed spider, gaining 5 million experience points." He kept blasting flames while singing, "Keep it coming. Everyone. There are still tons of black-toothed spiders climbing up." Lum-Tu turned to ask, "Where do we catch the mutated black-toothed spiders?" Tu Nun Sethi quickly answered. Usually, out of every 100 black-toothed spiders, one is mutated. It is probably about to show up. Notifications popped up again. You have killed a level 5 black-toothed spider, gaining 4.8 million experience points. Quach then suddenly noticed something off to the side. After spotting a cluster of black-toothed spiders, he panicked. There is some over here too. It is out. Lum Tu charged in fiercely, declaring, I will handle the right side. While thinking to himself, these spiders are all experience points. It is such a waste to let you burn them. Then, the notifications kept ringing. You have killed a level 5 black-toothed spider, gaining 4.9 million experience points. Lum Tu grinned, thinking, haha, the experience is racking up fast. This is awesome. His excited expressions and actions during the slaughter caught the attention of those around him. Tu Nun Sethi sighed. This kid is getting all fired up again. Mabelo Hawk, confused, added, I do not get it. Why get excited about killing black-toothed spiders? Their looks were like they were staring at a monster. Finally, a gigantic spider appeared before Lum Tu. It lunged forward, and he jumped back, startled. What the heck is that? Defending against the flames. It was massive and terrifying. Lum Tu turned around and shouted, Hey, is that a mutated black-toothed spider? Tu Nun Sethi replied, Yep. That is a mutated black-toothed spider, but has been mutated for too long, so it is too big. We can only capture the smaller, newly mutated one. Lam Tu was pumped as he gripped his spear tightly, thinking, if I can't capture you, then I am definitely going to take you down. A cloud of smoke surrounded him, spotting the mutated black-fanged spider approaching. Lam Tu joyfully thought, this one's definitely going to give me tons of XP. The flamethrower was sputtering out flames weaker by the second. Quach the Nagzam worriedly said, Sister, the flamethrower is running out. If a smaller one does not show up soon, we will have to take these guys down barehanded. Meanwhile, Lam quickly plunged the spear into the head of the excited spider, saying, No worries. I've got my flamethrower right here. No need for everyone to fight barehanded. Suddenly, another mutated spider leaped up from the cliff, and Lang Lang exclaimed in shock. Another mutated black-toothed spider. He looked at the gigantic spider and smiled, standing in the midst of a bunch of perfectly roasted black-toothed spiders. Turned to everyone and said, I will hold off these spiders with Quach Len. You guys go catch those mutated ones. At this moment, the flamethrowers were set down. Tu Nun Sethi replied, Got it. You and Quach Len be careful. Then they all ran off, not forgetting to reassure, if we catch it, we will come back to back you two up. Tu Nun Sethi's father was currently surrounding a mutated black-toothed spider, when suddenly a voice rang out. Those guys are here. Two men in black masks were talking to each other, their appearance matching the description of the leader. But it seemed like they were missing two members. Then one of them reported to the leader, and the other nodded. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared and said, This little issue does not need to alert the leader. Easy, with her muscular body, strode forward confidently and declared, I can handle these little flies all by myself. The two masked men perched on a tree reminded her, Sister Heezy, these guys help the vice leader, so do not underestimate them. Ada scoffed in response. What? You think these little flies could take down the vice leader? Who believes that? Then she bashfully cupped her face, teasing, as long as I handle these pests for the leader. Who knows? Maybe the leader will be in a good mood and promote me to vice leader. Besides, I did not say I would go in guns blazing. Looking out, her eyes sparkled like two lights, each hand holding a knife as she spoke dangerously. Turning towards Tu Nun Sethi's group, Ma Bao Hoke threw a punch that sent a mutated black-toothed spider flying. The spider hit the ground, disoriented, while Lang Lang giggled and jumped up with a big box. The two of them slammed the box down on the spider, trapping it inside. Then they joyfully high-fived, exclaiming, We got. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook. The two looked around, and Quach then Sam nervously asked, Did you hear something moving underground? At that moment, several men in black jumped out to attack from all sides. Both of them turned pale in shock, and Quach then Sam exclaimed, Oh no, it is an ambush from the Black Cross Society. The masked men fiercely swung their swords, shouting, Kill. A dagger fell right next to their feet. Just then, Ma Bao Hoke rushed over, waving his hand anxiously, calling out, Quach then Sam. Lang Lang. The masked men raised a hand, forming some kind of seal. A white smoke surrounded them, leaving both of the onlookers confused. Suddenly, they dropped from the sky, aiming to attack Tu Uk Thai. A loud scream rang out. Sister Tu, watch out. At that moment, Ma Bao Hoke quickly jumped in front of her, blocking several sword strikes. Tu Nuuk Thui gasped, calling out, Ma Bao. Furious, Ma Bao Hoke threw a punch, forcing the attackers to back off. He shouted, What the hell? You dare to ambush me. Tatu Nuakta quickly reminded everyone. Hurry. Regroup, holding their defensive formation. They turned their backs to each other, surrounded by countless masked figures wielding swords. Meanwhile, Lamtu and Quachlin, preoccupied with the black-toothed spiders, noticed the commotion. Quachlin worriedly asked, "What is going on over there?" It looked like the older group was fighting someone. "Let us hurry over and check it out," she said while taking down a few spiders. Lamtu calmly replied, "Don't panic." Then he grinned, saying, Now we have plenty of backup. Hand me your flashlight." He called from the edge of the cliff. Just then, a pair of high heels appeared, and with a smug grin, she declared, "You are all surrounded." Asses showed up like a gym demon, angrily shouting, "Brothers, kill them. Avenge the young master and the vice president." The henchmen's eyes turned bloodshot as they charged forward with swords. Kill. Out of nowhere, Lamtu appeared behind her, spear in hand, teasing, "You are the ones surrounded." Aces confidently snapped back. "What? You think one person can surround us?" Lamtu calmly shone his 2 flashlights behind him, replying, "Take a good look. Who said I was alone? I brought plenty of friends." As he gestured towards a group rushing towards them, then he tossed one flashlight towards a masked man, saying, "Here. Take this." While the guy was still confused, Lamtu dashed past him, adding, "Those guys really love the light." The masked man held the flashlight, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, a swarm of spiders crawled up his body, and before he could react, he fell down. Screaming, the others dropped their flashlights and cried out in panic, "It is the black-toothed spiders. Retreat. Retreat." One of them glanced at his subordinate, saying, "Araki, hurry and use your fire skill." Araki quickly conjured a few weak flames, shouting, "Watch me." Just then, a surge of power surged past him from behind. Lamtu stood beside him with his spear raised, and Araki was knocked down face first. Another guy, seeing this, turned pale and shouted, "Araki, how dare you?" She fumed, clenching her fist and wielding a knife with bloodshot eyes. "You coward. You dared to sneak attack." Lamtu smirked back. "This is called assassination. Is not this your strong suit? Why call it despicable? You just used the Phoenix Flame technique, and those flames began to roar. The fire formed a barrier, blocking the black-toothed spiders from advancing. All right. Keep going. These guys can hold off the black-toothed spiders for a bit. You all better hurry up and tend to your wounds." Lamtu urged everyone. After hearing this, the 3 rushed to take healing potions to recover. The Hiji girl was buzzing with excitement, pointing at them. "Come on, guys. If we are going down, we are going down together. Quickly. Run towards them and lure the black-toothed spiders over here." Those guys went wild, charging in with swords, shouting, "Yeah, let us die together. Let us die together." Lamtu remained calm, picking his nose while scoffing. "Seriously? It took you all this long to think of that? What a bunch of idiots." Then he jumped up, using the fire refinement technique, as the flames began to merge into fiery energy orbs. Those fireballs surged toward the swarm of black-toothed spiders. The black-toothed spiders and the masked men were blasted to bits by those fireballs. A few managed to dodge and scrambled away, while points started ringing out. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 4.9 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.3 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 4.5 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.2 million experience points. A massive explosion erupted. The group quickly regained their strength and charged forward together. Kill these guys. They rushed in, each taking down one with impressive speed, their eyes burning with fury. Lang Lang was angrier than anyone, throwing punches and shouting, "How dare you hit me? You are going down." Meanwhile, Lamtu was still fighting the enemy while racking up experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.1 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.4 million experience points. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up successfully. Current level 26. Lamtu thought happily. Haha. Finally leveled up. The system interface appeared. Host. Lamtu. Level 26. Strength 463 to 489. Health 208. Speed 123. Total combat power 5124 to 5550. Title: Level 5 Martial Artist. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to block 50% of the damage. Skills: Analysis I. Fury. Camouflage. Swallowing strike. Spirit glass. After reading through his info, Lam 2 felt a surge of pride. System. Add 26 points to strength. And he pointed his finger to tap the screen in front of him. Once done, Lam 2 went wild, shouting, haha. Refreshing. So refreshing. Seeing that expression, Heiji was stunned. This guy's lost his mind. He does not seem tired at all. Lam 2, in a state of pure excitement, grabbed his spear and called out to her. Hey, you in the red, let us have a match. She, terrified, raised her hands in defense. Do not come over here. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Help! Get me out of here. A moment later, the spiders were completely charred, and Heiji's crew, along with her, were sprawled on the ground. Lam 2 and the others finally sat down, taking deep breaths to catch their breath. After Mabahak sent a joyful shout. Huh. We wiped them all out. It feels great. Just great. The young lady over here laughed along, and Lang Lang Fan chimed in with a few words, celebrating the double victory over the black-toothed spider and the Xuan Hui gang. This might just be the best achievement of my life. Moments later, the water stains in the forest faded, revealing a pile of colorful rare gems in front of the group of Chan Ro Shui. She could not help but marvel at how generous the Xuan Hui gang was, gifting us so many rare gems and materials. Mabahak chimed in cheerfully. Ha. And we got even more rare gems from the black spider and the black-toothed spider. We really hit the jackpot this time. Chan Ruo Shui was picking up those colorful gems and stuffing them into her backpack, while telling everyone. Alright, pack up these rare gems and materials. And let us not forget the weapons from those Xuan Hui guys. After filling her backpack to the brim, she stood up and added, once we get back to the academy, we will share some with everyone. Mabahak was strapping on a full backpack along with a box containing a mutated black-toothed spider, looking fit and cheerful as he said. Mission accomplished. We can head home now, Lang Lang Fan agreed. Finally, we can go back. And Quachling next to him was smiling happily, but Lam 2 waved them off, saying, you guys go ahead. I have a little matter to take care of. I can't go with you. Qian Rushu immediately asked. What is it? Mabahak grew anxious. You are not planning to raid the Fire Ice Gang. Are you? Lam 2 quickly waved his hands to explain. The Fire Ice Gang. I am not interested in that. I am looking for someone. Mabahak looked confused and asked. Looking for someone. Rushui, upon hearing this, got angry. Day Lam. Are you going to find that little fox spirit? Do not think I do not know. Those kids from your class spilled everything to me. Lam 2 smiled on the outside but was fuming inside. Those blabbermouths. I can't wait to punish them when we get back. After that, Qian Rushu turned to her teammates and said, Mabahak, you guys go on. I am not going either. Mabahak was in disbelief. You are not going either. Why not? Chan Rushu then moved closer to Lam 2, holding onto his arm affectionately, saying, I have to go find Lam. I need to keep an eye on him, so he does not end up dead because of that little fox spirit. Lam 2 could only stand there, blushing in a fluster. He quickly stepped back, awkwardly defending himself. No need for that. Senior. I am not that weak. But Tian Rushui kept following him, turning back to remind her teammates. Mabahak, you guys head out first. Be careful on the road. Mabahak was a bit dumbstruck, calling out. Senior Tio. Quachling chimed in from behind. It is pointless. Once Senior Tio makes up her mind, nobody can change it. Mabahak could only sigh helplessly. Then Quachling turned and said, shifting back to Lam 2 and Tien Ru Shui. The two had walked a bit when they stumbled upon a group of people lying on the ground, beaten and barely alive. Chan Ru Shui spoke up first. There are no signs of evolved beasts. This looks like a fight between martial artists. Lam 2 remained silent, keenly observing one of the fallen. Suddenly, he grabbed the strong arm of that person. When he flipped it over, he spotted a bandaged wound across the chest of the other person clean. Precise work, with a mental energy bandage too. At that moment, Lam 2's eyes widened. Recognizing it was Luffy Guide, he quickly stood up, analyzing the situation. These people were killed by Luffy Guide, their wounds all matching. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Lucking Guy's sword on the ground, a familiar blade, and he exclaimed. Tiyununja Sethi asked again. Are you sure it is her sword? Lam 2 had moved closer to pick it up and examine it as he replied. I am not mistaken. This sword is extremely important to her. She never lets it out of her sight. Luffing Guide must have dropped her sword here. She is definitely in danger, he said, tucking the sword behind his back. Then he dashed off weaponless. Her situation was incredibly perilous. No way. I need to find her fast. Tiyunum Sethi saw Lam 2's anxious expression and teased. Looks like you really care about that little fox girl. But she followed him, pouting. But earlier when I got ambushed by those shadow ninja goons, I did not see you in such a rush. Lam 2 hurriedly replied. Come on. Senior. It is not the same. Back then, we had plenty of people. But now Leckingwhite is all alone. He said this as he worriedly sped up. Tuniveth. Still sulking. Replied. Fine. I won't wait for you anymore. Look over there, the footprints are scattered. Leckingwhite must have gone that way to get out. When he saw the prints on the ground, he exclaimed. Senior. You can track footprints too. To Tuniveth he proudly responded. Of course. V. Liliam. I know a lot of things. She sighed. Too bad that boy does not realize how great I am. Treating his little sister like treasure. After a moment, sounds of hustle and urgency echoed through the thick forest. Be careful. Quick. Kill it. Lamtu heard the commotion and said. There is a fight over there. Let us check it out. Tununsithi hurriedly reminded him. Do you hear that roar? It is not just a battle between fighters. Lamtu replied seriously. Let us go ask. Maybe they have seen Luffine Guide or are the ones hunting her. At that moment, a guy with rooster-colored hair got tossed backwards by something, shouting in pain. His body slammed against a big tree, and he gritted his teeth in agony. Suddenly, a wild buffalo with blood-red eyes charged towards him. Out of nowhere, an arm grabbed his shirt and yanked him away. The buffalo slammed right into that tree. The chicken-haired guy quickly shouted. Thank you, Lamtu chuckled. No problem, just passing by. The two-horned buffalo let out an angry roar. Furious at the interruption, Lamtu swiftly conjured a wall of flames in front of him. The buffalo froze in place, too scared to approach, but its face was filled with rage. The flames from Lamtu's spell started to lick at the buffalo. Its eyes were wide with panic. Meanwhile, the chicken-haired guy's teammates rushed over to check on him, asking, Zhang Jiao, are you okay? The other two teammates exclaimed. What kind of martial art was that? You just set that crazy buffalo on fire. Lamtu, still attacking the buffalo, shouted. You beast. You think I can roast you alive? He kept launching his spells. Baxdiu Chiu Fuang. Baxdiu Chiu Fuang. Hitting the crazed buffalo. Zhang Jiao's teammates were scrambling to get away, yelling, Dude. Back up. This fire is way too hot. I am about to get roasted alive. The buffalo was bellowing in agony. Eventually, it could not withstand Lamtu's flames anymore and collapsed to the ground. Lamtu stood by, thinking, no system notification for a kill. What gives? Is this beast playing dead? He speculated. The long-haired teammate approached and said, Thanks for your help, but this black-horned buffalo is pretty beaten up from our fight. You just showed up at the right time to cash in. He added. Lamtu turned around and asked. The essence of this black-horned buffalo belongs to you guys. The long-haired guy smirked back. Yeah. Smart move. We put in all this effort. Can T let you take all the credit? If you helped out a bit, I am not stingy. I will let you have the buffalo hide. Lamtu managed to stay calm. But inside, his eyes burned with anger. You think you can just steal its essence? Not a chance. Buddy, he replied cheerfully. If you guys killed it, then you can take the essence. I want to fight you for it. The long-haired guy, feeling smug, approached the buffalo and said, Looks like the kid knows his place. He drew a gleaming knife, adding, This is a rare level 6 essence from a beast transformation. Suddenly, the crazed buffalo opened its blood-red eyes. It surged up, knocking the long-haired guy away. Letting out a deafening moo, the long-haired guy gritted his teeth, anxiously watching the buffalo charging at him. It caught him with its horn, gashing his chest, and he could not help but yell in pain. Damn it. At that moment, Lamtu charged forward and unleashed a powerful thrust, stabbing the spear directly into the eye of the raging bull. The beast finally buckled to its knees, and the notification rang out. You have slain a level 6 black-haired rampaging bull, earning 22,000 experience points. The long-haired guy over here was furious, trembling with pain. Damn it. You did that on purpose. You knew the bull was not dead yet. Lamtu calmly replied. That was his own carelessness. How is that my fault? Who knows if that beast is dead or not? The long-haired guy's face turned green with rage. Hey. Chill out. A guy named Lightam quickly intervened. Forget it. You should go take care of the bull. It was actually him who killed it. Then he pulled out a gentle-looking red gem and said, Hey. Brother. We really need the essence from that black-haired rampaging bull. So can I trade you this gem for it? It is also a level 6 essence. And since it is from a fire element beast, it could be super helpful for you. Lamtu saw that the guy seemed trustworthy, so he reached out to take it. Alright, let us make the trade. That black-haired rampaging bull belongs to you guys. Then he pulled out the sword from his back and asked, By the way, have any of you seen this sword before? Or have you seen a cold-faced girl with silver hair? A guy with spiky hair raised his hand and replied, I have seen that sword before. Hearing this, Lamtu quickly moved closer, shaking the guy's shoulder and eagerly asked, Where did you see it? What happened at that time? The guy recalled and said, I saw a cold-faced girl with silver hair wielding that sword. She was being chased by a lot of people. And the leader was a woman with a mechanical arm. Lamb to analyze. A mechanical arm? That woman must be an enemy of Lakan Guy at Sao. Then the spiky-haired guy pointed at the sword and asked, but why just the sword? What happened to that girl? Lamb 2 sighed and replied, I am looking for her too. Thanks for the info, man. See you around. After saying this, both of them turned to leave. A little while later, Lamb 2 and his companion rested by a campfire. He spoke up. Sister Tu, you should sleep first. I can take watch while I cultivate. Tu Nunji Thi stretched, her curves perfectly accentuated, and said, Our big lamb is so gallant. I will go sleep and keep my beauty sleep. I have to look stunning next to big lamb so he won't be embarrassed. Her teasing made Lamb to blush. He then took out the essence he just received and thought, what does this have to do with me being embarrassed? After that, he absorbed the essence, and a powerful aura radiated from him. Suddenly, a couple of throwing daggers came flying at them. Lamb 2's eyes shot open in shock, and Tu Nunji Thi quickly woke up as well. Both of them jumped aside to dodge the daggers. They each drew their weapons, and Lamb 2 angrily demanded, who did that? At that moment, Kubo Deki appeared, surrounded by dark energy, saying, Finally, I found you too. Lamb 2 shouted, You are with the Black Spring Society. Are not you? Inside, he was on high alert, sizing up the level 7 fighter. Furious, he yelled while lunging with his sword, I am Kuro, the president of the Black Spring Society. You dare kill my wife. I will slice you into pieces. Lamb 2 remained calm, pointing at him and asking, So you are the president of the Black Spring Society? Isn't that just asking for a bounty on your head? Lamb 2 was pouring water, gesturing at Kubo Deki. What is your bounty? Anyway. You know. Right. Kubo Deki looked puzzled. My bounty. Lamb 2 shrugged, glancing around before sighing. But we are deep in this dark forest. Do you think the Alliance troops would dare come here? Oh well. I could just snap a pic of you and claim my reward once I get out of this dark forest, he said, quickly pulling out his phone to take a shot. Kubo Deki was fuming, shouting, You little punk. Lamb 2 smirked, thinking, what a fool. Just a few words and I have got him all rattled. Then he started to unleash the phoenix's flame, a powerful fire transforming into the shape of a phoenix in front of him. Tu Nuok Thoe fanned out her fan and used the butterfly dance technique, unleashing a circular wave of powerful energy. Kubo Deki tightened his grip on his sword, scoffing, Two little ants think they can take me down. He then unleashed a dragon slash, sending a wave of sword energy. Tu Nuok Thoe's fan collided with it, only to be sent flying back. She was utterly stunned. That sword strike ripped through her fire technique like it was nothing. Lamb 2 was equally shocked, thinking, Damn it. He just obliterated my flames. Kubo Deki started moving, slicing with even more force while shouting, Go die. Lamb 2 stood there, worried, thinking, He's too fast. Damn it. I can't dodge this. He used the Earth Dragon Slash again, striking the ground and splitting it in two, rocks flying everywhere. Kubo Deki exclaimed, How can you block that? No way. This defense is way stronger than I thought. Lamb 2 just barely dodged a fatal strike, thinking, even though I am level 7 too, this guy is way stronger than that woman. Good thing my level 5 defensive title activated, or I would be dead for sure. Tu Nuok Thai warned him. Hey Lamb, this guy is not easy to deal with. Be careful. Meanwhile, Kubo Deki was still in shock, observing them and wondering, how can a level 5 fighter block my full force attack? That little brat must be using some tricks that others can't see. At that moment, Lamb 2 unleashed the Rain of Spears technique, countless spears raining down to attack him. Kubo Deki quickly swung his sword, gritting his teeth. Let us see how many of my attacks you can block. He used the Dragon Slash again, slicing through Lamb 2's spears. At the same time, he was hit by the sword energy, forcing him to step back and dodge. Kubo Deki could not believe his eyes, exclaiming, No way. All blocked. What happened to that cheating defense from earlier? Lamb 2 quickly activated his clone technique, his body dissolving into nothingness. Kubo Deki was even more panicked. Another clone. Seriously. At that moment, Lamb 2 reappeared behind him, simultaneously unleashing a combination of Frost and the Rain of Blossoms technique. Powerful spears shot toward Kubo Deki, who was taken aback. Damn it. Why is it ice? Wasn't it supposed to be a harmony attribute? As he struggled to defend himself, he puzzled over it. The ice from Lamb 2's technique had frozen his feet in place. Tu Nunji Thi seized the opportunity and cheerfully exclaimed, This is a great chance. Without waiting, she immediately tossed her fan to use the underworld technique. The fan quickly struck Kubo Deki's arm, leaving a deep wound. He shouted in anger, You little pests. How dare you hurt me? Infuriated, he cursed, Go die. With that, Countless blades of energy erupted from Kubo Deki. Lum 2 activated his clone technique once more. His body vanishing into thin air, he reappeared behind Kubo Deki, who quickly turned around and irritably said, I have known about your clones for a long time. You think you can trick me again in the same direction? His gaze turned dangerously sharp. Kubo Deki confidently slashed out with 2 streams of energy, leaving Lum 2 no time to dodge. He managed to absorb those 2 energy blades and exclaimed in confusion. Wait, how is this possible? Kubo Deki arrogantly pointed and proclaimed. You brat. Go to hell. Haha. But at that moment, Lum 2 once again vanished into the air, activating his clone technique. Kubo Deki was now in a panic, realizing with dread. No way. It is another clone. What kind of technique is this? How can he create clones twice in a row? He did not notice the strange red mist surrounding him, but by the time he realized it, his entire body was engulfed in that mist. Kubo Deki spun around in fear. What is this? This is a nightmare. He had fallen into a nightmare where the sky turned a fiery red and the space around him seemed to collapse. Lum 2 then unleashed the heavenly dragon break, a massive image of a giant warrior materializing behind him. Kubo Deki could only stare upward. What the hell is this? It is too strong. He immediately retaliated, wielding his diamond technique, revealing a creature that was neither dragon nor snake behind him. Then, with great arrogance, he boasted, Good. Even if this technique is powerful, how can a level 5 weakling defeat me? As he swung his sword down, the creature lunged forward, its wide mouth open. The strange creature clashed with the heavenly dragon, creating explosions that shook the heavens and scorched the earth. In the air, a colossal explosion erupted, the force of which sent shockwaves, causing the ground to shatter. When the chaos subsided, Kubo Deki was flung back, sliding across the ground. Lum 2 appeared to be worse off, his body flung into the air, and he could not help but drop his spear. Oof. Tu Nunsi Thli saw this and panicked, shouting, Big trouble. Lam 2's entire body slammed into the ground, creating a massive dent, blood spewing from his mouth. As he propped himself up, his face twisted in pain. He could not help but think, no wonder he is a level 7 martial artist, dispatching that heavenly dragon like it was nothing. Over here, Kubo Deki was feeling quite proud, saying, It is an honor for you to die under my diamond fist. Even if you are a chicken like you. Lam 2 spat out blood in disdain and retorted, Honor? Like I care about that. Meanwhile, he was calculating how lucky he was to have the time-freezing rage skill, activating his rage state. He prepared for a power strike. If he could not kill the old man, he would at least leave him severely injured. He thought to himself while gritting his teeth. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Hey. Are you looking for this sword? Lam 2 turned around in surprise. He then asked, Who? As the person approached his backpack, without a hint of politeness, they grabbed it. Lam 2's face darkened with rage. Damn it. That sword is mine. Give it back. Kubo Deki, seeing the newcomer, swung his sword and demanded, Who are you? Don't mess with my business. The stranger turned to Lam 2, asking again, Answer me. Where did you find this sword? In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Lam 2. Lam 2's anger flared even more. Get your filthy hands off me. But the stranger easily grabbed his spear with a smile, saying, You seemed pretty mad earlier when that Japanese guy hit you. Where's that anger now? Lam 2's mind raced in shock, realizing this guy could catch his spear barehanded. The stranger lifted the sword and continued, Seems like this sword means a lot to you. Kubo Deki, observing the two, felt anxious. This strange guy is really strong. Why does it feel like they know each other? I need to rethink my strategy. If that guy really comes to help, I am definitely gonna lose. I need to strike first while I have the advantage. With that, he gritted his teeth and raised his sword again, preparing to unleash a fierce strike. The stranger, sensing the shift in energy, turned around with an ominous aura. A tiny fly dares to sneak attack me. With that, the stranger drew his sword from its sheath, releasing an overwhelming aura. Kubo Deki's face turned pale with fear at the sight. The stranger coldly unleashed a flurry of powerful sword strikes, slicing through the air. Lam 2 watched in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. What the hell? A level 7 martial artist just got sliced like that. This is insane. The heat from the battle was palpable, and even the bystander was equally stunned. Lam 2 was reading the system notification while thinking, what if the system can't display his info? Is he really a level 8 martial artist? After the chaos settled, the stranger turned back with a charming smirk. How about it? I have taken care of your little problem as a favor. Can you two tell me about this sword? Lam 2, gripping his spear, replied with irritation. I did not ask you to help. You know. Inside, he felt regret, thinking, there goes some of my experience points. He still can't forget to snap a picture of Kubo Deki's lifeless body. That guy's a level 7 fighter, talk about a massive XP loss. The stranger watching this bizarre act could not help but ask. What on earth are you doing? Lum Tu quickly explained. This guy's a notorious criminal. You know, there is no signal here, so I am just taking a photo for now. We will head outside and collect our reward later. His eyes were practically sparkling, all but screaming. Show me the money. The stranger, now visibly frustrated with a face full of disbelief, sighed. You really are something else. I can't help but think, is not this kill supposed to be mine? Then he pointed at Lum Tu and added, if I am not mistaken, you are Lum Tu from the Holy Academy. Right, Lum Tu. Surprised, tucked his phone into his pocket. His cheek slightly flushed as he asked, how do you know my name? We do not even know each other. The stranger glanced at the sword of Than in his hand and explained, the owner of this sword told me. Lum Tu, now excited, pointed at the guy and shouted, Lefingwite told you. You know Lefningwite. The stranger's face lit up with a smile as he replied, let me introduce myself, I am Lefaharthan. Lefingwite is my little sister. Lum Tu was even more shocked, unable to control his surprise as he exclaimed, so you are her brother. Wait, this is making to you now, Seeth. Who is standing beside him, green with envy. After that, Lum Tu composed himself and cheerfully approached Lefaharthan, shaking his hand. Nice to meet you. Lefiothivin. You and Lefingwite really look alike. Lefaharthan felt like he could not keep up with Lum Tu's sudden mood swings. Lum Tu continued, but Lefingwite never mentioned she had a brother. Are you looking for her too? Lefaharthan responded cheerfully. Actually, I came to the Holy Academy looking for her. But I heard she went into the dark forest alone. So I came here to find her. Suddenly, Lum Tu took a deep breath and said, I heard from some fighters that Lefingwite ran into some enemies and is being hunted down. I think it is a woman with a hook for an arm. Lefaharthan began to ponder. Enemies. A woman with a hook for an arm. Does Lefingwite really have such an enemy? Lum Tu was infuriated by that expression. Come on. Are not you her brother? You do not even know your sister's enemies. Lefaharthan just chuckled awkwardly and explained, well, I have been training outside a lot, hardly ever home. He then put his arm around Lum Tu's shoulders and said, you are looking for her too. Let us stick together. With me around, nobody will dare mess with you. Lum Tu asked, do you know where Lefingwite is? Lefaharthan raised both hands in exasperation. No idea. But knowing my sister, if she needs to escape her enemies, she will definitely stir up some trouble. Lum Tu felt completely speechless in front of this guy. Lefaharthan continued, she will definitely head to where the fighters are gathered. The dark forest is where all the fighters hang out now. Lum Tu's eyes widened in panic. Wait, are you saying Lefingwite is probably at the ice flame? But how do you know where the ice flame is? Lum Tu asked, a bit incredulous. In response, Lefaharthan reached into his shirt. Then he pulled out a device that looked like a handle and boasted, look, I have a fire crystal detector. Lum Tu was left speechless, thinking, dude, you really came here to find Lefingwite and not the fire crystal. After that, Lefaharthan slung his arm over Lum Tu's shoulder and said, while Lum Tu was still trying to wrap his head around what just happened, once he regained his composure, he asked, can this device really locate the fire crystal? Lefaharthan replied confidently, of course. He then pointed ahead and said, look, we have found something. There are people up ahead. Lum Tu was once again left speechless. Dude, I can see that already. She replied. In front of them was a group of people chatting and laughing. Lum Tu then added, looks like your device does not sense the fire crystal. Probably just picks up on people. Right. Lefaharthan nonchalantly put the device away and nodded. All the fighters brave enough to roam this dark forest are here for the fire crystal. So it must be in this direction. Hearing this, Lum Tu continued, if they came here to find the fire crystal, they will definitely see us as competition and quickly get rid of us. Lefaharthan then boldly declared, if they dare to lay a hand on us, just take them all out. After hearing this, Lum Tu could not help but think of Lefingwite's words about taking them all out. He sighed. That tone really sounds familiar. The group of people approached, each with a different hairstyle, and one of them sneered, look who it is. More guests have arrived. Another chimed in disdainfully, only 3 of them. They do not look strong at all. That buzzcut guy looks like a joke. Haha. 3 little chickens think they can come steal our fire crystal. Lum Tu maintained a friendly smile and waved at them. Hey, guys, do not be tense. I am not here to steal your fire crystal. Just wanted to ask if anyone has seen a beautiful, cold girl with silver hair. At this point, he had gotten close to the guy with the chicken-colored hair, who arrogantly replied, Kid. The rule, if you want to hear some news, you gotta pay up. Lum Tu chuckled and responded, of course. But let us see if the info you provide is worth anything first. The guy with the chicken hair spread his arms and said, look at that heavy bag on your back. Why do not you show me what you have got first? If it is interesting, I will give you the info. After hearing this, Lam 2 waved his hand dismissively. No. You are not sincere at all. I'm gonna find someone else to ask. Suddenly, the guy with the chicken hair brandished his weapon to block him, with his eyes glowing with menace. He said, Hey kid. You think you can just leave after bothering me? Lam 2 calmly raised his spear and replied. Or what? You want to treat me to a meal? Without hesitation. He lunged straight at him. The guy quickly raised his axe to defend. But his expression showed he was having a tough time keeping up. Too fast. Then, in an instant, both he and the axe were sent flying backward. The guys accompanying him saw their comrade getting wrecked. But instead of helping, they just laughed. Haha. A 3. You good, bro. Can't even handle one level 5 newbie. The guy with the chicken hair, named a 3, angrily pointed and exclaimed. It is that guy who has no sense of professionalism. The figure wielding the weapon against the opponent, filled with rage, exclaimed. Damn it. This is not something a second-tier freak can handle. As he tossed aside his bag, he swung his axe down with fury. Meanwhile, Lin 2 and a 3 were locked in combat, while a few bystanders watched and chuckled. Suddenly, a red figure appeared, commenting, even though this kid is only level 5, he is holding his own against a level 6 fighter. Not bad. Lacking Gaiet has quite the eye. Lack Hothian observed with satisfaction. Tuo, standing behind him, asked, Aren't you going to step in? Didn't you say you would ensure no one would dare mess with us while you are here? There was a hint of annoyance in her tone. Lack Hothian replied nonchalantly. He did not ask me to back him up. Plus I can see Lin 2 is not at a disadvantage. Then, he turned to Tiu Nuuk Thai and asked, By the way, what is your deal with Lin 2? Why are you always hanging around that kid? See now, you are important to that kid. Are you my sister's rival in love? Tiu Nuuk Thai shouted defiantly. I am Lin 2's girlfriend. Your sister is a thief. You know, Lack Hothian said with a grin. That is between you guys. It has got nothing to do with me. Then he kindly warned her. But I have to advise you. If you are going to be my sister's rival, you would better watch out. If she goes crazy, I can help you. Meanwhile, the two fighters continued their showdown. A 3 was standing in the smoke, and one of his teammates egged him on. A 3. You are losing ground. Then, the 2 came up and patted him on the shoulder. The buzzcut guy said, Yeah. Do you need us to lend a hand? A 3 irritably shrugged off his partner's hand and replied, What do you guys think you are going to do? The long-haired guy chimed in. It is up to you. Quick strikes. Take down that little punk first. Then we will see. As the long-haired guy and the buzz-cut guy charged toward Lin 2, they shouted, Hey, punk, time to die. They swarmed around Lin 2, and Tiu Nuuk was furious. This bunch of losers. A group of level 6 fighters ganging up on a level 5 kid. She turned to Lack Hothian and asked, Are you just going to stand there and watch your sister's husband get killed? Lack Hothian looked exasperated and said, I was going to see how this plays out. But who told me I am her brother-in-law? Tiu Nuuk Thai did not say more and unleashed both of her fans. Ready for action. The long-haired guy sensed danger and quickly glanced over. Then, he smugly raised his weapon to defend himself. But the fan flew back into Tiu Nuuk Thai's hands. You think it is fair to gang up on a kid like that? She retorted. The long-haired guy licked his lips, looking greedy as he said to himself, Hey, pretty girl. I was planning to have my way with you. But if you can hold back, I want to be polite. But before he could gloat, countless slicing strikes hit him all over. The other 2 guys turned pale with fear and exclaimed, What? Is that Kothian using the shattered blade technique? The strikes sliced through everything in their path, and their bodies were torn into pieces. He could only scream in pain. And the guys behind him were just as terrified. 1 life. And those 3 guys were all level 6 fighters. How can that guy be so strong? They were in a panic as Kothian spoke. After killing someone, Kothian wore a bright smile and said, No need to thank me. It is just a small matter. Lam 2 could only feel exasperated. Inside, he was already fuming. Thinking, Oh sure, thank you so much. You just robbed me of my reward, a level 6 fighter. That is a whole ocean of experience points. Then Kothian turned back to those guys. Some were solo players, while others preferred to gang up. The guys over here were already shaking in their boots. At that moment, an older man with a full beard stepped in to mediate, saying, Elder, those 3 were out of line. They disrespected you, and they have already paid the price. Everything in their backpacks is now your spoils. We did not mean to cross you. We hope you can show mercy. As he spoke, he tossed out the backpacks of those guys. Seeing this, Kothian happily replied, So you know how to behave. Then he turned to Lam 2, saying, Lam 2, go grab those backpacks over here. Lam 2 cheerfully responded, Yep. Big brother. As he approached to pick up the bags, he thought joyfully. Even though I did not get any experience points, getting this pile of rare materials is not too shabby, better than nothing. After dealing with those guys, Kothian waved goodbye, saying, out of respect for you, I want to hold this against you. See you. After that, the three turned to leave. One guy with a ponytail poked his head out and asked the bearded man, Old Wong, are we just letting them go like that? That guy is only at the peak of level 5. And you are level 6 too. Plus, we have the numbers. The man, referred to as Old Wong, fell silent. He turned back and said sternly, Can't you feel the murderous aura that guy gives off? Even though he is holding back, I can still sense that thick, heavy killing intent. That is the kind born from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. If we engage, we might end up wiped out without a trace. Fast forward a bit. The three were still making their way down the road, with Lak Hothian leading the charge. That kid's something else. He stood up to a bunch of level 6 fighters with his level 5 self got guts. I respect that they split the loot from those unfortunate guys between the two of them. Not interested. Hearing that, Lam Tu cheerfully exclaimed, Thanks, big bro. After the two were busy dumping out a colorful pile of rare materials to share, Lak Hothian added, But still, you are too weak. Lam Tu, feeling down in front of the pile of rare materials, could not help but feel deflated by those words. Oh. These brothers. A memory of Laknagayat's voice echoed in his mind, saying he was still too weak. He felt helpless, thinking, what an arrogant brat. Suddenly, Lak Hothian seemed to sense something and quickly drew his sword. He swung the sword backward. The giant that had been silently approaching them was sliced in two. Its remains fell at Lak Hothian's feet, and Lam Tu's eyes went wide in shock. He just killed a level 5 being, one of the rarest creatures in the dark forest. Hey bro, how did you even notice it? He was thoroughly impressed by his brother's quick reflexes. As Lef Harthian sheathed his sword, he casually replied, exuding a fierce aura. Then he explained, when he attacked me, I could totally feel his killing intent, including those previous guys, along with the 3 martial artists earlier. I locked onto their killing intent as they launched their attack, predicting their moves. Lum Tu scratched his head, looking a bit clueless, saying that even that invisible breath of killing intent could be sensed and identified. Les Havrothin was feeling a bit cocky at this moment. Hey. This kind of intuition can only be honed by wading through rivers of blood and standing atop mountains of corpses. The words he spoke painted a picture of a mountain of corpses. He must have killed quite a few people. But then Luxia Thian's eyes turned vicious. If you can't sense it, it just means you have not killed enough. And then he happily added, Lefingguite can also sense others' killing intent, allowing her to make predictions. But since she has not killed as many as I have, she is still lagging behind a bit. Lum Tu pondered, noting that Lefingguite's decisive actions were due to her sensing the opponent's intent. Could it be because she has got a fiery temper? One wrong word and she might chop off a head. He imagined Lefingguite, furious, sword in hand. Hearing this, Les Evrathin blushed a bit, sheepishly admitting, yeah, that girl does have a bit of a hot temper. Suddenly, a group of people flew toward them. One guy with chicken-colored hair shouted, the old man Hein has confirmed the location of Bang Lang in Atka. A few shadows zipped up the hill. The leader urged, hurry. It is the peak right ahead. Everyone move your feet. Leffa Harthin had already noticed them, but he turned to the two and said, did I just hear something? Bong Lian Ha has appeared. Lum Tu also speculated, seeing their frantic urgency. It must be real. Lissy Harthin looked at his item, which had now grown larger, and he rarely got flustered, saying the device is reacting, the needle pointing toward the martial artists. We are heading out. And he took off without a moment's hesitation. Lum Tu quickly followed, thinking to himself, with a reaction like that, there is no way it is not about Bong Lian Ha. At that moment, a crescent moon shone brightly in the sky. Beneath it, a high mountain was eroded all around, surrounded by wispy clouds. The martial artists below were desperately trying to climb up, and soon Lum Tu and his group arrived. Lufio Thivin, holding his item, declared, this is the spot. Climbing the cliff. Above must be the Bang Lion Lake, he said as he tucked the item into his shirt. Then Lekev Ha-Thin sat down, unleashing swirling spiritual power, turning back to leave a remark. You little 5th stage kid. I am not waiting for you guys. With a swift leap, he shot up effortlessly. Lum Tu, still irritated by that earlier comment, thought, so what if your level is higher? Show me the skills of this little bro here. Then quickly bent down to gather his energy, his whole body radiating spiritual power. He then used the Shunbo technique to ascend just as quickly as Lefafara Thin, his eyes shining bright as he activated the snow step technique to double his speed. Lefhar Thivin turned back, surprised and exclaimed, whoa. Nice moves. Good. Meanwhile, the icy water beneath her body was bubbling up, and she was climbing up bit by bit, shouting, "That kid over there is such a chicken. Doesn't he care about a delicate girl at all?" She struggled to grab onto every little ledge to pull herself up. As we shift scenes to the mountaintop, we see countless martial artists gathered around a large lake, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, she finally made it to the peak, jumped up, and huffed, "I do not need you guys. I can climb up just fine." But when she saw the scene before her, she gasped. "Whoa, there are so many people." Tin, trailing behind her two companions, asked, "What are all these martial artists doing here? Didn't they say the Icefire Lotus is at the bottom of the lake right in front of us?" Lesevha Thin took the chance to enlighten them, saying, "You guys still do not understand what this Icefire Lotus Lake is all about, do you? Let me open your eyes," he said, kicking a nearby stone down into the lake. As it hit the water, it instantly shattered into countless pieces, which then broke apart into even smaller fragments, turning into sparkling dust in the water. The two newbies watching this spectacle exclaimed in unison, "Whoa, that is insane." Lesevha began to explain. Ever since the Icefire Lotus suddenly appeared in this world, it has completely changed the lake's normal properties. The water is now extremely cold. Anything that touches it turns into fiery dust in the water. But for martial artists above level 6, as long as they do not get injured or bleed, they can use their essence to resist the lake's water. But using essence consumes way too much energy. Unless you are willing to risk absorbing some of the strange essence to replenish your energy, you will turn into fine powder within 3 minutes. The Icefire Lotus in that lake probably has not bloomed yet. You can only pick it using special tools after it does, so all the martial artists here are just waiting patiently for the flowers to bloom. Right now it is the calm before the storm, he patiently explained to his two rookie friends. Little Lumentu was peeking around like a curious monkey, searching for something. "Where's the Lefa guide? Didn't you say she would show up here?" he asked. Lesevha Thin slyly replied, "I said she might come. Not that she definitely would." Suddenly, sounds began to ripple across the lake's surface. Lumentu sat down to observe and said, "The water in the lake is changing." Lesevha Thin warned, "If I were you, I would back away from the water a bit." Out of nowhere, a cluster of skeletal snakes shot up from the water, their eyes and tongues still visible. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Level 6 Icefire Serpent. Characteristics. After absorbing the essence of the Icefire Lotus, it evolves into a venomous snake. Its venom can turn hunters into fine dust. Lumentu exclaimed in shock. Level 6 Icefire Serpent. He quickly backed away and warned everyone, "Get out of the way. This snake is super poisonous." Lesevha Thin was astonished, saying, "This kid actually knows his stuff." One martial artist, caught off guard, was bitten by the Icefire Serpent on his forearm. He screamed, "Ah! The snake is still biting. That flesh is melting away and evaporating." Another martial artist pulled out a dagger and shouted to the bitten man, "Hurry! Cut off that arm." Then he decisively slashed at the injured arm. The warrior, his arm brutally severed, cries out in agony, "My arm! The severed limb lies there." Still steaming, more and more frost snakes rise, and the person in charge shouts urgently, "Fall back. Everyone, get back now. Do not let those snakes bite you." The others scramble away in a panic. Unfortunately, one of them is bitten in the thigh by a frost snake, and he screams, "Help! Somebody save me." At this moment, Lesevha Thin turns to the two who have not retreated yet and says, "Even up here on the shore, you are not safe. The poison from these frost snakes is just like the attributes of Hair Bang." The lake bubbles ominously, and yet another wave of frost snakes surges forward. The martial artists shout warnings to each other. "Fall back. Fall back." The guy with the yellow hair and his teammates turn in a panic to run as the frost snakes approach. One snake opens its wide mouth and flicks its tongue. It leaps onto Lumentu, who is momentarily stunned. Damn. Can they jump that far? Without hesitation, he unleashes a massive fireball with his spear, creating a phoenix-shaped head to confront the charging frost snake. Instantly, the frost snake is engulfed in flames, writhing in distress. Moments later, it is reduced to a charred stub. Suddenly, a voice chimes in. And who? It is a man with red hair and glasses that resemble a display case. He continues, "Kid, your fire skills are top-notch. Why do not you team up with us to grab some frost snake flowers?" This guy offers a friendly invitation. Lumentu straightforwardly replies, "Sorry, but I already have a team." Hearing this, the man steps closer, nudging Lumentu's shoulder. "But you guys are just 3, and only one of you is level 7. Your strength is too weak. Look over there. Those guys are eyeing you like predators, and it seems they have bad intentions." Lumentu glances over, then asks, "You mean those guys?" The old warriors are glaring at him, radiating a menacing aura, but Lumentu responds calmly, "I already took out 3 of them before. They would not dare attack. The stranger adds. Looks like they have found some strong allies to back them up. He then places a hand on Lam Tu's shoulder, saying, so think it over. If you use your fire skills to help us against the frost snakes, I promise you will get your share of the rewards once we secure the frost snake flowers. Without a second thought, Lam Tu shakes his head. No teams. If they dare to make a move, let them come. The man's true colors are now revealed as he starts to draw his sword. Fine. If you refuse, then you are my enemy. Time to die. Lam Tu quickly readies his spear to defend himself. That guy swung his weapon and then said, so you are the enemy? Die already. Lam Tu quickly grabbed his spear to defend himself. The force of the blow made his knees buckle slightly. After that, Lam Tu began to analyze the situation, realizing he was actually in the same faction as the 7th level fighter Kim Soon Seon. You thought you could catch me off guard and ambush me. For a 7th level fighter, that is pretty low. Just then, the system notification popped up. Zoom scene, 7th level fighter. Hearing this, he asked in shock, how do you know my name? Lam Tu pointed at him, chuckling mockingly. Because you look exactly like a loser. Zoom scene, enraged by this, swung his sword wildly, shouting, go to hell. His attack was brutal. The old king raised his weapon and yelled to his teammates. They are killing our guys. You think we are just going to take this lying down? We have got 4 level 7 fighters. And they only have 1. Brothers, let us take them out. As soon as those words left his mouth, the enemies began to surround the 3 of them. At this moment, Leslie Harthin radiated an intimidating aura, casually drew his sword, and said with a smirk, 4 level 7s. Ah. Impressive? Haha. Looks like it is time to unleash some real chaos. He then reminded his 2 new buddies. You two, take care of yourselves. With them outnumbering us, I can babysit you guys. T-Univeth. Hearing this, got furious and shouted. Didn't you promise that no one would mess with us? What a load of crap. Lethevha then shrugged it off, chuckling. I am just here to train Lam Tu. If you want to feel real pressure, you have got to survive the ultimate test. With that, he unleashed his energy and shouted. Lam Tu, wipe out all these enemies. Lam Tu did not waste time. He swung his spear and charged in. With Tu-Nef Thai right behind him, the 3 of them fought fiercely, taking down one enemy after another. Kim Sun-sam pointed dismissively at Lam Tu, sneering. You weak little brat. I will deal with you first. Lam Tu felt a pang of anxiety, thinking, this guy may just be a level 7. But he is not someone a level 5 like me can handle without using my rage skill. I have not found Luxing Guy yet, so I can't use my trump card just yet. This guy thinks he is all that, but he is clearly underestimating me. I need to catch him off guard. Just then, the other fighters started shouting. The ice serpent is coming. Everyone back up. Back up. They scattered in panic while Kim Sun-seon stood there with his back turned, clueless about what was happening. Suddenly, an ice serpent lunged at him, its forked tongue flicking as it prepared to strike, causing him to freak out and shout, what the hell? He quickly lunged forward, excitedly saying, Kid, your death might actually mean something. He dodged back, smugly telling Lam Tu, you are just my target practice. Lam Tu swore silently, thinking, this jerk. Just as the serpent was about to bite, he quickly activated his clone ability, vanishing into thin air. Kim Sun-seon was taken aback. What? A clone? This little punk thinks he can fool me. The serpent was now close enough to bite his arm, but Kim Sun-seon, unfazed, raised his hand to form a protective barrier, leaving the serpent to bite into thin air. Moments later, his hand was still intact, and he smugly declared, no way a puny little snake could break through my defenses. Suddenly, Lam Tu appeared behind Kim Sun-seon and asked, what about me? Can I break your defense? With all his strength, he tightly gripped the spear and unleashed a powerful strike. Each thrust headed straight for his shield, shattering it to pieces. Kim Sun-seon turned around in panic. The defense shattered, and the snake bit into Kim Sun-seon's arm successfully. He screamed in terror. It hurt so much. Tears and snot were streaming down his face from the pain. His complexion had gone pale. He clutched his arm as if to chop it off himself. Gritting his teeth, he sliced down and exclaimed, damn it. Meanwhile, Lam Tu was taking advantage of the moment, using the 100 Birds Phoenix technique while taunting. How does the taste of extreme cold fire feel? Let me add some scorching flames to it. Kim Sun-seon was even more furious, hissing, you think just because you are level 5, you can take me down? He raised his sword with one hand to block the incoming 100 Birds Phoenix attack, but he was soon knocked back by the flames. Landing hard on his back, Lam Tu cheerfully said, of course. I knew this move would not take you down. I just needed to send you flying. Kim Sun-seon turned pale. Looking back, There was the clear blue water of the lake next to him, waiting for him. Kim Soon-seong could not help but shout. Oh no, damn it. Finally. A beautiful ending for the loser. Kim Soon-seong plummeted into the lake with a splash. He raised his face, corroded and covered in holes. Screaming. A moment later. Only a few scraps of clothing remained floating on the boiling surface of the lake. The martial artists above were utterly shocked by this scene, each murmuring their thoughts. How could a level 7 martial artist die like that? This Bang Lian Lake is terrifying. It must be because he was injured and had that left arm problem, making it easier for the lake's flames to consume him. Exactly. If he was in perfect condition, all he had to do was activate his protective energy with full force, and he could definitely hold out for a while. Meanwhile, the old kings were still charging at Lam 2, shouting, "Kill that brat. Just die." A warning shout rang out. Watch out for the Bang Lian snake. At that moment, a Bang Lian snake was silently approaching its prey. Lam 2 immediately turned around to observe, then used his clone technique to vanish into thin air. Dodging the snake's bite, the red-headed guy panicked as the Bang Lian snake lunged at him. Not again. It is the clone. Then, a guy with a ponytail rushed in to save his teammate, swinging his spear to deal with the snake, exclaiming, "Seriously?" Trying the same trick twice, the serpent's head was now aimed at Lan 2, and he was in a panic. Damn. His clone was destroyed. This is not good. Then, the serpent bit into his arm, and he let out a pained scream. Tu Nuok Thoi turned around in shock and yelled, "Day Lam!" Lak Ho Thien shot a dangerous look back. Suddenly, Lan 2's eyes lit up. Wait, I am not hurt. He looked at his arms in surprise. One arm was radiating fire energy, while the other was releasing water energy. He pondered. Could it be because I used both fire and water attributes at the same time? The others watching were gritting their teeth in frustration. How is it possible? He got bitten by that ice serpent and did not get burned. What the heck? How is he unscathed? Damn. There are just too many of them this time. Everyone be careful. A swarm of ice serpents came rushing in. While one of the ice serpents was still gnawing at Lan 2's arm, he came up with a brilliant idea. I have got a bold thought. Then, he stretched out his hands and closed his eyes, letting the ice serpents bite and tear at him. The martial artists were horrified as he lost his mind. Why would he go near all those ice serpents? That guy is nuts. Just moments ago, he got bitten by an ice serpent and did not even get burned. That is just because he is tough. Getting bitten by 5 or 6 ice serpents at once would definitely turn anyone to dust. Lan 2 was being bitten but was still grinning. Ooh. It does not hurt that much. Then he turned around and flashed a sly grin. Without hesitation, Lan 2 charged toward the group of old men, leaving them terrified. What are you doing? Don't come over here. You freak. The others scrambled away, shouting, Help me. Don't come near me. The martial artists outside watched this scene, shivering in fear. Has that guy even human anymore? Truly, there is no martial ethics here. What a jerk. He is really riding on the back of a serpent. It is too risky to mess with him. Countless splashes erupted on the lake, accompanied by horrified screams. Just then, another giant ice serpent emerged, its mouth wide open. The crowd shouted warnings to one another. Damn. There is a bigger one coming. Everyone be careful. Even Lan 2 could not help but shudder. Wow. Huge. And the guy with the ponytail was still being bitten by a serpent, screaming his head off. The ice serpent queen then snapped her jaws shut around the ponytailed guy effortlessly. And then she opened her mouth wide again. Her body flung Lan 2 away, and he did not have time to react before being sent flying. Lan 2 was now in free fall, headed straight for the lake's surface, and he panicked. Oh no. Finally, he splashed down into the water, sending waves crashing everywhere. The guys above watched this unfold, absolutely delighted. Their mouths split into grins. One guy, looking quite satisfied, laughed. Huh. Climbing on someone else and not getting thrown off. What a surprise. You reap what you sow, buddy. Tu Nuok they shouted in alarm. Day Lam. Day Lam. While Ho Thien tried to calm her down. Don't go over there. Watch out for that big serpent. That kid got bitten by a serpent but did not burn, so falling into the pit should be fine. The ice serpent queen was now rising up, and those who were laughing just moments ago were now terrified as she tossed them aside. Get back. Everyone. Attack together. The scene shifts to Lam 2, who is sinking underwater but his body remains intact and unharmed. He floats in the depths, surrounded by a few slithering snakes. His whole body feels enveloped by some kind of ethereal energy. He opens his eyes and thinks. Even though the little snakes bite him without causing any harm, he is still submerged in the ice lotus lake. He can still feel the pain coursing through him, but with his inner strength enveloping him, he might just hold out for a while. Now that he has fallen into the lake, he decides to search for the ice lotus fire. As he thinks this, he begins to channel his energy to swim. He swims toward a light he spots and quickly guesses. Could that bright spot at the bottom of the lake be the ice lotus fire? But as he gets closer, he realizes it is the silhouette of a girl with long hair. The girl turns around, and as he sees her face more clearly, Lum-Tu gasps in shock. It is Lek-In-Gait. On the surface of the lake, everything is eerily quiet, sinking into darkness. Underwater, Lum-Tu is still in disbelief. Lek-In-Gait. It is really her. Lek-In-Gait. Noticing him, wonders to herself, why is he here? Lum-Tu is flailing his arms and legs in a very comical way. I came to find you. But those guys above knocked me into the lake. I wonder if Lek-In-Gait understands my gestures. Meanwhile, Lek-In-Gait looks at him with a puzzled expression. What is this idiot trying to say with his wild hand movements? Then she swims closer and grabs Lum-Tu's hand, pulling him along. He's confused. Where is she taking me? They both head toward that light, and Lum-Tu's eyes widen in surprise. Is this really the ice lotus fire? Before them blooms a blue flower with petals that are still flickering like flames. He silently judges. It seems like it has not fully bloomed yet. Bubbles rising from below. Around them, countless water shadows appear, and Lum-Tu worries. What is happening? Is the bottom of the lake shaking? Suddenly, the petals of the ice lotus fire begin to spread open, and he can't help but exclaim, "It is blooming! It is blooming!" The stunning petals begin to unfurl, radiant and bright, causing the fighters above to panic at the strange phenomenon. One bald guy shouts in alarm. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? The crowd stops to observe, feeling a tremor coming from the lake. This is... Glimmering streams of water form a swirling vortex, cheers erupting as they realize. The ice lotus fire is blooming. The ice lotus fire is blooming. One guy, seemingly losing his mind, screams, "Ha! The ice lotus fire is mine. No one is taking it from me." He quickly jumps into the water, and the others, seeing this, excitedly dive in after him. Ice lotus fire. I'm coming. Hurry. Let us go steal the ice lotus fire. Team Unithi anxiously asks. With so many people jumping into the lake, is Lum-Tu going to be okay down there? Lucio-Thin cheerfully reassures. That brat will be fine. He can handle it. Meanwhile, the fighters are all competing to swim down. Lum-Tu looks up worriedly. This is bad. All the fighters have jumped into the lake. Is it time for the ice lotus fire haste? Suddenly, a hand taps him on the shoulder. Lek-In-Gait points towards a nearby rock. Lum-Tu's cheeks flush pink as he thinks. Right. Let us hide from them and avoid the chaos. The two then swim to take cover behind the large rock. The first crazy martial artist swam in with a greedy look. The ice fire is mine. Suddenly, he got slashed in the back by another martial artist wielding a sword. Taking another sword strike, he cried out in pain, while the sword-wielding martial artist grinned. Cross over to the other side. The one who got hit ground his teeth in anger. Damn it. Then, his face started to corrode, and he let out a desperate scream. Oh ah. Moments later, in the crystal-clear water, only a piece of torn clothing remained. Countless others began to fight amongst themselves. The ice fire is mine. Go die. Kill them. Soon. All that was left were scraps of clothing and the final screams of, "Oh ah. Oh ah." Meanwhile, a bald guy with a sly grin chuckled. He reached out towards the ice fire, excitedly laughing. "Ha! I am about to grab it." His hand was about to touch the flower. Lin, too, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety, thinking, oh no, it is about to get snatched. But just as his hand grabbed the flower's stem, the bald guy screamed in agony. Ah. His whole body was rapidly corroded by something like acid, and he shrieked in despair. What the hell? I won't accept this. Lin-Tu was stunned by the scene, thinking, damn, it is dissolved. Looks like I can't just touch the ice fire flower barehanded. Meanwhile, he was unaware that someone with bright, gleaming eyes was sneaking up from behind. Sword drawn. This masked figure was delighting in the moment, ready to strike. Suddenly, from his bag, a mischievous little creature popped out, growling, and Lin-Tu gasped. What the heck? The little creature jumped up and tackled the bad guy's face with a thud. The creature bit down hard and kicked him, sending the thug flying with a yelp. He soon shared the same fate as the others, screaming, ah, while the little creature swam up. Grinning, Lin-Tu was still in shock, thinking, damn. Someone is attacking. Thank goodness for that little guy. The fighters nearby turned their attention. It is that brat. Lin-Tu's expression turned grim. Shit. I have been spotted. Those guys are onto me. They kept pointing him out. It is that guy on the shore. He is not dead yet. Who is that brat next to him? Damn it. He must be planning to profit from this. As they spoke, they charged towards Lin-Tu and his companion. As they charged, they shouted, we need to take him out first. He has been itching for a fight since earlier. The thug with the hole in his eye lunged with his sword, But Lin Tu quickly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping. He yelled at them. Damn it. Just go fight your own battles. What are you coming at me for? But inside, he was calculating. Since I am in the water, I can use my fire skills. But this would definitely come in handy. With that thought, he began to unleash his lightning burst technique. His eyes went wide as he punched the guy in the gut, sending him plummeting down with a yelp. Moments later, everyone else started screaming as if they would been electrocuted. Ah. Boo-hoo. Lin Tu looked at his hand, satisfied, thinking, I did not expect my lightning burst technique to be this powerful. It has a legendary attack range. But he soon found himself surrounded by others, who were cursing. That little brat. How dare you attack us first? Kill him. Lin Tu pointed at his own face. Confused. Fake. Why are you guys all crowding around me? I was not even fighting you. He added. It is electric water. What does it have to do with me? Suddenly, a strange glint lit up in his eyes. Leffingite was busy trying to steal the ice fire flower, and she was diligently wiping it clean. A nearby fighter saw this and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. That little brat is about to snag the ice fire flower. Suddenly, weapons came flying at him. But what a beautiful storm. Don't even think about stealing from me. But then, Lam Tu quickly appeared and kicked him away, thinking that maybe lacking Gayat believed her lightning strike could hold them off for a bit. After calculating, Lam Tu unleashed the earlier electric shock, causing everyone to jolt together. Meanwhile, lacking Gayat had approached the flower, carefully taking out a card and slicing it through the icy flames surrounding the stem. Once done, Lacking Gayat waited there for a moment while Lam Tu observed her from below. After a while, Lacking Gayat raised 2 fingers, signaling up and away. He understood her cue and smiled back. Sure. The guys still struggling from the electric shock panicked and shouted. Oh no. The ice fire is stolen. What is that card in that brat's hand? How come it is not melting? The martial artists shifted their focus to Lacking Gayat, confidently declaring, Great. The ice fire is stolen. If we just take her out, the ice fire will be ours. Meanwhile, Lam Tu was still happily grinning. Haha. That is our little Gayat. You guys better back off. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at them, zapping them with electricity again, making them scream in shock. He kept unleashing his lightning strikes. Lightning strikes. The shock guys were still hurling insults. You little punk. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I will chop you into 100 pieces. At that moment, Lam Tu and Lacking Gayat casually made their way to the shore. Let us hurt. They leaped out of the water, and Lacking Gayat safely held onto the ice fire. When she saw Lam Tu appear, Tu Nuokthoy ran over, worried. Big Lam. She grabbed Lam Tu's head and pressed it against her chest, happily saying, I am just glad you are okay. He gasped, feeling like he was suffocating. Suddenly, the eyes of the 2 girls locked onto each other. Lacking Gayat coldly asked, She. Tu Nuokthoy shot back. Annoyed, she. Lam Tu stood between the 2 girls, feeling a bit awkward. Let me introduce you. This is my senior, Tuo. And this is my classmate, Lacking Gayat. Tu Nuokthoy leaned closer to Lacking Gayat and said, So you are the fox spirit who stole my big lamb. Lacking Gayat was not having it and shot back. Wait. You blonde wannabe. Tu Nuokthoy snapped. What did you say? Say that again. Lacking Gayat boldly replied. You want to die? I will make it happen for you. Lam Tu quickly raised his hand to intervene. Hey now. We are all family here. At that moment, Lac Hothian chuckled and said, My dear little sister. Are not you happy to see your big bro? Lacking Gayat fumed. I do not have a brother like you. Move aside. Tu Nuokthoy added. If you are not needed here, just get lost. Lac Ho, the infamous killer, now found himself intimidated by the fierce presence of Lam Tu's 2 lionesses. The ice fire was still in Lacking Gayat's hands. And suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and joy exclaimed, Look over there. That is the ice fire. Oh man. That brat actually managed to get the Blaze Alliance. Brothers. The Blaze Alliance is ours. Let us take them down and grab it back. They do not even know they are flirting with danger. At this point, Lam Tu scratched his head, trying to intervene, and said, Wait. Can you 2 stop arguing for a second? Lissy Harthivan chimed in. Yeah. Look around. There is a pack of wolves ready to pounce over there. Let us deal with them first. Then we can argue about it. Some of the martial artists scoffed at this. Haha. You clowns think you can take us down. You have got 1 level 7 among you. And that is just wishful thinking. Leslie Harthin's face suddenly darkened, his eyes glowing with intensity as a thick, ominous aura radiated from him. You think you are tough? Level 7. Open your eyes and see clearly. The others gasped in shock. No way. This is a level 8 martial artist. Les Harthin now stood before them like a dark overlord. hair flying, muscles rippling as he advanced. He flashed an excited grin and said, "Bring it on, you little punks." The guys with nervous faces still tried to stay optimistic as they replied, "Don't be scared. He is all alone. We have plenty of level 7s here." One of them shouted, waving his sword with confidence. "It is a numbers game just like ants attacking an elephant." Lefhar looked like a true demon now, extending his claws and grinning wickedly. "Then let us see what you have got." Hee hee. "It has been a while since I have had a good slaughter." Suddenly, the flower in his hand began to dissolve. Lamb 2 panicked. "Oh no. The Blaze Alliance is fading away." Lefhar turned back to him and explained. "Once we leave the ice lake, the Blaze Alliance will vanish quickly. We need to absorb it now." Lamb 2 glanced at the massive group of enemies, anxious as he thought. "There are way too many tigers lurking around here." Lefhar cheerfully reassured him.
Good.
"I will handle the main fight. You deal with any stragglers." "Got it." Lamb 2 nodded. "Got it." In his heart, he thought of Luffy Guide and told himself, "This time, it is my turn to protect you." He turned to her and said, "Lefan Guide, focus on absorbing it. Lefhar and I will keep you safe." Lefan Guide took a moment to think, but Tu Nake C3 protested. "I disagree. Vila Lamb. There are too many of them." Lamb 2 insisted. "Sister, please just protect Luffy Guide's back for me." "Okay." Then he moved forward. Tu Nunjif hesitated, but Lefan Guide looked up and said, "Thank you. I will start absorbing it now." She closed her eyes, preparing for the process. The others were in a panic. "Damn it. That girl is about to absorb the Blaze Alliance. We can't wait any longer. Let us take them out." A shadow zipped by. Lefhar appeared in front of two of them, throwing a punch and asking, "What are you looking at?" He quickly punched one guy in the chest, sending him flying and causing him to cry out.
Oh.
The guy soared through the air and crashed into the forest, creating a massive explosion upon impact. The other martial artist stood in stunned silence, shocked to see a single punch obliterate a level 7 fighter. Even though he is level 8, that is just terrifying. Lefhar charged toward the others, smirking. "So now you are scared." Too late for that. At this moment, Lakangayat was still in the process of absorbing, when suddenly a punk came over to cause trouble. Giggling, "You guys keep fighting. The Flame Alliance is mine." But right after, Lamb 2's spear quickly appeared. He kept stabbing toward the guy, who still underestimated him. Thinking a level 5 punk dared to attack him, Lamb 2 smirked. "Try this on for size." He began to use frost, launching countless double ice spears in a blizzard of Lef Hounu deathing. The guy was gradually being frozen, still unable to believe this was happening. Questioning himself, "I remember this guy as a fire demon. How is he using ice?" Then, Luving Kimiam arrogantly said, "This little frost is useless against me." But before he could finish, he looked down in horror.
Hey.
Along with an ice spear, there was a frozen snake sticking its tongue out, ready to strike. Damn. A frozen snake. The frozen snake was small but fierce. It bit the guy right on the nose. Ouch. Then it quickly melted away in the air, leaving behind a horrific scream. "Awa." Lamb 2, spear in hand, said, "Do you know why I have to use frost techniques? Because I can deal with those who do not like fire." The others, fueled by rage, charged at him. "You little punk. Kill him." "Damn. That is enough, everyone. Let us take him down together." Lamb 2 scoffed. "You all are ganging up on one person. Who is really the coward here? Good thing when I fell into the lake, I grabbed a bunch of frozen snakes." As he spoke, he mischievously tossed some frozen snakes like they were toys. "Look at me. Frozen snakes on the attack. Each one rushing forward like it is following mom's orders." The fighters started jumping and dodging, turning into a chaotic cloud of dust. "Damn. This guy is using frozen snakes as darts. Oh man. Get out of the way." In another quiet corner, under the moonlight, Lakangayat kept her eyes closed, absorbing the frozen flames. Another fighter with bright eyes approached angrily. "I won't let you absorb anymore. Give me those frozen flames." But Tu Ungaithi quickly used her techniques to block him. This guy swung his weapon and shouted, "Level 6 a girl. Get out of my way." But behind him appeared a ghostly figure with glowing eyes. Lefhar showed up with a punch to his back, making the guy scream in agony. "You are trying to mess with my sister." Tu Ungaithi watched, pondering. Lamb 2 asked, "Why did you come back here? Did you take care of everything up front?" Lefhar proudly replied, "A bunch of clueless fools. It took me just 5 minutes." Looking around, the group was sprawled out on the ground, completely wiped out. Tu Ungaithi was sweating bullets. Wide-eyed, Lamb 2 also felt a chill, exclaiming, "At this rate, you could take out a flock of chickens faster." As the dark aura dissipated, Lefhar gradually returned to his normal self. After that, Achan said, "How do you feel about my abilities? Want to learn? If you do, I will teach you. But you have to kneel and call me master." and go into the Dark Realm with me. Lam Tu was stunned to hear this. He came from the Dark Realm. Isn't he the brother of Lakayat? That place is a complete wasteland, filled with powerful mutated beasts, zombies, and criminals on the run from the Federation. Don't he listen to him? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. Lam Tu jumped and turned around. Lakayat, who was absorbing energy, was furious and opened her eyes to speak up. Lam Tu would not go with someone like that. He would not walk the same path as that person. Lak Hothin kept reminding her, Stop worrying about your little boyfriend and focus on absorbing that energy. Lakayat shouted back louder. Shut up. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, she looked like she was about to be devoured by the energy, and Lam Tu panicked. Lakayat. Lak Hothin stood helplessly beside her, saying, You silly girl, that energy is incredibly potent. If you lose focus while absorbing it, you will end up like that. Lam Tu turned to him in a panic. Big brother. You can just stand there. What do we do? How can we help her? Lak Hothin replied helplessly. I can't do anything. I do not know any fire skills. Lam Tu, sounding like a clueless kid, exclaimed. Right. Fire skills. Then he continued, I have the Scarlet Lotus fire inside me. As soon as he finished speaking, flames began to radiate from his body. A clear and vibrant flame known as Scarlet Lotus fire. Lam Tu extended his hand, and the fire from his arm flowed down to Lakayat, as if trying to redirect the energy. He found it a bit difficult, surprised at how much energy it consumed. But he thought, no worries. I still have plenty of rare crystals to absorb. Seeing this, Lak Hothin nodded in satisfaction. This guy is willing to absorb 7th level rare crystals for Lakayat without even blinking. Looks like he is really in love with her. The timid Shui stood by, silently watching. After a while, small black stones appeared on the ground, and Lakayat, looking exhausted, closed her eyes. Lam Tu was also drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Phew. Finally finished absorbing, Lakayat cheerfully said. Thanks. Lam Tu. He smiled and replied. What are we? Is this little thing worth a thank you? Have you fully absorbed the Ice Lotus fire now? How does it feel? She expressed her feelings. Yeah. I have fully absorbed it. I can now unleash this white flame. As she spoke, Lakayat conjured a water elemental flame in her palm. Lam Tu saw this flame and cheered with joy. He raised one hand, conjuring a golden flame, and laughed. Haha, I can do this too. Check out my Scarlet Lotus fire. With his other hand, he created a blue flame, holding both flames. Suddenly, the two flames surged toward each other as if they were about to clash. Lam Tu exclaimed in shock. What the heck? What is happening? Lak Ho, both angry and exasperated, shouted. You two idiots. Quickly retract your flames. Don't you know that Scarlet Lotus fire and Ice Lotus fire repel each other? Lakayat quickly clenched her fist, and the flames began to dissipate. Lam Tu was also tense, holding onto his hand, and that energy dissipated as well. At that moment, Lak Hothin wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained that Red Lotus fire and Ice Lotus fire are powerful opposing energy sources. Once they come into contact, the energy will explode, and even an 8th level fighter won't be able to handle it. After hearing this, Lakayat fell silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lam Tu seemed excited, saying, Is it really that strong? If Lakayat and I team up, we could take on an 8th level fighter. Lak Hothin replied. Exactly. This will be your ace in the hole. A combined skill for both of you. Combined skill. Lak Hothin deliberately stretched that phrase out, his face faintly flushed with implications. Tuo, upon hearing this, exploded in anger. Shut up, while Lakayat blushed and laughed. You creep. Then, Lak Hothin was sent flying into the sky by the two girls along with some playful insults. After a moment, he said, All right, Lakayat has absorbed the Ice Lotus fire, so my job here is done. Goodbye. Everyone. Tonight is a new moon, but the light from it still illuminates the world below. Lak Hothin was carrying a huge backpack on his back. Yam, wide-eyed in surprise, asked. I remember when you came. You did not have that huge load. Lak Hothin chuckled and explained. This is all the stuff I just collected from the bodies of those fighters. All my loot. Lam Tu frowned, pointing at the broken corpses inside. Okay, I get the rare materials. But what is up with all this junk gear? Lak Hothin replied. I am also an 8th level expert. Do you think I would look at this junk? You do not understand. This is called being resourceful. I can't waste this trip. Can I? Lam Tu was left speechless, just nodding. Lakayat, standing behind, suddenly spoke up. You came here specifically to help me get the Ice Lotus fire. Lak Hothin cheerfully responded. That is right. Who told you to be my sister? Then he waved goodbye, saying, See you later, brother-in-law. His backpack obscuring half of his upper body. After he walked away, Lam Tu asked, Isn't your brother nice? Why were you so harsh with him just now? Lakangayat recounted. When he was 7, the family sent him into the dark realm to survive on his own. But he survived and became an 8th level fighter. However, he sacrificed his soul to the darkness, turning into a bloodthirsty beast that loves to kill, even though he tries to restrain himself. One day, he will be completely consumed by the darkness. It is so sad to see him as a child, surrounded by countless demons, yet remaining calm. Even Tuanuakte was moved, saying, "Sent there at 7. Your family is truly heartless." Lakangayat closed her eyes in despair and replied, "That is why the family can remain strong forever. Weakness is a sin. And those who rise higher look down on the forest." A voice echoed. Lakangayat, we should not stay here too long. Fighters seeking the Ice Lotus fire could arrive at any moment. We should leave quickly. At that moment, on the ground, countless bodies of fighters had gaping holes in their chests. Lamtu looked down and said, "Lakhothian killed all of them. As long as we leave, no one will know we got the Ice Lotus fire." Lakangayat replied, "I still can't leave." He asked, "Why not? I heard you came here to save someone. But you still have not found them." Lakangayat replied vaguely, "That was just me lying to the school. I am not here to save anyone. I am here to kill someone." And with that, she turned to one side. Lamtu, confused, blurted out, "Kill someone." Lakangayat began to recount. 3 years ago, I went with 6 teammates to the Death Ruins to hunt an 8th level beast. After we teamed up to take it down, one of the members, a woman named Trigiga Hokite, turned on us and killed everyone to monopolize the 8th level essence. The other 5 teammates were all killed. Only I was lucky enough to survive. I vowed to avenge my fallen comrades by taking down Trangahor Kut when I heard that Trantong Hokokut had also shown up in the dark forest. That is why I came here. Little did I know she had become the leader of a martial artist organization and was secretly ambushing me. I was outmatched and intentionally led them to the Bang Lian Lake, pretending to fall in. Martial artists with ice attributes can fall into Bang Lian Lake, as long as they are not injured, even without releasing their energy. They can stay underwater for a long time without drowning. I used the gaps between the rubble at the bottom of the lake to hide, waiting for the right moment until you also fell in. Trong Hokite probably thinks I am dead now, and she left without joining the fight, surely waiting for the other martial artists to weaken each other and see if she can swoop in to claim the prize. That is why she will definitely return here. Lamtu asked, "So are you planning to wait for her here?" Lakangayat replied,
Yep.
"You are really going to stick around. Fine. I will stay and help you." Tiunivith, worried, chimed in, "Are you guys out of your minds? Staying here might not even guarantee we will see Tranaheko Kut, but we will definitely encounter other martial artists. There might even be 8th level ones. The Zialam is only 5th level, and we are just 6th level. How can we face them?" Lakangayat replied, "I have absorbed the ice flame, and now I am at the 7th level." Lamtu responded cheerfully, "Leveling up to take down monsters is my specialty." Tiununji Thi could only break into a cold sweat. Sighing, "This is nut." Fast forward to a day later. A group of people appeared, led by a woman. Lamtu, hiding in a bush with 2 others, asked, "Is that them?" Lakangayat confirmed.
Yep.
But then he insisted, "We will ambush them at the ice lake." Lamtu approached a pile of corpses stacked together, excitement evident on his face, saying, "Haha, hiding in a pile of corpses to ambush them. Just thinking about it gets my adrenaline pumping." Tiunanji Sethi was left speechless by his expression. This guy really has a twisted taste. While Lakangayat grimaced, "I do not want to hide under this pile of corpses." But the 2 girls suggested, "Let us hide in the bushes instead." Lakangayat said, "They are here." The group led by Trong Hao Kut appeared fiercely, and when they saw the scene before them, they were all shocked. What on earth happened here? Why are there so many dead bodies? Did everyone die before? They began to assess. "I know this guy. He is an 8th level martial artist. Even if he is just an old school 8th level. But still an 8th level." Zhang Hao's voice rang out. Examining the corpses and wounds, it did not look like a fight, but more like someone had mercilessly killed them. Who could take down so many martial artists? He began to issue orders. "You guys, get in the water and see if the ice is still intact." The others hesitated for a moment, but Zhang Hao was relentless. "As long as there are no wounds, just use your energy to protect yourselves. You won't die that easily." The guys were pale with fear, their lips pressed tight. But then they steeled themselves and jumped into the lake together. Meanwhile, Lakangayat, hiding behind some bushes, started plotting. This was the perfect opportunity to take them out underwater. Zhang Hao turned back to give more orders, telling everyone else to spread out and keep checking the bodies for any unusual crystals or powerful artifacts. They moved towards a pile of bodies stacked on top of each other. One boy, pinching his nose, leaned in and said,
"Oh.
These corpses are starting to stink." Suddenly, an arrow shot out of nowhere. The bald guy did not have time to react. The arrow pierced his stomach, leaving him shocked and falling right into the pile of corpses. A nearby guy with shifty eyes noticed the commotion and looked over. He moved closer and called out, "Hey, bald guy, what is wrong?" Just then, a spear shot up from the pile of bodies towards the guy with shifty eyes. He was about to meet the same fate as his friend. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, where Zhang Hao's group was still swimming down at the bottom of the lake. One guy with a flashlight was scanning the area, thinking, "There is nothing down here. Looks like the ice crystals have already been taken." Suddenly, another guy pointed ahead and shouted, "Look!" He turned around to see Luffy Guide coldly approaching, and he panicked. Oh crap. What followed was a bloody scene that the author blurred out. But everyone knew what would happen to him. The two remaining guys panicked and swam up, trying to escape. Luffy Guide smirked. "You think you can run that easily?" She quickly appeared in front of them, and with one swift strike, sent one of them to meet his end. The last guy turned around in horror and cursed. Damn it. But Lucking Guide was already charging at him. He managed to get his head above water and screamed, "Help! There is an ambush down here." But his cries were quickly silenced by another swift strike. The surface of the water erupted in splashes, accompanied by desperate gasps. Those on the shore worriedly shouted, "Big sister, there is an ambush in the lake." At that moment, Lam-Tu emerged from the pile of corpses, thinking, "Little Nguide is moving too fast. I wanted to ambush a few more people." Taking advantage of their distraction, he thought of eliminating a few more, and with that, he swung his spear. The fire energy surged forth. One guy looked up and panicked. No way. The flames he conjured formed fireballs that hurtled towards the group. One guy yelled, "Damn it. There is someone ambushing us from behind. Everyone be careful. Be careful." But they could not escape the fireballs launched by Lam-Tu from within the forest. Another powerful aura emerged. It was Tunex C3, appearing with her signature butterfly dance. The force from her attack sent several guys flying. "Looks like we have got company here too." Lacking Guyot has jumped out of the water. Trung Hao Kit quickly conjured a shield and shouted, "You useless bunch, do not panic. Fall back. Hold the defensive line." The three of Lam-Tu had gathered, with Lacking Guyot at the forefront. Snorting coldly, Trung Hao Kit saw this and sarcastically remarked, "How? So it is the one who was defeated by me. What do you think? You think finding a 5th or 6th rank fighter as backup will let you stand against me?" Lacking Guyot replied tersely, "Kill them. That is enough." Trung Hao Kit then charged forward with his sword, shouting, "I will handle the girl in the middle. You two deal with the rest." The others, oblivious to danger, rushed out shouting, "Kill! Kill! Trung Hao!" Feeling victorious, swung his sword down at Lacking Guyot, who quickly jumped to dodge the blow. A damp explosion erupted, obscuring everything in sight. Lam-Tu was still dealing with two opponents when he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Lam-Tu thought to himself, Lacking Guyot just advanced to rank 7. Facing an 8th rank opponent is still beyond her capability. I need to get away from these guys and help her. He plunged his spear into the ground, causing countless flags to rise like a battlefield, breaking through, accompanied by a mighty general charging toward the group with Lam-Tu. The spear shot forward alongside roaring dragon heads. Those guys were sent reeling from Lam-Tu's attack. One of the opponents, gritting his teeth, questioned himself, "This guy is that strong? Is he really only rank 5? At this moment, Tunak also spoke up. "Day Lam, go help Lack Guyot. I will handle these guys." Lam-Tu asked, "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" Tu, while delivering her strikes, replied, "Don't he worry." Lam-Tu quickly unleashed the violent rain of flower spear technique, launching a flurry of spear strikes. At this moment, Trung Hao Kit was still behind her defensive barrier, smugly proclaiming, "Yuan dare to ambush Lang Nu." She then swung her sword, slicing downward. Lam-Tu was now a blur in her vision. Tunak though aghast and shocked. "No way. It can't be that easy for me to deal with. That is a clone." By the time she realized it, he had already appeared behind her. He plunged his spear straight into Trung Hao Kit, sending her flying. She glared back, fuming, "You little brat, curse you." Lang Nu. As she spoke, she unleashed her power, breaking the shield, sending both Lack Guyot and Lam-Tu flying away. Trung Hao Kit then threw something and shouted, "A spike collar." This was a metal ring designed with sharp spikes surrounding it. Lam-Tu gritted his teeth in worry, raising his spear to defend against the spiked circle. She laughed triumphantly, "Ha-ha," and then raised her iron hand. The spiked collar collided with his spear, sending it flying. Then it ricocheted back, causing Lam-Tu to exclaim in shock, "Damn it. It can change direction." Trung Hao Kit was now maniacally using the spiked circle. The spiked circles lunged forward in a frenzy, and Lam-Tu panicked, "Damn. Not again." He could not evade as the spikes continuously assaulted him, leaving him unable to fight back. Zhang Hao sneered arrogantly, Newbie. Go play with the spikes over there. He then turned to La Fingite, ready to attack as she reached her massive sword. La Fingite charged into battle. Zhang Hao was swinging his sword like a madman, unleashing waves of sword energy, his eyes blazing with fury as he screamed. La Fingite struggled to fend off his relentless attacks. The ground erupted with huge explosions, dirt flying everywhere. Over here, Lum Tu was desperately trying to dodge the sharp spikes. He was furious, thinking, damn it. I can't predict the trajectory of these spikes. No way. La Fingite can't take on that crazy woman alone. He assessed the situation, realizing the woman must have some unusual ability. Controlling those spikes with her mind, his eyes landed on her metal arm. And suddenly it clicked. This is not mind control. If it is electronic, it must be vulnerable to heat. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he thought of a plan. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fiery attack, a massive flame bursting forth from Lum Tu's spear. Zhang Hao, still screaming in mockery, scoffed. What can a level 5's flames do? My spikes are made of heat-resistant material. But she quickly gasped. Wait, this kid's flames are that strong, such high heat. Is it the sacred fire of the Red Lotus from the past? Underestimating others can lead to death. Lum Tu shot back. Haha. You actually know your stuff. That is right. The fire burning within me is the Red Lotus flame that can incinerate everything. At that moment, La Fingite rushed in, asking, what are you staring at? Her technique was the ice flame slash. Zhang Hao gawked. That is the ice flame slash. Faced with La Fingite's powerful strike, she had no choice but to quickly create a defensive shield. Jealous much? You can handle the ice lotus fire. How can it be? One is red lotus fire. The other has ice lotus fire. Talk about lucky. La Fingite replied joyfully. Thanks to you. If you had not thrown me into the ice lotus lake, I would not have this power. Lum Tu grinned wickedly as he charged in. Haha. Both our partners are chosen ones. Are you scared now? La Fingite snapped. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I will take you out first. Lum Tu pretended to be oblivious. All right. Let us deal with this light bulb first. He unleashed his fiery attack again, conjuring a gigantic phoenix head made of flames. Zhang Hao, still inside the shield, smirked. Even if your flames are strong, you are still just a level 5. Level 5 flames can kill me. La Fingite charged in, ready to unleash her ice flame slash. Zhang Hao laughed. Looks like you have not fully absorbed the ice lotus fire yet. If I kill you, I can absorb the energy that you have not completely taken. Suddenly, she exclaimed in shock. I missed. La Fingite appeared, asking, who said I wanted to attack you? Lam Tu was running far away, excitedly shouting, we are about to collide. Run faster. The underlings, seeing this, gritted their teeth in panic, unsure of what to do against such overwhelming force. Tu Nuuk, they also screamed. These two lunatics. Zhang Hao, taken aback, asked, what are they planning? Is it a hit and run or something? A blue stream of energy appeared, followed by a golden aura charging towards it. The two forces clashed together like sworn enemies. Zhang Hao, caught in the middle like a sandwich, exclaimed, holy crap. No way. How can this energy be so powerful? Then, she expanded her body into the sky, wailing in despair. Haha, this is a disaster. Leaving a huge cloud of smoke on the ground. Below, where the explosion happened, a dent formed, filled with small puddles. Lam Tu felt like a total champ, shouting, our combo skills are insane. Even level 8 can't handle it. Then, La Fingite punched Lam Tu in the face, causing him to bleed. Shut up. She snapped. Tu Nuuk they was still in shock, thinking, these two have gone crazy. Next time you use that skill, can you give a warning? Please. She yelled. Lam Tu just laughed it off. Haha, no big deal. While La Fingite blushed and looked away, trying not to draw attention. Meanwhile, over at the city of Shenlan, tall buildings came into view. A few people were trying to enter the city, while guards with guns watched over the gate. When Lam Tu arrived and saw the scene, he wondered, what is going on? Why is this place sealed off? He started to head towards the bright gate to check it out. Next came La Fingite, following her brother. Suddenly, a soldier gave them a sleazy look. The soldier raised his hand and shouted, wait, this equipment is malfunctioning. We can't continue scanning. The soldiers nearby were gossiping. The captain's old habits are flaring up again. Poor beauty. She is about to be hit on by the captain. The soldier, referred to as the captain, stretched out his feet and licked his lips, saying, I will have to personally search you. La Fingite stood still, narrowing her eyes. You dare to touch me again. You are dead. The soldiers saw the guard shouting loudly, and one of them aimed his gun directly at her. You have guts? What are you planning? Put the weapon down. Lam Tu's expression turned dark as he replied. We just scanned this area. Clearly. You guys are the ones looking for trouble, the captain, scared but still tough, said. These people refuse to cooperate with the scan. There is definitely something wrong. Brothers. Capture them. Suddenly, a footstep appeared, accompanied by an annoyed voice. It is too noisy here. A blonde soldier showed up. Irritated. Asking. What are you doing? That hairstyle looks like your mom just threw a bowl on your head and gave you a haircut. One of the soldiers approached. Buttering up. Sir. These people want to cooperate with the scan. We suspect they are in cahoots with the thieves and plan to arrest them. The blonde soldier shot a dismissive glance at the group. You guys are trying to arrest a top tier. Explain what is going on. Lacking Guyot raised her voice. You better watch it. The blonde soldier, quick to react, fumed. How dare you insult my rank, you little brat. She had not even had a chance to respond when that guy jumped in her face. But once she got a good look at him, she quickly exclaimed. Is Miss Lack? Then, she swiftly slapped that soldier for running ahead with a lantern like a fool, and told him to shut up. After that, she leaned in closer to Lack Guyot, crossing her arms and asking, What are you doing in Thanam? Tang Nang. Sweating bullets. Replied. I messed up in the city of Chin Kong and got dragged here. I did not expect Miss Lack to be in Shenlam too. What just happened? Lacking Guyot turned to point at the guy, saying, This dude was trying to take advantage of me. I was about to take him out. Tang Nang. Hearing this, was furious. How dare he have designs on Miss Lack? He's got guts. Grab him for me. He pointed at the red-haired guy, who was now trembling and could only stutter. Shang Ya. Lacking Guyot then asked, What is going on in Shenlam? Tang Nang quickly replied. I was in the Lord's mansion when a priceless treasure was stolen, so the whole city's on lockdown these past few days. Shenlam has been completely sealed off. I am sorry for the trouble. Miss Lack, if you do not have a place to stay, I can arrange something for you. She stepped inside with her team and responded. We are good. We already have a place. Tang Nang replied. All right then, take your time. After waiting for Lam Tu and the others to leave, the soldier, still curious, pointed and asked. Shang Ya. Who are they? Anyway. Tang Nang sighed and replied. They are from the Tian Kong city, the Lack family. Those are the people you do not mess with. They do not shy away from murder. As they walked a bit further, Lam Tu spoke up. Little Nu Guyot. Just how powerful is your Lack family? Even the guards in Shenlam show them respect. Lacking Guyot shut her eyes in annoyance and said, It is none of your business. The scene shifted to a towering building, the Holy Academy branch in Shenlam. The three entered the academy's lobby. Lacking Guyot was dealing with the receptionist while Lam Tu watched, and Tu Noktho waited outside. Lam Tu, confused, asked, Where is everyone? It used to be bustling here, like a marketplace. The old man at the reception chimed in. Kid. What are you talking about, comparing the Holy Academy branch in Shenlam to a marketplace? No one's around because of the lockdown, so I sent everyone home. Outside, Tu Noktho smiled and asked. Excuse me, sir. Is there any train back to the Holy Academy today? The old man replied. The last train left a long time ago. The whole city is locked down. No one can go out, so there are no trains. Then he smiled mischievously, saying, But I can set you up with a nice room, the fanciest one. After all, there is nobody here right now. The young folks across from him looked at him, unsure. Then Lam Tu suddenly snapped. A fancy room. That has got to be expensive. The old man grinned wickedly. You trying to swindle us? Old man. Lam Tu was ready to throw down with him. The bank card was laid on the table, and Lacking Guyot waved her hand, saying, All right. Let us take the fanciest room. Lam Tu stared in shock. The old man happily took the card and swiped it, saying, Great, a generous guest. 18th floor. The finest room in the branch, 10,000 points a night. Once again, Lam Tu yelled in frustration. Old man. Why do not you go rob a bank? Do you even know how hard we students work for points? But the old man just smiled calmly, then seriously reminded him. Make sure to rest well tonight. Remember, do not go outside. There is a curfew. And it is not safe out there. Lam Tu lay alone on the large bed in the modern, luxurious room, staring up at the lavish ceiling. He savored every bit of this high-class treatment. He could not help but exclaim. No wonder it costs 10,000 points a night. The entire 18th floor is filled with luxury rooms. Hot springs. Steam rooms. Training rooms. Gravity rooms, everything you could want. The rich really know how to enjoy life. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise from outside, jolting him awake as he looked towards the door leading to the living room. Pondering. Is there someone in the living room? Could it be Xiao Yu still training? Lam Tu frowned. a careless expression on his tired face as he grumbled about his training partner. Contrary to what he expected, when he stepped into the living room, he dared to peek out just halfway to see if Yu Yu was indeed training hard, only to discover she was not alone. Tiao Roshui was there too. Moreover, they were not training but were simply standing together, gazing out at the bustling city at night through the large glass window. Lam Tu could not help but ask, "Why are not you two asleep? Is there something interesting outside?" Le Fingguite and Tai Roshui remained silent, but their expressions said it all. Le Fingguite furrowed her brows and stared straight ahead, her gaze not very pleasant, while Tiao Roshui looked tense and sweaty, her eyes filled with extreme worry, mouth agape in shock. Lam Tu followed their gaze and was taken aback by the strange creature before him, standing there frozen, questioning, "What is that?" Right before their eyes was a spaceship neither too big nor too small speeding towards them at breakneck speed. The roar of the engines was audible even through the glass, unmistakably drawing the attention of everyone inside. The spaceship suddenly exploded something underneath, as if to warn those inside the building that it was about to crash, and they needed to move. Both Lam Tu and Tai Rosho were stunned, caught off guard, while Le Fingguite remained calm with a determined gaze. But none of them reacted significantly beyond sheer shock. Only Lam Tu managed to shout just before it charged toward them, "Oh no. It is coming straight for us." The only one quick enough to react was Lam Tu, disregarding his own safety. Instead of running away, he chose to rush forward to protect the two of them, shouting, "Get out of the way." But the spaceship was already barreling towards the building, showing no signs of stopping. In fact, it seemed like its sole purpose was to crash into this very building. Boom! The ship shattered a large pane of glass, sending hundreds of shards flying like lethal snowflakes. The glass shards grew larger and shattered, causing quite a tremor. The nose of the spaceship crashed straight into the room, revealing a black and white head resembling a husky dog. But you have to admit, this ship is something else. Even after crashing hard and showering glass shards everywhere, it still managed to land safely, albeit not in the most graceful way. No surface damage at all. Props to the manufacturer for that. The impact hit the bow of the ship, and with no time to dodge. Of course, those big shards of glass tore into tender flesh. The pain was unbearable. Lin Tu, trying to be the hero, could not save anyone and instead got slammed hard against the wall. Even the mighty Le Fingguite could not escape the ship's wrath. But thankfully she still had control over her body, unlike Ling, who was suffering like crazy. The ship soared like a rocket above the ground, leaving destruction in its wake. The friction increased dramatically compared to when it was flying in the air, sparking a sweet white smoke that engulfed the luxurious space. The three of them, Lin Tu, Le Fingguite, and Tiu Nuchi Thikli, were sprawled out on the cold ground, completely caught off guard. A door on the ship swung open, releasing a wave of thick white smoke. A squad of burly men who clearly had no idea about the real world emerged. The lead guy, probably the boss, did not care where they were and ordered his lackeys around like it was just another day at the office. "The city's defense squad will be here in 5 minutes. Hurry. Get out of this building." Behind him were two towering men in tight black suits, looking like they belonged to some mysterious organization. They were hauling a huge metal block, the contents unknown, and followed the commander's orders without question. At least one of them had a conscience, glancing at the innocent victims of their reckless landing, hesitating as he worried about the unconscious people lying on the ground. Just then, Lin Tu slowly regained consciousness, staring at the wreckage around him. His head was pounding like crazy. He had not felt this kind of hate-inducing pain in ages. He rubbed his left ear, trying to shake off the disorientation from the abrupt landing. A horrible headache hit him, and he could not help but mutter, "My head feels like it is about to explode." The leader, dismissive of Lin Tu and his friends, casually tossed them to his subordinates to deal with, then walked away without a second thought. "Just a mere level 5. Handle him quickly. Then come down to meet us." The heavy metal crate was handed off to two others, who took it down, while the remaining guards stayed behind to finish off the people in the room. The creep, grinning maliciously, brandished his knife and threatened, "You poor kid. You are in for it now." Lin Tu, still reeling from the pain, struggled to crawl on the debris-strewn ground, inching his way forward. Tiu Niveth, not caught in the ship's attack zone, recovered faster than Lin Tu, who was still trying to pull himself together. She dashed out to rescue him, using her trusty fan as a weapon to attack. Even if it did not faze the two thugs much, it at least bought Lin Tu some time to recover. The red-haired guy thought he was the only one in the room, so he was laser-focused on Lam Tu and completely missed Tu Naj C3. By the time he realized it, he had already taken a hit from her. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp, so it barely fazed him. Just a little too cocky, that is all. But wait, there is someone else too. Lam Tu had recovered somewhat, but these random punks crashing into people's homes. He could not take it anymore. His anger flared up like a volcano, and he was ready to unleash hell on anyone who dared to cross him seriously. Barging into someone's house and trying to kill them out of nowhere. Lum Tu found a long spear in his hand, his face twisted in rage, practically ready to skewer that impudent fool. Before the guy could even react, the spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning, sparking as it zoomed toward him with deadly intent. This overwhelming force was the Beidiao Chiu Feng, the very technique Lum Tu used to take down vicious enemies. The power it unleashed was anything but gentle. If it did not kill his opponent, it would at least leave them seriously injured. Lum Tu was relentless, screaming, "Die already!" Little did he know, in addition to the red-haired guy, there was a bald dude lurking around, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. He took advantage of Lum Tu's momentary distraction, targeting the brain-dead teammate instead. Seriously, it was like a tall guy with no brains. And the chaos he unleashed was nothing short of impressive. He had skills, but they were in the hands of the wrong person and used in the wrong place. But it seems he forgot that it was just him and his buddy against Lime too, who had more than one ally. Besides him and Tiunai Seath, there was also Lefi Guyet, always ready to speak up at the right moment. She did not say a word, but she would not just sit back and let Lam Tu take the hits. Lefing Guyet launched a dazzling ice attack right at the bald guy. The force behind it so powerful it was like a tidal wave crashing down on the enemy, seeing the icy assault heading his way. He was caught off guard, and the chaos in his hands came to a screeching halt. But the ice did not stop. It closed in around him, leaving him no escape. While Lefenengwite stood firm without taking a single hit. Only now did the bald guy realize that this seemingly delicate girl, Lefenengwite, was a fierce fighter he never saw coming. Lundrum to seize the opportunity while the bald guy and the red-haired punk were too cocky, changing up his attack strategy. Using the power of the Bovl Ho Thang, he turned the spear into a vessel of pain that they were about to experience. Right now, Lum Tu was the embodiment of a reckless, arrogant youth. "What are you looking at?" Tiunanji Sithi joined in, her earth power surging like never before, rolling forward like a tsunami ready to engulf anyone dreaming of conquering the world. The combined strength of the three was a lethal blow no expert, not even one as skilled as Lekningite, could withstand, and of course, the bald guy was no exception. He was sent flying several meters away without a chance to defend himself, drifting off into the unknown. The red-haired guy watched as his buddy was turned into a pitiful mess by their combined attack, unsure if he could even keep his own life intact, hesitating on whether to keep fighting or back off. What about that other fighter? In the end, this coward chose to abandon his teammates to save his own skin, turning tail and running without a second thought. Alone, I could not take on three of them. It is only when faced with death that you truly see who is loyal to you. Those comrades I fought alongside, who faced life and death with me, have now turned into a one-man show, ready to ditch everything just to keep their own lives without fighting to the bitter end. Leftenguite finally spoke up, but her cold words sent chills down that red-haired guy's spine, making him fear for his life, especially with her still gripping that long sword without any intention of letting up. Little Leftenguite unleashed a powerful ice slash towards the red-haired guy, who was desperately trying to escape. Her gaze was steady, as if she was determined to claim that crafty hand of his today. The red-haired guy felt the ice slash hit him right on the shoulder. The force was no joke, making him scream in pain. The ice did not take his arm directly, but it slowly burrowed into his flesh, quickly shredding through his protective gear and exposing his pale skin. The ice was gradually gnawing away at his arm, not letting him slip away. In agony, he glanced back, his face drenched in sweat, his mouth gasping for breath. What kind of fire is this? Is this ice fire? This ice fire from the dark realm has been unleashed by this woman. At the last moment, he did not want to surrender here and lose his life, so he made a desperate decision. He decided to chop off the arm that was ensnared by the ice, leaving Lefagwite with what she wanted. While he bore the pain of losing an arm, from now on, he would be missing a strong arm and a fierce desire. I do not want to die. Lum Tu watched him flee from a distance, all within just a few short seconds. He saw the chaotic figure sprinting through the darkness, moving along the corridor like he was trapped in an endless hell. The path led him to a bottomless abyss, from which he would never rise again. Even Lum Tu had to admit, this guy is impressive. To escape, he willingly severed his own arm. Not long after, the luxurious building shook as if it was in the epicenter of an earthquake, and the deafening noise in the pitch-black sky was definitely no small matter. Inside a room on the 18th floor, Lum Tu could still feel the aftershocks and quickly concluded, there must be a fight going on downstairs. Damn. What kind of battle is this that even the 18th floor is feeling the tremors? Yi Nunji Thay next to him emphasized, in this building, aside from us, only that perverted old man from Lul 10 could manage the city division of Themlam. It is definitely not simple. Before the two could decide, Lefting Guide had already made up her mind and took off, saying, let us go lend a hand. Yi Numfi Thi and Lam Tu followed quickly, joking, it is not about helping. It is about watching the big shots fight. The luxurious building had a spot blazing bright in the night just moments after being struck head-on by an aircraft. Turning it into a beacon in the dark, the leader of the group and his henchmen had been surrounded, and were getting knocked around by this mysterious figure. Taking a while before they could even stand up, the explosive sounds shook the heavens, and thousands of clouds of smoke erupted, quickly engulfing nearly the entire upper floor of the luxury building. The leader of the Bite River gritted his teeth, unable to bear watching his best subordinates get taken down by this mysterious figure. How could someone like that have wiped out a level 6? The mysterious figure had yet to reveal himself, but he was furious, demanding to know, "Who the hell are you?" It was only after being questioned by his opponent that he finally spoke up. "You ask, just an old gatekeeper. And he might not even be a match for me." This crafty hand took down those guys without breaking a sweat. Yet here he is, a bald old snake with hair fanning out like a flower. This wise old man, light as a feather, had the ability to infuriate the leader. Calmly, he remarked, "Let me guess. You guys stole a treasure from the Lord's mansion." Right. The leader could not hold back any longer and yelled, "This is none of your business. Get out of here if you know what is good for you." Forget whether he knows the old man's true identity or not. Just the fact that he has not shown him the respect due to an elder means that even if he got this treasure, it would not do him any good. The old man pointed at him, commanding, "Take it off your chest and I will let you go." But this guy did not know how to listen. He ruined his plans and still wanted to give orders. Moreover, asking him to give up such a valuable item. Honestly, there is no way he would ever back down. To him, that demand was completely unreasonable, and after just a few seconds of calm, he yelled, "You must be dreaming. I've bet my whole life on this." The old man had given him a chance to turn back. But since he did not take it, the old man had no reason to go easy on him. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing sturdy arms like electrical wires, and said softly, "Fine then. I will kill you first and take it back later." Before the old man could make a move, the red-haired subordinate, who just faced off against the group, rushed over, clutching his injured arm, and reported in a panic, "Boss, we have got a huge problem. It is terrifying. He has started the slaughter." The leader had never faced anything like this before. He always relied on his underlings to instill fear, so he had no idea how brutal real combat was. One of his subordinates had to leave an arm behind just to escape and come warn him, yet he simply dismissively scoffed. This useless piece of trash could not even handle 3 students. The red-haired guy, panting, explained, "Boss, that girl is level 7 and she can use the dark flame ice link." The leader blinked in disbelief. "Wait, one of them can use the ice link." The subordinate pointed at his fresh injury and said, "I got hurt from that ice link attack." The old man pondered for a moment, calculating, so the ice link was stolen by those kids. Haha, they really live up to being students of our esteemed academy. Meanwhile, the group of fighters had just arrived. Looking at the current situation on the floor, it seemed that dealing with this youthful, powerful crew would not be easy for the old man. So he shouted out, "Master, are you okay over there?" The 3 fighters stood behind the old man with heavy weapons, like supporting warriors. A 4-man army that was unbeatable. The old man chuckled heartily. "I am doing just fine. Just need to stretch these old joints a bit." Who would have thought in a moment like this, you guys would still remember an old man like me, that defiant leader over there, still bold enough to point fingers at my crew, does not even realize who he is dealing with. You two will be taken care of by the 3 of us. Today marks your end. First things first, take out that old man. His 3 minions are like loyal dogs, obediently following orders. The moment the command was given, they charged in without hesitation. They are really fired up, rushing towards me, swearing to take me down. But their determination can't outweigh their limited brains and skills. They leap forward, ready to take us all down. But the 4 of us stand still like statues. Now, I finally speak up with a thunderous threat. No one touches my student while I am still here. I simply waved my hand at them, my serious expression instantly making the atmosphere grow tense. These dimwits won't escape my grasp. A burst of magic erupted, shining like billions of stars in the galaxy, channeling boundless power that could easily snuff out lives. With just that one force, all 3 were sent flying through the air, their weapons shattered in an instant. That is the sheer might of my ultimate technique, and it is my ace in every battle. Those 3 were tossed around by my ultimate technique, floating in the air for what felt like an eternity before finally crashing down. The impact was anything but gentle. They are definitely hurt, and it seems like this time, they are in real trouble. These guys were never a match for me. For me, dealing with them is as easy as snapping my fingers. Hardly worth mentioning, but that leader, always acting high and mighty, is the real thorn in my side. I sprang forward to challenge him directly. "You two." The leader was taken aback, never expecting his best minions would fall to this old man with just a light touch. With his poor skills, how could he hope to face me? His smug face turned tense, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. But he was too busy trying to figure out how to counter me. Beside him are still 2 bald bodyguards. But it only took me 2 seconds to smash through his defenses, sending him and those 2 flying while I took no significant damage. An infinite light radiated, covering the ground. Those guys were surely trapped in my magic with no way to escape. Lin Tu watched the entire process, admiration clearly written all over his face. For this rare talent, he could not help but exclaim, "This old man handled them so quickly. Can there really be someone like him?" The old man reached the heavily guarded safe, secured with thousands of locks for absolute safety. As he inspected the safe, he glanced at Lin Tu and said, "Didn't I tell you I am just an old gatekeeper? Now, let us see what treasure is so important that it stirred all this commotion." Inside the heavy iron chest, there lies a simple treasure, a lone stone resting on a pristine layer of cotton, looking as luxurious as diamonds. Lin Tu and the old man stared at the stone before them, and Lin Tu curiously asked, "Is this a meteorite?" The old man regarded it as a treasure, easily picking it up to examine, while never forgetting to praise his student. "Not bad. Good. You really know how to pick em. This is a rare material for forging." Suddenly, the old man turned 180 degrees to face Lin Tu and asked, "Do you want it? Just let me know if you need it." Lin Tu could not believe that this precious treasure, which the old man cherished and fought to keep, was now being offered to him so readily. The old man was genuinely considering giving such a valuable item to him. The city's security would arrive in just a few minutes, and carrying this would make it impossible for him to escape. Calmly, the old man explained, "I am giving it to you because you care about me. As for those others, I have my ways to deal with them." The old man, still aware of the presence of Lakangayat standing beside them, suddenly shifted the conversation from Lin Tu and spoke to her. "Young lady, you come from the Lak family of Chan City, right? I owe your family a favor, so this is my gift to you." Lin Tu, feeling a twinge of jealousy, mocked the old man, saying, "Giving away something that is not even yours, and claiming it is a favor. Talk about being generous." The old man said nothing more. Instead, he effortlessly split the stone in 2, revealing within it a dazzling green gem that sparkled like crystal. Lin Tu was in disbelief. The old man actually split open the stone he intended to gift them. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Wait, were not you going to give this to us? What is your game here?" The old man held up the green gem for clearer inspection, chuckling, "You silly child. When I mentioned the forging material, I was referring to the gem inside the meteorite. While the meteorite itself was already a good forging material, it did not hold a candle to this gem." The old man turned and walked towards Lin Tu, Lakangayat, and Tunaktha, saying, "Hurry up and take it. The security forces are almost here." The old man returned to retrieve the small gem from the meteorite and placed it neatly back in the thick iron chest. His gaze shifted cautiously over to Lin Tu and his friends as he said, "The city lord has no idea about the gem inside, so we need to return it to him." But before Lin Tu and the others could react, the sturdy glass wall of the building exploded. Flames and smoke surged in, doubling and tripling with every passing second, as if wanting to engulf the cramped space entirely. This must be the security team that infiltrated to reclaim the meteorite and take it back for safekeeping. One of them stormed into the room, aiming their guns at the 4 standing not far away, with a commanding voice. They declared, "Nobody move. This building is surrounded. Do not even think about trying to escape." The old man revealed a displeased expression, reminding them, "Captain Tang, do you dare to lead your men into the Sacred Academy's headquarters?" Tang, dressed in security gear, stepped forward from the tense crowd. Realizing that the person before him was someone he definitely should not have messed with, the tension was palpable on the captain's face. "Old ha. Sorry. We had no idea you were here." Suddenly, Lakangayat picked up on the name the monk just mentioned and, after some thought, realized. So that is his last name. Lam Tu was just as clueless about the old man, so when Lakangayat brought him up, his curiosity spiked. "Do you even know who he is?" It took Lakangayat a while to finally realize that the person she had been overlooking was actually a significant figure. This guy could be someone they might never get a chance to meet again in their lives. Could he be Hatin, the deputy leader of the Martial Artists Alliance, the founder of the Sacred Domain Academy? The monk chuckled, apologizing with a laugh. "Elder Ha. We were chasing after the thieves' aircraft. We absolutely did not mean to offend you, but the glass wall behind Captain Tang has been smashed into a huge circle, and the glass is shattered into a million pieces." Elder Ha quickly briefed the monk about the current situation with the robbers. "They have been wiped out, with just one left upstairs. The stuff in the vault is what the city lord lost." "Right. You guys better check it out." Captain Tang observed the robbers sprawled on the ground, then turned to look at the intact locked vault. The monk felt a wave of relief seeing the vault still secure. without any signs of damage or theft. Thank you, Elder Ha, for your timely assistance. Quickly, go identify the faces of all the deceased and check the items in the vault. The subordinates immediately obeyed, their expressions tense. Reporting to the captain, facial recognition confirmed that they were indeed suspects from Fu Than Chu. Another one in charge of checking the vault reported nervously, Captain, it really is the meteorite. But, upon hearing this, the monk rushed over to take a look. But what? To his surprise, before him lay the very meteorite that had been lost. But it was no longer intact. The nervous subordinate reported the situation. The meteorite inside had been split in half. The monk quickly waved his hand to signal. It is. As long as it is still mostly intact and nothing is missing. Lacking Gayat and Tiu Nuuk though exchanged puzzled glances after hearing this. Did they really not know there was another stone inside the meteorite? Were they really just going to overlook what was inside the stone? Lam Tu understood what Elder Ha meant earlier. They genuinely had no idea about the existence of the green stone inside. They really did not know there was a crystal inside the meteorite. The stone and the vault had been packed up on, and were ready to be carried out, with the monk being the last to stay behind to thank Elder Ha for saving them from a major loss. On behalf of the city lord, we thank you for your help once again. As for the damage to this building, a team of specialists will be here early tomorrow to fix the mess. Elder Ha nodded, signaling that he understood, not even bothering to look at the monk while he agreed. The city lord is very considerate. Please thank him for me. Elder Ha, along with Lam Tu and the two girls, Lacking Gayat and Nuuk Thai, watched as the security detail led by Captain Tang gradually took away the enormous vault in silence. Not long after, the old man left, instructing the three of them. Lam Tu, this 18th floor is no longer livable, so I will arrange another room for everyone. Whether you three want to share a room or have separate ones, do not worry. I won't charge you a dime. Lam Tu thought to himself, how can I waste so much money on this 18th floor, without enjoying what it originally offered? That would be throwing money down the drain. Right, he could not hold back and demanded fairness. This 18th floor is so expensive, and we have not even stayed for a day before it got wrecked. You guys should refund us. Old A, apart from being the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the founder of the Holy Realm Academy, was a businessman who would never let himself take a loss. There was no way he would agree to Lam Tu's proposal. As for natural disasters and man-made disasters, we take no responsibility. Just go back to your room and rest. Maybe tomorrow flights will start operating normally to the Holy Realm Academy. Old A, who had just put on a friendly face, suddenly turned cold when Lam Tu mentioned changing rooms, rejecting him outright. Lam Tu felt that this old man was just a greedy businessman. The next morning, with the sun high in the sky, amidst the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine, the building that had been ravaged by bandits and security teams the night before was now undergoing careful repairs. There were plenty of scaffolds around the building, and the repair costs were not small at all. Lam Tu stepped out of his room looking utterly drained, yawning and complaining, I am so sleepy I could die. Leading the way, Lam Tu was followed by Lacking Gayat and Tiu Nuuk Thai, all three dressed in battle gear that allowed for easy movement. Lam Tu, feeling chatty, complained, who starts construction at 3 am. I barely got any sleep. As soon as the three of them stepped into the lobby, they were greeted by a shocking sight, packed with people and barely any space to move. The events of last night seemed to have made them forget that this place was usually lively and bustling, not a battlefield littered with the remnants of a horrific fight. Lam Tu was taken aback by the crowd he was witnessing and exclaimed, holy crap! There are so many people here. Tiu Nuuk Thai explained. Now that the situation was resolved, it was time for things to return to normal. This place used to be very lively. Suddenly, a waitress appeared before the three of them, interrupting their conversation. You three must be the students Lam Tu, Lacking Gayat, and Tiu Nuuk Thai. Right. The girl handed them 2 letters and said, this is something Dean has specifically asked me to give you. Also, the flight will depart at 9 am, so you can rest in the waiting area. Lam Tu accepted the letter and shook her hand in thanks. Then asked, where's Dean Aids? The female staff member replied, he left early this morning to handle other matters. As Lam Tu processed this information from the girl, he thought of the old man H. Indeed it was He Tin, the vice principal of the Holy Realm Academy. To his surprise, inside the envelope was a ranking notification for warrior Lam Tu. As he opened it and saw the good news, he jumped up in excitement. This is an invitation for warrior ranking. Lam Tu turned to show Lacking Gayat and Tiu Nuuk Thai, grinning and saying, the value of this is definitely higher than that of a normal warrior ranking. That old man might be a bit perverted, but he is okay. He knows he owes us. Tiu Nuuk Thai and Lacking Gayat also received letters identical to Lam Tu's, but their reactions could not be more different. Tiu Nuuk Thai was all smiles while Lacking Gayat sat in deep thought, showing no signs of joy, as if she already knew she was destined for greatness. Lam Tu recalled the ranking deadline. Realizing there were only 6 months left until the competition, he silently vowed to give it his all during this half-year. If he did not, he would be the laughingstock of next year's warriors who participated in the rankings. The aircraft arrived at the building's location, and it was indeed a top-notch cargo vessel far superior to the tiny pirate ship from yesterday. The ship stopped briefly at the building, picked up students, and then set off to the next station. The three of them had settled into their seats on the plane when suddenly, a voice from a stranger caught their attention. "Hello." Student Teunokthai, the man with green hair, dressed in a bright beige uniform, approached with a warm smile. "I did not expect you to be here on a mission too. What a coincidence." His attention quickly shifted to Lakangayat, sitting in the corner. "And this lovely lady here is." Teunokthai did not like this self-proclaimed friend much. The moment he insulted her beauty, she snapped back at him. "Kim Tu? Were not you afraid of getting your face hurt? Which is why you did not dare take on that mission." Kim Chuan-tu chuckled and shook his head. "This time, my homeroom teacher entrusted me with an important mission in Desert City, south of the Dark Forest. This guy was not bad looking at all, and he certainly had the charm that would attract girls. But his demeanor did not quite match his handsome appearance." Lam Tu, sitting quietly, was suddenly faced with Kim Chuan-tu demanding things like he was the government issuing orders. "Hey, I want that seat. Move somewhere else." It was obvious Kim Chuan-tu wanted to sit between the beauties Teunokthai and Lakangayat. Just like a rich kid in a bar trying to cozy up to the ladies. Is this brain-dead guy really acting like a spoiled rich kid, ordering others around? Lam Tu was minding his own business when this dude had the audacity to command him like he owned the place. Not only did Lam Tu refuse to move, but he also crossed his arms defiantly. "Who do you think you are? You expect me to give up my seat? Are you out of your mind?" Kim Chuan-tu thought just because he had a slightly higher education, everyone should bow to his whims. He did not know left from right and pointed straight at Lam Tu's face, acting all high and mighty. "What are you saying? Just a top student from Vietnam in grade 5. How dare you talk back to a senior like that? Your brain must be as empty as your looks." He thought that since Lam Tu was flanked by two stunning beauties, he could secretly plot to bring Lam Tu down. This fool figured if he could humiliate Lam Tu in front of the two gorgeous girls, it would be a win for him. Even after Lam Tu's words, he remained clueless about shame and was ready to throw a punch. "Acting tough. I politely asked you to move, and you still do not know when to back off." It is true that beauty got wasted on the wrong person. Kim Toon-tae might look decent, but his character, let us just say it is a whole other story. No need to dive into that. His weird sense of propriety is enough to make anyone want to throw a punch. A guy like him, who does not get the rules of etiquette. Lam Tu has never been scared of anyone. Talents ready. Inner strength is charged up. And I have never been one to back down from someone like him. Kim Toon-tae is getting too cocky, and his threats are falling flat. So he decides to go on the attack directly. Does he want to die or what? Lam Tu is still calculating his moves. They are on the academy's plane, and can't afford to cause too much chaos that would disrupt the flight. He just uses a light punch, enough to seal the fate of this self-proclaimed senior right in front of him. When Lam Tu's fist met Kim Toon-tae's hand, it made quite a noise. Kim Toon-tae's arm shakes from the impact, and it takes him a moment to recover. The pain shoots up to his brain, spreading through his body, making him yelp like a puppy. "Ouch!" Kim Toon-tae, clutching his stinging arm, mutters. "This kid's got guts," causing damage right off the bat. "Wait, it is just that I underestimated him, bro." Lam Tu smirks, warning him. "You should be grateful you are still on this academy plane, or your arm would be in pieces by now." Kim Toon-tae, not backing down, wants to strike again, this time with a kick, probably aiming to stomp on Lam Tu's big head. "You little punk, I am gonna kill you." Lam Tu knows this guy is no match for him and does not want to brawl on the plane. But if he is throwing down, he won't shy away. Who does he think he is? Threatening me like that? Stop right there. Oh no. The teacher's here, and this time, both of them are toast. The teacher shows up just in time to break up the impending fight, pulling Kim Toon-tae back and standing between him and Lam Tu. A stern voice, he scolds them. "You dare disrespect the academy's rules and fight on a plane? That is just reckless. If we do not punish this now, incidents like this will keep happening. So I won't hold back. Once we are back at the academy, I will report this to the faculty, and you are both getting detention." Kim Toon-tae, who started the fight, clearly has no idea how serious this is and wants to play the victim. He is definitely aiming for an Oscar. Playing the victim, clutching his arm, he whines. "Teacher, this is so unfair. He attacked me first. Look, my arm is going to be ruined." Lam Tu, who is not the instigator, is not worried. He is a straight shooter, so he has got nothing to fear. The real instigator is trying to act innocent, putting on a show like he is the victim. Seriously, you won't learn anything from this. Ouch. Still playing the victim. Ah. Thankfully, This teacher knows the rules. So whoever started the fight is getting punished as well. To set an example for the other students, he makes a decision that leaves both Lunam-tu and Kim-tun-tu confused. I do not care who threw the first punch. You are both getting detention. On the way back, if I see either of you fighting again, I will make sure you are both done for. Kim Chuan-tu and Lam-tu watched as their teacher turned and walked away. Kim Chuan-tu said to Lam-tu, "Hey, kiddo. Stuck at the Holy Academy. Hope you are enjoying this." Lam-tu watched Kim Chuan-tu leave and wondered about this guy. Is he out of his mind? He talks like he is not stuck here with me. Lam-tu approached Lakangayat and asked, "Hey, why did not you guys say anything when that weird dude was here? You let him make the first move." Lakangayat shot him a not-so-friendly look and replied, "Being locked up is actually good for you." Lam-tu felt annoyed and shot back, "What the heck? How is being locked up good for anyone?" Lakangayat simply said, "You will find out soon enough." And then the spaceship quickly took off. As the ships returned to the academy, Lam-tu cheered. "Finally, we are back." Lam-tu walked with Lakangayat and Tiu Nuuk Thoi. He said, "I am going to report to the teacher now." Tiu Nuuk Thoi smiled and said, "Day Lam. I will head out first. I will tally up the mission points and get yours to you." Lam-tu's eyes lit up. "All right. More points coming my way." He turned to Lakangayat. Surprised. "Wait. Are not you going to report to Teacher Nam?" Lakangayat coldly raised an eyebrow at Lam-tu and replied, "No need. I already got permission directly from the principal." Lam-tu felt embarrassed and awkward. Like he would just been splashed with cold water. "You are just better at this than I am." They were now at the entrance of the academy. Lam-tu hurried off to find Teacher Nam, shouting, "Teacher Nam." Lam-tu did not seem to get the warm welcome he was hoping for. Teacher Nam, clearly angry, pointed at him and scolded, "You little brat. Can't you give me a break? A fifth grader runs into the dark forest for life and death battles. Barely makes it back. And now you are fighting on the spaceship too." Lam-tu stood there, confused, and asked, "Teacher Nam, I just got off the spaceship. How do you know about this?" Teacher Nam threw a tablet at Lam-tu's face and said, "The report has already been issued. The vice principal called too. It is hard not to know." "Okay." Lam-tu sighed in frustration. The office staff at the academy sure work fast when dealing with students. Lam-tu glanced at the report on Teacher Nam's tablet. The report about Lam-tu and Kim Chuan-tu fighting on the spaceship made Lam-tu really hate this whole situation. Usually, when they need him to do something, it drags on for weeks. Teacher Nam carefully reminded him, "You got the focus wrong. Did not you notice where you were locked up?" Lam-tu still stood there, clueless, asking, "Where?" Teacher Nam wanted to lose patience with him. He replied, "The place where you are locked up at the Holy Academy is in the Thunder Realm. To the north of the academy." Teacher Nam said seriously. "There. The principal raises a lot of level 8 thunder beasts. Creatures that can summon thunder and lightning. It is always cloudy and thundering there. If you get struck by lightning because of those beasts, you will be seriously injured. Even if you get treated in time and do not die, the pain from being burned inside and out is something not everyone can handle." Teacher Nam looked at Lam-tu, expressing his worry. "Moreover, you are only level 5 and do not know how to use the gem for protection, which makes it even more dangerous." Lam-tu, hearing this, seemed to finally realize something and thought, "So that is why Lakangayat and Tiu Nuuk Thoi said it would be good for me." Through this event, Lam-tu felt quite satisfied. Now the gravity room's electric resistance training does not even faze him anymore. This Thunder Realm might just take his electric resistance and electrical skills to the next level. Teacher Nam grew even angrier seeing Lam-tu so nonchalant, looking all carefree. Tomorrow, he is going to learn just how terrifying being locked up can be. Plus, he heard that Kim Won-tu has completed an important mission for the academy. So he is only getting a written warning. No detention. Lam-tu, hearing this, felt like he was struck by lightning and cried out, "Oh come on. That is so unfair. Plus, why do I have to be punished tomorrow morning? I just escaped death and have not even had a chance to catch my breath." Teacher Nam turned his back on Lam-tu and told him, "There is no one to blame for this. Now hurry up and get some rest. I will take you tomorrow morning." As Lam-tu returned from Teacher Nam's place, he saw a delivery spaceship soaring through the night sky, landing to drop off supplies. He was surprised to see it flying overhead and asked Lakangayat, "Are you busy shopping online again?" Little Nguayat. Lam-tu was taken aback to see Lakangayat working on some strange machine. He asked, "What is this?" Lakangayat did not answer but told him, "Hand me your black spear and that crystal stone." Lam-tu curiously asked her, "What do you need the black spear and crystal stone for?" Lakangayat shot him a side eye and replied, "Of course. To help you forge a weapon." Imagining Lakangayat busy forging a weapon made Lam-tu exclaim, "I had no idea my little Gayat and Gayat could forge weapons too." Thinking of her in that tight outfit, Sweating as she worked made him drool a little. Silently praising, damn. Is she trying to be too alluring? Lakangayat quickly shut down his pervy thoughts, saying, it has been raining too much. This is a smart automatic forging machine. Lam-tu frowned and cried out, what do you mean? You just tossed my favorite weapon, and that precious meteor crystal into there. Once they had all the materials, the forging machine kicked into action, smoke billowing up as the machine began its process. Lakangayat simply said, it will be done in 3 days. Lam-tu peered over curiously and asked, you seem to know what you are doing. Does your family have a machine like this? Lakangayat coldly replied, we have 10 of them, with even more advanced features. Lam-tu could not believe his ears and exclaimed, and they have better features than this one. This must cost a fortune. Lakangayat shrugged. Not really. Each one is only 100 million alliance bucks. Lam-tu's head spun at the number, counting up to what must be 8 zeros. He stammered, pointing at the machine. That is 100 million alliance bucks. While I was reporting to Teacher Nam, you have already spent 100 million. Lakangayat raised an eyebrow at him. 100 million alliance bucks. Isn't that a lot? Lam-tu turned away, sitting in a corner, sobbing to himself. I do not want to talk to a rich kid. Transitioning to the Thunder Realm. In the northern district of the Holy Domain Academy, living a lavish life up in the sky. Teacher Nam and Lam-tu stood in front of a door, and Teacher Nam said, this is it. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed down from the nearby mountain. Lam-tu was sweating bullets. Oh man, that lightning is intense. Teacher Nam led Lam-tu through the registration gate of the Northern Abyss at the Holy Domain Academy. The teacher up top confirmed. Lam-tu, the top guy in Class 10, has been detained for 3 days. Identity confirmed. Lam-tu's face twisted in disbelief. He was not having it at all. Just then, Lam-tu saw another guy being carried, smoking from a lightning strike. It was a third-year student from Class 5, in need of emergency rescue. His face and skin were charred and battered, and he was rushed into treatment room number 4. Lam-tu pointed at the third-year student, asking, what happened to this poor guy? The teacher replied, he was caught stealing someone else's martial arts skills, nabbed on the spot, sentenced to 5 days, and today is his 4th day. He has been carried in for treatment 8 times already. Instantly, Lam-tu's face turned as dark as a pot, asking, so he's been carried in 8 times for emergency care over 4 days. Those who are detained get struck by lightning close to death, then revive just to get struck again. They keep getting nearly fried until their detention period is over. Lam-tu forced a smile and said, this is just cruel. Teacher Nam had a word with him. Scared now? You should have thought about this earlier. The teacher told Lam-tu to take off all his clothes and put them in the locker over there. Then follow him. Lam-tu panicked and covered himself with his hands, saying, what? Why do I have to strip? The teacher clarified, it is not a total strip down. You can keep your underwear on, just to prevent someone from trying to wear insulated clothes. Seeing Lam-tu not keen on complying, the teacher called out, wait, someone help him get undressed. Lam-tu hurriedly said, haha, I will do it myself. I will strip myself. After he undressed, the teacher took Lam-tu outside and reassured him, you will just be here for 3 days. Then he added, we will be monitoring you 24/7, ready to rescue at any moment. So there is no need to worry about your life. The old brown-haired guy teased Lam-tu. Haha, here comes another poor soul. And the green-haired guy laughed loudly, saying he is only in the 5th tier. What a bummer. The orange-haired guy chimed in with a loud laugh, betting he will be carried out in less than an hour. While a guy with a pineapple-style haircut added, this is gonna be epic. He is definitely in for worse than Okamoto Niji. Lam-tu looked up at the sky, spotting a flock of thunderbirds soaring ominously. He felt a chill run down his spine. So this is the legendary Tier 8 Thunderbird. And there are so many of them, a kind guy advised Lam-tu. New guy. Do not look around too much. Just sit down and get ready to brace for the lightning strikes. Lam-tu nodded and sat down, saying, yep. Thank you, Senior. Lam-tu closed his eyes, digging deep within himself. The sensation made him gasp. He had no idea the energy here was so abundant. No wonder. Without that energy to help recover, so many people would end up fried here. The crowd erupted with excitement. The Thunderbirds were about to unleash a storm of lightning. Everyone braced themselves. The furious lightning was gathering strength. It was going to be powerful and terrifying. The lightning struck down. The force was so strong that rocks flew into the air, and even those sitting on the ground were thrown back. But the lightning strikes did not just stop there. The guy who helped Lam-tu earlier activated a shield, creating a protective circle around himself to dodge the lightning attacks. Everyone else is doing the same thing, activating their shields. At this moment, Lam-tu starts to panic. Damn it. They can all open their shields for protection. And they are all martial artists above level 6. Totally unfair. What is there to think about? Lam-tu is already toast, burned to a crisp with his hair standing on end. Lam-tu cries out in despair. And the guy with the orange hair sees this and says, it is over for him. He is about to die. Others glance over. And within a heartbeat, they can't take it anymore. Just when he was about to hit his breaking point, suddenly Lam 2 gets a notification detecting electric energy. The system activates the passive skill, and Lam 2 is astonished as he looks at his charred hands, which suddenly heal like nothing happened. The swallowing field begins, thinking he has been struck down to hell, but it feels like he has been sent to heaven instead. Lam 2 bursts out laughing. Haha, my experience points are skyrocketing. Despite the pain in his body, this feeling is just exhilarating. Lam 2, still greedy, looks at his hands and wonders, what if I start cultivating right now? Without hesitation, he dives into his cultivation technique, realizing this electric energy can actually refine my body. Finally, the storm of lightning stops, but Lam 2's body is still in disarray. The teacher urgently calls out, hurry, he's not okay. Get him out of here. Lam 2 gathers his strength and replies, no need for treatment. The teacher becomes even more worried. Quickly, he is really not okay. Get him out of here. Do not push it or he will actually die. Lam 2 waves them off. I told you I am fine. Just leave me alone. Do not block me from getting struck by lightning. The teachers exchange confused glances, thinking, has this guy really been hit by lightning too much? The guy who helped Lam 2 earlier approaches him, praising, you took that hit directly and still look this strong. You are something else. Man. Lam 2 asks, hey, when's the next lightning strike? The kind guy replies, in an hour. Use this time to catch your breath and recover. Lavin? I have to wait another hour. That is way too long. The kind guy runs out of things to say to Lam 2. Has he really been struck by lightning too much? I have never seen anyone get hit like that. And the other students are chattering non-stop in the air. Each bolt of lightning sends rocks flying everywhere, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Medical staff rush in with a stretcher for the student who was struck. Puzzled, wondering, did these students get injected with something? The lightning has been going on day and night without a break. Other staff immediately chime. Right. Usually, we wrap up by 9. But what the heck is going on today? Suddenly, the person in front turns around to look back. He sees Lam 2 standing there practicing amidst the lightning and shakes his head, thinking, is this guy really just a level 1? How can he be so unscathed under such lightning? At first, he seemed a bit out of sorts. But just after one day, he is completely adapted to this storm. A bead of sweat rolls down the face of the medical staff, and he clicks his tongue. This guy is like a walking lightning rod. Seriously. After absorbing all the power from the lightning bolts, the system reports new information to him. Thompson, level 27, durability 512, physique 222, speed 128, overall combat power 5520, title, level 5 warrior. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50%. The skills include Stone Eye, Analysis, Berserk, Camouflage, Devar, and Clone Mirror. After reading this, Lam 2 chuckled joyfully. He leveled up so fast. After 3 days of confinement, I will at least hit level 29. He looked down at his clenched fists, and the electricity coursing through his body. Just hitting level 30 means he can upgrade to a level 6 warrior. Plus, both the Thunder Guard Fist and Devar are significant upgrades. Lam 2 was joyfully hopping around in the lightning-struck crater, shouting at the top of his lungs, bring it on. Hit me with a stronger lightning bolt. The medical staff watched in disbelief at his bizarre antics, thinking his brain might be short-circuited. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky, breaking the eerie silence. Oh my, look up ahead. A swarm of giant birds was descending, and someone yelled, there is something off with those birds. Notify the program director immediately. They immediately turned to Lam 2, who was gleefully flaunting himself. It must be his over-the-top display that angered those birds. The person next to him nodded vigorously. No doubt about it, definitely his fault. Up above, a giant bird squawked loudly, its eyes shining with malice. Instantly, they all dove toward Lam 2. He pulled his legs up and bolted, exclaiming, what is wrong with these birds? Why are they attacking me? Lam 2 was sprinting towards the medical staff, causing them to panic and back away. This is not good. The birds are surrounding him. I told you so. It is definitely because he showed off too much and ticked off the birds. How much arrogance does it take to provoke normally docile creatures into an all-out attack? The guy at the front turned around, shouting, you guys keep talking nonsense. That kid might get pecked to death. Hurry and tell the program director. Lam 2 was already getting jabbed by the birds. You guys are crossing the line. His eyes lit up as he glared at them. You dumb birds think you can bully me. Lam 2 clenched his fists, unleashing his power, and roared. Get lost. The birds were stunned by the electric shock emanating from Lam 2, falling to the ground, eyes wide and mouths agape. Lam 2 burst into laughter. This move actually works. I can't believe I just accidentally invented a new skill. What should I name it? After pondering for a moment, he turned to the flock of birds launching a new attack and thought, got it. I will call it Light Fire Stone Blast. Though it seems to be missing some fire. Lamb 2 grinned wickedly, raising his lips in a smirk. Let us add a little fire to it. A beam of golden light began to form in Lamb 2's hands. He swung his arm forcefully towards the flock of birds, launching his Light Fire Stone Blast. Nearby medical staff were wide-eyed. Wait, is he really only level 5? Has anyone notified the program director? Where is he? They watched Lamb 2 eagerly chase the birds like he was catching chickens, feeling utterly speechless. If he does not get here soon, the director's birds are about to be beaten to a pulp. At that moment, someone approached from a distance, and Jinghai shouted loudly, Lamb 2, are you okay? The steps of the instructor and the program leader next to him froze. They saw Lamb 2 sitting cross-legged, panting amid the fallen lizard beasts. Some lay on their backs with their legs splayed, while others were pouting and crying. Jinghai stammered. Did you hurt all of them? Lamb 2 nodded. Yeah, but do not worry. They are not dead. I held back. After all, they are the principal's pets. The program leader sat silently, observing the lizard beasts on the ground. He looked up at Lamb 2. You know these are the principal's pets. Right. He entrusted these precious lizard beasts to me. How am I supposed to explain this to him? Jinghai scratched his head awkwardly. But sir, those lizard beasts attacked Lamb 2 first. He was just defending himself. Should he just stand there and let them peck him to death? The program leader fumed, pointing at Lamb 2. This student has no shame. Just keeps absorbing lizard beasts like it is nothing. They attacked him out of instinct to protect their food. Lamb 2 argued back. I was not trying to hurt them. I was just practicing my skills related to lizard beasts. The program leader sighed and waved his hand. All right, fine. Teacher Nam will take you to the infirmary for treatment. I will report this to the principal. And as for compensation, let him decide how much. Lamb 2 rubbed his hands together, quietly asking, Sir, with all that has happened, does my probation end here? The program leader glanced at him. Nice weather. You have only been grounded for 1 day, and you have already beaten up a whole bunch of lizard beasts. I will extend your punishment. Even if the assessment is off the table, you still have to serve a full 7 days to earn your points. The news hit Lamb 2 harder than a lightning strike, and he yelled, Oh come on, sir. It is really not my fault. Time passed. And finally, Lamb 2 was released. The moment he reached his front gate, he called out, Little you. Lamb 2 beamed. Do you remember me? Li Yu turned to look at him. Did you really beat up all those lizard beasts? Your control over lightning must have increased significantly. Lamb 2 flexed his muscles proudly. Of course. And it is not just a little bit. Li Yu cut through his pride, handing him a weapon. The spear has been forged. Try channeling your lightning into the patterns on the spear. Lamb 2's eyes lit up. This design looks so cool. Following her instructions, he immediately infused the spear with lightning, creating a new weapon called the Long Lightning Spear. Lamb 2 laughed joyfully. Where does it look bad? He lunged to hug Li Yu. Thank you so much. I do not know how to repay you, but I will do anything. But the next second, Li Yu punched him away. Get lost. Lamb 2 could only wipe the blood from his nose. Bewildered, Lamb 2 lay in his room, suddenly yelling, Get out. Get out. Lamb 2 raised his hand to stop the persistent little beast from jumping on his face. I have just been grounded for 7 days and electrified. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? The little beast pointed, continuously yelping. A 3. Lamb 2 glanced in the direction it pointed. I see a backpack lying on the sofa. He suspiciously asked the little beast. Is there a strange noise coming from the backpack? Lamb 2 carefully opened his backpack, and as soon as he lifted the flap, his eyes went wide. Inside was a small egg with a crack, and a little green creature was peeking out from a tiny hole in the egg. Suddenly, a small bird emerged from inside, looking around curiously. Both Lamb 2 and Kun Kun stared at it in shock. Oh no. It is hatching. The little bird's eyes lit up, and it chirped a few times. Lamb 2 reached out to pick it up. The little guy felt cool to the touch and seemed quite comfortable. Birds that break free from their shells often see the first creature they encounter as their mother. Is this little guy claiming Lamb 2 as its mom? But before the little wight could respond, Lamb 2 noticed it was already exhausted, lying limp in his hands. Panting heavily, what is wrong? It seems fine to me. Lamb 2 looked around in panic, wondering if it was his hand temperature that did not match its needs. He needed to prepare a proper environment to care for it. He dashed toward the cupboard, rummaging through everything inside. Lamb 2 quickly found a box to use as a temporary home, placing the little wight inside. I will order a cooling box for you online. For now, you will just have to stay here. As soon as it was placed in the box, the little wight quickly regained its energy. Lamb 2 let out a sigh of relief. It really was the environment that mattered. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. Hey. Little Moon, check this out. I am the dad bird, and you are the mom bird. But inside, aside from the food laid out on the table, The kitchen was completely empty. Lam 2 set the little white on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Little Moon must have gone to school early today. While eating, Lam 2 opened the system interface. He had accumulated 3 regular draws. But with this rare bird, why not test his luck? System. Draw. After, the system immediately sent a gift to Lam 2, congratulating him on receiving a large quantity of strange crystals. Lam 2 grimaced and muttered, "Not this again." The little white and Kun sat on the table, eyeing the pile of strange crystals with greedy expressions. Hearing Lam 2 mumble, "They are all level 3. Not much use to us right now." He noticed the little bird's reaction and decided to hold one of the crystals up to its face. This silly bird would not want to eat the strange crystals. Would it? As if to answer, the little white immediately dove into its belly, letting out a few happy chirps. Watching the little white and Kun enjoying their feast, Lam 2 felt a headache coming on. 2 pets that eat like gold in the house, how is this old dad supposed to survive? Lam 2 raised his head to look at the Wheel of Fortune, and the system announced the results, congratulating him on receiving a diamond martial arts card, a technique for fitness training. Lam 2's eyes lit up as he held the card in his hand. A technique for fitness training, created by a muscle god 400 years ago, helps develop strength and willpower through self-exercise, granting powerful close combat abilities. After the excitement wore off, Lam 2 realized he now had 2 diamond martial arts cards, but they needed to be at level 6 to be used. He had to level up quickly. He shook off the daze and ordered the system. Draw again. The system spun the wheel and announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have received a special martial arts card, sweeping all directions." Lam 2 looked down at the card in his hand, covered in strange symbols. A special martial arts card, not a gold card and not a diamond card. What makes it so special? He placed the card down in front of him. Curious about what it was, the system replied, "Master, this special martial arts card is part of a set that you must fully collect before you can train." Lam 2 was furious at the system's words. He threw the card onto the table. "What do you mean? A set? I did 3 draws and only got 1 card." The little spirit and the tiny white creature, who were both busy munching on crystals, turned their heads to look at him. Time passed, and Lam 2 returned to the Sacred Domain Academy, where the students in Class 10 joyfully shouted, "Lam 2, you are finally back!" The class president exclaimed, "If you did not come back soon, someone was going to lose their mind missing you. I heard you got grounded for fighting as soon as you got back, and you even punished the principal's pet Thunderbird. Nice job." Lukui looked at Lam 2. "Class president, how did you find Sister Luffingite? How did you pull off the heroic rescue from a dangerous place like the Dark Forest?" They all chimed in. "Yeah, we want to hear about that." Lam 2 responded mysteriously. "It all started when I found the sword that Luffingite dropped in the Dark Forest." Just as he was about to continue, a loud scream pierced through the air. "Do we really have to train now?" Everyone looked up to see Luffingite walking in. Sister Luffingite. She ignored the rest of the classmates and marched straight to Lam 2, pulling him along. "You have wasted 7 days of training. Do you really think we have time to chat here? Let us hit the gravity training room." Lam 2 nervously asked. "The gravity room? How much gravity are you planning to use?" Luffingite coldly replied, 10 times. As soon as she said that, Lam 2 desperately reached out to his classmates for help. 10 times. Oh my. Help me. Before anyone could decide whether to save Lam 2 or not, someone burst in shouting, "Zhang Zhen. Lai Bing. The guys from Class 7 are back." Lai Bing frowned. "What do these losers want again?" Luca Li asked them. "Should we tell the class president?" Zhang Zhen shook his head. "No need to bother him. Let us just see what they want." Outside, the Class 7 students were making a ruckus. "Forget the last match results. We were just messing around. Let us have a real fight." Zhang Zhen stepped forward, looking at them. "Flanders. We lost. So what is the point in fighting you again?" Flanders gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over. They wanted to take advantage of Lam 2 and Luffingite's absence to defeat Class 10 in the duel. Who would have thought those losers would win? Now, Class 7 was the laughingstock of the whole school. He shouted, "Don't think winning once makes you some big shot. If you are at the bottom, you will always be at the bottom." Zhang Zhen looked down at him dismissively. "You guys lost to the bottom class. So that means you are even worse than the bottom class." Flanders' pupils narrowed, his face turning green with anger. That damn brat. He raised his fist and charged at Zhang Zhen, but his punch was effortlessly blocked by a calm hand. It was Lam. The Class 10 students were stunned. Lam 2. The class president. Even Flanders froze. Lam 2. The Class 7 students could not believe it. They felt a little scared. When did he come back? Lam 2 turned to Zhang Zhen. "What is going on? I just left for a few days, and you guys are already fighting at my doorstep." Tun Fong quickly explained. "Class president. While you were gone, The academy just started the 5-year inter-class combat competition. The classes are facing off. A group of 5 taking on another class. Just win one match. And the academy rewards us. Labin steps up to snitch on Lam 2. The kid from class 7 is trying to take advantage while you and Lakangayat are away, aiming to wipe us out in the competition. In the end, we came out on top. Lam 2 is shocked. But it turns out the class 7 showdown is next month. Not bad. Looks like while I was away, no one slacked off. Flanders Duong, standing nearby, hears their cheers and raises an eyebrow. It is insane. Last time, we got distracted. And that is how you snatched the win. Just wait. We will definitely take you down in the next match. Lam 2 looks over at him. Not satisfied. Fine. I will give you another shot, he confidently says. You all step up, just beat me. And I will let your class have another match against us. Plus, Lakangayat and I want to be participating. Flanders Duong immediately smiles. Alright, you said it. He readies his fist and launches into a flashy punch. Do not blame us for bullying the weak. Lam to smirk, his hand preparing to unleash a move. The earth-shattering fist. With one punch, he sends Flanders Duong flying sky high. The class 7 students are terrified. Charging forward together. Do not split up. Lam 2 kicks up with one leg. On the left, he unleashes a fiery claw strike combined with the earth-shattering fist, scattering them like leaves in the wind. The class 7 students are sent flying and crash down like bugs hit by a shoe. Lam 2 scoffs coldly. I gave you guys a chance. But you did not seize it. Flanders Duong picks himself up, crawling away with class 7. But before they leave, he shouts, just you wait, watching Lam 2 easily take them down. The atmosphere grows electric. After you came to the Duong singing area, you feel so much stronger now. Your eyes are shining bright. Hong nods eagerly. Right. With the class leader here. Who knows? Maybe we can take down classes 5 and 6 in the class competition. Lam 2 looks at him with disbelief. Just look at you, he smiles. Our goal is to beat everyone and become the top class in Viet back. The 10th graders feel pumped up like they have just been injected with adrenaline. They cheer each other on. Alright. Let us go train hard. Just do not drag me into your fights. The next day, another class comes looking for class 10. Lam 2. Get out here now. Lam 2 steps out, surprised to see everyone from class 10. What is going on lately? It is like cats and dogs are gathering at our door. Swan Dai from class 5 glares at him. It is ridiculous. That useless kid from class 10 is getting too cocky. Class 5 officially challenges you. We are determined to settle this in the dojo. Labin suddenly points at his phone. Class leader. The academy forum just exploded. Someone said you want to challenge all the classes in Viet back. And they are even calling everyone in Viet back a bunch of losers. Lam 2 checks it out and frowns. Look, this is from yesterday afternoon. Class 7 must have deliberately stirred the pot, making enemies out of us. Clumsy move. But that works for me. I won't have to send challenge letters to each one individually. He turns to class 5. Fine. Then let us meet at the dojo. But I am curious if other classes want to challenge us too, so they can get ready. He grins. After I am done with you guys, I will take on them. Saves time. The eyebrows of Sun Jia knit tightly together as he angrily curses at Lam 2. You idiot. You are at the bottom of the ranks and think you can beat us. Dream on. The boys in the class rallied around him. That is right. The 10th grade squad is hype. They left a warning for the 10th graders to watch out. This afternoon they will definitely show you what is what. Just wait and see. Zhang gradually approached Lin 2 and asked. Hey. Lin 2. Who are you planning to team up with? The ones earlier were all top-tier level 4s. And that one dude is already at level 5. While we have just stepped into level 4, Lin 2 reassured her. It is all good. I am also level 5. No need to worry. Plus, we have got our big sister, Li Yu, on our side. Li Yu shot him a glance. When it is time to face class 1. Call me. I am not interested in the other classes. Lin 2 clicks his tongue. Come on. Do not you think outside of class 1, the other classes lack any challenge? Li Yu replies nonchalantly. Class 1 is not challenging either. It is just that they annoy me. The 10th grade students stare at her in disbelief. And Lin 2 thinks to himself. When it comes to showing off, I only respect little Guyant. That afternoon at the training ground of the Holy Domain Academy, the stands were packed with students, and the judges had taken their seats. Lin 2 leads the 10th grade into the arena. Zheng Hui looks at him. Did you post that on the forum? Lin 2 shakes his head. Not me. Sure. I can be a bit arrogant. But I would not post something so brainless. Zheng Hui not. Alright. I figured it was not you. Little did he know. Lin 2 continued. If I were to post, I would not just bash Viet back. I would call out every single male student from the entire academy as trash. Before Zheng Hui could respond, the announcement blared. The combat competition is about to begin. Prepare yourselves. Sun Jia, holding a spear, looks at them. Are you ready to die? Lin 2 hefts his black spear onto his shoulder and asks them. Little ones, What spear do you use? Do you know how to handle it? Or do you need me to teach you? His words successfully provoke Class 5, who all rush at him, shouting out various spear names like 8-God Spear, Grass Weasel Spear, and Secondary Strike Spear. Sunjia aims a spear at him. Get lost. Lintu furrows his brow. Focusing their firepower first to eliminate the biggest threat himself, he gently channels his energy into the black spear, forming the Overlord Spear technique. Lintu smirked, but against absolute power. A little bit of wit, just one T cut it. Lightning arcs through the black spear as Lintu prepares to unleash the Overlord Spear technique. He calmly watches as the Class 5 students charge at him, a smirk creeping onto Lintu's lips. He gives the black spear a light twirl, releasing it, and the Class 5 students are immediately knocked back. Lintu steps forward, kicking one of them in the stomach, sending him crashing down. The Class 5 students turn around in shock, calling for Sunjia. Class leader, how can this be? Lintu then turns to the little one. Is that all you have got? He jabs the guy with his spear, and Lintu scoffs. How embarrassing. The Class 5 students panic as they realize the two strongest have already been taken down. What do we do now? Do we keep fighting? In contrast to Class 5's dread, the 10th grade is pumped up, their class leader looking fierce, and Tan Feng grins confidently. We got this, he shouts. Class leader, just take care of these 3 losers. But suddenly, they see Lintu sitting down. The top 2 have already been knocked out of the ring by me. He looks up, smiling at them. The next 3 are all yours. The remaining 4 in the team are left stunned. Zhang Zhan worries. Lintu, are not you going to deal with them? Tan Feng anxiously chimes in. Come on. Class leader, the 4 of us are just level 4, and we are up against 3 level 4s. Lintu shrugs. I do not care. That is your problem. If you lose, I will jump off this thing. The 5th grade crew perked up when they heard Lam 2 was not joining. So we won't hold back anymore. These 10th graders are sneaky. Watch out for traps. Right. Keep your formation. Do not let them take us down. On the other side, Kuang Luk wore a sinister grin. If that is the case. Everyone. Let us let the class president check out our hard-won skills. Tan Feng grinned. Sure thing. Truong Dan still looked a bit worried. Scanning the surroundings, Kuang Luk was the first to charge in with his ultimate move. Divine Tiger of the Mountain. Class President. This is my new martial art. Please check it out. Next up was Tan Feng. Class President. This is my martial art. 6 spirits harmonize with the mountain. Please check it out. And then there is Le Bun. The 3 of them kept calling out. Class President. Check out my Sword of the Slicing Wind. Class President. This move of mine is called Moonlit Slash. Class President. And this move too. Lam 2 was left speechless. Totally embarrassed by their constant shouting, the 5th graders were getting annoyed. Can't you guys fight without calling the class president? It is so annoying. Truong Dan stuffed his mouth with snacks. Finally, someone was losing their cool. She charged at the opponent with a sigh the move, shouting confidently, come down here, lady. After taking out one more person, she and Tan Feng immediately teamed up against another, saying, now it is 2 against 1. Are you going to admit defeat or what? We are definitely winning this. Lam 2 twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. But at least these guys were using their brains in battle. After an intense showdown, the announcement rang out, Class 10 wins this round. The 10th graders cheered. Great job. Everyone back in class. They were still buzzing with excitement. That was epic. Tan Feng laughed. Right. The class president turned Xun into a total joke. Just looking at it feels good. Lam 2 cut through their joy. We have only beaten 2 classes so far. We still have 5 more to go, so no slacking off in training. Just then, they overheard someone passing by discussing. Quick, check out the forum. A first-year named Du Mokthan just made headlines. Today's the first day of reports. And he has already reached the 30th floor of the sports tournament tower. What? Is he that good? Kong looked over at Lam 2. The 30th floor. Isn't he that 5 floors higher than you? Lam 2. He is that strong. Lam 2 explained to him. On my first day, I only made it to the 20th floor. Later I agreed with Ma Bao Hope to reach the 25th. Lakangayat held up her tablet. I downloaded the battle video of Du Mokthan. You should check it out. Lam 2 was confused. Why do I have to watch it right now? Lakangayat replied flatly. Because you are so full of yourself. Always stirring up trouble. Du Mokthan will probably come looking for you soon. Lam 2 was speechless. That is not arrogance. That is pride. Okay. Someone's always trying to chop people up. Someone's more arrogant than me. Lam 2 leaned down to watch the video Lakangayat sent. The weapon he used was a spear, comparable to a long sword. Lakangayat continued. The senior he defeated was a level 7 fighter, the reigning champion in class 5. Viet back. In his second year, Lam 2 frowned. A level 7 fighter was taken down that easily. This guy is seriously strong. Just then, Donghang walked up from behind. Are you guys checking out the match video of Dumak Than 2? Lam Tu turned around. Duonghang, he chuckled and asked. You are not here to gift me a diamond card. Are you? Duonghang shouted back. No way. Lam Tu asked. Are you coming to our class 10 Viet back for a pair up? But we have not even had our turn yet. Wait until we knock the first grade students from Viet back down to the ground. And then he says, you are really something. Are not you? Ding Hung cuts in loudly. I am not here to brawl with you guys. I am here to make a deal. Can you spare a moment to talk? Lam Tu steps closer. You want to negotiate with me? Did you take some bad meds or what? Di Hung Hung pulls out a card. I hope you can trade me for the diamond martial arts card I had before. Lam Tu rolls his eyes. That card is only alive now because of me. What makes you think I would trade it? Plus, the Shunbu technique is ranked 30th in the world, worth its weight in gold. Ding Hung flips the card in his hand. This diamond card is also a martial arts technique, called Shadow Clone. And it is ranked 20th in the world. He smirks. I know you have the clone skill. If you combine it with Shadow Clone, it will be game-changing. As soon as Ding Hung finishes, Lam Tu's eyes light up. Ding Hung takes a step back. Surprised. That was a quick change of heart. After the excitement settles, Lam Tu hesitate. Wait, why are you being so nice? Is there an ulterior motive here? Ding Hung narrows his eyes. What motive? Honestly, that diamond card was a tough score from the clan elder. If I lose it, my dad will kick me out. Lam Tu scratches his chin. If I had known, I would not have bothered. I could give you the card. But you have to agree to help me with something. Ding Hung raises an eyebrow. Help with what? Lam Tu leans in and whispers to Dai Hung. It is nothing major. Just do what I ask. Ding Hung's face turns red immediately. No way. Absolutely not. I am not doing that. Lam Tu shrugs and starts to walk away. If you want to agree. Then fine. I am about to hit level 6 anyway. I will just use the diamond card then. Di Hung Hang thinks it over. Then concedes. Alright, I will do it. The two exchange cards, with Lam Tu handing over the Shunbu card. He nods. Deal less done. Lam Tu waves goodbye to the Hung. Don't he forget what you agreed to. He looks down at the clone card in his hand. A skill ranked 20th, pretty impressive. A few days later, at the training ground of the Holy Academy, Lam Tu tells Trung Dan. After this round of matches, it is just first grade Viet back left. Trung Dan nods. After confirming that first grade Viet back was defeated by Lam Tu, they have been training hard outside. Today, the team leader is Didajing Phim, a fighter who just hit level 6. Lam Tu smirks. Whoever he is, let us just take him down. He turns and says, Love him bine. You do not need to go out. Just state, La Binon. Got it. He stands behind, cheering everyone on. The announcement blares. Please welcome the first grade contestants and the 10th grade contestants. Ding Phim steps forward with a big sword. So you are Lam Tu. I am Ding Phim, definitely not like that useless guy from before. Lam Tu no. You are right. You are different. But I will take you down faster than him. The announcement rings out. Let the match begin. He charges forward. Here comes my blade. But right now, 3 people are marching towards Lakangayat. Lakangayat. You are the traitor of Class 1. Today you are going to pay for it. Lakangayat tosses her head back at them. Come on then. They immediately rush in together, ready to take her down. Lakangayat lets out a sharp command, and Trung Dan shouts out, they want to gang up on her. So let us help them out. But then another guy leaps in. 3 little punks. You are up against the fierce tiger here. One swing from him lands right on Trung Dan. She grits her teeth, bracing for the blow. But the fierce tiger sends her flying. Trung Dan leans against the railing, her body shaking. Kuang Luk and Tan Feng dive towards him, cursing. Haven't you seen this? The fierce tiger's laughing at you. You fools. In an instant, Kuang Luk and Tan Feng are knocked out. Tan Feng grinds his teeth. Is this really the strength of Class 1? 3 of us can even handle one hit. Trung Dan wipes the corner of her mouth. It is, with Lakangayat and Brother Lam Tu here. We have got this. The Class 1 students in the stands are laughing loudly. Last place is still last. We can even handle one hit. And now it is 5 against 2. Lam Tu and Lakangayat are definitely going to lose. That little brat Lakangayat needs to get a taste of defeat this time. Duong Pham stands opposite Lam Tu. You guys are down to 2 now. If I hold you here, Lakangayat will have to fight those 4 alone. She is toast. Over there, Lakangayat is facing off against 3. And a fierce tiger is charging from behind. Duong Pham raises his sword, ready to unleash a fiery slash. But I will deal with you before then. Lam Tu watch. His lips twitching. Damn it. Trying to test me. Are you out of your mind? Brother Vung Hak unleashes a powerful attack, and the arena erupts with a loud bang. Duong Pham's pupils shrink behind his glasses. He did not expect the fire from him to be this strong. Lam Tu casually asks, is this what level 6 is like? Duong Pham swings his sword, unleashing a devouring flame. His fire is even more powerful. But it is useless against my fire-draining sword. Forged from a special meteorite, it can absorb flames and turn them into strength. He swings his sword. Let us see how your fire holds up. Lam Tu counters with an ice strike. Their fire and ice powers collide. Lam Tu's ice pierces through Dongfam's flames, heading straight for him. Lam Tu smirked. Did I forget to mention? I know how to use ice skills too. But there is someone here who is even better at it than I am. Behind him, Dongfam suddenly realizes Lac Gaiet has snuck up on him. What? These useless guys let her get past. Lam Tu hoists the black sword onto his shoulder. Sorry. Those 4 useless guys you mentioned. Lac Gaiet just knocked them out. Yang Fan turned back, amazed he had already knocked 4 people off the stage so quickly. Could it be? Is she level 6 already? Lin Tu here followed up with a barrage, and Yang Fan got caught between 2 flaming strikes, like a meat bun in a steamer, with a thunderous boom in the arena. Announcing, Class 10 win. The 10th graders jumped for joy. We did it. We defeated all the classes from Viet back. We are the champions. Zheng Hui laughed with them. Congrats on becoming the top class in Viet back. Tan Feng was all worked up. What is our reward this time? I heard there are a ton of prizes, but I have no idea what they are. Zheng Hui squinted and smiled. You guys defeated 9 classes, earning 9 reward points. But if you get to 10 points, the prize will level up. Tan Feng frowned. 10 points. But there are only 9 classes. Lin Tu asked him. Nam means we have to battle with Class 1 from Vietnam. Right. Zheng Hu nodded. Yeah. You will face Class 1 from Vietnam. They have beaten 9 other classes too. You guys will have a championship match against Class 1 from Vietnam. Zheng Hu reminded them. Tan Feng laughed. The genius from Class 1 Vietnam, Al Dung Hang, has already been put in his place by our captain Lin Tu. We are definitely winning this championship. Zheng Hui cautioned them. Don't underestimate your opponents. A Class 1 from Vietnam does not just have a Duong Hang. There is also Du Mok Than, who reported on the first day after reaching level 30 in the sports competition tower. Zhang turned to look at everyone. Du Mok Than. He is in Class 1 from Vietnam. The 10th graders exchanged glances. It is totally normal for a talent like that to be in Class 1 from Vietnam. Isn't this guy already level 6? Liu said calmly from the side. Du Mok Than is already level 7. The entire Class 10 was in shock. Oh man. Level 7. The power gap is huge. How are we supposed to compete with that? Lin Tu smiled to reassure them. Don't worry. With me and Liu here, even if he is level 7, we will make him bow down. As evening fell, everyone left the martial arts training ground. Liu approached Lin Tu and asked, Are you really that confident? Going up against Du Mok Than, we might actually lose this time. Lin Tu looked stunned. Surprised she would say that. It was not like her at all. He smiled at her. Don't worry. We are going to win. With that, Lin Tu turned to head in another direction. Liu asked him, Where are you going? Lin Tu waved at her. Just handling a little something to make sure we do not lose. At night, in the forest, Lin Tu strolled in, and Yang Hang frowned at him. Aren't you just supposed to beat Class 1? Why are you so late? I have been waiting here for half an hour. Lin Tu asked him. Did you find the power supply station I asked you to look for? Yang Hang glided over, ready to lend a hand. Is there anything we can't handle? Just follow me. The two of them moved toward the power station at the Holy Academy. Lam Tu whispered. It is just a power station, yet it is hidden away like this. Yang Hang nodded. Of course. If someone attacked, the entire Holy Academy would be plunged into darkness. He frowned and asked Lam Tu. But hey, why did you want me to bring you here? Lam Tu pulled out a few small bombs. This is for you. Help me lure the staff away from here. Yang Hang jumped back. Bombs. You are not planning to blow up the power station. Are you? Lam Tu shook his head, pointing in a direction. It is just a firebomb. Very low impact. You just need to set some trees on fire over there. Yang Hang rolled his eyes. You want me to start a fire? What exactly are you trying to do? Lam Tu drooled as he rushed in. I need to check the power supply. You are from a big family. You said you would keep your word. Yang Hang glared at the bombs in his hand. He gritted his teeth. You jerk. If I had known, I would not have agreed to this. A little while later, small explosions echoed through the forest. The guards at the power station were startled. What is going on? There is an explosion. Something's on fire over there. They quickly ran into the woods. Call for more people to check it out. Lam Tu, now close to the power station, heard the explosions and grinned as he jumped over the fence. That kid, Yang Hang, did great. Lam Tu slowly approached a power conduit. There are no cameras around here. This is the spot. He raised his hand and struck down. Beginning his inspection, the conduit was smashed by Lam Tu. A hole opened, exposing the wires inside. He relished the electricity flowing into him. Tonight, I am hitting level 30. System notification. Detected a large power surge. Activating Devar skill. exchanging experience points. Inside the power station, the teacher led a group of people to survey the area. What on earth happened outside? Could someone really have the guts to stir up trouble at the Holy Academy? Suddenly, a red alert blared. The old man jumped in shock. Oh no. The power's out. The power station of the Holy Academy was now engulfed in darkness. In the woods, Yang Hang was being chased by the guards of the power station. Put out the fire. I will make sure he pays for this. Who the hell did this? Yang Hang was terrified. What has this guy done to cause such a ruckus? I am about to be killed by him. The teacher shot a glance at his subordinates. The backup power is activated. Everyone search for me. We must catch the bastard who sabotaged the power station. They quickly complied. Over there, on the other side, the system is still helping Lamb to absorb energy. Congratulations, Master. You have reached level 30. Congratulations on attaining level 6 fighter status. Lamb to smirked. Now I am level 6 too. Lamb to closed his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, the system updated his details. Thompson. Level 30. Strength 552. Physique 258. Speed 160. Overall combat power 6000. Level 5 fighter status when attacked. 30% chance of dealing low damage under 50%. Level 6 fighter title unchanged. Skills. Analytical eyes. Rage. Camouflage. Devar skill. A clone mirror. Lamb 2. Now blackened from the fire. Hopped with excitement. Finally, I can train in diamond martial arts. Moreover, my unique skill is like a mature technique that can continuously enhance my power. Suddenly, a group of people rushes in, shouting, "Who is hiding there? Come out." I am startled. Oh no. I have been spotted. Lintu leaps over the fence. Running fast. The guys from the power station are on him. I see him heading that way. The guards at the power station quickly give chase, yelling, "Don't he let him get away." They all run in one direction, completely missing the person hiding behind a tree. Lintu smirked. As long as I stay quiet and close my eyes, they won't notice me. Just then, Teacher Lee appears behind him, saying, "Hey kid, so you are hiding here." Lintu instantly turns around. Oh no. Teacher Lee reaches out to catch him, still wanting to run. In a moment of panic, Lintu quickly activates his clone skill. Teacher Lie's pupils shrink as he stares at the empty space in front of him. Where did he go? The old man sniffs the air, catching a whiff of burnt black powder. After he sabotaged the power lines, it seems like he got shocked. But how can he still be bouncing around so freely? Teacher Lee quickly thinks, is it possible that this kid caused the trouble at the school? Meanwhile, Lintu has made it back home. Is little Yu asleep yet? He tiptoes inside, making sure she does not see him in this sorry state. Just as he thinks that, Leffen Guite rushes out of the house with a sword, asking, "Who is there?" Lintu quickly yells, "Wait! Do not! Little Yu." Leffen Guite looks at him suspiciously. Lintu. She leans in closer to inspect. "What happened to you? The blackout earlier, was it because of you?" Lintu scratches his head and chuckles. Isn't he at all, because of the competition coming up? She sits on the floor, looking at him worriedly. "Are you okay? Do you need to see the nurse?" Lintu shakes his head. "No need. I just need to take some medicine." He thinks to himself. The guys at the power station are looking for me everywhere. Going to the infirmary now would be walking right into a trap. Lintu quickly finishes his shower, while drying his hair. Murmurs. Reaching level 6 not only boosts my strength, but my healing ability has skyrocketed too. He looks down at his hands. Let us check out my circle now. Lintu focuses his mind and activates the circle. He opens his eyes to see why is my circle different from everyone else's. It even has electricity. Lintu tries to touch the circle surrounding him. It hums with energy capable of both defense and offense. This is my unique technique. But just as he finishes thinking that, the circle vanishes. Lintu is shocked it drains stamina too. I bet I can only use it for a short time each attempt. Then he pulls out a diamond training piece and starts practicing diamond martial arts. Lintu places the diamond piece against his forehead. 10 minutes later, he remains completely still. Even half an hour later, aside from the spiritual energy around him expanding, nothing else has changed. Lintu is panting heavily. He furrows his brow at the training piece in his hand. This thing has drained all my energy. Yet it is doing nothing. Could it be that since I just reached level 6, I do not have enough accumulated strength to activate this piece? Lintu throws the training piece away, knowing full well that it is not as good as it seems. At this moment, the system offers him a few suggestions. Detecting unusual behavior from the martial arts host, do you want to use the analysis eyes? Lam2 asked suspiciously. The analysis eyes can also be tested on diamond bodies. The system replied. The host set level 6. Upgrading the analysis eyes skill. Unlocking more usage methods. It guided Lam2. The host should place the diamond body on their forehead and continue activating the analysis eyes. Lam2 followed. Can it really be used like this? The system immediately got to work, starting the analysis. Moments later, A flurry of text flew out from the diamond body. The system reported, violence analysis successful. The host can receive the information. Lam 2 felt a chill. This is bad. There is so much information in this diamond body. Is it really beyond my current power to access it? Clutched his head, feeling like it was about to explode. I can't take this anymore. Just then, the system sent a new notification, detecting a special power outside, activating the devouring skill. After absorbing everything, Lam 2 collapsed, blood dripping from his nose. What kind of diamond martial arts card is this? I am going to die here. If it were not for the analysis eyes and devouring skill, holding this body would be useless. He wiped his nosebleed. You have got to be kidding me. Giving me this body is a death sentence. But the clone technique is definitely top 20 in the world. It suits my clone perfectly. Lam 2 steadied his trembling body and made his way to the sofa to rest. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out another body. Let us see if this diamond martial arts training body will be as deadly as the last one. Lam 2 steeled himself. I will risk it to win the competition the day after tomorrow. He placed the body on his forehead. This diamond martial arts skill seems easy to learn. He lowered it. Is this training or yoga? Moments later, Lam 2 was sprawled on the ground, doing a pose with his butt in the air. Mumbling. This move is so embarrassing. Lam 2 cursed as he spread his legs. Who the hell created this training technique? Must be a total weirdo. Meanwhile, someone was sneaking behind the wall, watching Lam 2 mumble while training. For the competition the day after tomorrow, let us do this. The next morning at Lam 2's house, he was lying flat on the floor, still in the yoga position from last night. Lakangai had approached from behind, kicking Lam 2 right in the butt. Get up. Lam 2 jolted awake. I just learned a new training method, but the position is a bit hard to watch. Lakangai turned to leave, casually saying, breakfast is ready. Eat up and hurry to train. Lam 2 replied, I am not going to the training room today. I am training at home. He thought to himself, a humiliating training move like this can only be done at home. Lakangai looked back. Suit yourself. Lam 2 yawned. After a night of strange poses, he felt exhausted. At the training ground of the Holy Domain Academy, a guy looked at Duong Hang and asked, you seem really tense. Duong Hang nodded. A little. After all, I have lost to him once. A guy chimed in, do not worry. This time you won't even need to step on the field. Duong Hang furrowed his brows at him. What do you mean? One guy pointed at the people standing behind him. Nothing special. The first grade in Vietnam is not just you in 6th grade. Me and those 4 will work together better. Just then, the announcement rang out, inviting the competitors to the stage. One guy led the first graders away. Watch closely. Under my guidance, the first grade in Vietnam won't lose to the bottom class again. Di Hung Hung gritted his teeth. That jerk. He won't even let the class president like me step onto the field. Then he forced a smile. I can't wait to see you get beaten up by Lam 2. Your teeth will be on the ground. On the fighting stage, the first grade in Vietnam stood facing Lepi 10 Vit Beefy led by Lam 2. En Young looked at one guy. Where's Dunga Hung? Why is not he coming out? A guy sneered. We do not need him to come out. Lam 2 frowned. He is the class president. Why would not he come out? Do you look down on me? Who do you think you are? Daring to speak for the first grade in Vietnam, a guy raised an eyebrow, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lam 2. Di Hung Hung laughed from below. The evil one should be tormented by an even worse evil. Lam 2 needs to try harder. The final announcement rang out. The competition started. One guy immediately charged ahead. Take them down for me. One guy holding a dagger aimed to attack Lam 2 from the left, while a giant blocked him on the right. Over there, the trio of Chang Dan, Levambine, and Tun Feng were also surrounded by others. A bunch of rookies. Just go down quietly. One guy approached Lefafagite and greeted her. Lefeningite. It has been a while. Lefingite just frowned and did not reply. The sound of Lefingite's weapon clashing with another guy echoed loudly. He lifted his gaze to her. Lefeningite. Do you have to be like this right after meeting? I mean, I am. Leftingite thrust her sword straight at him. Shut it. On this side, 3 figures had already been thrown off the fighting stage. Changring Dan gritted his teeth. Level 4 fighting against level 6. They can T last a few seconds. The giant laughed provocatively at Lam 2. Your friends can T even last a minute. We are all level 6 here. Lam 2 chuckled. He made a move and unleashed 100 moves of the Phoenix. Level 6. So impressive, Lam 2 thought. Just right to test out the 100 moves of the Phoenix. After leveling up, the giant immediately activated his shield, even mocking Lam 2. Rookie. Do you know what level 6 is? Level 6 can use shields for defense. Your attack is useless. Lam 2 laughed loudly. Let us see how long you can defend. He unleashed more 100 moves of the Phoenix, all directed at one target. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously. The giant stared in disbelief at his shield. Damn it. Does this guy's martial skill not consume energy? 2 teammates immediately rushed over. Hurry. Help. Stop him. At this moment, Lum Tu took out his black spear and soared up high, adding a move of the 100 moves of the phoenix, following behind a phoenix flying in. He shouted. That was the 100 moves. Now you will see the real deal. The giant's eyes widened. But before he could finish his words, the fighting stage erupted with a loud explosion. The giant was kicked straight to the ground by this move of the 100 moves of the phoenix. He lay on the ground. His eyes rolled back, and his nose was running like a river. Tanfeng and Labine are hugging each other. Celebrating. The class leader took one down. The class leader is amazing. Zhang Jian is slowly losing his excitement. Frowning as he watches the arena, Livasungguite always seems to be at a disadvantage. Who would be thought Du Mai Si Thung would be this strong in the ring? Emma Si Thun is attacking Lefagite with his spear. He smirks. Lefangite. Have not you progressed at all these past few years? Lefangite scoffs in response, not bothering to answer. Lum Tu hoists his black spear, ready to charge in. That bastard Du Mai Si Thun, but he is quickly blocked by the other three from class 1. Hey. Where do you think you are going? The boyfriend is getting bullied. Can't hold it in anymore. One of them sneers. Surrounded by us. Let us see where you can escape. The three of them lunged at Lum Tu, and the sound of the impact echoed across the arena. The trio, Zhang Jian, Labin, and Tanfeng, below are turning pale. Lum Tu, the dust on the battlefield has obscured the view. All they can hear are some electric sounds from within. When the wind blows the dust away, everyone can finally see clearly. The three guys did not actually manage to hit Lundrum 2 because he had activated his circle. The class 1 guys are stunned. What the heck? Lum 2 stands confidently inside his protective circle, looking at them. The spectators, including Chun Hai, are astonished. Wait, that is Lum 2's circle. This kid has reached level 6. He raises his hand to his ear, taunting them. Did I forget to mention? I have got a circle now too. The guys from class 1 are fuming. So what if it is level 6? I will smash your circle to pieces. The three of them charged at Lum 2, trying to attack his circle. He stood calmly inside, raising his hand. Take a good look. Can your little circles compare to mine? Lum 2 has fists clenched tightly. Electricity surged through his circle. It is the lightning strike skill. The guys from class 1, surrounding Lum 2, were immediately stunned, their eyes rolling back. All they could do was scream in despair. Zhang Zhang was shocked. Lum 2's circle can conduct electricity. The class 1 guys gritted their teeth in disbelief. How? How is this possible? His circle has electricity. Just after a lightning strike, Lum 2 charged forward with a violent La Ho Thang. Time for my turn. Lum 2 swiftly unleashed his skill. Get lost. He launched a powerful live Ho Thang attack straight at the guy's circle. The guy was stunned. What? His circle shattered instantly, and he was knocked off his feet. Labin cheered. Awesome. Another one bites the dust. But just before he hit the ground, the guy launched a hook. That class 1 guy successfully pulled himself back onto the battlefield. Lum 2 yelled. Damn it. There are traps in the battle gear. Is that fair? Ching Titi shook his head. Traps in battle gear are considered weapons. Not cheating. The competition continues. The 10th grade students from Vietback were immediately dissatisfied. What the hell? That is not cheating. Are you blind? It is totally unfair. They clearly do not want us to win. Just standing next to them, it is clear that the school does not have rules like that. He looked up at the arena and sighed softly. The ranking teacher up there surely does not want to see the class that is always at the bottom claim victory in the combat competition. Lum 2 had no choice but to rely on you, that kid from class 1 Vietnam, who just saved himself by cheating. Challenge them, saying if you are at the bottom, you should have the awareness of being at the bottom. Champion. It should not belong to you guys. Lum 2 laughed. It seems like a lot of people at St. Domain Academy do not want us to win. He adjusted his shadow clone skill and shouted. Well then, watch me. Meanwhile, the crowd below went wild. He was holding his head and screaming. What? How could he? He actually learned the shadow clone technique for over 10 years. Many in the family could not learn it. Some even turned useless after trying to force it. So I thought I was just as useless chasing after him. But he learned it. This crazy guy. Way too crazy. Lum 2 swept his black weapon in hand, exerted all his strength, and spun around the arena. One guy got knocked off and screamed. Why me? That guy with the weird haircut tried to throw his hook again, expecting me to go down easily. Not happening. He reached out and grabbed the hook, transferring electricity into it. I told you. You should not try to use that in front of me again. Remember, next time do not use conductive materials. The guy immediately got shocked by Lum 2's electricity, smelling like burnt flesh, screaming in pain. Lum 2 smiled confidently at that kid from class 1 Vietnam. He was shocked to the point of losing his soul. The sword in the class 1 kid's hand fell to the ground, while he himself fell straight back. The other two gritted their teeth. Cursing under their breath, they all charged at once, shouting, You brat. Come down here. One of them threw out a hidden rope from his sleeve. Meanwhile, the other kid swung a rope from behind. 2 hooks wrapped around Lam Tu from both sides, simultaneously binding his hands tightly. The 2 of them pulled the rope tight around Lam Tu. He frowned, thinking they wanted to restrain him with steel wire. Lam Tu unleashed the electricity from his body. He shouted, "Get off." The 2 of them were instantly shocked stiff. One of them still struggled to hold onto the rope. "Come here. Before I electrocute you to death. I can also take you down." Lam Tu grinned. "You think I have only got this much electricity?" Lam Tu clenched his teeth. He tensed his body, releasing even more electricity, causing an explosion. The ropes binding Lam Tu gradually snapped into pieces. He unleashed a surge of electric energy with a thunderous cry. "Come on." Tenfong and Aluban jumped up, cheering. 2 more down. Our class leader is amazing. Meanwhile, Lefingite had coughed up blood. Lam Tu rushed over to support her. "Lefingite, you are hurt." Lefingite bit her lip. Not responding, Lam Tu asked her, "Are you feeling unwell?" He quietly assessed Lefingite. It seemed she had not used her powers today and looked troubled. He pushed her back. "You handle your injury first. I will deal with him." Lam Tu shook his head, dismissing other thoughts. "Let us win first, then we will talk." Some punk with a big mouth laughed at Lam Tu, saying he only defeated 4 useless guys. "You think that gives you the right to challenge me? You really do not know your limits." Lam Tu shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "How will you know if you do not try?" Suddenly, a guy jumped in with a grin, changing his tone and whispered a secret to him. "Lacking is my fiancée. Lam Tu." "Fine key. Fine key." Lam Tu looked at her in anguish. "Lacking Guyot. You are," he thought to himself. No wonder Lacking Guyot has been so troubled. Just then, a guy launched a surprise attack, executing a long spear move. "You idiot. Where are you looking?" The blade on his spear swung fiercely at Lam Tu. The 2 charged at each other, exchanging blows. One guy used a special move to counter Lam Tu. Both were forced back at the same time. Lacking Guyot shouted, "Lam Tu, look at him. Do not listen to what he is saying." The guy on the other side continued when he heard Lacking Guyot deny it. "This engagement was decided by the heads of our families." Lacking Guyot interrupted him. "I do not agree. No one can control me." A punk suddenly asked her. "Lacking Guyot, do not tell me you actually like this kid." Lacking Guyot replied coldly, "It is none of your business." But Muthan did not care about her indifference. He continued to mock her. "But the strength of this kid, you 2 can possibly be together. Today, I will crush this kid underfoot to show you the reality." Lam Tu held his head high, looking toward Muthan. "Lacking Guyot, you should step down so I can handle him." Lacking Guyot stayed silent, then nodded and turned to leave. "All right, I trust you. Do not lose." Lacking Guyot quickly jumped down from the fighting stage. Her unexpected move made the 10th graders in the North Institute feel like they were sitting on hot coals. Panicking, why did Lacking Guyot suddenly go down? Kung Luk looked stunned. What is the class leader doing? They really going to fight Muthan? They have to win. Right. Truong Dan standing beside interjected, interrupting these crazy guys. "Shut up. I trust Lam Tu's choice. He is definitely going to win." Muthan glared at Lam Tu. "You want to have a showdown between 2 men for a girl?" Lam Tu shook his head. He grinned at Muthan. "I just want to close the door on you." This provocation infuriated Muthan. He launched another spear move. "You want to die?" Lam Tu quickly activated his protective circle. Muthan's eyes lit up. "I have been training against lightning since I was a kid." He prepared to unleash a thunderous attack. Looking down on Lam Tu, "This little lightning is useless." A green dragon roared and flew toward Lam Tu. The blow directly shattered his protective circle. Lam Tu was pushed back a distance. He planted his black spear into the ground to stabilize himself. Muthan did not give Lam Tu any time to adjust. He lunges again. "Your circle can't withstand my attack." The 2 are trading blows all over the arena. Muching laughs mockingly. This is the real difference. Lam Tu keeps launching the line Hong Beach EU Chigu Fang Dudc. Muching lifts his gaze to him. "I will show you my circle." He activates his circle. His lean home bike he Achi Yu Cho Fang Dudd. C only strikes at the circle, not even touching Mu Chung. Lam Tu controls the black spear in his hand to draw a different path. "Let us see this direction then." This strike directly hits Mu Cheng's protective circle. Lam Tu's eyes widen in shock. His pupils constrict. Lam Tu's body is pushed back a few steps by the backlash from the circle. He's surprised. His circle can fight back. Mu Cheng escapes the circle, preparing a new long soaring dragon technique. The void responds to Lam Tu. "Don't think your circle is the only one with special attributes." Just as Mu Cheng strikes, Lam Tu swiftly uses his clone mirror to dodge. Mu Cheng frowns. "Oh no. It is a clone." From above, 3, 4 Lam Tu are all striking down at Mu Cheng at once. He is blocking while retreating. Damn. This must be the diamond body technique. Some kid from a remote wasteland. How does he know this skill? Feeling something, Mu Cheng turns to look behind. There is a Lam Tu gathering speed, surrounded by phoenix flames. Mu Cheng grits his teeth and curses. Not good. Lam Tu leaps into the air. This time it is a full force move. Fire refinement in the void. A thunderous explosion echoes across the arena. Lam 2 lands and stabilizes himself. Is it over? To his surprise, through the flames, he sees Mu Cheng still standing intact, while Han's clothes have turned to ash. No flames. No flames. Lam 2 lands and stabilizes himself. Is it over? To his shock, through the flames he sees Mu Cheng still standing there, while Han's clothes have burned to cinders. He furrows his brow at Lam 2. What can this little fire do to me? A confident spear wielder stands there challenging him. Lam 2 purses his lips. This guy can actually forcefully break through my fire refinement in the void. This time Mu Cheng strikes with a major heavenly dragon move. He shouts, "Let me see your diamond skills." Lam 2 "Well, I've got a dragon too." He swings the black spear in his hand. Heavenly dragon breaks through. Lam 2 and Mu Cheng both yell loudly. They charge at each other, and another explosion rocks the arena, sending shockwaves for 100 meters around. Dust and debris fly everywhere. The onlookers are staggered by the aftershocks. The two figures on the arena slowly become visible as the smoke is blown away by the wind. Zhang Jian furrows his brow, trying to see who is winning. At this moment, Mu Cheng is in a position falling forward. His body collapses to the ground. Unconscious, Lam 2 raises the black mang tree high, followed by a declaration from the stands. Lam 2, he proudly shouts, "I have won." The 10th grade students are so excited they jump up and down. Lam 2 has won. Long live our class. The 10th grade has won. 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 The entire 10th grade rushes to the stage. Our class loves you so much. Long live our class. Our class is amazing. Lam 2 smiles as he sees Lakangayat approaching him. He happily calls out to her. Lakangayat. I won. Lam 2's eyelids feel heavy. He mumbles, I won. Then Lam 2 collapses to the ground, losing consciousness amidst the calls of the 10th graders. Class. Class. Oh no. Class is out cold. Someone call for help. Lam 2 groggily opens his eyes. Right now, Lam 2 is lying in the infirmary. Kung Mulsi is outside the glass enclosure calling for him. Class. You finally woke up. Tan Feng stands by, excited. You have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Lam 2 quickly covers his body with his hands, feeling like a cocoon. What? Lakangayat. Why are you here? Kung Wolfie laughs loudly. For the past 2 days, Lakangayat has been taking care of you. I saw everything. You two are like a couple. What is there to be shy about? As soon as they finish speaking, Lam 2 and Lakangayat punch them, knocking them back. Get lost. Labin is speechless. These two are so straightforward. They deserve it. Lakangayat hands him a set of clothes. There is a bathroom and clean clothes nearby. Go take a shower. Teacher Nam Chinhai has come by several times, saying that Principal Bachlai is looking for you urgently. Lam 2 watches Lakangayat leave. Principal Bachlai is looking for me urgently. It is not about me getting caught stealing electricity, is it? After changing, Lam 2 heads straight to the principal's office. Hello. Teacher. Principal Bachlai. As soon as he steps inside, Teacher Lei points directly at him, accusing him. It is definitely him. Lam 2 twitches the corner of his mouth. I really got caught. He defiantly asks back. Who are you? What electric theft? Teacher Lei yells. This kid, still trying to defend himself. A real man should own up to his actions. Is there anyone else at this academy who cultivates electric attributes? Lam 2 grimace. Teacher. Do you have any proof? Even though you are a teacher, you can just accuse a student without evidence. Bachley looks at Lam 2. This kid. What proof do you want? He presses the red button on the desk. Then I will show you the evidence. The screen on the desk displays footage of Lam 2 fighting the Thunderbirds. Bachelors, fighting on a spaceship is against the rules, and as a result, all the Thunderbirds I raised got injured. They have not recovered yet. And now you have tampered with the power supply, causing a blackout across the entire academy. He raises his eyes to look at Lam 2. Kid. You really know how to cause trouble. Lam 2's face turns blank. Oh no, that kid from the Aoyang family said there are not any cameras around the power station. He is the one who messed me up. Teacher Lee looks at Lam 2. You have got nothing to say for yourself. He quickly raises his hand to make peace, saying about the Thunderbird. You really can't blame me for this. I did not know what would happen to Lam 2. I knew I had lowered the brightness. I did not know he would ditch my fruit. Now I am in a mess. I went through a power outage. I have been stuck at a power station. I have just been through a crazy power outage. I have cut off the power. I have taken down the power. You really are an expert at causing trouble. He is left speechless. This is bad. That kid from the Aoyang family said there are not any cameras around the power station. This kid is messing with me. Teacher Lee looks at Lam 2. You have got nothing to say for yourself. He quickly raises his hand to make peace. About the Thunderbird. You really can't blame me for this. I did not know it would turn out like this. The power station. Yeah. That was my fault. But I just wanted to quickly boost my strength. I want to lead the 10th grade to victory in the competition. I want to show all those who underestimate the 10th grade what we are made of. Backley stares intently at Lam 2. This stubborn, never give up attitude of yours. It really fits with me. But if you mess up, you have to face the consequences. How about this? I'm giving you a chance to make things right. He says, Recently discovering a strange power beneath the Holy Academy. We need someone to go down there and check it out. You are the strongest among the level 6 fighters. You are the best candidate. As long as you complete this mission, you won't be punished anymore, he asks. Confused. Batch size? We are out of options. Below the Holy Academy, there are many transformed beasts. He thinks about the situation underwater. Pauses for a moment. Then continues. If we send senior fighters down, it might cause them to panic, leading to terrifying beast reactions. Lamb 2 excitedly rubs his hands and asks, so what do I get? Teacher Lee gets mad at him. You kid. You still dare to ask for benefits. Batch Lee stops Teacher Lee and replies to Lamb 2, just complete the mission. Of course. You will get a lot in return, he says to Teacher Lee standing next to him. Teacher Lee, you go ahead. I have a few words to discuss privately with him. Teacher Lee nods. All right, as he walks past him. He even gives a command. Teacher Lee quickly walks out the door, leaving the principal's office. Baj stands up and looks at Lamb 2. Now let us talk about something else. This competition between the classes. The 10th grade takes first place. All students who do not participate will receive 50,000 points, a golden skill card. You and 4 other students who participate will receive 100,000 points, 2 golden skill cards. He reaches out and pulls open the drawer. And you performed very well in this combat competition. So personally, I will reward you with a diamond skill card. Bailey holds 3 skill tokens in his hands. Here. We have 3 skill tokens for combat techniques. You can choose for yourself. Lamb 2? Puzzled. Why reward just me? We are not that close. Bailey rubs his forehead. True, we are not that close. It is just that someone special told me to take care of you. If it were not for my temper, I would have kicked you out long ago. It is just that someone special told me to take care of you. If it were not for my temper, you would be out of the Sacred Academy by now. I wonder who this special someone is. Could it be my little Yu? Bailey shakes his head. Even though Luffing Guide is far away in Shinkong City, she would not just make things difficult for me. He glances at Lamb 2. Do you remember Bailey Haling? The one you met on the way to the Sacred Academy? The one who claimed to be your master. Lamb 2 tilts his head in thought, then suddenly remembers who Bailey Haling is. He claps his hands. Realizing she is the master from back then, he points at Bailey, saying they share the same last name, which makes them family. She is his granddaughter. Bailey dodges the question, saying it is none of your business. Just remember, that spear of yours was swindled from me. Lamb 2 awkwardly chuckles. I see. Thanks, Principal Bailey. Then Bailey continues, also mentioning that Dumafai Scython is a disciple of one of the 5 founders of the Sacred Academy. That old man is petty. If you defeat his disciple, he will definitely look for a chance to get back at you when he returns. Lamb 2 laughs in response. Let him come. I have never been afraid of anyone. Bailey, annoyed, tells him to leave. Just get out of here. Seeing you is a hassle. Lamb 2 quickly leaves the principal's office and rushes home. Little Yu. As soon as he enters, he freezes in shock, seeing Luffy Guide sitting by the door, feeding a little white fluffball. The fluffball turns its head and looks at him. Lamb 2 screams in panic. What the heck is this white fluffball? Luffy Guide hears him and replies. It is a cotton candy. Seems like it is evolved. Lamb 2 stares at the fluffy creature in front of him. This is a cotton candy. He lowers his head to look at it. Why does it look like this? It is hideous, she asks him. Where did you catch it? Lamb 2 recalls and replies. In an underground lab. Inside a 6th level beast called the Green Dragon. I thought it was a 6th level strange crystal, but it ended up turning into this toy. Luffy Guide nods and continues. What did Principal Bailey want with you? Lamb 2 shakes his head. Nothing much. Just talked about the rewards from the duel competition and the incident with the injured Thunderbird that got me in trouble last time. She looks at him suspiciously. Is that all? Lamb 2. Feeling guilty. Yep. That is all. Luffy Guide does not ask anymore, turning to go inside. If you do not want to talk, then fine. After taking a couple of steps, Luffy Guide stops. She turns to Lamb 2, saying about the engagement between me and Duming Si Thun. It was decided by the families. I do not agree. And it has nothing to do with me. He leans in closer to her. Little Yu. Caring about my feelings like that. Do you really like me? Luffy Guide coldly punches Lamb 2 in the face. Get lost. Time passed. And 2 days later by the beach, Lamb 2 was donning his diving gear, ready to hit the water. The people from the Holy Domain Academy approached him, handing over a dagger since using a spear underwater was not easy. This dagger is a high-quality gift from Principal Batchlai, so do not lose it. Lamb 2 accepted it and strapped the dagger to his forearm. The academy staff did a quick check and added, the surge of power is happening again. Now is a perfect chance to dive down and investigate. He nodded and moved forward. All right. The 2 people behind him reminded him that Principal Batchlai had called in a team of level 6 fighters, and if anything unusual happened below, they would provide immediate backup. Lamb 2 did not respond and quickly jumped into the sea, swiftly diving down to the ocean floor. Lamb 2 arrived at the coral reef below, swimming a long distance, Small fish swam around him, curiously checking him out, causing him to pause momentarily. What is this? Lam 2 gazed at the massive structure in front of him. Stunned. No way. The island beneath the Holy Domain Academy was man-made. Just how colossal is this construction? The people above replied. What do you think? Isn't it ridiculous? Lam 2 scanned the area and spotted a large fish aggressively ramming into the structure before him. The system immediately provided him with information about this creature. Level 5 black-toothed fish. An extraterrestrial being. Known for its sharp teeth capable of chewing through tough surfaces. Lam 2 exclaimed in shock. Wait. Did you see that? These seem to be extraterrestrial lifeforms. The people on the shore were stunned. Where did these beasts come from? And why are they attacking the protective barrier? Hurry and call Principal Batch, he shouted to them before diving deeper. I am going down to take a look. The academy staff cautioned him. Be careful. As he went down further, Lam 2 suddenly widened his eyes. He was startled to see a spatial rift at the ocean floor. And beneath the island, there was another spatial rift. The watchers on shore frowned. This is a serious problem. After a moment, Lam 2 reported. The rift is starting to disappear. Lam 2 turned his head to look around. What the heck is going on? I have never seen a spatial rift disappear so quickly. The people on the shore told him. We can't explain it either. Check if there are any other rifts nearby. Lam 2 looked at the system interface, reporting the fluctuations in front of him. A new surge of power appeared. It is not far to my left. Someone responded. I noticed it too. He swam deeper. I will go take a look, the watcher advised. Be careful, swimming around the other side of the protective barrier. Lam 2 spoke again. There is someone up ahead. And they are not wearing diving gear. The system quickly retrieved information for Lam 2. A robot model 247. He was taken aback. What? Another A robot. The people on the shore saw this through the camera. We see it. The situation seems more serious than we thought. The robot was holding something in its hand. Along with a strange crystal. The area in front of it immediately opened a larger spatial rift than before. Lam 2 frowned. The spatial rift is appearing again. Is that strange device in the robot's hand creating it? The people on the other side said. We are analyzing it. Then he shouted again. This is bad. This new rift is at least 10 meters wide. A bunch of bizarre creatures suddenly emerged from the rift. The system informed Lam 2. Rock crabs. Level 5. Alien species. Known for their tough shells and high defense, the rock crabs charged forward at full speed. They slammed into the protective barrier beneath the Sacred Domain Academy one after the other. While Lam 2 swam to a different position, he observed and said, the robot is using a device to create spatial rifts, drawing the alien creatures to attack the barrier below the island. Everyone, send people down to assist. The people on the shore immediately coordinated and responded to Lam 2. Understood. Dean Batchley has arranged a team of level 6 martial artists to stand by for support. Lam 2 swam after the robot. Thankfully, it seemed the spatial rift would not last long. That thing would definitely go somewhere else to create another. Let me see if I can delay it. The people above nodded in agreement. Good luck. Stay safe. He followed closely behind the robot, which was about to open another spatial rift. Suddenly, he heard a noise, and the robot turned its head back. It immediately activated its attack mode. Enemy detected. Engage. Lam 2 quickly dodged to avoid its laser attack. Crap. I have been spotted. The robot raised the strange object in its hand and shouted. We have been detected. Implementing backup plan 2. Activating at 100% power. The object in the robot's hand released an overwhelming surge of energy. Lam 2 covered his face with his hand, enduring the effects of this energy source. Oh no. This guy wants to use all his strength to activate that device. Suddenly, Lam 2's eyes widened. He turned around. Oh no. There is a gap right behind him. Lam 2 shouted into the walkie-talkie. Did you see that? This space rift is over 10 meters wide. And it is spreading. More and more alien creatures are crawling out. Everyone. We need to figure out how to escape. In the observation room, voices began to rise. Director Bailey. We have detected that the mutated sea monsters are gathering at the ocean floor. Bailey assessed the situation. The mutated monsters sensed the threat from the vast space rift, and were starting to panic. He focused on the monitor in front of him. Realizing that a tide of monsters was about to emerge, Bailey frowned, clearly not pleased. Especially with so many alien creatures continuously surfacing from the rift, he issued orders to his subordinates. All teachers with students grade 6 and above. Gather at the Sacred Domain Academy's beach and prepare to deal with the incoming monster tide. The Academy's security team should gear up with diving equipment and head underwater to support Lam 2. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on Lam 2's side, someone in the walkie-talkie asked, Lam 2, what are you doing? Lam 2 replied. The rift is still expanding. I think I can grab the device from that smart robot and see if I can stop the rift from spreading. The person on the other end immediately interrupted. Stop your actions right now. Get back to the surface. The mutated monsters underwater have been provoked by the energy from the rift, forming a monster tide. The voice on the walkie-talkie was frantic and serious. Thousands of mutated sea monsters are heading straight for you at this moment. Lamtu caught sight of the horde of mutated beasts rushing toward him. He exclaimed, "Why did not anyone tell me sooner? I can see the monster tide coming." Just then, several alien creatures also sensed the energy from the mutated beasts. The two sides clashed, and Lamtu was stunned as he reported, "The mutated monsters are fighting the alien creatures." One of them opened its massive jaws toward him, and he cursed. "Damn it." Lamtu quickly pulled out his knife and stabbed it into its head, knocking the fish out cold. After handling that, he quickly searched for the shadow of the robot. A moment later, he saw it being gnawed apart by several alien creatures. Lamtu sheathed his knife, thinking, "With skills like that, how dare you mess with the Sacred Domain Academy?" He swam over to the spot where the robot had left something behind. Lamtu thought to himself, "That device must be a treasure." He turned off his earpiece and camera first. He wanted to quietly take it. He gazed at the gem inside the strange device. This fell out of an energy crystal. Lamtu reached out to touch the crystal. The system immediately activated, detecting a special power, triggering the devouring skill, and began to absorb it. Done. He received 10 million experience points. Lamtu widened his eyes. "I did not expect to gain 10 million experience points all at once." He looked up and noticed there were so many fragments around. Lamtu quickly swam toward another piece of debris. This time, he was getting serious. At this moment, in another corner of the sea, an octopus suddenly waved its tentacle. The next second, it leaped right onto the shore, and the people from the Holy Academy immediately reported loudly, "The second wave of mutated tidal beasts is here. Prepare to defend yourselves. These are even stronger than the previous mutated monsters. Everyone, be careful." The Holy Academy's team quickly wiped out and fought against the mutated beasts brought by the tidal surge. Suddenly, a loud bird call pierced the air, and everyone below looked up. They saw Bachelay standing on the back of a giant bird, cheering joyfully. "It is Dean Bachelay, the level 9 Fireflame Phoenix." In the next moment, his phoenix unleashed flames, clearing out the mutated beasts on the beach. The Academy members shouted, "They have come to support us." Another octopus was lightly touched by Bachelay, and the cheers from below had not died down. It really was Dean Bachelay and the level 9 Fireflame Phoenix. He landed and walked up to everyone amidst their cheers. Taking down these mutated beasts is as easy as pie. Amazing. Bachelay turned to assess the situation. This area of the sea was now cleared, and the security team immediately went into the water to find Lamtu and deal with the mutated beasts and alien creatures beneath the sea. At this moment, Lakangayat had also rushed over. As soon as she arrived, she loudly questioned Bachelay, "Old man, where's Lam?" He turned to look at Lakangayat. He is probably still at the bottom of the sea. His communication device seems to be broken. We keep losing contact. Lakangayat snatched the diving suit from someone nearby and frowned at Bachelay. "You sent him down there." She walked toward the beach, shooting a warning glance at Bachelay. "So you better pray he is okay. If anything happens to him, I swear I will take you down." Bachelay was taken aback, thinking to himself, "What on earth does that kid Lamtu have that is so attractive?" The two behind him were sweating bullets. "Oh no, this girl is seriously off her rocker. She dares to say she will kill Dean Bachelay. Is she mad because of her boyfriend? Lamtu, her role model." Regaining his composure, Bachelay shouted, "What are you all doing standing there? Get in the water and help Lakangayat find Lamtu." Everyone quickly complied, jumping into the sea. The wind howled as Lamtu held that device in his hands, and it looked like it was already out of commission. Time to toss it. He held a strange crystal in his hand, tossing the shell aside. Feeling puzzled, Lamtu lowered his head, intently looking at the crystal in his hand, wondering why it was not being fully absorbed like its fragments. Lamtu turned to swim up to the surface, thinking, "It is fine. I will take this back first and figure it out later. I can't stay here long. Time to..." Suddenly, a wave surged from behind him, grabbing one of his legs. The system immediately reported to him, "Level 4 mutated current detected. Mutation characteristics due to virus infection. Corrosive and aggressive." Lamtu pulled out his dagger and sliced through the current wrapping around him, thinking, "Level 4 and you dare to mess with me." But just as he cut the current, his hand got caught. Then his left leg was ensnared too, with the current tightening its grip around his waist and body. Not again. Just then, a fish swam, mouth open, ready to swallow Lamtu. He yelled, "I am not going down without a fight. You think I am just some cat?" Lamtu activated the electric shock within his body. The fire energy he unleashed surged, but the mutated beast seemed unfazed. They kept swimming closer. Lamtu frowned. Still not done yet. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. In front of Lamtu was a new wave of monstrous creatures, along with some gigantic entity. He froze. "What the heck is that?" The monster opened its massive mouth wide and swallowed. Lamtu muttered, "It is..." The system reported the information. "This is an extraterrestrial creature. Level 8. A black well of fury. known as the king of the seas. With extremely strong stomach acid, it can swallow just about anything. And Lam 2 panicked. An alien level 8, he mumbled. I am just level 6. I need to take it down fast. And then the black whale suddenly glanced over at Lam 2. It opened its mouth wide again to suck in, and he flailed around, thinking he was some kind of snack. The entire sea and the creatures around it seemed like they were about to get sucked into its mouth. Lam 2 prepared to unleash an electric shock, thinking, you want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of getting a toothache? He launched a blast of lightning directly at the monster. It whipped its tail at Lam 2, instantly sending him crashing to the bottom of the sea. He slammed against a rock, gritting his teeth. This is bad. The black whale opened its mouth wide again, aimed at Lam 2. He quickly activated his circle, but still got swallowed by the black whale. Suddenly, its eyes widened, and it spat Lam 2 out. He glared furiously at the black whale, thinking, if this keeps up, I am definitely going to lose. I need to get out of here fast. Before Lam 2 could think of a solution, the black whale opened its mouth wide and swam towards him again. Lam 2 gripped the harpoon tightly in his hand, stabbing it into its eye. Fish thrashed in pain, shaking its body back and forth. Lam 2 was tossed aside by its movements, and the harpoon slipped from his grasp. Seeing this, the whale opened its mouth again, wanting to swallow him whole. Just as he was about to be eaten, Lam 2 activated his circle. When Lakangayat arrived, she only caught sight of Lam 2 being swallowed by the black whale. Lakangayat yelled in panic. Lam 2. She drew her sword and charged towards it. You damn beast. Spit Lam 2 out. At that moment, Lam 2 landed with a thud inside the whale's belly. Shouting, did this thing just swallow me? He punched hard into its stomach, frantically hitting and kicking. I am tough to chew. I hope I can get out of here. Outside, the whale suddenly rolled its eyes back, shaking its body as if in great discomfort. Lakangayat stared at it in silence. It seemed to be suffering greatly, she thought. Could it be that Lam 2 is attacking its insides? Lakangayat picked up her sword again. Lam 2, hang in there. I will slice it into pieces. Lakangayat moved forward, continuously slashing at the black whale's body. Meanwhile, inside the whale's belly, a special corrosive acid was being released. Moments later, the creatures it had swallowed were reduced to nothing but bones. He gritted his teeth, enduring the consequences of using the rage skill. Lam 2's circle was also gradually fading away. This guy's stomach acid is incredibly strong. He recalled the information the system had given him. This is an extraterrestrial creature. Level 8. The Black Whale of Fury, characterized as the overlord of the seas. It has extremely strong stomach acid and can swallow just about anything. Lam 2 grimaced in pain, his body suddenly feeling like it was on fire. He glanced at his acid-eroded hand, thinking, if it keeps corroding like this, will he become just a part of a whale's carcass? He refused to accept that. Meanwhile, Lakangayat also noticed something was off. The whale opened its massive mouth and lunged at her, but Lakangayat quickly dodged and assessed the situation. The black whale was no longer in agony. What is wrong with Lam 2? Why is not he attacking anymore? Lakangayat furrowed her brows tightly. Lam 2, you can die. She struck fiercely at the whale's eye, declaring, I won't let you die. The whale howled in pain, gaping its mouth wide. Meanwhile, Lam 2 inside had lost all strength. He muttered, am I really about to die? Lam 2's eyelids felt heavy. Little Guayant must be heartbroken. But then he mustered his spirit and shouted, damn it, I am not going down that easily. Lam 2 struggled to rise from the whale's stomach acid. I am not some loser of a level 3 gene unlock system. The system immediately followed suit, sending a notification. Do you want to unlock level 3 genes right now? Please note, during the unlocking process, there is a 10% chance of death, 20% chance of coma, and 30% chance of unforeseen complications. Lam 2 risked it all. Unlocking it, sure. There was only a 50% chance of success. But it was better than turning into whale fodder. The system quickly activated. The level 3 gene unlock began, and Lam 2 endured excruciating pain, screaming in agony. Outside, the black whale was covered in countless wounds, some parts even frozen. Lakangayat was still exuding icy coldness. She used an ice spear to slash at the black whale, saying, drop dead. At that moment on the shore, the entire beast transformation had been dealt with. The Academy members approached Bailey, reporting, Dean, all beast transformations and extraterrestrial creatures have been eliminated. The Academy's sacred realm had 48 casualties. No one died. He nodded. Good. Continue to treat the injured. A diver surfaced, saying, Dean, the members of the escort team have all returned, but we have not seen Lam 2 or Lakangayat. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from beneath the sea, sending waves crashing. Bailey and those nearby were startled. They looked down at the strange things rising from the surface. What was going on beneath the sea? Were there so many parts of the beast transformation? What skill was this so powerful? Meanwhile, Lakangayat had also followed Lam 2 to the surface. The Academy members quickly shouted, that is Lakangayat. And Lam 2 too? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They finally made it back. That terrifying attack earlier. It could not have been caused by lacking Gaiet. Could it? When she finally surfaced, everyone saw that Lam 2 was injured in several places. And someone rushed to shout, Lam 2 is badly hurt. Quick. Medical staff. The medical team quickly rushed over to provide aid to Lam 2. However, lacking Gaiet stepped in and warned, get any closer, and you are dead. The medical staff immediately felt uneasy and stopped. They lowered their voices. Lefening Gaiet. Put Lam 2 down. We will take care of him. You are hurt too and need treatment. We won't do anything to Lam 2. Lefening Gaiet firmly refused. No one touches him. I can carry him to the medical ship. And just like that, Lefening Gaiet carried Lam 2 and walked away. Bicholo watched her retreating figure, realizing she was genuinely furious. He silently sighed. Knowing whoever tried to stop her would face her wrath, Bicholo felt a headache coming on. He just wanted to give that kid a chance. But this mess escalated quickly. And now he had offended the genius girl from the family. His groans seemed to echo through the skies. Oh man. This is such a hassle. 3 days later, at the Sacred Domain Academy's infirmary, everyone gathered around Lam 2's sickbed, wondering when their class president would wake up. The doctor beside them reported, his health is recovering rapidly. But for some reason, he is still in a coma. Is he even human? With such severe injuries, it is incredible he is healing this fast. It seemed like his health was evolving. What kind of skill had he been cultivating to achieve this? I really want to take a sample for research. Just as he thought that, he looked up and met a pair of sharp, warning eyes in front of him. Nido, Thea was not having it. What did you say? Lefening Gaiet glared at him, looking for trouble. A Chung raised an eyebrow. Try saying that again. The doctor panicked. I am good. He scrambled out of the room. And not that Thea stepped forward. Lefening Gaiet. You have been here for 3 days. Go get some rest. I will watch over him. Lefening Gaiet shook her head. I'm not tired. Thea questioned Lefening Gaiet. You do not trust me. I am not doing anything to Lam 2. Meanwhile, King Hunglalsi and Levi Bine were whispering to each other on the side. What worried Lefening Gaiet the most was Senior Tu. All she thought about was how to take Lundrum 2 down. Ni Lt Thlee, having keen ears, chimed in. You too. Looking for a death wish. Xungolsi trembled. Senior Tu, please spare us. Labine pleaded. Please, do not hurt us. In the principal's office, Butchel asked. Has Lundrum 2 still not woken up? His subordinate replied. Not yet. But his recovery skills seem to be evolving. With such severe injuries, he is healed in just 3 days. Butchel pondered. Every time he faces danger, his power increases. I really wonder what level he will reach in the end. He turned to the others. What is happening down at the bottom of the sea? Have all the robots been recovered? The other person responded. The rift at the bottom of the sea has completely vanished. And the evolved monsters have stabilized. This morning, we brought the robots ashore and started disassembling and analyzing them. He reported. The robots are outdated intelligent models from a century ago. We found nothing significant through analyzing their chips. The device that could activate the spatial rift has been severely damaged. And the energy crystals are gone. Butchel sighed. Looks like this investigation into the spatial rift is a bust. The other person continued. Principal Bovo. Have you heard about the incident near E99? In the last century, the energy released from the spatial rift froze a large area. And countless zombies and evolved monsters in E99 were frozen. He said seriously. The spatial rift has suddenly vanished, with zombies and evolved monsters coming back to life and flooding into Tinjiao City and Beidi City. His tone was grave. The Federation is mobilizing warriors to the E99 area and nearby cities for rescue. Biaho Fefchisi waved his hand. I already know all that. Just get to the point. He smirked. Someone discovered intelligent robots among the zombies in those cities. He was taken aback. What? Could it be related to the disappearance of the spatial rift at the ocean floor and the rift in the E99 area? Hurry. Send someone to investigate. The other person smiled. I have already dispatched someone. Butchel nodded. Good. If there is any issue, report to me immediately. His subordinate replied. Yep. On Lum Tusut, the system suddenly announced. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked level 3 genes in the Sea of Consciousness. Lum Tu felt like he was floating in the universe. He looked down at his hands. Unlocking this time took much longer, the system explained. Because the host's health is severely injured, so it took longer to unlock and recover simultaneously. It cheerfully added. Congratulations, host. You have received a new skill, a field of talent. Once activated, the host will form their own domain. Within this domain, the host and their troops will be enhanced, significantly boosting their power. Lum Tu's eyes lit up. A domain. Damn. That is a skill only level 9 warriors can use. The system is amazing. The system immediately showed him a preview. Currently, the domain has a radius of 5 meters and lasts for 1 minute. Lum Tu was shocked. 1 minute. That is even shorter than the duration of the rage skill. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow behind him. In the next moment, it transformed into a grotesque zombie lunging at him. And Lum-Tu yelled, "What the hell is that?" He opened his eyes wide. Raining. The 10th grade guards outside immediately noticed. The chapter is unfolding. Lum-Tu is awake now. The strong voice of Kong Lai to the rescue. The chief is awake. Medical staff. A few days later, at Lum-Tu's home. He was in his room practicing with his black spear. His health fully restored. After unlocking level 3 genes, his strength skyrocketed. He must be at the peak of level 6 now. Right. Leffing Gait suddenly appeared, throwing a crystal from the sea towards him. Catch. Lum-Tu was surprised. So it was with her. I thought it was lost when I passed out. Leffing Gait explained. I took it from your mask that day, so I kept it for you. He nodded. Right. Do you know what this power crystal actually is? Leffing Gait shook her head. Never seen it before. Lum-Tu felt a bit regretful. Even she does not know. Just then, they heard a voice from outside. Nathi called. Vilalam. I am here to visit you. Nathi walked in. Vilalam. The glaciers are melting in the E99 area. Do you know that zombies and evolved beasts have invaded the surrounding cities? Tinjiao City is also close to the E99 area and has been infiltrated. I plan to go to Tinjiao City to help out. Lum-Tu raised his eyes to look at her. You want to go save your brother? Nitathli shook her head. He has been wandering outside all day, not in Tinjiao City. But I have been at Tunjiao Academy for over half a year now. I have made a lot of friends. It is only right to check it out, she asked him. I know you are there. Right. You are just a little nigh. And besides, the Tunjiao Academy has kicked you out. So are you even going? In his mind, Lam-Tu immediately pictured the angry faces of Laluk, Song and Hai, and Dong Thian. He quietly said, Sigh. I grew up there too. I miss Tunjiao City so much. I am going with you. Said Nat They cheerfully. I knew Dalam could not let you go alone. Lacking Gayat, who had been listening all this time, suddenly spoke up. Hold on. I am coming with you guys too. Nathoi looked at Lacking Gayat and laughed. Are you really worried about leaving me with Dalam? Don't he worry. I will find more people to help. Lam too, catching the tension between the two, quickly interjected. All right. I will go ask Principal Bachelor for a leave right now. Nathoi asked him. Do you really need to go talk to Principal Bachelor for a leave? Lam-Tu nodded. Yeah. I still owe that old man a favor. As soon as Bachelor's name was mentioned, he sneezed. Inside the principal's office, Lam-Tu slammed his hand down on the desk. Old man, you have messed me up pretty badly. Bachelor looked at him. I heard you got seriously injured this time. But your muscles evolved. Your strength increased. You should thank me for giving you this opportunity. Lam-Tu shot him a furious look. Evolved muscles and increased strength. That is because I trained in martial arts. It has nothing to do with you. This injury I took should be compensated with a diamond martial arts skill card. Bachelor took a sip of water. We have recovered the intelligent robots and the devices that could open the space rifts. But we could not find the mysterious energy crystal. Did you see anything? Lam-Tu replied nonchalantly. If you did not find the energy crystal, that is not my problem. At that time, I and the intelligent robot were attacked by a dozen alien creatures. Bachelor raised an eyebrow at him. In such a dire situation, why did not you call for help? Instead, you turned off all the headsets and cameras. Lam-Tu pointed at him. You sly fuck. What are you implying? You think I swallowed the energy crystal? You want to blame me because your diving equipment got wrecked by aliens. I almost drowned out there. And you still suspect me. Bachelor avoided his gaze. You kid. You are pretty calm. I can't even catch you off guard. Fine. If we did not find the energy crystal, it is not the end of the world. Here. I have got 2 mission rewards for you. Bachelor placed 2 cards on the table. These are for you Leet Dime, Thigh, and Thin Bong Zi Light. This is part of the mission reward. 2 diamond martial arts cards. I know you are not just good at healing techniques. You are also skilled in martial arts. So I picked these out especially for you. Lam-Tu quickly grabbed them and stuffed them into his pocket. Thinking. At least he has a conscience. Internally, he felt a surge of joy. Plus, with the diamond healing skill card he received earlier from that old man, he now had 3 diamond cards. Then Lam-Tu continued. By the way, old man, Lacking Gayat, and a few other guys want to take a leave to visit Tinjiao City. Bachelor looked confused. If you want to leave, go ask your teachers. Why come to me? Lam-Tu smirked. You are the principal. 6 male students asking for leave at the same time, should not you at least be informed? Bachelor was speechless. He nodded. All right. I will grant you all a month off. Not only that, but I will also arrange a private spaceship to take you to Tinjiao City. With Bihlo's surprisingly kind attitude, Lam-Tu quickly took a step back, agreeing so easily, and giving us a spaceship to boot. Come on. He is not plotting something, is he? BLO stroked his beard. Do not say it like that. I just got news about smart robots and their kind showing up near the city hit by floods and zombie tides. He took a sip of water, preparing to send someone for an investigation. And then you showed up. Lum-Tu looked at Beach Hall. I just went through a life or death situation. Who dares take on your mission? He sighed inwardly, feeling like he would walk straight into the trap of this old fox. Bachelot explained. That incident at the bottom of the sea was unexpected. Not every mission can be that lucky. He thought of Lefine Guy. As long as you guys can find useful clues, everyone will be rewarded. You know I am generous. I guarantee you will be satisfied except for your girlfriend. Of course. Lum-Tu thought for a moment and agreed. Fine. We will take the mission. Bachelot nodded. Good. Straightforward. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange the spaceship to take you to Tinjiao City the next day. At the spaceship waiting area, Nu Thui and Bro Hawk were already there. She waved to Lum-Tu. Vilalam. Over here, Lum-Tu and Lefingite approached, and he pointed at the person next to Nundra Thui. Did not you say you were looking for help? Why is there only one person? Ninu Thui confidently replied. I have checked. The zombie tide and most of the mutated beasts coming from Area 99 are level 5 or lower, with 3 level 6 and 1 level 7 in our group. We are not scared of level 5 zombie tides. Right. Lum-Tu nodded. Makes sense. The spaceship's here. Let us get moving. The four of them stepped inside the spaceship. They were all stunned by the space inside. Bohawk could not believe his eyes. Is this really Beach Hall's private spaceship? We are flying this thing. He nodded. Sorry about that. You guessed right. Nuthui praised. Lam here is quite the catch. Only Lucking Guide asked Lam too. Does that old man have another mission? He was straightforward with her. It is just little Lugite and Guide being smart. But there is nothing much, just investigating a few things in Area A99. Nuthui plopped down on the sofa, huffing. I knew that old fox was not up to anything good, but it is fine. We can enjoy the luxuries of this spaceship, it is worth it. Leffen and Guide stayed silent. The spaceship began to power up and take off. Before long, they had flown quite a distance. Below, Hawk suddenly called out. Everyone. Look outside. They all peered down at the scene below. Dilapidated old houses. Water flooding the entire city. Who would have thought that the gang in Area E99 could sink 5 surrounding cities? And there are so many zombies and mutated beasts. Just as he finished speaking, the spaceship suddenly shook. Lum-Tu asked the pilot, what is happening? The pilot reassured him. Everyone stay calm. We are being attacked by a level 7 mutated beast. Lum-Tu looked at Nai. Level 7. Didn't you say there were only level 5 zombies and mutated beasts? Nuthoy looked puzzled too. I got that news as well. The spaceship operator analyzed. The level 7 mutated beast was a fish. It can only ambush from deep water. If we fly out of that area, we will be safe. The shallow waters mostly have level 5 zombies and mutated beasts. Everyone is soaring through the skies once again. The crew announces. Folks, we are about to land in Tinjiao City. We will touch down on the rooftop of the Holy Domain Academy's branch in the southern part of Tinjiao. Lam-Tu gazes out the window at the chaos below. Monsters attacking the humans. He sighs deeply. This is such a disaster. Hoki mutters. Are the security forces in Tinjiao completely useless? How could they let zombies flood the city? The spaceship lands atop a tall building. The pilot tells them, once you complete your mission, contact the academy, and we will pick you up right away. Good luck. Everyone. Lam-Tu leads the group down. He smiles and says, Jiao City. Those zombies and mutated beasts are pushing deeper into the city. They are grabbing onto the fences. Right now zombies and mutated beasts are gathering at the entrance of the Tinjiao Academy, trying to climb inside. Soldiers on the high walls raise their weapons. Fire! Fire! Dante let them climb the walls. Explosions erupt continuously, blasting away several zombies and mutated beasts, but they seem almost invincible, falling into the sea only to swim back in. The others are trembling. Level 5. These zombies are all level 5. We are done for? None of us will make it out alive. At that moment, several birds begin to screech in the sky, their sharp beaks diving down zombie birds. Amidst the panic, someone screams, I can't hold on any longer. Shoot. Shoot for me. The zombie birds quickly swoop down, tearing into the soldiers standing on the high walls. Their desperate screams fill the air. Save me. Moments later, someone yells. It is. The zombies have breached the academy. An announcement echoes throughout the Tinjiao Academy. Spaceships are landing from above. All teachers and students must board the ships now. The teachers urgently direct the students to gather onto the spaceship. Hurry. Hurry. Just then, Ding Thin rushes over to Lels. It is Teacher La. Chung Tui is not in the group. Lovey panic. What? A female student chimes in. When Tui left, she bumped into someone and then we lost sight of her. Lalisi worries slightly. She must be injured. What should we do? Suddenly, someone shouts. The main entrance has been breached. The outer guards of the academy flee in panic. All zombies and mutated beasts have flooded into the campus. Move. Move. Lalo thinks for a moment and instructs. Dring Vivin. You handle getting the students onto the spaceship. I'm going to find Xia Huai. Ungvin is startled. What? Teacher La. The zombies have attacked the campus. Teacher La. It is too dangerous. Lollis firmly tells them. I am your teacher. I have to take responsibility for you. Just then, the head instructor comes over and shouts at Lal C. Why are you so slow? Then, Lal says, hurry and get your last student onto the spaceship. Lollis turns back and replies. Director Chajuling. One of our students has not made it yet. The head instructor scoffs. It is just a useless student from the last class. If she died, so be. Lalsi angrily retorts. Director Chajuling. What do you mean by that? My student is still a student. The head instructor raises an eyebrow. Do you want everyone to just wait here and die with you? Those from the last class should know their place. Hung then glares at him. So what if they are from the last class? Lam Tu was also expelled from your class. And now he is someone trusted at the Holy Domain Academy. Lan sneered. So what if you are trusted? If you are so great, tell him to show up right now and save you. Just then, another wall was smashed down by zombies and mutated beasts. Sending the students into a panic. Zombies were coming. The crazed zombies surged in. And suddenly a student pointed. Chuaxie. Over there. Lalu turned to look, and there was Axie. Sitting helplessly in the corner by the wall. Lalu dashed over. While Duong Thian lifted a student onto the spaceship. I will bring her here, he called out. Just then, a zombie lunged at Xie. Lalu quickly arrived and knocked it away. He grabbed Xie's hand and urged her to run. Out of nowhere, a mutated beast pounced, knocking Lalu down. Xie screamed. Teacher Lalu, he yelled. Don't wait for me. Hurry. Xie was frozen in shock. The mutated beast bit down on Lalu's shoulder. Duong Thian's face went pale as he shouted. Teacher La. Just then, a fiery phoenix swooped in. The fire phoenix blasted away the nearby zombies and mutated beasts. Lalu was stunned. What? This fire is insane. Another ice blade sliced through the zombies, splitting them in half. Then, Deep Fu and Ka Shan rushed past like a whirlwind. The students of Tinjiao Academy cheered. Look, there are 4 martial artists. This is amazing. They must be high-level fighters sent by the Federation to aid Tinjiao City. These guys were incredible, taking down level 5 zombies. Wait. I heard the high-level fighters were clearing out high-level mutated beasts and king zombies in the E99 zone. Duong Thian felt a wave of relief as he saw Lalu being rescued. Through the dust, 4 figures gradually emerged. The zombies lay motionless on the ground. And Lalu stared in disbelief at the people before him. Lam Tu spoke up first. Long time no see. Teacher Lalu. Lalu was shocked. Lam Tu. Xie helped Lalu to his feet. And he stared at Lam Tu in amazement. But before they could exchange more words, another wave of mutated beasts crashed in. Lam Tu stepped in front of them. Teacher La. Now's not the time for reminiscing. You and this student need to get back to the spaceship while we handle these zombies. Lalu and Xie quickly ran back to the spaceship. He warned Lam Tu. Everyone, be careful. As soon as Dong Thian saw Lalu return, he asked. Teacher La, are you okay? Is the leader of those 4 experts Lam Tu? Lalu nodded vigorously. Yep. That expert is Lam Tu. He was your classmate. My student. Dong Thian jumped for joy. Lam Tu. Did you hear that? The high-level fighter leading the charge to save us is Lam Tu. Our Lam Tu from the bottom of our class. The excitement swept through the group. Lam Tu. Is that really you? We have such talent in our class. Who cares if we were at the bottom? The bottom class is awesome. Only Lan looked visibly upset but kept quiet. Meanwhile, Lam Tu and his team were battling the zombies and mutated beasts. Everyone marveled. This is the difference. Level 5 zombies had Tunjiao City crawling. But they are being sliced down like vegetables here. They seem to be level 6. Their eyes were fixed on Lam Tu. He had left Tinjiao Academy less than a year ago, and now he was already level 6. How did he train so fast? Lalu shook his head beside them. Not just level 6, he pointed towards the girl with the cold expression, saying she was a level 7 fighter. The students in the back were buzzing with excitement. Oh my. Level 7. The city lord of Tinjiao is only level 6. This cold girl is not Lam Tu's girlfriend. Is she? If that is the case, Lam Tu is our role model. The instructor pointed to her, explaining. Look, even though Lam Tu is only level 6, his combat skills are way beyond that level. Even a level 7 fighter might not dare to slack off in front of him. Skills like his are honed through countless life or death battles. He paused for a moment, emphasizing. You can learn his level of growth. After a fierce fight, Lam 2 and the others took down all the zombies and transformed beasts on the Tianjiao Academy campus. They approached the spaceship, cheering loudly. They were amazing. All those level 5 zombies and transformed beasts are gone. We are safe now. Right, as they got closer, Duong Thian rushed over to hug him. It has been so long. Thank you. If you had been any later, I might not have seen you again. Lam 2 reassured him. But I made it. Did not? The students at the back of the Tianjiao Academy looked at him in awe. Lam 2. You are incredible. You are truly our idol. Thank you. Lam 2. At that moment, Nahathoi stepped in front of Duong Thian and scolded him. You clueless idiot. Do you even know if your girlfriend is pure? Duong Thian was taken aback, pointing at her. Wait. You really are the school nurse. Why are you with Lam 2? Nathoi leaned closer to Lam 2 and said. Actually, I am also a student at the Holy Domain Academy, but right now, I am Lam's girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, Lam 2's sword stirred. The cold girl challenged. If you are tough, say that again. Nathoi laughed, teasing her. Looks like Lam 2 is getting jealous. Duong Thian smacked Lam 2 on the back. Bro, you are the best. One girl for you and one for me. Lam 2 twitched his lips. They are just classmates. Just classmates. He looked up at the instructor standing by the spaceship. Well, what a surprise to see you here so soon. I wonder how the Chung family is doing now. I still have a score to settle with them. The instructor raised his gaze to him. Lam 2. Do not think just because you are level 6 now you can look down on the Chung family. If you dare to mess with them, you are digging your own grave. Lam 2 rested his black blade on his shoulder, interested as he looked at the instructor. Is that? I came to Tinjiao City on a mission from the principal of the Holy Domain Academy. If the Chung family dares to touch me, they better brace themselves for the wrath of the Holy Domain Academy. The instructor frowned but did not respond. Just then, the principal of Tinjiao Academy hurried over. Lam 2. Thank you for your assistance. The previous issues were due to the power of the Chung family growing stronger, making the school reluctant to oppose directly. So I hope you can let it slide. Lam 2 glared at him. No need to be so polite. To be honest, your lives mean nothing to me. I only saved you out of respect for our past as teacher and student. The principal felt a bit embarrassed but replied. Regardless, we will forever be grateful for your life-saving grace. Lam 2. According to the orders from the mayor of Tinjiao City, we must retreat to Baida City. Would you like to come with me? Lam 2 quickly declined. No thanks. We still have our mission. Just as he finished speaking, the person standing next to the principal hurriedly reported. Principal. 2 of the Academy's ships are being destroyed by giant beast transformations. There are still many students who have not evacuated. They are requesting us to send a ship for support. Yangshin suddenly spoke up. Isn't the Academy already under attack? Lam 2 gritted his teeth. This is bad. The principal glanced at his attitude. Then, he smiled and ordered those nearby. Get to the Academy as fast as you can. The person immediately responded. Yep. Lam 2 smiled. Thank you. Principal. We should not delay any longer. Let us head to the Academy. The principal nodded. All right. Stay safe. Once this crisis is over, you must let me host a feast for everyone to show my gratitude. On the Academy's side, things look pretty dire. The walls are crumbling, and mutated beasts are invading the campus. The students are in a panic. When is the rescue ship going to arrive? Everyone rushes toward the spaceship, shouting. No pushing. Let me go first. I'm a girl. I should go first. Save me. Confused, the students glance at each other, knowing that if that giant beast spots them, it is game over for everyone. Suddenly, someone stands in the way and says, wait a bit longer. The teacher just said a rescue spaceship from the Academy is on its way. Just then, someone looks up and spots the ship approaching. They cheer. Look, it is the spaceship. The spaceship? The Academy students start to feel a spark of hope. Yes, we are safe. They rejoice and cheer as an announcement soothes the crowd. All students, please do not push. Line up to board the spaceship. The ship begins to land amidst their cheers. Thank goodness. It is. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, saved at last. But suddenly, someone yells. This is bad. He points behind them. The giant monster is coming this way. Panic erupts again as everyone scrambles. Hurry. Let me on the spaceship. No pushing. No pushing. Everyone, stay calm and maintain your formation. At that moment, a group of thuggish students approaches, shouting, get out of the way. Tfb, let us through. Tmbit points at the students. You lowlifes. Step aside. They kick at the students standing at the spaceship's door, yelling, get lost. Move your hands. What are you staring at? The thug in charge coldly orders. What are you waiting for? Close the spaceship door. TB anxiously replies. But there are still many people left. The thug immediately slaps him across the face. Tfb, Whether these people live or die is none of my concern. My life is worth way more than theirs. Now close the door. Tianbet rubs his head as he approaches the door lock. All right. He raises his hand to pull the lever. Just then, Song Yi steps in to stop him. Hold it. Song Yi glares at the thug. Wait. Are you even human? You want to leave your classmates behind and run away solo? The thug does not hesitate to raise his hand to hit Song Yi. Tfb. If 100 of them die, it is still not as valuable as my life. Get out of my way. Just as his hand is about to strike, someone suddenly grabs his wrist. The thug spins around. You bastard. Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my business? You must be tired of living. The newcomer is Lam Tu, staring defiantly at him. Yeah, I am tired of living. If you are tough enough, go ahead and kill me. The thug feels a chill run down his spine. His breath quickening, he senses an unprecedented pressure. When did the academy get such powerful martial artists? And there are 4 of them. Lam Tu raises an eyebrow, snorts, and decisively breaks the thug's arm. The thug stares at Lam Tu. Do you know who my dad is? Lam Tu scoffs. I do not care who your dad is. Trash like you does not deserve to sit on my spaceship. Lam Tu kick. And the thug flies out of the spaceship. Lam Tu turns back. Song and Hai. It has been a while. Song Nai looks stunned. You are Lam Tu. The girl rushed in to hug Lam Tu. Is it really you? Lam Tu. You are here to save Song Nai. Right. I thought I would not see you again. Lakangai had stepped closer to Lam Tu. Annoyed, asking who she was, while Nuthoi frowned, realizing the urgency was all because of this beautiful girl. What is your relationship? Lam Tu stammered. Do not get the wrong idea. She is just my childhood neighbor from Tinjiao City. Nuthoi quickly added. Neighbor girl. Childhood friends. Best buds. Lam Tu held his head and shouted. Senior, please stop exaggerating. This is serious. That giant monster outside is still wreaking havoc. Lam Tu quickly dashed outside. The monster is coming. We need to handle it first. Nuthoi tried to stop him, insisting they should not change the subject. Lam Tu sprinted down from the spaceship, telling everyone around not to be scared. We will hold the monster off. Everyone get in line to board the spaceship. Anyone trying to stir trouble will end up like that guy earlier. Song Hai called out anxiously. Lam Tu. Be careful. Song Nai's friends finally approached her, asking. Song and Hai. Is that handsome guy Lam Tu you have always been thinking about? Didn't you say he was training at the Holy Academy? Why is he here at the academy? He is not here to save Song. Is he? Who are those 2 strong-looking girls? Song and Hai. Looks like you have got some competition now. They looked outside, seeing Lam Tu and the others facing off against the giant monster. The others continued. That beast is at least level 5, and its massive size could easily match a level 6 fighter. Song Nai could not believe how strong Lam Tu had become. She was a bit stunned, having left Tinjiao City for less than a year, and Lam Tu was already a level 6 martial artist. The girl stared at Lam Tu. Lam Tu, Song and I has always fallen behind you, only able to admire you from afar. Lam Tu took off on his black mount, thinking he finally found a worthy opponent. But this guy was nothing to worry about. The giant monster bellowed, throwing its head back and letting out a long howl. Nearby, several transformed beasts immediately perked up as if receiving a signal. They charged toward the Holy Academy. Someone standing on the roof shouted. That monster is summoning the transformed beasts in the city. So many. Can those high-level fighters handle them? The students panicked again. Hurry. Hurry. Let us. There is no room left on this spaceship. Take off, or you will die here. The crew member rushed into the cockpit, asking. Captain, do we have to fly? The captain shot him a look. What did those high-level fighters say? Do you dare to take off? We would probably get knocked out of the sky immediately. Lam Tu grinned. Summoning all the transformed beasts in Tinjiao City will save us a lot of time, but is getting a bit overwhelming. Lam Tu landed the black mount on the ground. Do not worry. He quickly activated his ability. Someone gasped. Oh my. A domain. That kid is level 9. Lam Tu slammed the black mount down. Everyone, go wild and fight. Baho looked down at her body. Oh no. Is this the effect of the domain? I can feel my strength surging. Lam Tu. How did you pull that off? Aren't you just a level 6? A bunch of younger kids nearby are stifling giggles, totally impressed by what I just saw. Everyone up high is looking down at the chaos below. Song Nai's friend stepped up to ask her. Wait. Is not that your neighbor's brother? How can he be a level 9 martial artist? Is he some ancient monster that got resurrected with a potion or something? Song Hai spun around and snapped at them. No way. He is my brother. Lam Tu. Not some creepy old monster. A teacher chimed in. As age. There is no way he could be a level 9 martial artist. This must be some rare martial art technique. Another voice piped up. Skills like that are not just rare. They are not easy to master either. What on earth is this kid? Suddenly, Someone shouted. Look out. They are charging this way, Lam 2 shouted out. And he and Luffingwhite unleashed a barrage of attacks, sweeping the frontline attackers away like leaves in a storm. Nithohi and Bioho hopped up and excitedly, fanning them off. The people on the rooftop were staring in disbelief. This is insane. The power is just terrifying. The students looked on in panic. Is this the aura of a high-level martial artist? I feel like I can barely stand. Over there, the dust and smoke were flying, and that giant beast was going wild. It roared a few times and charged straight ahead. Lam 2 laughed. Perfect timing, he leaped high, spinning in the air with a black spear in hand, and launched a series of fireballs that rained down like shooting stars. The students above were rocked by the force. The flames were so intense that even from this distance, I could feel the heat. The transformed beasts were scattering from Lam 2's flames. She flicked her wrist, slicing through the air with a deadly ice blade. The monstrous creature did not stand a chance and was gone in a flash. The people on the rooftop cheered. Yep. The giant beast is taken care of. The wave of transformed beasts is almost wiped out. We are safe. The Blowhawk stepped forward and asked Lam 2. Should we chase them down? Lam 2 shook his head. Just some small fry. No need to bother. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot down at the fleeing beasts. The transformed creatures were being gunned down by laser fire. A group of people in armored suits rushed in from somewhere. Everyone be careful. The transformed beasts just charged through here. It looks like a fierce battle occurred. And that giant beast is nowhere to be seen. Kim Hai was stunned. What? What is happening? Lo Dutch's eyes widened. Oh my god. They took out all the transformed beasts. Even that giant one. Kim Ha's-eye looked toward 4 figures in the distance. Could it be them? Lo Dutch shouted urgently. Wait. Seniors. Hold up. Lam 2 turned at the sound. Kim Hai and Lo Dutch were wide-eyed with disbelief. Lam 2 laughed heartily. So it is my big bro Kim Hai and Senior Oladich. What did you just call me? Senior. Yeah. Come on. Lo Dutch stepped forward, asking, did you do all this? Lam 2 nodded. Yep. Lulich asked Lam 2. Wait. You are not telling me you just hit level 6. Right. Lam 2 happily admitted. I did. Lo Dutch immediately hugged him. That is amazing. You made the right call leaving the Tainjiao Academy. Kim Azai stood by, explaining to the rest of the team. Everyone. This is Lam. The one I have been telling you about. He got a special admission to the Holy Academy. Pretty impressive. Then Kim Hai turned his attention to the group from Nat Thai Bao Hoke. Those guys are. Lam 2 introduced them. They are all friends from the Holy Academy. Kim Hai smiled at them, saying it is an honor. Lam 2 hugged Li, saying, this is my brother-in-arms from the Alliance Army of Tinjiao City. He patted him on the back. Right. How's the team captain doing? Kim Hai asked. The team captain is now a lieutenant colonel. Lam 2 laughed loudly. He got promoted. That is great. Kim Hai added. He is stationed in Baida City, leading the Alliance Army from several cities to stop the floods, dealing with evolved creatures and zombies. He looked up at the sky. It was the private spaceship of the head of the Baida family. What were they doing here? The spaceship landed on the rooftop of the building as soon as the person stepped down. He shouted, where's the young master from my family? Why has not he left yet? The principal immediately stepped forward to respond. Turns out it is Steward Kim. The Academy's spaceship is starting to get destroyed by that giant beast. That is why it can take off. Steward Kim snapped back. Is not there still a spaceship in the square? The principal explained. That is the spaceship that the Tainjiao Academy lent to us. The teachers and students are boarding the spaceship. And when Steward Kim heard this, he snapped. What? It is that dangerous and you are still worried about others. Have you forgotten who always supports the Academy? You should get the young master to safety immediately. At that moment, Hoinhao was supported by 2 lackeys. He called out. Steward Kim. You finally made it. You have to take responsibility for me. Steward Kim hurried over to Hoinhao. Young master. Young master. What happened to your wrist? As soon as he saw Hoinhao's limp hand, Steward Kim's eyes widened. He has been beaten. He turned to shout at the people here. Who did this? Get out here right now. The rooftop was bustling with the presence of Steward Kim. Lam 2 had just arrived and heard his question, so he casually replied. It was you who did it. Lam 2 frowned at Steward Kim. Is there a problem? He looked at Lam 2 and hesitated for a moment, feeling the pressure. This is a level 6. How did the young master get involved with a level 6 martial artist? Steward Kim opened his mouth and said. I do not know where my young master offended you. Is there a misunderstanding? Lam 2 pointed at the spaceship over there. I flew this spaceship here. Your young master wanted to board without my permission, and even wanted to abandon others to run away by himself. Hearing the reason, Steward Kim protested. He just wanted to board the spaceship. It does not have to be taken so seriously. Right. He thought to himself. So it turns out this is someone from the Tainjiao Academy. Since when did the Stellar Academy have such a high-level fighter? But if they are from the Stellar Academy, no matter how powerful they are. The fat family won't dare to touch them, Lam Tu scoffed. Acting like the lives of others are trivial. People like this. Do you think I would not toss him to the zombies right now? The butler Kim blustered. Don't think just because you are a level 6 fighter. The fat family is afraid of you. The headmaster of your academy would have to bow to my master, Lam Tu chuckled. This fool thinks I am from the Stellar Academy. Well, that works for me. I love playing the part of a sheep among wolves. When the time comes, and you find out we are actually from the Special Holy Academy, you will be scared to death. Shui suddenly shouted loudly. Is the fat family that formidable in Baida City? Are you looking for a fight? Just then, Kim Hai caught up, asking questions. So you are the butler Kim. They helped the Alliance wipe out the zombies in Stellar City, and are guests of the Alliance. You dare to speak so rudely. Seeing he could not argue, Butler Kim had his bodyguards take the county magistrate onto the spaceship, saying, before leaving, the magistrate turned back to curse. Just wait. You punks. At this point, Lakangayat finally spoke up, signaling with her hand to kill. Don't he let them off easy. Lam Tu shook his head, saying they could not just come back to Stellar City and start killing people. Kim Hai frowned. Thinking these two were discussing murder right out in the open in Stellar City, Kim Hai stepped forward to advise Lam Tu. Listen to me. Don't mess with the fat family. They are a top family in Baidi City and have a powerful level 7 elder guarding them. Lam Tu looked blank. Level 7. That's strong. I can take down level 8 fighters. Kim Hai quickly smoothed things over. Okay. You are the best. After everyone finished talking, Song Nai ran up to call Lam. Brother Lam. Where are you all going next? Why not come back to Baida City with us? Lam Tu smiled, declining her invitation. Stellar City is safe now. We still have missions from the academy, so we can go to Baidai City. Song Hai looked a bit disappointed. Alright then, Lam Tu patted her head. Don't be sad. Once we finish our mission, we will definitely come find you in Baida City. When that happens, you have to treat us to a meal. Song Nai jumped up. Really? That is great, Kim Hai added. Do not forget your buddies. When you come to find us, we are drinking till we drop. Lam Tu nodded in agreement. Definitely. Just then, Song Nai's phone in her pocket buzzed, and she pulled it out to check. Song Nai just spoke up. Hello. On the other end, a frantic voice responded. Song and Hai, are you still in Tinjiao City? Hurry to Butcha City. Your dad's in trouble. Song Nai was taken aback. What, Dad? What happened? Her mother continued. He was seriously beaten by someone and is now in the top hospital in Butchdai City. You need to get here now. Song Nai's voice trembled. Seriously beaten? Yep. I am already on the spaceship and will get to Butchdai City soon. She looked up at Lam Tu. Lam Tu. My dad was really hurt badly in Butchdai City. He is in the hospital. Lam Tu was startled. Uncle Dipe and Aunt May are in Butchdai City. Song Yi nodded. Yep. My parents run a small business there. Lam Tu immediately grabbed Song Nai's hand and turned to leave. Hurry. Everyone. Get on the spaceship. We are heading to Butchdai City now, Song Nai quickly said. But Lam, did not you say you still had your mission to study Vietnamese? Lam Tu turned back to explain. Since I was a kid, Uncle Dipe has always looked after me. Now that he is in trouble, how could I just abandon him? I will find the one who hurt Uncle Dipe and make them regret ever being born. The others quickly boarded the spaceship as per Lam Tu's orders. Just as the door was about to close, Lam Tu stood there, saying goodbye to the Alliance troops. Kim Hai, senior from the logistics department. I am leaving now. The two waved back. Alright, see you later. The two watched the spaceship leave, sighing. That unlucky guy who hurt Lam Tu's acquaintance has really messed with the wrong crowd. 3 level 6 and 1 level 7. Butchdai City is about to get wild. Lo Dutch looked at Kim Hai. Captain 10 is in Butchdai City. We should report this to him and ask for backup. Kim Hai nodded. Right. I will inform him right now. In the top hospital in Butchdai City, Song Nai ran frantically looking for Ang Mei. How's Dad? Igong Mai was talking to Dr. Betch when she heard her call and turned. Song and Hai. You are here. She was surprised to see Lam Tu. Tai Yu Lam. Are not you studying far away? Lam Tu nodded at her. Auntie Mei. Hello. I came back to take on a mission to investigate Tinjiao Academy. Song Nai pulled Lam Tu close to explain to Vuong Mei. The zombie attack on the academy started, and the spaceship got destroyed. Many teachers and students are trapped inside the academy. If Lam Tu had not arrived in time, I might never have seen you again, Sama said. Won Mei grabbed Lam Tu's hand, emotionally saying, Thank you. Tai Yu Lam. If something happened to Uncle Dip, I can't even bear to think about what would happen to Song Nahai. Lam Tu shook his head. Aunt Mei. The situation at the academy has passed. What about Uncle Dape? How did he get hurt? Dr. Betch, who was nearby, spoke up to explain. DP has multiple fractures. We need to proceed with surgery immediately. Do you want standard treatment or use recovery serum? But if you choose the recovery serum, the treatment costs will be very high. Lum 2 grabbed his backpack and told Dr. Betch. Use the best recovery serum. Money is not an issue. Is this enough level 5 essence? If not, I have got more cash. Dr. Betch adjusted his glasses, looking at the pile of level 5 essence in front of him. This much level 5 essence. It is definitely enough. Everyone, go pay at the front desk. I will arrange the surgery right now. After Dr. Betch left, Song Nai rushed over. Lum 2. This essence was hard-earned from fighting zombies and mutated beasts. How can you give it to us? Dokume also chimed in. Taiyu Lam, this is too precious. We can accept it. Lam 2 smiled at the two, saying, I am an orphan. And if it were not for Uncle Dipe and everyone taking care of me, I might not be here today. You all are my family. He grabbed Dong Mei's hand and headed to the reception desk. We need to pay the fees. We can't delay any longer. Leffen Ingait. You all stay with Song Nai and wait for me for a bit. Standing at the reception desk, Lam 2 took the opportunity to clarify the situation. Who did Uncle Dipe offend? How did he get beaten up so badly? Dong Mei tearfully recounted. This morning he was in a luxury car with 3 people. They did not let him explain and just started beating him. Lam 2 patted her shoulder. Do you know who attacked Uncle Dipe? Dong Mei shook her head. Little Lam, do not dig into this. Those people are untouchable. It is just bad luck. Lam 2's eyes lit up. Don't worry. Just tell me who it is. Anyone who dares to touch Uncle Dipe will face consequences, even if heaven itself intervenes. He and Dong Mei stood silently at the reception desk, recalling the scene from this morning. After a moment, she spoke up. It is the young master of the Phi-Fak family from Bech A City, a Phi Haim Du and his henchmen. Lam 2's expression darkened. The Phi-Fak family again. Why do they always choose the wrong path? Seeing his attitude, Dong Mei quickly intervened. Little Lam, the Fak family has power in Bech A City. Just let it go. Lam 2 smiled to reassure her. Don't worry. I know my limit. After paying the hospital fees, they returned to their previous spot. But Lam 2 suddenly stopped. He saw 2 people, Ni and Boho, arguing with Dur. Like, didn't you just say everything was fine? Why can't we proceed with the surgery? Lam 2 stepped forward and asked, what is going on? With tears in her eyes, replied, when we went to the reception to pay, the doctor was on the phone. Then he said the operating room is full and can operate on Dad. Upon hearing this, Lam 2 went ballistic. He turned to grab Jur. Botch by the collar. I paid the fees. And now you tell me we can operate. Are you kidding me? Like. Panic-stricken. Quickly replied. We can refund your money. But you need to go to another hospital. Lam 2 hoisted it. Bitch up higher. I am not going anywhere. You guys need to operate on the patient right now. Otherwise, I will take this hospital down. Betch stammered. This is Bech A City. You can cause a scene here, he shouted. Security. Security. A few guards rushed over from a distance. This is the top hospital in Bech A City. Who dares to cause trouble? B. Hawkett and FC Thay blocked their way. Is there a problem? The guards looked a bit nervous, sensing the tension. Level 6 are. Why did Bach offend a high-level fighter? Bach's eyes widened. A level 6 fighter. Lam 2 smirked. If I killed you right now, do you really think Bech A City could protect all 4 of us? He pressed. Did someone behind the scenes order you not to perform the surgery? Without waiting for a response, Lam 2 unleashed his power, filling the hospital corridor. If you do not want to die, you better start talking. Bech pleaded. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you. He stammered. It was the vice director who called and told me not to operate on that patient. Lam 2 tossed him aside. Take me to the vice director. Bech nodded vigorously. Okay. I will take you there. Just then, someone suddenly approached. Those guys in blue shirts came out of nowhere, knocking the guards flat. Dogs should know their place. Get out of the way. What are you staring at? They turned to look like it was a show. And hey, there is a pretty girl here too. The tall one. Behave yourself a little better. The bald guy from their group approached Dong Mei, saying, you are related to that damn old man with the last name Deep. I did not realize you had enough cash for a surgery like that. He smirked. That old man messed with the young master of the fat family. Time to cough up some cash. Let us go get that money back from the reception. Lam 2 stepped in front of Dong Mei, saying, Bro, I will cover the surgery costs with these spirit crystals. I have some left. Not sure if it is enough to pay for the young master's car damages. As soon as he heard Lam 2, the guy leaned closer to his backpack. This kid knows his stuff. With that many spirit crystals. It is definitely enough, but as he got closer, he froze, his face going pale. This is all level 5 spirit crystals. They all trembled, looking at Lam 2. How many level 5 mutated beasts did you kill? Lam 2 grabbed his wrist, saying, not much. Just a few level 5 mutated beasts from the whole city of Tinjiao. The guy's eyes went wide. A level 5 from the entire city of Tinjiao. Without wasting time, Lam 2 snapped his wrist. The bald guy clutched his now mangled wrist in agony. He looked up at Lam 2. You are a level 6 martial artist. Lam 2 did not respond. He gently applied pressure to the other arm. The bald guy was in so much pain his eyes were bloodshot. Oh no. The minions around him backed away in fear. They turned to run, leaving the bald guy slumped on the ground. Run. Why is there a high-level martial artist here? But just a few steps in, they found themselves blocked by two massive figures. The two of them released a bit of pressure. Hey guys. Where do you think you are going? The bald guy fell to the ground. And there is a level 6 too. They are all level 6. They all dropped to their knees in front of Lam 2. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive us. Spare our lives. Please. Lam 2 stared at them intensely. Uncle Deep's limbs are broken. And today, I want to break yours too. He coldly said to the doctor behind him. Doctor. I guess your surgery room will be working overtime tonight. The guys in blue quickly added. Big brother. We are from the Fat family. Please. Have mercy and let us go. Lam 2 sneered. I am actually here to settle the score with the Fat family. He charged towards them. You guys better get ready. In the hospital corridor, the sound of punches echoed. And soon, the four of them were sprawled on the floor in some ridiculous positions, total chaos. Dr. Bai was trembling. So scared he was sniffling. This? Lam 2 turned on his heel and walked towards him. He smiled and asked, Can you take me to see the vice president now? Dr. Bai quickly nodded. Ah yes. Of course, in the office of the vice president of Baida Hospital. There were also a bunch of people in blue guarding outside. Stop right there. Fakhiu was in a discussion with the vice president. No one gets through without permission. Lam 2 scoffed. And there are guards too. Coming to see the vice president. I did not expect to find some unexpected benefits. Inside the office, there were 3 people. A Fakheim Fecha took a sip from his cup, listening to the director across the room. Don't worry. Higu. I have got this handled. That guy from the Dipe family will be out of here in no time. He chuckled, saying, messing with Higu is basically asking for trouble. Afieja replied casually. My underlings mentioned that it seems the relatives of that deep guy have already paid for his surgery. And it is all top-notch stuff. The director smiled flatteringly. If that deep guy wrecked Higu's car, then of course, he's got to compensate you. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room was kicked in. 2 guards came crashing in, hitting the ground like ripe fruit. The director shot up. Who dares to cause trouble here? Lam 2 smirked and asked them. Sorry, but these 2 guard dogs just got thrashed a bit. Hanflei frowned and shouted at Lam 2. You dare lay a hand on my bodyguards? I think you are looking to get yourself killed. He pointed. Take care of him for me. The man called. Lo immediately charged in, launching a fierce tiger fist. Lam 2 sensed it right away. Also at level 6. But in front of him. That is just not enough. He extended one hand, using a parry to block Mare. Alho's punch. The 2 strikes collided and exploded with force. Law staggered back, clutching his hand. He looked at Lam 2. You are a level 6 fighter. Hunafru was stunned. Level 6. Lam 2's eyes sparkled. So it is Hothij. You dare to mess with my Uncle Dip. He charged toward Hien Faji. Looking to end him, Lo hurriedly stepped in front of Hind Oven, raising his hands in defense. Misunderstanding. It is definitely a misunderstanding. Be gentle with the Faik family. He blocked Lam 2's blow and quickly told Hien Feia. Young master. You should leave. Han Fio quickly made his exit, leaving Mither, Law to deal with Lam 2, but he barely took 2 steps before being stopped by Lethos and Guyot. She glared at Han 5, while he stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Lexan and Guyot as the blade neared him, and fear remained frozen in fear. Lo glanced over. Young master. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Hien Fei's throat, he abandoned Lam 2 and rushed over. Lo quickly pushed Hien Fei aside and took the blow from Lefine Guyot for him. Both of them fell to the ground. With Lo shielding Hien Fei, he touched the wound on his chest. The strength of this girl is no joke. Not less than that kid. How does that Dape guy have such powerful relatives? Lo hurriedly helped Hien Fei to his feet and turned back to Lam 2 and Lesan Guyot. You 2 are at fault here. My young master was offended first. We will compensate you. He quickly set the price. 5 million. 10 million. This attitude made Lam 2 furious. He stepped closer to the 2. What is the deal? Is money all that matters? 10 million means nothing to me. Today, you are going to let him taste the pain of losing his limbs. Just then, a group of people came rushing in. The lead cop shouted, "Freeze! Who dares to cause chaos in Bachai City?" The director immediately pointed at Lam Tu. Those are the ones. Quick. Arrest them. Hunfiu quickly sought refuge. Cop, you arrived just in time. These two want to kill me, the cop shouted, daring to fight in my jurisdiction. Arrest them. The other officers immediately surrounded Lam Tu and Lething Gayat. They came with handcuffs, ready to arrest the two of them. Lam Tu frowned, feeling the weight of injustice as they ignored the injured civilians and instead targeted them. Lething Gayat scoffed coldly. Those blind fools. Wipe them all out. The police had their guns drawn. And this was Bachai City. Did they really dare to openly defy the federal government? Suddenly, a newcomer stepped in, shouting, "Everyone, stop right there." The group moved in to encircle the police. And the newcomer was Kain. He looked down at the police officer, his voice icy and commanding. "You have got some nerve. Officer, you dare to arrest soldiers with just a single star." Kain could not believe it and turned to look at Lam Tu. Kain continued coldly. "Not just a single star. But these four helped the federal army fight off the zombies in Tinjiao City. I am requesting a 2-star commendation for them." The police officer froze. Zombies. They were the ones who took them down in Tinjiao City. The people surrounding Lam Tu and Lething Gayat exchanged shocked glances. The police officer bowed his head at a 90-degree angle. I would blind. I did not realize we were dealing with esteemed guests. Please forgive me. Kain waved his hand. So it is fine. You all can leave. The police officer saluted him and ordered his subordinates to retreat. Understood. Fall back. The police quickly scattered. At that moment, Lam Tu finally had a moment to look around. Where did Fat run off to this time? His gaze inadvertently landed on the director, who was still there. But there was still one person left. Lam Tu laughed in a way that sent chills down spines. The director saw Lam Tu approaching and fearfully collapsed to the ground. Lam, it is my fault. I will get you treatment right away. Please spare me." Kain shot him a cold glare. Scram. The director, trembling and crawling away, mumbled, "Get out of here." Once everyone had left, Kain stepped up and patted Lam Tu on the shoulder. "You really are a monster. You leveled up to 6 in under a year." Lam Tu smiled back at him. "Captain Kian, you are no slouch either. You are a major now." Kain sighed. "What good is being a major? It is just a title. Real fighters like you focus on strengthening your own power. Now, let us talk." He sat down on the sofa. "The Fat family's influence in Bachai City is immense. Even though you are strong, you have got to watch your back with them around." As they were chatting, Lam Tu had unwittingly become the target of a sniper. When that shot shattered the window and came flying in, Lething Gayat instantly yelled, "Lam Tu! Watch out!" Lam Tu quickly dodged, leaving a massive crater on the ground where he had just stood. He told Kain, "We have got a sniper." Kain gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it. Causing trouble in my territory again." Lam Tu hid behind the couch for a moment before saying, "I think they are in the building across the street." Kain ordered his subordinates, "Surround that building immediately. We need to find that sniper." His subordinates quickly responded. Just then, Lam Tu leaped toward the window, saying, "Let me see who dares shoot at me." Kain shouted in panic, "Wait! We are on the 10th floor." Lam Tu had already shattered the window and leaped out, simultaneously calling for his pets. Kong, Xiao Bei, help me take down that bastard." As Tendrin Sechiting poked his head out of the car window, watching Lam Tu scale the wall like Spider-Man, he could not help but marvel at it. Sure, a level 6 martial artist can't fly, but their wall climbing skills are nothing short of amazing. Across the street, a sniper was packing up his gear, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Did not shoot them. Time to bail." Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. High above, a large bird and something else were diving down. A bottle of alcohol came crashing down on the assassin, hitting him right in the face. The guy winced in pain, shaking his head to shake off the booze. Just then, a little white creature flew in and blew out a puff of air. His legs were quickly frozen in place, and the assassin muttered, "Damn. That is a strong breath." He yanked the booze bottle down and tossed it aside, cursing the little critter. At that moment, a hand reached the rooftop railing. Lam Tu quickly leaped inside, saying, "Let me catch up." The assassin was left dumbfounded, stuttering, "This is the 28th floor. How the hell did you climb up here? What are you? Some kind of freak?" Lam Tu, holding a black spear, smiled innocently and replied, "I am not a freak. I am just here to take out the trash," he announced loudly. Time to punish the wicked as an example. Lam Tu thrust the black spear forward, ready to unleash a devastating attack. But before he could deliver the second blow, several gunshots rang out, hitting his legs. Lam Tu quickly looked up to locate the sniper across the building, realizing he had backup. Just then, a few more people burst through the rooftop door, The assassin stared at Lam Tu, thinking he would not shoot him, but now that this job was a bust, he never expected Lam M2 to come right to him. Lam Tu coldly glared at them, saying, "Looks like you guys were hired to take me out. Now, tell me who your boss is, and I might just make your deaths quick." His attitude infuriated the group, and the assassin shouted, "Arrogant punk. Let us kill him." Lam Tu assessed the situation, shocked to find that all these martial artists were level 5. He swung the black spear in a wide arc, preparing to unleash a powerful blow. Just then, 2 more gunshots rang out. Lam Tu quickly dodged, momentarily forgetting about the sniper. The sniper, pleased with his success in hindering Lam Tu, was grinning, but the others were completely unaware. At that moment, Leffing Guide had snuck up behind them. It was not until she struck that the assassin finally turned in shock. His quick reflexes allowed him to dodge a fatal blow, but another one was closing in. He swiftly pulled out a short knife, aiming it at Leffing Guide. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nethli had rushed in just in time to assist Lam M2. "Vilalam. Let me help you," she hurriedly explained her presence. "My family's in danger. I was sent to assist you." The leader of the assassin group evaluated Lam Tu's crew from a distance, astonished to find 3 high-level martial artists in such a small hospital. This job was turning out to be a loss. He furrowed his brow, realizing that if things continued like this, it would not end well. He called out, "Regroup." The assassins fighting Lam Tu all stopped. Even the 2 facing Leffing Guide quickly turned and retreated. Moments later, they had fully regrouped, standing behind their leader in formation. He said, "But once we take the job, we can back out. Otherwise, we would be disrespecting the name of the mighty tiger." Assassination group. Nethli slightly remembers you. The assassination team of the Fierce Tiger hired these guys to take us out. They are really throwing down some cash. Lam Tu looks at her. "So you know about the Fierce Tiger assassination team?" Nethli nods. Even though the members of the Fierce Tiger team are all level 5, they practice a combined skill called the Fierce Tiger formation. This formation can merge the spiritual energy of 7 people, boosting their power. And rumor has it they once lost an 8th level fighter. The leader looks at Naughty Thea, surprised that a girl like her knows so much. He raises his sword high, ready to expand her horizons. The 7 of them immediately unleash the 7 tigers of Lower Mountain. Over here, Naughty also launches the Earth Riches, Leffing Guide, along with the Ice Slash and the 100 Directions Phoenix of Lam M2, simultaneously countering the Fierce Tiger assassination team. On the rooftop, the Fierce Tiger assassination team takes a step back, managing to hold their ground. The leader commands, "Use that technique," and his subordinates quickly take their positions. "Got it." The leader reads the incantation. 7 tigers. He raises his sword, combining their power. Before reaching the final step, along with the word unite in the command, he swings his arm, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. This strike leaves Leffing Guide speechless. Lam Tu and Not Thiki take a bit of damage. He furrows his brows, shocked that a combined skill could unleash 8th level power so beautifully. Lam Tu stands up, his eyes wide with newfound insight. He confidently declares, "To repay you, let me show you our combined skill." Oh no, it is a fusion skill. Leffing Guide shoots Lam Tu a look, telling him to shut it. Without wasting any time, Lam Tu pulls out his Fire Lotus. Leffing Guide follows suit with her Ice Lotus. The 2 sources of ice and fire merge together. Nuthe quickly steps aside. These 2 are going crazy again. The leader of the Fierce Tiger assassination team gasps, "Fire Lotus. Ice Lotus." His pupils dilate. Who the heck are these 2? A bird made of ice and fire appears before them. The rooftop erupts with an immense burst of power, shaking the entire area. Tintundran Sikelu, standing by the hospital, is pushed back by the shockwave. What the heck? He frowns. This is 8th level power. Oh my. What 8th level fighter came here to stir up trouble? Soon after, Tun Sipug manages to catch up to the rooftop of the opposite building. Lam Tu places the blade against the leader's neck, saying, "Who sent you to kill me?" He raises his eyes to look at Lam Tu, the young master of the Fat family. "I am waiting for you in hell, you scumbag." As soon as the leader finishes speaking, Lam Tu swiftly sends him on his way. He mutters in disgust, "The Fat family again." Lam Tu turns to the newcomer. Tun Sipo glares at him. "Was that huge commotion you?" Lam Tu no. "Yeah. That is the combined skill I practiced with Leshening Guy." Tun Sitevun gives a thumbs up. "Amazing. To be able to use an 8th level fighter's skill like that." Tinton Jositan's team checks around and reports that they are members of the Fierce Tiger assassination team. He points at the leader lying on the ground. This is the leader of the Fierce Tiger assassination team, and rank wanted criminal. Tun Sipo leans closer to get a better look. What? A levels wanted criminal dared to sneak into White Emperor City. Even Lam Tu is caught off guard by the news of a wanted criminal. Tankong nodded. The fire at 99 caused chaos, and some criminal elements took the chance to sneak into White Emperor City to stir up trouble. We have caught quite a few lately. Lam Tu looked at Tan Kang. That old man told me before he died that the Fat family hired someone to assassinate me. Tan Kong frowned. The Fat family in White Emperor City has always been arrogant. Who would have thought they would team up with an S-level, wanted criminal from outside the city this time? With that matter settled, Lam Tu did not linger. He stood up to say goodbye to Tan Kong, leaving the rest to him. Tan Kong turned to watch him leave. Young Master Lam. Where are you off to? Lam Tu tilted his head. Of course. I am going to hunt down the Fat family and wipe them off the map in White Emperor City. Tan Kong panicked and rushed to catch up with Lam Tu. Young Master Lam, do not act rashly. This is White Emperor City. If you kill a member of the Fat family so openly, you will be hunted down by the federal forces. Lam Tu furrowed his brow. They attempted to assassinate me right in front of you. If I leave White Emperor City, who knows what will happen to Uncle Depp's family? I have to eliminate the threat for them. Tan Kong fell silent. And at that moment, a spaceship flew overhead. Tan Kong looked up. It was the private spaceship of the city Lord Sima from White Emperor City. The spaceship landed on the rooftop. The door opened, and a person stepped out. Surprised to see Tan Kong, he approached to greet him. Colonel Tan, you are here too. My apologies. He pointed towards Lam Tu. I have been sent by the city lord to invite young Master Lam Tu and his friend to the city for a visit. Lam Tu glanced at Tan Kong, the city of Sima. Tan Kong looked a bit worried. Seems the earlier commotion caught the city lord's attention. Tan Kong stepped in front of Lam Tu. I am going with him. But the newcomer shook his head. Colonel Tan. The city lord only wants to meet young Master Lam Tu and his friend. Don't he worry. He just wants to see the son of his enemy. Tan Kong turned back to look at Lam Tu. Both Luffengide and Mai, the Kui were stunned. The son of his enemy. The man led Lam Tu and his crew onto the spaceship, smiling at Tan Kong. Don't he worry. Colonel Tan. I will be back soon. Lam Tu nodded at him. Please tell my teammates at the hospital I am on my way. Once everyone was aboard, the spaceship took off. Inside the spaceship, Lam Tu asked the butler. I've never met City Lord Sima. How does he know my father? The butler replied respectfully. The city lord is a martial artist from the Star River City. You are both from the same hometown. He proudly recounted. The city lord is a level 7 martial artist and has only been in office in White Emperor City for less than 2 years. He came from humble beginnings and worked hard to rise to his position. Lam Tu frowned and thought, a powerhouse from Star River City. A bit later, Lam Tu and his group arrived at the city lord's mansion. The butler led them inside. City lord, young Master Lam Tu has arrived. City Lord Sima of White Emperor City turned around immediately. His excitement palpable. He looks just like him. So similar. He patted Lam Tu's shoulder. You look just like your father. No doubt about it. Sima warmly welcomed them. Come on. Sit down. Sit down. And let us talk. Lam Tu sat on the sofa talking with Tio, the city lord, reminiscing about how he knew my dad. Tiem nodded. Your dad and I were classmates. Over 50 years ago. We started studying at the academy in Tinjiao City. After that, I left the academy to make a living on my own. And in the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed. As he said this, his mood dampened a bit. He never expected that when I returned successfully, it would be like the child was lost. Tiamo looked at Lam Tu and said, I heard about your father's situation. Lam Tu, you have been through so much all these years. Lam Tu shook his head. Responding, when they died, I was still a child. Not even 5 years old. He looked at Tamam and admitted, I can hardly remember what my parents looked like anymore. Tidamu expressed his sorrow about what happened afterward. After learning about your parents, I have been quietly investigating. Samzid. Lam Tu was intrigued. Sir, what have you found out? TMM recounted what he knew. 15 years ago, a group of wealthy playboys were hunting in Tinjiao City. He continued. That night, over 20 people were killed in Tinjiao City, and your parents were among them. Lam Tu's eyes flared with hatred. So they were murdered, not an accident. Do you know who those guys were? Tatimi shook his head. I only found out that those people were from Then Kong City, but I do not know exactly who they are. The city lord of Tunjiao back then was afraid to offend them, so he buried the matter. Lam Tu was ablaze with anger. Is it possible to find out who the city lord of Tinjiao was back then? Tatima lowered his head. That person went to live in Then Kong City, becoming a citizen there. Suddenly, Lefeningite, who was sitting beside them, spoke up. I can find them. Tima looked up at her, surprised. Who are you? Lefeningite replied softly. The Luck family. From Then Kong City. Tima's eyes widened. The Luck family from Then Kong. He stared at Lefeningite, then turned to smile at Lam Tu. I did not expect you not only to be strong and accepted by the Sacred Academy, but also to have such connections. Your father would be so proud if he knew. He then expressed his frustration about what Lam Tu had faced earlier. I already know about the Fayok family issue. No need for you to get involved. I will make sure to give you an explanation. The Faishik family in Bachi City has been bullying the locals. and I have wanted to deal with them for a long time. Lam Tu clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Et ma'am. Tiama waved his hand dismissively. Don't call me that, it feels weird. Just call me Uncle T-Mess. Lam Tu chuckled and replied. Sure. Uncle Will. Please arrange for someone to protect Dipe Song Nai and her family. The T-Mission patted his shoulder. Don't worry. The Dape family is under your protection. I will definitely keep them safe. 3 days later, Songy came to see Lam Tu off. Brother Lam, my dad is recovering really well. You do not need to worry. Tina Sebum was also there. Standing behind Times, he chimed in. The Fifak family has been arrested. They won't be able to do anything anymore. So relax. Tema then asked Lam Tu. Aren't you staying a few more days? Lam Tu smiled at him. The investigation in Tenjiao City is complete. The Academy has informed us to head to the Thunder Valley to investigate a newly emerged spatial rift. So I won't disturb you any longer. Tiem nodded. If it were not for your mission, I would also love to visit the Thunder Valley. Just remember, it is definitely complicated there now. There are many powerful beings. You all need to be careful. Lam Tu nodded. Reassured. We will be careful. He turned to board the spaceship. Waving goodbye to the Sema crew below, Songhai shouted loudly. Goodbye, Brother Lam. I will definitely work hard to pass the Sacred Academy exam. Sima sends his regards. Travel safe. Over in the Thunder Valley, the entire sky was engulfed in a dark void. A bolt of lightning struck down from above. Bahok shuddered. We are done for? If we get hit by lightning, we will definitely ascend to the next realm. Just then, another bolt of lightning came down. Bahok yelled. Get out of the way. Suddenly, Lakangai kicked Lam Tu in the back, saying, Why are not you off training? Lam Tu got knocked over, caught off guard. The lightning that just struck jolted him awake. Bahok, terrified, exclaimed, Oh no, this is bad. Nithui chuckled. It is. He is training in lightning martial arts. Just as Lam Tu got hit by lightning, the system immediately notified him of a massive power surge outside, activating the Devar skill and converting experience points. Bahok clapped his hands. I remember. This guy once made the Vice Dean's Thunderbird dry up. That time, the whole academy lost power. I heard someone messed with the electricity. It could not be him. Could it? Nisi 3. Feeling bored, said. You need to ask him about that. Lam Tu laughed as he said. Thankfully I learned from my previous electricity heist, and bought a battle suit that absorbs lightning. So I won't be embarrassed if it tears again. Bahok, standing next to him, quickly chimed in. That power outage was really your fault. A pick. You even dared to steal the Academy's electricity. Lam Tu chuckled. Ooh, I slipped up. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out from the forest. Help! A group of people rushed out, screaming for help. Behind them was a mutated beast hot on their heels, and the system informed Lam Tu. Tijek the Thunder with one horn, a level 7 mutated beast, known for its massive size and brutal strength. When injured, its power doubles. Lam Tu was astonished. A level 7 beast. The guy in front shouted. Help me. We know where the space rift is. Lam Tu quickly caught onto that space rift. He dashed forward to save them. His staff plunged into the ground. Using it as a crutch, Lam Tu soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the Tijek. Then, he lightly landed right in front of it. Meanwhile, Bahok lunged in, activating his skill, the Wrath of the Savage Beast. He delivered a knockout punch to the Tijek. He grinned. One punch takes down a level 7. Are not I awesome? But the Tijek unexpectedly sprang back up. Nuthui yelled at him. Awesome, my foot. It is about to unleash a big attack. Get out of the way. The horn of the Tijak emitted a massive surge of lightning. Bahok calmly ran behind Lam Tu. It is all right. I have a place to dodge. Lam Tu did not have time to react, only able to shout. We are done for. Then he was zapped by the electric surge. The system announced, detecting immense power outside, activating the Devar skill, exchanging experience points. Lam Tu shouted in frustration. Damn it. Bahok. You are something else. Using teammates as shields. Bahok sent a truce. But I was only thinking of you. To let you endure a bit more of this thunderous beatdown. Those guys earlier said they were terrified to see this one punch, and one kick could take down a level 7 beast. How are they still alive after getting struck by lightning? What kind of monsters are these people? Lefangwite stepped up to warn Bahok. If he dared to use you as a shield against the lightning, he would be toast. Bahok grumbled about the unfairness, reminding everyone who kicked Lam Tu into the storm. Double standards. Much. The rhinoceros charged toward them, and Lam Tu lunged with his black spear, unleashing a storm of attacks. Yet, this time, the rhino did not even flinch. Panic hit Lam. Oh no. His armor could not pierce it. Lefangwite stood by, coaching him, focusing his attacks on a single spot. Lam Tu smiled at her. Calling her clever, she was right on the money. Following Lucky Guide's guidance, Lam Tu found a weak spot on the rhino and struck hard. Sure enough, The rhino's armor cracked open like a nut. Lam Tu thrust again. Piercing through its flesh he did it. The rhino roared in pain, furious and ready to charge at Lam Tu. At that moment, Leffingwhite dashed in with her sword. Let me handle this. Her gaze was fierce. She used her ice blade to strike the vulnerable spots of the rhino, making its eyes roll back. Then, the trio of Lam, Bao Hawk, and Nunchi Seathly launched a coordinated attack with Bhcu Chiu Fang, Blow of Invis, and Via. The rhino was getting hit from all sides with nowhere to escape. After a while, it collapsed, sprawled on the ground. The spectators who had screamed for help earlier were still in shock, unable to believe they had taken down a level 7 beast so easily. Just then, someone came rushing from behind. Captain. Where are they? The man called Captain stormed over, scolding the group for attracting the attention of the lightning rhinoceros and then getting chased all the way here. What a bunch of idiots. He raised his eyes, surprised. Really? It is. He pointed at the rhino's carcass lying there. Did you guys actually kill it? The one who had called for help replied honestly. Not me. It was these 4 who did it. The captain narrowed his gaze at Lam Tu. Could they really have taken down a level 7 beast so easily? Must be a coincidence, he said, approaching with a smirk. Thanks for the help, but we discovered that lightning rhino first. We had some injuries trying to take it down. Lam Tu held a crystal in hand, cutting him off. So this level 7 crystal belongs to you? Ah. The captain nodded. Yeah. And the rhino has a lot of valuable materials on it. It is all yours. Lam Tu asked nonchalantly. What if I do not hand it over? The captain, trying to keep his cool, said with a grin. Then we will just take your corpse instead. Leffingwhite drew her sword, gliding past to slice at the captain. You want to die? Inefithi also stepped forward with her fan. Daring to steal from me. You have got guts? Meanwhile, Ba Hawk was getting ready to throw down. Let us see how you handle this. The 3 of them swooped toward the group. Before long, they had them screaming for their mothers. The captain gripped his blade, eyeing them warily. Are these guys really this strong? He leaped at Lam Tu, aiming to take out the leader first. I will kill you. Lam looked up at him. Thinking he was someone easy to bully, he swung his hand, unleashing a flurry of fiery arrows, setting the leader's fortress ablaze. He crashed to the ground, the sound echoing through the area. Moments later, the group with Leffingwhite had taken care of everything. The blonde guy, initially pleading for help, started to back away step by step, begging, please, do not kill us. I swear. I will tell you everything. Lam approached him, saying, I know where the spatial rift is. Spare you and your crew. The guy panicked. Sorry. Actually do not know the exact location of the rift. I just wanted you to back off. Leffingwhite unsheathed her sword again. Then it is time to say goodbye. In a friend. He pointed to the leader. Do not kill me. I might not know the exact spot, but the captain has a map in his bag. Below Hawk stepped up to search the captain's belongings. Show me. It did not take long for him to find a piece of paper. Got it. Below Hawk opened it up. And sure enough, it was a map with the rift's location marked inside the Valley of Thunder. Lam studied the map as he ventured deeper. It marked a frequently struck area, where a large number of wild beasts appeared. Definitely the rift. Suddenly, Leffingwhite shouted, Hide. Lam and the others looked at her in confusion. They quickly ducked down at Leffingwhite's command. Lam asked, What is going on? Leffingwhite signaled for them to be quiet, urging them to stay silent. Just then, a group passed through the area where they had been standing. It was a crowd of people, some coming into Lam's line of sight. He yelled, Big Rescue. But Leffingwhite quickly covered his mouth. Suddenly, Big Rescue noticed something, and someone behind asked, What is it? He replied, I think I saw someone. Lam muttered anxiously. We have been spotted. But then, right in front of them, a wild beast flew out, startling the group. Big Rescue scoffed. Looks like we have got an unruly pest. He casually reached out to grab it. With just a flick of his wrist, Big Rescue dispatched the beast effortlessly. He tossed it aside. Scram. They walked past where Lam and the others were hiding. Once they were far enough away, Lam peeked out. He curiously asked Leffingwhite, Why did not you greet Big Rescue? Or at least, say hi to him? Leffingwhite frowned. These people are from the Sky City, and have trained in the underground world. They are dangerous, Bahak added. That beast was level 7. And it went down with one hit. Leffingwhite nodded. No surprise there. They are all level 8 and have mastered powerful skills. Netithi asked Leffingwhite. Are they here because of the new rift in the Valley of Thunder? Leffingwhite shook her head. It is just a minor rift. It is not enough to draw these folks in. There must be a bigger opportunity. If it is in the Valley of Thunder, it definitely has something to do with lightning attributes. She turned to Lam. We need to seize this chance for you. The Blowhawk rolled his eyes. You think of Lam for everything. Ah. True love. Na thickly scolded him. Shut it. After delving deeper, Lamb shouted. Flurry of fiery arrows. Anyone watching those mutated beasts get scorched and smiling confidently must be out of their mind. Over 100 level 5 electric ants just scored more than 200 million experience points. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Bahu looked at Lamb too. Speechless. This guy always rushes into trouble first and still finds it hilarious. Has he lost it completely? Suddenly, they heard a loud scream coming from the forest. Be careful. There are too many of them. Do not hold back. If they do, they will all end up dead here. Lamb 2 and the group turned to the direction of the noise, where it seemed like a fierce battle was going down. As they got closer, they saw a crowd fighting against the mutated beasts. The system immediately sent all the info to Lamb 2 about the M9 fruit. Its characteristic is that it absorbs the mutated fruit from the energy of heaven and earth. And just one fruit can boost a fighter's strength at each level. A level 5 thunder-armored beast, with sharp claws, high defense, and a knack for thunder attacks. Loves to hang around mutated fruit trees. Lamb 2 was drooling. There it is again. The M9 fruit. Bahu's eyes lit up. This is a rare treasure. Over there. Someone slashed at the back of a thunder-armored beast. But it did not even flinch. Instead, the guy got shocked and lost his mind. The beast chased after him like the wind. And Lamb 2 sighed. Even though it is only level 5. The paralyzing effect of its thunder makes it hard to defend against. These guys won't last long. Lamb 2 quickly grabbed his black blade and ran over. Let us take down these thunder-armored beasts first. He charged into the center of the battlefield, sweeping away a wave of thunder-armored beasts. He scoffed. This little lightning does not even tickle me anymore. The people around stared blankly at Lamb 2 fighting solo. Who is this guy? How is he not getting paralyzed by the thunder? He is amazing. After some back and forth fighting, the thunder-armored beasts got so furious that they roared in anger. They gathered in a massive wave, charging towards Lamb 2. A widespread electric shock erupted right in front of everyone. The others gaped. Oh no. The thunder-armored beasts are really mad now. With so many attacking at once, someone's bound to get seriously hurt. The dust clouded their vision, making it hard to see what was happening. When the wind blew and cleared the dust, they finally saw the thunder-armored beasts getting shocked stiff by Lamb 2. He jumped up with a grin, while the others were stunned. What the? Lamb 2 proudly declared. Let me show you what real lightning looks like. Lamb 2's circle suddenly lit up, and the thunder-armored beasts hanging on it panicked. Moments later, Lamb 2 unleashed his ultimate lightning fire technique, sending all the beasts flying, leaving them frozen in shock. The onlookers stood there, wide-eyed, as the situation flipped 360 degrees before them. Wait, that was quick. They are so strong. One of them stepped forward to talk to Lamb 2, thanking him for the help. He thought for a moment and added, most of the thunder-armored beasts were taken down by you guys, so the M9 fruit should belong to everyone. The guy hesitated and asked, but we also want the M9 fruit. Are you guys selling any? Lamb 2 silently sized up the man before him. After a moment, he patted his shoulder. Come on. You are being too polite. Eating a bunch of M9 fruit won't help you much. We only need 4. The rest, you guys can take. That man was overjoyed. Really? Is it true? Thank you so much. Lamb 2 called him forward, saying, come on. I have never tasted M9 fruit before. I wonder what it is like. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, startling Lamb 2 and the man, making them turn around. Stop right there. You dare to mess with our baggage. A group of people in black clothes approached from behind. The man told Lamb 2 they were from the Tai Zian Mun. Beiji spoke up. If you know it is Tai Zian Mun, why do not you just scram? The people around shouted at him. Since when did the Thunder Valley become your Tai Zian Min's playground? You did not even kill the thunder-armored beast. Now you just show up trying to take advantage. Beiji scoffed. Tai Zian Menon is one of the biggest sects in Thunder Valley. You guys think you can mess with us? I am counting to 3. If you do not leave, you can stay here forever. Just then, a sword swept through, leaving a trail of blood on Beiji's neck. He clutched his neck tightly, while Lakangayat coldly said, why bother talking to these kinds? Just kill them. Beiji was furious, immediately ordering his subordinates to attack. Dare to lay a hand on me. Spare those 2, but kill the rest. The Tai Lian Munin people rushed in, shouting, kill them. Surround Lamb 2 and his group. Lamb 2 chuckled. Look at these fools. They really are not afraid of death. Beiji frowned at him. You want to die that badly? I will grant you your wish. Another person stepped up to ask the one who spoke to Lamb 2 earlier. Wait. Are we going to let this slide? The man narrowed his eyes at Beiji. Tai Liamin is pushing it too far. He ordered his underlings. Use him. Beiji jumped up, aiming to deliver a Tai line slash at Lamb 2. Lamb 2 easily countered the attack. Beiji laughed loudly, mocking Lamb. You fool. Daring to use a metal weapon against Tai Lian Mun En's technique. Lamb 2 looked at him. Is that all you have got? and you dare claim to play with thunder. He gently prepared to unleash a thunder strike. Bo ho thong, Lam 2 declared. Let me show you my thunder. Baiju was taken aback by this move. Wait, you know how to use lightning skills. At that moment, the sky darkened with another wave of thunder. Baiji stepped back slightly. Isn't it supposed to be less thunder the deeper we go into Thunder Valley? He looked up, puzzled. Could it be that because of us continuously using thunder skills, we are attracting more lightning? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck a tree behind them. Lam 2 tilted his head, sneering. What is so hard to watch? Isn't this the Tai Lian Amun's backyard? Another bolt of lightning struck down, and Baiji broke into a cold sweat. We are done for. As he turned to run, Lam 2 grabbed his collar. Don't run. This is too awesome. Baiji cursed at Lam 2. Let go me. You jerk. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck right where Lam 2 was standing. He was hit and loved it, his laughter echoing to the heavens. Meanwhile, Baiji was left dumbfounded, his teeth chattering. The man was worried, calling out to Lam 2. Bro. The Tai Lian Mun and crew was also stunned. Young master. Once the thunder subsided, Lam 2 emerged from the smoke. That was too much. Then someone spotted the spirit of that white guy escaping his body, and it was like, did he just die from electrocution? Lam 2 looked at the person in his grasp, sneering. How are you going to pay for this? The members of Tui Dian Men saw the white guy in Lam 2's hands and shouted, the white guy. They threatened Lam 2. You killed him. The leader of Tui Dian Men will definitely make you pay. Lam 2 looked at them like they were idiots, saying, he messed up big time and got himself killed. What has that got to do with me? The man talking to Lam 2 seized the opportunity to shout. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Both sides charged at each other. After a fierce fight, the man stepped up to Lam 2 and said, it is confirmed no one got away. Lam 2 smiled at him. My bad for dragging everyone into this. The man glanced at his brothers behind him and replied, no worries. Tui Dian Men has been making trouble around Thunder Valley for years. I have been itching to take them down. I plan to get my brothers out of here after this job. Lam 2 told him, you do not need to share the rewards with us. Give it to your brothers. Everyone cheered up, and the man sincerely thanked Lam 2. Thank you, Lam 2 advised them. This is not the best place to linger. Let us take the ambush fruit and get out of here. The man nodded. All right. We will handle the bodies for an easier exit. They both parted ways, saying, take care. See you around. Lam 2 and his group decided to give the ambush fruit a try. He sighed. This ambush fruit is really something. I can feel my strength skyrocketing. Lam 2 looked at Ro Shui and said, big sister. Everyone should eat some too. Then let us meditate and breathe a bit. I will guard everyone with Luffing Guide. Ru Shui had not even had a chance to respond when Below Hawk whipped around. Behind them was a swarm of level 5 mutated thunder beetles flying in, known for their swift flight and ability to unleash powerful electric blasts. Blowhawk waved them off. Be careful. But he accidentally got zapped, prompting Lam 2 to step in and deal with them. These are mutated thunder beetles, he stated. They looked up at the sky, surprised by the sheer number of mutated creatures. Ru Shui frowned. They must have come through a space rift. Lam 2 changed direction and ran after them, certain that the thunder beetles were heading toward the space rift. Let us go check it out. In another corner of Thunder Valley, a large space rift was opening up. Butch Quine called out, Ven. I am definitely getting the Thunder Lotus. Ven, standing beside him, replied, Bye. You will have to get past me first if you want it. As soon as the leader finished speaking, both sides shouted and charged at each other. Lam 2 and his group hid nearby, watching the situation unfold. Luffingite remarked, the Thunder Lotus has really appeared. Lam 2 nodded. The two sides are fighting over it. Ru Shui raised an eyebrow. There are members of T Zion Mun here too. Luffingite scanned the surroundings. The Thunder Lotus must be near the space rift. The four of them crept quietly towards the rift. As they got closer, they finally spotted a golden flower lying below. Lam 2's eyes lit up. Look, is that the Thunder Lotus? Luffingite nodded. Yep. It is, she told Lam 2. Those two are both peak level 7. We can take them on. Let us wait for the right moment. Just then, an alien creature appeared within the space rift. He quickly grabbed someone and attacked. Bakwan was taken aback. Another level 8, the old man suggested to Mar. This level 8 beast. We need to team up to handle it. Bakwan added. We should take it down first and then settle things. What do you say? Van quickly agreed. Sounds good. Lam 2 rushed up. This is a great opportunity. I am going to get that thing. There is no one over there. Everyone stay back. Elash. Lam 2 was already close to the thunder fire. Anyone staring at it. This kind of combined power seems to require special tools to obtain. I wonder if I can just grab it with my hands. Lam 2 hesitated for a moment. Suddenly someone down below turned to look at the thunder fire. He happened to see Lam 2 and yelled, Oh no. Someone is stealing the thunder fire. Bakwan turned back. Really? Lam Tu gritted his teeth. I am done. I have been spotted. Let us go all in. Bakwan laughed at Lam Tu trying to grab the thunderfire with his bare hands. You fool. Trying to take the thunderfire with your hands. Get ready to be turned to ash. But then they saw Lam Tu hoist the spear onto his shoulder and dash away. Van and Bakwan stared wide. Damn. Are you kidding me? He is completely fine. Bakwan ordered. Chase after him. Enro. Van added. Do not let that kid escape. But that alien creature lunged at them. Bakwan and Van found themselves surrounded by it. Damn beast. I will take you on. Lam Tu quickly ran towards the group of Lakangayat. The four of them dashed off to another area in the Valley of Thunder and Lightning. Lakangayat pointed in one direction and said, There are people ahead. Lam Tu frowned. The two old men are catching up. If they add lightning, it is going to be blinding. Lakangayat shook her head. It is the people from the holy city we encountered before. Lam Tu replied. Then it is fine. We have Big Brother to back us up. Suddenly, Lakangayat told him, Use the thunder fire. Lam Tu was taken aback. Use it. That could kill someone. Lakangayat directly kicked the thunder fire into his mouth. If I say use it, just use it. Lam Tu was stunned. Choking on the thunder fire. Xionungayat. Are you trying to kill me? Lam Tu's cheeks puffed out. He was choking so badly he was about to pass out. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Merging everything. Lam Tu screamed in pain. System notification. Detected immense power from outside. Activating Devar skill. Converting experience points. Bahok stood nearby mumbling with Niu Thai. Is this the legendary love and hate? Niu Thai disgustedly said. Shut up. At that moment, Deku suddenly spoke up. I can sense the breath of the thunder fire. They approached just in time to see Lam Tu screaming like crazy. One of them shouted. Has he swallowed the thunder fire? Deku was stunned. How could that be? He sprinted towards Lam Tu. Kill him. Cut him open to get the thunder fire that is still inside. Niu Thai and Bahok turned back. On alert, Lakangayat also noticed someone charging at them. She flew out to block Deku. You dare. Suddenly, one of them yelled. Stop. Deku turned back. Lak Ho. Are you trying to bite me? Ho Thien coldly replied. You fool. Can't you see this is my sister? The Great Rescue paused in disbelief. Lefeningite. When he finally saw clearly, he was shocked to find it was really her. The Great Rescue spun around to leave. Fine. Do as you wish. Lefeningite remained silent, not saying a word. Athothin stepped forward to speak. Lefeningite. We have met again. Lefeningite. Dad told me to bring you home. Lefeningite coldly refused. I am not going home. Athothin continued. That brat Dua already spilled everything about you and Lumim too to Dad, and even took the initiative to cancel the engagement. Dad is furious and told me to bring you back. Lefeningite gritted her teeth and said, That bastard Dua. I swear I will kill him. Lefeningite turned her head to look at Lam too. Once he finishes absorbing the lightning fire, I will go back with you. Awathin ran his fingers through her hair. Lefeningite. I know you like that kid. You want to protect him, so he can grow up fast, but you can protect him for life. Besides, he should not let a girl protect him. Lefeningite's gaze remained fixed on Lum Tu behind her. Once he finishes absorbing, I will leave. Awathin's eyes flickered. He was gradually losing patience. Dad warned me. If you do not go, he will kill Lum Tu. Lefeningite. If you refuse to listen, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lefeningite gripped her sword and glared at Achurthin. You dare. At that moment, Lum Tu spoke up. Lefeningite. Go with him. Do not worry about me. I know you care about me. I can keep hiding behind my girlfriend forever, letting you protect me. Lefeningite silently gazed at Lam Tu. Then she heard him say, I will rely on my strength to enter the city of Thin Kang. I will stand in front of you. Trust me. We will meet again soon. Lefeningite remained silent for a long time, then reached for something around her neck. She stepped forward and handed it to Lam Tu. A gift for you. Lam Tu looked up, watching Lefeningite walk away. Lefeningite. Do not worry. In less than a year, I will enter the city of Thin Kang and stand before you. I swear. Nu Trithi 3, who had been watching all this time, finally spoke up. What a tragic couple. Let Big Sis here fill your heart and cheer you up. Blowhawk cut through her cheerful spirit. Those guys will be chasing us down here soon. We should find a safe place for Lum Tu to absorb the lightning fire first. Nithli nodded. Before coming here, I noticed a hidden cave up ahead. Let us go there. Time passed, and a day later, Lum Tu and the others were still hiding in the cave. Blowhawk asked Nithli. It has been a day. Is Lum Tu okay? Nithiki sighed. The lightning element in the fire is both violent and intense. It won't be absorbed that quickly. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Reporting to the sect leader, the detector picked up a strong lightning attribute power in this cave. What are we waiting for? Let us go in and check it out. Yep. Nithli cursed. Damn it. It has been a day. And these guys still want to give up. Bahak frowned. They are using detectors now. We should go deeper and hide. The three of them pressed further into the cave. Reaching a lake with sparkling emerald waters, Bahadak gaped. Who knew there was a cave down here? Nuprithly looked at them. Everyone be careful. This cave does not seem safe. Baekwan and Van have also entered. They stare at the pit ahead. Where a cave lies beneath. Everyone needs to be careful. Look at that white bone. It seems there are fierce mutated beasts around here. Bahok is nervously hiding in a rock crevice. How could they catch up so fast? It is like a restless spirit. Thanks to the who pointed out. They have detection devices. We can't hide. Bahok gritted his teeth. Damn it. Then let us charge in and take them on. Though shook his head. There are 2 level 7 ones. Charging in would only mean certain death. She turned around to look at Lam 2 and asked. When will you finish absorbing? Lam 2 checked and saw he had absorbed 80% and replied. I am not sure. Should be almost done. He asked the others. Can anyone feel the thunder element's presence down in the abyss? Thanks to Thoi turned his head to look down at the lake. Is there something down there? Lam 2 nodded. Even though he was trying to hide it. I can sense there is a very powerful thunder element beast lurking at the bottom. Bahok, confused, asked why they had to conceal their aura. Thanks to Thoi frowned. Since we intruded into its territory. Is it preparing to attack us? Just then, a scout from the Death Gate returned to report to Baekwan. We have detected thunder elements down at the bottom of the abyss. Baekwan cursed. You idiots. Hiding down in the depths. Van laughed heartily. This time, we can catch the turtle in the shell. Lam 2, standing behind them, chimed in. Those guys have already noticed what is down there too. Bahok jumped, looking at what Lam 2 held and asked. Thunderfire. Did not you absorb it already? Lam 2 grinned. This is a low-quality product I made by releasing the Thunderfire energy from my body. Thanks to Though looked puzzled. What are you planning to do? Lam 2 smiled slyly. If it is a thunder element beast, then it can withstand this Thunderfire. He looked down into the abyss. Let me stir up some trouble. Lam 2 quickly jumped down. He sneaked up to the lake's edge. Come here. Little buddy. A pair of eyes emerged from the depths. It is an 8th level mutated beast. A thunder poison snake. Known for its dual attributes of deadly poison and thunder. Incredibly ferocious. Bahok's face went pale. Damn. Is that snake really that big? Thanks to Thoi analyzed. This aura is peak level 8. Lam 2 waved the fake thunderfire in front of it. Hey little snake. Look at what I have got. The snake lunged straight at Lam 2, who spun around and ran. Come on. Come on. Lam 2 shouted to Bahok and thanks to Thoi. You two better hide well. I am luring the snake over there. Bahok was speechless. This guy is really crazy. Thanks to Thoi muttered. Is he going all out like this? Lam 2's strength sure has ramped up quickly. Must be because he has lost it. Lam 2 dashed forward, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Baekwan looked back. What is going on over there? It seems like there is a fight. Lam 2 was running towards Baekwan and the others. The old man pointed at Mir. What am I seeing? Thunderfire. Ven laughed loudly. This kid knows he can escape. So he is bringing the Thunderfire right to us. Lam 2 was running while calling out. Hey everyone. I brought my pet snake over. At this moment, Baekwan and Van were stunned. Damn. An 8th level mutated beast. The snake opened its mouth, preparing to unleash an attack. Its energy ball shot straight ahead. Boom. It slammed into the ground. The people from the Death Electric sect are in shock. Baekwan gasped. That jerk intentionally lured that giant snake right to us. The snake lunges at everyone again. Lakangayat quickly teleports out of the way. The snake missed Lam 2 but snagged someone else. It tilts its head back and swallows, flicking its tongue at them after. Baekwan shouts angrily. How disgusting. He turns to Meh. We will hold the snake down. You and my people surround that brat. Whoever grabs the Thunderfire first gets to keep it. Van nods. All right. It is settled. Baekwan commands loudly. Van and I will hold the snake. Everyone else, kill that brat for me. Van's disciples and the Death Electric sect respond immediately. They rush off to hunt down Lam 2. Van's and Baekwan's people are all shouting. Kill him. Grab the Thunderfire. Shui and Ba Hok will join the fray to handle it. Day Lam. We are here to help you. Get out of the way. Shui tells Lam. Just keep absorbing. We are here to cover you. Lam 2 sees the system notification showing 95% completion and nods. Got it. Just a little more. Shui casually says. Ba Hok, let us wipe them out. Ba Hok, right. Meanwhile, Baekwan and Van's group are in total chaos. They see the giant foot open its mouth and shout loudly. Be careful. That beast is about to unleash a lightning ball. Baekwan raises both hands. I share its element. Let me handle it. You attack from the side. But suddenly, the foot spews out something emerald green. Van is stunned. Isn't that a lightning ball? The toxic liquid shoots straight into Baekwan's barrier. It quickly starts to corrode it. A few drops hit his hand, revealing white bone instantly. Baekwon glares. It is poison. The foot seems to have activated a mechanism. It keeps spewing out the toxic liquid. Van and Baekwon quickly dodge. Get out of the way. It is highly toxic. A few disciples below, unable to escape in time. Get hit. They scream in despair. Help. It hurts. Weak water furrows his brow. It is deadly toxic. In the meantime, the system sends a new notification to Lam 2. After absorbing the power, then Lam 2 continuously receives 2 or 3 more notifications. Congratulations, Master. You have leveled up successfully. Current level is 34. At the same time, Lam 2 also receives his latest status report. Level 34. Strength 700. Physique 330 increased to 397. Speed 220. Overall combat power from 7,500 increased to 7,988. Title of level 5 martial artist when attacked. 30% chance at 50% damage. Still have not replaced the level 6 martial artist title. Skills like Analysis Eye, Rage, Disguise, Devar, and Spirit Split. Lam 2 stood up and warmed up a bit, leveling up not once, but twice. The Thunderfire is still as fierce as ever. After pumping points into my physique, my combat power is nearly 8,000. Just one more level up and I will be a level 7 martial artist. Lam 2 raised his hand confidently and said, "Let me finish this battle." The surviving members from Ding Men immediately perked up at what Lam 2 was holding. This Thunderfire seems a bit bigger. What an idiot. Did not even absorb the real Thunderfire. They quickly rushed towards Lam 2. Brothers, let us take from hand. Even the giant snake attacking Mer. One caught a whiff of something. Turning its head to look the other way, Jishi immediately dashed back to his side. One muttered, "What the hell is that guy doing?" Baekwon also looked at Lam 2. Thinking, no way can we let that giant snake swallow the Thunderfire. With both hands, Lam 2 held a band of fire, telling Bao and FC Thi, "Seniors, everyone clear out. The farther, the better." And C Thi looked at Lam 2 and said, "Day Lam, you are not planning to use that unhinged technique again, are you?" Lam 2 combined the two things in his hands and replied, "I have successfully fused 2 types of fire. Now, even without the moonlight, I can perform the fusion technique myself." Bahu blinked, asking Enheath, "Sister, Lam 2 wants," but Neti Seethle cut him off, pulling him away. "Don't ask. Just run." Lam 2 is over there laughing maniacally. Come on. Come on. Do not you want the ultimate energy?" His voice echoed throughout the cave. "I still have one more Thunderfire to unleash." One stared wide-eyed at Lam 2, fusing the 2 fires in his hands. What kind of fate is this guy meeting? Another 2 types of fused power. Baekwon shook his head. No way. The aura coming from those 2 fused energies is terrifying. Lam 2 laughed at them. "This afternoon, we call this," as he slammed his hands together. Lam 2 fully unleashed his energy with the heavenly thunder summoning earth fire technique. Baekwon was dumbfounded. What? The water in the pond immediately rose, and the stones above began to fall with a thud. Bahu watched, confused. What the heck is this? This is way too extreme. After Lam 2 detonated the cave, all that was left was a cloud of dust. The transformed beast and everyone else lay sprawled on the ground. The snake's gaze was hazy as it turned and fled. Lam 2 was startled. Is this beast still alive? The snake jumped with a splash into the water. Lam 2 quickly chased after it. The level 8 exotic beast is getting away. "Seniors, I am leaving this to you." Ninchi Seethle shouted after him. "Day Lam. Be careful." Lam 2 did not have time to respond and dove straight down into the deep swamp. He fell into the pond, following the trail of blood deeper. Lam 2 frowned. Why does wading through this deep water feel like I am burning? He glanced at the blood flowing in the water. Could it be that the blood of this giant snake is toxic? Lam 2 held onto the black spear and pushed deeper. He had to strike quickly. He soon caught up with the snake. He shouted, "Where do you think you are running?" Lam 2 thrust the black spear straight into the vital point of the giant snake. The snake's eyes widened instantly, showing no signs of life. Its blood flowing out and mixing with the water. Lam 2 grimaced in pain. Ouch. That hurts. Quickly approached the giant's leg. Grab the rare crystal and let us get out of here. Lam 2 swiftly got his hands on an 8th level rare crystal, but just then, the system suddenly sent another notification. Detecting outside power, activating the devouring skill. Progressing at 5%. Lam 2 stared in surprise at the line of text swapping experience points. Thought to himself, the system says this poison is an unidentified power, starting to absorb it. So Lam 2 continued to submerge himself in the water. The progress reached 35%. If that is the case, let us absorb this poison first. Meanwhile, above the lake, the 2 guards and many others were getting anxious waiting for Lam 2. The giant's leg is dead. Why has not Lam 2 surfaced yet? Many shouted, "Day Lam. We have finished gathering the valuable items." At this moment, the system had absorbed 100%, and Lam 2 was swimming back up. The blood of the giant's leg really is high-quality stuff. Although the absorption was quick, He felt like his whole body was being tempered. Lam 2 reached the surface and called out to Nuok Thoi. Come here. The three of them quickly left this place. This cave is too big. We should retrace our steps. Ba Hok sighed. The flesh of the giant's leg is definitely great stuff. Too bad it is too big for us to carry. Inside the Thunder Valley, suddenly arrows flew out from somewhere, ambushing them. Lam 2 widened his eyes and quickly dodged. He raised his hand to Nuok Tho beside him. Be careful. Someone's ambushing us. An arrow struck Lam 2's left shoulder. He pulled it out and shouted, Whoever you are, get out here. The hidden assailant continued to fire a barrage of arrows. You idiot. Those are my poisoned arrows. You will only have a few seconds left to live. Lam 2 laughed lightly. That little poison of yours won't do anything to me. Lam 2 unleashed a sweeping attack towards them. If you are not going to show yourself, I will force you to. Lam 2's fire phoenix soared toward the trees. With a bang, his flames immediately engulfed the sky. The screams erupted. We are doomed. How can there be such a powerful fire? My hair. They quickly fled. Retreating, Nuok Thoi chuckled. Ba Hok had been waiting this whole time. The two of them unleashed their wrath with explosive attacks to deal with them. Lam 2 looked at them. Is that all? Are they really hiding in the shadows? Look at their clothes. Ba Hok pointed. They have symbols on them. Lam 2 wondered. Somset symbol. Could it be the Death Lightning sect that we got rid of? Nuok Thoi shook his head. The Death Lightning sect's gear is different from theirs. Ba Hok thought. I saw this symbol before at the entrance of the Somset Valley. They seem to be the Somset Knights. Lam 2. Hearing this, admired. What a cool name. He stepped forward to open their bags, finding lots of good stuff inside. Even a credit union card. Nuok Tho clicked his tongue. Looks like the Somset Knights are not anything good. Just a bunch of thugs roaming around causing trouble. Lam 2 held the pile of rare crystals in his hands, grinning with joy. Next time I run into the Somset Knights, I won't hold back. I will take them all down. Just then, sounds of shouting and chasing erupted from within the forest. Trying to run, not that easy. Level 8 Spirit Beast. Come out. Lang Lang. You take Quach Lin ahead. I will hold them off. If we are going, we go together. Lam 2 signaled for the two to rely on Thai and told Hope to keep quiet. There is someone here. Thoi frowned. That voice. Could it be? As soon as they spotted three people running out of the forest, he shouted. Lang Lang. Quach them. Quach Lin. Lam 2's eyes widened. No way. Is it really them? At that moment, Quach Lin also saw everyone and shouted. Sister. Lam 2. Ma Bao. They looked at them. What are you all doing here? Quach Lin replied. We got assigned to gather intel on the Somset Valley by the Academy. Hoke asked them. Don't you guys know how dangerous Somset Valley is right now? Them explained. We had no idea there was a spatial rupture when we accepted the mission. Just then, their pursuers caught up and burst out laughing. You have teammates. Perfect. Hand over all your bags. One of them spotted two corpses lying on the ground and shouted. It is Goblin and Leviathan. He stared at Lam 2. Did you two kill them? Lam 2 nodded eagerly. Yeah. Do you want me to send you off too? The Somset Knights smirked. What a cocky one, he shouted loudly. Brothers. Attack. Get revenge for Goblin and Leviathan. The Somset Knights immediately drew their bows and unleashed a barrage of arrows, their poison tips slicing through the air. Lam 2 quickly activated the circle. Everyone be careful. The arrows are poisonous. Countless arrows rained down like a storm, but they were suddenly jolted stiff by Lam 2's electricity. Lam 2 smirked. This is the upgraded circle after absorbing Thunder Fire Star. Awesome. The Somset Knights were taken aback. What? What is going on? The commander yelled. Shoot. Keep shooting. Break through his defenses. And so, each knight shot an arrow, relentlessly attacking Lam 2 and his group. He smiled back at them. Thinking it would be rude not to respond, Lam 2 swung his black spear, activating the electric flame stone. Here. Take this. The poisoned arrows were shot back, taking out quite a few Somset Knights, while some tried to dodge. Oh no. What is this? Get out of the way, Lam 2 chuckled. Let us see what you rich kids can do. He activated his innate skill again. Them Sam stood in the field, laughing out loud. This is the feeling. I could take on 10 of you. Hoke's eyes gleamed. This is the domain. Quach Lin also felt significantly stronger. I feel my power skyrocketing. Hoke led the charge. You dare to mess with the Sacred Academy. Brothers. Kill. The Somset Knights turned pale as they saw the innate skill. The domain. The domain. His pupils dilated. That kid? Lam 2 did not give him time to think. Using a quick shift to close the distance, the Somset Knight screamed. We are the Somset Knights. You can't kill us. But Lam 2 swiftly impaled him with his black spear. Lam 2 looked down, saying nonchalantly, kill the Somset Knights. Ah. He scoffed. All done. Just a bunch of paper tigers. At that moment, Lam 2 called out to everyone. Hurry. Do not just stand there. Check their bags for anything good. After a bit of digging, a pile of treasures was uncovered. Lam 2's eyes lit up. No doubt. Those rich kids have all the good stuff. Bao Hawk shouted. Hey everyone. Do not hold back. Just take what you want. Lam 2 suddenly remembered something and turned to Thenis Nam, asking what exactly they were here to do. Then Sam explained. Our mission is to collect 10 Somset attribute level 6 or higher rare crystals. Lung Fight chimed in. We only managed to collect 3. But now the mission is complete. Quachlin nodded. Yep. Thanks to the Somset Knights for the gifts. Theekly looked at them curiously. Did I just hear the Somset Knights mention an 8th level rare crystal? Quachlin nodded. Yep, we found one. Isn't he that amazing? Lam 2 was bewildered, unable to comprehend how an 8th level rare crystal could be so cheap. Like just lying around for the picking. Then Sem nodded. Confirming. It is. We stumbled into a dangerous situation and found it then. You guys came across a spatial rift too. The 3 of them nodded. Yep. Right near the spatial rift. They recounted what had happened, mentioning many warriors had died there, with their heads or limbs mysteriously severed. Then some voiced his suspicion. We think an alien creature came out of the spatial rift. It can cloak itself, has sharp front limbs, and can easily kill its enemies. He added. We saw a level 6 warrior get killed effortlessly, but we could not see what the creature was. That is why we knew we could not fight it. After picking up the 8th level rare crystal from a warrior's bag, we quickly headed back. Lam 2 nodded. Though he was curious about what that creature was, he thought it best not to investigate in such a dangerous place. Thea agreed with him. Exactly. If you have completed your mission, you should head back. Then Sem nodded. Right. At the entrance of Thunder Valley. Someone was standing there. Get out of the way. Move aside. Do not block the path. Lam 2 and Bahak turned to look, spotting a group from the Thunder Knights dragging a gigantic blanket behind them. Hun looked around and Jung said. See that? That is the power of the Thunder Knights. All level 8 wild beasts. Anyone who dares to act tough in front of us is asking for trouble. Bohawk frowned. That huge blanket was clearly taken down by Lam 2. But Thea gritted his teeth. I have never seen anyone so shameless. Lam 2 crossed his arms, coldly observing them. All those level 8 beasts are treasures. It is like we just handed them a gift. Suddenly, the Thunder Knights called Lam 2 and his group back. You guys, stop right there. Unapproached Long Fight. Wait. I see your bags are bulging. You must have scored big in Thunder Valley. Want to trade with our Thunder Knights? I guarantee you will be satisfied with the prices. Long Fight replied nonchalantly. No thanks. And they just walked away, leaving the Thunder Knights standing there. Suddenly, Hun roared. Stop. Did I let you go? Lam 2 turned to look at him. The Thunder Knight stood in front of them, loudly declaring, This is my Thunder Knights. You want to sell your loot to us? You are looking down on the Thunder Knights. Lam 2 smirked. The Thunder Knights. Quite the show. The Thunder Knight twitched his lips. This little punk, he commanded. Brothers, take care of them. Kill them. The Thunder Knights drew their arrows and continued to shoot, but they were all blocked by Lam 2's circle from the outside. Can't you guys switch up your moves? Then he swung his arm and shot those arrows back at them. The Thunder Knights were just yelling. They kept charging, asking who dared to ambush members of the Thunder Knight squad. They closed in to surround Lam 2's group, not letting them escape. Come on. Brothers. Let us take them down. Thang Sam frowned. They had the numbers. Lam 2 sneered. No worries. They are just a bunch of weaklings. He told Bao Hok to nod, and just make sure they did not shoot arrows from a distance. Lam 2 shouted. Charge. One by one. The Thunder Knights fell victim to his relentless barrage of skills, blocking their attacks with his moves that were like a whirlwind. At that moment, an arrow flew in, and Thang Sam rushed to shove Quachlin aside, who was being careful. The arrow struck Thang Sam right in the stomach. Quachlin panicked. Thang Sam. Lam 2 frowned in annoyance. Someone was ambushing. Ba Hok scanned the area. Who was that? Show yourself. Quachlin quickly poured medicine into Thang Sam's mouth. Hurry. Drink this. Just then, someone slowly approached. The whole figure of the old man was enveloped in electricity, and a voice yelled out. This is the Grand Elder of the Purple Lightning Sect. What? Is that really the level 8 master? Lam 2 gritted his teeth. A level 8 master. The Elder of the Purple Lightning Sect glared at Lam 2. Finally found you. The kid with thunder and fire attributes who killed my sect leader and many of my men. The Thunder Knights turned pale at this revelation. What? These guys killed the leader of the Purple Lightning Sect. I can't believe they are this strong. Should we fight back? Fight back? You must be kidding. We need to get out of here. The Elder's eyes gleamed, as he conjured an arrow in his hand. He roared. You all die for me. He launched a double arrow of purple lightning toward Lamb 2. Lamb 2 quickly turned and ran. As the ground erupted in a cloud of dust, the elder used the purple lightning movement to close in on Lamb 2. He gritted his teeth, trying to dodge too fast. The elder swung his arm and struck Lamb 2's back. He rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Lamb 2 sat up, wiping the blood from his mouth. None of us can take him on. He called to everyone. Run. Get out of the Thunder Valley. The purple lightning sect blocked the entrance, saying, You think escaping will be that easy? You killed our leader. You will pay. They yelled. Don't let them escape. Avenge our leader. The elder of the purple lightning sect bellowed. Kill them. Nuthoy looked at Lamb 2. What do we do? We are surrounded. Lamb 2 focused, thinking of a way out. If we can't break the encirclement, then we will head toward the Thunder Valley. They stared intently at the forest that looked so dangerous. Nuthoy wondered. Are we really going deeper into that cave? Lamb 2 smirked. We are heading toward the nearby space gap. Vung Hak unleashed a move to buy them some time and shouted, Run. Lamb 2 only wanted to destroy them. Hurry back to the Thunder Valley. Nuthoy suddenly realized. You mean? Lamb 2 nodded. That is right. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is to get revenge. They will definitely chase us down. He turned to look at the disciples from the temple behind him. Lamb 2 thought about the place with the invisible alien creatures. I will lure them to a dangerous area where monsters are hiding. The elder from the temple mocked Lamb 2 and his crew. A bunch of idiots. Running straight towards the Thunder Valley. This time, even if you sprout wings, you won't escape. Chase them down. The disciples from the temple immediately nodded. Yep. Then Sam was running while looking back. Oh no. Are that many people really chasing us? Baho raised an eyebrow. Is it worth it to send one level 8 against 6 of us? Lamb 2 explained to them. I want to use the invisible monsters near the spatial rift to wear them out. Then find a way to deal with that level 8 old man. Baho felt a bit worried. But those invisible creatures are dangerous too. Lamb 2 reassured him. Trust me. Got this. In the area of the spatial rift, many martial artists have lost their lives. Lamb 2 and the others were shocked. Was it all due to the invisible monsters? Thanks to the... Who looked around? It seemed like there were a lot of monsters. Lamb 2 squinted his eyes. The analytical eye skill immediately revealed the form of this mysterious monster. It is a level 6 mutated creature. The invisible mantis. Known for its stealth. Only appears when attacking. And its blades are extremely sharp. The forest was crawling with these invisible mantises. Lamb 2 grinned. Damn system. I love you so much, Baho asked him. Lamb 2. Do we really have to pass through this forest? At that moment, the people from the Ding Temple had also caught up. They are there. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Lamb 2 nodded in response to Baho. There is no other way. Everyone, follow me closely. Do not let your guard down. Lamb 2 lightly jumped and called them. 3 of the clock. Jump 3 step. Then a group of people gathered around Lamb 2, striking a strange pose. Lamb 2 kept instructing. 12 of the clock. Jump 2 steps. 9 of the clock. Lean forward. 5 of the clock. Jump ahead. Nathai was astonished. Strange. Why are not we being attacked? Could it be that the invisible monster has left? Lamb 2 shook his head. The invisible monster is right beside us. It seems like if we maintain a certain distance, they won't attack us. Watch out for 12 of the clock. Lean down and look straight through. At this point, the people from Ding Temple had reached the edge of this area. So many died. Elder, this place feels a bit strange. Should we keep chasing? The elder from Ding Temple shouted. A bunch of cowards. Can't you see them? Keep chasing. The Ding Temple crew silently cursed. Damn old man. Why do not you go yourself? Just then, one of them had a mantis waiting above. As soon as he arrived, it sliced off his head. The Ding Temple members cried out. It is an ambush. A swarm of invisible mantises rushed out from the forest. People screaming for help. Save me. A few disciples reacted quickly and activated the protective circle. Hurry. Shield against the mantises. They activated the circle, hoping to save their lives, but the invisible mantises kept swooping down, slicing through both the protective circle and the people in one swift motion. The elder from Ding Temple hesitated. What the hell is this? The others are just as tense. And they could easily break the circle. It is terrifying. As a praying mantis gets close to the elder from the stability sect, he swiftly catches it. And then he jumps straight into the sky. At this moment, he realizes it is a praying mantis. One that can cloak itself, definitely a mutated monster crawling out from a spatial rift. Then he glances over at Lin 2 and his crew, who are trying to hold their ground over there. Why are not they being attacked? With their strange poses, they might just be able to avoid that cloaked mantis. Lin 2 is crouching down, directing everyone, pointing at 5 of the clock, bending down, shaking his butt. The elder from the stability sect raises a hand, ready to attack them. Damn it. Playing tricks again. He unleashes a deathly electric shield. Stay here for me. Lin 2 quickly senses it and shouts. We are done. For get out of the way. The spot behind where they just stood explodes. The elder from the stability sect quickly closes in on Lin Tu. He raises his hand and shouts. Lin Tu swiftly sidesteps. Brother jumps back 3 steps to escape. The elder from the stability sect turns around, wanting to flee, unexpectedly. Lin Tu, perched above, kicks something down. Take that. The elder furrows his brow, wondering what the kid is kicking. By the time the elder from the stability sect realizes it, the cloaked mantis is right in front of him. Mantis. The elder lets out a delayed shout. We are done for. The elder from the stability sect swiftly slashes the mantis in 2. Little brat. Lin Tu jumps up, laughing. Then he uses a rapid teleport kick, kicking one side and then the other. And there is more. Dozens of mantises dive straight toward the elder from the stability sect. While the elder is busy killing, he curses Lin Tu. You little punk. Even if there are more cloaked mantises, they can't touch me. Lin Tu smirk. Can't touch you. Ah. What about them? The elder from the stability sect reacts. What? Behind him, his disciples are being mercilessly attacked by the cloaked mantises. They scream. Great elder. Save us. The elder from the stability sect yells back. Damn it. Get out of my way. Leave this forest. The disciples of the stability sect immediately start to flee. The great elder commands. Run fast. Get out of here. Great elder. You need to be careful. The elder from the stability sect glares at Lin Tu. You little brat. You lured us here on purpose. Lin Tu. This is the grave I specifically picked out for you. He thinks to himself. The cloaked mantises are dying off pretty fast now. Time to go all out. Lin Tu immediately activates his innate formation. Sam and his crew get all fired up. They are back again. It feels like this power has increased. Awesome. The elder from the stability sect is startled. What? This is a domain. Lin Tu. Brothers. Charge forward with the black wave and kill. Sam and his crew echo. Kill. Over here. Ru Shui and Bahu join in, rushing forward together. The elder from the stability sect gathers his energy. His whole body enveloped in electric spark. Can a bunch of level 6 and 7 brats do against me? He furiously charges at them. Everyone die here. The forest is filled with the sounds of explosions. Lin Tu shouts. Bahu. Let us rush in together. Lam to activate his rage skill, while Grandma Hoke unleashed her bloodthirsty wrath. Just as they were gearing up, an elder from the Ding sect was suddenly ambushed by Ruo Shui, and then Shan. What the heck? The elder gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. These kids know how to boost their power in the heat of battle. Suddenly, the elder from the Ding sect paused, standing tall as he scanned the surroundings. This is. Lam Tu hurled a strike with his black mist technique. Over on Grandma Hoke's side, she charged in with her ultimate move, the Heavenly Rampage. The two launched themselves at the elder from the Ding sect. He activated his dragon defense skill, ready to face them. Hey, kid. Do not get too cocky. The elder from the Ding sect shouted. Watch out. Lam Tu was blasted upwards by a devastating hit. He had to use his black mist to stabilize himself. Lam Tu quickly somersaulted back into action with his strongest strike. The elder from the Ding sect was stunned. What? Lam Tu successfully pierced through the elder's body. The system announced. Successfully killed an 8th level martial artist. Gained 8,800,000,000 experience points. Lam Tu's expression still had not relaxed. He turned to look at the elder from the Ding sect lying on the ground, gaining another 8,500,000,000 experience points. This meant that the previous level 8 had wasted way too many experience points. Grandma Hoke stepped forward, saying, Did we just take out another level 8? This is the best achievement. Neither looked around for a moment. It seemed the other martial artists had run off. Lam Tu shrugged. Those cowardly guys are scared stiff. They are not worth worrying about. The front legs of the giant horse-shaped creature can break the circle. They will definitely sell for a lot of money. Plus there are plenty of corpses to loot. This is getting big. Grandma Hoke and Quatchline were absolutely thrilled. We hit the jackpot this time. Our reckless daring paid off. They all walked toward the exit, chatting about what Lam Tu would do next. Nothing at all. Back at the academy, the Thunder Knight squad at the entrance surely won't stop us anymore. Right. Those bullies won't dare. A few days later, Lam Tu arrived back home, shouting, Con. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai immediately rushed out to greet Lam Tu. He scooped Con into his arms. Did you guys miss me? It has not even been a month. But you have grown so much. You have been munching on my precious goods, have not you? Lam Tu looked up and suddenly spotted the silhouette of Miwa Ho, calling out, Lacking Gayat. Only after a moment did Lam Tu regain his composure. Lacking Gayat went back to Chian Kong City. So you won't be seeing her for a while. Just then, Zhang Zhan and the others showed up at the door. Hey, you are back. We were so worried sick.